Encountering a plane crash, stranded on a deserted island, with rescue seeming hopeless, a beautiful woman hopes for his survival. Thus begins a mysterious and vibrant journey. Chapter 1. The Plane Crash. Attention passengers traveling to Hawaii. Boarding for flight FM 9245 with Summer Airlines is now commencing. Please gather your personal belongings and present your boarding pass at Gate 10. We wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. The sweet voice of the announcement resonated through the terminal, prompting Zhao Jun to rise immediately, boarding pass in hand. It was his inaugural experience aboard a commercial aircraft, and he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. After graduating from high school, Zhao Jun had spent several years as a communications soldier in the Gobi Desert. Upon returning from military service, he found employment at Widewide Technology Company, where he was regarded as a technical talent, proficient in the maintenance and installation of various communication devices and networks. This trip to the Hawaiian headquarters was a business assignment from his company. At the airplane door, a tall and radiant flight attendant greeted the passengers with a warm smile. Zhao Jun, captivated by her beauty, glanced at her name tag, which read Qin Xiyuan, and found himself lost in thought as he took his seat. To Zhao Jun's delight, he was seated next to a stunning woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with a curvaceous figure and long, alluring legs that drew the eye. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan and another flight attendant were announcing some safety procedures to ensure the proper functioning of the aircraft's navigation and communication systems. Please refrain from using laptops during takeoff and landing. Throughout the flight, the use of mobile phones, remote-controlled toys, and video game consoles is prohibited. Before long, the plane took off, and during the ascent, there was a slight turbulence that made Zhao Jun feel a bit anxious, while the beautiful woman beside him remained composed, as if she were a frequent flyer. After approximately 2 hours of flight, boredom set in for Zhao Jun, and he discreetly admired the woman's nearly perfect physique, only to be caught in the act. The woman scoffed softly and requested a blanket from the flight attendant, covering her legs. Zhao Jun felt as though he had been caught in a transgression and awkwardly asked, "Hello, are you traveling to Hawaii for leisure or work?" The woman glanced at him with disdain and replied, "That's none of your concern, is it?" Embarrassed, Zhao Jun rubbed his nose and boldly said, "Well, it's a long journey. Isn't it reasonable to chat a bit?" The woman retorted, "If it's a long journey, then sleep. I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you." With that, she donned a mask. Zhao Jun gazed at her crimson lips, thinking, what's with the pretentiousness? Wanting to look outside, but unable to do so since he wasn't by the window, he reluctantly closed his eyes. Just as he drifted off to sleep, a violent jolt awakened him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of oxygen masks descending. While the announcement blared, "Please remain calm and fasten your seatbelts," Zhao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking seriously, my first flight, and this is what I get? However, Zhao Jun hoped that this was merely a brush with turbulent air currents. Contrary to his wishes, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness. As if he were floating had he not been secured by a seatbelt, he would have undoubtedly collided with the aircraft's ceiling. Beside him, a beautiful woman appeared equally terrified, yet surprisingly refrained from screaming, maintaining a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with the panic cries of the other passengers. In her anxiety, the woman grasped Zhao Jun's hand tightly. He comforted her, saying, "It's all right, we will be fine." Yet, the sensation of weightlessness was a result of the airplane's rapid descent, akin to a roller coaster ride, leaving Zhao Jun feeling utterly unwell. Although it was his first experience aboard a commercial aircraft, he had previously flown in a helicopter, and in that moment, he realized they were plummeting. With limited options, Zhao Jun could only pray silently. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and he felt a rush of briny water fill his nose and mouth, nearly choking him. The plane had plunged into the ocean. In a state of panic, he unfastened his seatbelt and noticed the beautiful woman beside him struggling to free herself. He immediately extended his hand to assist her. After unbuckling her seatbelt, he desperately pushed himself upwards, disregarding the woman's fate. Whether she would survive was now left to fortune. Chapter 2. The Deserted Island. Zhao Jun emerged from the wreckage of the aircraft, vigorously kicking his legs to propel himself upward. Suddenly, he felt a grip around his ankle and looked down to find the woman who had been seated beside him holding on tightly. Initially, he considered kicking her away, but then he thought, "I owe you this." Zhao Jun bent down to grasp the woman's hand, and together they kicked towards the surface, striving to break free from the water's grasp. After a prolonged struggle, just as he felt he could no longer hold his breath, he suddenly found himself buoyant, air filling his lungs. He had finally surfaced. The woman he had been holding on to also broke through the water, gasping for air. At that moment, he noticed two suitcases floating nearby and swam towards them, clutching one as they both lay atop it, drifting with the waves. In that instant, Zhao Jun spotted two individuals thrashing in the water. Without a second thought, he swam over to assist them, pulling them up onto the suitcase. The blazing sun beat down upon them, leaving everyone parched, yet surrounded by water. They could not drink. The seawater was undrinkable. Zhao Jun then recognized the two he had rescued. One was the flight attendant, Qin Xiyuan, and the other, with slightly darker skin but delicate features, was another beautiful woman, likely in her early 20s. Zhao Jun inquired, "What are your names?" The darker-skinned woman replied, "I am Yang Xiaohua." "Qin Xiyuan," said the flight attendant. Everyone's gaze turned towards the third woman, who hesitated for a moment before introducing herself. "I am Yao Qiaoyun." Yang Xiaohua turned to Qin Xiyuan and asked, "Sister Yuan, you're a flight attendant, right? Are we going to be rescued?" Qin, her expression somber, responded, "I don't know, I've never encountered a situation like this before." Yang Xiaohua murmured, "I don't want to die yet." Zhao Jun comforted, "We are still alive, there is no need to worry excessively. Rescue may arrive at any moment." Qin Xiyuan shook her head, replying, "Rescue?" When the plane crashed, this flight path veered into the unknown. Even if help arrives, it will likely take a considerable amount of time. We should focus on how to survive here for now. The four of them drifted with the waves, seemingly devoid of any chance of survival. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb to dehydration, and the frigid temperatures of the ocean at night would likely lead to their demise from a cold. There was simply no means to keep warm in such dire circumstances. As they floated aimlessly into the afternoon, Yang Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Look!" Everyone turned in the direction she pointed, and to their astonishment, land appeared not far away. It seemed to be a small island. Excitement surged among them as they began to paddle vigorously, hoping to reach it. Though the island signified many uncertainties, it also represented a glimmer of hope for their continued existence. Through collective effort, the four finally reached the shore, which appeared to be a deserted island, with a forest not far off, utterly devoid of human presence. At that moment, three graceful figures flashed by, revealing three stunning women. Upon seeing others, Qin Xiyuan was taken aback. Drawing closer to Zhao Jun, her chest nearly pressed against his arm as she nervously whispered, "Oh, Zhao Jun, who are they? What should we do?" In a bid for survival, Qin Xiyuan feigned great vulnerability, and Zhao Jun, upon witnessing her demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. He patted his chest and reassured her, "With me here, there is no need to fear." Bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, Zhao Jun observed the three women closely. The first appeared to be around 30 years of age, though somewhat disheveled. Her noble and elegant aura could not be concealed. She possessed an undeniable grace, with fair skin that evoked a sense of beauty to be admired from afar, unmistakably a woman of high status. The woman in the center looked to be in her 20s, her exposed arms subtly muscular, hinting at strength, yet her features were exquisitely refined. She was a quintessential athletic beauty. The last, seemingly in her early 20s, bore a timid demeanor that inspired sympathy, appearing rather delicate. Chapter 3. Fishing. In any case, there were three beautiful women. Zhao Jun pondered. What is the situation? Are all the survivors women? Am I the only man left? It seems that fate has been quite benevolent to me. Qin Xiyuan, the most cunning among them, discerned that they too were survivors of the plane crash. Without hesitation, she approached to greet them, fully aware of the necessity of fostering good relationships in such circumstances. After a round of self-introductions, the elegant lady introduced herself as Su Xinxu, the athletic woman as Yun Shuang, and the young girl, who had just entered her freshman year and had yet to celebrate her 20th birthday, as Su Ruoyu. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Jun retrieved two suitcases and gathered some debris from the aircraft. Upon opening the suitcases, he found only clothes and antiseptic. There were also several $1,000s, but in this situation, the currency held little value and went largely unnoticed. Reaching into his pocket, Zhao Jun discovered a pack of cigarettes, completely soaked through. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find a lighter nestled within the cigarette case. Qin Xiyuan observed this and exclaimed, "How did you manage to sneak a lighter onto the plane?" Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "I thought I might want to smoke after landing, so I took a chance. I didn't expect it would actually make it through." Qin Xiyuan laughed in return. "That lighter is indeed a valuable find. Zhao Jun attempted to ignite the lighter and was relieved to see it spark. He promptly began gathering wood to start a fire. Once the flames flickered to life, he stumbled upon some kiwis not far from the forest and picked a few to eat. As everyone settled down, Zhao Jun noticed Su Ruoyu's arm was bleeding. He crushed the antiseptic from his suitcase, disinfected her wound, and bandaged it. Su Ruoyu looked at him gratefully, gathered around the fire. They gazed at the vast ocean before them as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the scene with beauty. Yet, trapped in such dire straits, they had no heart to appreciate the view. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan remarked, "It appears we are on a deserted island, and we cannot expect rescue anytime soon. We must survive here for a while. Let's form a team." Yang Xiaohua eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes. That will enhance our chances of survival." Yun Shuang, Su Xinxu, and Su Ruoyu had no objections. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Who shall be the leader?" Qin Xiyuan cast a coy glance at Zhao Jun and declared, "There is only one man here, Zhao Jun. He shall be our leader." The other women glanced at Zhao Jun, acquiescing, for in such an environment, they felt the need to lean on a man. Seeing the beautiful women looking at him, Zhao Jun, filled with pride, responded, "I have no objection to being the leader. But you must all heed my orders, for leading a group is no small feat. We cannot be a disorganized bunch." Yang Xiaohua quickly affirmed, "Of course. We will follow your lead." Zhao Jun nodded, "I am Zhao Jun, and from this moment forth, I am your leader. We must act in unison, refrain from panicking, as none of us know what challenges lie ahead. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution and hope to endure until rescue arrives." As twilight approached, Zhao Jun proposed a trip to the seaside for fishing, ensuring they would not go to bed hungry, for consuming kiwis would hardly suffice. Rising to his feet, he snapped a few more branches and stood by the fire, inquiring, "Who among you will accompany me?" Qin Xiyuan immediately stood up, declaring, "I shall go with you." Yang Xiaohua chimed in, "I will join as well." Thus, Zhao Jun, along with Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua, made their way to the shore, each wielding a branch for fishing. Zhao Jun gazed at the graceful figures of Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua, then cast a glance at the four women gathered around the fire, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although Qin Xiyuan noticed Zhao Jun's expression and felt a flicker of disdain within her, she chose to remain silent. Instead, as she bent down to insert the fish, her pristine back was entirely exposed, capturing Zhao Jun's undivided attention. Suddenly, Qin Xiyuan exclaimed in a playful tone, "Oh dear." Chapter 4. Survival upon hearing the commotion. Zhao Jun hurriedly rushed over to Qin Xiyuan's side, gently inquiring, "Sister Yuan, what troubles you? It seems I may have sustained some injuries during the crash. My back is quite painful, and I can hardly stand," Qin Xiyuan replied, blinking her eyes. Zhao Jun instinctively reached out to support her, his fingers brushing against her smooth skin, stirring an unexpected warmth within him. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiyuan leaned against Zhao Jun, enveloped in his embrace, igniting a fervor in his heart. Noticing his reaction, she glanced down with a playful smile, teasingly saying, "Captain, you truly are a rascal. Flustero sao yun stamo." I didn't mean to. Yet, Qin Xiyuan did not withdraw. Instead, she teasingly remarked, "Captain, there's no need to rush. There are plenty of opportunities ahead." Her deliberately coy tone stirred Zhao Jun's desires, making him yearn to act upon his impulses. However, with Yang Xiaohua nearby and the watchful eyes of the other women by the fire, he reminded himself that there was no need for haste. There would be time to explore their connection. Reluctantly, he released his hold on Qin Xiyuan's slender waist. She playfully nudged him, saying, "Captain, let us resume our fishing." Zhao Jun thought to himself, "This woman is clearly teasing me. How can I resist?" Though he had previously served in the Gobi Desert, his survival skills in the wilderness were formidable. He quickly caught 2 plump fish, each weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, more than enough to satisfy the 7 of them that night. While Yang Xiaohua and Qin Xiyuan had not caught any fish, they had gathered a few seashells along the shore. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, the three made their way back. Upon returning to the fire with their catch, they began roasting the fish and shells, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing their mouths to water. By the firelight, Zhao Jun gazed at the 6 beautiful women before him, each possessing her own unique charm, and felt a surge of contentment. He mused, "Fate has been generous to me. Despite the peril, I find myself on this deserted island accompanied by 6 stunning beauties. How wonderful it would be if something were to transpire. Reflecting on the flirtation with Qin Xiyuan, Zhao Jun felt a warmth spreading within him. He stole a glance at her, who, with her sultry eyes, returned his gaze with a playful glance. As the shells and fish finished cooking, Zhao Jun distributed one shell to each person and divided the 2 fish into 7 portions, ensuring that, under Qin Xiyuan's alluring gaze, he presented her with the largest piece. Everyone devoured their meal with fervor, grateful for the opportunity to enjoy cooked food in such surroundings. The taste was secondary to their satisfaction, especially with a hint of saltiness enhancing the experience. Once they finished eating, Zhao Jun took a stone and began sharpening the metallic scraps he had previously collected. The women, initially puzzled by his intentions, soon understood. He was crafting weapons. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Zhao Jun had skillfully crafted 2 daggers from the metal pieces, keeping one for himself, which he secured at his waist. Qin Xiyuan requested the other, along with several arrows, which he bound to a stick to create a spear. The largest piece was fashioned into an axe. Qin Xiyuan could not help but exclaim, "Captain, you truly possess remarkable ingenuity. Even in such dire circumstances, you have managed to forge such excellent weapons. It seems we have indeed chosen the right person. The prospect of our survival here hinges entirely on the captain." Yang Xiaohua chimed in with exuberance indeed. "If it weren't for the captain, we would be facing starvation. This is truly wonderful." Zhao Jun, flattered by their praise, felt a sense of elation. However, Yun Shuang coldly interjected, "While these creations are commendable, I fear they may be insufficient for our survival here. Though we have a fire, we are likely to perish from the cold during the night." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun's heart sank. Chapter 5. The cave. Though Yun Shuang's words were rather unpalatable, they bore the weight of truth. By this point, the sky had enveloped itself in complete darkness, and the sea breeze had intensified, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. What had been a balmy 30 degrees at noon had now dwindled to a mere 10. The crux of the matter was that this group had set their sights on Hawaii, clad in attire ill-suited for the impending chill. Although the fire had managed to dry their clothes, it was still insufficient to ward off the cold, and as the night deepened, the temperature was bound to drop further. "We must seek a sheltered spot. Let's move the fire there," Zhao Jun declared decisively, his waist adorned with a dagger, one hand gripping a spear, and the other wielding an axe, as he prepared to venture into the dense forest. Su Ruoyu expressed her concern. "Are you going alone? Isn't that too perilous?" Yun Shuang stepped forward, her voice calm, yet resolute. "I will accompany you." Yang Xiaohua, unable to remain idle, piped up. Having grown up in the countryside, she was accustomed to nocturnal excursions into the mountains and, undeterred by the darkness, summoned her courage, saying, "I shall go as well." Zhao Jun considered the advantage of having companions for mutual support and nodded in agreement. "Keep a vigilant watch over the fire. It must not extinguish. Though the lighter remains functional, it is prudent to conserve it. The flame must be preserved at all costs." With makeshift torches in hand, Zhao Jun, Yun Shuang, and Yang Xiaohua ventured deeper into the thicket. Yun Shuang, armed with a spear, led the way with agility, illuminating the path ahead. Cao Yun admired her athletic form, pondering whether she had ever practiced yoga, as her physique suggested a commendable fitness level. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows upon the surrounding trees, creating the illusion of a ferocious beast lurking in the distance, its jaws agape, seemingly anticipating their approach. A twinge of fear gripped Yang Xiaohua, and Zhao Jun, sensing her trepidation, extended his hand. "I shall hold on to you." After a moment's hesitation, she clasped his hand. Zhao Jun noted that while her hand was not particularly delicate, showing the signs of hard labor, it was soft and warm. This was his first experience holding a girl's hand, and it stirred a wave of emotions within him. As Yang Xiaohua, frightened, leaned closer to him, she eventually enveloped his entire arm in her embrace, allowing Zhao Jun to feel her warmth. Yun Shuang glanced back, a derisive snort escaping her lips. "In times like these, you still indulge in such sentimentalities? We must hasten. If we do not find shelter tonight, rescue teams will discover our bodies in due course. 2 corpses, tightly entwined, yet to no avail, having succumbed to the cold." Yang Xiaohua's face flushed. "We are not being sentimental." Despite Yun Shuang's jibe, Yang Xiaohua did not relinquish her grip. Rather, she tightened her hold. After a short trek, a small hill emerged before them. Circling around it, they stumbled upon a natural cave. The entrance was no larger than a standard door. It appeared to be quite spacious within. Yun Shuang intended to enter immediately, but Zhao Jun intervened, halting her advance. Zhao Jun cast a torch into the darkness, and with a sudden flare, a cacophony of sounds erupted as dozens of bats surged forth, their size astonishingly larger than ordinary bats. Yun Shuang was taken aback. Although bats are generally deemed harmless, they carry viruses that could lead to tetanus or rabies if one were to be bitten. She glanced at Zhao Jun and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Zhao Jun merely shook his head and tossed another torch into the abyss. With a swift motion, several snakes slithered out, causing Yang Xiaohua to leap onto Zhao Jun in fright, while Yun Shuang sought refuge behind him. Despite her martial arts training and graceful agility, she found herself no less terrified of snakes than any ordinary woman. Her physical prowess did not translate to wilderness survival skills. In that moment, she recognized the futility of relying solely on her own capabilities and felt a profound dependence on this man for safety. As Yang Xiaohua clung to him, Zhao Jun playfully pinched her firm and resilient backside, which she, consumed by fear, did not notice. Perhaps due to her laborious lifestyle, her physique was notably toned. Eventually, she sensed his touch, and once the snakes had retreated, she jumped down, her cheeks flushed. However, in the dim light, her naturally darker skin concealed her embarrassment. Zhao Jun regained his focus, igniting additional torches and casting them into the cavern. The three of them each held a torch, venturing deeper while kindling several small fires within the cave. It was undeniable that this sanctuary was tailored for their refuge, spacious enough to measure 70 or 80 square meters, adorned with large boulders and featuring a small opening at the far end that allowed smoke to escape freely. Zhao Jun meticulously examined every nook and cranny, successfully driving away spiders and snakes, rendering the space nearly pristine. Perched upon a rock, Yun Shuang remarked, "It seems our luck is indeed favorable. This place is splendid." Yang Xiaohua exclaimed with joy, "This is fantastic. We won't have to endure the cold tonight." Zhao Jun, while surveying the surroundings, concurred, "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. However, we must remain vigilant. There are numerous insects and ants, and some may be venomous." Upon hearing this, Yun Shuang began to search the area as well, while Yang Xiaohua, still frightened, trailed closely behind Zhao Jun, often bumping into him when he halted. Zhao Jun felt a twinge of exasperation. If Qin Xiyuan's allure was intentional, Yang Xiaohua's unintentional proximity was no less provocative, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Once the interior was tidied up, Zhao Jun, accompanied by the two women, made their way back, each carrying a torch toward the cave's entrance. He dragged 2 suitcases behind him, gathering dry grass along the way. Aside from the affluent Su Xinxu, who seemed utterly unaccustomed to such labor, he found himself burdened with the task alone, as she appeared unable to adapt to the situation. Her hands empty and unaccustomed to the weight of hardship. In other words, regarding the vase, if it were not for her striking beauty, Zhao Jun would have had no desire to accompany her. Upon arriving at the cave, the 6 women began to seek their resting places. Although the space was vast, Zhao Jun ultimately discovered that the only unoccupied spot was the rocky ledge at the entrance, as all other stones had been claimed by them. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that he was the sole sentinel. After placing his suitcase down, and before he could spread out the hay, a sudden, bone-chilling roar of a wild beast echoed nearby, a sound so thunderous that it seemed to emanate from the cave's entrance, leaving everyone inside utterly astonished. Chapter 6. The first kiss. Zhao Jun was startled. The sound was that of a wolf's howl. He quickly turned to hide behind a rock, peering into the inky darkness outside, but visibility was almost non-existent. Su Ruoyu, trembling with fear, inquired, What is that? This cave can't possibly be its den." Zhao Jun shook his head and replied softly, "It's likely a wolf, and wolves do not travel alone. There may be a pack. This is probably not their home. They're most likely here in search of food. Do not worry too much. Wolves are afraid of fire." Su Ruoyu stammered. "So they want to come in, right?" Zhao Jun, uncertain, chose not to respond. Yun Shuang boulet su dui asai. "Be quiet. If the wolves hear us, it could spell disaster," she cautioned. Zhao Jun sighed and remarked, "They have already detected the campfire. They may be gathering outside. It's too late now." Yang Xiaohua exclaimed in distress, "What should we do? If we remain here, we might as well be caught like fish in a barrel." She had intended to say like turtles in a jar, but reconsidered, finding it unflattering to liken herself to a turtle, and swallowed her words. After observing for a while without hearing any noise, Zhao Jun cautiously moved outside to gain a clearer view. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him with ferocity, reeking of blood. Instinctively, Zhao Jun leaped towards the cave entrance, narrowly avoiding the attack of the gray wolf, which then hurled itself onto his campfire. With a howl, the gray wolf sprang back up and lunged at Zhao Jun once more. At that moment, two more gray wolves charged into the cave. Zhao Jun found himself in a perilous situation, unable to defend both his front and rear simultaneously. He thrust his spear forward, but the wolf was remarkably agile and dodged effortlessly. Outside, the chorus of wolf howls intensified, echoing as if dozens were present. Just then, Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua burst in with torches. The flames deterred the two gray wolves at the entrance, providing Zhao Jun a brief respite. Quickly realizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhao Jun sprang into action, tackling the gray wolf that had just fallen into the fire. As the wolf attempted to bite, Zhao Jun ducked, narrowly escaping its jaws, which clashed with a chilling sound. Drawing the dagger from his waist, he plunged it into the wolf's neck. Despite its struggles, the wolf fought back. But Zhao Jun managed to pin it down, withdrawing the dagger to stab repeatedly at its soft underbelly. After a few convulsions, the wolf lay still. Without pausing to catch his breath, Zhao Jun seized a burning stick from the campfire and charged toward the cave entrance, shouting fiercely, causing the two gray wolves to flee in terror. He then ignited a larger fire at the entrance and hung the slain wolf on a wooden pole as a warning to the pack outside. Wolves are inherently cautious of fire, and having just witnessed the death of one of their own, they hesitated to approach. The women gathered around Zhao Jun, inquiring about his well-being. His courageous display had left a strong impression, even drawing concern from the usually reticent noblewoman, Su Xinxu. Qin Xiyuan silently mused. He truly possesses remarkable abilities. To think he could slay a wolf. I had underestimated him before. After Zhao Jun completed his tasks, he kindled a fire beside the rocks and kept a vigilant watch over the cave entrance. The other women, after a brief animated discussion, returned to their respective spots by the fires, gradually succumbing to sleep, including Su Ruoyu and the others. Zhao Jun addressed them. You may rest. I will take the night watch. Should anything arise, I shall call you. Yun Shuang voiced her concern. Do you think the wolves will return? Zhao Jun shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but based on my understanding of wolf behavior, they are unlikely to relent easily. However, they are most likely to remain inactive tonight. From tomorrow onward, should any of you wish to venture out, you must have me accompany you. When I am not present, do not leave the safety of this place. While wolves prefer to hunt under the cover of darkness, they are equally formidable during the day. As the women reclined, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the comfort of dry hay, a sense of ease washed over them. Yet, the thought of the lurking wolf pack stirred unease in their hearts. Ultimately, exhaustion prevailed, and one by one, they drifted into slumber. Zhao Jun, having regained his composure, reflected on his past experiences as a soldier in the Gobi Desert, where he had hunted wolves with a gun. This was the first time he had taken a life with a dagger of his own making, and the recent events left him with lingering apprehension. In the latter part of the night, Zhao Jun glanced back at the group of beautiful women behind him, finding solace in the fact that he was safeguarding so many. His sense of masculinity swelled within him. The flight attendant Qin Xiyuan possessed an exquisite figure and a captivating beauty, yet her excessive enthusiasm often left Zhao Jun feeling uneasy. Yang Xiaohua, having grown up in the countryside, had a slightly tanned complexion, her demeanor as tranquil as a chrysanthemum. Yao Qiaoyun's exact background remained unclear, but it was evident she was a lady of distinction, poised and elegant, a true goddess. The noblewoman Su Xinxu exuded grace and charm, while the athletic Yun Shuang embodied vigor and natural beauty. Xu Ruoyu, the university student, had a youthful radiance akin to a lotus flower emerging from the water. These 6 women, each with their own unique charms, were beyond anything Zhao Jun had ever dared to imagine. Yet now, he found himself contemplating the notion of sharing his life with them all. If Wei Xiaobao could have 7 wives, why can I not have 6? Lost in thought, a soft chuckle escaped his lips, only to be interrupted by a gentle embrace from behind. A sultry voice whispered in his ear, "What delightful thoughts are you entertaining?" Zhao Jun felt the warmth against his back, and a tantalizing breeze brushed past his ear, stirring a sense of longing within him. He turned and embraced the figure, exclaiming, "Xiyuan." The woman was indeed Qin Xiyuan. Upon awakening and noticing Zhao Jun seated alone at the cave entrance, she had approached him. Hearing his laughter, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. As Qin Xiyuan nestled against Zhao Jun's chest, her body felt utterly pliant, and in a sweet, delicate tone, she murmured, "Captain." Zhao Jun found himself entranced, their faces mere inches apart as he gazed at her luscious lips, his breath quickening. "Xiyuan, Xiyuan, I miss you." Zhao Jun swallowed hard, feeling a parched dryness in his mouth. Qin Xiyuan wrapped her arms around Zhao Jun's neck and captured his lips in a kiss. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Jun felt as though his chest might burst. This was indeed his first kiss. As the atmosphere grew more charged, Zhao Jun began to succumb to the heat of the moment, with the two of them poised to engage in something scandalous within the confines of the cave, despite the presence of 5 other beautiful women nearby. However, unexpectedly, Qin Xiyuan abruptly halted and pressed Zhao Jun's hand down. Zhao Jun gazed at Qin Xiyuan in astonishment. Chapter 7. What is your relationship with her at this moment? Zhao Jun felt a sense of urgency like an arrow drawn tight and exclaimed, "Yuan, Yuan." However, Qin Xiyuan merely chuckled softly and replied, "You're quite impatient. There are still several people here, and there could be a pack of wolves outside. You were a soldier, weren't you?" Qin Xiyuan inquired further. Zhao Jun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I served for 3 years. As the saying goes, one regrets being a soldier for 3 years, but regrets not being one for a lifetime. I have no regrets about my life." As he spoke, his hand involuntarily found its way onto Qin Xiyuan's shoulder. She made no objection. The once elevated flight attendant now nestled in his embrace, causing Zhao Jun to question whether he was merely dreaming. "No wonder your skills are so impressive, Captain Zhao Jun. From now on, you must take good care of me," Qin Xiyuan remarked playfully. Zhao Jun puffed out his chest and declared, "That is a given. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. As long as I have food, you shall have your share too." Qin Xiyuan beamed, "You said it." Zhao Jun responded earnestly, "A gentleman's word is his bond." "Then I can relax," Qin Xiyuan replied, knowing that the time was drawing near. She stood up and whispered, "Let us keep this between us for now, and we can share such moments again when the opportunity arises." Zhao Jun smiled foolishly and nodded. Qin Xiyuan threw him a flirtatious glance before returning to her rock to rest. To say that Qin Xiyuan was deeply enamored with Zhao Jun would be a stretch. Her intentions were rather straightforward. She sought to leverage her allure to garner his favor, ensuring that she received her share of provisions and, in times of peril, that Zhao Jun would be inclined to protect her. Of course, she was determined not to yield too soon, preferring to tantalize his desires gradually. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jun, he was benefiting from her strategy, feeling quite pleased with himself. He dared not succumb to sleep, knowing he needed to tend to the fire for the group and remain vigilant against any potential wolf attacks. As he added more kindling to the flames, the firelight illuminated the faces of the beautiful women around him, enhancing their allure. Suddenly invigorated, Zhao Jun felt a surge of energy and no longer felt drowsy. Approaching the cave entrance, he utilized a metal shard he had fashioned into a dagger to skin the wolf he had slain. The meat was edible, and the hide could be fashioned into clothing. Although the wolf fur was not particularly soft, it was excellent for insulation against the cold. Once he had skinned the wolf and removed its entrails, he anticipated a feast of fragrant wolf meat the following day, while the hide could be cleaned and draped over his shoulders. He stoked the fire even higher, aware that dawn was fast approaching. He realized he had survived the night. The wolves would not pose a threat again. Sighing in relief, he pondered the presence of wolves in the area, concluding that other animals must also inhabit this place, providing sustenance. Surely, there must be fresh water nearby. Otherwise, how could the wolves thrive? Zhao Jun felt that fate had been kind to him. He had survived the plane crash and was now surrounded by such beautiful companions. As if living in a dream, as dawn broke, the beautiful women gradually awoke, each with a sleepy yet enchanting allure. Zhao Jun greeted them briefly before heading to the beach to wash the wolf meat, with Yang Xiaohua eagerly trailing behind. Initially, Zhao Jun had hoped that Qin Xiyuan would join them, but upon glancing at her, he discerned her reluctance to venture outside, and thus he resigned himself to the situation. At the shore, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua meticulously cleaned the wolf meat before bringing it back, along with a collection of firewood. Yang Xiaohua was quite adept at gathering firewood, having often ventured into mountains for such tasks. She proved to be a valuable helper. As they roasted the wolf meat, the beautiful women gathered around, and Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Is the SOS signal on the beach still active? Any signs of rescue?" "The SOS is gone. There's no sign of rescue whatsoever. The sea is as calm as glass. If there was anything, we would certainly see it." Yang Xiaohua replied with a hint of frustration. Zhao Jun remarked, "It seems we need to prepare for a prolonged stay here. I plan to search for fresh water soon, and I must also dig some traps outside the cave to fend off the wolf pack. We should gather more firewood as well, and perhaps some dry grass to keep warm at night. If it rains, we will lose these resources." Yang Xiaohua added, "Speaking of rain, we need to reinforce the cave entrance, or else the rainwater will seep inside, which will be troublesome." Yun Shuang said, "I'll help you with that. It's just at the entrance, and there's little danger involved. Captain, you should take 2 people to find fresh water and collect firewood." Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings, and Qin Xiyuan quickly expressed, "I want to stay here. The cave needs tidying up." Thus, only Yao Qiaoyun, Su Xinxu, and Xu Ruoyu remained. Su Xinxu evidently embodied the demeanor of a pampered lady. Even if she ventured out, she would be more of a burden. Xu Ruoyu was too young and lacked the strength to assist, leaving only Yao Qiaoyun as a viable companion. Yao Qiaoyun, understanding her role, stated, "I will accompany you to find fresh water." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, then it's settled. After we finish the wolf meat, we shall set out. Given the gravity of their situation, everyone was particularly cooperative. During the meal, Zhao Jun took it upon himself to divide the wolf meat, giving a larger portion to Qin Xiyuan, who smiled contentedly. The others were engrossed in their own meals, paying little heed to this exchange. Only Yao Qiaoyun noticed, but chose to remain silent. After they all enjoyed the wolf meat and sipped some coconut juice, they resumed their respective tasks. As Zhao Jun prepared to leave, he advised Qin Xiyuan, "Make sure to tidy up the cave and keep the fire alive. Add more wood when necessary." Qin Xiyuan, with a glimmer in her eyes, replied sweetly, "Rest assured." Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun then ventured out together, with Yao Qiaoyun taking a spear for precaution. Zhao Jun, with 10 empty coconuts hanging from his neck, kept his gaze downward, inspecting the ground. Yao Qiaoyun curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm examining the wolf pack's droppings. Their direction might lead us to a water source." Zhao Jun explained. Yao Qiaoyun marveled. "It seems your wilderness survival experience is quite extensive, but..." Zhao Jun turned to gaze at Yao Qiaoyun's exquisite visage and inquired, "But what? What exactly is your relationship with Qin Xiyuan?" After a moment of hesitation, Yao Qiaoyun finally posed the question. Zhao Jun was taken aback for a moment and replied, There is no relationship at all. Why do you ask?" Chapter 8. Bathing. Yao Qiaoyun raised her head slightly and remarked, "When you were dividing the fish, you gave her the largest piece. Today, while distributing wolf meat, hers was also the biggest. Moreover, she occasionally casts flirtatious glances in your direction." Zhao Jun, appearing somewhat uneasy, responded, "Is it that obvious?" "Quite so. Anyone paying even a modicum of attention would notice. Yet, it seems their focus lies solely on the food, or perhaps they are aware but choose to remain silent. For offending you brings no advantage," Yao Qiaoyun candidly stated. Zhao Jun pressed his lips together and replied, "I have indeed treated her with some favoritism. But I have not neglected you, have I? We should be uniting rather than harboring jealousy." "I harbor no jealousy. I am merely curious. She should be no different from us. All of us are newly acquainted with you, yet you treat her distinctly." Yao Qiaoyun gently nudged Zhao Jun, urging him to continue on their path. Reluctantly, Zhao Jun turned back to proceed forward, muttering, "Well, I suppose we have established a romantic relationship." Yao Qiaoyun let out a light laugh and said, "Established a romantic relationship? You are rather naive." Zhao Jun, feeling indignant, retorted, "What? Am I not worthy of love? Regardless of whether she reciprocates your feelings, even if you both experience an instant attraction, do you truly believe that in such circumstances she possesses the leisure to indulge in romance? It is more likely that she seeks to entangle herself with you to enhance her chances of survival. To put it plainly, she is merely utilizing you." Yao Qiaoyun finally expressed her innermost thoughts. Zhao Jun had pondered this issue before, and now, upon Yao Qiaoyun's revelation, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he quickly reconciled himself with the idea. What of it if she was using him? As long as he could gain some advantage, he would not mind if the other 5 beauties sought to exploit him as well. I understand, Zhao Jun said flatly, falling silent thereafter. Yao Qiaoyun was not particularly fond of conversing. She had only felt the need to express herself after holding back for so long. However, after Zhao Jun's indifferent response, she felt somewhat disheartened, thinking to herself, if you refuse to heed my warnings, then so be it. You shall remain oblivious to your own demise. Have you never heard of the saying, a beautiful woman brings disaster? Then, she reflected on the fact that she too was a beauty. Could she also be a source of misfortune? After walking approximately 7 or 8 miles, both Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun's faces lit up with joy as they discovered several springs before them, crystal clear and inviting. Zhao Jun dashed forward, first sampling the water, finding it sweet, before submerging his head into the pool to drink to his heart's content. Yao Qiaoyun, exhibiting more decorum, cupped her hands to gather water from spring, washing her face before taking a few sips. There were at least 7 or 8 springs, varying in size. Some were as large as a pool, while others resembled small wells. Zhao Jun began to fill an empty coconut with fresh water, preparing to take some back with him. Yao Qiaoyun gazed at the spring water before her, reminiscent of a serene pond. Having been immersed in the sea for an extended period, she found herself dried, yet burdened by a thin layer of salt, leaving her immensely uncomfortable. The thought of bathing here became increasingly enticing. After a prolonged hesitation, she turned to the industrious Zhao Jun and said, Zhao Jun, could you possibly step away a bit? I would like to take a bath. Zhao Jun, initially taken aback by her request, pondered the absurdity of the moment. She was thinking of bathing amidst such circumstances. However, an image of her luxuriating in the water flashed through his mind, conjuring a vision of exquisite beauty. Yet, he felt a pang of caution. The presence of wolves in the vicinity could pose a threat. Despite his desire for her to bathe, he was acutely aware of the reality of the situation. Yao Qiaoyun scanned her surroundings and asserted, the area is flat and offers a clear view for quite a distance. It should be safe. I'll be quick. Just give me 10 minutes, all right? Please move a bit further away, but don't stray too far. I fear the unknown. Cao Yun sighed intonity, sensing the unease of the situation. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to refuse a woman's request, especially that of a beautiful one. All right, but please be swift. I'll be just behind that tree. Call for me if anything arises, he replied, as Zhao Jun retreated behind a large tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk. Yao Qiaoyun's worry about him looking back was eventually overshadowed by her desire for comfort, prompting her to begin undressing. Zhao Jun felt an unbearable itch of curiosity, and ultimately could no longer restrain himself. He cautiously peeked out and instantly beheld Yao Qiaoyun in the pond. An involuntary reaction surged within him, but just as he was about to raise his head, Yao Qiaoyun spotted him and scolded. No peeking. Zhao Jun's head retracted, indignantly thinking, what is the harm in looking? You want to lose a piece of flesh. Even if I were to rush over and force myself upon you, what could you possibly do? You're quite bold to chastise me. Do you dare me to come over now? However, despite his inner turmoil, he lacked the courage to act on such thoughts, as a deep-seated timidity remained within him, unchanged by circumstance. As he contemplated how to sneak another glance, Yao Qiaoyun suddenly called out, Oh, Zhao Jun, come quickly. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jun dashed over, only to find Yao Qiaoyun swimming toward the pond's edge, a large python ominously pursuing her from behind. Zhao Jun held his breath and hurled his spear with precision, striking the python squarely on its head. The creature, as thick as a human thigh, bore a fearsome maw. The injury enraged it further, redirecting its wrath toward Zhao Jun. As the python lunged at him, Zhao Jun seized its jaw, but was bitten in the process. The snake coiled around him with immense strength, leaving him gasping for air. Fortunately, the python had already been wounded, its strength diminished. Otherwise, Zhao Jun would have surely succumbed to its constricting embrace. Zhao Jun swiftly executed a backhand motion, drawing a dagger from his waist, and plunged it several times into the python's vital spot. The serpent writhed for a moment before succumbing to its wounds, ultimately lifeless. Exhausted, Zhao Jun collapsed on the ground, gazing at the lengthy creature, his heart still racing. When he turned to look back, his eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Chapter 9. The wolf-skinned Zhao Jun had slain the python, and upon taking a glance, he beheld Yao Qiaoyun crouched by the water's edge, her hands pressed against the ground, her face as pale as death, clearly shaken by fear. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jun rose and approached Yao Qiaoyun, somewhat dazed. He picked up the clothing from the ground and handed it to her. Trembling and weak-kneed, Yao Qiaoyun clutched the garment to her chest and whispered, You. Stand still and do not turn back. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun was genuinely terrified. If Zhao Jun were to leave, what if something else emerged? Soon, Zhao Jun heard her voice behind him urging, "Let us depart swiftly." He slung the coconuts filled with water around his neck, contemplated for a moment, and then wrapped the large python around himself. Yao Qiaoyun gasped in surprise and inquired, "What are you doing?" "The python is non-venomous and edible, and its skin is a valuable resource," Zhao Jun explained. Thus, Yao Qiaoyun fell silent, and as they neared the cave, she could no longer contain herself, saying, "Zhao Jun, I hope you can forget me, my appearance." "What appearance?" Zhao Jun asked, bewildered. "What just happened?" Yao Qiaoyun stammered. Zhao Jun chuckled, "Rest assured, I saw nothing." Yao Qiaoyun was aware that he might be merely placating her, yet she felt powerless to alter the situation. Upon returning to the cave with water and the python, the others were startled by the sight of the large serpent. And upon learning it was Zhao Jun who had slain it, their admiration for him grew even deeper. Zhao Jun took the python to the seaside, where he skinned and cleaned it. Today's meal would consist of the remaining wolf meat and the snake meat. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang had dug numerous holes outside the cave, lining the bottoms with sharp branches, covering them with a layer of leaves and dirt, marking the spots to avoid falling into their own traps. They had also excavated 2 drainage ditches. Yang Xiaohua was quite adept at these tasks. Zhao Jun, along with Yang Xiaohua, gathered some dry firewood and grass when suddenly the sky darkened. The sun, which had shone brightly, was eclipsed in an instant. Zhao Jun then felled several large trees with an axe made of metal, and together with the group of women, they transported the trees into the cave. The smaller trees were fashioned into a door to block the entrance, while larger ones were set aside, one propped against the entrance and another placed aside. After completing this, a fierce wind arose. The weather at sea could change in an instant, and torrential rain began to pour. The makeshift tree door creaked ominously, as if it could be torn away by the wind at any moment. Zhao Jun sheltered behind a rock, continuously cutting at the large tree with a dagger. After an hour or two, he astonishingly fashioned a water bucket. The women gathered around him, marveling at his craftsmanship. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed, causing them all to gasp. Qin Xiyuan instinctively clotted Zhao Yun tightly. Whispering sweetly in Zhao Jun's ear, Qin Xiyuan said, "Captain, could you spare me that wolf skin? I feel a bit cold tonight." Zhao Jun spoke without hesitation. "All right." However, Yun Shuang expressed her dissatisfaction. "She hasn't done anything today. We have been the ones working. Why should she receive the wolf pelt?" Yao Qiaoyun wore a similar look of discontent, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Qin Xiyuan pouted and declared, "Why shouldn't it be given to me? He belongs to me. What is wrong with wanting a wolf pelt?" Yun Shuang was taken aback and responded, "He belongs to you?" Qin Xiyuan turned Zhao Jun's face towards her, kissed him lightly on the lips, and said, "Exactly, what of it? Do you have any objections?" The noblewoman Su Xinxu remarked softly, "A mere kiss does not validate that he is your man. Should we present a spectacle for you all to witness?" Qin Xiyuan retorted with a sneer. Yun Shuang, with a hint of smile, said, "We wouldn't mind watching a grand performance. After all, we have nothing better to do." Qin Xiyuan scoffed, "You wish. What do you take me for? Even if I were to perform, it would be done discreetly, away from your prying eyes. Captain, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to agree or disagree, and chose silence. Yun Shuang continued, "Logically, the wolf pelt should be draped upon Captain Zhao Jun. If not him, then ought to go to Yang Xiaohua, as she has contributed significantly alongside Captain Zhao. If that is not feasible, it could go to the young lady Su Ruoyu, who, being so young, rightly deserves consideration. If all else fails, it could be given to Sister Su, since she has not endured much hardship. But it certainly should not be given to you." "Why not to me?" Qin Xiyuan protested. Yun Shuang evidently had her own reasoning, stating, "Because we all faced this incident on your flight. You, as the crew member, are obligated to care for us, the victims. It is your duty." Qin Xiyuan objected, "What duty? I'm also a survivor of this ordeal, you know. I oppose your prejudice." Yun, just give me the wolf pelt, please." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Jun's neck and pressed herself against him, leaving him feeling both comforted and somewhat uneasy. How about this? Let each of us wear the wolf pelt for a night, taking turns. We can start with Sister Yuan tonight, Zhao Jun proposed as a compromise. After contemplating for a moment, he added, I will find a way to acquire more wolf pelts as soon as possible, so that everyone can have one. Thus, the matter was resolved, albeit not to universal satisfaction. Qin Xiyuan sought to claim the pelt entirely for herself, while the others were displeased that she would be the first to benefit. Chapter 10. Suggestion. The tempest outside grew increasingly fierce, yet Zhao Jun had made adequate preparations, and the cave remained largely unaffected. After ensuring the ladies were comfortably settled for the night, he too succumbed to slumber by his fire. Having endured a sleepless night and a day of arduous labor, he soon fell into a deep sleep, where he dreamt of adorning the cave beautifully, surrounded by 6 enchanting women, basking in joyous camaraderie, resembling celestial beings. Just as Zhao Jun was immersed in his delightful reverie, he was abruptly roused by a tremor accompanied by Yun Shuang's urgent voice. Zhao Jun, Captain, wake up. Blinking awake, he found Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua by his side, their faces etched with concern. Bewildered, he inquired, what is it? Yao Qiaoyun has fallen ill. She's running a high fever, and the situation seems dire. She's unconscious. Yun Shuang explained. Zhao Jun swiftly sat up, his gaze falling upon Yao Qiaoyun, who lay behind a rock, cushioned by hay and draped in wolf fur, while Su Xinxu and Qin Xiyuan tended to her. He approached, placing a hand on her forehead, confirming her fever, likely a consequence of yesterday's bath. Xu Ruoyu asked anxiously, what should we do? I've heard that prolonged high fever can be life-threatening. Zhao Jun pondered briefly before reassuring them. There's no need to panic. I have some medicine that might help. He moved to his luggage, opening it to reveal several medications, among which he found antipyretics. He retrieved a tablet, intending to administer it to Yao Qiaoyun. However, her lips were tightly sealed, refusing to part. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Jun leaned in, pressing his lips to hers to place the tablet within her mouth. The action rendered the surrounding ladies speechless. Qin Xiyuan let out a disdainful huff. Zhao Jun, initially focused solely on saving her, soon realized the implications of his actions. After a moment's reflection, he withdrew from Yao Qiaoyun, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he stammered, I only did that to help her take the medicine. It's not what you think. Qin Xiyuan, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, you could have asked us to do it. Besides, you could have pried her mouth open with your hands. Yun Shuang interjected, enough. The deed is done. Does your jealousy serve any purpose now? If only we could heat some water. Zhao Jun stoked the fire, making it blaze more fiercely. I'll check by the sea for anything useful. Guya, please take good care of her. Su Xinxu nodded, though lacking experience in caregiving. She felt confident in ensuring Yao Qiaoyun wouldn't roll into the fire or awaken to call for help. Zhao Jun pushed aside the fallen branches. The aftermath of a storm left the surroundings in disarray, with trees splintered and strewn about, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Had they not sought refuge in the cave the previous night, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Yang Xiaohua followed him to the shore, where they discovered a larger metal fragment on the beach, presumably from an aircraft. Zhao Jun picked it up. Curiously, Yang Xiaohua asked, Captain, are you truly in a relationship with Sister Yuan? Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback and replied, I suppose so. What is the matter? Nothing, I was just wondering. When did you two get together? I had no idea. Have you, Yang Xiaohua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Jun, wearing a serious expression, admonished. You little rascal, some questions are better left unasked. Why do you care whether we have that or not? I'm merely curious. After all, your constitution is quite remarkable. Yang Xiaohua innocently remarked. This nearly caused Zhao Jun to choke on his own saliva. After several coughs, he managed to regain his composure and retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Such matters are private. Do you understand? Zhao Jun said with exasperation. Yang Xiaohua chuckled mischievously and said, I won't say anything. But if you're taking care of Sister Yuan, you should take care of me too. Before Zhao Jun could fully process her words, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek and dashed away. Zhao Jun touched his cheek and smiled faintly before returning to the cave with the metal piece. He first heated the metal piece in the fire, then cooled and cleaned it, shaping it into a concave form. Thus, a rudimentary pot was fashioned, which he used to boil water and feed some to Yao Qiaoyun. A few times, she struggled to swallow, causing water to spill, prompting Zhao Jun to use his mouth to assist her, much to Qin Xiyuan's annoyance. Zhao Jun, however, paid little mind to her discomfort. That evening, except for Yao Qiaoyun, the others gathered around the fire while snake soup simmered in the pot. Zhao Jun used half a coconut shell as a bowl and distributed half a bowl to each person. Yang Xiaohua was accustomed to eating snake, and Yun Shuang had previously consumed anything for nutritional value, while Qin Xiyuan, initially hesitant, resolved to eat for survival. Su Xinxu, accustomed to the luxuries of life, showed no qualms about unusual fare, but Su Ruoyu remained apprehensive. Zhao Jun did not pressure Su Ruoyu to eat. Instead, he offered her the remaining wolf meat and extra hot water, for which she was immensely grateful. Once everyone had their fill, Yang Xiaohua collected the coconut shells, cleaned them with water from the bucket, and neatly arranged them. Zhao Jun leaned against the rock to rest, rubbing his stomach and gazing into the dark abyss outside. "It's a pity I can't go out for a stroll," he mused. Yun Shuang shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "I used to exercise outdoors every morning and evening. Now, I too must stay put." After rummaging for a while, Zhao Jun produced a pack of cigarettes, now containing only 9. He lit one and took a long drag, savoring the smoke in blissful contentment. "When I have the chance, I should look for something to exercise with," Zhao Jun mused. Yun Shuang waved her hand in front of her nose and chided, "You're still smoking. You can expect to stay fit if you keep that up." Zhao Jun sighed. "There are only a few left. Let this be my farewell to cigarettes." Qin Xiyuan interjected, Jun, if we're going to be here long-term, we might need to make some long-term plans." Su Xinxu gasped and said, "Long-term here? Surely that's not the case. I believe rescue will come soon." Chapter 11. "Once it's built, I shall give it to you." Yun Shuang shook her head and remarked, "Rescue is not as simple as it seems. Do not forget the Malaysia Airlines incident. It has been years, and only a few fragments of the aircraft have been discovered, let alone finding any survivors. It is quite likely that we may encounter a similar fate." Su Xinxu responded with surprise, "Surely it cannot be that dire." Qin Xiyuan sighed and said, "It is indeed grave. Prior to the plane's mishap, we had deviated significantly from our flight path, and now we're likely quite far from the crash site. Rescue operations at sea are inherently challenging. It may take months or even years, and there's always the possibility that we may never be found." As a flight attendant, Qin Xiyuan possessed a certain authority on matter. The group felt a wave of despair wash over them, yet Zhao Jun remained unfazed. Rather, he felt a flicker of joy. He found himself the sole man in this locale, surrounded by 6 beautiful women. Although life was arduous, the presence of food and drink rendered the situation bearable. It became evident that we must meticulously plan our days ahead. We find ourselves on an uncharted, deserted island in the Pacific, which, though seemingly small, poses a minimal chance of discovery. However, through my observations over the past few days, I have noted 3 crucial points. First, there is fresh water available, which we can collect using barrels. Second, the presence of wolf packs indicates that other wildlife exists, and the sea surrounds us, providing potential sustenance if utilized wisely. Third, this cave is dry and well ventilated, making it an excellent shelter that we must not forsake. Zhao Jun spoke with conviction. Yun Shuang concurred. The captain makes a valid point. These 3 aspects are indeed vital for our survival. Zhao Jun nodded, adding, "Indeed, we must be particularly vigilant regarding 2 matters: the threat of wolf attacks and the utmost need to avoid illness. This is paramount. Even a mere cold could prove fatal. Miss Yao nearly lost her life due to a fever. We cannot afford to be careless. I wonder how Sister Yin caught a cold," Yang Xiaohua mused. Zhao Jun refrained from mentioning her swim, simply stating she must have been submerged in the sea for an unknown duration. It is only natural to catch a cold. We need to focus on keeping warm. Although the days are hot, the nights can be exceedingly cold. I plan to chop more wood tomorrow and build a barrier around our sleeping area to retain warmth." Yang Xiaohua eagerly offered, "I will help you." Yun Shuang added, "I can lend a hand as well." Zhao Jun stretched and remarked, "There is little entertainment this evening. Let us retire early." As the women tended to the fire, preparing for sleep, Yao Qiaoyun awoke, still groggy and unaware of the events that had transpired. Yang Xiaohua recounted her near-fatal illness and added, "Thanks to the captain, who had some medicine, he even administered it to you by mouth." Yao Qiaoyun, comfortably lying down, abruptly sat up at this revelation, inquiring, "What?" Yang Xiaohua giggled. I believe I was quite clear. It was akin to artificial respiration. Sao Yun inta shiktel hastily, Siu. Do not speak so recklessly. Miss Yao, do not misunderstand me. I acted solely to save you. Upon hearing this, Yao Qiaoyun realized the truth of the matter. She touched her lips, on the verge of tears, yet unable to articulate her feelings. After all, he had indeed acted in her defense, and even if his intentions were somewhat self-serving, she had no grounds for reproach. Let us forget this incident, she finally declared, reclining once more. As everyone settled down to sleep, Zhao Jun found himself restless, tossing and turning. Over the past few days, he had been tantalized by Qin Xiyuan's flirtations, had encountered Yao Qiaoyun, and even received a kiss on the cheek from Yang Xiaohua. By all accounts, his circumstances seemed favorable. However, unlike the narratives portrayed in novels and films, despite the presence of numerous beautiful women, he had yet to win the affections of any. Qin Xiyuan felt tantalizingly close, yet there always seemed to be an insurmountable distance. As the night wore on, just as Zhao Jun was about to drift into slumber, a soft, delicate form nestled against him. Instinctively, he placed his hand upon her shapely figure. Though he and Qin Xiyuan had not yet consummated their relationship, he had certainly enjoyed many liberties. The firmness and elasticity beneath his touch left no doubt that it was indeed Qin Xiyuan. She whispered softly in his ear, "Jun Jun." His hands, emboldened by the moment, began to wander, but she gently restrained him, murmuring, "Jun Jun, do not be hasty." With a hint of desperation, Zhao Jun replied, "How can I not be anxious? Do you not see my predicament?" Qin Xiyuan teased, "You must learn to endure. Tomorrow, if you construct a house for everyone out of timber, then you may indulge as you wish." At her words, Zhao Jun's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, it made perfect sense. Once everyone had their own semblance of a home, he and Qin Xiyuan would have the opportunity to explore their desires. All right, he said gleefully. Qin Xiyuan embraced him, saying, "Could you perhaps wrap that snake skin around my room? It would provide some sound insulation, making things easier for us." Zhao Jun understood all too well that her request for soundproofing was merely a guise for warmth. Although he intended to acquiesce, he felt reluctant to be led by her whims. That would be rather conspicuous. Others might object. He protested. Pouting, Qin Xiyuan replied, "Can you not grant me this small request?" Zhao Jun smiled broadly. "I am the captain. They are all our team members. I must be responsible for everyone. Can't I have a little special treatment?" she said, playfully punching his arm. Zhao Jun firmly shook his head. "I'm already quite attentive to your needs." "You." Qin Xiyuan expressed her discontent, though she struggled to voice her thoughts. Standing firm, Zhao Jun reiterated, "I truly have been considerate of you. Can you not see that? Others have noticed as well. We cannot overstep." After a moment of silence, Qin Xiyuan quietly stated, "I'm going back to sleep. Do as you see fit." Zhao Jun responded, "Understood." After Qin Xiyuan departed, Zhao Jun reclined on the hay, savoring the tender moments shared with her, while gradually finding tranquility within himself. Although he harbored deep feelings, he was not entirely swept away by such sentiments. He understood that he could not be swayed by Qin Xiyuan's every whim. He still held his own convictions. "I cannot be led by the nose," Zhao Jun mused inwardly, and eventually he drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. Still not giving in at dawn the following day, Zhao Jun rose first and discovered Yun Shuang practicing yoga. Her physique was already athletic, and the lines of her movements were exceptionally graceful. As Zhao Jun became entranced, the others began to awaken one by one, making it awkward for him to continue staring so brazenly. He could only take up the axe he had fashioned and commence chopping wood. After finishing, he found that Yang Xiaohua had reheated the leftover snake stew from the previous day, and they shared the meal together. During his woodcutting, Zhao Jun stumbled upon a wolf that had fallen into one of their traps. He retrieved it, tidied it up by the seaside, and even caught a few fish. Bringing these items back to the cave entrance, he instructed the women to help move the wood inside while he went to fetch water with his handmade wooden bucket. Everyone was busily engaged, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Jun roasted half of the wolf, hanging the remaining portion above the cave, where the continuous fire produced smoke that escaped through a small opening above, perfect for smoking the meat. Being prudent, Zhao Jun felt it wise to gather provisions. The remaining half of the wolf, smoked and sun-dried, could be preserved for an extended period, ensuring sustenance for 2 days in times of need. Next, Zhao Jun collaborated with Yang Xiaohua to use vines to encircle the rocky area where they resided, securing it like a makeshift home. To prevent any fire hazards, they refrained from lighting a fire inside, but added ample dry grass to keep warm during the night. Ultimately, Zhao Jun decided against giving the snake skin to Qin Xiyuan, instead wrapping it around Yao Qiaoyun's dwelling. Since Yao Qiaoyun had recently fallen ill, she was particularly in need of protection from the cold. Observing this, Qin Xiyuan felt a surge of discontent, yet, mindful of the gathering, she refrained from voicing her grievances. By nightfall, the other wolf's pelt had also dried. Yao Qiaoyun, due to her illness, used one pelt, while the other was bestowed upon Yun Shuang. Consequently, Qin Xiyuan received nothing, which aggravated her to the utmost, leaving her in a sullen mood throughout the night. After a long day of toil, Zhao Jun was quite fatigued. He savored some fish soup, shared a few conversations with the group, and then retreated to his quarters for rest. In the dead of night, he stealthily approached Qin Xiyuan's room, slipping inside. Her sleeping area was situated deeper within the cave. Clearly, Qin Xiyuan had not been asleep. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, she let out a cold huff and remained motionless. Zhao Jun embraced Qin Xiyuan and inquired, "Are you upset?" Qin Xiyuan replied with displeasure, "How could I not be upset given your actions?" Zhao Jun sighed and responded, "We will soon be together. As my woman, you must understand me. As your woman, I do understand you, but do you understand your woman? Moreover, we have barely begun our journey, yet you act this way. If I truly become your woman, what will you refuse to do for me?" As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Zhao Jun felt discomfort at her display of emotion, a sense of aversion washing over him, and his initial enthusiasm waned, prompting him to cease his actions. Qin Xiyuan sensed the tension, her eyes darting as she remarked, Jun, it's not that I intend to be upset with you. It's just that your actions have truly made me feel uncomfortable." As she spoke, she leaned against Zhao Jun. He sighed, replying, "I've already stated that I am the captain, responsible for everyone. Miss Yao is unwell and requires shelter from the wind. Moreover, we agreed to take turns with the wolfskin. I will strive to ensure that everyone has their fair share, but I cannot provide it solely for you." Qin Xiyuan embraced Zhao Jun, resting his face against her chest, and said, "All right, I understand. However, I have a modest request that I hope you can grant." Zhao Jun inquired, "What is it? Please do share." Qin Xiyuan bit her lip and suggested, "I believe we could find a way to take a hot shower. I feel utterly uncomfortable. I'm sticky and grimy, and continuing like this is simply unbearable." Zhao Jun felt a wave of discouragement wash over him as he replied, "In this environment, how can we manage to take a hot shower? Sister Xiyuan, your demands are quite excessive. I have given you everything. What is so unreasonable about wanting a hot shower?" Qin Xiyuan retorted. Zhao Jun pulled out a cigarette from his pack, lighting it, and noted he was down to his last 5. Qin Xiyuan observed him closely and asked, "What's the matter? Are you angry?" "No, I'm merely a bit disheartened. Your request isn't unreasonable, but it is genuinely challenging." Zhao Yun admits it helplessly. Qin Xiyuan encouraged him. "You possess such incredible skills. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? I know I can't help much, and you've been working hard. But isn't all this for us to live better here? We can certainly manage it, but we all carry an unpleasant odor. It doesn't feel pleasant to be close. I want to present my best, most fragrant self to you. Is that too much to ask?" Hearing her words about presenting her best self stirred Zhao Jun's emotions, and he grit his teeth, declaring, "Fine, I will start constructing the bathtub and water tank tomorrow." Qin Xiyuan giggled. "That's more like it. I believe in your abilities." After a tender moment, Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan parted ways, and upon exiting, he spotted Yang Xiaohua standing outside. Upon seeing him, her face flushed, and she hurried back into her room. Zhao Jun suspected she had overheard his intimate exchange with Qin Xiyuan, but he dismissed the notion, feeling no need to explain anything. Early the next morning, Zhao Jun took an axe and ventured out, locating a tree too large for two to encircle, and began to chop. However, the tree was exceptionally massive, and after a considerable period, he made little progress. Yang Xiaohua approached to observe and asked, "Captain, is that endeavor truly so vital? Didn't Sister Xiyuan say she would take care of it for you tonight if it was ready today?" Zhao Jun shot her a glare, responding curtly, "Whether she will or not is uncertain. But do you intend to provide it for me right now?" Chapter 13. not to make you infatuated upon hearing Zhao Jun's words. Yang Xiaohua hurriedly exclaimed, No, no, no. At least not for now. Zhao Jun felt overwhelmed, replying, I told you not to bring this up. Yet you insist on doing so. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Noticing his distress, Yang Xiaohua shrank back, saying no, not at all. I'm simply afraid because your constitution is too robust. With that, she turned and sprinted into the cave. Zhao Jun sat down to rest for a moment before rising again to continue chopping wood. After laboring tirelessly throughout the day, he finally managed to fell the large tree. However, night had fallen, and such a massive trunk could not be moved into the cave. He resolved to leave it there for the night and planned to cut it into manageable pieces the following day to create a water tank and a bathtub. Indeed, Zhao Jun was thoroughly exhausted, speaking little in the evening. Instead of hunting or fishing, he had spent the last several days feasting on the clams collected by Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua. They were nearing their limit with a monotonous diet. On the fifth evening, after Zhao Jun had completed the water tank and bathtub, he was munching on clam meat when Qin Xiyuan remarked, After eating this for so many days, I'm truly beginning to feel nauseous. Stretching lazily, Zhao Jun replied, Once I finish fetching water tomorrow, I shall go hunting. Yun Shuang expressed her concern. Will you be able to catch anything? Zhao Jun shook his head. There's no certainty in that. And we must be cautious of the wolf pack. If we don't manage to hunt, we can simply have fish tomorrow. Qin Xiyuan looked up at the wolf meat hanging above and suggested, Why not just eat the wolf meat then? That simply won't do, Zhao Jun countered. That is our emergency food and should not be consumed unless absolutely necessary. Besides, it is far too little. We need to preserve more. Yun Shuang chimed in exactly. We can't just eat the emergency rations at will. Though Qin Xiyuan felt dissatisfied, she refrained from saying more and merely cast a forlorn glance at Zhao Jun, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Tomorrow, I will do my utmost to hunt some game. It would be best if we could have meat. Qin Xiyuan smiled. Yes, after days of clam meat, my palate longs for a change. Yun Shuang frowned. Eating like this every day is not sustainable. It would be ideal to have some vegetables for a balanced diet. Otherwise, we risk malnutrition and illness. Zhao Jun sighed. It's not as simple as that. We lack seeds, and we cannot just consume any random grass. The taste is secondary. What if it is poisonous? We could end up in dire straits. Yun Shuang insisted. The issue of vegetables must be addressed. Why do you heed Miss Qin's words, but dismiss mine? My suggestion aligns with yours. Zhao Jun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. All right, I will figure something out. Xiaohua, during this time, please keep an eye out for any edible wild vegetables. You are likely more familiar with this. Yang Xiaohua nodded eagerly, sure. If there are any, I can easily identify what is safe to eat. Everything was arranged, and Zhao Jun suggested they retire for the night. In the later hours, he felt compelled to seek out Qin Xiyuan, hoping for at least a moment of warmth. To his surprise, she had barricaded the door from within, denying him entry. Zhao Jun queried softly, What is the matter? I merely wish to share a meal with you. You refused and lectured me as though I were naive. Go find someone else. Qin Xiyuan retorted angrily. Zhao Jun hastily clarified, Sister Yuan, I meant no offense. I was merely expressing a thought. Besides, who would I pursue? There are so many women here, and I find Yun Shuang quite appealing. You've heard her too. Why not seek her out? Qin Xiyuan's voice was far from quiet. Concerned about being overheard, Zhao Jun offered a wry smile and said, All right, enough of that. I shall return to you tomorrow. Please calm down. Upon returning to his resting place, Zhao Jun could not help but sigh. Here he was, surrounded by 6 women, yet none had yielded to his advances, leaving him utterly fatigued, and the one with the most potential was now upset. This was not how he had envisioned it. He had thought that in such an environment, courting women would be effortless. Instead, it proved to be even more exhausting than outside. Zhao Jun found himself at a loss. Of course, during the past few days, his efforts in constructing the bathtub and water tank were not solely for Qin Xiyuan. His primary motivation was to enhance his own comfort. The following morning, Zhao Jun arose and took a moment to admire Yun Shuang's graceful yoga poses before beginning the task of fetching water. The water tank was half the size of a standard bucket, and it took him over 2 hours to fill it. The bathtub was also a standard size, and bathing would require at least half the water from the tank. Sitting at the cave entrance, panting for breath, he realized this method was untenable. It was far too inconvenient. He needed to devise a more efficient way to collect water. This labor would surely exhaust him in due time. After breakfast, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang armed themselves and set out in search of prey. It appeared that Qin Xiyuan had not yet calmed down. Manhwa, Yang Xiaohua, Su Ruoyu, and Yao Qiaoyun ventured to the seaside for fishing, with Yao Qiaoyun insisting on writing an SOS. Qin Xiyuan and Su Xinxu remained in the cave to tidy up. Walking side by side with Yun Shuang, she inquired, "Your work on the bathtub is primarily for Qin Xiyuan, isn't it?" "Not entirely for her. I also wanted to bathe, and it benefits everyone." "It was indeed her suggestion that I found quite valuable," Zhao Jun replied. Yun Shuang observed, "It seems you are not completely captivated by her. At least the snake skin and wolf skin do not possess her audacity. I must admit, I worry that in your eagerness to please her, you might neglect the rest of us, which would be unfortunate." Zhao Jun straightened his posture and declared, "How could that be? I am the leader, responsible for all of you. I won't allow one person to undermine our team." Yun Shuang glanced at Zhao Jun and remarked, "I underestimated you. After all, you have military experience and understand that unity is paramount in a team, especially for one like ours, surviving in the wild. You are the only man in our group, and you must embody the responsibilities of manhood, not merely fixate on courting women. To be honest, in such an environment, it is utterly impossible not to entertain any improper thoughts. However, you must exercise discernment. As long as the team remains intact, if you wish to pursue Qin Xiyuan, then pursue her unabashedly." Zhao Jun chuckled and remarked, "I understand, Sister Shuang, you possess an exquisite figure. It is no wonder you have practiced yoga?" Yun Shuang halted her steps and reproached, "I meant for you to pursue her, not to pursue me." Chapter 14. The emergence of man. Zhao Jun shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "I have no intention of pursuing you. I am merely stating a fact." Yun Shuang continued her stride, pausing momentarily before replying, "I have always been fond of fitness and have even studied dance. In fact, to maintain my physique, I practiced martial arts for a time. Let me make this clear, do not provoke me. Just because your strength exceeds mine does not guarantee that you can overpower me. Even if you could, I would not engage in a confrontation." Zhao Jun chuckled foolishly. Suddenly, a flicker caught his eye, and he discerned several dark shapes darting past. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were antelopes. The taste of antelope meat far surpasses that of wolf meat, and it poses minimal danger. Without a second thought, both Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang dashed forward, launching their javelins. However, the antelope's swiftness rendered them unable to keep up, and in the blink of an eye, the creatures vanished from sight. After retrieving their javelins, Yun Shuang and Zhao Jun gazed helplessly in the direction the antelopes had fled, and with a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed through the air. The sound startled them, prompting them to crouch low to the ground. Yun Shuang quickly realized and exclaimed, "Gunfire! Could it be that help has arrived?" Zhao Jun, more cautious, hissed, "Do not rush. Let us observe first." At that moment, a man emerged from the distance, clad in a leather jacket and appearing to be in his 30s. He was the one who had fired the shot, having struck an antelope. Approaching the carcass, he attempted to drag it, but found it too heavy. Yun Shuang immediately stepped forward, and Zhao Jun, unable to restrain her, followed suit. The man noticed Yun Shuang and Zhao Jun and abruptly aimed his handgun at them, demanding, "Who goes there?" Yun Shuang raised her hands and replied, "Sir, we are survivors of the crash. Are you also one? How did you come to possess a firearm?" Zhao Jun harbored doubts about the man's affiliation with their flight, given that their journey originated from Huaxia, where gun control is exceedingly strict. How could this man be armed? Nonetheless, the man nodded and declared, "I am a survivor as well. You raise your hands." Faced with the gun's muzzle, Zhao Jun had no choice but to comply. The man approached and searched Zhao Jun, confiscating his dagger and javelin, and Yun Shuang was subjected to the same treatment. The man took advantage of the situation, leaving Yun Shuang incensed yet unable to voice her displeasure. Zhao Jun seethed inwardly, thinking, "You scoundrel, I have spent several days with her without so much as a touch. And here you are, taking liberties. Just because you wield a gun, you think yourself formidable?" However, the presence of the firearm did indeed confer power. Once the man was satisfied that they bore no other weapons, he stepped back and inquired, "It is quite cold on this island at night. How have you managed to survive?" Yun Shuang replied, "We found a cave." Zhao Jun desperately exchanged glances with her, but Yun Shuang, fixated on the gun in the man's hand, remained oblivious. The man's eyes brightened as he asked, "A cave? Where is it? Take me there at once." Zhao Jun responded, "Sir, Let us maintain our own boundaries. You tread your own path while we traverse our precarious bridge. The man, displaying impatience, commanded, take me there without further ado. Zhao Jun sighed inwardly, acutely aware that the greatest peril since their arrival on this desolate island was this man. Armed as he was, his standing among the women would undoubtedly diminish significantly, and should this man perceive Zhao Jun as a threat, his life could be in jeopardy. The man shouted into the dense thicket. What are you dawdling about? Hurry out. From the underbrush emerged a disheveled woman, her face smeared with dirt, rendering her features indistinguishable. Nevertheless, her figure was quite appealing. Her scant attire left her long, slender thighs exposed, marred only by traces of blood, as if she had been scratched by the thorns of the brambles. She limped as she walked, prompting Yun Shuang to step forward to assist her. Yun Shuang inquired, "What is your name, dear lady?" The woman glanced at Yun Shuang and timidly replied, "My name is Tao Luna." Yun Shuang then turned to the man, who hesitated briefly before stating, "I am Fong Sidong." Yun Shuang introduced herself and Zhao Jun, prompting Fong Sidong to instruct, "Zhao Jun, hoist this antelope onto your shoulders. Let us proceed to your cave." Zhao Jun silently complied, lifting the antelope onto his shoulder. Only then did Fong Sidong holster his firearm. Zhao Jun led the way, with Yun Shuang supporting Tao Luna in the middle, and Fong Sidong bringing up the rear. Zhao Jun's spirits plummeted to their nadir, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He walked at a deliberate pace, prompting Fong Sidong to urge, "Hurry up. Even at a snail's pace, we shall arrive eventually." Yang Xiaohua, Su Ruoyu, and Yao Qiaoyun had yet to return. Only Qin Xiyuan and Su Xinxu remained in the cave. Upon seeing Fong Sidong, Qin Xiyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Officer Fong? You're alive too?" Fong Sidong ignored her, instead surveying the cave's surroundings, before cheerfully remarking, "You all are indeed fortunate to have found such a splendid refuge." Zhao Jun, placing the antelope at the cave entrance, quietly inquired of Qin Xiyuan about Fong Sidong's identity. She revealed that he was an air marshal, present on every commercial flight, albeit typically disguised as a passenger, making him nearly indistinguishable from the rest. No wonder he was armed, Zhao Jun mused, as a sense of understanding began to alleviate his unease. Fong Sidong, hands on his hips, revealed his sidearm and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall assume command of this cave. All matters of rest and relaxation will be conducted according to my directives." Upon noticing the firearm at his waist, Qin Xiyuan eagerly approached, saying, "Leader Fong, your presence is truly fortuitous. We find ourselves without direction or leadership. Your guidance is welcomed." Fong Sidong, unreserved, seated himself upon a rock, instructing, "Zhao Jun, go skin this antelope. Qin, come here and give me a back rub." Without hesitation, Qin Xiyuan complied, moving towards Fong Sidong to attend to his request. Zhao Jun observed her swift pivot to ingratiate herself with Fong Sidong, a bitter smile creeping upon his face as he thought, "Indeed, this woman is utterly unreliable." Zhao Jun approached Fong Sidong and said, "Please hand me the dagger. I intend to skin the antelope." Fong Sidong retrieved the metallic dagger crafted by Zhao Jun and handed it to him, adding, "Remember, after you have finished using it, return it to me. From this moment on, I shall be the custodian of such items." Zhao Jun nodded and, shouldering the antelope, made his way towards the seashore, while Su Xinxu and Yun Shuang remained in the cave to care for Tao Luna, who appeared to be in a precarious state, her body frail and marred by numerous wounds. Chapter 15. Arrogance. Zhao Jun arrived at the seaside, where he encountered Yang Xiaohua and her companions. The moment they laid eyes on the antelope, their joy was palpable. However, Zhao Jun wore a troubled expression, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Yao Qiaoyun, perceptive as ever, inquired, "Zhao Jun, what troubles you? Has something happened?" With a sigh, Zhao Jun cast the antelope onto the sand and replied, "We have encountered a man." Su Ruoyu, with innocence, exclaimed, "Oh, that's a good thing. More people mean greater strength. Why do you look so unhappy?" Zhao Jun managed a bitter smile as he responded, "He has a gun," while Yang Xiaohua and Su Ruoyu were unfazed by the mention of a firearm. Thinking it would facilitate hunting, Yao Qiaoyun's brow furrowed with concern. In such an environment, human nature tends to be amplified, and a person wielding a gun could exert considerable control over everything. Power can lead to moral corruption. If this individual were arrogant, matters could escalate dangerously. Moreover, resources on the deserted island were limited and in the struggle for survival. Such a person might resort to any means necessary. Uncertainty loomed over the man's character. If he were to force them with his weapon, they would be utterly powerless. Zhao Jun had worked tirelessly to ensure their survival, earning a favorable impression from Yao Qiaoyun. Yet the sudden appearance of a man with a handgun introduced an overwhelming variable. Yao Qiaoyun pressed, "What is this man like?" Zhao Jun clicked his tongue and replied, "It's hard to say. He has been barking orders at me and even made Qin Xiyuan massage his back. Most troubling is that he is accompanied by a girl in poor health, evidently not well cared for. I don't know about you all, but I fear my days ahead will be quite difficult." Yao Qiaoyun's expression tightened. That indeed poses a problem. Su Ruoyu tilted her head and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Yao Qiaoyun gently tapped Su Ruoyu's head, saying, "Dear Ruoyu, your experiences are too limited. Given our circumstances on this deserted island, the people we've encountered have been relatively decent. This man, however, might not be so easy to deal with. You must be cautious and ensure he does not take notice of you. Let me put it this way. If Zhao Jun harbored ill intentions, we might still be able to resist, but if this man wishes to do something, we would be powerless to intervene." At that moment, Yang Xiaohua also grasped the gravity of the situation, echoing Yao Qiaoyun's concerns. "What should we do then? Should we avoid returning to the cave?" she suggested. Zhao Jun shook his head resolutely. "We cannot avoid the cave. That would be tantamount to inviting death." The four deliberated for a while, but found no viable solutions, deciding instead to take things one step at a time and to remain humble in their approach. Zhao Jun skinned the antelope and removed its entrails, retaining some offal, such as the intestines and heart, which could serve as a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohua and her companions managed to catch a few fish from the sea to bring back. As they approached the cave entrance, they heard Feng Sitong's furious voice berating, "Useless creatures, your condition is so poor. If you continue like this, let you fend for yourself outside." Yun Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "She is already injured, and after these few days of exposure, signs of infection are evident. She needs proper care. How can you be so callous? How have you been looking after her during this time? Here, good health is a valuable asset. Someone like her is merely a burden. If it weren't for me, she would have perished long ago." Feng Sitong declared loudly. Su Xinxu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear and said, "He is so fierce. I dare not go in." Zhao Jun entered, carrying a cleaned antelope, and announced, "It's ready. We can have roasted lamb tonight." Zhao Jun intended to quell the argument, but Feng Sitong had no intention of letting it go, impatiently insisting, "Hurry, throw this Tao Luna out of the cave." Zhao Yun, with a look of dismay, glanced at Tao Luna, who lay weakly on the rocks, clearly in dire straits. He remarked, "If you leave her out there like this, she surely won't survive the night." Feng Sitong scoffed, "If she doesn't survive, so be it. What does it matter to me? I did not kill her, merely choosing to ignore her plight. Why should I feel obligated to care for her?" As he spoke, Feng Sitong pulled Qin Xiyuan, who stood nearby, into an embrace. She instinctively struggled slightly, but soon forced a smile and leaned against him. Zhao Jun, aware that confronting Feng Sitong would be futile, could not suppress his outrage. "This is a living being. She's a person. How can we turn a blind eye to her suffering?" Feng Sitong replied with a cold laugh here. "What distinction is there between a person and a non-person? Only those who are useful can be deemed human. She is now a liability. Her early demise would benefit us and herself. Living is merely enduring torment, and we would be rid of one more burden." Zhao Jun clenched his fists, tightening his grip on his dagger, and exclaimed, "How can you utter such inhumane words?" Noticing Zhao Jun's rising agitation, Feng Sitong grasped his handgun firmly and ordered, "Hand over the dagger." Realizing that defiance could lead to dire consequences, Zhao Jun reluctantly surrendered his weapon. Feng Sitong took the dagger and then struck Zhao Jun squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Feng Sitong growled, "I have taken control of this cave. From now on, you must obey me or do not blame me for being ruthless. You too, carry her out." He was referring to Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua. Yang Xiaohua, feeling compassion, hesitated, while Yun Shuang sighed inwardly and tugged at Yang Xiaohua's sleeve. Together, they lifted Tao Luna and carried her out of the cave. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Jun rose silently and approached the luggage. He opened it to retrieve anti-inflammatory and cold medications. As he was preparing to take several pills, Fong Sitong approached, pressing his gun against Zhao Jun's temple. In that moment, Zhao Jun felt the chilling proximity of death. Fong Sitong seized the suitcase as well, while Zhao Jun concealed several pills within the palm of his hand. Upon stepping outside the cave, he observed Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua laying down straw for Tao Luna and covering her with it. Zhao Jun let out a silent sigh, crouching down to administer the cold medicine to her. Upon further inspection, he discovered a deep wound on her ankle, showing signs of infection. Consequently, he crushed anti-inflammatory medication and applied it to the wound, performing a rudimentary bandaging. It remained uncertain whether Tao Luna would endure. Chapter 16. Let me hunt. The atmosphere was heavy, as within the cave, Fong Sitong reigned like a tyrant, imperious and haughty, leaving the others powerless to oppose him. Yet, they had little choice but to endure the situation. As night fell, under Fong Sitong's command, Yang Xiaohua roasted a quarter of the antelope meat and prepared a stew with the entrails. With ample food available, everyone received a generous portion. Zhao Jun divided his share in half, offering some to Tao Luna. After taking her medicine, Tao Luna felt slightly better and gazed at Zhao Jun with gratitude. However, he dared not meet her eyes, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of her remaining outside the cave while he could do nothing to protect her. Zhao Jun built a fire beside Tao Luna. As the night descended and the temperature dropped sharply, laughter erupted from Qin Xiyuan inside the cave, and soon, Yang Xiaohua and Su Ruoyu emerged, visibly shaken. Zhao Jun urged, "You should return and rest. With Qin Xiyuan here tonight, you should be safe." Su Ruoyu replied anxiously, "He is so ruthless. How can he be like this? You're much better." Zhao Jun sighed. "There's little we can do. He has a gun. We ought to comply with him to avoid any unfortunate incidents." Yang Xiaohua hugged her knees, lost in thought, then declared, "Captain, if you find another place, we will follow you." Zhao Jun glanced into the cave, hearing Qin Xiyuan's laughter grow louder. Realizing Fong Sitong could not overhear their conversation, he replied, "I will venture out tomorrow. If I find a suitable place, we shall leave this place." Tao Luna trembled continuously. And Yang Xiaohua and Su Ruoyu rushed forward to embrace her, offering comfort. Zhao Jun encouraged them to return to the cave for rest, and eventually, Yang Xiaohua and Su Ruoyu, unable to withstand the cold any longer, hesitantly retreated inside. Tao Luna looked at Zhao Jun and said, "You should go in as well. There's no need to worry about me." Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "That is out of the question. If no one cares for you, you certainly won't survive the night." He ignited 2 more fires, ensuring that Tao Luna was surrounded by warmth. He then sat beside her, gently resting her head on his right thigh while his left leg supported her abdomen. Cautiously, he dampened his sleeve with water and wiped her cheeks. Once finished, Zhao Jun noticed not only was she striking in form, but her beauty was extraordinary as well. However, due to her injuries and illness, her complexion was pale, devoid of color. After observing her for a moment, he sighed, "Had this misfortune not occurred, your life would undoubtedly be splendid." Tao Luna shook her head softly and replied, "In comparison to those who have perished, I consider myself fortunate. Initially, I believe encountering him was a stroke of ill fortune, but then I met you, and it feels as if fate still favors me." Zhao Jun, feeling embarrassed, said, "I am truly sorry. I should have done more. You have already done so much. Thank you. If souls exist, I would linger by your side after my death, protecting you," Tao Luna declared. Zhao Jun suddenly shook his head and declared, "I will not allow you to perish." Tao Luna chuckled softly and replied, "If I survive, I shall repay you by serving you like a beast of burden." Zhao Jun privately mused that he would prefer to offer himself entirely rather than be treated as a mere beast. However, he would never voice such thoughts. Just then, a shriek from Qin Xiyuan startled him, prompting him to approach the cave, but Tao Luna firmly grasped his sleeve, shaking her head in disapproval. What is happening?" Zhao Jun stammered. "He is a lunatic, applying his strength indiscriminately. The blood on my thigh is from his grip," Tao Luna explained. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jun exclaimed, "What a scoundrel. He truly is a rogue, and you should not provoke him," Tao Luna advised. The other 5 women, unable to withstand Qin Xiyuan's cries, emerged from their hiding places. Upon seeing Zhao Jun holding Tao Luna, they gathered around, the 7 of them huddled together for warmth. Su Ruoyu, trembling with fear, asked, "What is going on? What are they doing?" "Sister Yuan seems to be in distress." "Indeed, She was not faring well, but all of this was self-inflicted. She had insisted on getting too close. Yun Shuang scoffed. Su Xinxu, filled with compassion, interjected, "Enough, let us say less. She is merely trying to survive. It is not easy for any of us." Yun Shuang retorted, "You may have good intentions, but she may not share your sentiment. They have seized the snake skin, and 2 wolf skins have also been taken. Thankfully, there remains a piece of not overly dry antelope hide. Otherwise, Miss Tao would have a difficult night. However, if that antelope hide is completely dried by tomorrow, it too will undoubtedly be claimed by those 2. Zhao Jun tightened the antelope hide around Tao Luna and said, "Enough of this talk. Under this roof, one must lower their head. Let us refrain from speaking further. If Fong Sidong hears us, it will only lead to more trouble." Nevertheless, Fong Sidong was currently tormenting Qin Xiyuan and would not hear their conversation outside. Xu Ruoyu timidly spoke, "Captain, I just spoke with a few of the sisters. They all agreed that if you find another place, we will follow you." Zhao Jun glanced around, observing the hopeful expressions on their faces. He deeply understood the principle that winning the people's hearts garners the world. Though he had other thoughts, he would never force them into any decision. Moreover, during this time, they had all toiled for better survival. Some of these women certainly looked down on him, such as Su Xinxu and Yao Qiaoyun, and their impression of Yun Shuang was not particularly favorable either. Yet one must not draw comparisons. Compared to Fong Sidong, Zhao Jun was akin to a living bodhisattva. After careful consideration, Zhao Jun concluded, "This matter is rather unreliable. Let us not mention it again." In such circumstances, while resources were undeniably essential, people themselves constituted a form of resource, particularly when they were beautiful. At times, women could even be more valuable than mere resources, especially when provisions were available. If Fong Sidong were to learn of Zhao Jun's intentions to start anew, he would certainly not let him off lightly, perhaps even resorting to murder. Zhao Jun was not foolish. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, he would not utter them lightly. Su Ruoyu let out a sigh and inquired, "Why do you feel it is unreliable once more?" "Of course it is unreliable," Zhao Jun replied. "Where else can we find such a cave? Moreover, our scattered numbers only heighten the peril. Let us not forget, there are indeed wolf packs on this island. They have already attacked us once. If we do not find a suitable refuge, we shall swiftly become their prey. Our foremost priority is survival." Chapter 17. Rabbit Hunting. Su Ruoyu pouted and remarked, "But this person is truly terrifying." Zhao Jun wore an expression of helplessness and said, "Let us all sleep for now. We are uncertain of what challenges await us tomorrow." Undoubtedly, Zhao Jun felt the greatest sense of disparity. Once a coveted leader, he now found himself subject to Fong Sitong's command, even becoming a thorn in Fong's side. Embracing Tao Luna, with Su Ruoyu and Su Xinxu nestled closely beside him, surrounded by Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, and Yang Xiaohua, they endured the night together, warmed by a fire and a damp antelope hide. Su Ruoyu, being slender and youthful, did not provoke Zhao Jun's desire significantly. However, the presence of the alluring Su Xinxu pressed against him stirred his restlessness. The following morning, Yang Xiaohua prepared mutton soup. After a considerable time, Fong Sidong and Qin Xiyuan finally emerged. Fong wore a satisfied smile, while Qin appeared markedly haggard, lacking her usual vigor and walking with a slight limp. Perhaps her thighs bore marks akin to those on Tao Luna. Forcing a smile, Qin Xiyuan met Zhao Jun's gaze, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Zhao Jun averted his eyes, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite her predicament being self-inflicted, her actions had indirectly safeguarded the other women. Had Fong Sidong set his sights on another, armed as he was, the others would have been utterly powerless. Initially, Zhao Jun contemplated marinating half an antelope for future needs. Though they had preserved much of a wolf and 10 fish, Fong Sidong insisted on consuming the antelope before they hunted again. Zhao Jun voiced his concern. "I believe we should marinate some food. Let's strive to hunt again today. If that fails, we could resort to fish. Otherwise, should an unexpected event arise, we may find ourselves without provisions." Fong Sidong responded, "You make a valid point. Therefore, I command you to go out and hunt. Should you return empty-handed tonight, do not come back." Zhao Jun could not restrain himself. Hunting is never an easy task. How can one guarantee a catch? Fong Sidong glared, stating, "I require you to succeed. If you do not return with game, you're not permitted back. Is there a problem with that?" Swallowing his indignation, Zhao Jun replied, "No problem. Then act immediately, Fong Sitong declared arrogantly. When Zhao Jun requested a dagger or spear, Fong coldly replied, "Given your attempt to resist me yesterday, you are temporarily prohibited from using any weapons." Zhao Jun's anger flared. "You demand I hunt and insist on a successful catch, yet you deny me weapons. This is clearly targeting me." Fong Sitong laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am targeting you. What of it? Do you have any objections?" Zhao Jun took a deep breath and shook his head, declaring, "I have no objections. If you have no objections, then act swiftly. Do not squander time here. From this moment forth, we shall not harbor idlers. Every individual must contribute and must heed my commands. If you wish to abstain from work, then you may accompany me at night." Fong Sitong chuckled in a lewd manner. The women present wore expressions of distaste, yet they dared not voice their grievances. Feeling utterly powerless against Fong Sitong, Zhao Jun, accompanied by Yun Shuang, made their way to the spot where they had encountered Fong Sitong the previous day. Antelopes had been present yesterday, and perhaps they might find some today as well, though neither held high hopes, even if they did encounter an antelope. Capturing it would likely prove a formidable challenge. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, noting that only 3 remained. Unable to contain herself, Yun Shuang remarked, "Now, it is just the 2 of us. Share your thoughts. Must we truly exist under this man's oppressive rule?" Zhao Jun shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain what to do." Yun Shuang sighed, "You must ascertain a course of action. Even if not for the sake of us women, do it for yourself. He has already begun to target you, and it is uncertain when he may seek your life. I assure you, I do not speak in hyperbole. You are well aware of this." Zhao Jun halted, seated himself, and fell into silence. Yun Shuang pressed on, "Zhao Jun, do you truly intend to resign yourself to fate? To await your demise?" Zhao Jun lifted his gaze to Yun Shuang's graceful and well-proportioned figure, responding helplessly, "To be candid, I have contemplated actions, yet he possesses a firearm, making it exceedingly difficult for me to confront him." Yun Shuang resolutely sat beside him, stating, "He requires time to draw his gun. If we act swiftly enough, we can subdue him in that very instant. I can assist you." Zhao Jun pondered seriously, but ultimately shook his head. "I fear that it remains unfeasible. It is too perilous." Yun Shuang, feeling somewhat disheartened, could not refrain from exclaiming, "Why are you so cowardly? Do you intend to wait until he strikes? At that point, it may be too late to resist." Just as Zhao Jun was about to respond, he suddenly hushed her, pressing down on her head. Startled at first, Yun Shuang soon realized the gravity of the situation. They were in danger, as she instinctively followed Zhao Jun's lead and crouched down. Before long, several gray wolves emerged from the underbrush, pursuing a few rabbits. With a few agile leaps, they captured their prey. The wolves, rabbits in their mouths, swiftly retreated, disappearing into the dense forest. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang lay side by side on the ground, craning their necks to observe the unfolding scene, their cheeks inadvertently brushing against each other. Yun Shuang's face flushed. Upon seeing the wolves retreat, she flipped over, distancing herself slightly from Zhao Jun. Yet, Zhao Jun had no time to dwell on the moment. After a brief pause, he hurried forward. Yun Shuang called out in a hushed, anxious tone, "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhao Jun took a few steps toward the direction the gray wolves had gone, entering the thicket while keeping his head lowered to survey the surroundings. Yun Shuang scanned the area, confirming that the wolves had indeed moved on, before joining Zhao Jun and asking, "What are you doing? Are you not afraid of those wolves launching a counterattack?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "The likelihood of wolves turning back after a hunt is quite low. Then there is no need for you to rush over in such a hurry." "What are you searching for?" Yun Shuang asked, perplexed. Zhao Jun responded, "I am in pursuit of a rabbit's burrow. If fortune favors me, I may just stumble upon some young bunnies. However, the cunning rabbit has 3 dens, so I cannot be certain of my success." Chapter 18. Follow me. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Yun Shuang was genuinely impressed by his astute reasoning and remarked, "You truly possess a wealth of knowledge." Zhao Jun replied, "I serve in the Gobi Desert, where the environment is harsh. I often had to venture out to handle various matters. Thus, I have a fair understanding of the habits of wolves and other creatures." Zhao Jun's military role was in communications, necessitating frequent inspections of routes. At that time, he was armed and accompanied by comrades, with adequate logistical support, a stark contrast to the current circumstances. Yun Shuang said, "You are indeed well suited for survival here. We need you." I sincerely hope nothing unfortunate befalls you. If anything were to happen with Fong Sitong, we women would likely face dire consequences. Zhao Jun recognized her attempt to spur him into action against Fong Sitong. Though he entertained the thought, he was acutely aware that Fong Sitong was armed with a handgun. A single bullet could inflict severe injury, if not death. And even if Fong Sitong did not kill him outright, surviving in this environment with such wounds would be exceedingly difficult. Such matters require precision. Any lapse could prove fatal. Zhao Jun remained silent, crouched in the grass, examining rabbit tracks and droppings. Before long, he discovered a burrow. Peering inside, he found it shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. He tore off some dry grass, ignited it, and placed it at the entrance, then looked around. Moments later, several gray shadows darted by not far off. Zhao Jun sprang into action, leaping forth. The rabbits, smaller and not as swift as adults, were soon in his grasp. He held tightly to 4 of them, and Yun Shuang rushed over to assist, managing to secure 2 herself while Zhao Jun retained 2, sitting down on the ground. Observing the 4 rabbits, Yun Shuang felt even more impressed by Zhao Jun's capabilities, thinking to herself, regardless of circumstances, he is undoubtedly far superior to Fong Sitong. Zhao Jun found some vines and tied the rabbits together, inadvertently allowing one to escape. After checking the genders, he declared, "We can keep 1 male and 1 female for breeding. Rabbits reproduce very quickly. If all goes well, we shall no longer worry about procuring meat. If only we could catch an antelope, perhaps we might even enjoy goat's milk." Yun Shuang smiled. "Your plans are indeed commendable, and I share your sentiments. However, upon hearing Fong Sitong's intention to consume our cured meat today, I realized he is not one for foresight." Zhao Jun responded, "Raising these animals would also benefit him, as he wouldn't dare refuse even this." Yun Shuang shook her head with a rueful smile. "He acts on impulse, and we cannot guarantee a daily catch. Can he truly endure abstaining from the animals we raise?" Zhao Jun understood her intent. She had long wished to confront Fong Sitong herself, while he too desired to act. He felt the task was daunting. "If you lack the courage, I could devise a plan to approach him, disarm him, and then you could engage him in combat. Would you dare?" Seeing Zhao Jun's reluctance to engage in the matter, Yun Shuang decided to lay her intentions bare. Zhao Jun pondered, contemplating that this matter required careful deliberation and could not be rushed. Yun Shuang, stamping her foot in frustration, retorted, "You'll find yourself in dire straits when the time comes." Rising to leave, she was followed closely by Zhao Jun, who carried a rabbit in tow. The 2 returned to the cave, where Tao Luna had made significant progress in recovering from her ailments, her complexion now displaying a hint of color. Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun were busy preparing a meal, and even Su Xinxu had joined in to assist, though her inexperience rendered her clumsy and awkward in her efforts. Meanwhile, Qin Xiyuan sat absently on a rock, lost in thought, while Fong Sitong lounged, casually observing the gathering of lovely women. Upon noticing Zhao Jun, his expression soured. The sight of the rabbit brought joy to Yang Xiaohua and the others, who quickly fashioned 2 makeshift enclosures to house it. In an effort to ensure Tao Luna would be warmer that evening, Zhao Jun gathered some branches and arranged them around the hay. Just as he finished, Fong Sitong commanded, "Zhao Jun, go fetch some water. I want a hot bath tonight." Reluctantly, Zhao Jun took 2 buckets and set off to collect water. A journey of several miles that would consume considerable time. After a long day's toil, he finally completed the task, while Yang Xiaohua busied herself with heating water, filling the bathtub halfway. Fong Sitong, unashamed, stripped down and immersed himself in the bath. The women emerged from the cave, and Fong Sitong called out, "Someone come and scrub my back." Naturally, the others were unwilling, and even if Zhao Jun were to comply, he would likely be shooed away. Yet, should he refuse, Fong Sitong might become irate. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan approached, much to the relief of the other women. As the group gathered outside, reminiscent of the previous night, Fong Sitong had previously stated that those who wished to avoid work could accompany him in the evening. With Qin Xiyuan by his side, he felt no urgency to compel the women. For the time being, they were safe, yet as time pressed on, the danger loomed larger. Yun Shuang wore a worried expression, aware that this precarious situation could not last indefinitely. She glanced at Zhao Jun, her meaning clear, yet he did not meet her gaze. Having worked tirelessly throughout the day, Zhao Jun was exhausted and fell asleep early. The following morning, he was jolted awake by a kick. Blinking open his eyes, he saw Fong Sitong standing before him, the other women keeping their distance. Dazed, Zhao Jun asked, "What is the matter?" Fong Sitong replied curtly, "I have some business at the seaside today. You're coming with me." Zhao Jun's heart sank at the ominous undertone of this situation. Though Fong Sitong had refrained from coercing the other women the previous night, he had noticed that they had chosen to stay outside with Zhao Jun for 2 consecutive nights. Realizing that as long as Zhao Jun remained, these women would feel a sense of security and would not yield to him, Fong Sitong harbored thoughts of eliminating Zhao Jun. "What do you need me for?" Zhao Jun inquired. "Is it your place to question my motives? Just follow me." Fong Sitong snapped. Zhao Jun rose to his feet as Fong Sitong strode forward. Yun Shuang, concerned, attempted to follow, but Fong Sitong turned back and barked, "No one else is permitted to come." Fong Sitong drew his handgun, brandishing it momentarily before advancing once more. Zhao Jun sensed the gravity of the situation, yet he appeared to have no alternative. Yun Shuang swiftly approached Zhao Jun and discreetly handed him a dagger. Cao Yun, maintaining a facade of composure, concealed the dagger close to his person and cast a grateful glance at Yun Shuang, nodding in acknowledgement before trailing behind Fong Sitong. Rather than heading towards the seaside, Fong Sitong veered in another direction, ultimately arriving at an elevated vantage point where a precipice loomed above the sea below, at which point he came to a halt. Chapter 19. The two avoid the well. Zhao Jun instinctively maintained a distance of approximately 3 zhang from Fong Sitong, roughly 10 meters. The accuracy and lethality of Fong Sitong's handgun were not particularly high. Its effectiveness was maximized at close range. Should he attempt to shoot, Zhao Jun felt that turning and fleeing would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Fong Sitong glanced at Zhao Jun and commanded, "Come here." Nervously, Cao Yun replied, "If you have something to say, just tell me. There is no need to come so close. I have a fear of heights, and this cliff is quite intimidating." Fong Sitong raised his pistol, aiming it at Zhao Jun, and remarked, "It seems you have quite the charm with women, my friend." Zhao Jun forced himself to remain calm. After all, he had served in the military, and his psychological resilience was commendable. He swallowed hard and said, "Brother Fong, please don't do this. It could easily lead to an accidental discharge." With the gun in hand, Fong Sitong exuded confidence and took his time, stating, "Don't you think that in this environment, having another man around is rather troublesome? 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Your presence is a threat to me." Shaking his head, Zhao Jun countered, "I don't agree. I believe that strength lies in numbers. We must unite to survive in this place. Spare me your lofty rhetoric. This is not the outside world where resources are plentiful. With you here, competing for the attention of women, I see no reason to let you live. Your death would be a more favorable outcome for me." Fong Sitong said sternly. Sighing, Zhao Jun replied, "If you kill me, are you not afraid of rescue arriving and charging you with murder?" Fong Sitong laughed heartily, saying, "If I were to kill you and dump your body into the sea, who could prove I was the one who did it? Besides, wait for rescue? After all these days, is there even a hint of rescue? Do you really think help will come?" Zhao Jun took a step back, prompting Fong Sitong to tighten his grip on the pistol and advance it toward him, commanding, "Stop. Move again, and I will shoot." Zhao Jun dared not move, but was unwilling to remain passive. He half-crouched, making himself a smaller target, and said, "A one-team move. But please, don't fire. Let's talk this over, shall we?" Fong Sitong wore a mocking expression and replied, "What do you think we could possibly discuss?" Now, in a position of absolute advantage, having lived on this deserted island for some time, he found himself somewhat bored. Thus, he toyed with the idea of mocking Zhao Jun, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, delaying the inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jun, though aware of the slim chances, said, "There's indeed something to discuss. If we cooperate fully, we need not fear any challenges on this island. There are wolves here, and do you believe you can handle them with just you and these women?" Fong Sitong pondered Zhao Jun's words. Although he had not seen a pack of wolves, he had spotted 2 wolf pelts and a substantial quantity of cured wolf meat. It was reasonable to deduce that the wolves were formidable, and if they were indeed part of a pack, dealing with them would pose a significant challenge. However, in light of the unseen dangers that lurked ahead, Fong Sitong was evidently unprepared to dwell on such matters. He perceived Zhao Jun's presence as exceedingly perilous, serving as one of the primary reasons why the women would never willingly follow him. Therefore, Zhao Jun had to perish. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fong Sitong declared. I'm afraid your reasoning fails to persuade me regarding whether I should spare your life. Zhao Jun, observing Fong Sitong's finger poised on the trigger, hastily implored, wait. Just hear me out, just this once. Fong Sitong cast him a sidelong glance and replied, speak. I shall grant you but a single utterance. Zhao Jun's mind raced as he proposed, Brother Fong, I have stashed away some valuable items, and I am willing to relinquish everything for my life. What do you think? Fong Sitong, intrigued, inquired what valuable items. Zhao Jun, fabricating a tale, responded, I previously stumbled upon a box intended for aircraft provisions. It contains cheese, bread, red wine, cutlery, and even instant noodles. Oh, and cigarettes as well. I have refrained from taking them out, hiding them away with the intention of indulging alone. But now I offer them all to you. Just spare my life, and we have a deal. Upon hearing the list of items, Fong Sitong's eyes glistened with a hint of longing. Such items were mundane in ordinary life, but transformed into treasures amidst the desolation of this island. Where have you concealed them? Fong Sitong inquired. Zhao Jun replied, in a very discreet location, though I cannot articulate it precisely. I have marked it well, and can surely guide you there. Fong Sitong scrutinized Zhao Jun, pondering. The items he described would indeed be considered treasures here. If they truly existed, they had to be hidden away. But was it mere coincidence that Zhao Jun had discovered them? What there were ulterior motives? But with Zhao Jun unarmed, what could he possibly fear? After wrestling with his thoughts, Fong Sitong ultimately commanded, lead me there now. Zhao Jun earnestly responded, I shall take you there immediately, but upon retrieving the items, you must spare my life. Very well. If I find what you claim, I shall not take your life. Fong Sitong verbally assented, though internally he had already resolved to eliminate Zhao Jun, knowing he could not genuinely allow him to escape. Zhao Jun was well aware of this, as his intention was merely to buy time to find an opportunity to flee. Thus, he ventured deeper into the island with Fong Sitong trailing behind him. After nearly an hour of trekking, Fong Sitong, growing impatient, exclaimed, Are we there yet? I do not possess such patience. Should we not find it soon? I will fire my weapon. We're almost there, just a moment longer. Zhao Jun responded dismissively, his gaze darting around until he suddenly spotted a hole resembling a well ahead to his right. He approached it stealthily, to prevent Zhao Jun from turning against him. Fong Sitong maintained a distance of 7 or 8 meters, a range that would deter sudden flight or ambush. As Zhao Jun neared the well's opening, Fong Sitong, hindered by the angle and Zhao Jun's deliberate concealment, remained oblivious to his intentions. As Zhao Jun gazed into the well, its depths appeared unfathomable, shrouded in mystery. Fong Sitong, noticing Zhao Jun's pause, inquired, Have we arrived? In a moment of inspiration, Zhao Jun replied, Indeed, I have found it right here. Fong Sitong took a couple of steps forward, his heart racing with excitement as he glimpsed the well's opening. Yet, recalling the admonition to avoid looking into it, he halted, restraining himself from rushing ahead. Chapter 20. The small military base. Fong Sitong spoke in a deep voice. You, go in and throw the items up first. Zhao Jun replied, Brother Fong, the items are right below. At this point, do you still not trust me? Without seeing the items, I trust no one. Stop the nonsense. Fong Sitong urged. Zhao Jun countered, Brother Fong, if I go down and toss the items to you, and you seal the well, won't I be certain to perish? Fong Sitong sneered, Your chatter is excessive. If you do not descend for the items, I shall execute you immediately. I might even spare your life if I am in a good mood after you retrieve them. As he spoke, Fong Sitong fired a shot into the sky, the sound echoing loudly. Zhao Jun flinched, thinking to himself, If death is inevitable, I might as well take a chance. What lay beneath the well was a mystery to Zhao Jun. It could be water, a fearsome beast, or merely an abandoned well. However, if there were any passages, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jun descended the well, which was not very wide, using his hands and feet to navigate downwards. Suddenly, he felt a step beneath him. There was indeed a ladder. As he continued down, he pondered, This is not a natural formation, but rather man-made. Could this island have been inhabited? Is it not supposed to be a deserted isle? Fong Sitong, observing from above, could gradually no longer see Zhao Jun's figure and called out, What is happening? Zhao Jun, in response to Fong Sitong's gunfire, shouted back, I haven't reached the bottom yet. It's quite deep. Don't rush me. Fong Sitong sat at the edge of the well, intently watching the depths. After Zhao Jun descended about 10 meters, he felt solid ground beneath him, indicating he had reached the bottom. As he groped around, he felt something resembling a doorknob, and upon further inspection, it seemed to be an iron door. He tugged at it forcefully, but the rust had rendered it immovable. With one foot braced against the wall of the well, Zhao Jun shouted with all his might and yanked the door open with a loud clang. Without a second thought, he slipped inside. Hearing the commotion, Fong Sitong yelled, "What is going on? Zhao Jun, come back up immediately, or I will fire." Now unconcerned by Fong Sitong's threats, Zhao Jun found himself within a passageway, which turned out to be a concealed chamber. He retrieved a lighter and observed that the walls were solidly constructed. There was a corridor with numerous doors on either side. As he pushed open one of the doors, he was taken aback to discover two desiccated corpses lying within, evidently deceased for quite some time. Their tattered clothing resembling military uniforms. Covering his nose, Zhao Jun was baffled as to why there were corpses in this place. The room was stark and empty, save for some empty cans beside the bodies, offering no further clues. He exited and moved to open the second door, which bore the warning, "Entry forbidden." Upon encountering these four characters, Zhao Jun was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how Chinese characters could be present in this place. Pushing open the door, he entered a room lined with several shelves adorned with military canned goods, all inscribed with Japanese writing, which Zhao Jun could not comprehend. However, he discerned from the kanji that some of the cans contained beef. It dawned upon him that what he initially thought to be Chinese characters were, in fact, Japanese. Most of these cans had likely been consumed long ago, and given the apparent passage of 60 or 70 years, the few remaining were probably inedible. Venturing into the next room, he discovered an office desk cluttered with documents written in Japanese, which he again could not understand. It became increasingly clear that this was a small base established by the Japanese during World War II, situated in the Pacific Theater. The two corpses were clearly those of the stationed soldiers. Uncertain of the circumstances, Zhao Jun pondered why they had not retreated and were instead forgotten by the world, ultimately perishing in this forsaken place. As he rummaged through the room, he fortuitously unearthed a flashlight. With the flashlight in hand, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a telegraph machine, though it appeared to be damaged and dismantled. Zhao Jun mused that perhaps they had lost contact with the outside world, leading others to presume they had died here, unaware of their defeat, and remained on standby. The innermost room revealed an armory, yet the explosives had long since succumbed to moisture and were rendered useless. The ammunition was similarly compromised. Having served in the military, Zhao Jun felt a wave of disheartenment upon realizing that most of the firearms and ammunition were beyond salvage, as he had initially contemplated using them against Fong Sitong outside. Returning to the site of the two corpses, he noticed that one bore a katana at its waist. Drawing it forth, he was astonished to find it gleaming, entirely free of rust, a testament to its exquisite craftsmanship, a truly exceptional sword. He secured the katana at his own waist and continued to search the bodies, uncovering a revolver and a dozen rounds of ammunition. Upon examination, he discovered the revolver was still functional. Recognizing the peril of exiting through the well, he chose to retrace his steps, hoping to find an alternative escape route. To his surprise, he indeed stumbled upon an exit. Zhao Jun opened the door, revealing a landscape obscured by hay and densely intertwined vines. Utilizing the katana, he severed the vines and realized he was now at the opposite end of a deserted island. As he prepared to depart, a thought struck him. He returned with a flashlight and a snakeskin pouch to gather useful supplies. He collected several well-preserved cans, an antiquated lighter, a small can of kerosene, along with the flashlight, some dry explosives, over 100 rounds of revolver ammunition, a rifle with additional bullets, and some anti-inflammatory medications, including amoxicillin. To his delight, he also discovered a hand crank generator. While its utility was limited, it would suffice to recharge the flashlight. Certainly, the damaged telegraph machine was also brought out, with every component accounted for. Utilizing a fuse, it was placed in the munitions depot, leading to an explosion that obliterated this subterranean military outpost. The resounding blast reverberated through the earth. Retaining this small military base would have posed a significant threat to Zhao Jun, particularly with Fong Sitong still at large. Should he discover its existence, the situation could spiral into chaos. After executing this plan, Zhao Jun sought a secluded spot to bury the snakeskin pouch, marking the location carefully. This site was deliberately chosen for its ability to shield from rain and water, ensuring that the contents would remain undamaged for several days. Armed with a revolver, Zhao Jun chambered around and prepared to stealthily return to the den, intent on settling accounts with Fong Sitong. Chapter 21. I am still alive. Fong Sitong had been waiting at the well's edge, hesitating to enter, when suddenly an explosion erupted from within the well, accompanied by a billow of smoke that surged forth, causing the entrance to begin collapsing. Startled, Fong Sitong retreated, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. For a fleeting moment, he feared it to be a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, only to quickly realize that it was not. Gazing upon the desolation before him, he felt a twinge of regret, mixed with a peculiar joy. The treasures that Zhao Jun had spoken of now seemed unattainable. Yet it was evident that Zhao Jun had perished within, an occurrence that brought him a sense of delight. This deserted island now harbored but one man, himself, and the beautiful women were now all his. Humming a cheerful tune, Fong Sitong returned to the cave. The women, seeing that he was the only one who had returned, hesitated to inquire. Yun Shuang, summoning her courage, asked, "Where is Zhao Jun?" Fong Sitong stifled a laugh and replied, "Ah, it is truly unfortunate. Zhao Jun and I were working together when, by misfortune, he slipped and fell into the sea. I wanted to save him, but it was too late." Yun Shuang, incredulous, responded, "How could that be? Why not? He is dead now, and from this moment forth, you are forbidden from mentioning Zhao Jun. He is gone, his bones scattered." Fong Sitong declared, "Now enough of this nonsense. Who will prepare the meal? Tao Luna, your illness has subsided, correct? You shall sleep inside from today onward. And who will accompany me tonight?" Fong Sitong had already begun to adopt the demeanor of a tyrant. The women fell silent. Fong Sitong glanced at Qin Xiyuan and said, "Tonight, I wish to indulge in a change of taste. Who shall it be? Speak up." Naturally, no woman responded, for they harbored no desire to engage with Fong Sitong. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "I am the sole man remaining. What are you all pondering here? You will have to rely on me from now on. Understand? I am granting you one last opportunity." The women crouched in silence. Su Ruoyu even shedding tears, truly uncertain of what lay ahead. "You will do," Fong Sitong said, pulling Su Ruoyu up with a sinister grin. Yun Shuang could no longer contain herself, and stood up, declaring, "Fong Sitong, she is still but a child." "A child? She is already 18. That hardly qualifies her as a child. Furthermore, so what if she is? If I desire her, I shall have her. If you continue to prattle, do not expect to sleep in here tonight." Fong Sitong asserted dominantly. Yun Shuang opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. Yao Qiaoyun gently tugged at Yun Shuang's sleeve, urging her to remain silent. Fong Sitong leaned closer to Su Ruoyu, wrinkling his nose. "You smell dreadful. Take a bath. Tonight, I shall make you comfortable." He then commanded Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun to fetch water while Su Xinxu and Yang Xiaohua prepared the meal. He reclined upon a rock, observing Su Ruoyu crouched in the corner, contemplating, "Tonight, she shall be mine. Tomorrow, I shall sample that seemingly refined lady. Yeah, what was her name? This little noblewoman appears quite appealing as well. One by one, I shall claim them. With Zhao Jun gone, no one shall contest me for these women. That Yun Shuang must possess a unique charm, best savored later. There is no need for haste now. I shall take my time." Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang each carried a wooden bucket, beginning their laborious task of transporting water into the cave. After several trips, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to sit on the ground and rest. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she inquired, "How could Zhao Jun have met his demise?" Yun Shuang replied with resignation, "After all, Fong Sitong wields a firearm. Initially, I thought little of Zhao Jun, as he often exchanged flirtatious glances with Qin Xiyuan, even sharing extra rations with her, which seemed rather unfair. However, in hindsight, the distribution of the snake and wolf skins was quite equitable. Now, juxtaposed with Fong Sitong, it is evident that they belong to entirely different realms. His death leaves us at a loss for what to do next, especially Su Ruoyu. She will." Yao Qiaoyun hesitated, unable to continue, for during this time, everyone had come to regard Su Ruoyu as a younger sister in need of care. Yun Shuang shook her head inwardly and stated, "I had previously advised Zhao Jun to take action against Fong Sitong. Otherwise, Fong Sitong would take action against him. Yet, he faltered, resulting in our current predicament. I believe we can no longer endure this." Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" A fierce glint appeared in Yun Shuang's gaze as she declared, "We must eliminate him." Yao Qiaoyun gasped, instinctively glancing behind her, as if fearing Fong Sitong might overhear. "Sister Shuang, he possesses a firearm. People can die." Yao Qiaoyun's confidence was clearly wavering. "Do you wish to be subjugated by this man? To allow him to act as he pleases? What meaning does life hold under such circumstances? It is better to take a gamble. If we can indeed rid ourselves of this individual, our future may be fraught with difficulties, but at least we would seize control of our destiny." Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "What do you propose we do?" "I intend to get close to him, and then find a way to seize his gun." Yun Shuang narrowed her eyes. Yao Qiaoyun asked, "Are you proficient with firearms?" "I do not know how to use one, but he must not be allowed to wield it. If he is disarmed, surely a group as numerous as ours can handle him alone?" Yun Shuang asserted defiantly. Yao Qiaoyun reasoned, "Given Qin Xiyuan's condition, she is incapable of taking action. Tao Luna finds herself in a similar predicament, and even if sister Su Xinxu were to engage, she would be of little assistance. Xu Ruoyu is still but a child, and we cannot rely on her too heavily. Yang Xiaohua possesses strength, yet lacks courage. Adding it all up, even with just the two of us, can we truly confront Fong Sitong? Even if he were unarmed, I fear our chances remain slim. Who says it is only the two of you? Am I not here as well?" Zhao Jun's voice suddenly emerged, startling both Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang. Armed with a shotgun, Zhao Jun had initially intended to confront Fong Sitong, but hesitated to approach directly, aware that Fong Sitong too possessed a handgun. Furthermore, a confrontation between them could inadvertently harm others. Thus, Zhao Jun resolved to wander about for a while, intending to stealthily enter the cave come nightfall. However, he unexpectedly encountered Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun. Initially reluctant to reveal himself, he was compelled to emerge after overhearing their conversation. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, both Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun were overjoyed. Yun Shuang rushed forward, embracing Zhao Jun tightly and exclaiming, "You're alive." Yao Qiaoyun also hurried to Zhao Jun's side, her eyes brimming with delight. Zhao Jun, cradling the soft jade in his arms, gently patted Yun Shuang's back and declared, "I am not dead. I have returned to seek vengeance. Fong Sitong is doomed." Chapter 22, Temptation. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Didn't Fong Sitong say that you fell into the sea? How did you manage to climb back?" Zhao Jun, feeling the warmth of Yun Shuang's embrace, finally released her and replied, "It is not as he described. His intention was to shoot me by the seaside and then cast my body into the ocean. However, Zhao Jun recounted the events involving Fong Sitong with complete candor, revealing every detail without reservation, and brandished the pistol in his hand, concluding, "Now that I possess a firearm, I no longer fear him." Yun Shuang shared her own account of the recent occurrences, and Zhao Jun listened with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "He has truly become increasingly outrageous. We must take action tonight." Yun Shuang remarked, "I have always urged you to act, yet you have remained indifferent. Now you see I was right, do you not?" "Indeed, I did not anticipate he would strike so swiftly. It was my oversight." Zhao Jun nodded. "However, even though you now have a pistol, I believe it would be wise for me to devise a plan to disarm him first, ensuring we maintain a decisive advantage. What do you think?" Yun Shuang suggested. Zhao Jun expressed his concern. "Wouldn't that put you in great danger?" Yun Shuang countered, "If you engage in a shootout with him, would that not be more perilous?" With a sigh, Zhao Jun replied, "While that may be true, I still feel uneasy about you placing yourself in harm's way." Yun Shuang laughed, "I am unafraid." "Why should you be? Let's not hesitate. We must act swiftly to avoid missing our opportunity. If Fong Sitong discovers you are still alive, his vigilance will increase, making it far more difficult to confront him later." Zhao Jun acquiesced. "Very well. If that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will position myself outside the cave tonight. Now, we need a way to ascertain if you have succeeded." Yao Qiaoyun interjected, "I will remain at the cave entrance. As soon as Sister Shuang succeeds, I will be able to signal you, and then you can rush in." After some contemplation, Zhao Jun conceded that this was indeed the best plan, saying, "All right, let us agree on this. However, you both must prioritize your safety, and when you return, avoid displaying any signs of trouble. We must not allow Fong Sitong to suspect anything." Yun Shuang boldly proclaimed, "I have no issues. It all depends on Qiaoyun." Yao Qiaoyun pressed her lips together and replied, "I'll do my best." Yun Shuang insisted, "Do not merely try. We must ensure perfection, for lives are at stake." Yao Qiaoyun acknowledged, "Understood. I shall speak less, Given Fong Sitong's current disposition, our reduced conversation will appear normal, and he should not notice anything. The three conferred on various details before parting ways. Both Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun were elated to learn of Zhao Jun's survival, which invigorated them in their tasks. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Yang Xiaohua had prepared a meal, and they ate together. Subsequently, they prepared hot water, as Fong Sitong intended for Su Ruoyu to enjoy a warm bath, followed by her company in the evening. Except for Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, the others were burdened with heavy hearts, and Su Ruoyu was on the verge of tears, leaving everyone at a loss for words on how to comfort her. In contrast, Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, while experiencing a tinge of joy internally, were predominantly anxious, as the knight's endeavor was fraught with peril, directly impacting their very survival. Fong Sitong, blissfully unaware of these matters and astonished that Zhao Jun was still alive, indulged in fanciful daydreams and began to plan for the future, such as assigning more work to Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang while he basked in enjoyment. As night fell, with the darkness enveloping the surroundings, Tao Luna's health had improved sufficiently to gain Fong Sitong's acceptance to rest inside. Meanwhile, after Su Ruoyu had prepared hot water, she hesitated to disrobe and bathe, inciting Fong Sitong's wrath. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, "You wretched woman! Do you treat my words as mere whispers? Hurry up!" Su Ruoyu, with tears streaming down her face, responded softly, "Could you possibly step outside? Let you out? You have quite the audacity. You are mine tonight. Do you truly care about how many glances I steal?" Fong Sitong urged. "Hurry, or do not blame me for being unkind." Su Ruoyu was rendered speechless as tears flowed. Fong Sitong, exasperated, commanded, "This is tiresome. Yang Xiaohua, assist her in undressing and bathing." With no other recourse, Yang Xiaohua approached Su Ruoyu's side, but did not force her. As Fong Sitong prepared to erupt again, Yun Shuang exchanged a glance with Yao Qiaoyun, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to move towards the cave entrance, while Yun Shuang approached Fong Sitong and said, "Brother Fong, there is no need to be angry." Yao Qiaoyun scanned her surroundings, failing to spot Zhao Jun, who was actually concealed behind a nearby rock. Using the glow from the cave fire, he noticed Yao Qiaoyun alone at the entrance, and thus illuminated his flashlight, which led Yao Qiaoyun to discover his hiding place. Seeing Yun Shuang approach him, Fong Sitong became suspicious, asking, "What are you up to?" Yun Shuang smiled and replied, "Brother Fong, you are the only man among us now. To survive here, we must rely on you. Everything belongs to you. There is no need to rush. Ruoyu is still young. Give her some time." Fong Sitong scolded, "Are you suggesting that you will keep me company tonight instead of her?" Yun Shuang blinked playfully. "Is that not permissible?" Fong Sitong felt a stir of intrigue. After all, Yun Shuang was undeniably beautiful, with a figure far surpassing that of Su Ruoyu. While Su Ruoyu possessed an attractive visage, she was still developing and could not compare to Yun Shuang's form. Although Yun Shuang had always displayed a strong demeanor, Fong Sitong, despite his thoughts, had subconsciously relegated her to the back of his mind. The prospect of gaining her attention now was not unwelcome. However, after a fleeting moment of delight, Fong Sitong's wariness resurfaced as he scrutinized Yun Shuang, asking, "Surely you do not harbor any schemes?" Yun Shuang shook her head. "What schemes could I possibly have? I just mentioned that we all rely on you for our survival, especially since you are the only man here. Do you think I do not desire such matters?" Fong Sitong responded with a hearty laugh, saying, "Indeed, the basic needs of life stir desires in both men and women alike. Very well, you shall accompany me, but let me clarify. Su Ruoyu will eventually be mine as well. Next time, I do not wish to see her being so coy. I do not harbor the useless. Only my women are worthy of remaining." Yun Shuang replied with a smile, Yes, I understand. I will have a good talk with her." Chapter 23. Conquering Fong Sitong declared with an air of arrogance, "Not merely Su Ruoyu, you all are the same." Initially, some women believed that aligning with Fong Sitong was trivial if it meant preserving their lives. However, upon witnessing his treatment of the ailing Tao Luna, their perception shifted dramatically. It became evident that associating with Fong Sitong would yield no favorable outcomes. No one could guarantee their health would remain intact. Given their already poor impressions of him, how could they willingly choose to be with him? Yet, all remained silent, bowing their heads in reticence. Yao Qiaoyun smirked at the cave's entrance, thinking, "Let you revel in your arrogance for a moment. Soon enough, you shall be stunned." Fong Sitong, eager to embrace Yun Shuang, found her deftly evading his advances. As he prepared to express his displeasure, Yun Shuang, with a bright smile, suggested, "Why the hurry? Let's discuss this inside." With a grin, Fong Sitong replied, "Are you feeling shy? I still intend to play with you all later. Won't that make you even more bashful?" Yun Shuang cast a flirtatious glance and replied, "That can wait for another time." Once inside, Fong Sitong reclined on the rocky hay mat and inquired, "How would you like to proceed?" Yun Shuang glanced at the pistol at his waist and said, "Just lie back. Allow me to give you a massage. My technique is quite good. Not professional, but I've often massaged others. After exercising, I've learned to loosen muscles and joints on my own." "Very well. I shall indulge in your massage." Fong Sitong chuckled. As Yun Shuang approached and placed her hands on his shoulders, Fong Sitong couldn't resist his own impulses, leading to a playful tension. After a while, Yun Shuang, suppressing her discomfort, suggested, "Perhaps you should remove your trousers." Yet Fong Sitong shook his head, insisting, "No need for that. Just continue." As her hands naturally descended to his waist, inching toward the firearm, he quickly pressed his hand atop the gun and declared, "All right, let us set aside the massage and focus on more serious matters." As he sat up, preparing to remove Yun Shuang's clothing, she panicked and exclaimed, "Wait. What is it now?" he asked, puzzled. Yun Shuang replied, "The water is already boiling. I think it would be better to take a bath first." Fong Sitong nodded, "All right, you go ahead." Emerging from the cave, Yun Shuang found Yao Qiaoyun waiting outside, her eyes filled with inquiry, to which Yun Shuang shook her head, signaling that it was not yet time. Concealed behind the bathing tub, she undressed and slipped into the prepared warm water. Fong Sitong watched from a distance, wanting to approach but refraining, wanting to maintain an air of superiority until the woman emerged clean, at which point he could act as he pleased. After a bath, Yun Shuang whispered to Yang Xiaohua, "Continue boiling water." Yang Xiaohua looked puzzled but complied. Once dressed, Yun Shuang returned to Fong Sitong, who eagerly lunged toward her, only to be halted by her hand. "You should take a bath too. Let me scrub your back," she suggested. Fong Sitong replied impatiently, "I just bathed yesterday." Yun Shuang blinked and remarked, "I hope you can clean yourself as well, so we can truly enjoy our time together." Fong Sitong, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. Once the water was heated, he stripped down to his bare skin, grasping a gun in one hand as he approached the bath. Yun Shuang began to scrub his back, casually suggesting, "Why don't you put the gun down? I'm a bit afraid you might accidentally discharge it. I'd like to join you for a romantic bath." However, Fong Sitong shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, I must keep the gun close at hand." Yun Shuang found herself at a loss, anxious and restless. Outside, Zhao Jun was growing impatient. He had yet to hear the warning signal from Yao Qiaoyun and could no longer contain himself. Gripping his revolver, he advanced toward the scene. Upon seeing Zhao Jun approach, Yao Qiaoyun felt a surge of anxiety but dared not show it, for revealing her distress might alert Fong Sitong. Just then, Yang Xiaohua emerged, intending to speak with Yao Qiaoyun, and caught sight of Zhao Jun. The darkness obscured her view, and startled, she was about to exclaim when Yao Qiaoyun, quick-witted, raised her hand and slapped Yang Xiaohua across the face. Surprised, Yang Xiaohua asked what was that for. Yao Qiaoyun swiftly replied, "There's a mosquito." As she spoke, she pulled Yang Xiaohua aside, away from Fong Sitong's line of sight. Leaning close to Yang Xiaohua's ear, she whispered urgently, "Stay quiet. That's Zhao Jun." Yang Xiaohua was left speechless, her shock rendering her mute. Hearing the commotion outside, Fong Sitong's vigilance heightened. He sprang up and began dressing. Sensing something was amiss, Yun Shuang rushed to intervene, urging, "Brother Fong, don't rush. Dry off before putting on your clothes." However, Yang Xiaohua suddenly fell silent, which aroused Fong Sitong's suspicion. "Get away," he barked, shoving Yao Qiaoyun aside as he hastily donned his clothing and burst out. The moment he exited, he was met with a blur as a shadow darted by. Zhao Jun had merely intended to assess the situation, but was taken aback to find Fong Sitong already outside. With Yao Qiaoyun and Yang Xiaohua nearby, and Yun Shuang preparing to emerge from the cave, Zhao Jun refrained from firing, fearing he might inadvertently harm them. Instead, he lunged forward, delivering a kick that struck Fong Sitong's wrist. In pain, Fong Sitong dropped his gun, and Zhao Jun seized the opportunity to tackle him to the ground, pinning him down. With his revolver aimed at the back of Fong Sitong's head, Zhao Jun spoke sternly, "Don't move." At that moment, Yun Shuang appeared, witnessing Zhao Jun restraining Fong Sitong, and she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Reaching down to retrieve the fallen gun, Fong Sitong shouted, "Let me go! You ambushed me. What kind of hero does that make you?" Sao Yun scoffs. "Hiu. I have no desire to be labeled as such. Did you consider that word when you threatened me with a gun? You cannot kill me. If you do, you will be held accountable. Once help arrives, you think carefully." As he uttered these words, Fong Sitong's bravado wavered. Zhao Jun had previously shared similar sentiments, which he had dismissed at the time. Zhao Jun sneered, "You shameless wretch. Now you speak to me with such feigned righteousness. Why did you not utter these words when you sought to take my life?" Zhao Jun exclaimed, preparing to pull the trigger on this scoundrel. He had never taken a life before, but this man before him had to die. The threat he posed was simply too great. At that moment, Yun Shuang shouted, "Zhao Jun, wait!" Zhao Jun looked up at her in confusion, and at that instant, the other women emerged, all astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 24. Cannot kill in public, Zhao Junkie questioned. "What? Shouldn't he be executed?" Yun Shuang, gritting her teeth, replied, "First, bind him." At that moment, Yang Xiaohua came to her senses, fetched some vines, and Zhao Jun secured Fong Sitong, gagging him with strips of cloth. Yun Shuang pulled Zhao Jun aside and whispered, "Of course, Fong Sitong deserves death, but you cannot kill him in front of so many witnesses." "Why?" Sao Yun est positive. Yun Shuang explained, "It's simple. You have subdued him. Yet if you kill him now, should help arrive and investigate his death, you would be deemed a murderer." Furious, Zhao Jun retorted, "Even if I become a murderer, I must kill him. I cannot leave him alive. Otherwise, he might kill me." Yun Shuang exchanged a knowing glance with him and suggested, "Let us escort him to a secluded place, then eliminate him and dispose of his body in the sea. We can tell others that he was too much of a threat, so we release him to fend for himself, providing him with food and water. This way, if help arrives, there will be no evidence of our crime." Realizing Yun Shuang's thoughtful intentions, Zhao Jun nodded, "You are indeed meticulous. We shall proceed as you propose." They returned to the cave entrance, instructing the others to remain while they took Fong Sitong away to exile him on another part of the island. Some of the women felt uneasy about letting him go, but they refrained from voicing their concerns, acknowledging Fong Sitong's transgressions, taking a life weighed heavily on their consciences. However, Qin Xiyuan shouted, "How can we let him go? Kill him! Kill him!" Fong Sitong glared menacingly at Qin Xiyuan, yet his gag rendered him voiceless. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang disregarded her cries and continued to drag Fong Sitong into the thicket. With a flashlight in hand, Zhao Jun illuminated their path until they reached the spot where Fong Sitong had previously led him. Aware of his imminent fate, Fong Sitong began to struggle fiercely, refusing to take another step forward, nearly overpowering Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang. At that moment, Yun Shuang signaled Zhao Jun, who nodded in understanding. They had reached a point where action was necessary. Zhao Jun drew his pistol, preparing to fire at Fong Sitong, but the vines proved too sturdy, unlike other ropes. In a desperate struggle, Fong Sitong managed to wriggle free. With a sudden shove, he sent Zhao Jun sprawling aside, and with a roll and a crawl, he fled into the depths of a thicket. Bang! Bang! Several shots rang out, but the dense trees obstructed Zhao Jun's aim. He chased a few paces before halting, his concern for Yun Shuang's safety compelling him to stop, exclaiming, "If only I had killed him at the cave entrance." Yun Shuang emerged from the foliage, having lost sight of Fong Sitong, her own regret evident as she asked, "What now?" Zhao Jun replied solemnly, "Let us return for now." Yun Shuang and Zhao Jun, armed with flashlights, made their way towards the cave. Along the journey, Zhao Jun remarked, "Now, it is a precarious situation. No one knows what chaos might ensue on this island. We must exercise utmost caution." Yun Shuang replied, "Upon our return, we should inform everyone that we released him and advise them to remain vigilant and prioritize their safety." Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, responded, "What else could we say? We intended to eliminate him, yet here we are." Yun Shuang too felt despondent. Upon their return, the group swiftly gathered around them, and Yang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, "This is wonderful." As they congregated around the fire, Zhao Jun positioned himself to face the cave entrance, anxious that Fong Sitong might approach. However, his concerns were unwarranted. While Fong Sitong was unlikely to relent, he would not risk his life by returning at this moment. especially given that his firearm was now in Yun Shuang's possession. While Zhao Jun also carried a weapon. With a heavy heart, Yun Shuang conveyed the news of Fong Sitong's survival. Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Did you truly let him go?" Yun Shuang nodded, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to swallow hard and respond, "I had assumed you would have found a secluded spot to eliminate him. How could you have genuinely set him free? This is far too perilous." Zhao Jun interjected, "We cannot resort to indiscriminate killing. It would be wiser to act only when he poses a threat." Yao Qiaoyun retorted angrily, "Wait for him to attack us? You are placing us all in jeopardy." Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words. They had indeed released Fong Sitong, and now, having failed to eliminate him, it was difficult to articulate their predicament. He focused on the cave entrance and stated, "Regardless, we must all exercise caution moving forward." In an attempt to soothe the group, Yun Shuang reassured them, "He is alone out there and unarmed, while we possess firearms. There is no need for fear, and he may not survive for long." The group buzzed with speculation. Some believed that Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang had indeed killed Fong Sitong, but were now reluctant to accept responsibility should rescue efforts arise. Others criticized their apparent lack of resolve in eliminating the threat entirely. Nevertheless, for the time being, Fong Sitong did not pose an immediate danger. That night, as Zhao Jun sat before the fire, the thought of Fong Sitong still being on the island filled him with unease. He felt as though a thorn was lodged in his side, ever present. It seemed imperative that he adopt a more decisive approach in the future. Yun Shuang, plagued by regret for his decision, found sleep elusive and approached Zhao Jun for a conversation. "I apologize," he began. "It is too late for apologies now. I should have acted with greater resolve. I ought to have prioritized our safety rather than contemplate the feasibility of rescue." Zhao Jun offered words of comfort. "Regardless, we now hold the upper hand." As Yun Shuang spoke, he attempted to hand the firearm to Zhao Jun, who shook his head in refusal. "You keep it," he insisted. Yun Shuang, feeling embarrassed, confessed, I do not know how to use a gun." Zhao Jun replied, "Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to handle it. From now on, we will work in tandem. You will guard the cave while I venture out to procure supplies, ensuring Fong Sitong does not stir up trouble." Yun Shuang nodded in agreement. "Very well. This arrangement is evidently the most advantageous." Yun Shuang stands guard at the cave with a firearm, safeguarding the others, while Zhao Jun, also armed, ventures forth with the group in search of supplies. This strategy ensures that Fong Sitong is unable to act recklessly. Fong Sitong possesses a handgun with a dozen or so bullets, and Zhao Jun had previously gathered 2 rifles from a small military base, which he must retrieve tomorrow. Fortunately, Fong Sitong is currently unarmed, which provides Zhao Jun with a modicum of reassurance. "The moment I detect his whereabouts, I shall eliminate him," Zhao Jun resolutely vowed to himself. Chapter 25. The versatile bamboo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yun Shuang retired for the night, while Zhao Jun remained awake, his mind preoccupied with concerns about Fong Sitong's potential return. He contemplated the necessity of setting additional traps outside to thwart any advances from Fong. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan approached and sat closely beside him, wrapping her arms around his neck and murmuring, "Jun Jun." Recalling her association with Fong Sitong left Zhao Jun feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting him to gently push her away. Taken aback, Qin Xiyuan softly inquired, "What is wrong? Do you think I'm tainted?" Zhao Jun shook his head. In truth, he harbored no such reservations. A woman's past relationships with men were hardly unusual, and he did not possess a fixation on virginity. With a hint of grievance, Qin Xiyuan replied, "I had no choice. He truly is not human. You cannot fathom the way he treated me." Observing the tears streaming down her face, Zhao Jun reflected on her actions, which, while somewhat self-serving, had inadvertently shielded other women from harm. He also recognized his own share of responsibility in failing to protect her adequately. Embracing her, he whispered, "It's all right. Do not cry. Regardless of the past, it is behind us now." Qin Xiyuan lifted her head, and in a moment of natural inclination, they shared a kiss. However, Zhao Jun refrained from taking things further. Despite the evident opportunity, he was reluctant to lower his guard, especially with Fong Sitong still at large. Furthermore, he felt that Qin Xiyuan had only recently been involved with Fong, and though he was not particularly concerned, he believed it prudent to allow some time before fully accepting her. In the days that followed, Qin Xiyuan had indeed endured considerable torment at Fong Sitong's hands, and she soon fell asleep in Zhao Jun's embrace. As he gently caressed her hair, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her plight. The following morning, Zhao Jun first instructed Yun Shuang on firearm usage before requesting Yang Xiaohua to accompany him to retrieve the snakeskin pouch. He advised Yun Shuang and the others to remain in the cave and not wander about carelessly. Curiosity piqued, Yang Xiaohua bombarded Zhao Jun with questions regarding Feng Sitong's survival, pondering whether he was truly alive or merely feigning existence out of fear of reprisal. Zhao Jun replied earnestly, "He is indeed alive. Do not underestimate him. He could reappear at any moment." Yang Xiaohua sighed, "I can't believe you actually let him go. Isn't that inviting trouble? We have firearms now. There is no need to fear," Zhao Jun reassured her. Upon reaching the site where the snakeskin pouch lay buried, Zhao Jun unearthed it and hoisted it onto his shoulder. However, after only a few steps, a shadow flickered ahead. Yang Xiaohua gasped, and Zhao Jun, sensing the disturbance, hastily placed the pouch on the ground and drew a shotgun. Yet, the figure had vanished without a trace. Pale-faced, Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, "He is truly alive? It's Feng Sitong." With a hint of resignation, Zhao Jun replied, "Unfortunately, carrying this makes it difficult for me, otherwise." He hesitated, leaving his thought unspoken, and returned to the cave entrance, where he concealed the pouch deep within before meticulously setting numerous traps around the cave's perimeter. Yang Xiaohua spoke of her encounter with Feng Sitong, causing a wave of trepidation among the women. However, regardless of the past, life now was undoubtedly far better than during Feng Sitong's reign. Zhao Jun genuinely considered the welfare of the entire team. While it would be inaccurate to claim he was devoid of personal motives, he believed that by ensuring everyone's well-being, these women would ultimately belong to him. This perspective was also a means of securing his own survival. With the acquisition of firearms, hunting became significantly more convenient, alleviating concerns over food supply, though the daily chore of fetching water weighed heavily upon him due to its distance and laboriousness. As days passed with no sign of Feng Sitong, the consensus grew that he might have perished somewhere on the desolate island, gradually leading to a relaxation of vigilance. One day, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun ventured out to hunt. Once a pampered heiress, Yao Qiaoyun had begun to adapt to their harsh environment, as had all the women, except for Su Xinxu, who remained as delicate as ever. Zhao Jun refrained from commenting on this, and the other women also chose not to dwell on it, maintaining a harmonious atmosphere. The 4 rabbits had thrived, and it would not be long before they began to reproduce. After searching for a while, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun stumbled upon a bamboo grove. As Zhao Jun gazed at the bamboo, an idea struck him, and he stood there, lost in thought. Noticing his silence, Yao Qiaoyun asked, "Are you contemplating whether we could cut some of this bamboo to bring back?" The utility of bamboo was vast, and it could even be fashioned into pipes. "If we succeed, we might not need to fetch water daily," Zhao Jun replied. Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Is that feasible?" Zhao Jun nodded affirmatively, "Of course, and it won't be too difficult. It will just require a bit more time." "Your ideas are truly abundant and remarkable," Yao Qiaoyun remarked. "Since we are here, we might as well make our lives a little better. Besides sustenance, we should indulge in whatever comforts we can." Zhao Jun promptly set about his task, cutting several bamboo stalks. Indeed, bamboo was a valuable resource, growing rapidly and proving convenient for weaving baskets. He crafted a few carrying poles and enhanced their traps. Sharpened bamboo stakes were far more lethal than their wooden counterparts. However, constructing a pipeline over several miles posed a greater challenge, particularly at the joints. On another day, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua ventured out together, simultaneously cutting bamboo along the way and searching for game. Yang Xiaohua discovered several varieties of wild vegetables and uprooted them entirely, intending to bring them back for consumption and cultivation. Zhao Jun managed to shoot an antelope, dragging it back home. Presently, their supplies were quite ample for rabbits. Patches of wild vegetables and preserved rabbit, antelope, and wolf meats, along with 2 antelope hides and 2 wolf pelts. This preparation would serve them well in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Despite his diligent work, Zhao Jun remained preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Sitong, whose absence lingered after several days. Perhaps he truly had met his demise somewhere. Zhao Jun pondered silently. On the 7th day since Feng Sitong's disappearance, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua continued to cut bamboo, subsequently laying it along the path of the cave and a mountain spring. They intended to connect the segments later, creating a conduit that would allow the spring water to flow directly to the entrance of the cave. Yang Xiaohua remarqued, "Get done. We are currently facing a dilemma at night that is quite distressing. It would be a relief if we could find a solution." Zhao Jun inquired, "What is the problem? Please share your thoughts." Chapter 26. Eucalyptus and soapberry trees. Yang Xiaohua remarked, "There are so many mosquitoes tonight, don't you think?" She brushed aside her bangs, and Zhao Jun leaned in closer, indeed spotting several red welts on her skin. Yang Xiaohua then touched her chest and added, "These mosquitoes are quite fierce. They bite right through clothing. Look, I've been bitten here." Zhao Jun's interest piqued as he exclaimed, "Really? I don't believe you. Show me." Yang Xiaohua's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Get lost. Why would I show you?" While her development was decent, it paled in comparison to that of Su Xinxu and Yao Qiaoyun. Her modest attire typically concealed her figure, but now, as she pressed her hand against herself, there was an undeniable allure. Zhao Jun burst into laughter, teasing her, "Didn't you kiss me earlier? Why are you so shy now? Come on, let me see. These mosquitoes on this deserted island might be poisonous. Don't get infected. I can help you." Yang Xiaohua felt both embarrassed and anxious, fearing he might actually do something, and she stumbled backward, stuttering, "Why you? Don't mess around. I am fine." Seeing her flustered demeanor amused Zhao Jun, who continued to jest. "But I have to take a look? What if you really do get poisoned?" Yang Xiaohua crossed her arms, her cheeks flushed, and insisted, "No way. It's just itchy with a few small bumps. It's not as exaggerated as you say." Zhao Jun laughed, clutching his stomach. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Come over here and help me lift this bamboo and place it over there." After hesitating for a moment, Yang Xiaohua approached. Zhao Jun, sensing it was time to move on, refrained from further discussion about the mosquitoes. He had noticed the issue as well, but his tough skin made the bites inconsequential to him. It was the women who truly suffered. Yet, Zhao Jun felt powerless to help. What could he do? Stay up all night swatting mosquitoes? Fortunately, the cave was filled with smoke, which kept the mosquitoes at bay to some extent. Suddenly, Yang Xiaohua gasped and ran off. Worried for her safety, Zhao Jun hurried after her, only to find her sniffing a large tree. Amused, Zhao Jun chuckled, "Xiaohua, we're far from the point of eating tree bark. What are you sniffing for?" Yang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, "Get done. This is wonderful. The bark of this tree is a treasure." Zhao Jun paused, asking, "What do you mean by a treasure? Is it cinnamon? But that is not really anything special. This is eucalyptus. Its bark can repel mosquitoes, and even its leaf can do the same. If we take some back, we won't have to endure these pesky bites tonight." Yang Xiaohua responded excitedly. Zhao Jun, unfamiliar with this knowledge, inquired, "Does it really work?" Yang Xiaohua began to peel the bark, affirming, "Of course it does. Back home, I often use this to repel mosquitoes. It's highly effective." Although Zhao Jun was indifferent to mosquito bites, it did not mean he was free from annoyance. He immediately began to peel the bark from the trees, quickly accumulating a substantial amount, stripping several trees of their bark. However, both Yang Xiaohua and Zhao Jun understood that trees primarily rely on their bark to transport nutrients. Thus, they did not strip it completely, ensuring the bark remained interconnected to keep the trees alive. They could always return to peel more when necessary. Yang Xiaohua, feeling the collection was insufficient, noted that the upper bark was out of reach, and said, "Captain, could you please crouch down?" Zhao Jun inquired, "What for?" Yet, despite his question, he complied and crouched. Yang Xiaohua promptly mounted his shoulders, declaring, "Stand up. I need to gather some bark from above and collect some leaves to take back." Zhao Jun was taken aback by the unexpected situation, feeling a peculiar sensation as Yang Xiaohua's legs wrapped around his neck. As he stood up, she focused on gathering bark and leaves. Zhao Jun's hands instinctively supported Yang Xiaohua's thighs, his awareness heightened by her proximity. He was not one to remain unperturbed by such closeness, and soon he found his thoughts wandering. Unable to resist, he lightly caressed her thigh, causing Yang Xiaohua to feel a ticklish sensation, prompting her to request, quickly, "Put me down." However, Zhao Jun urged, "Keep going, gather more, otherwise it won't be enough." Yang Xiaohua found herself in a dilemma, realizing that dismounting was not as simple as it seemed. A hint of fear crept in her voice as she cautioned, "Captain, please keep your hands still." Zhao Jun immediately withdrew his hands, responding, "All right." But as he released her, Yang Xiaohua felt unsteady and exclaimed, "Hey, wait, support me." Zhao Jun sighed, "Sister, you wanted to keep my hands still one moment and then support you the next. What exactly do you expect me to do?" As he spoke, he playfully twisted his body, nearly causing Yang Xiaohua to topple. She clutched his head tightly, urging, "Just support me, and please don't let me fall." Reluctantly, Zhao Jun resumed his grip on her thigh, saying, "This was your request." After finally stabilizing, Yang Xiaohua continued her task of collecting bark and leaves. Zhao Yun, seeing that she had gathered enough, carefully supported her as he squatted down. Yang Xiaohua hastily dismounted, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Zhao Jun placed the collected bark and leaves into a snakeskin bag, preparing to return. After walking a short distance, Yang Xiaohua spotted another tree adorned with pod-like fruits resembling flat beans, exclaiming, "Captain, quickly climb up and pick some." Zhao Jun gazed at the peculiar pods and asked, "What on earth is that? Can it be eaten? Is it tasty?" "You only think of food. That is a soap tree. It can be used for laundry, bathing, and as an excellent disinfectant for washing hands," Yang Xiaohua explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun promptly climbed up and gathered a good amount before they returned, their haul substantial. Upon their return to the cave, they discovered Yun Shuang preparing a meal. Noticing Yang Xiaohua's arrival, she set aside her tasks and exclaimed, "You have returned just in time. I was pondering how to prepare dinner." Yang Xiaohua naturally took over the utensils, recalling that Zhao Jun had once acquired 2 pots at the small military base, one for cooking and the other for boiling water. Of course, he could not bear to part with the metal pot, repurposing it for a delightful teppanyaki. Yang Xiaohua brewed a fragrant antelope soup and began washing wild vegetables. Zhao Jun meticulously laid out the tree bark and leaves, along with the soap pods, explaining their uses. The women, upon hearing this, were filled with joy, for these were indeed treasures in their eyes. Chapter 27. Who can endure this? As night fell, the weather took a dramatic turn. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and the winds began to stir. Zhao Jun promptly began preparations, inspecting the drainage ditches and traps, as well as ensuring there was an ample supply of dry wood and hay. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he breathed a sigh of relief. The weather at sea could change abruptly, and soon they were beset by a tempest of wind and rain, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Nevertheless, the group inside the cave continued to feast and engage in light-hearted banter, seemingly unconcerned. After their meal, Yun Shuang suddenly proposed, "Since we have no pressing matters at hand, why not boil some water for a bath? One person can bathe while the others help dry her clothes. With the soap pods available, we can enjoy a splendid wash and have a good night's sleep, awakening to yet another delightful day." Su Xinxu nodded eagerly. "I think that's a splendid idea." Many had longed for a bath, but had hesitated to mention it due to the scarcity of water. Now, with the heavy rain, they had dug a reservoir outside, perfectly suited for bathing. The women wasted no time, and Zhao Jun went out to fetch water while Yang Xiaohua prepared for boiling. Yun Shuang was the first to bathe. Zhao Jun, sitting by the fire, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stole glances in their direction, thinking, "Who can withstand this?" As the women began drying their clothes, what started as a serious endeavor soon turned into a playful competition over whose physique was superior. Ultimately, the consensus was that Su Xinxu was the most impressive. Upon hearing this, Su Xinxu crossed her arms, blushing profusely. Zhao Jun quickly averted his gaze, thinking, "These women are certainly tempting me into impropriety." Having finished their baths, the women donned their dried clothes, feeling remarkably refreshed. The eucalyptus bark indeed proved effective against mosquitoes, as they found none buzzing about that night. Just after a bath, Su Xinxu approached. Tao Luna remarked, "Indeed, after a bath, one feels considerably lighter." When it was finally Zhao Jun's turn, he lay back in the tub, letting out a contented sigh. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan approached to offer him a back scrub, which he graciously accepted. "Quite impressive," Su Xinxu whispered. Yun Shuang teased, "What this? Are you smitten?" Su Xinxu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Not at all. I was merely expressing a sentiment." "Shuijia, I've heard that wealthy ladies like you visit special venues to find companions. Is that true? How are those experiences?" Yun Shuang asked with a playful smirk. Su Xinxu hastily protested, "I've never been to such places. There are children present. Let us not speak of such things." Yao Qiaoyun interjected, glancing at Su Ruoyu. "Children? She is hardly a child anymore. Is she? Ruoyu, have you ever had a boyfriend?" Su Ruoyu shook her head. No. During high school, someone did send me a love letter, but I ignored him, focusing solely on my studies. I've only been in university for less than a year. Such a pity. You're fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Otherwise, what a tremendous loss that would have been, Yun Shuang remarked. Yang Xiaohua added, I don't have a boyfriend either. My family plans to set me up with someone this new year. You have spent too much time in the village. Had you ventured out sooner, you would have found a boyfriend by now. By the way, Qiaoyun, what about you? Yun Shuang inquired. Yao Qiaoyun, lost in thought for a moment, replied, I do have a boyfriend. Is there anything intimate between you two? Yun Shuang asked, her curiosity piqued. Qiaoyun shook her head. No, he is my college classmate and my first love. We have been together for many years, but I have yet to agree to anything, saying we would discuss marriage when the time comes. Yun Shuang responded, that is where you are mistaken. Let me tell you, it is best to try things out first. What if he is lacking in that department? Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Qiaoyun dismissed the notion. But what if I never end up marrying him? Come on. Who still adheres to such notions these days? Maintaining your purity is an outdated mindset. Yun Shuang exclaimed. Su Xinxu interjected. It seems you have quite a few boyfriends, don't you? Yun Shuang shrugged. The gym scene is rather chaotic. With personal trainers and gym goers all exposed, sparks are bound to fly, leading to quite the tangled private lives. Luna, what about you? Tao Luna replied. I had a boyfriend. We were on the verge of marriage when I discovered he was cheating, so we broke up. I decided to take a trip to Hawaii to clear my mind, only to encounter this situation. Yun Shuang remarked, so you must have been living together? Yes, for 3 months. Tao Luna admitted without hesitation, for there was nothing to conceal, especially as Yun Shuang herself was open about her chaotic personal life. Su Jie must be married by now, right? Yun Shuang asked. Su Xinxu responded, of course, but there are no children yet. It is precisely because we have not had children and he is so busy with work that our feelings have faded. Had it not been for these circumstances, we might have already divorced. Yao Qiaoyun questioned, why would one choose to divorce when everything seems fine? Su Xinxu shook her head. When love fades, maintaining a marriage becomes exceedingly difficult. You and your boyfriend may have a good relationship, but you likely cannot comprehend this. Yao Qiaoyun sighed, to be honest. Our relationship isn't that great either. He often gets angry about trivial matters, and I find myself at a loss as to what to do. Moreover, he is quite close with several of my friends, though I have chosen not to delve deeper. As they discussed their boyfriends and mentioned Zhao Jun's prowess, Zhao Jun listened intently, relishing the gentle touch of Qin Xiyuan's delicate hands on his back. He casually asked, Yuan, what about you? Qin Xiyuan paused. What do you mean? Are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? Zhao Jun queried. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiyuan replied, I have had 2 boyfriends. The first one lacked a stable job and couldn't support himself, so we parted ways. The second one and I drifted apart because I was often away, and now that I have encountered difficulties, I am certain he has already found someone else. Zhao Jun took her small hand in his, reassuringly saying, do not dwell on it too much. Qin Xiyuan smiled and said, it is of little use for me to dwell on my thoughts. The mere fact that I am alive is already a stroke of fortune, especially now that I have you by my side. Jun, this evening, shall we? Zhao Jun felt a surge of excitement within at her words. Chapter 28. Not today. Zhao Jun, who has never had a girlfriend, often finds himself contemplating such matters. Recently, due to the torment inflicted by Feng Sidong on Qin Xiyuan, Zhao Jun wished to provide her with a moment of respite, while also believing that some time apart would allow him to accept her anew. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan's delicate hand embraced Zhao Jun. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation, and softly murmured in her ear, come find me tonight. Qin Xiyuan nodded in agreement, and he added, you should go back first. Don't let them notice anything. Releasing her hold, Qin Xiyuan returned to the fire pit to finish warming Zhao Jun's clothes. Once done, she handed them to him, and he donned them before sitting among the other women. Yun Shuang gazed at Zhao Jun and inquired, Captain, we've all discussed our romantic lives. Surely you've heard us. Why don't you share yours? Naturally, Zhao Jun would not admit to his lack of experience in this realm. Instead, he boasted, since high school, I've been quite the romantic figure. Numerous female classmates have admired me, but I simply found them unworthy. Su Xinxu chuckled and questioned, really? Zhao Jun, brimming with pride, replied, of course, I possess charisma. Haha. The other women expressed their disbelief, yet could not muster any counterarguments. After their baths, the hour grew late, and one by one, they retreated to their slumber. As Zhao Jun awaited Qin Xiyuan's arrival, he was taken aback by her absence. Initially, he thought she might be concerned about being discovered too early, but an hour later, she hurried over. When faced with Zhao Jun's embrace, she offered little in return. He paused, puzzled, and asked, "What is wrong? Didn't you say?" Qin Xiyuan awkwardly smiled and confessed, "It's not possible today, my period has arrived." Zhao Jun, bemused, replied, "How did it come so suddenly?" She explained, "I calculated the timing, and it's actually just these couple of days. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. I only just realized." Zhao Jun, now devoid of interest, released her and sighed. "Then we shall wait a few days." Qin Xiyuan, her brow furrowed in distress, lamented, "With my period it's truly inconvenient, and it could get messy. We need to devise a solution." This predicament was indeed quite serious, for they had no sanitary supplies, and with 7 women present, the situation was compounded. Zhao Jun nodded and assured her, "I will think of a way tomorrow." After sharing a few more words with Zhao Jun, Qin Xiyuan departed. Lying on the rock, he found it amusing that concluding his youth seemed a daunting task. The following morning, the storm persisted, continuing to rage outside. However, for Zhao Jun, this was a fortuitous turn of events. After all, with Fong Sidong outside, if he had survived the previous 7 days, it was highly unlikely that he would endure the tempest of yesterday and today. Moreover, Zhao Jun and his companions had adequately prepared, causing them no concern for the storm. Even if it lasted several more days, they would have enough provisions to sustain themselves. Zhao Jun opened the suitcase and discovered several exquisite pieces of underwear. Crafted from high-quality cotton, he meticulously tore them into small sections and distributed 5 pieces to each woman, except for Qin Xiyuan, who looked at him in bewilderment, as did the others. Zhao Jun explained, "These can be used as padding when your menstrual cycle arrives. You can alternate their use and clean them with soapberry, allowing for reuse to prevent any mess. Being made of cotton, they possess excellent absorbency." Upon hearing this, the women felt a surge of warmth from Zhao Jun. Their gazes toward him transformed. Although the matter was somewhat private, it was an inevitable aspect of their existence. As Zhao Jun stared at the now empty suitcase, he drifted into thought. With this, they currently lacked underwear. Given that it was summer, the situation was manageable, but inevitably, winter would approach. How would they endure the harsh cold then? Yao Qiaoyun noticed Zhao Jun's preoccupation and approached him, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "I was contemplating how we will survive the winter." Zhao Yun replied, "We need to gather a substantial amount of animal hides to withstand the winter." Yun Shuang reminded him. Zhao Jun slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I have forgotten? Now that we have firearms, we should engage in more hunting. Whether it be wolf pelts or antelope hides, they are excellent for keeping warm." He retrieved a rifle, began to clean it, and checked that it was functional. "Once the storm has passed, Xiaohua, Qiaoyun, and I will venture out to hunt. Sister Shuang, you and the others must remain in the cave and stay vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances." Zhao Jun instructed. Though he did not explicitly mention the potential threat posed by Fong Sidong, Yun Shuang understood. "Do you believe Fong Sidong is still alive out there?" she asked. "Most likely he has perished, but who knows? Perhaps fate has favored him, and he still lives. We cannot afford to lower our guard. Regret would come too late." Sao Yun is solemnly. Yun Shuang sighed, expressing her frustration. "That man is like a thorn in my side, causing great discomfort." Sao Yun replied, "Zeus, we must exercise utmost caution and deny him any opportunity. Otherwise, we may face consequences beyond our capacity to bear." Yun Shuang declared, "Everyone must remain vigilant from now on." "Understood?" As the captain, Zhao Jun held authority, and while he shared a closer bond with Qin Xiyuan, Yun Shuang had assumed the role of second-in-command, her capabilities unparalleled among the women. Consequently, the group respected her, particularly as the tempest raged outside, accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating an atmosphere of unease. Fortunately, the cave provided a sanctuary, warm, secure, and imbued with a sense of comfort. Deep within, each individual felt a twinge of gratitude for surviving the plane crash and encountering Zhao Jun, which significantly eased their struggle for survival. Gathered around the fire, they engaged in lively conversation, their spirits lifted. Yet, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang remained burdened by uncertainty regarding Fong Sitong's fate, their hearts heavy with concern. The storm has finally subsided. As they stepped outside, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. a sight that was both shocking and disheartening. Yang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and remarked, "We are fortunate to have taken refuge in the cave. Had we been outside, we would likely have perished." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Indeed, it would be quite difficult for Fong Sidong to survive out there, wouldn't it?" Zhao Jun shook his head and cautioned, "We must remain vigilant. What if he managed to evade danger by hiding somewhere? Regardless, let's all stay alert and ensure that we do not stray from either me or Sister Shuang. Remember this." Chapter 29. Goat's Milk at present. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang are proficient in the use of firearms to avert unnecessary complications. Zhao Jun has no intention of allowing the other women to handle guns, for firearms carry inherent dangers, such as misfires and explosions, which could lead to catastrophic losses. Moreover, the unpredictability of human nature makes Zhao Jun uneasy about too many individuals wielding weapons. The other women, however, expressed no strong objections, as they had not previously been acquainted with firearms. Zhao Jun took Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun on a hunting expedition. Currently, their supplies consisted of merely 2 wolf pelts, 2 antelope hides, and 3 scarves crafted from rabbit fur, which proved insufficient. Although winter was still some time away, they needed a plan for the long term. After searching for a while without any significant finds, they stumbled upon several rabbits in a previously set trap. Zhao Jun tied the rabbits together and slung them over his shoulder. At that moment, they spotted an antelope lying low in the grass. Zhao Jun instinctively lifted his rifle, preparing to aim, but the antelope, aware of their presence, remained motionless. Just then, Yao Qiaoyun reached out and pressed down on Zhao Jun's rifle. "Posud," Cao Yun inquired. "What is it? Look below it." Yao Qiaoyun replied, handing him the binoculars. This binoculars had been acquired from a small military base and was temporarily entrusted to Yao Qiaoyun. Curious, Zhao Jun peered through the lenses and discovered that beneath the antelope were 3 small fawns nursing. The mother antelope, although acutely aware of the danger, remained still, exhibiting remarkable vigilance. Zhao Jun remarked, "We cannot afford to consider such matters now. Even if the antelope is pregnant, we must procure what we need, especially since it has already given birth." Yao Qiaoyun shook her head, saying, "I do not intend to exhibit undue compassion. I merely believe we can rear them. The antelope is swift and large, making it difficult for us to capture alive. It would be ideal to take these 3 fawns with us." Zhao Jun pondered her words and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He lowered his rifle and, along with Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun, approached the antelope. The 3 fawns were still quite young, able to stand but unsteady on their feet. Each of them promptly picked up a fawn. The mother antelope attempted to flee but hesitated, unable to abandon her young, tugging at Zhao Jun's clothing with her mouth. Unfazed, Zhao Jun continued on his way, and the mother antelope followed closely behind. Upon reaching the cave, Zhao Jun noticed that the mother antelope still trailed them, prompting a chuckle as he remarked, "I intended to let it go, yet it has chosen to follow us." Yang Xiaohua, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, "It cannot bear to part with her young. Perhaps we should release them. After all, we are not lacking in provisions at the moment." At this juncture, the other women also began to express their opinions. Some advocated for releasing them, while others suggested driving the mother antelope away or keeping the fawns alive and slaughtering the adult for meat. Various opinions were voiced. Amidst Zhao Jun's indecision, Su Xinxu suddenly interjected, "Let us keep them all. These fawns rely on their mother for nourishment, and without her, their survival is precarious. Besides, we could benefit from goat's milk." Yang Xiaohua widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Can goat's milk be consumed as well?" Su Xinxu nodded and replied, "Of course it can. In fact, goat's milk possesses a higher nutritional value than cow's milk. I haven't had cow's milk in many years. I've solely been drinking goat's milk. Although I've never tried fresh goat's milk, I am uncertain of its taste." Zhao Jun had also heard that goat's milk was superior to cow's milk, yet he had never tasted it himself. Regardless, tending to the mother goat would not hinder their activities, so Zhao Jun constructed a shelter. He used the young goat to lure the mother goat inside, securing her within. The shelter was elevated on stones, strewn with hay, and fortified with traps to guard against wolf packs, while also providing protection from heavy rain. The goats could easily thrive on grass and leaves. Next came the milking of the goat. The mother goat was gentle, and since Yang Xiaohua had previous experience with milking cows, the task naturally fell to her. She filled a wooden bucket halfway. Initially, they were somewhat unaccustomed to the flavor, but after a few sips, they found it delightful. Indeed, the taste surpassed that of cow's milk. We must take good care of this. We shall drink this in the mornings, moving forward. Zhao Jun remarked, smacking his lips. The rabbits and young goats were thriving. And with goat's milk to consume, everyone felt optimistic about the future. However, after about 10 days, Zhao Jun began to sense something amiss. First, while hunting, he frequently encountered wolf packs lurking nearby. Though they did not attack him, they followed at a distance, and, at night, the howls echoed outside their dwelling. Based on Zhao Jun's understanding of wolf behavior, they were likely gathering to seek revenge. Although the wolves of the Gobi and those of the deserted island differed somewhat, their vengeful nature and ferocity remained unchanged. Secondly, Zhao Jun discovered that the bamboo he intended to use for constructing pipes had been deliberately damaged. Initially, he suspected wildlife, but it soon became evident that this was the work of humans, as some had been smashed with tools while others had been removed entirely. On this island, the only person capable of such acts was Fong Sitong. He is still alive? Zhao Jun felt a pang of disappointment and concern. He now had to contend not only with the potential retaliation from the wolves, but also with the threat posed by Fong Sitong. In comparison, Fong Sitong represented a far greater danger. Humanity could be far more terrifying. Zhao Jun convened everyone to discuss the matter, and concerns spread among them. Some feared the wolves more, while others were more apprehensive about Fong Sitong, leading to a spirited discussion. Zhao Jun gestured for silence and spoke. Currently, we are faced with two imminent crises. Regarding the wolves, we must set more traps and maintain 2 campfires daily outside. Additionally, we need to reinforce our entrance. Overall, we must prioritize prevention, ensuring they remain at bay and do not seize an opportunity to attack. Yao Qiaoyun inquired. I once watched a film depicting a tale of wolf packs attacking humans. In a frenzy, they disregard everything and charge forward relentlessly. Can our traps truly serve as a barrier against them? Zhao Jun sighed. That is precisely why we must exercise heightened vigilance. Everyone, stay alert. If they indeed come to attack, it will merely be an opportunity for us to collect their pelts. Chapter 30. Nightmare. Although Zhao Jun expressed his thoughts, a lingering concern gnawed at him. Those around him understood that his words were more a source of comfort than reassurance. Beyond the threat of the wolf pack, there loomed another peril, Fong Sitong. The destruction of the bamboo hinted that Fong Sitong was still alive. As long as he drew breath, their existence would not be free from peril. He was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, biding his time. If Fong Sitong regained the upper hand, the consequences would be dire, and many lives would be lost. We cannot wait for him to come to us. We must take the initiative. Sao Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang inquired. How do we take the initiative? Zhao Jun narrowed his eyes, contemplating. I need to devise a strategy. This time, we must eradicate him and deny him any further opportunities. Tao Luna instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, declaring, we cannot allow him to regain control here. Qin Xiyuan echoed her sentiment. Indeed, he is capable of murder. That night, as Zhao Jun lay in contemplation of these pressing matters, the flickering light from the campfire seeped through the cracks of the door. He retrieved his last cigarette and lit it. In the early hours of the morning, Zhao Jun pulled out his phone to check the time. The phone had long been dead, but he had brought along a hand-crank generator to recharge every one's devices. Unfortunately, there was no signal. This place was devoid of connectivity, rendering the phone merely a timekeeping tool. As the clock struck past 1, he peered through the door's crevice. 2 campfires blazed brightly, and nothing seemed amiss. Satisfied, he returned to his resting place, only for Qin Xiyuan to approach him. She wrapped her arms around him and whispered in his ear, Jun, my relatives have departed, and I took a bath tonight. Zhao Jun understood her implications and smiled softly, turning to gently pin Qin Xiyuan beneath him. Just as he was about to act, Su Ruoyu suddenly let out a piercing scream. Startled, both Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan jumped. Zhao Jun swiftly disentangled himself from Qin Xiyuan and rushed towards Su Ruoyu, initially fearing a snake or some other creature had frightened her. Upon reaching her, he found Su Ruoyu drenched in sweat, her eyes wide with terror, while Yun Shuang had also arrived, cradling her. What happened? Zhao Jun asked. I had a nightmare. Su Ruoyu stammered. Fong Sitong returned and killed the captain. And he wanted to... Oh. Su Ruoyu's voice broke into sobs as she spoke. Yun Shuang held her tightly, offering comfort. It's all right, don't worry, don't be afraid. It was just a dream. We are all still here. Fong Sitong has no opportunity to harm us. The last encounter with Fong Sidong had left Su Ruoyu with a significant psychological scar. Learning that he was still alive and plotting further mischief triggered her imagination, and, given her youth, the nightmare became increasingly nightmarish in her mind. Zhao Jun crouched beside her, assuring her, I am here. You need not fear. Su Ruoyu ceased her weeping and remarked, Captain, I am truly terrified. Zhao Jun grasped Su Ruoyu's delicate hand and replied, Dreams are often contrary. If you dreamt that Fong Sidong killed me, then in reality, it must be that I have vanquished him. We possess firearms, and besides, he's not a match for me. I fear neither wolves nor giant pythons. So why should I fear him? Su Ruoyu's eyes widened as she questioned. Are you genuinely unafraid of him? He wielded a gun and could not take my life. How could he possibly have another chance? This cannot happen, Zhao Jun confidently asserted. Indeed. Su Ruoyu clutched Zhao Jun's hand tightly and implored, Then please do not leave just yet. Wait until I fall asleep before you go, will you? Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, acquiesced. Very well, sleep now. I shall remain here. As Su Ruoyu lay down, she held on to Zhao Jun, when Yun Shuang yawned and said, Then I shall return to sleep as well. Do not act recklessly. Zhao Jun, bemused, replied, What could I possibly do? You all should rest. Qin Xiyuan lingered for a moment before silently departing, leaving Zhao Jun feeling resigned. He had anticipated bidding farewell to his innocence that night, but fate had other plans. As for Su Ruoyu, Zhao Jun harbored no significant desires. He had always regarded her as a younger sister. He had fantasized about Qin Xiyuan, Su Xinxu, Yao Qiaoyun, and even Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang, occasionally contemplating Tao Luna, yet Su Ruoyu occupied a different space in his heart. He only wished to protect her. Zhao Jun recognized that Su Ruoyu's turmoil had disrupted his budding romance with Qin Xiyuan, yet he bore her no ill will. There would be ample time ahead, and good fortune often requires patience. He waited until Su Ruoyu fell into a deeper slumber before gently withdrawing his hand and silently returning to his own resting place. Lying down, Zhao Jun pondered, the matter concerning Fong Sidong must be resolved swiftly, otherwise tranquility would elude them. Currently, he was in the light while Fong remained in the shadows, and a strategy must be devised to draw him out. How could he accomplish this? Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to sleep, unaware that he too would dream again, this time of Fong Sidong, who aimed a rifle at him, jolting Zhao Jun awake in a fright. Realizing it was merely a dream, he noticed dawn had broken. As he rose, the other women began to awaken as well. Zhao Jun seized his firearm and opened the wooden door fashioned from trees to survey his surroundings. Nothing unusual was present, save for some wolf droppings, indicating they were lurking nearby, watching intently. Just then, Qin Xiyuan emerged and approached Zhao Jun, whispering, Last night. It is nothing. We shall have our opportunities. Zhao Jun reassured her. Qin Xiyuan continued, It seems we must swiftly eliminate Fong Sidong. This state of unrest makes it impossible to sleep soundly. Zhao Jun gazed into the distance and affirmed, That is indeed certain. I too dreamt of him last night, sensing he is lurking in the shadows, biding his time to strike. Qin Xiyuan, feeling a twinge of fear, retracted her head slightly and inquired, What shall we do then? Zhao Jun sighed, stating that he would devise a solution promptly, urging everyone not to worry excessively. At present, we hold an undeniable advantage, as long as we wield our weapons. We need not fear any upheaval. The first task for Yang Xiaohua upon rising was to prepare the meal, while Yun Shuang engaged in yoga. Although Su Xinxu lacked cosmetics, she applied a damp cloth to her face, serving as a makeshift mask, seemingly effective in maintaining her skin's moisture. Su Ruoyu had not enjoyed a restful night and was still lost in slumber, while Tao Luna assisted Yang Xiaohua in the kitchen. Yao Qiaoyun sat in silence, her thoughts wandering into the unknown. Chapter 31. Injury after breakfast, Zhao Jun set out for a hunt with Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun. This was not their first outing, and they were quite familiar with one another. As they walked, Yang Xiaohua inquired, Captain, have you devised a plan to deal with Fong Sidong? Zhao Jun shook his head. Not yet. Yang Xiaohua replied, This matter is urgent. We must act swiftly. I have an unsettling feeling in my heart, a deep sense of fear. Everyone was somewhat on edge, but in reality, the situation was not as dire as they perceived. They were certain they could resolve it. Zhao Jun reassured her. Yang Xiaohua sighed, I hope so. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, You should never have let him go in the first place. Zhao Jun couldn't help but respond. We never intended to let him escape. He fled on his own. Can you believe that? Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun exchanged glances, remaining silent. Though Zhao Jun's assertion was indeed quite reasonable. Suddenly, Yang Xiaohua halted in her tracks, having spotted a wolf glaring menacingly at them. Zhao Jun gently pulled Yang Xiaohua aside, raising his gun to aim but refraining from firing. He understood that a shot could potentially summon a pack of wolves, endangering both him and Yang Xiaohua. Yet, remaining in this tense standoff was not a viable option. The wolf could howl, sealing their fate. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jun cautiously inched closer, ready to pull the trigger when the wolf howled and lunged at them. In a split-second decision, he refrained from shooting and instead drew his katana, striking fiercely at the gray wolf. The wolf's momentum collided with the blade, but it still managed to sink its teeth into Zhao Jun's shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he swung the katana horizontally, nearly severing the wolf's hindquarters. As the wolf collapsed to the ground, Zhao Jun felt the sharp pain in his shoulder intensify, causing him to sink to the earth. His injury was severe, the deep bite marks alarming, blood flowing profusely. Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun rushed to his side to staunch the bleeding. After a hasty bandaging, Yang Xiaohua realized the blood had not completely ceased. Sao Yun, we must return quickly. Adhering to her principle of not wasting resources, Yang Xiaohua hoisted the wolf onto her shoulders. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun discovered a small wolf cub. Initially startled and considering dispatching it, she hesitated upon realizing its diminutive size, akin to a puppy, and couldn't resist crouching down to embrace it. Ignoring everything else, the trio hurried back to their cave. Zhao Jun's primary concern was the possibility of Fong Sitong appearing, especially given his serious injury. Once inside, he retrieved anti-inflammatory medication and some amoxicillin for both internal and external use, managing to stem the blood flow. Having lost a considerable amount of blood, his complexion was pale, almost ghastly, with his lips taking on a whitish hue. Lying on the rocky surface, he shivered and murmured, "So cold." Qin Xiyuan immediately wrapped her arms around him, providing a modicum of warmth, while Yun Shuang asked, "What happened?" Yao Qiaoyun recounted the situation and presented some antelope bones to the little wolf, which eagerly began to gnaw at them on the ground. "Are you planning to raise a wolf?" Su Xinxu asked, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Do you not see that it resembles a dog? I suppose, but it is still a wolf." Su Xinxu voiced her concerns. "It is said that dogs are descendants of wolves. Once we tame it, it should behave just like a dog," Yao Qiaoyun asserted. Su Xinxu countered, "But what if it turns on us?" Yun Shuang interjected, "Let's nurture it for now. Should we notice any signs of danger, we can eliminate it. If it truly can be domesticated like a dog, it would be advantageous for our future hunting endeavors." Yang Xiaohua gazed worriedly at the semi-conscious Zhao Jun and lamented, "I hope the captain is not in any serious trouble." Qin Xiyuan reassured her, his breathing remained steady. He has merely lost considerable blood. With ample meat broth over the next few days, he should gradually recover. There is no need for excessive concern. My only worry is whether he was bitten by the wolf and might contract rabies. Yun Shuang frowned and remarked, "That is indeed a possibility. We lack a vaccine, so we can only pray that such a fate does not befall him." Su Ruoyu, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, "How could this happen?" Zhao Jun, currently in a semi-conscious state, was not in mortal danger. His wounds were not fatal, but had caused significant blood loss, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. As night fell, he began to regain consciousness. Qin Xiyuan offered him some meat broth, and he felt considerably improved, though the wounds still pained him. The women gathered around, expressing their concern for Zhao Jun's injuries, for he was the only man among them. Should anything untoward happen, it would be a scenario they all wished to avoid. After all, their survival thus far had largely been due to Zhao Jun's efforts. Su Ruoyu timidly inquired, "Captain, do you feel any better?" Zhao Jun nodded, "Much improved. There is no need for worry. In the coming days, we must remain vigilant against both the wolf pack and Fong Sitong." Yun Shuang suggested, "We should minimize our outings, primarily subsisting on wild vegetables and preserved foods. We still have some canned goods. Although they are past their expiration date, they have not spoiled, so we can cook them. We must endure these few days." Zhao Jun agreed. "Indeed, we must exercise caution. The water in the reservoir has collected a bit from the last heavy rain, and we have a dozen coconuts. We shall manage for a few days." treating it as if we are enduring another torrential downpour, preventing us from venturing out. We must stay together to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Given the stakes of survival, there are no objections from the group. Fortunately, Zhao Jun's blood loss had not led to infection, but the specter of rabies remained a matter of fate. After resting for a while, Zhao Jun, with Qin Xiyuan's assistance, sat up and leaned against her. She remarked, "If only we did not have to venture out to hunt anymore, we would not face such injuries." Yun Shuang remarked, "To avoid hunting, we must wait until the antelope have fully matured, which will take at least another year. However, it seems that the rabbits are on the verge of multiplying, which could alleviate the urgency of hunting. A year from now, with both rabbits and antelope, we could sustain ourselves without any need for hunting." Qin Xiyuan sighed. "Oh, we still have to wait a year?" Zhao Jun replied, "It's all right. I was careless this time, but I will be more cautious in the future." Yao Qiaoyun gently stroked the little wolf sleeping on her lap and said, "Captain, do you know why you didn't fire your weapon? If you had shot in time, you might not have been injured. The distance was so short, you certainly could have hit your target with a single shot." Chapter 32. The reappearance of Fong Sidong. Zhao Jun expressed his helplessness, saying, "At that moment, I feared that firing a gun would attract a pack of wolves. Although I possess a firearm, facing an onslaught from a wolf pack leaves little room for victory. Alas, we are besieged by both wolves and Fong Sidong. Truly a dire predicament." Su Xinxu, her face etched with worry, chimed in. Zhao Jun urged, "Remain vigilant, but do not overthink it. Everything can be resolved." As evening descended, everyone gathered after dinner to engage in conversation. Yun Shuang occasionally glanced outside, where 3 bonfires blazed, one to ward off the wolves and the others to keep an eye on the surroundings. "I have devised a plan," Zhao Jun declared. "Once my injuries have healed, I shall seek out Fong Sidong and swiftly eliminate him. We must reduce hunting activities and set more traps outside, ideally larger ones, to capture antelopes. This way, we will not only have food but also obtain sheep hides. Though the wolf pack is fearsome, they can ultimately be tracked. The greatest threat remains Fong Sidong." Yun Shuang agreed. "Indeed, once we deal with Fong Sidong, no one will disrupt our bamboo pipeline. Then, the issue of drinking water will be resolved. We can set more traps and occasionally gather prey or fish along the shore." This discussion filled the group with hope, as they believed that resolving the issue with Fong Sidong would stabilize their lives. As night fell, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. Qin Xiyuan tended to Zhao Jun for a while. Despite his desire to be close to her, his injuries rendered him unable to do so, and he resigned himself to the situation. After a brief kiss, Qin Xiyuan retired to her own rest. Yun Shuang, seated beside Zhao Jun, was not merely there for companionship. Given that Zhao Jun usually guarded the door, her presence was a precautionary measure in case of any unforeseen events due to his injury. Upon awakening, Zhao Jun noticed Yun Shuang dozing off and gently roused her, suggesting, "Perhaps you should rest. Dawn is approaching." Rubbing her eyes, Yun Shuang replied, "I'm fine. I can sleep during the day." She glanced outside, and suddenly, a tremor shook the tree door, startling her. Zhao Jun inquired, "What is wrong?" Yun Shuang, having spotted a fleeting silhouette, replied solemnly, "It's Fong Sidong. It must be him. Place the gun in the gap and fire a shot." Zhao Jun commanded. "But he has already left." Yun Shuang protested. "Even so, fire a shot." Cao Yun insisted. Yun Shuang took up her pistol, positioning it in the crevice. And with a resounding bang, she fired a shot. The sound startled everyone awake, and they hurried over to inquire about the commotion. Yun Shuang recounted her sighting, prompting a flurry of chatter among the group. Yang Xiaohua exclaimed in astonishment, "He has indeed struck first. Did the shot hit him? What did he do?" Tao Luna asked. Yao Qiaoyun added, "What happened?" Yun Shuang raised her hands to quiet the crowd, asserting, "He has already fled, but it seems he threw something our way. I did not dare to venture outside to investigate." Zhao Jun remarked, "The purpose of my instructing you to fire a shot was merely to intimidate him. I believe he will be too frightened to return tonight. However, as a precaution, we should refrain from venturing outside until dawn. It is possible he is testing the waters. Aware of my injury, we must remain composed." Yun Shuang responded, "So your intention in having me fire the gun was to scare him off?" Cao Yun noted, "This indicates that we shall not let our guard down tonight. It serves as a warning to him. Not only should he refrain from returning tonight, but he must also reconsider any future nocturnal endeavors." He pondered, "I wonder what he threw in our direction." Yun Shuang remained quite curious. Let us wait until tomorrow morning to investigate. For now, you should keep watch at the door, Zhao Jun instructed. Yun Shuang nodded and settled by the entrance. To lighten the mood, Zhao Jun added, "It's all right. His appearance is, in fact, good news for us. If he had remained absent, we would have been on edge. Clearly, he can no longer contain himself and is eager to take action. Since he has revealed himself, it indicates that life outside has become quite challenging for him. He seeks to return with vengeance. Everyone, stay vigilant. He is currently unarmed and without weaponry. There's nothing to fear in a bare-handed confrontation. He may not even match up to Sister Xuan." Tao Luna expressed, "I hope we can resolve this matter swiftly." Zhao Jun glanced at the makeshift door they had crafted from branches and said, "This door requires improvement. It should be entirely enclosed with observation and shooting ports to ensure our utmost safety." The following morning, everyone rose early to assess the situation outside before finally opening the door. Upon doing so, they discovered a long spear lodged in it. Yun Shuang pulled the spear free and was taken aback by its exquisite craftsmanship. The spearhead was finely honed and sharp, adorned with intricate patterns along the shaft. "This cannot possibly be crafted by Fong Sitong, can it?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Jun inspected it and shook his head, saying, "Certainly not. He must have found it." "How could such a thing be found here?" Yao Qiaoyun questioned in confusion. Zhao Jun replied, "If I can stumble upon a rifle, then it seems plausible that he could find a spear in some hidden location." Yun Shuang voiced her concern. "Your rifle was left over from a battle. But what about this spear? Wasn't that tunnel destroyed by you?" Zhao Jun contemplated. "I am uncertain of the specifics, but we have yet to thoroughly explore this deserted island. It is not unusual to encounter unexpected items." Su Xinxu widened her eyes and asked, "Do you think there could be cannibals on this island?" Zhao Jun shook his head. "You have watched too many movies. There are no cannibals here. Although we have not scoured the entire deserted island, we have ventured to higher elevations. The island is not particularly vast, and there are no signs of human activity. Thus, the existence of cannibals seems unlikely." Su Xinxu remarked, "That may not be the case. This island could very well have indigenous inhabitants." Zhao Jun contemplated carefully before shaking his head and responding, "That is not possible. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts." "Then how do we explain this spear? Could it not have been fashioned by the island's original denizens?" Su Xinxu Su Ruoyu added, "There is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could a spear exist here, especially one so well crafted?" Chapter 33. The Indian woman Zhao Jun was also pondering deeply, scrutinizing the spear in his hand with great seriousness. Though difficult to explain, he sought to prevent any alarm, saying, "All right, let us not indulge in wild speculations. Regardless of who it may be, we are armed. Even if there are indigenous people here, we need not be concerned. If there are indeed natives, they must be cannibals as portrayed in the films." Su Xinxu interjected, "Indeed." Waving his hand, Zhao Jun replied, "Enough of this talk. For the time being, let us minimize our outings and refrain from wandering alone. It is imperative that everyone remembers this." The women nodded in agreement, signifying their understanding. Zhao Jun was now able to move slowly, though he dared not engage in vigorous activity for fear of reopening his wound. His injury was deep. While it had not damaged any bones, it had affected the tendons. Caution was, therefore, his best course of action. In the following days, Fong Sitong, perhaps frightened by the gunfire, did not reappear. However, the spear remained a peculiar enigma, and Zhao Jun had contemplated its origin for several days without any clarity. Logically, if there were indeed indigenous people, they should have been discovered by now. Yet, if there were none, how had Fong Sitong procured this spear? One day, armed with a gun, Zhao Jun, along with Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun, set out to check the traps they had previously established. They successfully caught several rabbits and field mice, which Yang Xiaohua collected and hung on her person. The trio then proceeded to the beach. Upon reaching the shore, Yang Xiaohua ventured into the water to catch fish, while Yao Qiaoyun, undeterred, began drawing SOS in the sand. She seized every opportunity to write, hoping for a miracle, yet each time she was met with disappointment. Standing at the edge of the beach, Zhao Jun held a gun in one hand and binoculars in the other, scanning the surroundings. The island appeared as tranquil as ever, devoid of any unusual activity. However, when he turned the binoculars towards the sea, he suddenly spotted a stump. The stump seemed hollowed out in the center, and Zhao Jun thought to himself, "Is this not a dugout canoe?" Yet, due to the considerable distance, Even with binoculars, he could discern little. He handed the binoculars to Yao Qiaoyun, who gazed for a while before confidently declaring, "It is a small boat. There appears to be someone on it." Surprised, Zhao Jun took the binoculars back and looked again. As the dugout drifted closer with the waves, its form became clearer. Indeed, it was a small vessel, and there seemed to be a person lying within. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua returned to shore with 2 fish. Her curiosity piqued. "What are you looking at?" she asked. Zhao Jun said nothing, merely passing the binoculars to Yang Xiaohua and gesturing towards the direction of the small boat. Upon seeing it, Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, "People! There are people! There really are!" As the small boat drew near, it unexpectedly was pushed back by the waves. Yang Xiaohua stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's being swept away again." Yao Qiaoyun shook her head and remarked, "It is indeed a pity. It seems there might be someone up there, though we cannot ascertain whether they are alive or deceased." Zhao Jun replied helplessly, "There is nothing we can do." The trio stood by the shore, observing for a while, when the small boat unexpectedly turned back, once again being tossed towards them by the unpredictable waves. Hours passed, and the little vessel drew ever closer to the shore. Zhao Jun, nursing an injury, was unable to enter the water, while Yang Xiaohua, unable to contain her eagerness, dashed forward. At that moment, it became apparent to the naked eye that it was a canoe, and there lay a person upon it. As Yang Xiaohua approached, she stumbled when she grasped the edge of the boat. Yao Qiaoyun, noticing her distress, hurried over to assist. Her swimming skills were quite proficient, and together they managed to drag the canoe closer. Before they reached the shore, Zhao Jun entered the water and pulled the canoe onto the beach. Inside, indeed, lay a woman, naked, with brown skin, cracked lips, and closed eyes, yet still breathing. She appeared youthful, her figure curvaceous, causing Zhao Jun to gaze in astonishment. She was a quintessential representation of the brown race, her body boasting a near-perfect proportion, her skin smooth and delicate. Yao Qiaoyun shot Zhao Jun a disapproving glance and said, "Let us take her back for now." Together with Yang Xiaohua, they lifted the woman, with Yao Qiaoyun draping her jacket over her, as if to shield her from Zhao Jun's gaze. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun trailed behind, clutching the lifeless field mice and rabbits, along with 2 fish, while he surveyed their surroundings, pondering the origins of this woman. How could she have ended up in a canoe? There was nothing within the canoe, and she wore no clothing. How could she have drifted here? Was it possible that there were others nearby? Upon returning to the cave, the women expressed immense curiosity about the brown-skinned woman. Gathering around her, Yang Xiaohua recounted the situation, and Tao Luna's face brightened as she inquired, "Could it be that there are people nearby?" Su Xinxu, witty the expression, suggested, "In my opinion, she is likely an indigenous person. They could be cannibals. The canoe bore no supplies, and she wore no clothes. Her survival to this island indicates that her origins are not far from here," Yun Shuang reasoned. "If they truly are cannibals, will they not consume us if they discover our presence?" Su Xinxu nodded. "There is indeed a possibility. However, she need not necessarily be a cannibal, and we remain entirely ignorant of how she arrived here," Yang Xiaohua remarked. As the discussion continued, the group found themselves at a loss for direction. Suddenly, the woman coughed, stirring from her slumber, mumbling incoherently. Yao Qiaoyun filled half a coconut shell with water and offered her a few sips. The woman, grateful, cast a thankful glance at Yao Qiaoyun. To everyone's astonishment, Yao Qiaoyun began to converse in a similar manner, engaging in dialogue with the brown-skinned woman. The others exchanged glances, surprised that Yao Qiaoyun could communicate with her so well. Zhao Jun sat on the ground, while Qin Xiyuan widened her eyes and exclaimed, Jun, how could Miss Yao possibly understand her language?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "How would I know? It's all a jumble. I can't comprehend a single word. It's neither English nor anything of the sort." Su Ruoyu interjected, "It's not German or French either. I have a basic understanding of both." At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun brought over some food for her, and she devoured it ravenously, washing it down with copious amounts of water. It was then that Yao Qiaoyun turned to Zhao Jun and said, "She speaks an indigenous language. I studied it previously, and I never anticipated it would come in handy here." Su Ruoyu gasped and remarked, "Sister Qiaoyun knows indigenous languages? That is indeed a rare skill." Chapter 34. The leader of the rebel tribe Zhao Jun felt no particular interest in Yao Qiaoyun's proficiency in the Indian language. Rather, he was unsettled by the arrival of this indigenous beauty and promptly inquired, "How did she come to be here?" Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Her tribe resides on a small island, and, based on her description, it is quite a distance from here. She had been unaware of our existence, and, even if she were unwilling, her tribe would likely not have ventured this way." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a slight sense of relief, though he still harbored concerns about the indigenous people. There is a possibility that they had yet to be civilized, perhaps even existing as cannibals. The assertions made by Su Xinxu seemed to stem from cinematic portrayals, yet there was an element of truth in them. Yao Qiaoyun continued, "Recently, there's been a power struggle within her tribe, leading to a conflict between two factions. One faction prevailed, and the leader of the losing side fled by boat." Zhao Jun, intrigued, asked, "How then did she end up here?" Yao Qiaoyun explained, "Originally, this conflict had no bearing on her, but the victorious faction, believing their triumph to be a divine blessing, selected a maiden to be sacrificed to their god. They placed her on a log bridge, leaving her to fate in the sea. After drifting for 2 days, she was fortuitously rescued by us." Zhao Jun gasped in astonishment. Is there truly such a primitive and backward tribe still in existence? "Indeed, there are many," Yao Qiaoyun responded. "Countless isolated tribes exist on this planet. We have merely encountered one of them." Su Xinxu inquired, "Do they partake in cannibalism?" Yao Qiaoyun laughed lightly. "They hunt for sustenance like us, and do not consume human flesh. Do not assume that a primitive tribe is necessarily cannibalistic." Su Xinxu sighed in relief. "If they do not practice cannibalism, that is a comfort. It would be terrifying if she had ever consumed human flesh." Yun Shuang lamented, "The poor girl has suffered for 2 days without food or water, but now she is safe, and we have essentially saved her life. Ask her if her tribe will pursue her here." After conversing with the woman, Yao Qiaoyun relayed, "She says they will not. She was originally exiled and never expected to be rescued." Suddenly, Zhao Jun recalled a pressing concern. He stood and retrieved a spear, saying, "Qiaoyun, please ask her if this belongs to her tribe." After inquiring, Yao Qiaoyun responded, "She confirms it does, but she is unsure how it came to be here. Could it be that the rebel leader, Noma, has fled here?" Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Zhao Jun's spine. If this conjecture were true, they would indeed be in peril. Should Noma, the rebel leader, have been present that night, regardless of whether he was acquainted with Fong Sidong, he would pose a significant threat. The combat prowess and survival skills of these primitive tribespeople far exceeded those of contemporary individuals. Should they find themselves in an adversarial relationship, they could be ambushed at any moment. As Zhao Jun articulated his concerns, Yun Shuang's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh dear, there is indeed a possibility. What shall we do?" Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us not be overly concerned. For now, all these are mere conjectures. Moreover, even if this Norma truly resides on this island, we need not fear. We are armed, and no matter how valiant he may be, he cannot withstand bullets. The danger lies in his potential concealment, so we must exercise caution." Zhao Jun felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially perceived their existence on this deserted island as increasingly favorable, having developed a pleasant rapport with these women. In his previous reflections, he envisioned a future filled with sustenance and the opportunity to engage with several women, a delightful prospect. However, now issues continued to arise, with even the leader of the rebellious primitive tribe emerging. This brown-skinned beauty named Dolma, only 19 years old and akin to Su Ruoyu, had narrowly escaped death and was currently quite weak. After speaking, she succumbed to slumber. Yao Qiaoyun approached Zhao Jun and asked, "What shall we do now?" Zhao Jun shook his head, replying, "I do not know. If that Norma truly is on this island, our situation may be quite dire. We could be ambushed or ensnared in his traps. Both will be fatal. He represents our greatest threat. Qiaoyun, since you understand the Indian language, could you devise a way to convey information to Norma, assuring him that we harbor no hostility and wish to coexist peacefully?" Yao Qiaoyun responded, "I will attempt to leave some traces to relay our message, though I cannot guarantee success." Zhao Jun sighed, "Let us hope for the best." That night, neither Yao Qiaoyun nor Yang Xiaohua slept. Instead, they observed the surrounding circumstances. Yao Qiaoyun engaged in conversation with Dolma, seeking to learn more. Zhao Jun rested in the embrace of Qin Xiyuan when she suddenly remarked, "Do you think that Norma and Fong Sidong have crossed paths? Was a figure seen by Sister Shuang that night Fong Sidong or Norma?" Yun Shuang shook her head and replied, "I only saw a silhouette. But judging by the strength and accuracy with which he threw the spear, it is most likely Norma. Where's Fong Sidong now? Has he perished? Qin Xiyuan inquired. Zhao Jun responded, he may be dead, or he may not. Regardless of his fate, we are currently in extreme danger. If he is alive, he may pose an even greater threat. However, he likely does not comprehend the Indian language, making cooperation improbable. Yet, should they indeed join forces, it would spell further peril for us. Qin Xiyuan expressed her anxiety, saying, the mere thought of a savage eyeing us with intent sends a shiver down my spine. Indeed, in films, those indigenous people appear fearsome, merciless in their killings, and possessing exceptional combat skills. Ordinary individuals are no match for them, and many are cannibals. Su Xinxu added. Yao Qiaoyun interjected. I've already mentioned that Dolma and her companions are not cannibals. You need not indulge in such wild imaginings. Just because she claims they are not does not necessarily mean it is true, Su Xinxu replied. Zhao Jun clapped his hands and said, all right, let's set this topic aside for now. Tomorrow, let Xiaoyun convey the message to that Norma. I hope for a favorable outcome. The rest of you should quickly rest. Xiaoyun, you should also retire early. I can see that this Dolma is quite exhausted, having narrowly escaped death. Yao Qiaoyun nodded and replied. She mentioned earlier that although Norma is the leader of the rebels in their tribe, he is not particularly malevolent. He merely seeks to attain the position of tribal chief. Thus, there is no need for us to be overly concerned about this matter. Chapter 35. The dual appointment. Yang Xiaohua expressed her concerns, saying, his desire to become the chieftain signifies a thirst for power. It certainly cannot be a simple matter. Dolma remarked that it was their tribe's custom. Anyone who deemed themselves strong enough could challenge the chieftain, a natural manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Success means becoming the chieftain. Failure results in death or flight. This should not serve as a criterion for judging a person. Yao Qiaoyun interjected. Yun Shuang gazed outwards and suggested, regardless, let's try to see if we can coexist peacefully with that Norma. Zhao Jun, at that moment, hoped fervently that there would be a language barrier between Norma and Fong Sidong, leading to Norma's demise at the hands of Fong Sidong. Then, Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma could establish contact with Norma, allowing for peaceful coexistence. This would ensure a favorable outcome for everyone. The following morning, after breakfast, it was evident that Dolma had rarely tasted food that was thoroughly cooked and seasoned with oil and salt, animal fat and salt extracted from seawater. Dolma devoured her meal ravenously. While they typically consumed half-raw meat, a delicacy she had never experienced before, Yao Qiaoyun frequently urged her to slow down. After their meal, Zhao Jun gathered several wooden boards. Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma discussed inscribing Indian script upon them using charcoal, and, fearing the rain might wash it away, they also carved a few wooden boards. Subsequently, Zhao Jun took Yang Xiaohua outside to place them in a conspicuous location. By the afternoon, when Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun returned to check, they found the boards had vanished, and Norma had left nothing behind. Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of disappointment as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a feathered arrow whizzed past, embedding itself at Zhao Jun's feet. The arrow wobbled ominously on the ground. A mere step forward could result in injury. At that moment, an Indian appeared in the distance, bow drawn, intent on continuing his assault. With no other options at hand, Zhao Jun hastily fired his weapon and pulled Yao Qiaoyun away, glancing back just in time to see the Indian standing alongside Fong Sidong, who was gesturing towards them while the Indian glared menacingly. Upon returning to the cave, they recounted the incident, and the group's spirits plummeted. It appeared that Fong Sidong had indeed allied with Norma, and was evidently leveraging Norma against them. The Indian script they had left behind had not altered this precarious situation. Zhao Jun, still shaken, remarked, his aim is remarkably precise. From such a distance, he nearly hit me. Had he been a little closer, I might have been struck. Tao Luna inquired, what shall we do now? Zhao Jun rummaged through his snakeskin pouch, revealing 3 rifles, 400 bullets, a flashlight, a shotgun with 140 rounds, a small pistol with 12 rounds, a samurai sword, and in addition to the 2 javelins and 2 daggers he had previously crafted, along with an axe, with a few more sharpened bamboo poles fashioned into javelins. This comprised their entire arsenal. Zhao Jun once again instructed Yao Qiaoyun and Yang Xiaohua in the use of firearms. Su Xinxu expressed her reluctance to wield a gun, while Qin Xiyuan, Tao Luna, and Su Ruoyu lacked the courage to do so. Yun Shuang, however, was already armed with a small pistol. As for Dualma, after Zhao Jun had Yao Qiaoyun explain the current situation to her, she proactively requested a dagger, along with 2 javelins, which were crafted from bamboo. Zhao Jun provided Yao Qiaoyun and Yang Xiaohua each with a rifle, while he took one for himself, along with a shotgun. The remaining dagger was given to Qin Xiyuan, and an axe was handed to Tao Luna. As for Su Ruoyu, they simply needed her protection, thus forming a rather formidable little team. As night fell, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang sat at the entrance, observing the surroundings. 5 bonfires were lit outside, allowing for clearer and farther visibility. The others gathered around a single fire, clutching their weapons, bracing themselves for any potential threat. Zhao Jun felt a sense of helplessness. It was astonishing that a single indigenous person could instill such tension among them. Yet, what could be done? Zhao Jun believed that if he were to encounter that Noma in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yao Qiaoyun gently stroked the small wolf in her arms and remarked, "If they never come, must we endure this every night? At this rate, we might frighten ourselves to death without their intervention." Zhao Jun sighed. There is no alternative. Suddenly, Dualma chattered in her native tongue, prompting the others to look curiously at Yao Qiaoyun. Upon translating, Yao Qiaoyun conveyed, "She says Noma has just faced defeat and surely does not wish to taste failure here as well. Given his character, it is likely he will seek a duel with you tomorrow. The victor will claim this cave as their own." Zhao Jun shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I am no match for him. Engaging in a duel would be tantamount to a certain death. A duel against Fong Sidong might be more feasible." Yao Qiaoyun continued, "Dualma also mentioned that Noma possesses formidable survival skills in the wild. If you refuse his challenge, he will harass us incessantly." Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before stating, "In that case, I shall lure them out and eliminate them with my gun. What do you all think?" Yun Shuang immediately concurred. "That is a sound plan. After all, we are not members of their tribe and need not adhere to their customs. As long as we can rid ourselves of them, we need not concern ourselves with the rest." In truth, everyone was weary of the disturbances, even if they were to break their word. They felt no psychological burden regarding Noma and Fong Sidong. Ultimately, everything was for the sake of survival, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhao Jun ventured out to assess the situation. Near the distant bonfire, he discovered a wooden board covered in inscriptions. He promptly retrieved it. The board was inscribed with Native American characters, which Zhao Jun could not decipher. Upon seeing it, Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "Indeed, just as Dualma said, this Noma has issued a challenge to you for today at noon." "Where?" Zhao Jun inquired anxiously. Yao Qiaoyun replied, "He specified the seaside." "Zhao Jun, will you go?" To which Zhao Jun responded, "Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? However, I shall not engage him unarmed. I intend to eliminate him with my firearm." Yao Qiaoyun glanced at the wooden board once more and remarked, "He insists that no weapons are allowed and that no one else can join. You two must duel fairly for the possession of this cave, with the loser facing death. Whether or not to bear arms is not for him to decide." Cao Yun, polishing his revolver, replied with disdain. He had already made up his mind. He would bring the revolver along. As soon as Norma approached, it would be a swift resolution with a single shot, effortless and pleasant. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a fair fight with Norma, knowing he could not prevail. Chapter 36. Acquiring a Slave? Zhao Jun contemplated the prospect of acquiring a slave, and he was determined to act upon it. He secured a revolver at his waist and held a rifle in his hand. To facilitate communication with Norma, he enlisted the assistance of Yao Qiaoyun. With Yao Qiaoyun wielding the rifle, the pair walked side by side towards the seaside. The cave had been entirely entrusted to Yun Shuang, and Zhao Jun admonished her, "If I do not return, the responsibility will fall upon you." Yun Shuang shook her head and replied, "You must return. With so many people, I cannot bear the burden alone." Zhao Jun smiled and reassured her, "I shall strive to return." He bid farewell to the other women and set off with Yao Qiaoyun, who appeared quite nervous with the rifle in her hands. Observing her anxiety, Zhao Jun advised, "If the situation turns dire, do not hesitate to flee. With the firearms you possess, you can certainly hold your ground." Yao Qiaoyun responded, "If you cannot handle him, our hopes are all but lost. You are our beacon of hope. Nothing must happen to you." Zhao Jun chuckled wryly. "Let us see if my aim proves true today." Upon reaching the seaside, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun were soon joined by Norma and Fong Sidong. Norma bore a quiver of arrows on his back and wielded a spear, while Fong Sitong also brandished a spear. Initially apprehensive, Yao Qiaoyun felt reassured upon observing their weapons in comparison to her own, compelling herself to remain composed. Norma and Yao Qiaoyun engaged in a rapid exchange, and after a while, she relayed to Zhao Jun, "He claims we are untrustworthy for bringing weapons. Although they are armed, their weapons cannot compare to ours. This is quite unjust." Zhao Jun gauged the distance between them, approximately 50 meters. At this range, their rifles could strike, just as their arrows could reach him, though the speed of the bullets would surpass that of the arrows. As he took a step forward, Norma swiftly readied his bow, shouting something, while Fong Sitong commanded everyone remain still. "Lower your weapons and approach for a duel." Zhao Jun relinquished his rifle, confident that the revolver at his waist would suffice, while Norma also lowered his bow, and they gradually moved closer. When they were merely 10 meters apart, both halted. Norma unleashed a fierce roar and charged at Zhao Jun. In a moment of instinct, Zhao Jun crouched to retrieve his revolver, only to underestimate Norma's speed, who seized him in a powerful embrace. Taken aback, Zhao Jun found his hands captured as he was lifted off the ground and forcefully slammed onto the sandy beach. Fortunately, it was sand. Had it been solid ground, he feared he might have lost consciousness. Even so, the impact was enough to daze him considerably. Lying on the ground, Zhao Jun's mind raced. He suddenly kicked his feet up and clutched Norma's waist tightly. They grappled fiercely, with Norma's speed and strength evidently in the ascendancy. Zhao Jun, overwhelmed and on the verge of losing consciousness from a series of blows, recalled the hand-to-hand combat techniques he had learned in the military. With a surge of effort, he seized Norma's pressure point, causing the latter's body to weaken momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun executed a swift maneuver, flipping Norma and pinning him beneath him. Zhao Jun, caught in the heat of the moment, did not have time to draw his weapon. He seized Norma by the throat, forcefully pressing down. Though Norma attempted to resist, Zhao Jun's feet pinned his joints, rendering him unable to escape. As Norma's eyes began to roll back, Fong Sitong, sensing the dire situation, rushed over to assist him, but was deterred by a shot fired by Yao Qiaoyun. Observing the unfolding events, Fong Sitong realized that Norma's defeat was inevitable. With a frustrated stomp, he turned and fled. Zhao Jun felt Norma's body grow limp, his eyes rolling back. Yet he did not relent his grip. Norma's hand continued to pound the ground, disregarding everything, as Zhao Jun sought to strangle him. Norma's survival posed an immense threat, one even more perilous than a pack of wolves. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua, armed and accompanied by Dualma, approached hastily. Concerned for the situation, she brought Dualma along. Upon witnessing the predicament of Zhao Jun and Norma, Dualma quickly uttered a few words. Yao Qiaoyun relayed, "Zhao Jun, Dualma requests that you release him. He asserts that Norma has submitted and will no longer pose a threat to you." Zhao Jun, his mind racing, understood that he had managed to subdue Norma primarily because he had caught him off guard, utilizing joint pressure points to gain the upper hand. If given another chance, the outcome might differ. Dualma spoke urgently again, and Yao Qiaoyun translated. Dualma states that by striking the ground with his hand, Norma signifies his submission and will not make any further moves. Seeing that Norma had lost consciousness, Zhao Jun finally loosened his grip, only to draw his gun with the intention of executing him. Yao Qiaoyun conveyed Dualma's words. "You have won the duel. Norma has submitted to you. For at least 2 years, he will not retaliate and will obey your commands. His capabilities are substantial. It would be beneficial to keep him around for now." Zhao Jun, still uneasy, questioned, "Can he truly be trusted to obey? Will he not seek revenge?" Dualma reassured him, "Certainly not." His action of striking the ground was a clear expression of his submission, following the customs of our tribe. To violate this would incur the wrath of King Xiyuan, leading to a fate beneath the sea, never to be reborn. Zhao Jun widened his eyes, incredulous. "Is that reliable?" Dualma affirmed, "Absolutely. He will not contravene the rules established by King Xiyuan. If he wishes to challenge you again, it must be at least 2 years from now. During this time, you may command him as you wish, even to his demise." Perplexed, Zhao Jun inquired, "Then why did he flee after his defeat?" Dualma explained, "It is quite simple. The former chieftain did not sanction his duel, but rather sent others to thwart his rebellion." All this was conveyed through Yao Qiaoyun's translation, leaving Zhao Jun uncertain. He asked, "What do you all think?" Yao Qiaoyun responded, "If all of this holds true, keeping him around could prove advantageous, considering the many tasks he can undertake. Yang Xiaohua added, if your concerns persist, then eliminating him now would bear no consequence. After all, if you command him to die, he must comply. At this moment, Norma awakened abruptly, sitting up and then prostrating himself at Zhao Jun's feet, mumbling incoherently. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, he says that King Dith has commanded him to serve you. You shall be his master from now on. He is willing to obey your every command. Zhao Jun had initially intended to eliminate Norma, yet he now perceived him as evidently harmless, at least for the next 2 years. This realization caused him to waver. Numerous responsibilities awaited Zhao Jun, and he felt fatigue from fending off both the wolf pack and Fong Sit-on. If he could gain Norma's assistance, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become far more manageable and effortless. Chapter 37. The submissive Noma, however, Zhao Jun harbored concerns, for he remained uncertain of the significance that the Sea King Tiz held in Noma's heart, making it difficult for him to comprehend such behavior. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun suggested, you might have him perform a task to gauge his loyalty. Zhao Jun then instructed, bring me a few fish. Upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's words, Noma cast an inquiring glance at Zhao Jun, who nodded in affirmation. With a clear understanding that this was indeed Zhao Jun's intent, Noma swiftly grasped a spear and plunged into the sea. Demonstrating remarkable skill with the spear, he soon emerged with 7 or 8 fish. Yang Xiaohua marveled at his speed, exclaiming, he is much quicker than us. He should excel in hunting. We need not worry anymore. Zhao Jun felt a surge of excitement and remarked, in that case, let's keep him for now. As the group made their way back, Yun Shuang was taken aback to see Noma following Zhao Jun and hastily raised her firearm. Zhao Jun waved her off, saying, it's fine. He is one of us now. One of us? Yun Shuang expressed her astonishment. After Yang Xiaohua recounted the events, they began to understand the situation. Though still somewhat apprehensive, their fears were alleviated. Noma conversed with Dolma, and Zhao Jun inquired of Yao Qiaoyun, what are they discussing? They spoke of their journey to this place, but not much else, Yao Qiaoyun replied. Zhao Jun shared some meat with Noma, who eagerly partook, relishing the meal. After dining, Noma ventured out alone to gather wood. He quickly assembled a 3-meter-high platform, atop which he spread straw, opting to sleep outside the cave that night. This arrangement would allow him to keep watch over Zhao Jun and the others without disturbing anyone else. As night fell, everyone gathered to enjoy roasted fish and fish soup. After some conversation, Noma expressed his intention to address the wolf pack issue the following day, aiming to hunt as much as possible to prepare for the winter. Zhao Jun was filled with joy. With Noma's assistance, everything would be considerably simpler and safer. It seemed that retaining him was an exceptionally wise decision. 3 bonfires burned outside, while Noma rested on the platform, bow and spear in hand. The others slept in the cave, but Yun Shuang remained uneasy and delayed her slumber, choosing to keep watch alongside Zhao Jun. Can we truly rely on Noma to willingly assist us? Yun Shuang asked, leaning against the tree door. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang sat closely, the subtle fragrance of soapberry wafting from her. They turned their heads to gaze outside, their faces nearly touching. Zhao Jun felt a flutter in his heart, yearning to place his hand on Yun Shuang's shoulder, only to have her deftly evade him. I cannot say for certain. Thus far, everything appears normal. He is a native of the island, and although he has not been here long, if he truly follows my lead, it could be quite advantageous, Zhao Jun mused. Yun Shuang sighed. I worry that one day he may turn against us. That would spell disaster. Zhao Jun shook his head and remarked, according to Dolma, there will be no significant changes from him for the next 2 years. But what about after 2 years? Yun Shuang inquired. Zhao Jun's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yun Shuang's bosom, which was undeniably alluring, evoking an impulse to reach out. He responded, a great deal can transpire in 2 years. We shall see then. Perhaps by that time, rescue will have arrived, allowing us to depart from this small island. Yun Shuang sighed. The possibility of rescue is uncertain. Stretching lazily, Zhao Jun maintained his gaze, stating, perhaps, but having a glimmer of hope is certainly better than having none. Yun Shuang shot him a disapproving look and queried, what are you looking at? A bit embarrassed, Zhao Jun boldly replied, sister, I am the only man here. Do you not have any other thoughts? Pouting slightly, Yun Shuang responded, but you have Qin Xiyuan, don't you? Be honest. Have you two been involved in any way? The mere mention of Qin Xiyuan brought a mix of laughter and exasperation to Zhao Jun. Their close encounters had repeatedly been thwarted, and after he was injured. The opportunity had eluded him. If I were to say nothing happened, would you believe me? Zhao Jun asked. Yun Shuang shook her head. Who would believe that? Do you even believe it yourself? Zhao Jun chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Tomorrow, you will remain in the cave with Qiaoyun to guard it, while I, along with Noma and Xiaohua, will venture out to see if we can deal with the wolf pack. Once the wolf issue is resolved, only Fong Sidong will remain, and he will pose little threat. Yes, let us gather more animal hides. Although it is still summer, the weather at sea can be unpredictable. It could turn cold suddenly. So we must act swiftly, Yun Shuang advised. Zhao Jun replied, Understood. You should get some rest. Yun Shuang asked, What about you? Do you think Noma might take advantage of our slumber to do something? Zhao Jun reassured her, I doubt it, but I cannot take that risk. I will keep an eye on him. You need not worry. Suddenly, Yun Shuang laughed. In fact, some primitive tribes hold their deities in high esteem. Perhaps we are indeed overthinking this. Zhao Jun sighed. That is unavoidable. We have never truly interacted with them. From our perspective, faith holds little significance. Moreover, should any issues arise, it could cost us our lives. How can we entrust our lives to something we do not fully understand? If he harbors even a hint of malevolence, we would be finished. Yun Shuang nodded. That is a valid point. I suppose I will delay my sleep a little longer. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun approached and said, Today, I spoke with Dolma and Noma. Noma and Fong Sidong encountered each other by chance and communicated through gestures. According to Fong Sidong, this cave contains valuable resources, which is why Noma is inclined to stir trouble. Now, as per Noma's own words, he has been defeated by you and has pledged his allegiance to you. Therefore, he can either capture or eliminate Fong Sidong to demonstrate his loyalty. Zhao Jun remarked, This Fong Sidong is quite cunning. Although Norma possesses formidable combat abilities, locating him may prove to be quite challenging. Yao Qiaoyun responded, Regardless of the circumstances, if Norma is indeed trustworthy, then our security concerns could be significantly alleviated, whether in our daily lives or in the face of threats from the wolf pack. My only apprehension at present is that he might take action against us. This is a concern shared by all. However, judging by his performance today, he has been rather commendable. Moreover, he is currently resting outside, keeping watch over us. Zhao Jun added. Chapter 38. Searching the entire island, Yun Shuang advised, Exercise caution. A careful approach ensures safety. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, it is wise to remain vigilant. The following morning, Norma rose early and astonishingly shot down 2 seagulls with remarkable precision. It was worthy of admiration, especially since Zhao Jun and his companions had struggled to hit seagulls even with firearms, the accuracy of their weapons being somewhat lacking. They roasted the seagulls and consumed them, with the bones generously given to the young wolf. After satisfying their hunger, Zhao Jun armed himself with a gun while Norma took up a bow and spear. To facilitate communication, they brought along Yao Qiaoyun, and the trio set out to hunt. Norma expressed a desire to locate the wolves' den. However, they were unsuccessful in their search, as wolves are notoriously cunning creatures, typically living in packs and adept at concealing themselves. Instead, they managed to catch an antelope. With great strength, Norma hoisted the antelope onto his shoulder and moved swiftly. As he strode ahead, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun followed closely. Noticing that Norma was not returning, Zhao Jun grew wary and suggested to Yao Qiaoyun, Inquire where he intends to go. Yao Qiaoyun approached Norma and posed a question, receiving the reply that he was heading to the hideout he had shared with Fong Sidong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun chambered a round in his gun, prepared to eliminate Fong Sidong without hesitation if encountered. They ventured deeper into the deserted island, and soon Norma halted beneath a grand tree, gazing upward. Both Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun stood ready, yet nothing unusual transpired. Norma set the antelope down, then climbed the tree nimbly, soon tossing down several spears and other items. Upon descending, Norma began to babble excitedly. Yao Qiaoyun translated. He mentioned that there were additional weapons and some animal skins, but evidently, Fong Sidong had taken them. Norma had fled to this location with a considerable amount of supplies, and upon arriving at the island, he promptly destroyed his boat to evade pursuers, intending to survive there until he encountered Fong Sidong. Although they could not communicate verbally, they managed to convey meanings through gestures, allowing for a basic understanding. Thus, they decided to coexist in this place. Now that Norma had aligned himself with Zhao Jun, It was clear that Fong Sidong had departed with his belongings. The current whereabouts, unknown. The trio returned to their cave with the spears and antelope, having failed to locate either the wolf pack or Fong Sidong. Zhao Jun instructed Yao Qiaoyun to inform Norma that Fong Sidong was a perilous individual, and if the opportunity arose, he must be eliminated. Norma nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the absence of Fong Sidong and the wolves, life continued. Thanks to Norma's adept hunting skills, they not only had meat to eat daily, but also amassed a considerable supply of preserved food. Within a mere 10 days, they had gathered enough animal skins to sustain them through the winter. Zhao Jun even crafted hats and scarves from rabbit pelts. That evening, after dinner, they gathered around the campfire to converse, still too early to retire for the night, and Norma remained among them. He has elevated his resting place, allowing him to gaze farther into the distance while reinforcing it. Every night, he ventures out to sleep, retreating to the cave only when storms approach. Zhao Jun looked up at the numerous preserved goods above and remarked, "We need not worry about food. Even a month without venturing out would not lead to starvation. However, we must address our water supply, as it requires a daily trek of several dozen miles to secure enough for our needs, which is not a sustainable solution. We must commence the construction of bamboo pipelines." Although they had excavated a reservoir outside the cave, the rainwater was only suitable for bathing and livestock, and it was unfit for human consumption. Water must still be sourced from a spring. The arduous journey of 5 miles back and forth was indeed exhausting. Yun Shuang expressed her concerns. Last time, Fong Sidong damaged some pipelines, indicating he is still capable of causing trouble in this regard. Even if we manage to set up the system, he may sabotage it, and not just that, he could also poison the water, which would leave us in a dire predicament. Zhao Jun shook his head. Poisoning is unlikely. First, he cannot poison the water source, and second, he lacks the means to do so. Yun Shuang replied, perhaps, but he could still continue his acts of sabotage, rendering our efforts futile, which is a strong possibility. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and said, indeed, Fong Sidong poses a significant threat. The island is neither particularly large nor small, and if he conceals himself, locating him becomes exceedingly difficult. Yao Qiaoyun commented. Zhao Jun stated, tomorrow, I intend to search the entire island with Noma, leaving no corner unchecked. A single day may not suffice, Yun Shuang interjected. Cao Yun nodded. I plan to dedicate 3 days to this endeavor, which means you all will be guarding the cave during that time. Yao Qiaoyun proposed, I wish to join you. Communication with Noma may pose challenges, potentially leading to complications. Zhao Jun acquiesced. Very well, but we may need to live outdoors, where unforeseen events could arise. So be mentally prepared. Yao Qiaoyun sighed, what can we do? None of you understand the Indian language. Consequently, Yun Shuang, Yang Xiaohua, Qin Xiyuan, Dao Luna, Su Ruoyu, Su Xinxu, and Doma, 7 women, remained in the cave. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua were adept with firearms, while Doma was remarkably agile and skilled with the spear. As long as they remained vigilant, it would be difficult for any intruder to approach the cave, rendering it relatively safe. In contrast, Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun, and Noma faced far greater dangers, confronting numerous uncertainties. Xu Ruoyu remarked, staying in the cave is quite advantageous. We need not actively seek out Fong Sidong. We can simply drive him away when he arrives. Zhao Jun shook his head. It is not that simple. My motivation extends beyond merely locating him. I also wish to gain a deeper understanding of this island, which will enhance our survival here. Su Ruoyu conceded. All right, perhaps I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Having articulated this, the matter of the bamboo pipeline was momentarily set aside. Yang Xiaohua retrieved a piece of preserved meat to roast, intending for Zhao Jun and the others to take it along the following day. Their original plan was to hunt and survive outdoors, and bringing this meat served as a precautionary measure. With the assistance of Yao Qiaoyun, Zhao Jun engaged in a conversation with Noma before they each retired for the night. Zhao Jun was aware that the next 3 days would be particularly arduous, so he succumbed to slumber early. Noma had exhibited commendable behavior during this period, proving to be trustworthy. Chapter 39. Mapping the island the following morning, Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun, and Norma, after partaking of breakfast, gathered their essential supplies and set forth on their journey. Zhao Jun wielded a katana, a revolver, and a rifle, accompanied by a few rounds of ammunition. And for precautionary measures, he brought along 2 coconuts. Norma, on the other hand, carried 2 long spears and a bow, while Yao Qiaoyun shouldered a rifle and a leather pouch containing 3 animal skins for sleeping at night, along with a piece of cured roasted meat. Zhao Jun took a moment to impart some advice to Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma, who struggled to communicate with the women left behind due to a language barrier, relying instead on simple words and gestures. Fortunately, Taluna possessed a degree of linguistic talent, and Dolma had picked up a smattering of the Huaxiao language, allowing for basic communication. As the trio ventured deeper into the island, the initial excitement waned. After half a day's trek, they found themselves in the heart of what resembled a primordial forest, where towering trees blocked out the sun, casting an eerie gloom. They encountered several pythons along the way, all of which Norma deftly drove away. Despite the day's efforts, they returned empty-handed, and it seemed unlikely that Fong Sidong could penetrate this treacherous terrain. Several times, had it not been for Norma's keen instincts, they might have faced peril. Norma's survival skills in the wilderness proved formidable, as he often sensed danger before it arose, enabling them to evade numerous threats. He discovered a large tree and climbed it to survey the surroundings, then produced a pouch of powder, which he scattered over the area. Yao Qiaoyun explained. He says this is insect-repellent powder. It will keep snakes and bugs at bay, allowing us a restful night as sleep. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, remarking, "This truly is a valuable resource." However, he noted that the pouch contained enough for only 3 or 4 more uses, and it remained uncertain whether the island harbored the necessary materials for replenishment. "There's nothing we can do about that," Zhao Jun sighed. Later, Zhao Jun kindled a fire beneath the tree. Norma had previously caught 2 rabbits, and that evening, the trio gathered around the fire as Zhao Jun roasted the rabbit meat. Yao Qiaoyun shared. Norma mentioned that the desolation of this island exceeds his imagination. It feels utterly devoid of life, as if no one has ever set foot here. In response, Zhao Jun recounted the existence of a small military base, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to relay the information to Norma, who animatedly spoke in a language Zhao Jun could not comprehend. Yao Qiaoyun translated. He said that there are indeed legends within their tribe about iron birds flying over their island, and that people had once descended from these iron birds, but they soon departed. They might have been Japanese soldiers searching for a base, initially drawn to their island, only to abandon it upon discovering others. Yao Qiaoyun continued. He also mentioned that both this island and their tribal lands are notoriously difficult to locate. In hundreds of years, outsiders have only visited once, and at no other time has anyone else come here. Zhao Jun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Does this imply that our chances of rescue are exceedingly slim?" Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging to await rescue. Even if it were to arrive, it would likely be many years hence. Yao Qiaoyun can be regarded as the most fervent among us in anticipation of salvation. Whenever an opportunity arises, she rushes to the shore to inscribe SOS. Now, however, she finds herself disheartened. Having spent nearly a month on this island, there is no sign of any rescue teams approaching. Norma mentioned something else, which Yao Qiaoyun translated. He stated that he should reach the opposite side of the island by tomorrow, and then he would walk along the shore, estimating it would take another 3 days to complete the circuit. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and remarked, "Completing a thorough exploration of the entire island in 4 days seems feasible." As he spoke, he took a smaller piece of sheepskin and began to sketch on it with Qin Xiyuan's eyebrow pencil. Yao Qiaoyun glanced over and realized he was drawing a map. Curiously, she inquired, "You can draw maps?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "Yes, during my military service, I learned such skills. Being a technician, I traveled extensively, which gave me a certain sense of geography. I thought it prudent to sketch a map, though rudimentary. It suffices for me to comprehend and for you all to understand as well." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "That is beneficial. At least it allows us to ascertain our location and surroundings, which is preferable to stumbling about in ignorance." Zhao Jun continued, "Primarily, it serves as a precaution. None can foretell what may transpire in the future. Should we find ourselves outside the cave and lost on the island one day, it would provide us with a general direction." Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "Considering our current excursion, opportunities to venture out again may dwindle significantly, correct?" "That is uncertain," Zhao Jun replied. "If that cave were to become compromised, we might be compelled to seek another location. Or perhaps it could be overrun by wild beasts. Such possibilities exist. Moreover, we cannot rely solely on one cave. My intention over these next 4 days is twofold: to search for Fong Sitong's whereabouts and to familiarize ourselves with every corner of this island. while also scouting for a potential second suitable dwelling. Yao Qiaoyun commented, "Your foresight is quite extensive." Zhao Jun offered a wry smile. "To survive, one must indeed think far ahead, for we cannot afford any negligence. This place is not akin to the outside world where mistakes can be rectified, where injuries can be healed in a hospital. Here, any misstep could cost us our lives. Thus, we must approach every matter with utmost caution." Yao Qiaoyun sighed. "Our misfortune in this air disaster is undeniable, yet our survival and the serendipity of encountering you is a stroke of luck. I can scarcely imagine how many times we would have perished without your presence." Flattered by Yao Qiaoyun's praise, Zhao Jun felt a warmth in his heart and jested. "What? Are you not considering offering yourself in return?" Yao Qiaoyun shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You dream on. You have Qin Xiyuan. Do you truly expect to feast at one table while casting your gaze at another?" Zhao Jun, with a straight face, queried, "If Qin Xiyuan were not in the picture, would there be any possibility for us?" Yao Qiaoyun scoffed, "That is simply impossible. While I am grateful for your efforts in ensuring a better life for us, I cannot harbor any feelings for you. We are fundamentally from different worlds. Had it not been for this unfortunate air disaster, our paths would never have crossed. Do you truly believe there is any possibility for us?" Zhao Jun, recognizing the seriousness of her words and acknowledging the truth in them, could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 40. Crossing the deserted island. Upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's words, Zhao Jun could not help but let out a sigh, remarking, "Alas, it seems I've been indulging in fanciful thoughts." Sensing the weight of her words, Yao Qiaoyun hastily clarified, "I did not intend to belittle you. Rather, I meant to convey that we are fundamentally from different worlds." Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to elaborate, I understand. Let's all rest." Zhao Jun first ascended the tree, which had been prepared by Norma. As he reclined against the branches, Yao Qiaoyun timidly called from below, "Zhao Jun, could you lend me a hand?" It then struck Zhao Jun that Yao Qiaoyun was unable to climb up, so he leapt down once more. With one hand gripping her slender waist, he hoisted her upwards. Despite her efforts to ascend, she lacked the strength and instead slipped down, landing squarely in Zhao Jun's embrace. Holding Yao Qiaoyun in his arms, Zhao Jun hesitated to release her. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she gently pushed him away. Realizing he had overstepped, Zhao Jun allowed Norma to ascend first. With Zhao Jun providing support from below and Norma pulling from above, Yao Qiaoyun finally made it to the tree. Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun found themselves sleeping in proximity, sharing a hide for warmth, though they still felt a chill. Norma, positioned at the highest point, remained vigilant to any potential dangers. The air was filled with the chorus of birds, occasionally interrupted by the roars of wild beasts. Restless, Yao Qiaoyun turned her head and noticed Zhao Jun gazing at her intently under the moonlight. "What is it that you are looking at?" she inquired. "I was contemplating the impossibility of our situation, yet is it not permissible for me to admire a beautiful woman?" Zhao Jun replied with a smile. Once bashful and easily embarrassed in the presence of beauty, time spent together had altered Zhao Jun's demeanor. Now, having become the focal point of the island, he had developed a thicker skin. "Enough of your banter," Yao Qiaoyun interjected. "I suddenly recalled a concern. That was certainly not a wolf's howl we heard earlier. This implies that other wild beasts inhabit this island. While a wolf pack may be fearsome, encountering just a solitary one could be manageable. However, if there are lions or tigers, that would be even more terrifying." "I also heard it, and I was pondering the same issue. Perhaps you could inquire with Norma about the presence of other beasts here," Zhao Jun suggested. After conversing briefly with Norma, Yao Qiaoyun turned to Zhao Jun and said, "He claims that there are leopards on their small island, although he is unsure if there are any here. The roar we heard earlier must have been that of a leopard." Zhao Jun sighed. "If that is the case, then leopards are indeed present here?" Yao Qiaoyun responded, "That is what Norma meant." He also mentioned that it would be difficult for him to contend with a leopard alone, as they are agile climbers and possess great strength. If he cannot handle them, then we certainly cannot. Alas, one dilemma after another. Zhao Jun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. However, Yao Qiaoyun added, he also said not to worry excessively, for leopards are, in comparison to lions and tigers, relatively easier to deal with. Sao Yun Qiaoyun, remarking that it resembled a form of consolation. After a moment of silence, Yao Qiaoyun finally responded, expressing her agreement. She believed he was indeed correct. Having reached this juncture, They must persevere through any challenges that lay ahead. Zhao Jun acknowledged this, asserting that they could never give up, regardless of the circumstances. As they conversed, he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the dawn had broken, and beside him, Yao Qiaoyun was still peacefully asleep, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She possessed an exquisite visage. A sudden impulse to kiss her surged within him, prompting him to lean closer, just as Yao Qiaoyun opened her eyes. Instantly, he halted his advance. The two now merely inches apart. Yao Qiaoyun calmly inquired, "What are you attempting to do?" In a flustered reaction, Zhao Jun rolled over, nearly tumbling from the tree. But his agility saved him as he grasped a branch, stabilizing his descent. Yao Qiaoyun sat up to gaze at him, while he, feeling sheepish, averted his eyes and suggested, "Let us come down. We still have a journey ahead." Norma had already risen and was reheating the rabbit meat left from the previous day. Zhao Jun took a piece and began to eat, while Yao Qiaoyun frowned, insisting, "You should first set me down." Realizing his oversight, Zhao Jun complied, waiting for her to leap down. As she descended, he instinctively embraced her, but this time he swiftly released her. After eating and drinking, the trio resumed their journey. After a while, Yao Qiaoyun queried, "What exactly were you planning this morning? Be honest with me." Zhao Jun replied, "I found you exceedingly beautiful and merely wished to get a closer look. There was no ulterior motive." Yao Qiaoyun seemed skeptical, retorting, "Are you implying?" Zhao Jun countered, "Implying what? Never mind. I made my intentions clear last night, so it would be wise for you to be perceptive. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in an awkward situation." Yao Qiaoyun cautioned. Zhao Jun conceded, "Understood." After half a day's journey, the trio traversed the entire island, reaching the opposite shore. Along the way, Zhao Jun diligently noted various details on a sheepskin, discovering 3 caves, one suitable for habitation and the other 2 as temporary shelters for 1 or 2 individuals. He meticulously recorded these findings. They continued to follow the coastline until dusk, where they found a sheltered rock by the sea. Igniting several fires and settling down for the night, Norma positioned himself at the top, able to observe the surroundings, while Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun lay within the confined space warmed by the fire. The proximity, although necessary due to the limited area, felt torturous to Zhao Jun. Being so close to such a stunning beauty, but unable to touch her, was a trial. If given a choice, he would have preferred to have Qin Xiyuan accompany him on this adventure. The mere thought of having the lovely Qin Xiyuan by his side made the scenario seem infinitely more delightful. Yao Qiaoyun, however, did not ponder too deeply. As she gazed upon the vast expanse of the starry sky, she remarked, "Zhao Jun, at times I find myself contemplating how insignificantly small we humans are in the grand scheme of things. The universe is truly immense." A sense of wonder overtook Yao Qiaoyun, leaving Zhao Jun at a loss for words. They were, after all, from vastly different worlds. Zhao Jun had merely graduated from high school, served 3 years in the military, and then worked as a technician for several years, while Yao Qiaoyun was a graduate of a prestigious university, a scion of a wealthy family. Indeed, a stark contrast. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly vast, Zhao Jun concurred. Yao Qiaoyun continued, "How I wish this were merely a dream." Chapter 41. The Toad. Zhao Jun sighed, "Don't even mention it. This is my first time on a plane, and I never anticipated such an occurrence. Even now, I reflect on it with a sense of bewilderment." "Is this truly your first flight?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired with curiosity. Zhao Jun, boasting that he was an executive at a large company, found himself revealing the truth, which astonished Yao Qiaoyun. Realizing he had let slip an inconsistency, he decided against further argument, stating, "In reality, I am traveling as a technician to serve as a technical consultant for a company in Hawaii. I have always worked as a technician at the headquarters in Huaxia." Yao Qiaoyun chuckled, "I knew it. You hardly resemble a vice president." Zhao Jun countered, "Being a technical consultant is quite commendable, you know? It holds value. At least I possess strong practical skills. It's just that it does not equate to the status of a vice president. There is no need for you to feel inferior. In this realm, a technician is far more esteemed than any vice president." Cao Yun remarks, "Regardless of your motivations for embellishing my status, I must admit, I find your words quite pleasing." "Qiaoyun, what was your profession prior to this?" Zhao Jun insisted, "I am not joking. I truly hold the position of vice president." Yao Qiaoyun had never disclosed her occupation, prompting Zhao Jun's curiosity. "What exactly do you do?" What is the scale of your company? We deal in jewelry and cosmetics. It's a rather sizable enterprise. Won the Fortune 500. Yao Qiaoyun replied lightly. Zhao Jun expressed his astonishment. A vice president at a Fortune 500 company? That is indeed impressive. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head dismissively. What is so impressive about it? I merely have a fortunate father. The company belongs to him. I could easily be the president without the title of vice president. Zhao Jun sighed. It seems we truly inhabit different worlds. Were it not for this aviation mishap, the closest I would have been to you was merely sitting in the same row. Yao Qiaoyun responded, that is only because I did not secure a first-class seat. Otherwise, how could I possibly be in economy class? Under normal circumstances, we would never have been seated together. Yet, speaking of coincidences, had it not been for this, I might not have made it at all. Zhao Jun replied. That is uncertain. Su Xinxu must have been in first class, and she survived. It seems fate ordained your survival. No matter where you sit, you would have lived. Yao Qiaoyun shrugged, perhaps, but regardless, I am alive now. I imagine my family must be quite distressed. As for the company, there is no need for concern. Alas, my mother has probably shed countless tears, as they surely believe I am dead. Zhao Jun murmured, I envy you for that. At least someone cares for you. I, on the other hand, am forlorn, with no one to remember me, as though I have never graced this world. What are your parents? Yao Qiaoyun asked with curiosity. Zhao Jun offered a bittersweet smile. They departed during my childhood, and I have no siblings. Yao Qiaoyun comforted him, saying, there are still people who remember you, such as your comrades and your colleagues at work. Surely, there are those who hold you in their thoughts. Zhao Jun scoffed, perhaps, but colleagues are merely casual conversation fodder. And as for my comrades, after leaving the service, we lost touch. They have no idea of my predicament. Yao Qiaoyun suddenly smiled, but now we are here, aren't we? We are all eagerly hoping that nothing befalls you. Your last injury had us all in a tizzy. Zhao Jun inquired, were you really that anxious? Of course I was. If anything truly happened to you, we would be utterly heartbroken. It might even lead to our demise. Yao Qiaoyun replied. Sao Yun Socialite, Su. You care about me, but ultimately, it's your own fears that concern you. Yao Qiaoyun responded earnestly. You cannot fault us for that. It is human nature. Zhao Jun conceded. That is true. Qiaoyun, may I pose a question? He turned to face her, and she curiously asked, what is it? If nothing exists between me and Qin Xiyuan, in this environment, do you think there's a possibility for us? Zhao Jun asked with interest. Yao Qiaoyun fell silent for a moment before saying, I still find it somewhat difficult to accept you. Why is that? Zhao Jun asked, intrigued. I sense a certain distance between us. We simply cannot connect, and there is a generational gap. How could two such individuals share a life together? She answered candidly. Zhao Jun replied gloomily, are you looking down on me? To his surprise, Yao Qiaoyun did not respond. Her meaning was clear. He self-deprecatingly remarked, I should have anticipated this. Self-awareness is a virtue. Here I am, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Ah, how delectable swan meat is, yet a toad dreaming of it truly lacks self-awareness. Yao Qiaoyun advised, you should find contentment in what you have. In the past, Qin Xiyuan would have been considered swan meat for you. Sao Yun it. So you genuinely view me as a toad? That was your own analogy, not mine, she clarified. Zhao Jun turned his head away, saying, I am going to sleep. After a while, Yao Qiaoyun softly asked, are you upset? I can jest about being a toad, but to know you genuinely believe that is rather hurtful to my pride. Sao Yun confessed. Yao Qiaoyun covered her mouth and laughed. I thought your skin was thick enough. I didn't expect you to be this sensitive. No more discussion. My pride is wounded, Zhao Jun said, half jokingly, half seriously. Yao Qiaoyun said softly, in truth, if we were destined to live our lives here, even if you were a toad, you would still be a sought-after toad. Zhao Jun's heart stirred, and he asked, are you suggesting I might still have a chance? Yao Qiaoyun replied, you already have Qin Xiyuan. Why dwell on these matters? Sleep now. Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun engaged in a profound conversation, revealing many truths previously unspoken, including their identities. The outcome, though not entirely satisfactory, marked a commendable beginning. Zhao Jun mused to himself. She has a point. I am indeed akin to a toad. However, if I were to spend my life here, even as a toad, I would still find my place in this world. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? They have little choice. Can I truly be bested by that savage Nomar? Or do they have the option of choosing Fong Sidong? Sooner or later, I shall eliminate Fong Sidong. What right does a mere savage like Nomar have to compete with me for beauty? The future is long, and I shall take my time. Chapter 42. The leopard. As Zhao Jun pondered, he eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, they resumed their journey, encountering no significant dangers or remarkable discoveries along the way. However, the map Zhao Jun had drawn proved to be quite detailed. On the fourth day since their emergence from the cave, they originally planned to return that night. Yet, in pursuit of a more comprehensive understanding of the island, Zhao Jun opted for a detour, which meant they could not make it back that evening. Norma found a place to rest, nestled within the branches of a large tree. After a brief conversation with Yao Qiaoyun, Zhao Jun succumbed to sleep. In a haze, he felt someone shaking him awake, and, upon opening his eyes, he realized it was indeed Yao Qiaoyun. She hushed him, whispering, "Norma says there are leopards nearby." Instantly alert, Zhao Jun grasped his rifle, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. By the moonlight, he saw Norma perched at the highest point of the branches, drawing his bow and scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Zhao Jun felt puzzled, as he had detected nothing unusual. Just then, he heard a soft, rustling sound nearby, and before he could react, a ferocious roar echoed through the air as a shadow darted toward him, almost instantaneously appearing before his eyes. With remarkable speed, Norma released an arrow that struck toward the shadow. Surprisingly, the figure twisted midair, evading the shot and plummeting to the ground. Zhao Jun hastily fired several rounds, but none found their mark. The shadow fled into the distance, unmistakably a leopard, larger than a wolf, yet far more agile, possessing strength that surpassed even that of the wolf, making it a far more formidable adversary. Still shaken, Zhao Jun heard Norma bellow once more, releasing another arrow. In the dense forest, where the trees loomed high and the moonlight was scant, both Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun felt as if they were blind, unable to discern their surroundings. Norma, however, remained relatively unaffected. His eyesight was exceptionally sharp. After releasing several arrows, silence enveloped the area. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "What is happening?" Norma replied, "It hasn't moved far. It is still lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Please be cautious." Upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's translation, Zhao Jun stood ready with his rifle. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "Are leopards truly that terrifying?" Zhao Jun could only agree. Indeed, their agility is astonishing. Both Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun had only encountered wild animals in documentaries before. Zhao Jun had seen wolves during his military service on the Gobi Desert, but had never encountered a leopard. Of course, they couldn't claim to have truly seen one. They had merely glimpsed its shadow. What if there are many of them? Yao Qiaoyun expressed her concern. Zhao Jun thought to himself, if one is already like this, what would happen if there were several? Yao Qiaoyun dared not voice her fears, and Zhao Jun, too, remained silent. Fear is contagious, and transmitting feelings of dread and despair would only exacerbate their dire situation. At that moment, Norma shouted loudly and hurriedly released several arrows, tossing his spear as well. Zhao Jun, unable to discern what was happening, fired in the direction of Norma's assault. After several shots rang out, Norma leapt down from the tree and dashed into the murky darkness. Startled, Zhao Jun called out, "Norma, be cautious." Yao Qiaoyun also shouted something in an Indian dialect, and then Norma's voice echoed back. With a joyful expression, Yao Qiaoyun translated, "Norma says we have slain the leopard." Only then did Zhao Jun descend, first igniting several trees. They had initially kindled a fire beneath the trees, but it had since extinguished. He fashioned a few torches illuminating the surroundings, and at that moment, Yao Qiaoyun was able to join him. The two, brandishing their torches, made their way to Norma's location, where they discovered a leopard lying on the ground. Several arrows embedded in its body along with gunshot wounds, clearly indicating that Zhao Jun had also struck it. The leopard was not particularly large, yet considerably bigger than a wolf, though slightly smaller than an antelope. Norma appeared quite exhilarated. It seemed that killing a leopard was no small feat for him. After all the commotion, sleep was no longer an option, so they rekindled a fire and placed the leopard's carcass aside. Zhao Jun caressed the leopard's fur, remarking, "This pelt is truly exceptional, far superior to wolf or antelope hides." Yao Qiaoyun chuckled. "Isn't it particularly majestic?" Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it exudes a formidable presence." Yao Qiaoyun continued, "It appears you are quite fond of this pelt. Have you claimed it for yourself?" Zhao Jun, with an innocent smile, replied, I wouldn't put it that way. The distribution of the pelt should be a matter for discussion, ensuring a fair allocation. Yao Qiaoyun nodded. You could have enjoyed special privileges, yet you chose not to. That is truly commendable. Zhao Jun scratched his head. We are essentially all in this together. And being a man, I naturally must bear a sense of responsibility. What can I say? It is the burden of being a man. Norma babbled a lengthy response. And Yao Qiaoyun translated with a smile. He says he indeed did not follow the wrong person, as even the leopard could be dealt with. Zhao Jun humbly replied, In truth, I saw little of what transpired. It was Norma's prowess that prevailed. Without him, I might have been ambushed by the leopard. The trio conversed for a while, and soon the dawn broke. Norma, carrying the slain leopard, continued their journey, while the meat was of little concern. The leopard's hide was undeniably a valuable prize that could not be discarded. After traversing for a while longer, they had nearly explored the entirety of the small island, and Zhao Jun completed his map. As dusk approached, they made their way back to the cave. Everyone rejoiced at the return of Zhao Jun and the others, with Yang Xiaohua especially exuberant. Initially expected to take 3 days, they had now reached the 5th day. Upon returning, Norma immediately began skinning the leopard, and that evening, they dined on leopard meat. Though the flesh of carnivorous animals is not particularly palatable, everyone had grown accustomed to it. That night, Zhao Jun gathered everyone together and meticulously explained the map to each individual. Some were not entirely comprehending, yet they had gained a certain understanding of the island. Zhao Jun continued, Although it is still summer, we have amassed a sufficient quantity of furs. Today, I would like to distribute them among everyone. Qin Xiyuan inquired, Are we distributing them so soon? Indeed, Zhao Jun replied, If we acquire more furs later, we can distribute those separately. As it is now evening, everyone is in need. To avoid any discord, I believe it is best to distribute them now and address any future acquisitions later. Chapter 43. I adore you at present. The group possesses 13 antelope hides, 3 wolf pelts, 1 leopard skin, and over 10 rabbit furs, along with a single snake skin. There are 10 individuals in total, and Zhao Jun has distributed 1 antelope hide to each person for warmth during the night. Additionally, each individual has received a rabbit fur, which can serve as a scarf. However, this leaves 7 rabbit furs remaining. Zhao Jun has decided to temporarily safeguard these 7 furs until they accumulate 10, at which point they will be fashioned into hats for everyone. The snake skin will continue to be used by Yao Qiaoyun, while the 3 wolf pelts have been allocated to Su Ruoyu, Su Xinxu, and Tao Luna. Su Ruoyu received hers due to her tender age, and Tao Luna due to her frail health. As for Su Xinxu, it was merely a gesture of care, considering her status as a lady who has not endured hardship. Zhao Jun assured everyone that before the arrival of winter, each person would possess a pelt for padding and another for covering, ensuring that no one would suffer from the cold. Yang Xiaohua remarked, We certainly trust you. However, this leopard skin seems to be a rare find. Who do you intend to allocate it to? Qin Xiyuan gazed at Zhao Jun with eager anticipation, but Zhao Jun feigned ignorance and responded, This leopard skin is exceptionally soft and truly a remarkable item. Moreover, Xiaohua is correct. Acquiring such a leopard skin is an elusive endeavor. I have decided that we shall hold a vote, and the individual who received the most votes will be awarded this prized leopard skin. The women immediately engaged in animated discussion, and Yao Qiaoyun relayed the proceedings to Dualma and Nuoma. Zhao Jun distributed a small wooden board and a piece of charcoal to each person, instructing them to inscribe their names upon it, to ensure fairness. Once everyone had completed their writing, the board returned face down so that no one could see, and they were placed together for all to witness the unveiling. Each vote was cast with individual considerations. Zhao Jun directly voted for Su Ruoyu, as she required protection, similar to how the snake skin was given to Yao Qiaoyun when her health was poor. Without a doubt, Nuoma voted for Zhao Jun, as he was his master. Dualma and Tao Luna also cast their votes for Zhao Jun. Yun Shuang voted for Tao Luna, Yang Xiaohua for Su Ruoyu, and Qin Xiyuan for herself. Su Ruoyu voted for Su Xinxu, while Su Xinxu voted for Yun Shuang. Yao Qiaoyun's perspective differed. She voted for Nuoma, as he slept outdoors each night. In tallying the votes, Zhao Jun received 3, Su Ruoyu garnered 2, while the others either received none or just 1. This outcome was met with little dissent. Thus, the leopard skin was effectively awarded to Zhao Jun. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun stated, In the interim, as the furs are not yet in abundance, should anyone require this leopard skin, they may certainly use it. I assure you, I will not hoard it. Yao Qiaoyun concurred. Since this is the result of a vote, there is nothing more to be said. The distribution shall naturally be at your discretion. After the furs were allocated, everyone placed their respective hides in their sleeping areas. The pelts could serve as padding or covering, while the rabbit furs could even be used as pillows, ensuring a much more comfortable night's rest. The following morning, Zhao Jun rose early and, alongside Norma, began to set traps outside. They had yet to uncover any trace of Fong Sidong, and the wolf pack had also failed to locate their den, necessitating heightened precautions. While they were busy, Yang Xiaohua approached, initially assisting them for a while. As she paused to drink some water and catch her breath, she turned to Zhao Jun and said, "Captain." Zhao Jun, intrigued, asked, "Is there something on your mind?" With a blush, Yang Xiaohua replied, "Captain, could I borrow your leopard skin for a week?" Zhao Jun responded, "I have no objection to lending it to you, but it would be prudent for you to provide a compelling reason. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to justify this to the entire team." Yang Xiaohua explained, "A relative of mine has come to visit, and I'm experiencing some discomfort. I wish to place it on my abdomen at night." Zhao Jun inquired, "Are you suffering from menstrual pain?" Embarrassed, Yang Xiaohua glanced around, noting that only Norma was busy and could not understand their conversation. Feeling somewhat relieved, she shyly admitted, "Yes, I have always had this issue." Zhao Jun replied, "Very well, you may borrow it for a week." Yang Xiaohua exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, Captain." As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Zhao Jun's cheek before dashing away. Zhao Jun touched his cheek, savoring the moment. This was the second time Yang Xiaohua had kissed him there. Although Norma did not comprehend their exchange, he witnessed the affectionate gesture and regarded it with a bemused smile. After lunch, as Yang Xiaohua washed the dishes, essentially a few have coconut shells in a pot, Zhao Jun approached the water reservoir and said to her, "I forgot to mention, you can fetch it yourself tonight." Yang Xiaohua turned to glance back, realizing everyone else was inside the cave, leaving just her and Zhao Jun outside. Summoning her courage, she boldly declared, "Captain, you are truly wonderful. I like you." Zhao Jun was taken aback by her words, responding, "It's merely a leopard skin." It was more than just the skin. He sensed her sincerity. "You are genuinely remarkable." I have never been in a relationship before," Yang Xiaohua confessed. Her cheeks flushed. Zhao Jun paused for a moment before teasingly asking, "What? Do you wish to embark on a passionate romance with me?" Initially nodding, then shaking her head, Yang Xiaohua said, "I do wish to, but you are already with Sister Yuan, so it seems impossible. Yet, I cannot help but like you. Sao Yun Xiaoku. If that's the case, I like you too. I like all of you." Yang Xiaohua quickly interjected, "You know that's not what I mean. My feelings are quite different from what you're suggesting." Zhao Jun ceased his playful banter, recognizing that as a rural girl, Yang Xiaohua had a delicate disposition. It was already quite a feat for her to express such sentiments, and further teasing would only make her more bashful. Thus, he simply replied, "I understand." Yang Xiaohua remarked, "As long as you understand." In a flurry, she tidied up and returned to the cave with the utensils. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun stood by the reservoir. Lost in thought, he found himself somewhat at a loss regarding Yang Xiaohua's confession. Despite their close bond, facilitated by Qin Xiyuan's initiative, they had not yet taken their relationship further due to various circumstances. This was a truth well acknowledged among them. However, with so many beautiful women around, could he truly only take a single sip from the vast river? Every man harbors a dream of a harem, and Zhao Jun was no exception. Yet, coming from a modern society, could these enchanting women truly be accepting of such a notion? Zhao Jun, does Xiaohua's confession stir something within you? Suddenly, Yun Shuang's voice broke through his wandering thoughts from behind. Chapter 44. Courtship. Zhao Jun regained his composure, only to find Yun Shuang standing right behind him. She had been at the cave entrance moments ago, thus overhearing Yang Xiaohua's words. Zhao Jun's face flushed as he stammered, "And no. How could that be?" Yun Shuang replied earnestly, "Xiaohua is a Navi girl. Do not approach her with a frivolous mindset. Be gentle and do not cause her any harm." With a sigh, Zhao Jun confessed, "I understand." Yun Shuang gave a wry smile. "You are truly remarkable, resilient, intelligent, agile, and considerate. You are the backbone of our group, and I can only imagine how many women will be drawn to you. I truly wonder how this will all unfold in the future." Zhao Jun chuckled. "Is being exemplary a fault?" Yun Shuang merely shook her head, choosing silence. In the afternoon, Zhao Jun and Ma busied themselves with setting traps, while Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang came to assist. Others were engaged in tidying up the interior of the cave. Yang Xiaohua even picked some fresh flowers nearby and placed them within the cave, significantly enhancing the atmosphere. As they were all preoccupied, Dualma suddenly approached Zhao Jun. Before he could comprehend the situation, Dualma produced a red silk ribbon from her hand and began to wrap it around his wrist. Zhao Jun was taken aback, struggling to grasp what was transpiring. Dualma babbled a stream of words in a language he could not understand, prompting him to call for Yao Qiaoyun immediately. After a brief exchange between Yao Qiaoyun and Dualma, she returned to Zhao Jun, her expression somewhat peculiar. After contemplating her words, she finally articulated. What Dualma meant just now was that she is courting you. Ma and Dualma were engaged in conversation, sharing a bond as members of the same tribe who had found themselves here for various reasons, akin to siblings. Ma appeared quite delighted, while Dualma gazed at Zhao Jun with unrestrained joy, showing no shyness. This was the custom of their tribe. If one fancied someone, they simply expressed their affection without hesitation. Zhao Jun had never encountered such a scenario. After a moment of bewilderment, he asked, "What does that mean?" "She wishes to court you. Is that not clear? Are you pretending to be oblivious?" "You must be thrilled," Yao Qiaoyun retorted exasperatedly. Zhao Jun looked at Yao Qiaoyun in confusion, shaking his head. "I truly am not pretending. I genuinely do not understand what is happening. Could you clarify?" He was well aware of the meaning of courtship, but this was all too sudden, and he could not fathom Yao Qiaoyun's intense reaction. With an exasperated huff, Yao Qiaoyun exclaimed, "What more clarification do you need? It is quite obvious. She wishes to be your wife, and you are to be her husband." Zhao Jun turned to Dualma, who beamed with joy and hugged him, babbling incoherently. Dualma possessed the quintessential physique of a brown-skinned woman, her proportions harmoniously balanced, alluringly curvaceous. The embrace was overwhelming for Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun inquired again. "What did she say?" "She promised to treat you well, venerating you as a deity." Yao Qiaoyun rolled her eyes and said. Qin Xiyuan seemed a bit jealous as she walked over, embraced Zhao Jun, and declared, "No, I oppose. Jun is mine." Dualma also spoke a few words, and although Yao Qiaoyun initially hesitated to translate, under Zhao Jun's persistent inquiries, she reluctantly conveyed. Dualma said she does not mind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Norma cheerfully chimed in, "Master, this is the custom of our tribe. A husband is allowed to have multiple wives." Yao Qiaoyun translated this unwillingly, while Zhao Jun was quite pleased. However, Qin Xiyuan was dissatisfied and retorted, "No, I do not accept this." Dualma then crouched down, tugging at Zhao Jun's garment with one hand. Her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer as she gazed at him. Zhao Jun found himself at a loss, and Yao Qiaoyun explained, "She is seeking your response." Zhao Jun hesitated, saying, "Well, truth be told, it is quite difficult to refuse such an earnest proposal from a beautiful woman. However, I have my own concerns. Firstly, there are other lovely women involved, and being the ruler of a harem, I do not wish to overlook any of them. If I openly agree to Dualma, what will become of the others? Secondly, while Dualma is indeed beautiful, she is ultimately a native, and our understanding of each other is limited. To unite like this seems rather hasty. I am not one to act solely on impulse, and I tend to think more deeply." Zhao Jun gently lifted Dualma up and sincerely said, "Thank you for your affection, but we do not yet know each other well. So let us discuss this matter at a later time." Yao Qiaoyun translated his words for Dualma, who immediately fell silent, her smile fading, and she eventually burst into tears. Upon witnessing her sorrow, Zhao Jun quickly urged, "Qiaoyun, tell her that I am not rejecting her. I simply need time to come to terms with this situation, so she should not be upset." Before Zhao Jun could finish his sentence, Dualma had already run away in tears, retreating to the depths of the cave. Zhao Jun, still embraced by Qin Xiyuan, forced a slightly awkward smile and remarked, "Sister Yuan, there are so many people watching us." Without heed, Qin Xiyuan boldly kissed Zhao Jun on the lips. In the midst of the crowd, Zhao Jun initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he soon became lost in the moment. Thinking to himself, "Seize the day." After what felt like an eternity, Qin Xiyuan finally pulled away, and one by one, the others began returning to the cave, with only Norma remaining busy with her traps. Blushing, Qin Xiyuan whispered in Zhao Jun's ear, I will come to find you tonight. Zhao Jun felt a stir of excitement in his heart and nodded in agreement. Qin Xiyuan's audacity was born from a sense of urgency, realizing that if she did not act soon, Zhao Jun might be claimed by another woman. Her public display of affection was more of a declaration of her claim. After returning to the cave, Zhao Jun lingered in thought for a moment before resuming his tasks, while Yao Qiaoyun attempted to console Dualma, though she was uncertain of the outcome. After all, Zhao Jun's response resembled a rejection, which in their tribe was a source of shame for a woman spurned in love. Dualma had mustered great courage to express her affections, only to face this unexpected conclusion. As evening descended, Zhao Jun and Noma, having concluded their labors, returned to the cave after washing their hands in the reservoir. Yang Xiaohua had prepared a meal, featuring lamb soup for the night. Weary and famished from a day of toil, Zhao Jun and Noma heartily indulged in their feast. Although Droma appeared quite despondent, she still partook in the meal. The women of the tribe are remarkably resilient. Despite the significant blow they had faced, they would not allow it to lead to any grave consequences. Chapter 45. The first time after everyone had finished their meal, Yun Shuang took a gun and accompanied Yang Xiaohua to wash the dishes. Yao Qiaoyun turned to Zhao Jun and remarked, Dolma has declared that she will not give up. Of course, she won't cling to you. She will merely care for you as a husband. Whether you accept her or not, she will wait. Zhao Jun, you are indeed fortunate. With Dolma's beauty and figure, she would undoubtedly be a superstar in modern society. How could you possibly refuse her? Zhao Jun shook his head, responding, we do not know each other well. She does not love me, merely feels gratitude towards me. Moreover, given the lack of options here, I cannot rashly agree. Yao Qiaoyun smirked, is that so? Is that truly the reason? Could it be that you desire more than just her? Zhao Jun indeed harbored such sentiments, yet he could not voice them, mumbling no. Yao Qiaoyun chose not to dwell on the matter further, as she was uncertain of the situation herself. Upon learning of Dolma's affections for Zhao Jun, she felt a twinge of jealousy. But now she had come to terms with the fact that this matter was unrelated to her. Yun Shuang observed Yang Xiaohua, then glanced at Dolma, ultimately focusing on Qin Xiyuan, contemplating, goodness, now there are 3 women involved. You truly are a man of great fortune. However, Yun Shuang refrained from commenting, believing the situation did not concern her. Though Yang Xiaohua felt discomfort, she had internally accepted Zhao Jun's relationship with Qin Xiyuan. The addition of Dolma seemed inconsequential, especially since Zhao Jun had rejected her. Tao Luna felt gratitude toward Zhao Jun, but found it difficult to accept the notion of him having multiple women, thus burying her appreciation deep within her heart. Su Ruoyu, still young, was somewhat naive regarding romantic entanglements. Su Xinxu, the noble woman, held admiration for Zhao Jun, yet the thought of being with him had never crossed her mind. Dolma, having been spurned, resolved to wait, confident that Zhao Jun would eventually accept her. Only Qin Xiyuan felt a genuine sense of urgency. She had made up her mind to win Zhao Jun over that very night. As Zhao Jun slept, he was vaguely aware of a soft presence approaching him. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was Qin Xiyuan. The following morning, as everyone rose, they cast curious glances at Zhao Jun, who, with a thick skin, pretended as if nothing had transpired. Holding a gun, he claimed he was going out for a patrol, which was merely an excuse to escape the strange looks from the other women. Zhao Jun inspected the area around the cave and, preparing to return, encountered Yun Shuang. With a teasing smile, she said, congratulations, congratulations. You were quite the groom last night. Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively. Please do not mock me. Yun Shuang winked and replied, I never would have guessed. You were surprisingly robust. Zhao Jun widened his eyes, exclaiming, are you all listening? There's no avoiding it. Is there? Yun Shuang laughed. Zhao Jun hurriedly returned to the cave, where Qin Xiyuan had already risen. Upon seeing him, she rushed to embrace him. Initially, her affection was a means of survival, but she unexpectedly discovered Zhao Jun's remarkable valor in this regard. Such desires are indeed significant for a woman, and she found herself truly enamored with him. Zhao Jun, albeit with a hint of bashfulness, accepted her affection in the presence of the other women. After breakfast, everyone resumed their respective tasks. Noma and Dolma ventured out to hunt. As an indigenous person, Dolma possessed exceptional agility. Though hunting was not typically her responsibility, her discontent prompted her to join, seeking solace in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohua and Qin Xiyuan accompanied Zhao Jun to the seaside, preparing to catch some fish. Their primary sources of sustenance were game, fish, and wild vegetables, and although the monotony of their diet was somewhat tiresome, there was little alternative. Qin Xiyuan rarely ventured out, but today she was eager to follow Zhao Jun. Previously, she had her own reservations, yet after last night's events, she found herself unable to part from him, resembling a woman deeply in love. Yang Xiaohua waded in the water to catch fish while Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan stood on the shore, hand in hand. Zhao Jun glanced at Qin Xiyuan's radiant beauty and mused to himself about how he had never imagined he would find himself in such an intimate relationship with such an exquisite woman. The experience was indeed delightful. Having tasted this new pleasure, Zhao Jun's gaze toward Qin Xiyuan transformed. She playfully inquired, "What are you looking at?" Ignoring Yang Xiaohua's presence nearby, Zhao Jun embraced Qin Xiyuan and suggested, "Sister Yuan, shall we continue tonight?" Qin Xiyuan blushed and replied, "Everyone knows now." I feel a bit embarrassed. Zhao Jun, undeterred by the opinions of others, was resolute. Qin Xiyuan bit her lip and responded, "All right, then I won't hold back." They embraced for a long while before parting, and Qin Xiyuan remarked, Jun, I didn't expect you to be so capable." Sao Yun left Hatsuri. "No man could resist such compliments from a woman." He replied, "Really? I didn't know myself. It was my first time." Qin Xiyuan widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Was that your first time?" Zhao Jun confirmed yes. She gently caressed his cheek and said, "Then I shall cherish you well in the future." In this regard, Qin Xiyuan had far more experience, and Zhao Jun felt a stirring desire to take her back immediately. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua returned with 2 fish, having witnessed their earlier intimacy. She teased, "You two have had enough. Must you continue to torment this single dog?" Qin Xiyuan, in high spirits, laughed and said, "Xiaohua, are you envious of me?" Yang Xiaohua said, "Infuse. I'm dying of jealousy." Zhao Jun remarked, having caught 2 fish, "Let us return. We should not linger outdoors for too long, as Fong Sidong has yet to make his catch." Chapter 46. Discovery of the wolf pack's habitat. Upon returning to the cave, Qin Xiyuan retired to rest, while Yang Xiaohua busied herself with tidying the interior. Zhao Jun, armed with a gun, patrolled the vicinity. Upon his return, he noticed Yun Shuang vigilantly scanning the surroundings with her weapon. Her expression relaxed upon seeing Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yun Shuang responded, "I believe I just spotted Fong Sidong lurking nearby. As soon as I stepped out with my gun, he fled." Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, expressing, "We failed to eliminate him when we had the chance. I did not foresee the extent of the trouble this would bring us." Yun Shuang sighed. Now that the situation has unfolded, lamenting it serves no purpose. "Did you not mention previously that you intended to lure Fong Sidong into a trap? If you truly have a means to entice him, we must act swiftly. We cannot afford to wait until he causes more chaos. We must take the initiative." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before replying. "I had initially planned to use food as bait, but he has since encountered Norma and acquired some weaponry. Norma has also claimed to have taught him certain wilderness survival skills. Thus using food as a lure is evidently futile." Yun Shuang, troubled, asked, "What shall we do then?" "Let's convene tonight," she suggested. "Strength lies in numbers, and with many minds at work, we could devise a strategy to address this matter." Zhao Jun found no better solution. Yun Shuang resignedly accepted, then it must be so. Yet, Zhao Jun remained slightly uneasy. Together with Yun Shuang, he took up arms and patrolled the area surrounding the cave, eventually arriving at the elevated platform where Norma slept at night. Yun Shuang scanned the surroundings with binoculars, while Zhao Jun leaned nearby, admiring her. Yun Shuang's physique was truly remarkable, her form exquisitely graceful. Each morning, she practiced yoga, and Zhao Jun unabashedly indulged in the sight, making it an essential part of his morning routine. Yun Shuang, accustomed to men's appreciative gazes, seemed indifferent to Zhao Jun's admiration, even subtly showcasing her figure. However, at that moment, feeling scrutinized by Zhao Jun, she expressed her displeasure, saying, "You have Qin Xiyuan, and there's also the unfazed Dolma, not to mention Yang Xiaohua's confession. What more do you desire?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "People inevitably admire beauty. How could I not appreciate such a sight? Moreover, observing does not constitute a crime. When a woman receives compliments, it invariably brings her joy. Besides, she is confident in her physique." Yun Shuang retorted, "Look if you must, but do not harbor any other notions. I am not like Qin Xiyuan or Yang Xiaohua. Zhao Jun replied, what notions could I possibly have? Yun Shuang scoffed. What can men possibly think of? It always comes down to that. One is never satisfied. Zhao Jun shook his head, asserting, perhaps I am different from other men. Yun Shuang chuckled and remarked, it's all the same, especially in this environment. I fear our thoughts are even more agile. I know what you men are thinking. Having encountered various types of men during her time at the gym, some even having had intimate interactions with her, she possessed a fair understanding of their psyche. Zhao Jun, indeed, found himself accurately assessed by Yun Shuang, and thus refrained from further rebuttal, shifting the conversation instead to, Fong Sidong is truly our greatest threat now. Yun Shuang set down her binoculars and replied, indeed, I should have eliminated him on the spot back then. I was too cautious. Zhao Jun, taken aback, asked, would you dare to commit murder? I lacked the courage then, but now I would not hesitate. If I were to encounter him, I would surely kill him. Yun Shuang asserted. Zhao Jun cautioned, murder is not as simple as it seems. I served as a soldier for 3 years, having taken the lives of numerous animals. Yet I have never dared to kill a human nor considered it. However, in the case of Fong Sidong, I might have to make an exception. Yun Shuang concurred, yes. We all share this sentiment. Even Tao Luna is still haunted by it, and Su Ruoyu occasionally suffers from nightmares. As they conversed, Norma and Dolma returned with the carcass of an antelope. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, Norma gestured to him. Understanding the gesture indicated that Norma had something to discuss. Zhao Jun called over Yao Qiaoyun, while Yun Shuang and Dolma began to move the antelope to the reservoir for cleaning and skinning. This task, which Zhao Jun had previously undertaken, was now occasionally handled by Norma and Dolma, who had acquired the necessary skills. Meanwhile, the little wolf waited nearby, eager for the entrails. Norma muttered something, and Yao Qiaoyun translated. He says he has found the wolf pack's den. He intends to destroy it tomorrow. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and inquired, is that feasible? Could it be dangerous? After some exchange between Yao Qiaoyun and Norma, she finally conveyed, he claims to have marked the area. We can set out early tomorrow, establishing traps around the den. You should take a gun, he will take a bow, and with the cooperation of the others, it should not pose a problem. However, it is crucial to eliminate the alpha wolf. Otherwise, they will retaliate fiercely, and that would create significant trouble. Zhao Jun replied, if he believes it is viable, then we shall devise a plan tonight to determine our course of action. Some must remain behind in the cave to prevent a sudden attack from Fong Sidong. That evening, after dinner, Zhao Jun gathered everyone for a general meeting. With Yao Qiaoyun translating, Norma and Dolma shared their thoughts, and everyone sat together, with the little wolf sleeping contentedly at their side, resembling a well-behaved puppy. Zhao Jun clapped his hands to garner silence and addressed the group. Today, 2 significant events transpired. Yun Shuang discovered Fong Sidong lurking nearby, and Norma identified the wolf pack's den. These 2 factors represent our greatest threats. The essence of Norma's message is a call for unity and determination to dismantle the wolf pack's den and eradicate this looming threat. Does anyone have any thoughts on this matter? Yang Xiaohua responded, what is there to deliberate? We must certainly proceed with this plan, as it not only eliminates the threat, but also provides us with wolf pelts, making our winter survival considerably easier. Su Xinxu expressed her concerns. However, dealing with the wolf pack may prove to be quite challenging. Yun Shuang interjected, indeed, the wolf pack must be eradicated, yet we cannot afford to be short-handed. If everyone goes to confront the wolves, who will guard our cave? What if Fong Sidong seizes this opportunity to invade? I believe this situation is quite precarious. Chapter 47. The surrender of Fong Sidong. Zhao Jun nodded approvingly, expressing his own concerns. I share your apprehensions. Fong Sidong will undoubtedly not remain idle. He will certainly seize the opportunity to infiltrate our camp while we are all engaged elsewhere. Su Ruoyu inquired, what should we do then? Zhao Jun replied, we have 2 options. One is to set aside the issue of the wolf pack for the moment and resolve Fong Sidong's situation first before making a decision. This could prove to be a lengthy endeavor. Yun Shuang interjected. Zhao Jun sighed. Fong Sidong is a man, not a beast. He possesses intelligence and cunning. If he wishes to conceal himself, he will be exceedingly difficult to locate. Therefore, the timeline remains uncertain. Yun Shuang countered. But what if the wolf pack stirs trouble in the meantime? I find this approach rather unreliable. Zhao Jun acknowledged her concerns. Indeed, I have contemplated this as well. Thus, we shall resort to the second option, We will devise a way to lure the wolf pack towards our lair and eliminate them. What do you think? Su Ruoyu timidly remarked. Are we certain we can eradicate them completely? We must not invite trouble into our midst. Zhao Jun turned to Norma and Yao Qiaoyun. Understanding his intent, spoke with Norma. After some deliberation, Norma responded. Yao Qiaoyun stated, Norma believes that luring the wolves here is indeed a prudent choice, as it allows us to prepare adequately. However, we must ensure that we attract the entire pack, capturing them all in one fell swoop. At the very least, we must secure the alpha. Otherwise, we may face endless repercussions. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Does he have a strategy to lure the wolves? Norma replied, I do have a plan, though it is rather perilous. It requires me to provoke the alpha wolf. This translation was relayed by Yao Qiaoyun, and after discussion, everyone recognized the risk involved, yet it seemed there were no other viable alternatives. Furthermore, it was decided that Norma would undertake this risk, and deep down, they felt it was acceptable for him to do so. Only Dolma felt uneasy, having regarded Norma as an older brother, given their shared tribal roots. Ultimately, Zhao Jun spoke. Very well, I will accompany Norma to provoke the alpha. Qin Xiyuan immediately objected. How can you do that? You are our cornerstone. We cannot afford to lose you to any unforeseen circumstances. This is far too reckless. Qin Xiyuan's concern for Zhao Jun stemmed from their newly forged bond. She wished to safeguard him, not wanting to lose the exquisite connection they had just begun to explore. Zhao Jun's injury or misfortune was something she could not bear to contemplate. However, Zhao Jun dismissed her apprehensions, stating, precisely because I am the cornerstone. There is more that must be done. I bear great responsibility, and thus it is incumbent upon me to go. Qin Xiyuan replied, but I am afraid. Do not worry. With Norma by my side, and armed with firearms and some explosives I have on hand, we will certainly resolve the matter of the wolf pack. Zhao Jun declared confidently. Having been said, others felt compelled to refrain from further commentary, each cautioning the need for vigilance. Tomorrow, a trap would be set outside the cave, and the day after, a pack of wolves would be lured in. Once the discussions concluded, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. As Zhao Jun lay down, Qin Xiyuan approached him. They embraced, and she remarked, Why must you take such risks? Such tasks could easily be entrusted to Norma. Zhao Jun replied, It is too perilous for him alone, and the outcome may not be favorable. With my presence, the chances of success are significantly enhanced. Qin Xiyuan, with a hint of reluctance, expressed her concerns, but I worry for your safety. Do not fret. We have overcome so many hardships already. What further misfortune could befall us? Our numbers are ample, and our weapons are far superior to what we began with. You needn't dwell on such thoughts. I assure you, I will be fine. Zhao Yun Li Shu Te. With heartfelt emotion, Qin Xiyuan responded, What will I do if something happens to you? Zhao Jun could discern her genuine concern for him, which, while perhaps partially rooted in her own future considerations, was nonetheless sincere. He softly promised, I guarantee you, I will not come a harm. Qin Xiyuan nodded, all right, but you must keep your word. You cannot betray my trust. At that moment, Zhao Jun felt the warmth of romance enveloping him, lifting his spirits. The two naturally drew closer, and Zhao Jun's hands began to wander. Just as they were about to proceed, a sharp whistle from Norma pierced the air, prompting the little wolf to rise and bark. Zhao Jun swiftly rolled over, approached the door, and peered outside, where he beheld a figure beside the fire, hands raised high. Who else could it be but Fong Sitong? Norma leaped down from the platform, brandishing a spear pressed against Fong Sitong's throat. Qin Xiyuan joined him and gasped upon seeing Fong Sitong, her pupils dilating with anxiety. What's he doing here? Zhao Jun embraced the anxious Qin Xiyuan and reassured her. It's all right. Norma has captured him. He will not harm you. At that moment, the other women were roused by the commotion. Yun Shuang, armed with a gun, approached the door and gasped Fong Sitong. Su Ruoyu and Tao Luna, upon hearing his name, recoiled in shock and clung to one another for comfort. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, What should we do? Outside, Norma held the spear firmly against Fong Sitong's throat, who remained on his knees, hands raised. Fong Sitong shouted, Zhao Jun, I was wrong. I surrender. I come in peace. We are all Huaxia people, survivors of this flight. There is no need for us to turn on one another. Zhao Jun frowned and addressed the women in the cave. What are your thoughts? Tao Luna insisted. We cannot let him go. He must be killed. Yang Xiaohua, feeling compassion, argued. But he is still a living person. Can we truly just kill him? Su Xinxu added, indeed, killing him may not be the right choice. Perhaps we should offer him a chance? For a moment, Zhao Jun was uncertain about how to decide. After a long contemplation, he finally stated, let us open the door. I will go out and assess the situation. Zhao Jun had initially hoped that Norma would eliminate Fong Sidong during this period. However, Norma did not act on this expectation. Instead, Fong Sidong adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, exuding little to no hostility. Zhao Jun opened the door and stepped outside with Yun Shuang, while the other women gathered around the entrance, peering anxiously into the outside world. Approaching Fong Sidong, Zhao Jun reflected on the countless scenarios he had envisioned for their encounter, all of which had concluded with a decisive act of violence. Yet, confronted with the current situation, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 48. Preparing to utilize Fong Sidong wept bitterly, saying, Jun, I realize my mistakes, I truly do. I will never dare again. Please take me in. Zhao Jun replied coldly, you once sought to kill me and mistreated Tao Luna and Qin Xiyuan. I genuinely do not wish to keep you. Fong Sidong hastily responded, Jun, I have observed you all for some time now. From now on, I will sleep outside with this wild brother, relying on him. If you could provide me with just a morsel to eat, I would be grateful. I will no longer have the opportunity to commit those heinous acts. Yun Shuang hesitated, raising her gun, yet unable to pull the trigger. As Zhao Jun had previously stated, taking a life is not an easy endeavor. Ultimately, Yun Shuang set the gun down, and a look of surprise appeared on Fong Sidong's face. Fong Sidong continued, I will be completely honest from now on. I will do whatever you ask of me. I am eager to contribute, for I cannot bear to live alone on this desolate island any longer. I wish to be part of your group. Of course, if you choose not to accept me, that is fine too. I will remain with this wild brother and protect you from the outside. Time will prove my sincerity. Yun Shuang stamped her foot, exclaiming, you all decide. I am at a loss. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun approached and said, Zhao Jun, how shall we resolve this? Just give the word. If you wish to kill him, I will have Norma take action. Zhao Jun took a deep breath and replied, perhaps it is best to end his life. He truly wished to avoid complications. Fong Sidong quickly cried out, no. Please do not kill me. I am capable of anything. Just as Yao Qiaoyun was about to convey this to Norma, Zhao Jun had a sudden inspiration and interjected, wait. Yao Qiaoyun looked at Zhao Jun in confusion, while Yun Shuang was equally surprised. Although she could not bring herself to act, she genuinely wished for Fong Sidong's demise. It was her words that had caused fear and concern among them for so long. Initially, Zhao Jun's suggestion to kill him had pleased her, but now, at this critical moment, Zhao Jun had unexpectedly called for a halt. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, perplexed, what is it? Zhao Jun stated, let him spend the night with Norma. We shall discuss it further tomorrow. Yao Qiaoyun quickly responded, is that truly wise? Yun Shuang added, indeed, this does not seem prudent. Zhao Jun insisted, everyone, let us rest for now. We will address this in the morning. Qiaoyun, inform Norma to keep a close watch on Fong Sidong. Reluctantly, Yao Qiaoyun communicated with Norma in the Indian language. Subsequently, the three returned to the cave and closed the door. They peered outside, witnessing Fong Sidong being led up onto the platform by Norma. Yun Shuang expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, are you feeling merciful again? It is not as though you must do it yourself. Let Norma handle it. Zhao Jun blinked and added some dry wood to the fire, stating, my change of heart does not imply that I wish to spare him. Rather, I intend to utilize him. Yao Qiaoyun, intrigued, asked, what do you mean? Utilize him for what purpose? How shall we do so? Zhao Jun replied, are we not trying to attract the wolves? We can have him undertake this task. Yun Shuang suddenly realized and remarked, so this is your intention? You truly are quite ruthless. This time, the best outcome would be to eliminate both him and the wolf pack. Even if he were to survive by some stroke of luck, I would ensure he would not continue to live. I would find a way to deal with him. Therefore, there is no need for any of you to worry. I will have Norma keep a close watch on him for the next couple of days, ensuring he stays outside for both meals and rest. So bear with it for just 2 days. Sao Yun Suotit. Tao Luna inquired, is this really feasible? Zhao Jun replied, as long as he shows any signs of unrest, I will not hesitate to act. Zhao Jun's plan was indeed quite clever. It would not only mitigate his own risks, but also conveniently eliminate Fong Sidong. Should Fong Sidong disobey or exhibit any unusual behavior, he could be dealt with preemptively. If he were to perish while luring the wolf pack, that would be the best outcome. Even if he survives, Zhao Jun would certainly find an excuse to dispose of him afterward. Regardless, it was evident that Fong Sitong was as good as dead this time. Zhao Jun assured everyone he would remain vigilant regarding any external movements and urged them to get some rest. This delay had effectively thwarted the budding relationship between Qin Xiyuan and Zhao Jun, rendering their plans for the night futile. The following morning, Zhao Jun ventured out, calling for Norma and Fong Sitong to commence setting traps to hunt the wolf pack. Fong Sitong appeared quite earnest, eating outside the cave and working diligently. Yet Zhao Jun remained wary of him. As Fong Sitong toiled, he gradually approached Zhao Jun and said, "Brother Jun, thank you for not killing me." Zhao Yun replied, "I truly wish to end your life, but considering your words, you are correct. We are all Chinese survivors at that, and there is no need for us to slaughter one another. Our primary goal is survival." Zhao Jun feigned camaraderie before Fong Sitong. Fong Sitong nodded, "Indeed. I deeply regret my previous actions and sincerely apologize to everyone. I will certainly repent and reform. Time will prove everything." Zhao Yun remarks, "You seem quite capable of surviving on your own out here. I can't believe you are still alive after all this time." Fong Sitong shook his head. "Do not mention it. I have endured great hardship. Initially, I thought I would starve to death, but then I encountered that wild man. Following him allowed me to escape starvation, and after he joined you, I was left with some of his weapons, which I have used to hunt small animals for sustenance." Zhao Jun said, "It appears you have indeed faced considerable struggles, so I hope you can sincerely repent and refrain from causing any further trouble." Fong Sitong quickly responded, "Yes. Yes, I certainly will." After a brief exchange, they resumed their work, and by the end of the day, they had made significant progress. At that moment, the area outside the cave was riddled with traps. Any wolf pack that dared to approach would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, Zhao Jun remained uneasy and instructed Norma and Fong Sitong to hunt together. Seizing the opportunity while Fong Sitong was away, he retrieved the explosives hidden in the cave and buried them in a designated spot, ensuring the fuse was properly arranged. Zhao Jun, concealing the explosives from Fong Sitong, harbored his own intentions. He wished for Fong to remain oblivious to the presence of the explosives and, if the opportunity arose, to eliminate him. Soon, Norma and Fong Sitong returned, circumventing the trap and arriving at the elevated platform, where they successfully caught 2 rabbits. They skinned and cleaned them, preparing for dinner that evening. After their meal, Zhao Jun gathered everyone together, including Fong Sitong, to deliberate on their strategy for confronting the wolf pack, which had become their foremost concern. Chapter 49 regarding Tao Luna and Su Ruoyu. There lingers a shadow of fear when they encounter Fong Sitong. Although Qin Xiyuan has also been a victim, she has found solace in Zhao Jun, and her emotional wounds have long since healed. Zhao Jun cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Today, we have labored diligently, all in anticipation of eradicating the wolf pack tomorrow. Thus, it is imperative that we approach the tasks at hand with utmost seriousness." Yun Shuang added, "Moreover, each of us has responsibilities to fulfill tomorrow. I trust that everyone will adhere to the arrangements and work collaboratively to ensure the success of our mission." Zhao Jun outlined the plan. Sister Shuang and Xiaohua will guard the cave entrance with firearms to prevent any straggling wolves from entering. Noma and Fong Sitong will lure the pack towards us, while Duolama, Qiaoyun, and I will wait atop the high platform. The rest of you should gather your weapons and swiftly clear the entrance. Fong Sitong voiced his dissent. "You want me to attract the wolves? Isn't that akin to leading sheep to the slaughter? It is exceedingly perilous." Zhao Jun replied firmly, "You must comply with the plan, with Noma by your side. What do you have to fear?" Fong Sitong grimaced, "Even with Noma, they are wolves. Can he truly withstand them? Furthermore, are you suggesting that I am to go unarmed? Unless you provide me with a firearm, this is tantamount to sending me to my demise." Zhao Jun shook his head. "It is utterly impossible to arm you with a gun. At most, you may receive a spear." Fong Sitong exclaimed, "Then you are compelling me towards death. How can you treat me this way? I have already surrendered and acknowledged my wrongs. What more do you desire? I simply wish to survive. Am I to be faulted for that?" Zhao Jun maintained a stern expression. "If you refuse to follow orders, we will have no choice but to expel you. We cannot harbor those who defy our command." Upon hearing this, Fong Sitong fell silent, pondering for a considerable time before asking, "Is it truly impossible to provide me with a gun for my protection?" Yun Shuang responded resolutely, You shall not be given a gun. Do not even entertain the thought. Fong Sitong pressed his lips together and conceded, very well, I will comply with the arrangements. I will heed your instructions. Although he appeared unconvinced, he evidently had no alternative. Zhao Jun reassured him, rest assured, with Noma's expertise, his spear and bow are remarkably accurate. And with all of you wielding torches, the wolves will hesitate to approach. As long as we can draw the pack here, our mission will be accomplished. And joy shall abound for all. Fong Sitong resigned, understood. Zhao Jun concluded, if anyone has further inquiries, do voice them. This matter is of great significance, and we must leave no room for error. Su Xinxu interjected, tomorrow, while you are outside, we will remain inside the cave. If any wolves slip through, how shall we defend ourselves? Do not fret, Zhao Jun assured. Sister Shuang and Xiaohua will be standing guard with their firearms. Moreover, do not let fear take hold. Be brave. After all, they are merely wolves. United in our efforts, we shall eradicate the threat completely. In the future, our living environment will be secure, allowing us to breathe without constant anxiety. Su Xinxu nodded and replied, very well. Yang Xiaohua inquired, how shall we divide the firearms? Presently, we possess 3 rifles and 2 handguns. Yun Shuang will take 1 rifle, Yang Xiaohua 1 handgun, while both Yao Qiaoyun and I will wield a rifle. And I shall also retain the remaining handgun. The others will arm themselves with spears, javelins, daggers, and the like. Cao Yun the Mogs. Fong Sitong pointed at the katana beside Zhao Jun and said, you already have 2 firearms. May I have my sword back? Zhao Jun shook his head, asserting, I will provide you with a spear tomorrow. As for the other items, do not harbor any illusions. I shall not part with them. Fong Sitong muttered, we agreed to work together, yet you constantly regard me with suspicion, denying me a weapon for my own protection while assigning me the most perilous tasks. Is this not rather excessive? Zhao Jun retorted firmly, if you find this excessive, you may leave at once. Dejected, Fong Sitong replied, Fine. I shall remain silent. Will that suffice? During this time, Norma crafted several spears, providing 2 to Dolma and keeping 2 for himself, along with dozens of arrows, ensuring each individual had at least 1, leaving Fong Sitong empty-handed, as a spear would be delivered tomorrow. Fong Sitong sensed the other's distrust towards him, yet refrained from voicing his discontent, although he felt resentful. At this moment, Zhao Jun and the other showed no concern for his feelings. The following morning, after breakfast, Norma and Fong Sitong ventured out, with Fong Sitong naturally taking a spear. The others dispersed as per Zhao Jun's instructions from the previous night. Dolma and Yao Qiaoyun positioned themselves atop a high platform, while Zhao Jun stationed himself below. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua guarded the cave entrance, and the others held spears and daggers within the cave. Dolma also possessed a bow and arrows, while Yao Qiaoyun held a firearm in one hand and binoculars in the other, frequently scanning the distance. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua remained alert with their weapons ready. Zhao Jun maintained a vigilant stance, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to ask, Zhao Jun, do you intend to eliminate Fong Sitong as well? Zhao Jun did not conceal his intentions, nodding in agreement. That is indeed a possibility, but it will depend on the circumstances. After all, Norma is with him. If the opportunity does not arise, I will adapt accordingly. That is well, Yao Qiaoyun replied, her words trailing off. Zhao Jun inquired, is there something left unsaid? Yao Qiaoyun responded, in truth, I wish Fong Sitong were not among us. However, if he genuinely seeks redemption, would it not be somewhat uncharitable to take his life? Deep down, Yao Qiaoyun certainly wished for Fong Sitong's demise. Otherwise, she would not have been perplexed by Zhao Jun's sudden change of heart. Yet, being a person of higher education, she found it difficult to simply take a life, especially as Fong Sitong appeared quite earnest in recent days. Zhao Jun remarked, you may possess a valid point. Yet we cannot risk this peril. His heart is undoubtedly filled with resentment. Should he regain power, his demeanor would undoubtedly shift entirely. Yao Qiaoyun sighed softly, very well. Do as you see fit. Zhao Jun replied, I shall take care of everything. Zhao Jun had resolutely made up his mind. In truth, had it not been for the arrival of Yao Qiaoyun and Duolma, he would have already taken Norma's life. Although he had never committed murder before, when it came to the point of taking a life, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. Moreover, now that circumstances had escalated to this extent, even if he were reluctant to kill, he found himself compelled to do so, as there was no other choice. Chapter 50. The battle between men and wolves. Yao Qiaoyun gazed into the distance, noticing that Norma and Fong Sidong had yet to return. She expressed her doubt, saying, "Do you think they can truly accomplish it?" Zhao Jun replied, "It's hard to say, but I have faith in Norma's capabilities. Since he claims it will be fine, I believe it will be." Sensing a tense atmosphere, Yao Qiaoyun smiled and remarked, "If they succeed, each of us shall have 3 hides, right? Winner would then be worry-free." Zhao Jun, recognizing her attempt to divert the conversation, responded, "Indeed, we could hang one, use one as a cushion, and cover ourselves with another. What a delight." Yao Qiaoyun commented, "That sounds splendid, yet our sleeping quarters are quite drafty, and the main door is no better. Surely we cannot be extravagant enough to hang pelts all around us? It would be ideal to reconstruct the door. If only we could replace the house, avoiding the current haphazard arrangement of tying small trees together. It would be much better if everything fits seamlessly." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Yes, once this matter is resolved, Norma and I shall address it." He had already intended to improve the door, as the current one and each person's dwelling were rather rudimentary, merely a few trees haphazardly bound together, leaving substantial gaps. The prevailing wind seeped through the door, making it cumbersome to open and close, and during heavy rain, water would drift in. Each sleeping area was similarly constructed, resembling a makeshift fence, which Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan found quite inconvenient. Thus, he was determined to rectify this situation, although he had not yet prioritized it. Yao Qiaoyun said, "That is reassuring. I hope it can be resolved swiftly." Zhao Jun assured her, "Rest assured, I will address it thoroughly, ensuring everyone has their own private space, which will greatly enhance convenience." Yao Qiaoyun, with a teasing smile, quipped, "Are you implying it would be more convenient for you?" And Qin Xiyuan? Zhao Jun coughed awkwardly and replied, "What are you talking about? I am merely considering everyone as convenience." Yao Qiaoyun then glanced at the young Dolma beside her and inquired, "What about your situation with little Dolma?" Zhao Jun shook his head repeatedly, saying, "We have nothing going on. She is still quite young, and that incident was trivial. Please refrain from mentioning it in the future." Yao Qiaoyun sighed, "I wish I could, but she occasionally asks me about it, insisting on learning Huaxiao language just to communicate directly with you. I must tell you, once they set their minds on something, it is difficult to change. Just like Norma, who is unwaveringly loyal to you, Dolma feels the same way. She has decided that she likes you and wants you as her husband. No matter what you do, it will be hard to alter her thoughts unless—" Zhao Jun interjected, "Unless what?" "Unless she develops feelings for another man, which is unlikely with Norma around. Are you hoping she will fancy Fong Sidong?" Yao Qiaoyun replied. Zhao Jun remarked, "Fong Sidong is undoubtedly not a viable option, regardless of whether we decide to eliminate him this time. Even if we were to consider the most extreme scenario of sparing him, I would never allow him to influence anyone. He is nothing short of a deviant." Yao Qiaoyun responded, "Indeed, that is a valid point. However, your situation with Dualma may prove to be quite challenging." Zhao Jun sighed, feeling somewhat troubled. Although he harbored dreams of a harem, the reality of having all these women truly devoted to him seemed far-fetched. With a beauty like Qin Xiyuan, he would have been satisfied in his past self. Deep down, Zhao Jun would not mind adding Dualma and Yang Xiaohua to the mix. But would they be willing to accept such an arrangement? Dualma might, but what about Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua? What the other women? Perhaps he would have to take it one step at a time, he thought with resignation. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun, using a telescope, suddenly spotted Fong Sidong and Norma rushing towards them, and immediately warned, "They are approaching, and a pack of wolves is close behind." Fong Sidong and Norma were brandishing torches, with Norma periodically turning back to shoot arrows, trying to fend off the pursuing wolves. The wolves were relentless, and as the two men neared the trap, they began to circumvent it. Many wolves fell into the pit, their anguished cries echoing as several of them halted in their tracks. The lead wolf limped forward, howling in distress, prompting the pack to charge once more. Yao Qiaoyun and Zhao Jun began firing, while Dualma joined in with her bow. Norma and Fong Sidong reached a high platform, where Norma also began to shoot arrows while Fong Sidong took cover. Under the concentrated assault of gunfire and arrows, numerous wolves fell, either succumbing to injuries or tumbling into the traps, with an estimated 20 or more casualties among them. The pack eventually paused, the lead wolf lifting its head to gaze in their direction. Dualma muttered something, which Yao Qiaoyun translated. Norma says they have injured the lead wolf, and it seems intent on revenge. They will continue their assault. Zhao Jun cautioned, let's not lower our guard. Fong Sitong from behind inquired Brother Jun, how do you think I'm faring? Zhao Jun nodded, quite well. Now head to the other side. Fong Sitong glanced apprehensively at the vast open space nearby, exclaiming, but that's a wide expanse. What do you expect me to do there? I have no weapon. Zhao Jun reassured him. Weapons are unnecessary for you. We possess enough. We shall eradicate every wolf. Reluctantly, Fong Sitong conceded, very well, but let me catch my breath first. I am utterly exhausted from that run. The spot Zhao Jun directed Fong Sitong to was precisely where explosives were buried, as he intended to obliterate both Fong Sitong and the wolf pack in one fell swoop. Yet, Fong Sitong did not refuse to go. He merely requested a moment to recover, and Zhao Jun decided not to press further. Just then, the lead wolf howled again, and the pack surged forward. Zhao Jun and the others fired in response. Despite their ferocity, the wolves could not withstand the barrage of arrows and gunfire, compounded by the traps laid earlier, making it difficult for them to approach. Occasionally, those that managed to break through were dealt with by Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua at the entrance. The scene was utterly tragic, yet appeared to resemble a one-sided massacre. The lead wolf, sensing something amiss, contemplated retreating. Observing this, Norma became anxious and swiftly dashed forward, covering several paces and nearing the pack of wolves. As the tension escalated, Norma drew her bow, and with a swift twang, the arrow struck the lead wolf in the ear. Instantly, the lead wolf erupted in fury, letting out a deafening roar as it rallied the pack to charge once more. The wolves, numbering at least in the dozens, surged forward, evoking a sense of dread. Zhao Jun, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, but Norma reacted swiftly, retreating once again. Zhao Jun shouted, fire! Fire! Quickly! Chapter 51. Hostage amidst the chaos. Everyone commenced firing. Those armed with guns unleashed their shots, while others released arrows. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua, engulfed in tension, focused on the approaching wolf pack, taking aim. Suddenly, Zhao Jun recalled Fong Sitong and turned to instruct him to head towards the explosive's location, yet he found no trace of him. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he wondered, where could he have gone? The relentless assault of the wolves, led by their alpha, was undaunted by the peril, and there was little time to dwell on such concerns as the pack surged toward the explosive site. Zhao Jun, with decisive resolve, ignited the fuse. After firing several shots, he shouted, everyone, take cover. Once Yao Qiaoyun had crouched down, she urged Dualma and Nuoma to do the same. Attendre l'explosion ensuite, flamme érupted, and the earth seemed to tremble. The wolf pack suffered devastating losses, with even the alpha succumbing to the blast. Witnessing their leader's demise, the surviving wolves, injured and demoralized, retreated. The pack had lost more than half its number, leaving mainly the weak and wounded behind, with the alpha gone. It was unlikely they would pose any threat to Zhao Jun and his companions for years to come. The scene revealed at least 30 lifeless gray wolves scattered. Though disheveled from the explosion, they could still be salvaged after some cleaning and mending. Just as Zhao Jun was preparing to assess the battlefield with Nuoma, a gunshot rang out from within the cave, causing him to turn back in shock and regret. It turned out that Fong Sitong had seized the opportunity during the explosion to ambush Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua outside the cave. As a man executing a surprise attack, he had disarmed the two women, subsequently pushing them aside and taking Su Xinxu hostage. Fong Sitong stood at the cave entrance, gripping Su Xinxu's hair with one hand and a gun with the other, while ordering Tao Luna and Su Ruoyu to stand before him. Realizing the peril, Yun Shuang executed a roll into the cave, seeking refuge in one of the chambers. Fong Sitong, preoccupied with his hostages, failed to notice. Yang Xiaohua remained crouched outside, unwilling to make a move, knowing Fong Sitong held both hostages and a weapon. Zhao Jun and his companions cautiously approached the cave entrance, where Fong Sitong barked, halt! One more step, and I will fire. Zhao Jun replied coldly, Fong Sitong, we have given you a chance. Why persist in this folly? While we contend with the wolves, you choose to betray us from the shadows. Is this your notion of atonement? Fong Sitong scoffed, from the moment I returned, you have doubted me, expecting me to venture into such peril unarmed. That aside, were you not intent on blowing me up alongside the wolves? I won't shy away from confessing. My return was fueled by revenge. Did you truly believe I would surrender so easily? Initially, My intention was to gain your trust and then strike back. Yet you have unwittingly provided me with a perfect opportunity. I shall not let this chance slip by, Zhao Jun. I will repay you in kind for what you have done to me. Zhao Jun endeavored to calm his voice and said, Fong Sidong, it is evident that our current situation is not advantageous for either of us. Please do not be agitated. Let us communicate thoughtfully. Fong Sidong scoffed. What is there to discuss? You do not trust me, and I do not trust you. Even if we were to converse amicably, it would yield no fruitful outcome. Zhao Jun replied, First, release the hostages. Fong Sidong burst into laughter, exclaiming, Do you take me for a fool? If I were to release them, you would likely turn them into porcupines with your bullets. As it stands, they are my bargaining chips. The suggestion to release them is truly laughable. Cao Yun inquired, What do you propose? Fong Sidong declared, Firstly, you must lay down all your weapons and vacate this cave. Should you dare approach, I will shoot you without hesitation. Zhao Jun responded, That is acceptable. We can depart together, and you may have the cave and the weapons. He resolved to stabilize Fong Sidong first. Fong Sidong shook his head no. It is clearly impossible to release all of you. I must retain these 3 women as hostages to prevent any sudden betrayal on your part. I am indifferent. I am but one person, and if it comes to it, I am prepared to go down fighting. I have faced death several times. What is there to fear? Cao Yun, it is absolutely unacceptable for you to keep them as hostages. Fong Sidong retorted, What is unacceptable? I say, it is acceptable. Zhao Jun urged, Calm down. Sit and rest for a moment, and let us discuss if your demands can be met. Su Xinxu, Su Ruoyu, and Tao Luna were somewhat stunned, paralyzed with fear and hesitant to move, while Qin Xiyuan hid deeper within the cave, voicing not a word, unnoticed by Fong Sidong. Yang Xiaohua approached from the cave entrance, standing beside Zhao Jun, and expressed guilt. I am sorry. Zhao Jun replied, Let's not dwell on that for now. We should strategize together. Fong Sidong shouted, You may confer, but you must remain within my line of sight. Zhao Jun and his companions settled onto the elevated platform, encircled by Yao Qiaoyun, Dualma, Nuoma, and Yang Xiaohua. What shall we do? Yang Xiaohua said, her voice tinged with tears. Zhao Jun reassured her, Do not panic. There will surely be a turning point. Currently, Fong Sidong only possesses hostages, and we still outnumber him. Not to mention that our weapons remain in our possession. What is there to fear? No matter how fierce Fong Sidong may appear, he is but one man. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, But he has hostages. We cannot simply stand by and let him commit any harmful acts. He is clearly capable of anything. Zhao Jun pressed his lips together and remarked, Indeed, he is capable of many things, yet we must not lose our composure. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Upon hearing this, Yao Qiaoyun surveyed the surroundings and glanced towards the cave entrance, realizing that there were indeed fewer individuals present. However, she understood that this information must not reach Fong Sidong. So she lowered her voice. Qin Xiyuan and Yun Shuang are missing. They must be inside the cave, Yang Xiaohua added. The cave was quite spacious, and with several houses within, it was entirely reasonable that Fong Sidong did not notice the presence of 2 individuals. Yao Qiaoyun murmured, Thus, the turning point may lie with these 2. Zhao Jun remarked, Sister Shuang is capable, but as for Sister Yuan, it is best not to harbor excessive expectations. Yun Shuang possesses formidable personal strength. Although she is a woman, she is as formidable as any man. However, Qin Xiyuan is quite the opposite, utterly lacking in any strength. In summary, among the 5 women in the cave, only Yun Shuang is competent, the other 4 are not. Chapter 52. The adventure, however, Yun Shuang is ultimately a woman, and now Fong Sidong is armed. It seems exceedingly challenging for her to manage alone. Furthermore, Qin Xiyuan, Su Ruoyu, Su Xinxu, and Tao Luna are even less capable, especially the latter 3, who are essentially hostages. Zhao Jun pondered deeply and remarked, It appears that Sister Shuang is the most crucial link. If we coordinate well, success is possible. However, this undertaking is fraught with peril, and there's a chance that someone may be injured or even perish. Yang Xiaohua, trembling with fear, suggested, Then perhaps we should leave this place, avoiding direct confrontation with him. Zhao Jun shook his head. Are we to abandon them in the cave? Who knows what he might do? Do you think that if we depart, he will let them go? Yang Xiaohua, distressed, replied, That is true, but what should we do? He possesses a firearm, If we act recklessly, it could indeed lead to casualties. Zhao Jun contemplated intensely, struggling to devise a sound strategy. At this juncture, it could be said that Fong Sidong held the upper hand, facing the cave with 3 hostages in his possession. Unless someone inside mounted a surprise attack, opportunities seemed scarce. Inside the cave, Qin Xiyuan and Yun Shuang indeed had a chance for a covert strike. However, relying on Qin Xiyuan was futile, and Yun Shuang alone would be excessively hazardous. At that moment, Fong Sidong grew somewhat impatient and bellowed. Have you finished your discussion? Do not attempt any tricks. Comply with my instructions immediately. Drop your weapons and leave. Although he was highly anxious, he was oblivious to the absence of Yun Shuang and Qin Xiyuan. Zhao Jun raised his hands and cautiously approached the cave entrance, calling out, Fong Sidong, we agree to your terms, but your hostage-taking is something we cannot accept. We are willing to relinquish our weapons in the cave. We will leave at once, ensuring we do not approach the cave again. Will you release everyone? Zhao Jun's voice carried clearly, and naturally, Yun Shuang inside heard him. She had been seeking an opportunity, but under the current circumstances, none presented itself. Fong Sidong laughed heartily, declaring, you wish. Without hostages, with so many of you, wouldn't you simply be plotting my demise? Do you truly think I am a mere child? Enough with your nonsense. My patience is limited. You have 10 minutes to consider. Once the time is up, I shall begin to take lives. Zhao Jun hesitated momentarily before responding. All right, we will provide you with a swift answer. Returning to the high platform, Yao Qiaoyun inquired, are we truly to lay down our weapons and retreat? Zhao Jun replied, that seems implausible. Fong Sidong would not spare us. Once we are disarmed, we risk being exterminated. Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, then what shall we do? Zhao Jun articulated, I have an idea, though. It is perilous. It is worth attempting. I just wonder if Yun Shuang will cooperate. How could she possibly assist you? Yang Xiaohua questioned, perplexed. Yao Qiaoyun also found it curious, acknowledging that this would indeed pose significant difficulties. Zhao Jun whispered a few words in their ears, and Yao Qiaoyun hesitated, saying, can this really work? Zhao Jun sighed. What harm is there in trying? You will act according to the situation. If we succeed, you advance. If we ultimately fail, you retreat swiftly. Yao Qiaoyun replied, then you really cannot consider anything else. Zhao Jun patted her shoulder and earnestly said, do not worry too much. If we fail, you will still need to lead Xiaohua and the others to survive. Yao Qiaoyun hesitated, while Zhao Jun stood up and called out to Fong Sidong. Fong Sidong, I am placing this weapon at the cave entrance. Do not fire. Fong Sidong chuckled, very well, I won't shoot, but do not think of pulling any tricks. Zhao Jun, holding the rifle, approached the cave entrance step by step, yet hesitated to lower his gun. Fong Sidong aimed his rifle at Zhao Jun and commanded, hurry and drop the gun. Do you need me to kill someone before you listen? Zhao Jun shook his head, of course not. I merely do not dare to act recklessly. What if I bend down and you shoot? Then just throw the gun on the ground. Fong Sidong insisted. Sao Yun nodded. All right. He deliberately placed his finger on the trigger and, as he threw the gun to the ground, accidentally pulled the trigger, resulting in a loud bang. Fong Sidong was initially startled. He had been closely watching Zhao Jun, but the rifle was pointed away, and he had 3 hostages in front of him, not believing that Zhao Jun would actually fire. The gunshot caught Fong Sidong off guard, and he angrily confronted Zhao Jun. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? At this moment, Zhao Jun had already discarded the rifle, raised his hands to his head, and pleaded, don't shoot. That was just an accident. Fong Sidong, wide-eyed, retorted, an accident? You nearly scared me to death. Sao Yun apologized profusely. Meanwhile, all of Fong Sidong's attention was on Zhao Jun, and Yun Shuang, hearing the gunfire and Zhao Jun's voice from within the cave, cautiously peered out. Noticing Fong Sidong's back was turned, with his gun pointed outside, his focus entirely on the exterior. Taking a deep breath, Yun Shuang suddenly darted forward. Simultaneously, Zhao Jun shouted, Fong Sidong, we are truly following your instructions. That shot was merely a misfire. Do not take it to heart. The gun is on the ground now. Just wait a moment. Once we retreat, it will all be yours. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Fong Sidong sensed something was amiss. In a daze, he noticed movement in the cave. Upon turning back, he found Yun Shuang lunging at him, grasping the hand holding the gun and bringing him to the ground. Su Ruoyu and the others had long been stunned, utterly unresponsive. Although Yun Shuang had managed to tackle Fong Sidong and was quite agile, Her strength ultimately could not match his, and with a swift motion, Fong Sitong flipped over, pinning Yun Shuang beneath him. Zhao Jun surged forward with a swift stride, encircling Fong Sitong's waist and pulling him aside. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, while Yun Shuang, having regained her footing, yearned to assist. However, the entangled duo made it impossible for her to intervene. Meanwhile, Yao Qiaoyun and her companions rushed over. Despite having received prior instructions from Yao Qiaoyun, Norman found himself powerless to assist as Zhao Jun and Fong Sitong tumbled about. Just as anxiety mounted, a gunshot rang out with a deafening crack. The firearm they were grappling over discharging unexpectedly. Fong Sitong, with one hand resting upon the gun's barrel, let out an involuntary cry as the bullet fired, allowing Zhao Jun to seize the moment and pin him firmly to the ground. Fong Sitong struggled momentarily, but found himself utterly immobilized. Chapter 53. First aid. Zhao Jun firmly restrained Fong Sitong, who struggled a few times, but at that moment, Norma stepped forward and pressed down on Fong Sitong's wrist, leaving him no chance to resist. Suddenly, Yang Xiaohua screamed. During the scuffle between Zhao Jun and Fong Sitong, a stray bullet had struck Su Xinxu in the thigh, blood gushing forth. One should not be complacent merely because the injury was on the thigh. If it had severed an artery, coupled with the rudimentary medical conditions, it could still prove fatal. Norma bound Fong Sitong, holding a spear against his throat, ready to take his life should Fong attempt any sudden movements. Zhao Jun rushed to Su Xinxu's side, witnessing the blood pouring from her thigh. Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun tried to apply cloth to the wound, but their efforts were futile, and Su Xinxu had already lost consciousness. Zhao Jun urged Sister Shuang quickly fetch the anti-inflammatory medication. He tore a piece of fabric from his already tattered clothing and wrapped it around Su Xinxu's thigh in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. At that moment, Yun Shuang arrived with the medicine, already crushed. Zhao Jun sprinkled the powder onto the wound, but it proved ineffective as the blood washed it away. The anti-inflammatory medication could only reduce inflammation, not stop the bleeding. Desperate, Zhao Jun tore off another piece of cloth and pressed it firmly against the wound. Su Xinxu, who had already slipped into unconsciousness, stirred back to awareness, groaning softly before fainting again. With all his strength, Zhao Jun managed to stem the flow of blood. Securing the cloth tightly, after a moment of relief, he remarked, "Fortunately, the bullet passed through and did not remain lodged within. Otherwise, it would have been dire." Yao Qiaoyun, seeing Zhao Jun covered in blood, asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. It's all her blood," he replied. "Let me tend to her for a moment. Then we must lay her down on a flat surface and stoke the fire." He commanded, "Xiaohua, hurry and boil some water." Yang Xiaohua promptly began heating water while Zhao Jun pressed down on Su Xinxu's wound. After approximately half an hour, the bleeding finally subsided. Zhao Jun secured the wound with the cloth, tying a firm knot before laying Su Xinxu flat and building a fire beside her. Having lost considerable blood, Su Xinxu felt cold and trembled. The water was ready. Zhao Jun wrung out a cloth he typically used for washing his face and gently wiped around her wound. Yao Qiaoyun prepared some warm water for Su Xinxu and took the anti-inflammatory medication. After a while, Zhao Jun felt confident that the bleeding had ceased, and he removed the cloth obstructing the wound, applying the crushed amoxicillin. After stopping the bleeding, it was crucial to prevent infection. Thus, he boiled some cloth in a pot to disinfect it before reapplying it to the wound. Finally, Zhao Jun sighed in relief, sitting down on the ground and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Su Xinxu's breathing was steady. For the moment, she seemed to be out of immediate danger. At that time, Dolma ran outside for an unknown reason. Everyone was focused on Su Xinxu, neglecting other matters. Tao Luna expressed her concern. She won't suffer any serious harm, will she? Zhao Jun remarked, "For now, there is nothing pressing. We must see if we can endure through tonight. And we must ensure that the subsequent wounds do not become infected." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "At present, our supply of medicine is insufficient. The anti-inflammatory medication and amoxicillin are dwindling, with only 6 pills of each remaining. We do have some cold medicine left, but alas, it is of little use for external injuries." Zhao Jun wore a frown. Norma had taken Fong Sitong to the high platform and was keeping a strict watch. Bound and under Norma's watchful eye, escape was out of the question. Meanwhile, all attention was focused on the gravely injured Su Xinxu, leaving Fong Sitong momentarily overlooked. At that moment, Dolma returned, clutching a handful of herbs and leaves, chattering in a language Zhao Jun did not understand. Yao Qiaoyun's eyes brightened as she said, Dolma says these are medicinal herbs. Someone in their tribe is injured, and the shaman uses these to stop bleeding and heal wounds. This resembles traditional Chinese medicine. But Zhao Jun was not well versed in it and could not ascertain the efficacy of these herbs. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Qiaoyun continued. She also mentioned that their tribe has always utilized these methods. When they go hunting, they often apply these herbs to their wounds, and they heal quite rapidly. She plans to gather more medicinal herbs shortly. Zhao Jun observed Su Xinxu's pale complexion, which was somewhat alarming. Although the bleeding had ceased, the bandage was quickly becoming soaked, indicating that bleeding was still occurring. While the amount of blood lost was not substantial, it was a worrying situation, especially since the anti-inflammatory medication was losing its effectiveness. With a firm resolve, Zhao Jun declared, let's give it a try. Dolma proceeded to crush the herbs against a stone, then chewed them before applying the mixture to Su Xinxu's wounds, followed by a fresh bandaging. As a result, the bleeding from her thigh finally ceased completely. The overall healing effects remained uncertain, but the hemostatic properties of these herbs appeared quite effective. Dolma ventured out once more, stating her intention to find additional herbs for replacement and to gather some for consumption. Zhao Yun sat beside a Su Xinxu, gazing at her once fair thigh, now marred with blood. He took a damp cloth and gently wiped away the stains. Su Xinxu stirred, awakening to find Zhao Jun tending to her leg, his own body also stained with blood. Am I dead? She murmured. Zhao Jun, filled with joy at her awakening, replied, No, you are very much alive. Everything is all right. The bleeding has stopped, and the bullet did not remain in your body. We have anti-inflammatory medication and amoxicillin, and Dolma understands the healing properties of herbs, so you shall be fine. Does your leg still hurt? Su Xinxu felt a tingling numbness in her thigh, devoid of pain. She shook her head and said, It doesn't hurt. Zhao Jun's brow furrowed at her words. A lack of pain was not necessarily a good sign. Pain and itching indicated that the wound was healing. Noticing his expression, Su Xinxu grew concerned and asked, What is it? As long as it doesn't hurt, it's fine. Zhao Jun reassured her, It is truly nothing to worry about. Really? Su Xinxu inquired. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Rest assured and focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Soon, I shall have Xiaohua prepare a nourishing soup for you. And in just a few days, you will be as vibrant and vigorous as ever, Zhao Jun remarked. Su Xinxu chuckled softly. When have I ever been vibrant and vigorous? I have always felt like I was holding you all back. Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, How can you say that you are holding us back? We are a team, sharing both honor and disgrace. Now, close your eyes and rest well. Do not let your thoughts wander. Chapter 54. Sailing at this moment. Su Xinxu found it impossible to sleep. She said, I can't sleep. Please keep me company and talk with me. Of course. Zhao Yun plumped the Euclid. Su Xinxu expressed her gratitude. Zhao Jun, I am truly thankful for your constant care and support. Everyone has been so kind to me. I feel like I am merely a superfluous presence here, as I lack any real skills. However, none of you have looked down upon me. After my injury, you all have been so attentive in tending to my wounds. I am especially grateful to you, Captain. Zhao Jun replied, I have said it before. We are a team. Therefore, what you mention is simply our duty. Su Xinxu continued, In the past, I avoided household chores and work, having been born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Even after marrying into wealth and living a life of luxury, I was consumed by a sense of superiority. Yet, it is only here that I realize I had wasted my life. Had I not encountered you all during this misfortune, I cannot fathom how many times I might have perished. Zhao Jun smiled and said, Regardless of the circumstances, we are all from Huaxia. We are compatriots. We cannot simply disregard you. Su Xinxu acknowledged, Indeed, if it weren't for that bond, you might not have taken me in. More often than not, I feel like a burden. Take Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, who are so capable, and Yang Xiaohua, who needs no introduction. Xu Ruoyu is still young, while I am utterly lacking. Zhao Jun comforted her. This is your fate. You have lived a life of comfort until now, and encountering us here means we will take good care of you. Your destiny is to survive in peace. I always feel this is not ideal. Su Xinxu admitted. Of course, you should learn how to survive in the wild. However, this has nothing to do with your current incapacity. It is merely a precaution. None of us know how long we will stay here or what may happen in the future. Should you ever find yourself alone, it is vital that you can fend for yourself. This is paramount. While we are here, we will certainly look after you, but should we be absent, you must be able to survive, Zhao Jun explained. Once my injury heals, I will join Xiaohua and the others in their work. Su Xinxu declared. Do not rush into it. Your current priority is to recover, Zhao Jun advised. While Su Xinxu's desire was commendable, he doubted her ability to contribute effectively, especially given her severe injury. Su Xinxu smiled and said, Zhao Jun, you are truly a wonderful person. It is no wonder so many people hold you in high regard. Zhao Jun shook his head. I merely do my utmost to ensure we all thrive together. It is nothing extraordinary. Su Xinxu persisted. Your survival skills are remarkable. Your hands are skilled, and you show genuine concern for others. Achieving all that you do is truly commendable. At that moment, Yun Shuang took the damp cloth from Zhao Jun's hands and said, All right, let us not talk too much now, Sister Su. You need to rest, especially after losing so much blood. Zhao Jun, please go tend to Fong Sidong. Zhao Jun suddenly recalled Fong Sidong and promptly stood up, addressing Su Xinxu. Sister Su, please remain still. If you require anything, just call for someone. I shall return shortly. Su Xinxu understood that Fong Sidong needed to be dealt with and nodded in agreement. Armed with a handgun, Zhao Jun summoned Yao Qiaoyun and made his way to the elevated platform, where he found Fong Sidong tightly bound, with Noma brandishing a spear directed at him. Zhao Jun instructed Yao Qiaoyun to speak with Noma, persuading him to escort Fong Sidong along with them. With Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun leading and following respectively, accompanied by Noma, they began to escort Fong Sidong towards the high precipice where Fong Sidong had previously attempted to kill Zhao Jun, a location conducive to disposing of a body. As they emerged, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of wolves. Several traps also contained remains, amounting to over 30 slain beasts. It could be said that this confrontation with the wolf pack had resulted in a resounding victory, as the alpha wolf had also perished in the fray. The wolf pack was now predominantly composed of the old, weak, and infirm. Even the few vigorous members had sustained injuries. Coupled with the psychological impact of this battle, it will be challenging for the wolves to pose a threat to Zhao Jun and his companions in the coming years. Thus, once Fong Sidong was eliminated, they would face no immediate dilemmas. As they progressed, Fong Sidong grew increasingly fearful, pleading, Brother Jun, please do not kill me. I recognize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Spare me this once, if you would. Zhao Jun replied coldly, Given the circumstances, do you truly believe I would grant you another chance? Fong Sidong insisted, I genuinely understand my error. I assure you it will not happen again. Save your breath. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer. Cao Yun intershaked. With a quavering voice, Fong Sidong begged, I implore you, Brother Jun, do not take my life. Sister Yao, please persuade Brother Jun to spare me. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head resolutely, stating, You must die. We cannot afford to let you live. Fong Sidong continued, You are already in the cave, armed. Why not leave me here on this desolate island to fend for myself? I will not survive long anyway. Why must you stain your hand with blood? In previous times, Fong Sidong's words might have swayed Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun, but now it was evidently impossible. Allowing Fong Sidong to live posed too great a danger. Zhao Jun commanded, Qiaoyun, instruct Noma to act swiftly upon our arrival. Yao Qiaoyun conveyed a few words to Noma, who nodded before casting a fierce glare at Fong Sidong. Almost in tears from fear of death, Fong Sidong continued his pleas. As they approached their destination, Noma raised his spear, ready to strike Fong Sidong down. However, at that moment, Yao Qiaoyun abruptly called out, Wait. She uttered this in the indigenous language, causing Noma to halt immediately. Fong Sidong, sensing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, Yes, do not kill me. Please do not kill me. Zhao Jun inquired with curiosity, What is it? Yao Qiaoyun instructed Noma to pull Fong Sidong aside, ensuring they were far enough away that their conversation could not be overheard. She then gestured toward the sea. This cliff overlooked the ocean, revealing a vast expanse, and, as Zhao Jun squinted, he surprisingly spotted a sailboat on the horizon. Zhao Jun, filled with excitement, lowered his voice and said, Is this our salvation? Yao Qiaoyun replied, That is merely a sailboat. It cannot take us away. However, the individuals aboard may possess means of communication with the outside world. They can certainly report our coordinates, and at that moment, we shall have our salvation. In that instant, Zhao Jun found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Though life here was undeniably arduous, the company of such beauty made him somewhat reluctant to depart. Chapter 55. The ocean adventurers. Zhao Jun stared wide-eyed at the sea, for it was evident that the sailboat was approaching this deserted island. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "It seems we cannot harm Fong Sidong after all." Cao Yun replied, "What if they are unable to contact the outside world? What if they too are trapped at sea and must remain on this island? How did this sailboat mysteriously appear in the vast ocean? Furthermore, we have no way of knowing if anyone is aboard." Yao Qiaoyun paused for a moment and said, "Some foreigners possess a spirit of adventure, occasionally traversing the Pacific on sailboats devoid of engines, relying solely on the wind. Perhaps this sailboat is one such case. Yet, your point about their inability to communicate with the outside world is indeed plausible. There must be someone aboard. Otherwise, a sailboat would struggle to navigate." Cao Yun suggested, "Let us first bind Fong Sidong tightly, rendering him completely immobile, and then have Norma keep a close watch on him. We should investigate the situation with this sailboat without delay." Yao Qiaoyun agreed. "That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed. We should also take care of the wolf carcasses outside the cave, as both the meat and hides are valuable resources. If there are people on the sailboat, they are likely adventurers. Regardless of their ability to leave, they will certainly have supplies, which would be beneficial for Sister Su." Zhao Jun nodded. "Indeed, let us hasten." Upon Yao Qiaoyun's instruction, Norma quickly found some vines and securely bound Fong Sidong, ensuring he could not move at all. Satisfied, Norma remained to guard him. Meanwhile, Yao Qiaoyun and Zhao Jun hurried down to the shore, eager to greet the unknown sailboat. When they reached the beach, they saw that the sailboat had already docked. Its anchor dropped and secured. Two foreign individuals, a man and a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, disembarked from the vessel. The woman was strikingly attractive, clad in a bikini, her figure curvaceous and well-defined, with a flat abdomen that captivated Zhao Jun's attention. The man was tall and robust, sporting a full beard. Upon noticing Yao Qiaoyun and Zhao Jun, the two foreigners displayed expressions of surprise, clearly not expecting to encounter anyone here. The alluring foreign woman waved and called out, "Hello." To Zhao Jun's astonishment, he responded with a wave, "Hello." He was no longer the same as before. In the past, he would have blushed at such an overture, his lack of English leaving him speechless in the presence of such a striking woman, as he had never encountered one before. The man and woman approached, glancing at Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun with uncertainty. Yao Qiaoyun then spoke fluently in English, which further astonished them. The man, attempting to communicate in broken Mandarin, asked, "You are from Huaxia?" Overjoyed, Zhao Jun exclaimed, "You understand Mandarin?" The foreign man nodded. "I understand a little, though it is quite rudimentary. My name is Jack. This is my girlfriend, Lucy. Her Mandarin is more fluent than mine." Lucy inquired, "How did you come to be here?" After a lengthy exchange, both parties finally clarified their intentions. Jack and Lucy are maritime adventurers, both under 30, with prior experience traversing the Indian Ocean. They now seek to undertake the formidable challenge of crossing the Pacific Ocean using a non-motorized sailboat. They have spent years traveling the world and have diligently learned various languages. In addition to English and German, they possess knowledge of Italian and some Chinese. Jack's proficiency in Chinese is average, allowing for basic communication, while Lucy speaks it fluently with a northeastern accent, making it difficult to discern her foreign origins solely by her voice. Lucy and Jack also learned about Zhao Jun and his companion's experiences, expressing their condolences. Yao Qiaoyun eagerly inquired, "Do you have a satellite phone?" Jack shook his head in resignation, saying, "We did have one, but it broke recently, leaving us unable to contact the outside world." Lucy reassured them, "However, there is no need for concern. We will continue our travels, and once we can communicate with the outside world again, we will certainly report your location." Zhao Jun expressed his gratitude. "We are truly thankful to you." Jack, intrigued, asked, "You fell from an airplane and have survived for so long?" Zhao Jun sighed. "It was unavoidable. We're just making do. Compared to your adventurous pursuits, ours hardly qualifies as anything significant." Jack then asked, "Where are you staying at night?" Yao Qiaoyun replied, "In a cave. Since you need to rest, I invite you to visit our dwelling." Lucy exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful." The four then returned to the cave, where the sudden appearance of two foreigners brought immense joy, despite their origins. Outside the cave lay the carcasses of wolves, a scene of devastation that left Jack and Lucy astonished. Jack incredulously asked, "Did you kill all these wolves?" Yao Qiaoyun nodded. "Yes, wolves are extremely dangerous creatures. And we had no choice." Understanding that foreigners often cherish wildlife, Yao Qiaoyun worried that they would be displeased upon seeing so many dead wolves. However, those who appreciate wilderness survival typically regard wild animals as sustenance. So Lucy and Jack remained largely unfazed, merely astonished at the number of wolves slain. Upon seeing Su Xinxu, Lucy immediately noticed her injury and turned to Jack, saying in English, "Please fetch our first aid kit." Jack hesitated, responding, that might not be appropriate. Lucy reassured him, "It's fine. These people don't seem malicious. Besides, we plan to rest here for a few days and will also move the solar-powered refrigerator." Still hesitant, Jack listened as Lucy instructed Zhao Jun, "Gather a few people to help us bring some supplies from the beach." Although Zhao Jun was unsure of what to bring, he agreed without question, and along with Yao Qiaoyun and Yang Xiaohua, they returned to the beach. Together with Lucy and Jack, they transported a medical kit and a small refrigerator equipped with a solar panel. After relocating these items, Zhao Jun instructed Yang Xiaohua, Yao Qiaoyun, and Yun Shuang to summon Noma, while ensuring that Fong Sidong was not to be killed, but rather brought back as well. Once Fong Sidong was returned, he was bound tightly, rendered completely immobile, and secured within the antelope enclosure, with guards assigned to monitor him closely. Meanwhile, others began to clean up the carcasses of the wolves. Lucy and Jack lent their assistance, skillfully skinning the animals and preserving the meat. Chapter 56. Can they truly bring rescue? Lucy's medical kit was quite expansive, containing a variety of medications, including saline solution, which they used to administer an intravenous drip to Su Xinxu. After tidying up the wolf carcasses, night fell, and by the time Su Xinxu had completed her treatment, her complexion had improved significantly. The group returned to the cave to rest, where Lucy procured additional medicines, primarily anti-inflammatory drugs, for Su Xinxu. Yang Xiaohua roasted the wolf meat and prepared a large pot of lamb soup, serving the first portions to Su Xinxu. Lucy carefully cleansed Su Xinxu's wounds with hydrogen peroxide before redressing them. During their meal, they opened the solar-powered refrigerator and retrieved some chilled beer, distributing a bottle to each person. Jack remarked, "I never anticipated your capabilities. It's a pity our sailboat is too small. Otherwise, having you all aboard would undoubtedly create a flawless team." It had been quite some time since anyone had enjoyed anything cold, and the refreshing drink provided immense satisfaction. "We are compelled by circumstances, with no alternatives. You have indeed taken the initiative, and your prowess surpasses ours," Yun Shuang commented. Lucy added, "This cave is truly remarkable, with ample food and fresh water. It feels as though you could live here for a lifetime." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "We still hope to return to modern society. Living as primitives here is exceedingly arduous and quite unfamiliar. After a few years, one would naturally acclimate," Jack suggested. Lucy inquired, "By the way, what is the story behind the person you tied up outside?" Zhao Jun explained, "He harbors ulterior motives and is quite malicious. He desires to monopolize the cave entrance and expects the women to obey him, even plotting to kill me, hence the current situation." Lucy lamented, "In these dire times, internal strife is truly unfortunate. Indeed, especially today, when we were preparing to confront the wolf pack, he even took 3 of us hostage. Miss Su was injured because of him," Yang Xiaohua added. Jack asserted, "If you were to kill him, it would not be unjust. Your current restraint is already quite merciful." Zhao Jun, unable to deny that the intention was indeed to eliminate him, simply concurred, "Yes." After a satisfying meal, the group began to rest. Jack and Lucy set up a tent outside the cave, settling into their sleeping bags. As they lay down, Jack remarked, "This place is quite pleasant, and the people are decent. We should linger here a bit longer." Lucy responded, "We must leave the day after tomorrow. Let us enjoy one more day." "Let us extend our stay for a few more days," Jack suggested. Lucy, puzzled, asked, "You were always eager to leave whenever we arrived at a new location. Why the sudden change of heart?" "I simply think our satellite phone is broken, and it would be wise to rest before proceeding. The road ahead is uncertain, and we know not what challenges await us," Jack explained. Lucy, confused, replied, "When did you become so timid?" "I merely believe it is remarkable that these Huaxia people can thrive in such conditions. I wish to understand them better," Jack stated. Lucy still found it somewhat difficult to comprehend, saying, "In the past, when we encountered the indigenous people, you never spoke in such a manner." Jack, with a glint in his eye, replied, "Indigenous people are one thing. I must admit, I have a certain apprehension towards them. However, these individuals from the Huaxia are products of modern society, so there is little to fear. Moreover, considering the environment they find themselves in, wouldn't you say it piques your curiosity? Haven't you always been writing novels? I believe they represent a fascinating source of inspiration. Lucy responded, let us discuss this tomorrow. I'm quite tired. Jack and Lucy ceased their conversation and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the others within the cave remained awake, engaged in a meeting. The arrival of the unexpected foreign couple stirred excitement among them, who believed they had found their salvation. After taking medication, Su Xinxu felt considerably better, her complexion improving with a hint of color returning. Tao Luna dreamily expressed, I feel that it won't be long before we receive rescue. Once they leave this place and inform others of our location, we shall be saved. Xu Ruoyu smiled and said, indeed, this is truly delightful. Yet, Yun Shuang shook her head, stating, it is still premature to make such assertions. Su Ruoyu widened her eyes and inquired, why is that? They're also taking a risk. Who can guarantee they will successfully cross the Pacific? In this era, many embark on adventures, and countless lives have been lost. No one can assure their success. Yao Qiaoyun added, indeed, there is no guarantee whatsoever. Su Ruoyu lamented, what if they perish at sea? We would still be unable to be saved. Zhao Jun remarks, so let us hope for their success. Otherwise, we shall remain here for the rest of our lives. When they set off, we should prepare them with ample food and fresh water. I rather believe those concerns are trivial. They can evidently procure their own sustenance. Otherwise, they would not have ventured this far. My primary concern is that they may encounter a storm at any moment. A single wave could engulf them, Yun Shuang stated. Tao Luna sighed, why don't they use a larger vessel? They are on an adventure, a challenge. How could they possibly use a large ship? This sailboat is already quite commendable, Yao Qiaoyun replied. Zhao Jun sighed. It is futile to dwell on these matters. We can only pray, as there are no alternatives. By the way, what's to be done about Fong Sidong? Yao Qiaoyun asked. Zhao Jun responded, what can be done? Killing him is certainly not an option. We can only bind him and keep a close watch. Yun Shuang added, indeed, it is not the time for such drastic measures. Given the presence of these two foreigners and the possibility of our escape, we must avoid complicating matters with a potential manslaughter charge. That would be counterproductive. There is no need to resort to murder. Let's wait and see. If rescue arrives, what need is there to kill him? We can simply endure and monitor him closely. There is little more to be said on the matter. It is simply how things must be. After a prolonged discussion, each retreated to their slumber, with Norma continuing to watch over this place. Sita, in the latter part of the night, Zhao Jun was to relieve him of his duty. Qin Xiyuan, rather than departing, chose to remain until all had succumbed to sleep. She sat beside Zhao Jun, leaning into his embrace, and spoke softly. Jun, do you believe there is a chance for us to return? Before we truly find our way back, no one can ascertain such possibilities. Our task is to pray and prepare for the worst. We cannot allow our hopes to render us idle, lest we find ourselves unaware of how we met our end. Zhao Jun replied. Chapter 57. Caution is wise. Qin Xiyuan pondered for a moment and remarked, you make a valid point. It is prudent for us to prepare for the worst. Zhao Jun, utterly exhausted, fell asleep while holding Qin Xiyuan, who had initially intended to initiate something more intimate with him. However, observing his current state, she chose not to disturb his slumber. As the night deepened, Zhao Jun abruptly awoke, realizing he was still embracing Qin Xiyuan, who was now in a deep sleep, her luscious red lips invitingly alluring. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed her. Qin Xiyuan, in a daze, stirred and reciprocated his kiss. After a moment, Zhao Jun rose and said, I must relieve Norma. You should rest, and we shall talk tomorrow night. Qin Xiyuan nodded and returned to her room to sleep. Zhao Jun then exited to replace Norma. Although Norma possessed considerable stamina, he too had endured a taxing day and needed rest. He ascended the platform to sleep, while Zhao Jun, armed, surveyed Fong Sidong, who lay motionless in the antelope pen, evidently asleep as well. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tent. It was Jack. He walked a distance away to relieve himself and then lit a cigarette. Upon noticing Zhao Jun, he approached. Jack offered Zhao Jun a cigarette, and having not smoked in a while, Zhao Jun accepted and lit up. Jack chuckled. I see you're managing quite well here. Well, there is nothing here. How could it be considered well? Zhao Jun shook his head. With so many women around, that savage seems to be your slave. Surely, all these women must be yours? Have you been intimate with them? Jack laughed in a teasing manner. Zhao Jun refuted. That is not the case. They are their own individuals, and I am myself. How can one claim them all as mine? Jack, unconvinced, responded, but you are the only man here, and it seems they trust you. Am I wrong? Although Norma was also male, it was evident that the women relied more on Zhao Jun, especially since facade was bound. Thus, in Jack's eyes, this deserted island was merely a man and 8 women. Zhao Jun replied, that is certainly not true. They have their own thoughts. I am not a tyrant. They may follow my guidance, but that is solely for survival, not to indulge in my own desires. Jack, with a slightly lewd tone, questioned, have you not engaged with a few of them? Zhao Jun shot Jack a glance and stated, that is a personal matter. I do not wish to discuss it with you. Jack, dissatisfied, replied, we are all men. What harm is there in sharing such things? Zhao Jun firmly stated, Mr. Jack, we survived a plane crash. It is a miracle we are alive. On this small island, we must work together to endure. As you witnessed today, with so many wolves around, if even one of us were to waver, our survival would be jeopardized. Thus, do not perceive our situation as sordid. Jack countered, what is sordid about it? Is this not a natural human inclination? Zhao Jun turned his head away, unwilling to engage further with Jack. Realizing he had been put in an uncomfortable position, Jack decided to retreat, returning to the tent after finishing his cigarette. Cao Yun sat down, casting a glance at facade, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt. However, recalling the refreshing ice-cold beer he had enjoyed earlier, he felt a twinge of remorse for his demeanor towards Jack and resolved to clarify things the following day. Feeling a bit bored, Zhao Jun pulled out his phone and scrolled through old photographs, his thoughts drifting back to the past. In his earlier days, Zhao Jun was rather reclusive, finding the occasional outings overwhelming. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that gatherings with colleagues had their own charm. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. Thankfully, there were plenty of beautiful women around now. Although his current entanglement was solely with Qin Xiyuan, the mere presence of other women, even as distant observers, was uplifting. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was approaching. Zhao Jun had dozed off a few times, yet sleep eluded him. Lucy rose early, wrapped in a towel, and approached Zhao Jun, who was standing beside a railing. Good morning, Mr. Zhao. She greeted him, her sultry figure barely concealed beneath the blanket. Did you not sleep at all last night? Lucy inquired. I managed to catch some rest earlier, but this person poses a significant threat, and we cannot afford to be careless, Zhao Jun replied. Stretching languidly, Lucy's blanket slipped away as she bent to retrieve it, revealing her bikini-clad form, igniting an impulse in Zhao Jun to reach out. However, he refrained from acting on it. Lucy, picking up her blanket, remarked, Indeed, for what I've heard, he is exceptionally dangerous. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Jun asked, I mean no offense, I am merely curious. When do you plan to leave? Lucy replied, I was thinking tomorrow, but Jack wants to stay a few more days. Zhao Jun chuckled, we are rather looking forward to your departure. Not because we wish to see you go, but because we hope you can assist us in seeking help. Lucy nodded, I understand your sentiment. We will set off as soon as possible, and once we establish contact, we will endeavor to secure assistance for you. I believe it won't be long. Thank you immensely, Zhao Jun expressed. There is no need for gratitude. Our meeting was merely serendipitous, a simple act of kindness. You owe no one anything. You have all survived through your own efforts and seem to be thriving, Lucy replied. Zhao Jun smiled sheepishly. It's nothing extraordinary. Just getting by. Lucy then asked, what are your plans for today? We still have some wolf meat and pelts from yesterday that need processing. We plan to wash and dry the pelts, as some require mending. Additionally, the houses and the main door in the cave need reconstruction due to excessive gaps, Zhao Jun explained. Lucy looked puzzled, but we might be leaving soon, and rescue could come at any moment. Why are you working so hard on these tasks? Cao Yun remarked. Taking precautions beforehand is indeed sensible. He certainly could not express his fear of their potential demise at sea, unable to send out a distress signal. Lucy shook her head and said, I still find it somewhat perplexing. There's no need for you all to toil so hard. Simply enjoy the provisions we have. Perhaps within a month or two, we shall receive rescue. Zhao Jun replied, well, we must live well during this month or two. Rest assured, we have our own methods. Lucy voiced her concern. Do you not trust us? Chapter 58. An unpleasant conversation upon hearing Lucy's words. Zhao Jun quickly replied, "No, no. We certainly trust you. You brought the medical kit and refrigerator over without any precautions, which is a testament to our trust in you. The medical kit has indeed brought us immense convenience. Thanks to your care, Miss Su is recovering rapidly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so swift." Lucy remarked, "That's hardly worth mentioning. I simply cannot comprehend how you Easterners think." Zhao Jun mused to himself, "You may not understand our thoughts, but we are equally baffled by the mindset of you Westerners. Why endure suffering when one could enjoy a peaceful life?" As they spoke, the sun rose, and gradually everyone began to awaken. Norma took over for Zhao Jun, allowing him a moment to rest. Zhao Jun did not object and went to sleep, awakening after 3 or 4 hours. After having lunch, Zhao Jun and Norma ventured out to chop wood, while the others remained in the cave to process wolf pelts and meat. Yun Shuang kept a watchful eye over Fong Sidong, who was tightly bound and unable to move. He was fed by others and had to relieve himself where he stood. At this moment, his rights were of little concern. Lucy and Jack, meanwhile, took the opportunity to explore on their own. Zhao Jun and Norma felled numerous trees, stacking them at the cave entrance, preparing to enhance the interior and the main door over the coming days. Just then, Jack and Lucy returned, prompting Zhao Jun to approach Jack for a cigarette. The two stood at the cave entrance, smoking. Zhao Jun said, "I wasn't targeting you last night. I merely felt that discussing such matters was inappropriate." "I understand. You Easterners tend to be more reserved," Jack replied. Zhao Jun smiled, "As long as you don't mind. When do you plan to leave?" "I was hoping to have you stay a few more days." Lucy indicated they would depart the following day. "What? Are you trying to rush us out?" Jack glanced at Zhao Jun with a sidelong look. Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Jack, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. I am just a bit anxious, as we are relying on you for assistance." Zhao Jun sensed something amiss in Jack's desire to linger, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Beneath his hope for their aid, he secretly wished to see Jack depart. He was unsure why he harbored such sentiments. Jack remarked, "I see you are living well here. Why the urgency to leave? This is not a long-term solution. We must eventually return to society. Shall we remain here for a lifetime?" Cao Yun replied. Jack shook his head. "What if one were to stay for a lifetime? Here, you can have wind or rain at your beck and call, and with so many beautiful companions by your side. If it were possible, I would gladly trade places with you. I would remain here while you set sail." Zhao Jun felt an unsettling dissonance in Jack's words, stating, "That is merely superficial. The reality is not as idyllic as you perceive. Here, one could face life-threatening dangers at any moment." "Ah, but what of it?" Jack countered. "Do you think that traversing these seas does not pose any danger to my life? I have faced near-death experiences numerous times, compared to the boundless ocean. This small island is akin to paradise." Jack remarked. Zhao Jun responded with a wry smile. "Each has its pros and cons, I suppose. Mr. Zhao, we are both men. Please be candid with me. Are these women now all yours?" Jack pressed on with the question. Zhao Jun shook his head. "Since you are so curious, I shall divulge some information. Among these women, there is indeed one who is mine, but only one. As for the others, they're not as you might imagine." Jack blinked and said, "Is that so? How splendid." Zhao Jun, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jack leaned closer to Zhao Jun and whispered, "Since the other women are not yours, may I indulge in a few of them?" Hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a surge of irritation, though he did not let it show. He merely replied, "But you already have Miss Lucy, don't you?" Jack chuckled. "A man cannot be limited to just one woman. How could one pass up such an opportunity? Men should live freely and joyfully. In truth, we are all merely living for today, unaware of what unexpected events tomorrow may bring. Why overthink it?" Zhao Jun retorted, "Does Miss Lucy share your sentiments?" Jack replied, "Of course, she does not agree with me. However, is it necessary for me to disclose every little thing to her? Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Jun regarded Jack and asked, "What are you trying to achieve by telling me this?" Jack brazenly stated, "I wish to linger here for a few more days and perhaps engage with some of the beautiful women here. I hope you can facilitate that for me." Zhao Jun scoffed, "If you have the ability to seek them out yourself, what need do I serve? Besides, they're they, and I am I. What relevance does this have to me?" Jack insisted, "Don't they all trust you? You could help me arrange a meeting, creating an opportunity for us to be alone together, and then, well, I could, you could join us as well. We could all have some fun." Zhao Jun, deeply displeased, thought to himself, what does he take me for? A pimp? Using those women's trust for his own purposes and wanting me to join in? What nonsense is this? Mr. Jack, you already have Miss Lucy, yet you still harbor intentions towards other women. Do you not think that is excessive? I'm sorry, but I will not assist you, nor will I partake in such absurdity. Zhao Jun resolutely rejected Jack's proposition. Jack's expression soured slightly as he fell silent for a moment, then said, "We are all men. Why must you act so prim and proper? I find it hard to believe you've never considered it." Zhao Jun replied, "Considering is one thing. Acting on it is another. I will not approach these matters with a frivolous attitude." Jack's eyes sparkled with mischief as he said, "I can offer you something in return." Zhao Yun, intrigued, asked, "What kind of benefit?" Jack remarked, "I can leave that refrigerator for you. As long as there is sunlight, it will function. I can also spare some medicine. What do you think? I still have a cigarette on my ship. I can leave that for you as well. How does that sound?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "Let's not bother with that. It will be best for you to leave early and call for rescue once we are out. Everything will be available." Jack's expression changed, and he said, "How is it that you possess no adaptability whatsoever? Tiepsoni altres, beach barbecue sao yun side, remarking. Your demands are rather excessive, and should Miss Lucy find out, she would likely be quite displeased." Jack retorted, "Her displeasure is her concern. It won't affect you in any way. I will bear the consequences myself. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, "Let it be. If you possess the ability to foster mutual affection, then pursue it yourself. It's impossible for me to assist you, and to accompany you in this endeavor is sheer folly. That's that." With that, Zhao Jun discarded his cigarette butt and returned to the cave. Jack watched Zhao Jun's retreating figure and chose not to argue further. During dinner that evening, Zhao Jun glanced at Jack, who appeared to be as unaffected as if nothing had transpired. Clearly, Lucy was unaware of Jack's hidden intentions. Zhao Jun initiated conversation. "I hear you are leaving tomorrow?" Lucy was about to nod in agreement when Jack preemptively interjected, "We plan to stay here for a couple more days. What is the rush to send us away?" Yao Qiaoyun interjected, "We merely hope you can expedite our rescue. There is no ulterior motive." Jack replied, "You've survived here for so long. A few more days shouldn't matter. This deserted island is indeed a rare find. And with the greatest threat, the wolf pack, eliminated by you, it's quite safe." Zhao Jun shook his head, cautioning, "Have you seen that leopard skin? The threat is not solely the wolves. Leopards also pose a danger. You two should refrain from wandering about recklessly. Encountering a leopard would be disastrous." Jack smirked slightly, drawing a handgun and twirling it in his hand, declaring, "With a gun, what is there to fear?" Seeing this, Zhao Jun also produced his revolver, stating, "We possess firearms too, and with greater numbers, yet we still perceive danger. Don't assume that having a gun renders one invulnerable." Jack's earlier display indeed carried an air of bravado, and Zhao Jun was unreserved in his response. Jack glanced at Zhao Jun's weapon and scoffed. "Your gun pales in comparison to mine in terms of power and accuracy." Zhao Jun smiled. "While its power may not rival yours, its accuracy is a different matter." Zhao Jun owned two handguns, one from wartime and the other a lower caliber police pistol. So indeed, their precision and power were notably distinct. "Are you implying you can shoot better than I can?" Jack said dismissively. Though Zhao Jun had only been a technician in the past, his training had been comprehensive, and his shooting skills were commendable, a fact he was confident about. Zhao Jun nodded. "Precisely, that is my implication." Jack glanced outside the cave, noting it's dark now. "Shall we have a competition tomorrow?" Zhao Jun replied with enthusiasm, "I would gladly participate." Lucy interjected, "Jack, don't be foolish." Jack retorted, "Lucy, how can this be considered foolishness? On this small island, there are no entertainment options, no mobile signal, and electronic books are inaccessible. What harm is there in having some fun? They have been busy these past days. We haven't had a chance to enjoy ourselves together." Lucy seemed to have little to say about this matter. Indeed, they had always been preoccupied with their own affairs and had yet to indulge in some leisure time together. As someone accustomed to various adventures, her playful spirit remained quite vibrant. Engaging in some fun was certainly acceptable, but moderation was paramount, she remarked. Jack snapped his fingers and suggested, "How about we have a barbecue by the seaside tomorrow? We can even move the refrigerator there. Our boat conveniently has a grill." "Sounds great," Lucy replied, and everyone was filled with excitement. Su Xinxu's leg had nearly healed, and with the support of others, she could begin to walk again, though not engage in vigorous activities. Nonetheless, she was quite interested. Although she could not drink alcohol, she enjoyed chilled beverages. A luxury she could scarcely have imagined upon first arriving on the island. That night mirrored the previous one, with Norma keeping watch during the first half and Zhao Jun during the second. Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan shared tender moments together. While they did not engage in anything overtly intimate, they found comfort in each other's company, exchanging kisses and embraces. They had resolved that once they repaired the door in the house in a few days, they would be able to undertake numerous endeavors. In the latter part of the night, Zhao Jun stepped out to check on facade, while Norma climbed up to the high platform to rest. Meanwhile, Lucy and Jack were unable to fall asleep. Lucy was still irked by the prospect of not being able to leave the next day, and Jack was there to console her. "Lucy, why do you insist on spending 2 more days here? Is there really anything so remarkable about this place?" she questioned. "Lucy, what is the purpose of our adventure? I know what you're about to say. Playing is one aspect, but the greater part involves challenging ourselves, don't you think? Conquering nature and experiencing that sense of achievement from traversing new terrains. One cannot solely focus on leisure," Jack responded. "I understand, but isn't play a crucial component of these challenges? A little fun won't hinder our journey," Lucy countered. "Really? After these few days of enjoyment, I assure you we will set off immediately," Jack declared earnestly. As they continued their discussion, they found themselves wrapped in each other's arms, only to be interrupted by unusual sounds from the tent. Zhao Jun had overheard their chatter, but as he did not comprehend English, he chose to ignore them. Upon hearing the peculiar noises, he thought to himself, Jack has such a fiery woman and yet still thinks about others. However, he quickly realized that he was not much different. He simply lacked Jack's boldness. The following day, Zhao Jun took a brief rest in the morning. By noon, the group gathered at the sandy beach to begin preparations for the barbecue. Beneath the sailboat was a partitioned area, spacious and filled with various items, including canned goods and a grill. They set up the grill and placed some lean meats and fish upon it, gathering around to enjoy the pleasant atmosphere. Facade was also brought over by Norma, of course tethered to a shaded area. Then Jack, Zhao Jun, and Norma together constructed a rudimentary shelter, where everyone could seek refuge from the heat, savoring chilled beers and drinks while relishing barbecue delicacies. Amidst the laughter and merriment, there was a fleeting moment when it felt as though they were not castaways, but rather vacationers. Zhao Jun gazed at the horizon, contemplating that life here was rather pleasant. Yet, he ultimately knew he must return. His suitcase contained several tens of thousands of dollars, and he had purchased insurance for his flight, which should yield a substantial compensation. Even if he were to return this way, it would not be so unfortunate, though it was a pity that amidst so many beautiful women, he had only managed to win the heart of one. Chapter 60. Are you joking with me? Zhao Jun was lost in thought when Jack approached him with a can of beer and said, "Mr. Zhao, let us have a contest of marksmanship." Zhao Jun snapped back to reality and inquired, "How do we compete?" Jack pondered for a moment and replied, "By shooting at empty beer cans." Jack placed several empty beer cans atop a distant rock, approximately 50 meters away, and stood side by side with Zhao Jun. The onlookers watched with keen interest. Jack drew his handgun and fired several shots, successfully knocking down 3 cans. He then provocatively glanced at Zhao Jun. "Not want to back down?" Zhao Jun also fired 3 shots, taking down 3 cans as well. Jack commended, "Your shooting is quite impressive. Now let's take 50 steps back and try again." This brought their distance to around 100 meters, where Zhao Jun's disadvantage became more pronounced. Nonetheless, he said nothing and complied with the retreat. When they shot again, Jack hit 2 out of 3 shots, while Zhao Jun only managed to hit 1. This demonstrated the inferiority of Zhao Jun's firearm. However, had they switched guns, Jack might have missed all 3 shots while Zhao Jun would likely have hit all 3. In terms of marksmanship, Zhao Jun was indeed superior. Now distanced from the crowd, Jack suddenly remarked, "Zhao, do you now recognize my prowess?" Zhao Jun smiled and replied, "Your gun is better than mine." Jack stated, "If we were to engage in a shootout, you would perish in my hands." Zhao Jun regarded Jack with surprise, realizing he was not jesting, and calmly responded, "There is no need for such a confrontation." Jack retorted, "That may not be the case, for we are unable to reach an accord on certain matters." Zhao Jun replied sternly, "I have already stated that concerning that matter, you may pursue it on your own. I will not assist you, nor will I accompany you. If you possess the capability to have them join you, I shall not obstruct you. Thus, we harbor no animosity between us. You being alive will influence those women's choices. Jack suddenly interjected. Zhao Jun was taken aback by this statement and asked, "Are you implying that you wish to kill me?" Jack replied, "I did not say that." Zhao Jun expressed his discontent. "Are you attempting to usurp my place?" Jack laughed heartily and said, I have entertained that thought. Imagine if we swapped places. My life would be rather delightful." Zhao Jun queried, "Would Lucy agree to such a thing?" Jack countered, "What if she disagrees? In such a scenario, it would ultimately be my decision to make. She would have to accept it, whether willingly or not." Zhao Jun shook his head. "I believe you would not go through with it. If it were to come to that, you would be labeled a murderer." Jack scoffed, "Is that so? As long as I handle it well, such a situation need not arise. And who can say if rescue will even arrive?" Cao Yun glanced sideways. "You do not plan to go out, do you?" Jack suddenly laughed. "Ha! Zhao, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly do something like that?" Although Jack made such a statement, Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, for it was evident that Jack's words were a mere test, far from being a jest. As they began their return journey, Jack inquired, "Is that bound individual truly as you described? Or is this merely your method of eliminating rivals?" Cao Yun replied, "I do not hold anything against him. It is simply that his actions have been rather excessive." Jack remarked, "In this environment, two men inevitably become adversaries. He wishes to eliminate you, and you, him. Such is the nature of things. Fortunately, I shall be departing in a few days, otherwise we might find ourselves at odds." Zhao Jun asked, "So, you truly intend to leave?" Jack stretched lazily and said, "Well, if I enjoy myself in the coming days, I shall leave and assist you in seeking aid." Zhao Jun glanced sideways. "Are you suggesting that if you do not enjoy yourself, you will choose not to depart? Or refrain from calling for help?" Jack patted Zhao Jun on the shoulder. "Why are you so anxious? I was merely jesting. Do not overthink it." As they entered the crowd, further conversation became inconvenient. Yet, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of worry. Despite Jack's playful demeanor, there was often truth behind jest, and he found Jack's intentions perplexing. If Jack truly harbored malevolent thoughts, it would indeed pose a significant issue. Amidst the revelry of feasting and merriment, Jack suddenly declared, "By the way, our sailboat can accommodate human passengers as well. Is there anyone who wishes to leave this place? We have 2 spots available." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, exchanging glances. The prospect of departing was a considerable temptation. Lucy added, "Indeed, our sailboat can comfortably seat 4. Su Xinxu inquired, "Is it safe?" Jack responded, "We traverse the Indian Ocean with this very sailboat. Crossing the Pacific would pose no challenge, though it may be somewhat arduous. Arduous is not the concern. Rather, I fear the boat may capsize." Yang Xiaohua remarked. Lucy chuckled, "Do you not trust in our skills?" Cao Yun insisted, "I believe it prudent for us to remain here and await rescue. After all, we are not professionals. You possess the expertise to handle various situations, whereas we do not." Jack retorted, "Zhao, I think it wise to hear their opinions rather than you making decisions for them. They are individuals with their own agency, not mere extensions of your will." Jack's words seemed to sow discord, and Zhao Jun sensed this underlying tension. Although displeased, he refrained from further argument and said, "Then by all means, ask them for their opinions." Jack indeed proceeded to inquire one by one. Su Xinxu immediately replied, "I am injured and unfit to join you on this adventure." Yang Xiaohua echoed, "I believe it is safer on land." Qin Xiyuan stated, "Let me ponder this for a moment." Xu Ruoyu then declared, "I will follow the captain. Wherever the captain goes, I shall go." Tao Luna expressed her keen interest, stating, "If it is indeed feasible, I am willing." As for Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, they're still contemplating and have not dismissed the idea outright. Jack remarked, "Great. We have 1 candidate now. Only 1 spot remains. You may approach me any time in the coming days." Lucy added, "Taking out 2 initially is actually a commendable choice." Zhao Jun, unconvinced, replied, "Isn't sailing rather perilous?" Lucy responded, "There are risks, indeed, but we possess unwavering confidence." Chapter 61. I am not dangerous. Zhao Jun felt that this matter was rather dubious, yet he chose to remain reticent, for there were those eager to leave and others contemplating their decisions. After all, it seemed to be a positive development. If Zhao Jun were to voice too many opinions, he might be perceived as having ulterior motives. He took a sip of beer and a bite of grilled fish, remaining silent and brooding. Jack remarked, "Well, I'm planning to stay here a few more days, giving everyone ample time to ponder this issue. Let two people depart, it doesn't sound too bad. I can't very well insist they stay. I can only hope someone accompanies them, and that rescue arrives swiftly. Zhao Jun thought to himself. He had come to terms with the situation. Living here with several beautiful women was indeed pleasant, but ultimately, returning home seemed more prudent. After all, the tens of thousands of dollars, coupled with insurance compensation, would afford him some relief, especially since the incident occurred during a business trip. Moreover, any subsequent interviews would yield some income, suggesting that his life upon return could be even better than before. As for Qin Xiyuan, she likely would not stay with him. However, if he could bring Dolma back and nurture her, wouldn't that be delightful? As everyone finished their meal, Yun Shuang pointed toward the distant sky and said, I fear a storm is brewing. There, a dark mass loomed ominously. Jack and Lucy, seasoned sailors, recognized the signs of an impending tempest. Jack stated, Let us hasten to prepare and retreat to the cave. This storm can strike without warning. With that, Jack and Lucy secured the sailboat against the encroaching storm, and together with the others, they gathered their belongings and made their way toward the cave. Just as they reached the entrance, the wind began to pick up. This storm appeared to be more formidable than any they had previously encountered. Zhao Jun decided to bring Norma inside, so he bound Fong Sidong and secured him at the entrance, covering him with wolf pelts. The others settled around the fire as rain began to pour outside, accompanied by fierce winds that stirred a sense of unease. Lucy, however, chuckled and said, Such weather at sea is quite normal. This is relatively mild. We've encountered worse, even on land with our sailboat. Yang Xiaohua, curious, inquired, How did you endure such conditions? Were you not afraid? Lucy replied, What else could we do? We simply went with the flow and left it to fate. As long as the boat remained intact, and we stayed aboard, there was hope for survival. At that moment, fear was the last thing on our minds. Su Xinxu interjected, Just thinking about it is terrifying. Lucy responded, You become accustomed to it. I imagine when you first arrived from your modern lives, it must have been quite daunting. Do you feel any better now? Su Xinxu contemplated before saying, I still find it quite frightening. Jack laughed. Then why don't you join us on our journey? Su Xinxu shook her head. Actually, I truly wish to accompany you, but my leg is injured, making it impractical. Jack cast a glance at Taluna and remarked, Only Miss Tao expressed her desire to accompany us. The others either refused to leave or are still contemplating. In my opinion, there is really nothing to deliberate upon. While we cannot guarantee safety, ordinarily, nothing untoward should occur. Zhao Jun interjected, Even if we encounter such a storm, is that truly inconsequential? Jack responded, Lucy has already articulated it clearly. We have faced such storms before. And look at us now, thriving in good health. The crux lies in your familiarity and experience, which renders you unharmed, while we are not so fortunate. Should danger arise, you might not be able to attend to us, putting us in a precarious situation. Yao Qiaoyun added, Indeed, and your sailboat does not appear particularly sturdy. In the event of an unforeseen mishap, remaining here is undoubtedly safer than being on the boat, unless yours is a large vessel. Jack continued, Speaking of larger ships, if we venture onto the shipping lanes, we would easily encounter merchant vessels, be it fishing boats or passenger ships, which could transport you aboard. Yao Qiaoyun countered, Then why should we take such risks? Let us stay here. You can assist us in calling for help, ensuring our safety. Lucy said, Ultimately, the choice is yours. I merely suggest taking two of you with us. There is no harm in that. Jack asserted, Indeed, as appealing as this place may be, it is still a deserted island teeming with wild beasts. Should one fall ill or sustain an injury, access to adequate medical care is non-existent, and lives could be at stake. Zhao Jun scoffed. Aren't you supposed to help us call for rescue? Jack replied, Yes, we promise to seek assistance. It may take us 2 or 3 months to do so. In such an extended period, who can predict what might transpire? Why can't you see our goodwill? Lucy interjected, Let us not be harsh. They have their considerations, and we need not coerce them. Jack grumbled, Very well, you may ponder it yourselves. Zhao Jun remarked, This matter is indeed quite serious, so reflect carefully. Luna, are you certain you wish to go with them? Taluna hesitated before responding, Yes, I still wish to accompany them. This way, we can expedite our departure. Otherwise, we could be waiting 2 or 3 months, and if luck is not on our side, it might even stretch to 6 months. Zhao Jun hesitated to voice his thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. At that moment, a muffled voice from Fong Sidong called out, "Why not take me with you?" Jack retorted, "You are a dangerous individual. I have no intention of bringing you along." Fong Sidong quickly defended, "I am not a dangerous person at all. Do not listen to their fabrications. Zhao Jun bears a grudge against me, and if it weren't for your arrival, I would have already met my demise at his hands. Once you leave, my fate is sealed. Therefore, you must take me with you." Jack replied, "I am not so foolish. You are far too perilous. How could we possibly take you?" Fong Sidong hastily replied, "I assure you, I am not a danger. Zhao Jun merely finds me displeasing and cannot tolerate my presence. As the saying goes in China, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other female. Consider this. If you were also trapped here, would you not find yourself at odds with Zhao Jun as well? I am truly not a threat." Jack interjected, "Whether you are a danger or not, I will not take you with me when I leave. Please refrain from speaking." Chapter 62. A Day and Night of Tempest. In truth, Jack harbored his own ulterior motives. His suggestion for others to accompany him was merely a pretext to indulge in some mischief. With no immediate opportunity at hand, he contemplated finding Taluna when the moment was ripe, using the pretense of wanting to leave with her as a means to instigate an encounter. Whether or not he would ultimately take her away depended on his whims. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to bring along a man. Conversely, Lucy genuinely wished to take both individuals away first. Although they were a couple, their thoughts diverged significantly. After much deliberation, no concrete resolution emerged, leading them to abandon the discussion and retire for the night. Outside, the tempest raged, leaving everyone restless. Eventually, Qin Xiyuan disregarded her reservations, approaching Zhao Jun and finding solace in his embrace as they drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the storm showed no signs of abating. Consequently, the group remained within the cave, fortunate to have an abundance of preserved provisions, thus alleviating their predicament. They resorted to drinking rainwater collected from the downpour. Only Norma ventured outside to inspect the antelope enclosure and his platform, finding everything in order. However, the storm intensified. Had they not prepared in advance, the rain might have inundated their refuge. Even so, the drainage system proved somewhat inadequate, with water seeping into the cave, albeit in manageable amounts. Amidst the thunder and lightning outside, a sense of trepidation enveloped the group as they pondered how long the deluge would persist. "Captain, it seems we need to deepen the drainage channel," Yang Xiaohua remarked. Zhao Jun responded affirmatively. "Indeed. Once the rain subsides, in addition to reinforcing our shelter and the entrance, I intend to excavate a protective channel around the cave." "A protective channel? What does that entail?" Yun Shuang inquired, puzzled. Zhao Jun explained, "It involves digging a wide and deep river outside the cave. This would not only facilitate drainage, but also collect water. Furthermore, it would deter any wild beasts from approaching, with a bridge constructed across it." Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement. "That is a commendable idea, but could it also pose a danger to us?" Zhao Yun Li Shutia. "Not at all. Some fencing would suffice." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Yes, still, it is prudent to remain vigilant." Jack, indifferent, remarked, "Honestly, you need not bother with all this. Once we are out, we will promptly summon help for you. After that, you will not have to toil excessively. Just food and drink will suffice." Zhao Jun shook his head, stating, "No, as long as rescue has not arrived, we will remain busy." The Chinese emphasize prevention, exercising extreme caution in uncertain matters, which starkly contrasts with Western attitudes. Jack found this difficult to comprehend, shaking his head dismissively. "If you wish to toil for no reason, then toil away." The storm continued unabated, persisting for a full day and night. Outside, the scene was undoubtedly one of devastation, prompting Lucy to express her growing concern. "I wonder how our ship is faring?" Jack peered through the crack of the door, stating, "It is hard to say. Such a prolonged tempest is indeed rare." Zhao Yun et it, moreover. "This storm is no trifling matter." Lucy smiled wryly and remarked, "If the ship were to break down, it would indeed be disastrous. Even if the ship fails, it is not a concern. It can be repaired." Jack replied. Yun Shuang suddenly inquired, "What do you typically do when you encounter such storms at sea?" Jack answered, "We lower the sails and go with the flow." "So, you're essentially entrusting your fate entirely to the sea?" She mused. "You have mentioned that you have weathered such storms before. I merely wish to know what you would do if the tempest persisted indefinitely. It has been a day and a night, and there seems to be no sign of abatement. Would this not place you in great peril? Taluna asked, her concern heightened as she planned to depart with Jack and the others. Jack reassured her, it is unlikely for a storm to last this long, and our vessel is mobile. It will drift toward the storm's edge. Generally speaking, such prolonged tempests are improbable. Taluna pressed, but what if it does? Lucy furrowed her brow and said, if the storm were to continue unabated, we would have little recourse but to rely on our experience to avoid being thrown overboard. Jack interjected, that won't happen. You are overthinking it. We have crossed the Indian Ocean and safely arrived here. How dangerous do you think it could be? Taluna pursed her lips. The Pacific is far more treacherous than the Indian Ocean, and it is much larger. Moreover, you have no means to communicate with the outside world. This has never happened before, has it? Jack replied, in general, we wouldn't attempt to contact the outside world under normal circumstances. We are inherently adventurers. Zhao Jun remarked, however, the two individuals you intend to take with you are not adventurers at all. They lack experience, and if danger arises, it could spell doom for them. This made Taluna reconsider the reliability of departing with them, and the others were equally hesitant to go. Jack, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, you people are overly cautious and lack any spirit of adventure. It is truly absurd. Zhao Jun shook his head. It is not that we are hesitant. It is simply that your considerations are insufficiently thorough. Jack fell silent, his annoyance palpable. Lucy then stated, it is only natural that everyone is reluctant to accompany us. In light of this, once the weather improves, Jack and I shall leave this place. Yao Qiaoyun earnestly expressed, I hope you can assist us in finding help soon. Jack replied, that is uncertain. If too much time passes, I may forget about it entirely. Everyone's expression changed, and Lucy quickly said, please do not misunderstand. Jack is merely jesting. We will undoubtedly assist you in calling for rescue. Fong Sidong declared, if they are not going with you, then take me along, otherwise, I will surely meet my end at their hands. You cannot stand idly by and watch a living person perish. I implore you, please. Jack scoffed. Not a chance. You are on your own. Lucy said to Zhao Jun, what do you think about taking him with us? Zhao Jun shrugged and replied, if you choose to take him, I have no objections whatsoever. In fact, I would wholeheartedly endorse the decision. Keeping Fong Sidong around is undoubtedly a significant inconvenience, causing unease among us all. However, with rescue now within reach, it would be rather inappropriate to resort to lethal measures. If Jack and his companion can successfully escort Fong Sidong away, it would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Chapter 63. I shall safeguard your safety. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Jack inquired, did you not mention that he is perilous? What do you mean by casting him upon us? Zhao Jun replied, he is indeed dangerous on the island. However, aboard the ship, he relies on both of you. Is it plausible for him to navigate the sailboat alone? He lacks experience in surviving at sea. So, with you both on the same vessel, he becomes considerably less hazardous. Jack pondered, yet, I still hesitate to have him accompany us. After a long night, the tempest finally subsided. As soon as it ceased, everyone opened the doors. Zhao Jun and his companions began to tidy the exterior. The drainage ditches had overflowed, yet fortunately, the high platform and antelope enclosure were constructed at a sufficient elevation, mitigating any significant issues, though they had been slightly tilted by the wind and required some repairs. Jack and Lucy proceeded directly to the shoreline. Upon their arrival, they discovered the sailboat had been washed ashore, its side slightly damaged. Jack exclaimed, this is infuriating. Such misfortune. Lucy assessed the situation and replied, it is manageable. A bit of repair will suffice. Jack lamented, yet this delays us further. Although his tone was one of regret, his eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy. He still wished to linger here for a few days, relishing the company of several enchanting ladies. Lucy retorted, I had suggested we leave. You insisted on lingering. Now, with the ship damaged, who shall we blame? Jack defended himself. Lucy, it is fortunate that we did not depart earlier. We might not have escaped the storm's grasp. Had the ship encountered issues at sea, we would be in dire straits. Lucy found merit in his reasoning and refrained from further dispute. She then queried Jack, what do you think of that individual named Fong Sidong? Jack shook his head, asserting, that man is bound. Everyone speaks ill of him. He cannot be a good person. We cannot bring such a character aboard. Lucy countered, yet we remain ignorant of the actual circumstances. Jack proposed, how about this? I shall seek an opportunity to privately inquire with a young lady, specifically Miss Tao. She is likely to be forthright with me. Lucy nodded. Well, that seems the only course of action. After inspecting the damage to the sailboat, they noted not only the side, but also cracks in the bottom, signifying severe impairment. Upon returning to the cave, they found the drainage ditch had deepened, and the antelope enclosure and high platform had been restored. Lucy conveyed their situation to Zhao Jun, who remarked, "It appears you shall be residing here for a couple more days." Lucy sighed. Indeed. Mr. Zhao, we appreciate your assistance. Zhao Jun responded, "There is no need for such formalities. In circumstances like these, we ought to support one another." Lucy then inquired, "Could I borrow someone to assist us with the repairs?" Zhao Jun probed, "Whom do you wish to borrow?" Lucy glanced around and spotted Tao Luna, approaching her to say, "Let be Miss Tao." Zhao Jun cast a glance at Jack, aware of his thoughts, but believing that with Lucy observing, no issues would arise. He nodded and inquired, "Luna, would you be willing to assist them in repairing the boat?" Tao Luna replied, "Of course, but I lack the knowledge of boat repairs, so I can only lend a hand and may not be of much help." Lucy chimed in, "That is precisely what we need, an extra pair of hands." Lucy then pulled Tao Luna away, with Jack trailing behind. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Jun turned to Yun Shuang and advised Sister Shuang, "You and Xiaohua should take a break from your tasks and check by the seaside to see if there are any fish to catch. After all, we had several meals of preserved food and could use some fresh fish. Lucy and the others are also at the beach, so there shouldn't be any danger." Yun Shuang complied and departed with Yang Xiaohua, while Zhao Jun and the others continued to tidy up both inside and outside the cave. Jack retrieved some tools from the boat and, accompanied by Tao Luna, ventured into the forest to cut down trees, while Lucy remained by the boat. Approaching a tree, Jack hesitated before starting the work and asked, "Miss Tao, you initially intended to join us. What caused your sudden change of heart? Did Zhao Jun say something to you?" Tao Luna shook her head and replied, "He didn't say anything to me. It's my own reservations. After all, your boat is quite small, and the vastness of the ocean is filled with uncertainties. I can't help but feel a bit frightened. You won't hold this against me, will you?" "Why would I? Your feelings are entirely understandable. Besides, you should know that your worries are unfounded. Lucy and I are quite experienced and will surely ensure your safe passage." Jack assured her. Tao Luna lowered her head in contemplation and said, "Let me think it over." Jack responded, "Yes, take your time. There is something else I wish to discuss with you." Curious, Tao Luna asked, "What is it?" Jack inquired, "I want to know, what kind of person is Fong Sidong? Is he dangerous?" Instinctively, Tao Luna recoiled slightly and replied, He is exceedingly malevolent." Jack pressed further, "In what way is he malevolent?" "He is simply wicked, doing as he pleases, and he shows no respect for women. He even attempted to kill Captain Zhao Jun, and I have been harmed by him before. He intended to abandon me. Initially, the captain intended to kill him, but ultimately spared him. Later, he became acquainted with Norma and engaged in further mischief alongside him. When the captain subdued Norma, Fong pretended to surrender, but took advantage of our distraction with the wolf pack to hold me, Xiao Yu, and Sister Su hostage, resulting in Sister Su sustaining severe injuries, Tao Luna recounted, divulging all that had transpired with Fong Sitong. Jack furrowed his brow and remarked, "For what you say, this individual truly seems dangerous." Tao Luna affirmed, "Indeed, but this danger likely exists only on this deserted island. If you take him with you, he will certainly behave himself, so I implore you to bring him along." The crux of her plea stemmed from her desire to avoid any further encounters with Fong Sitong. Jack shook his head, stating, "With such wickedness, how could I allow him aboard my vessel?" "If you truly wish to avoid seeing him, then perhaps you should accompany us," Jack suggested. Placing his hand gently upon Tao Luna's shoulder, she remained oblivious, lost in contemplation. Jack continued, "Nana, let us depart together. Do you not yearn to reintegrate into society sooner?" Tao Luna replied, "Of course I desire to return to normalcy, but accompanying you, it seems exceedingly perilous." Jack reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard your well-being. I will ensure that no harm befalls you." Tao Luna lifted her gaze to meet Jack's and inquired, "Is that truly so, Jack?" Chapter 64. Malicious intent. Jack wore a mischievous smile as his hand, resting on Tao Luna's shoulder, gradually descended to her slender waist. In a soft voice, he assured her, "Of course, I keep my promises. I would never deceive you." Tao Luna, sensing his touch, instinctively recoiled and replied, "Thank you very much, Mr. Jack." Jack winked and responded, "No need for gratitude. It is simply my duty." As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Taluna's delicate hand once more. But she hurriedly evaded him, exclaiming, "Mr. Jack, let us hasten our work. Your ship requires repairs." With a smile, Jack teased, "Are you so eager for me to depart?" "No, I." Taluna felt an unsettling disquiet about Jack's demeanor, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. Jack pressed on, "So, will you accompany us?" "I will consider it," Taluna replied, still withholding a firm answer. In a sudden surge of determination, Jack embraced Taluna, murmuring, "Miss Taluna, you are truly enchanting." Startled, Taluna quickly pushed him away and retreated several steps, exclaiming, "Mr. Jack, what are you doing? Miss Lucy is still awaiting us." At her words, Jack chuckled wickedly. "Miss Taluna, I have always been intrigued by mysterious Easter maidens. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated." As he spoke, he attempted to embrace her again, causing Taluna to back away in alarm. "Mr. Jack, if you persist in this manner, I shall inform Miss Lucy." Jack scoffed. "If you wish to tell her, then by all means. I'm not afraid of her. Besides, if you were to be with me, you might find it too delightful to disclose." In that moment, Taluna glimpsed Jack's true nature and fled in terror. Jack hastily pursued her, but just then, Yun Shuang called out, "Lanuna, where are you?" Taluna quickly responded, "I am here." Jack halted his chase, turning instead to continue chopping wood. When Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua arrived, they found Taluna in a fluster, oblivious to the cause of her distress. Taluna, however, said nothing and dashed back into the cave. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua exchanged puzzled glances, with Yun Shuang wondering, what could have happened? Yang Xiaohua suggested. Perhaps she saw something frightening. Wasn't she with Jack? Yun Shuang found it perplexing. Shouldn't we inquire further? Thus, the two approached Jack, who was using a small chainsaw to cut trees. Yun Shuang, direct as always, asked, "What did you do to Lanuna? Why did she suddenly run off?" Jack shrugged. "How would I know what transpired? You ought to ask her." Yun Shuang scrutinized Jack, but gleaned nothing conclusive. She and Yang Xiaohua then made their way to the seaside, where Lucy was inspecting the sailboat for any other issues. Lucy greeted them as they approached, asking, "Have you found them?" "Yes, but Taluna has run away, and I am not sure what happened," Yang Xiaohua replied. Lucy furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you discover any insects or snakes?" Yang Xiaohua shook her head, saying, "It doesn't seem like it. We asked Mr. Jack, and he told us to inquire with her. He doesn't know." A sense of unease crept into Lucy's mind, yet she dismissed it, believing Jack would not dare to act improperly in her presence. Thus, she remarked, "Well, if that's the case, perhaps you should ask Miss Tao directly." Yun Shuang suggested, "Xiaohua, let us catch some fish first for lunch." Yang Xiaohua agreed and began to wade into the sea, adept at fishing, and soon caught 2 plump fish. Carrying the fish, she exclaimed, "Let us go make fish soup for lunch." Yun Shuang sighed. "If only we had rice to go with it. That would be truly delightful." Yang Xiaohua replied, "Sister Shuang, you're dreaming. There's no rice here. But you're right, I do long for some." She smacked her lips, looking quite greedy. Yun Shuang remarked, "Look at you. So easily tempted by just rice. But then again, feasting on meat every day with only the occasional wild vegetable does get rather monotonous." Yang Xiaohua lamented, "It's a pity we haven't found any rice or wheat on this island. Not to mention, there are no sweet potatoes or potatoes either, which could serve as staples." Yun Shuang replied, "All right, having something to eat is already a blessing. You're making me crave it too." Yang Xiaohua laughed, and as they returned to the cave, they noticed everyone else was busy, with only Taluna hiding inside. Yang Xiaohua began to prepare the fish while Yun Shuang entered and asked, "Luna, what's wrong?" Taluna snapped back to reality, shook her head, and said, "It's nothing." "Whatever it is, you should speak up and not keep it bottled inside," Yun Shuang said with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Taluna quietly confessed that Jack has ulterior motives. Yun Shuang was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that? Did he do something to you?" "Not yet, but his words and actions." Taluna recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuang became furious, exclaiming, "How outrageous! I wondered why Jack wanted to take 2 people. It turns out he had ulterior motives. This is simply unacceptable." At that moment, Zhao Jun approached and inquired about the situation. Yun Shuang recounted the incident, and Zhao Jun fumed. "He actually did that." Yun Shuang grasped Zhao Jun's arm firmly, urging, Zhao Jun, don't be hasty. Stay calm. Zhao Jun rolled up his sleeves, asserting, no, this matter cannot be tolerated. We are a team. Taking people away may be for survival, but harboring malicious intentions is utterly intolerable. Yun Shuang remarked, they may require 2 days to repair the ship. During this time, we must exercise caution and avoid being alone with him. Once these 2 days have passed, and he has departed, all will be well. If a confrontation arises, he possesses a firearm and is physically formidable. Should any harm befall us, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Jun pondered this and found it to be reasonable, responding, shall we then endure this situation in silence? Tao Luna replied, perhaps it is best to let it be. They will leave in 2 days, and we are counting on their assistance to call for help. Therefore, it is wiser to avoid any conflict with him. Chapter 65. Cooperation or confrontation. Zhao Jun found himself at a loss and remarked, very well, let us consider this matter as though it never transpired. However, should he engage in similar actions, harassing others or continuing to disturb Luna, I shall not be so forgiving. Yun Shuang interjected, I will inform others not to be alone with Jack. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should convey this. My words might be misconstrued by some as having ulterior motives. Tao Luna inquired, Captain, may I remain by your side in the future? Zhao Jun responded with a smile. Of course, there is no reason why you cannot. Tao Luna felt an overwhelming sense of security beside Zhao Jun. During her illness, his unwavering presence had been her lifeline. Were it not for Qin Xiyuan, she would have willingly devoted herself entirely. However, due to Qin Xiyuan's presence, she hesitated. Now, having been harassed by Jack, she believed that only by staying close to Zhao Jun would she feel safe. This matter was temporarily set aside. When Jack and Lucy returned for dinner, Zhao Jun maintained a composed demeanor and merely inquired, how long do you anticipate the repairs will take? Jack replied, about 2 days. Sao Yun explained, I hope you can depart swiftly. That would bring us closer to rescue, which we eagerly anticipate. Jack sipped his fish soup in silence, while Lucy assured, rest assured, if all goes well, we will expedite your rescue. Zhao Jun repeatedly expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate it. Lucy responded, there is no need for thanks. It is our duty. By the way, we owe our comfort to your care over the past few days. Otherwise, we would have faced considerable hardship. Sao Yun remarks, in such an environment, mutual care is essential. After a satisfying meal, Jack signaled Zhao Jun with a glance and suggested, Mr. Zhao, shall we step outside for a smoke? Zhao Jun chuckled, I've been borrowing your cigarettes, but I have no means to procure my own. The two stepped outside into the midday sun, which was quite intense. They sought refuge in a shaded area to smoke. After a moment of inhaling and exhaling, Jack said, Mr. Zhao, I find Miss Tao quite appealing. Could you arrange an opportunity for me to be alone with her? Zhao Jun had intended to feign ignorance, treating the matter as if it had never occurred. However, he was taken aback when Jack broached the subject first. Shaking his head, Zhao Jun replied, Mr. Jack, I have previously stated that if you possess the capability, pursue your desires independently. I will not assist you, and do not compel them into anything. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action. Jack's expression shifted, and he responded, Mr. Zhao, are you resolute in refusing to cooperate with me? Zhao Jun shrugged and declared, this is my bottom line. Jack questioned, what is the necessity of this? On this small island, our existence is nothing short of regal. Zhao Jun, filled with impatience, remarked, you have but 2 days left before your departure. Why dwell on such matters? Jack continued, imagine you with 4 women and I with 4. What a splendid scenario. Why can't you see the allure? They are compelled to heed our desires. If you truly wish, I could arrange for you to experience Lucy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a stir of desire. Lucy indeed possessed a tantalizing physique. He had little interaction with foreign women, and the prospect of such an experience was enticing. Yet, he quickly felt a wave of nausea at Jack's words, knowing that Jack and Lucy were in a romantic relationship. Zhao Jun firmly declared, Mr. Jack, your behavior is becoming increasingly insufferable. How can you utter such words? You are worse than a beast. Surprisingly, Jack did not react with anger, instead stating, on this deserted island, we should not be shackled by morality. We ought to embrace our primal instincts. Under the embrace of nature, we should indulge in our desires without restraint. Isn't that a captivating thought? Have you never considered it? Zhao Jun shook his head, responding, I do not share your perverse notions. We are human, not animals. Mr. Jack, you have crossed my boundaries. If you continue down this path, I fear you will no longer be welcome in our dwelling. I insist you relocate your belongings to the ship at once. Jack inhaled deeply, saying, Are you truly prepared to sever ties with me? I do not wish for a rift, but our perspectives are irreconcilable, Zhao Jun replied. Jack scoffed. Are you not afraid I might withhold rescue? The matter of rescue is contingent upon your disposition. If you choose not to call for help, we are powerless. We will certainly not be swayed by such threats, Mr. Jack. Your calculations are misguided, Zhao Jun retorted. Jack drew a pistol, idly playing with it as he said, Is that so? Zhao Jun produced his own firearm, asserting, Do not presume that you can intimidate me with that weapon. Jack shook his head, holstering his gun. Indeed, while both of us are armed, my ship carries a far more formidable 416 Hong Kong dollars. Do you truly believe your pistol and rifle can contend with that? Hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a heaviness in his heart. Are you threatening me? I am merely discussing possibilities, not issuing threats. Mr. Zhao, we could have collaborated. Do not close the door on cooperation. It serves neither of our interests. We could share the company of these lovely women, each enjoying our time separately. That would be the most advantageous arrangement. Jack proposed. Zhao Jun glared. Are you not concerned about Lucy's anger? To which Jack replied, In this environment, what consequence does her anger hold? Besides, should she fall victim to your desires, her anger would be the least of her concerns. Zhao Jun's frustration mounted as he exclaimed, You truly lack any sense of shame. Jack retorted, What good is shame? Is it not far better to revel in joy? Do you truly require me to wield that gun as a means of intimidation? Jack remarked. Zhao Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, Mr. Jack, I advise you to exercise caution and refrain from foolish actions. A mutual downfall would be regrettable. With a smile, Jack countered, Then I would also advise you to tread carefully. It would be in your best interest to collaborate with me. Should any unfortunate incidents occur, I shall bear no responsibility. Zhao Jun clenched his fists, momentarily tempted to draw his weapon and eliminate Jack, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Chapter 66. Speaking of matters over wine, Jack burst into laughter, discarding his cigarette but onto the ground before retreating into the cave. Zhao Jun felt a pang of frustration, genuinely perplexed. Could it be true that in this world, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female? Why else would Fong Sidong and Jack be in such discord, rendering it impossible for them to coexist? Yet, Zhao Jun found himself in harmonious relations with the women around him. Were it not for Fong Sidong and Jack, he and Qin Xiyuan would undoubtedly be entwined in an intimate embrace, perhaps even managing to win over Yang Xiaohua and Dualma. With a stroke of good fortune and ample time, he might gradually charm the other women, leading a life akin to that of celestial beings on this desolate island. Alas, reality proved to be harsh. His aspirations now seemed utterly unattainable. Jack boasted of possessing an 416 Hong Kong dollars, a firearm that surpassed handguns and those antiquated rifles from wartime and performance. Mobility and power. Should Jack wield that weapon, it would be a one-sided massacre. Resigned, Zhao Jun returned to the cave. In the afternoon, Jack and Lucy continued their efforts at the beach to repair the boat. Zhao Jun had initially considered offering his assistance, but he outright declined, citing the need to organize various tasks, both inside and outside the cave, thus unable to spare any manpower. Jack recognized this as a deliberate excuse crafted by Zhao Jun to deny him any opportunity. However, Lucy remained oblivious and pondered internally, questioning if such stinginess was truly warranted. Even if there were chores to attend to, surely not to the extent that a multitude of hands was required. After their departure, the others gathered together to hold a simple meeting. Yun Shuang recounted Jack's actions, inciting considerable anger among the group, who openly declared that Jack was truly a despicable character. In an effort to prevent panic, Zhao Jun refrained from sharing Jack's words with the others, merely advising, Let's avoid giving Jack the opportunity to be alone with any of us. If necessary, let's South keep Lucy close with her presence. I believe Jack would think twice before overstepping. Su Xinxu interjected, Some foreigners can be quite open-minded. It's difficult to say. Cao Yun responded, That does not excuse the monstrous behavior we've witnessed from Jack. Su Xinxu continued, It seems neither of them is quite normal. Would a sane person attempt to cross the Pacific in a motorboat? Such reckless behavior is beyond our comprehension. Yao Qiaoyun proposed for the time being. Let us ensure that at least 3 of us are together, denying him any opportunity. In a couple of days, they shall depart. Xu Ruoyu expressed her concern. What if they refuse to assist us in calling for rescue? Zhao Jun reassured her. Even if Jack refrains from calling for help, I believe Lucy would. But what if they do not? Su Xinxu, Zhao Jun replied. Even in that case, I trust that rescue will eventually find us. And even if not, we can sustain ourselves here. After all, we have survived for several days. What difference does it make if we endure for a few months or even a year or 2? The group tacitly accepted the reality that, barring Lucy and Jack's call for rescue, they would need to survive on this island for 1 to 2 years. In truth, Zhao Jun harbored reservations about the situation. After all, the Malaysia Airlines incident had yielded no leads after several years. Captain, is it wise to dine with someone as sinister as Jack? Yang Xiaohua inquired. The group chose to act as if nothing had transpired, maintaining their usual demeanor, merely suggesting that they should keep a safe distance from Jack, for they still depended on him for potential rescue. Indeed, let us pretend as if nothing has occurred, Zhao Jun affirmed. If Jack were to behave like Fong Sidong, wouldn't we be in peril? Zhao Jun reassured them. That is unlikely. There is no need for excessive concern. However, Tao Luna's apprehensions were not unfounded, particularly given the menacing undertones in Jack's previous remarks. Yet, Zhao Jun kept these thoughts to himself. He did not wish to incite panic. And overreactions from the women might provoke Jack, hastening any potential threat. If they could navigate the next few days peacefully, with Lucy's presence, once they departed. Regardless of whether rescue was called, their safety would be temporarily assured, allowing them to survive on this desolate island for an extended period. When Lucy and Jack returned for dinner that evening, a palpable tension enveloped the group, prompting Lucy to ask with a smile, "What is wrong with you all? Why the silence?" Zhao Jun replied, "Perhaps the thought of your departure the day after tomorrow leaves us a bit melancholic." Lucy responded, "What is there to be sad about? Once we manage to summon help, you will all be free, and we can reunite outside. Let us indulge until we can't anymore." Yun Shuang nodded, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. We must celebrate once we are out." She then inquired, "By the way, Lucy, have you and Jack gotten married yet?" Casting a glance at Jack, Lucy beamed, "We haven't tied the knot yet, but we are engaged. Moreover, we agreed that if we successfully traverse the Pacific, we shall marry." Yun Shuang added, "We absolutely must attend your wedding." Her words served as a subtle reminder to Jack to behave himself, especially as he and Lucy were soon to be wed, and they would all reunite in the future. Jack chimed in, "I too eagerly anticipate that day." Zhao Jun raised his beer, toasting Jack, "Mr. Jack, your presence has indeed bestowed upon us hope. More than mere hope, but also libations. We are immensely grateful." Jack surveyed the room and asked, "Do all of you share this sentiment?" Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, seasoned and composed, nodded in agreement, while the other women cast their eyes downward, remaining unresponsive. Jack chuckled. "It seems not all of you concur. Perhaps our arrival has brought you more trouble." Lucy interjected, "Jack, they don't mean it that way. You've had too much to drink." Yet Jack replied, "Lucy, it appears we have indeed disturbed them. Today, when we sought assistance to repair the boat, they were unwilling to oblige. Can't you see that?" Lucy hurriedly said, "I apologize, everyone. Jack has had a bit too much to drink, and he is quite fatigued from this afternoon, so he's venting his frustrations. Please do not take it to heart." Zhao Jun could only respond, "It's all right, it's all right. We too have been quite overwhelmed, and I understand his feelings. Tomorrow, I shall assist you with the repairs on the boat." Jack glared at Zhao Jun and retorted, You intend to repair the boat? Who asked you to do that? I do not require your help." Chapter 67, Little Rascal. Zhao Jun said awkwardly, "All right, you don't need me." Lucy noticed that Jack's mood seemed off and quickly said, "I'm sorry, he drank too much. I'll help him outside to sleep." Jack and Lucy set up a tent outside, and they spent the night under the stars. As Lucy assisted Jack into the tent, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are you saying all this? Don't you sense their unwelcoming attitude? They simply do not want us here." "Umph," Jack replied indignantly. Upon reflection, Lucy realized that Zhao Jun and the others had indeed behaved differently, though she was unaware of the reasons behind it. She could only say, "Well, we'll be leaving the day after tomorrow anyway. You can leave if you wish, but I refuse to go," Jack retorted, fueled by the alcohol. Lucy chose not to press further, simply advising, "You should get some rest. We can talk about it tomorrow. After they stepped outside, Tao Luna whispered, "What does he mean by that?" Yao Qiaoyun scoffed, "He's just causing a ruckus because of the drinks. Let us keep our distance. They'll all be gone the day after tomorrow." That night, Zhao Jun took over the watch from Norma for Fong Sitong. As he fought off sleep, Lucy approached, wrapped in a blanket and clad in her swimwear. "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier on behalf of Jack," she said. Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. He was just intoxicated." Lucy continued, "He usually isn't like this. He's always been polite and quite the gentleman. I don't know what got into him. It was truly offensive." Zhao Jun thought to himself, "That's because he is adept at masquerading. In society, one must maintain a facade, but here, humanity reveals itself starkly." Of course, Zhao Jun could not voice this thought, as Lucy would not believe it. The truth was that Fong Sitong, once a trained officer safeguarding passengers, had thoroughly forgotten his responsibilities on this deserted island, where human nature was laid bare. "It's perfectly fine. He was drinking after all. Is he asleep? You should get some rest too," Zhao Jun said. However, Lucy shook her head and perched herself on the pen's railing, declaring, "I can't sleep." Zhao Jun chuckled, "What troubles you?" Lucy replied, "I keep pondering whether our reckless adventures, placing ourselves in peril, are ultimately beneficial or detrimental." Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by her words, as they questioned his ideals. Regardless of their motives, Jack and Lucy traversed treacherous straits and seas, something most would not dare to attempt. The ocean harbors countless unknowns: storms, sharks, whirlpools, and relentless natural disasters, alongside many enigmatic mysteries. Compared to surviving in the wilderness, venturing into the sea is far more hazardous. Lucy and Jack had bonded over their mutual love for maritime adventures, successfully crossing the Indian Ocean together, which deepened their relationship. They had gained a measure of notoriety in the adventure community, attracting more sponsorships. With fame, wealth, and love seemingly complete, Lucy found herself feeling somewhat lost at this juncture. Zhao Jun remarked, "In truth, you have already traversed the Indian Ocean, which can be considered an experience in itself. Next, one would expect to settle down, marry, and raise children, thus providing tales of adventure to share with future generations." Lucy responded with a smile, "While that may be the case, do you know what we envisioned after crossing the Indian Ocean?" Zhao Jun inquired, "What is it?" "A challenge," Lucy declared, "the greater and more formidable Atlantic and Pacific Oceans." Zhao Jun replied, "Indeed, sometimes contentment brings happiness. After you conquer the Pacific, what will you ponder next? Will it be to cross the seas in a single canoe?" Lucy stated, "That is not entirely impossible. I feel we can no longer halt our journey." Zhao Yun hesitated. "If this continues, I fear." Lucy shrugged. "You fear we may ultimately perish in the sea, correct?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "You are quite impressive. You should not meet your end in the ocean." Lucy pragmatically responded, "In the face of nature, what are we? Our prowess is merely a stroke of luck, having avoided severe storms." Zhao Jun, puzzled, asked, "If you think this way, why take the risk?" Lucy paused, then replied, "Precisely because of the danger, we must take risks. If everything were to go smoothly, our adventure would lack any significance." Zhao Jun found it difficult to comprehend this mindset and said, "Very well. But I still cannot grasp it." Lucy laughed. "All right, discussing this with you serves little purpose." She glanced back at Fong Sitong and asked, "If we were to leave, would you truly harm him?" Zhao Jun shook his head. "No, but we will keep him bound, waiting for your assistance to summon rescue. Once help arrives, we will all be saved, including him." Fong Sitong was tightly bound, with his eyes, mouth, and ears obstructed. Lucy remarked, "As long as he is not killed, it is good. I have studied some literature on human nature and found that it is indeed challenging for you to unite and assist one another in such an environment. Even those who seem different have not resorted to violence." Zhao Jun smiled wryly, thinking, had you not appeared so suddenly, Fong Sitong would have long since perished. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, instead saying, "Perhaps everyone harbors a glimmer of hope. As long as one is not in despair, they will refrain from extreme actions. We currently have food, drink, and shelter. Everything is rather well, and there is no need for chaos." Lucy nodded. "That is true. By the way, will you truly not allow 2 individuals to accompany us? I certainly cannot leave first. Their matters are their own. If they wish to go, they may leave with you. If they do not, they cannot be coerced, can they?" Lucy replied, "That is also valid. Let's not dwell on this any longer. I shall return to rest." Lucy leaped down from the railing, her foot faltering slightly, nearly causing her to stumble, prompting Zhao Jun to swiftly extend a hand to assist her. Lucy was quite tall, towering half a head above Zhao Jun. In a moment of instability, Zhao Jun instinctively reached out with his other hand, encircling her waist. The blanket draped over Lucy slipped to the ground, bringing their skin into intimate contact. As a normal man, Zhao Jun had an immediate reaction, which did not go unnoticed by Lucy. She felt a flush rise to her cheeks, understanding that she could not hold Zhao Jun accountable for his response, and hurriedly leaped aside. At that moment, Jack cursed under his breath, "You little rascal." Chapter 68. Conflict. It turns out that Jack witnessed the earlier scene between Zhao Jun and Lucy. He, too, had indulged in drink and, upon rising to relieve himself, stumbled upon the sight, prompting an outburst of invective. Both Zhao Jun and Lucy were taken aback, with Lucy hastily insisting, "Jack, it's not what you think." Jack abruptly waved his hand, interjecting, "Do not utter another word. I have seen everything. Do you still wish to defend yourselves? I never anticipated that. In the dead of night, you would be out on a rendezvous with this man." Zhao Jun replied, "Mr. Jack, Miss Lucy and I have done nothing inappropriate. She merely stumbled, and I assisted her momentarily." Jack scoffed, "I witnessed it all, and yet you attempt to feign innocence? Do you truly believe me blind? Such audacity is intolerable." Realizing Jack's expression and recalling his earlier comments, Zhao Jun understood that even if nothing had transpired between him and Lucy, Jack would still lay blame upon him. Consequently, should Jack engage in any indiscretions with other women, Lucy would be left with little room to protest. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Jun asserted, "Mr. Jack, refrain from making baseless accusations." Jack retorted loudly, "How am I being unreasonable? I saw the two of you in an intimate embrace, and you claim nothing occurred? Zhao Jun, you shall not escape the consequences of this matter." At that moment, the commotion roused others from their slumber, who peered out from the cave entrance, including Norma, who stood upon the platform, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Lucy approached Jack, whispering, "Enough. We truly have nothing between us. Please lower your voice. You're disturbing others' rest." Yet Jack's voice boomed, "So you wish for me to remain silent while you rendezvous with this man? Is this how you choose to intimidate me?" Returning to the tent, Jack retrieved his handgun, loading it and aiming it at Zhao Jun. In response, Zhao Jun, already clutching his rifle, was compelled to point it at Jack, resulting in a highly charged atmosphere, fraught with tension. Although Norma was unaware of the situation's particulars, the sight of their standoff made him grasp the gravity of the moment, prompting him to draw his bow and aim at Jack. Yun Shuang shouted, "Everyone, do not act impulsively. Let us communicate calmly." Jack snapped, "What is there to discuss? I emerged from the tent only to find them entwined in each other's arms. And you expect me to remain composed? Can I bear such humiliation?" Yun Shuang, uncertain of the nature of Zhao Jun and Lucy's relationship, found herself at a loss for words. She implored, "Let us all take a moment to regain our composure. We must communicate without resorting to firearms. There is no need for this, Mr. Jack. Let's deliberate on how to proceed, shall we?" Yao Qiaoyun added, "Even a condemned criminal deserves a chance to defend themselves. We do not yet understand the full circumstances. Resorting to violence would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Communication is paramount." Breathing heavily, Jack replied, "What is there to discuss? Should I express gratitude to Zhao Jun for his rendezvous with my fiancée?" Zhao Jun sighed helplessly, stating, "Lucy and I truly share nothing of significance. However, all of this is in vain. Jack would never believe me. Not only Jack, but Yun Shuang and the others harbor their own suspicions. It is only natural for Zhao Jun to be tempted by Lucy's beauty and physique. If Lucy were to take the initiative, Zhao Jun would be even less able to resist. Furthermore, Jack harbors his own intentions. He seeks to solidify this matter, thus giving him leverage over Lucy. With such a hold, Lucy would find it difficult to oppose him in other matters. Zhao Jun is aware of this, which renders his words feeble. Jack declared, "Very well. Let us clarify this matter in front of so many witnesses." Lucy, in haste, interjected Jack, "Do you not trust me? I certainly trust you. Yet I place greater faith in my own observations. I believe you're not being coerced. After all, you're holding a gun. Just speak the truth to me, and I will not hold it against you." Jack replied. Zhao Jun, his expression cold, retorted, "Jack, do not wield a mere feather, as if it were a command." Jack, enraged, shot back, I wielding a feather as if it were a command. Zhao Jun, can you not possess a shred of dignity? You dare to say such things while courting my fiancée? No matter how high this matter is raised, it remains your fault. Zhao Jun lowered his rifle, striving to maintain his composure, and suggested, Mr. Jack, may I have a word with you in private? I wish to speak with you alone. Jack responded, very well. Let us converse privately. I am curious to hear what you have to say. Zhao Jun turned to Yun Shuang, saying, you all may go inside. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Jack alone. Yun Shuang nodded, understanding Zhao Jun's subtle signal to be cautious, and she acknowledged it. Everyone entered the cave, leaving only Noma to guard Fong Sitong, while Jack and Zhao Jun ascended to a higher platform. Jack exclaimed, Zhao Jun, you present yourself as one person before me. Yet behind my back, you engage in such actions. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Jack, cease your pretense before me. You know full well that there is nothing between Miss Lucy and myself. Jack scoffed, and yet you continue to act before me? Speak. How do we resolve this matter? Zhao Jun inquired. How do you propose we resolve it? Jack replied, my solution is quite simple. I need to restore my emotional balance. Zhao Jun questioned, what would restore your emotional balance? Jack chuckled, this is particularly simple. Allow me to indulge in 2 women, and I shall regard your affair with Lucy as though it never occurred. Zhao Jun suppressed his rising anger, realizing that Jack's intention in escalating the situation was precisely this. Jack, you are truly despicable. Zhao Jun could not refrain from exclaiming. Jack shrugged nonchalantly, saying, is that so? Call me what you will. If you deem me despicable, then so be it. After all, you stand to lose nothing. Do you not find Lucy beautiful? Zhao Jun widened his eyes in disbelief, stating, Jack, do not go too far. Am I the one going too far? Jack retorted, let's openly discuss the matter between you and Lucy in front of everyone. Do you truly believe I'm so easily intimidated? Jack exclaimed with anger. Zhao Jun replied, I stand upright and fear not the shadows. There's truly nothing to be afraid of. It is you, however, who harbors ill intentions, and your heart is deserving of condemnation. If others were to discover your thoughts, Lucy would undoubtedly find you repulsive. Jack sneered, then we shall see whether they choose to believe me or you. Moreover, there is another matter you ought to be aware of. Chapter 69. Rising tensions. Zhao Jun inquired, what is it? A man betrayed by his girlfriend might act irrationally toward his rival, especially one who possesses superior weaponry, making a massacre here a plausible outcome, Jack remarked. Zhao Jun retorted angrily, you dare? Jack laughed heartily, responding, what do I have to fear? You must be insane. Zhao Jun exclaimed. Jack declared, I will return to the ship now, and by tomorrow morning, I expect your message. You must deliver 2 women to me. Otherwise, I will unleash bloodshed in this place. Indeed, I have lost my mind, so do not provoke a madman. With that, Jack turned and left, leaving Zhao Jun seething, his fists clenched tightly, contemplating the dire action of shooting Jack. However, Jack was also armed, and any retaliation could put Zhao Jun in grave danger. If Zhao Jun did not acquiesce to Jack's demands, Jack might very well come armed with 406 Hong Kong dollars, and resisting his firepower would be nearly impossible. Zhao Jun returned silently to the cave, where Lucy was explaining to the others that nothing had transpired between her and Zhao Jun, leaving them in a state of skepticism. Upon seeing Zhao Jun enter alone, Lucy hurriedly asked, where is Jack? Zhao Jun replied, he has gone back to the ship. Lucy insisted, I must go find him. Do not. He has made his demands, Zhao Jun stated, sitting by the fire, feeling utterly drained, unsure of how to articulate his burdens. Lucy, puzzled, asked, where are his demands? He wants me to deliver 2 beauties to him, claiming that only then can his restless heart be appeased, Zhao Jun explained. Lucy sprang to her feet, exclaiming, what? Did he really say that? Zhao Jun nodded, indeed, and it is not in there. If we refuse his demands, he will resort to bloodshed, for his weaponry surpasses ours. Miss Lucy, do you truly possess 406 Hong Kong dollars on your ship? Lucy affirmed, we do. But why would he do such a thing? Yun Shuang interjected, perhaps he has long harbored such thoughts and is merely seeking an excuse. Lucy shook her head, insisting, no, that is impossible. He must be enraged, irrational. He has misunderstood my relationship with you and is seeking revenge. He was never like this. He is not that kind of person. Zhao Jun remarked, you claim he is not that type, Yet yesterday, we did not inform you of his intentions towards Tao Luna. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, what transpired yesterday? Yao Qiaoyun recounted Tao Luna's ordeal, prompting Lucy to exclaim incredulously, impossible. He could not have done that. Our relationship was strong. Why would he act this way? Zhao Jun sighed. Perhaps he has deep feelings for you. Yet this environment has clearly awakened his primal instincts. You are deceiving me. You must be lying. I need to clarify this. Lucy exclaimed, striding towards the exit. Zhao Jun grasped her arm, stating, it is pitch dark outside, and he is in a rage. Are you not afraid he might shoot? Is it acceptable to wait until tomorrow morning to discuss this? Lucy felt incredulous and asked, are you suggesting that he would shoot me? Perhaps he does not intend to harm you, yet in his anger and confusion, the firearm could accidentally discharge. It is prudent to avoid such a risk. Zhao Jun contemplated a more eloquent expression. Lucy reluctantly resumed her seat, while Su Xinxu murmured, Captain, did you say that Jack threatened to massacre this place if his demands are not met by tomorrow morning? Cao Yun nodded affirmatively. Qin Xiyuan exclaimed in panic. What should we do? Must we truly acquiesce to his demands? Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and declared, I will not allow him to succeed. I will ensure the safety of all of you. His weaponry is evidently superior. Do you believe you can contend with him? Yun Shuang expressed her concerns. Yang Xiaohua remarqued, what is wrong with him? He is just like Fong Sidong. Tao Luna sighed. Why do such unexpected events continually occur here? Are we not surviving well? Sigh. Yun Shuang said, what do we do now? Zhao Jun turned his gaze towards Lucy, who responded, I shall have a serious conversation with Jack. He cannot possibly act in such a manner. This is utterly excessive. Lucy felt emotionally drained and somewhat disheartened. Jack's behavior was indeed a stark contrast to the person she once knew, making it difficult for her to believe he could behave this way. Cao Yun thought, there seems to be no better course of action, Lucy. When dawn approaches, talk to Jack earnestly. I hope to calm him, yet I doubt it will yield any result. He will likely insist you have been unfaithful, and he must act to achieve psychological equilibrium. How will you respond then? Lucy remained silent for a moment before saying, I do not know, but we do share feelings. Zhao Jun sighed. At this moment, discussing feelings is futile. If he genuinely valued them, he would not be causing such chaos. Moreover, judging by Tao Luna's situation, it appears he has long premeditated this. He would not relinquish it easily. Why is he doing this? Lucy still struggled to comprehend. Instinct, Zhao Jun replied. Lucy, feeling despondent, ceased to speak, her spirits plummeting. Zhao Jun continued, Sister Shuang, Xiaohua, and Xiaoyun, we must be armed and ready for self-defense. If Jack truly intends to wreak havoc here, we must stand our ground. Additionally, ensure Norma and Dolma remain prepared. And confine Fong Sidong, he must not escape. One Jack is already troublesome enough. If Fong Sidong joins him, chaos will ensue. Yun Shuang replied, understood. Yao Qiaoyun translated the earlier conversation for Dolma, who immediately donned her bow and took up a spear, heading out with Norma to bring Fong Sidong inside. Everyone appeared fully equipped, as if facing an imminent threat. Seeing this, Lucy implored, please do not act this way. Must we truly resort to violence? I urged Jack that it would be best for us to leave this desolate island immediately. There is no need to resort to violence. Zhao Jun sighed, stating, we do not intend to provoke him, yet we must be prepared for self-defense. If you can indeed persuade Jack, that would be most fortunate. But should your efforts prove futile, we cannot simply resign ourselves to inaction. How confident are you in your ability to convince Jack? Lucy shook her head and replied, I am unsure. He has become quite a stranger to me. Precisely, Zhao Jun clarified, our preparations are not aimed at harming him, but rather at safeguarding ourselves. Chapter 70. Madness. Lucy cradled her head in despair, unable to fathom that on this desolate island, Jack seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. As the dawn light began to illuminate the sky, Zhao Jun addressed Lucy, saying, Miss Lucy, he is using your infidelity as an excuse. Engage him in conversation, but be cautious not to provoke him. In his current state, I genuinely fear he may resort to harmful actions against you. Lucy nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand, yet I still cannot believe he would ever harm me. Zhao Jun continued, it would be best if he refrained from doing so, but we must not be complacent. If the conversation falters, please prioritize your safety. With a determined hum, Lucy ventured out, while Zhao Jun and the other stood guard at the cave's entrance. their hopes for peace resting solely on Lucy's shoulders. Should she fail, a confrontation would be inevitable. Fortunately, Jack was alone, while his weaponry was formidable. It did not render him invincible. Zhao Jun even retrieved the last of their explosives. Lucy approached the shoreline cautiously, where she found Jack fully armed. A pistol at his waist, and 406 Hong Kong dollars in hand, and 3 grenades hanging from his chest. Upon noticing Lucy's arrival, Jack scoffed. "They sent you as a negotiator? Spare me. You betrayed me and shattered my heart, so there is nothing left for you to say." Lucy implored, "Let us repair the boat today and leave this place. We need not remain here any longer." Jack retorted angrily, "Not a chance. I must do something, either eliminate Zhao Jun or find some semblance of balance in my heart. I will not relent otherwise." As they stood 10 meters apart, Lucy hesitated to advance, sensing something was amiss with Jack's demeanor. "Jack, please don't act this way," she pleaded. Jack erupted in laughter. "Lucy, you betrayed me. You have no right to speak to me. Once I find balance in my heart, or if I kill Zhao Jun, perhaps we can return to how we once were, but not now." "Jack, how could you have changed so drastically?" Lucy asked incredulously. Jack sneered. "Changed? You were the one who turned your heart first. I never imagined you would betray me." Lucy countered. "So, because they refuse your demands, you resort to murder?" Jack cocked his gun, declaring, "Exactly. If they do not comply with my demands, I will slaughter them all. None shall be spared." Lucy shook her head vehemently. "I cannot allow you to do something so foolish. If you insist on this path, then you may as well kill me." Jack gazed coldly at her, confessing, "You betrayed me, and I would relish the thought of killing you. Yet, I love you, which stays my hand. But if I do not act, I will never be able to face you again." Lucy retorted, "Do you truly believe that committing such an act will allow you to face me? There is nothing between Zhao Jun and me. Why must you take this route? I warn you, if you proceed with violence or murder, our relationship will be irrevocably ruined. There will be no going back." Jack replied, "If I do not act, then our relationship is already over." Lucy trembled with rage and implored, "Jack, this is not the man I once knew. Please awaken. You were once so gentlemanly. How have you transformed into a demon?" Jack's eyes widened as he retorted, "A demon, you say? Indeed, I am a demon, for every heart harbors one. Lucy, it is you who has awakened the demon within me. Had you not betrayed me, I would not have descended into this abyss." Lucy stepped back, her voice quivering. You have lost your mind." Jack laughed maniacally, declaring, "Indeed, I am mad, driven to madness by you. Come here. What do you intend to do?" Lucy felt an unprecedented fear as she faced Jack. She had never before experienced such trepidation. Jack advanced menacingly, commanding halt. Summoning her courage, Lucy asked, "Are you planning to kill me? Kill you? Why would I do that? Yet, I cannot permit you to remain by Zhao Jun's side." Jack lunged forward, seizing Lucy and dragging her toward the sailboat. Despite her considerable strength among women, she found herself no match for Jack and was forced onto the vessel. Jack produced a pair of handcuffs, intending to restrain her. "Jack, what are you doing?" Lucy struggled. Jack's eyes gleamed ominously as he stated, "I forbid you from seeking Zhao Jun again. I will not pursue him. Let us simply repair the boat and leave this place. Please, cease your antics," Lucy pleaded. Jack forcibly handcuffed her, asserting, "When you were out with Zhao Jun, did you consider the chaos it would provoke? You are mine. How dare you betray me with another man? Yes, I have completely lost my reason, but this is all you're doing." With her hands shackled, Lucy urgently asked Jack, "What is your intention?" Jack opened a can and began to eat, declaring, "Since they refuse my demands and you disallow my actions, I shall go and kill Zhao Jun." As he devoured the contents of the can, he quickly finished, checked his gun, prepared a grenade, and stood ready to leave. "Jack, there are many of them, and they are armed. Do not act recklessly," Lucy shouted. Jack, brimming with confidence, replied, "Do they possess guns as I do? Do they have grenades? I fear them not." "Jack, if you are injured, what will I do?" Lucy implored. "What will you do? If I die, you can live happily with Zhao Jun. My demise would bring him joy, surrounded by so many beautiful women, including you." Jack exclaimed in frustration, "How can you say such nonsense?" Lucy retorted, "Am I speaking nonsense? You know the truth within your heart. But I also refuse to perish. They are no match for me," Jack proclaimed. Lucy found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, Jack was her fiancé, and she wished for his safety. Yet, Should a confrontation with Zhao Jun and his men ensue, casualties were inevitable, and she harbored no desire for them to be harmed. Lucy cried out in desperation, "Jack, come back to me. You are not thinking clearly. You will regret your actions later." Jack had already taken several steps away when he turned back and replied, "My mind is exceptionally clear at this moment. I am fully aware of what I am doing, and that is to ensure Zhao Jun's demise. Just wait here for the good news." With that, Jack strode decisively towards the cave, while Lucy gazed at his retreating figure, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 71 Confrontation. After Lucy departed, Zhao Jun and his companions stood vigilantly at the cave entrance, their nerves taut. For they were acutely aware that Jack's weaponry far surpassed their own. Despite their numerical advantage, it seemed insufficient against Jack's prowess. Fortunately, the cave offered a strategic advantage. Being defensible and difficult to assault, it was unlikely that Jack could breach their sanctuary. In the depths of the cave, Qin Xiyuan, Tao Luna, Su Xinxu, and Xu Ruoyu concealed themselves, recognizing their lack of combat capability. Remaining at the entrance would only create disorder. Yao Qiaoyun held a handgun, while Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua wielded rifles. Zhao Jun had a katana at his waist, a revolver tucked away, and clutched the last remaining rifle. Norma and Dolma stood ready with bows in hand, surrounded by an array of spears. They prepared for an impending threat, having expended considerable ammunition during their previous encounter with the wolf pack. They had roughly 100 rounds left for the rifles. Yao Qiaoyun's handgun held only 7 bullets, and Zhao Jun's revolver contained a mere 13. Zhao Jun gazed at the explosives nearby, lamenting that he should have thought ahead to prepare some grenades. Mere explosives would prove ineffective. Yao Qiaoyun looked ahead and inquired, "What do you think the outcome of Lucy's conversation will be?" Su Xinxu replied, "They are a couple. It should be relatively easy to negotiate, right?" Yun Shuang sighed, "I'm afraid the outlook is bleak. Jack is adamant that Lucy has been unfaithful. Regardless of whether he truly believes this, he will use it to justify his actions, and Lucy may struggle to dissuade him." Yang Xiaohua added, "After all, there's still a couple." Zhao Jun expressed his frustration. Precisely because they are a couple, the situation becomes more complicated. Jack might even resort to harming Lucy. Yun Shuang turned to the 4 women, saying, "No matter what transpires, remain unafraid. The bullets cannot reach you. Keep a close watch on Fong Sidong. He must not escape." Currently, Fong Sidong was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, with his mouth and eyes covered, leaving him with no opportunity for escape. However, Yun Shuang's words were intended to divert their attention, easing their fears. At that moment, a small wolf nuzzled at Yao Qiaoyun's feet, prompting her to stroke it and say, "Little Gray, grow up quickly. We will need your help." Despite its current docile nature, Little Gray was still a wolf, and if it matured into a full-grown one, it could indeed assist them. Yet for now it remained too small. Zhao Jun remarked, "Do you truly consider a dog? Isn't a dog merely an evolved wolf? Little Gray is far superior to a dog." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "But it is also more perilous." Su Xinxu chimed in, "I've seen documentaries about the animal kingdom. Those wild animals that humans rescue often remember their gratitude. I believe there will be no issues." As they spoke, they caught sight of Jack's silhouette. He brandished in 406 Hong Kong dollars, and the grenades hanging from him were clearly visible, prompting gasps from the group. Jack stood on the elevated platform, using its cover to shout inside, "Zhao Jun, come out. If you are a man, then face me in a duel. This is a contest between men, and no one is permitted to interfere. Do you dare?" Zhao Jun remained silent. Stepping outside at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Jack continued, "You have the audacity to touch my woman, yet you lack the courage to duel with me? Are you truly a man?" Only then did Zhao Jun respond, "Jack, there is nothing going on between Lucy and me. Your actions are entirely unnecessary. Can't you heed our words? I only trust my own eyes." Jack bellowed. As he spoke, he fired into the cave, the sound of gunfire echoing as bullets struck the rocky entrance, sparking flames. Qin Xiyuan and Su Xinxu were terrified, clutching their heads in fear. Zhao Jun and the others ducked momentarily, and then Zhao Jun also fired a few shots towards the platform. After exhausting a magazine, Jack reloaded while declaring, "Zhao Jun, do not be selfish. I am here for you alone, yet you hide in the cave, dragging these lovely ladies into this mess. If I toss a grenade inside, won't you all be doomed?" Zhao Jun and the others saw the grenade. If Jack truly threw it in, their fate would indeed be dire. Yang Xiaohua whispered, "What should we do?" Zhao Jun replied quietly, stay calm. If we react quickly enough, we could deflect the grenade. If not, he did not finish his sentence. For stepping out to accept the duel seemed a certain death sentence. He might be turned into a sieve upon stepping outside. The women understood the precarious situation, exchanging glances. Unsure of what to do, Norma and Dolma, upon Yao Qiaoyun's explanation, grasped the gravity of the situation. Norma exclaimed, this is utterly outrageous. I shall accept the challenge on behalf of my master. Norma spoke in an Indian dialect, but Yao Qiaoyun provided translation. Zhao Jun shook his head, saying without firearms, you would indeed be suitable to take my place, but he is clearly poised to fire the moment anyone steps out. His accuracy and firepower are formidable. Survival is unlikely. Yang Xiaohua added, indeed, just now he unleashed a volley that our guns cannot compare to. Zhao Jun fell silent for a moment, troubled. He was acutely aware of the grenade's potential devastation. If it were thrown in and detonated, they would all perish. Yet, it was equally impossible for him to step outside and meet his demise. Jack's voice rang out. Zhao Jun, my patience is limited. I give you 10 minutes. If you do not come out in 10 minutes, I shall throw in a grenade. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, feeling greatly conflicted, momentarily at a loss for what to do. If all else fails, we charge out and suppress his fire. Surely, with so many guns, we can overpower him. Yun Shuang retorted angrily. Zhao Jun, knowledgeable about firearms, shook his head and replied, no, we cannot suppress his firepower. He is far more likely to suppress us. Charging out would be tantamount to suicide. What on earth should we do? Yang Xiaohua fretted anxiously. Zhao Jun reassured, stay calm. Panicking will not help. Just watch me. Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Jun raised his voice, exclaiming, Mr. Jack, although your firepower is indeed formidable, should it come to a confrontation, I fear your fate would not be much better than ours. Ultimately, we are many, and do you truly intend to slay us all? Jack bellowed in response. If it comes to killing them all, then so be it. What have I to fear? Zhao Jun replied, there is no need for such extremities, Jack. Pray tell, what would it take for you to lower your weapon, to calm your demeanor, so that we may engage in a constructive dialogue regarding a resolution? Chapter 72. Stalemate. Jack laughed heartily and declared, so now you wish to negotiate? It is too late for that. Enough of the idle chatter. Come forth and meet your demise. It is either your life or the lives of these women alongside you. Zhao Jun. One must not be so selfish. Zhao Jun inhaled deeply and exchanged a glance with Yun Shuang, who then aimed her firearm in Jack's direction. Jack, I shall emerge to duel you. Let fate decide our lives. But do refrain from tossing grenades. If the cave collapses, you will have no refuge, Zhao Jun asserted. Jack, in truth, would not resort to throwing grenades until the very last moment, for his primary objective was these women. If he were to annihilate them, it would be a grave miscalculation. With a cold smirk, Jack replied, as long as you show yourself, I shall refrain from throwing. Slowly, Zhao Jun poked his head out, capturing Jack's undivided attention. However, due to the distance and the fact that it was merely his head, which could retract at any moment, Jack did not fire. Lower your weapon and step fully out of the cave. Cao Yun commended. Very well. Cao Yun responded. At that moment, Yun Shuang unexpectedly fired her weapon, the loud report nearly striking Jack. He quickly took cover, while Zhao Jun, Yang Xiaohua, and Yao Qiaoyun joined in, suppressing Jack behind the high platform. Zhao Jun lunged from the cave, charging towards Jack, who dared not reveal himself, instead unleashing a hail of bullets towards the entrance. Zhao Jun swiftly ducked aside, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Jack's aim was erratic, and he remained oblivious to Zhao Jun's emergence, who took refuge behind the antelope pen's fence. How dare you ambush us and act dishonorably? Do not expect mercy. Jack seethed, seizing a grenade, pulling the pin, and preparing to hurl it into the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun lunged forward, grasping Jack's hand, holding the grenade tightly. This was a collision-type grenade. As long as the pin was held, it would not detonate. The two men became entangled, cautious not to move too hastily, as releasing their grip could lead to an immediate explosion. The women inside the cave wished to assist, but Zhao Jun urgently cautioned, do not come out. It may explode. The women retreated back into the cave, at a loss for what to do. Jack glared at Zhao Jun, exclaiming, you reckless fool, do you wish to die? Zhao Jun responded with a wry smile. You were the one who disregarded your life first. Frustrated, Jack demanded, let go. Zhao Jun countered, if I release my grip now and you toss the grenade, it would detonate instantly. Am I that foolish? Jack retorted. Then why all this unnecessary talk? Let us perish together. Zhao Jun, recognizing Jack's fury at its peak, understood the need to remain calm. Earlier, we were too distant to converse meaningfully. Now, at such proximity, we are both hesitant to make any sudden moves. Thus, let us engage in a proper dialogue regarding the resolution of this matter. Jack snorted derisively, yet found himself with no alternative. Hand in hand, they sound the steps of the high platform, leaving the other women astonished at the unfolding scene. Yang Xiaohua inquired, why do they suddenly sit down? They appear so harmonious. Yun Shuang shook her head and replied, this is not harmony, it is desperation. The moment they loosen their grip, the grenade will detonate. Should we go out to assist? Su Xinxu asked. Yun Shuang responded, certainly not. We must not provoke Jack. Otherwise, Zhao Jun will be in peril. He must rely on himself to negotiate with Jack. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, yet they were powerless to intervene, feeling utterly helpless. Zhao Jun endeavored to calm himself and said, Mr. Jack, there truly is no need for such an uproar. If you desire women, why resort to such extreme measures? Jack retorted, I have said all I need to say, yet you remain unmoved. I have no choice but to take a hard stance. If you refuse to cooperate, then killing you or driving you away means all these women will be mine. You already have Lucy. Why do you need so many women? Zhao Jun lamented. Is Lucy not attractive enough? Is her figure lacking? Jack scoffed. Enough with your pretentiousness. Don't pretend you haven't considered this. I dare say you've even contemplated monopolizing Lucy, and you certainly wish to claim all the women in this cave, do you not? Zhao Jun asserted. I do not seek to monopolize. I aspire to win hearts naturally. Is there a problem with that? While winning hearts, ultimately, you still yearn for the company of 7 or 8 beauties, don't you? Enough with the sanctimonious talk. Now I present you with 3 choices. Jack declared. Zhao Jun asked, what are the 3 choices? Pray tell. The first, we both perish here. Jack proclaimed. Zhao Jun chuckled. That is clearly unfeasible. Do you truly wish to die? When there is a choice, no one desires death, and Jack is no exception. Jack continued. The second option is that you acquiesce to all my demands, and I require 2 women on the boat immediately. I intend to indulge myself tonight. Zhao Jun shook his head. That is certainly out of the question. You must understand, they are living beings. If they are unwilling, what can I do? Then what is the third option? Jack asked. We find a place, count to 3, and discard the grenade. This way, we both survive, and today can be forgotten. I shall return to settle the score later. Zhao Jun remarked, what if I choose a 4th option? Jack's propositions were, in truth, rather dubious. What 4th option? He queried. We reconcile, unite to repair your ship, and then you and Lucy can depart. Whether to call for rescue is your decision. We shall impose no demands. Let us all remain safe, and nothing else shall concern us. What do you think? Zhao Jun proposed. Jack, discontented, replied. Then what was the point of this entire commotion if I gain nothing? No way. Zhao Jun advised. These women are rather timid. If you had initially presented yourself well, you might have deceived 1 or 2 of them. However, at present, they are wary of you and harbor considerable disdain. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Jack fell silent for a moment before responding. That may be so, but I have one more request. Zhao Jun inquired, what is your request? Speak freely. As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, I shall acquiesce. Jack declared, I wish to take Fong Sidong with me. Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback and replied, if you genuinely can take Fong Sidong away, we would consider it a great boon. However, the prerequisite is that you must truly be capable of doing so. Chapter 73. Reconciliation? Jack immediately stated, nonsense. If I did not intend to take him with us, why would I make such a request? Moreover, we are all set to leave. What more could be done? Zhao Jun inquired curiously. Then why do you wish to take him along? Jack replied, because the sea harbors numerous dangers. An additional companion means another pair of hands to assist. I believe he will strive alongside us for his survival. Furthermore, I have offended Lucy, who harbors a certain sympathy for Fong Sidong. Thus, bringing him along could significantly alleviate the tension between Lucy and me. Zhao Jun regarded Jack with skepticism. He found this reasoning rather insufficient. Their maritime adventures were not new, and an extra person was hardly prerequisite. Moreover, how would taking Fong Sidong along mend the rift with Lucy? Did she possess such a saintly heart? Jack continued, As for calling for rescue, I certainly will not. And I doubt Fong Sidong will either, but Lucy will. By the way, what have you done with Lucy? Zhao Jun asked. Jack responded, I merely restrained her on the ship. We can proceed now to the shore and dispose of the grenade. Zhao Jun affirmed, all right, but I must bring Norma. Very well. Jack replied nonchalantly. Zhao Jun summoned Norma, and Yao Qiaoyun followed suit. Armed for contingencies, they trailed a dozen meters behind Zhao Jun and Jack. Upon reaching the shoreline, Lucy, spotting that both men were alive, felt an overwhelming joy, but her relief turned to dread as she noticed the grenades in their hands. Jack addressed Lucy. I have reconciled with Zhao Jun. Now, we shall discard the grenades, repair the ship, take Fong Sidong with us, and leave. What do you think? Lucy exhaled in relief and replied, that sounds acceptable. Shall we consider our previous disagreements as if they never occurred? Jack further inquired. Lucy nodded emphatically, saying yes. Nothing has happened. To assert that nothing transpired might not hold true. It was merely a convenient assertion for the present. When they returned to society, circumstances could very well change. Yet, for now, everything appeared tranquil. However, Zhao Jun remained troubled. He could not fathom Jack's rationale for bringing Fong Sidong along. It seemed utterly illogical. Jack observed Zhao Jun and remarked, you still harbor doubts about me. Zhao Jun chuckled. We are currently in possession of a grenade together. How could I not trust you? We are like grasshoppers on the same string, unable to escape one another. Thus a modicum of trust is prudent. Jack replied, everyone understands this. Yet some individuals can be rather foolish, frequently making unwise decisions. Zhao Jun retorted, that statement seems more fitting for your own reflection. Jack shrugged and said, you will understand shortly. I assure you, I will not act foolishly. The two men reached the shoreline, gazing at the vast expanse of ocean. As the waves rhythmically lapped against the shore, enveloping their calves in the cool embrace of the sea, Zhao Jun declared, I will count to 3, and upon reaching 3, we shall commence the throwing. Let us not harbor any other thoughts or hesitate. Otherwise, we might truly meet our demise. Jack replied, understood, let us begin. 1, 2, 3. As Zhao Jun called out the final number, both men nearly simultaneously released their grips. Concurrently, Jack thrust his arm forward, casting the grenade into the air. The two men dove backward together, and with a thunderous roar, the grenade detonated, sending a column of water skyward. They rolled on the ground, despite their earlier agreement. In that moment, both men found themselves unbound and raised their weapons, aiming at each other. Zhao Jun and Jack exchanged a glance and gradually lowered their guns. Zhao Jun spoke, I hope we can both honor our promise and refrain from further bloodshed. Jack nodded. Rest assured, I have found clarity. While Norma maintained her bow aimed at Jack, Zhao Jun shook his head, signifying that she need not feel anxious. Once they had distanced themselves to a safe range, Jack called out, I will commence repairs on the ship with Lucy. Once completed, you will escort Fong Sidong over. When do you anticipate the repairs will be finished? Cao Yun inquired. Jack responded, by tomorrow morning. During this time, let us not interfere with one another. Tomorrow morning, send over the refrigerator and the medical kit, and then we shall depart. Very well, Zhao Jun replied. Although the medical kit and solar refrigerator were indeed valuable, everyone felt a sense of relief at the prospect of sending away the two harbingers of misfortune, Jack and Fong Sidong. As Zhao Jun and the others departed, Jack returned to the sailboat and released Lucy from her handcuffs. Lucy stretched her wrists and asked, what has led to this change of heart? Jack admitted, I was indeed not composed enough. Let us not dwell on it. We must repair the vessel and leave this place. We have lives to lead. Lucy pursed her lips and asked, do you truly feel this way? Jack shrugged. Given the current circumstances, do you still doubt me? I trust that you and Zhao Jun have moved past it. Now, let's get to work. Once we return, I shall offer you a proper apology. Lucy queried, can we truly return to how things were before? Jack reassured her, of course. Do you believe that our bond, forged through years of shared trials, could be shattered by a single incident? It will not happen, as long as you do not overthink. Thus, Lucy and Jack commenced the ship repairs. Lucy had many thoughts swirling in her mind, yet faced with Jack's willingness to accept his faults, she found it difficult to voice them. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and the others returned to the cave, with Norma standing guard outside while the others gathered in a circle. Su Xinxu inquired, what is the situation? Zhao Jun glanced at Fong Sidong and replied, we have reached an understanding with Jack. Once they repair the ship, they will leave, taking Fong Sitong with them. Su Xinxu exclaimed with delight. That is excellent news. Yet Yun Shuang expressed concern. Could Jack have some ulterior motive? Who can say? Regardless, let's all remain vigilant tonight. At worst, we shall forego sleep. Once they depart tomorrow, we will be at ease, Zhao Jun stated. Yang Xiaohua remarked. In that case, will they still summon rescue for us? They should, Zhao Jun replied. Even if Jack remains silent, and Lucy too, Fong Sitong is a train attendant. Upon returning, he will undoubtedly be questioned. How could he possibly refrain from speaking? Tao Luna interjected. Given the multitude of his misdeeds, it is entirely plausible that he might choose silence. Zhao Jun countered. Even if they all choose not to speak, we can still live here in peace and comfort. I firmly believe that one day, rescue will find us. Chapter 74 Departure. Yao Qiaoyun remarked. Reflecting on these matters is futile now. Once they depart, we shall meticulously strategize to enhance our dwelling within this cave. We can commence digging the protective river and tend to both the entrance and our sleeping quarters. We must focus on survival while awaiting rescue. It would be splendid if assistance arrives. However, even if it does not, we shall persevere. Yun Shuang interjected. The prospect of rescue is uncertain. Even if they express willingness, unforeseen events at sea could lead to their demise beneath the waves. Zhao Jun suggested, let's not dwell on such grim thoughts. Instead, we should engage in a meaningful conversation with Fong Sitong. Fong Sitong was brought to the fire's edge, and a cloth binding his mouth, eyes, and ears was removed. He squinted in the light and murmured, water, water. Zhao Jun rose to offer him a sip, saying, Fong Sitong, I have good news for you. You may leave with Jack and the others. Fong Sitong, perplexed by the recent developments, responded, why have you suddenly allowed me to leave? Did Jack not refuse to take me with him? Your departure benefits us, Zhao Jun explained. As a steward, once you return to the mainland, you can summon help for us. We can conceal your actions, ensuring that no one is the wiser. In fact, you could be portrayed as a hero. What do you think? Fong Sitong's mind raced as he replied, that sounds favorable. I have no objections. Zhao Jun nodded, excellent. However, do not harbor thoughts of vengeance by withholding rescue. I suspect Jack or Lucy might act that way. Should we return and discover your deceit, it would tarnish our reputations. Fong Sitong laughed. I assure you, I will call for help. Then endure one more night. Tomorrow morning, we shall see you off, Zhao Jun said. Fong Sitong pleaded. Brother Zhao, you have bound me for several days. I am utterly uncomfortable. May I stretch a bit? I beg you. Zhao Jun shook his head. Just for one night. Bear with it for now. We must take precautions. Fong Sitong sighed. Brother Zhao, consider this. I am set to leave tomorrow and return to society with those two foreigners. At this juncture, causing a scene is unnecessary. I have been restrained for days. If I remain immobile any longer, my muscles might suffer irreparable damage. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun relented. Very well, but I warn you, do not attempt any tricks this final night. It is truly unwarranted. Zhao Jun loosened Fong Sitong's bindings, allowing him to approach the fire and stretch his limbs. Zhao Jun himself resolved to forego sleep that night, with Noma stationed outside, while Yang Xiaohua and Dualma kept watch at the cave's entrance. Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang remained inside, observing Fong Sitong. Qin Xiyuan, Tao Luna, Su Ruoyu, and Su Xinxu succumbed to slumber, while Zhao Jun kept vigil over the weapons, occasionally stepping outside or patrolling the cave. Fong Sitong, perhaps due to the anticipation of his impending departure, remained compliant. After enduring the long night, as dawn broke, Lucy arrived alone, her hands raised, gradually entering the cave. Our boat is ready for departure. Please move the refrigerator and the medical kit aboard, she announced. Zhao Jun instructed Yao Qiaoyun and Noma to guard the entrance. Then, along with Yang Xiaohua, Yun Shuang, Tao Luna, and Dolma, they carefully transported the solar-powered refrigerator and medical kit, with Fong Sitong leading the way towards the seaside. To be cautious, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua remained armed, while Jack wore a broad smile, exuding friendliness. Once the refrigerator and medical kit were safely stowed on the boat, everyone retreated to the beach. Jack and Zhao Jun stood facing each other. Just the day before, their relationship had been tense. Yet now both wore smiles as if nothing had transpired. Regardless of what happened or how unpleasant it was, I am still glad to have met you, Zhao Jun expressed. So am I, Jack replied. We have indeed become acquainted through conflict. As we part ways, I hope that when we return to society, We may meet again. Zhao Jun nodded. I look forward to it. Jack glanced at Fong Sitong beside him and said, You should board the boat first. By the way, I must warn you. The unknowns of the sea are vast and perilous. Are you truly willing to accompany us? Fong Sitong understood that staying behind would likely result in being bound, or worse. Facing Zhao Jun's wrath, she quickly affirmed, Yes, I am willing. Then please, go aboard, Jack instructed. Fong Sitong hurried onto the boat, and after bidding farewell to Lucy and the others, she joined them as well. Jack embraced Zhao Jun one last time, saying, Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Zhao Jun echoed. Jack was the last aboard, hoisting the sail as they set off. Zhao Jun waved, watching the sailboat drift further away until it vanished beyond the horizon. He sighed in relief, remarking, Fortunately, nothing disastrous occurred. Yun Shuang suggested, Let us head back. As they began their return, it was already past 10 o'clock, and the sun had become quite oppressive. Yang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from her brow, lamenting, It's a pity we couldn't keep that refrigerator. Just after his departure, she found herself already yearning for it. Indeed, while the refrigerator was small and the beer and drinks were not a permanent supply, even chilling water or coconuts would be an exquisite delight. I hope they find us help. Then upon our return, we can enjoy chilled refreshments to our heart's content. Sao Yun Xiaoku. Yang Xiaohua agreed, Yes. I truly pray for their safe journey. Upon returning to the cave, they set to work, as there was much to be done. The first task was the entrance. Zhao Jun flattened the previously selected trees on either side, leaving a groove in the middle, thus eliminating any gaps. He also created a small opening that could be opened from the inside, with a wooden board on the outside, allowing visibility from within while concealing the interior from outside view. The interior was constructed in the same manner, each section meticulously completed. As everything fell into place and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the gaps had vanished. Even in winter, not a single breeze could penetrate. Starting tomorrow, we shall channel spring water using bamboo and enhance the protective dam, while also improving the heights of Norma. This way, even in inclement weather, he can continue to stand guard outside, just in case. Then, we can await rescue with peace of mind, Zhao Jun mused inwardly. Chapter 75. The return of vengeance. Jack and Lucy sailed away on their boat, gradually distancing themselves. Fong Sitong, feeling intimidated, dared not make any sudden moves and remained obedient. Jack and Lucy were fluent in Chinese, so there were no communication barriers. After sailing for some time, Jack suddenly pulled out a handkerchief and approached Lucy from behind. Before she could react, she fell into a deep slumber. Fong Sitong was taken aback and exclaimed, What are you doing? Jack gently laid Lucy down and, with a smile, reassured him, It's just ether. She's merely asleep, and besides, she is my girlfriend. Why are you so anxious? I'm not anxious, it's just this. Fong Sitong stammered, bewildered, contemplating whether Jack had lost his sanity. If that were the case, his own life was in jeopardy, for Jack was armed. Jack gestured for Fong Sitong to come closer, and, still in a daze, he sat beside him. Do you desire revenge? Jack inquired. Revenge? What do you mean? Fong Sitong replied, puzzled. Jack chuckled. Given how they treated you, don't you yearn for retribution? I have thought about it, but I'm about to reintegrate into society. After all, I'm still alive, Fong Sitong responded. Jack's eyes glimmered with intensity. Is mere survival enough? The indignities you've suffered, the actions you wish to take yet cannot. Can you truly endure that? What do you mean? Fong Sitong asked, intrigued. Let us return and, with the weapons we possess, eliminate Zhao Jun, seize the cave, and claim those women as ours, Jack proposed. Jack's words stirred something within Fong Sitong. He hesitated before asking, Do you genuinely want to go back? I am serious. This is no jest. Our objective is to take down Zhao Jun. Will you join me? Jack asserted. Fong Sitong glanced at the unconscious Lucy and queried, You incapacitated her just to discuss this? She would certainly oppose my plan. Once I accomplish my task, she will have no choice but to accept it. After dealing with Zhao Jun, I only need 2 of the women. The rest are yours, Jack stated. Fong Sitong chuckled. How generous of you. I already have 2, and there's Lucy too. However, you must allow me to choose first. The remainder shall be yours. Then we can live here until we tire of it and return to society. Will you join me? Jack replied, I am in. Fong Sitong still harbored some concerns. Zhao Jun is armed, and those women are loyal to him. This may not be straightforward. With a cold laugh, Fong Sitong revealed his weaponry, a handgun, and 406 Hong Kong dollars. Ample ammunition, 5 grenades, and a spear gun. Can their arsenal compare to mine? Jack declared triumphantly. Fong Sitong's eyes widened in disbelief. There's surely no match for us. Jack inquired, so will you join me? Absolutely. Fong Sitong replied with conviction. Jack nodded in approval, saying, that's splendid, but from this moment forth, you must heed my directives. We require a steadfast leader and a coherent plan. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril. Fong Sitong affirmed, I shall follow your lead. Immediately, Jack handed the pistol to Fong Sitong and asked, are you proficient with firearms? Indeed, Fong Sitong responded confidently. Jack continued, good. Additionally, should we succeed, would you be willing to remain here? Fong Sitong replied, of course. There is sustenance, refreshment, and an abundance of lovely ladies. Why would I not want to stay? I share your sentiments, but you must also adhere to my authority then, Jack stated. Without hesitation, Fong Sitong declared, certainly. If not for you, I might have already fallen victim to them. I am truly grateful to you, and I will certainly heed your counsel. Jack responded, that is reassuring. I hope you remain true to your word. Fong Sitong then asked, why do we continue to venture outward? Shouldn't we be heading out? Jack replied, there is no rush. If we return now, we might encounter them. We shall head back this afternoon. By the time we reach the shore, night will have fallen, and we can conceal the boat while searching for an opportunity to act. Fong Sitong chuckled. Zhao Jun certainly has no inkling of our impending counterattack. He'll be caught off guard, and we will surely strike successfully. Jack laughed in agreement. Precisely, that is my intention. The two erupted in laughter, buoyed by the prospects that lay ahead. Fong Sitong then remarked, however, what about your girlfriend? Jack interjected, she will undoubtedly remain unconscious today. Tomorrow, I shall administer another dose, and by the time she awakens again, our affairs will be concluded. At that point, she will have no choice but to accept it, whether she likes it or not. So do not concern yourself with her. Fong Sitong cautioned, but won't that anger her? What if she vehemently opposes your actions? Jack replied, let her throw a tantrum. What can she do? It's already a done deal. When the time comes, you can intimidate her into submission. Fong Sitong queried, how would I intimidate her? Jack explained, if she becomes obstinate, you can confront her, threatening to toss her into the sea to feed the fish if she does not comply. She is not well acquainted with you, so it should serve as an effective threat. Fong Sitong expressed surprise. You want me to speak to your girlfriend in that manner? Jack shrugged. It's merely talk. What does it matter? Concluding their conspiracy, Jack and Fong Sitong circled the sea. The boat was equipped with a compass, ensuring they would not lose their way. By afternoon, they began their return journey. Upon reaching the deserted island, darkness had enveloped the sky. Jack docked the boat on the opposite side and cleverly concealed it using the terrain and rocky outcrops. At this moment, Lucy awoke and inquired, where are we? What has transpired? You may have simply been fatigued, which led you to slumber. Do continue resting. Jack reassured her as he embraced Lucy. Meanwhile, Fong Sitong had already disembarked and was concealed within a crevice of the rocks, nestled in a sleeping bag. They resolved to rest thoroughly that night, intending to seek opportunities during the daylight hours and act under the cover of darkness. Their plan was meticulously devised, taking into account their own physical limitations, and they felt a sense of inevitable success. Chapter 76. I have yet to experience love. Zhao Jun had never anticipated that Jack and Fong Sitong would launch a surprise attack. After a day filled with activity, he hurriedly retired for the night. The following morning, while having breakfast, Zhao Jun remarked, today, I shall redirect the spring water. The bamboo has already been cut. We simply need to connect it. Yang Xiaohua replied, I will assist you. Yun Shuang interjected, isn't 2 of you sufficient? I plan to dig the protective trench. Zhao Jun considered for a moment and added, let us include Doma in our efforts. Now, Doma was capable of simple communication with others. In fact, most of the bamboo had been prepared. It merely required some additional binding to secure and connect them, which was not overly strenuous. Yao Qiaoyun noted, although the wolf pack has been dealt with and Fong Sitong and Jack have departed, we must remain vigilant. We should stay together and not act independently. Su Xinxu echoed, indeed, we must exercise caution. Yun Shuang remarked, naturally, there are other wild beasts to consider. Moreover, we are in dire need of medical supplies. Any mishap could lead to significant complications. After exchanging mutual reminders, Zhao Jun, Yang Xiaohua, and Doma ventured outside to commence the clearing and connecting of the bamboo pipeline. After a flurry of activity, Yang Xiaohua suddenly inquired, Captain, do do you think they will send for help? Zhao Jun replied, that is truly uncertain. Regardless of whether they call for assistance, we must prepare as though rescue may not arrive. However, I believe help will eventually come. It is merely a matter of time. If all goes smoothly for them, assistance should arrive quite promptly. Yang Xiaohua responded, logically, that should be the case. But we must also consider the possibility that they might not call for help at all. Furthermore, they could encounter unforeseen circumstances at sea, rendering any attempt to summon aid futile. We must be thoroughly prepared. Even if everything proceeds without a hitch, it may take them 2 or 3 months to reach us. So we should brace ourselves for the worst. With a sorrowful expression, Yang Xiaohua lamented, what if we never receive assistance? Sao Yun honestly, do you believe you are suffering greatly at present? Yang Xiaohua replied, it is not particularly dire. Compared to those who have perished in this incident, we are fortunate indeed. Many in similar situations may not have our good fortune, access to food and water, shelter from the elements, and the company of each other. All of this counts as blessings. Zhao Jun affirmed, thus, we should not dwell on whether help will arrive. It would be wonderful if it does, but we are capable of surviving even without it. Are we not? Furthermore, we still hold hope for rescue. Therefore, regardless of what transpires, we must not lose heart. Given our current circumstances, there is no reason to despair. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Xiaohua remarked, I do not wish to give up. I merely find myself reminiscing about my former life. Sao Yun Qiaoyun. Who wouldn't he long for such a life? In a world filled with electricity, indulging in mobile games, watching television, playing games, and going out on dates to catch a movie, does it not sound delightful? Yet, the circumstances do not permit it. That is simply the reality. Yang Xiaohua inquired, Captain, if you were to return to society, what would you intend to do? Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and replied, if I could return, surely I would start a live stream, create an account, and declare myself a survivor of a plane crash, sharing tales of my life on a deserted island. How I managed to survive, embellishing the stories. I would undoubtedly receive a fair amount of tips. Yang Xiaohua responded, that does sound appealing, but may not last long. After a few months, people's interest will wane. Zhao Jun said, what need is there for longevity? If there is money to be made, I would seize the opportunity. Besides, I had purchased insurance for this flight. It should cover some of the costs, right? Regardless, life will surely be more bearable. Yang Xiaohua remarked, insurance has been purchased. But how much will it compensate? I'm not certain. I didn't scrutinize the details. What about you, Xiaohua? What do you wish to pursue? Zhao Jun countered. Yang Xiaohua contemplated and replied, I believe I would acquiesce to my parents and consider arranged dating. I have never been in a relationship. Sao Yun, head smiling, teased. But if you cannot leave, would that mean you never experience love? Yang Xiaohua gazed at Zhao Jun and said, that is not necessarily true. Even if I cannot leave, there is still you. Isn't there? Zhao Jun recalled Yang Xiaohua's earlier words, which indeed hinted at a confession. However, due to the presence of Qin Xiyuan and myriad complications, he had not allowed himself to entertain such thoughts. With the wolf pack gone and Fong Sidong and Jack having departed, Zhao Jun's mind began to wander, prompting him to say, but I have Sister Yuan. Yang Xiaohua sighed. There's only one man here. Are you suggesting Sister Yuan should monopolize you? It is not just me. The other sisters in the end will also. Yang Xiaohua's words trailed off abruptly. Zhao Jun pressed. What about the other sisters? Yang Xiaohua retorted. You are reveling in your fortune, enjoying the blessings of many. You are even more fortunate than Wei Xiaobao, who only had 7 wives. Zhao Jun blinked and asked, are you suggesting that you all will become my wives? Yang Xiaohua blushed and replied, I did not say that. However, I cannot speak for the others. My feelings are clear to you. I do not mind that you are with Sister Yuan, but I wish to experience the sensation of being in love. I have never felt that before, and I do not want to upset Sister Yuan. Zhao Jun felt a stir in his heart. Reaching out to grasp Yang Xiaohua's small hand as he said, are you implying that we should secretly date? Yang Xiaohua shyly withdrew her hand, casting a glance at Dualma and said, let's discuss this later. I am not ready for that at the moment. Yang Xiaohua was contemplating the possibility of venturing outside. If she could indeed escape, she would certainly not pursue a relationship with Zhao Jun. However, if she remained confined, Zhao Jun was the only man present. While Norma was also a man, he appeared more like a servant, and being of mixed heritage, he did not align with the aesthetic preferences of an Eastern woman. Furthermore, there was an ingrained perception of Norma as a wild man, making it implausible for her to choose him. Thus, Her options were limited to one, Zhao Jun presently. Qin Xiyuan had already become Zhao Jun's woman, a fact that required no further elaboration. Dolma had also firmly acknowledged Zhao Jun as her own. Yang Xiaohua had expressed her feelings to Zhao Jun, and Taluna held profound gratitude towards him, her heart silently inclined. This had resulted in 4 women being firmly ensconced in Zhao Jun's sphere of influence. Chapter 77. The death of Fong Sidong. As for the other women, such as Su Xinxu, a noble woman, she had yet to contemplate this matter. However, Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun, who relied on Zhao Jun, were rather proud and possessed the ability for self-sufficiency, showcasing their independence. Su Ruoyu, still somewhat naive regarding such affairs, had not given it much thought. Though she undoubtedly harbored feelings for Zhao Jun currently, Zhao Jun enjoyed a favorable reputation among them. Yet he needed to invest time and effort to establish his place in their hearts. With a playful smile, Zhao Jun began to joke with Yang Xiaohua when suddenly a loud gunshot echoed, striking a tree beside him. Reacting with remarkable speed, he discerned the shooter's position from the sound and rolled to the ground, tackling Duolma and Yang Xiaohua to safety behind a large tree. More gunfire erupted, but again, the bullets merely struck the tree. Yang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. Who could that be? Zhao Jun fired several shots in the direction of the gunfire and replied, I don't know. Could it be? Could they be coming back to kill us? Yang Xiaohua's face turned pale. Zhao Jun, too, felt a jolt of alarm. He had initially doubted Jack's intentions in taking Fong Sidong, yet he hadn't considered the possibility that they might return to attack. Upon reflection, such a scenario seemed increasingly plausible. With Fong Sidong and Jack, along with their weaponry, they would indeed pose a formidable threat. Seeing Zhao Jun lost in thought, Yang Xiaohua grew anxious and urged, What should we do? Zhao Jun called out loudly, Is it Fong Sidong and Jack? His voice rang out, but no response came. He quickly shed his clothes, using bamboo to hoist them outside the tree, but unexpectedly, no gunfire ensued. Slapping his forehead, he donned his clothes once more and declared, This is bad. They might have reached the cave. Yang Xiaohua insisted, We must hurry back. Zhao Jun warned Duolma, It's dangerous. We need to return, but be cautious. Through gestures and words, Duolma grasped his meaning and nodded. Zhao Jun, accompanied by Yang Xiaohua and Duolma, raced toward the cave, having previously dismissed any imminent danger. Zhao Jun was armed only with a katana and a rifle, while Yang Xiaohua wielded a spear and Duolma carried a bow and arrows. As the trio neared their destination, the sound of gunfire resonated, causing Zhao Jun's heart to sink. He took cover behind a rock and cautiously peered ahead. Indeed, Fong Sidong and Jack were assaulting the cave, while Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang defended the entrance with their firearms, and Jack seemed poised to throw a grenade. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Jun immediately fired a shot. Hearing the gunfire, Jack crouched down to evade, ceasing his attack on the cave entrance. Yun Shuang and the others returned fire, executing a pincer movement. Fong Sidong and Jack had initially intended to ambush Zhao Jun, but their lack of marksmanship thwarted their efforts. Deciding quickly, they advanced toward the cave, aiming to seize control. Although they were aware of Yun Shuang and her companion's heightened vigilance, Duolma had timely spotted Fong Sidong and Jack, issuing a warning that resulted in their failure to capture the cave, instead finding themselves caught in Zhao Jun's counterattack. Zhao Jun continued to fire his weapon, while Dolma loosed arrows. After several exchanges, Fong Sidong and Jack, caught in a crossfire, sustained injuries. Fong Sidong's wounds were more severe, while Jack's were comparatively lighter. However, the prevailing situation was exceedingly dire for them. After a frantic barrage, Jack, during a moment of reloading, shouted, Zhao Jun, stop firing. Zhao Jun, unfazed, persisted with his attack, acutely aware that there was no room for negotiation. It was a matter of survival. Either he or Jack would prevail. Suddenly, Jack hurled 2 grenades, resulting in thunderous explosions that forced Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang to take cover. Seizing the opportunity, Jack disregarded Fong Sidong and made his escape amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing Jack's retreat, Zhao Jun hesitated to pursue and hurried instead to the cave, where he found everyone unharmed, which brought him a moment of relief. However, Fong Sidong, having been shot in the chest, was bleeding profusely and his condition was critical. Zhao Jun instructed Noma and Dolma to remain vigilant on the high platform while he carried Fong Sidong into the cave. Fong Sidong, clutching his chest, was struggling to breathe. And Yun Shuang expressed her fears about his survival. Zhao Jun, gritting his teeth, declared, "Even if he could be saved, I wouldn't." Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "How could they have come back? I truly did not foresee this. It was my oversight. I should have anticipated it sooner, nearly allowing them to succeed." Zhao Jun replied gravely. Yun Shuang added, "Regardless, we are all safe for now, but Jack remains a concern." At that moment, Fong Sitong abruptly sat up, exclaiming in pain, "It hurts." Despite his grave injuries, his unexpected lucidity took Zhao Jun and the others by surprise. Reflecting on this, they considered it a flicker of life before death. Fong Sitong leaned against a rock, holding his chest, and lamented, "Alas, I have failed." Zhao Jun inquired, "What do you intend to achieve by returning?" "Where's Lucy?" Fong Sitong replied, "We return to kill you, after which all the resources on this island would belong to Jack and me, including you women." His words, spoken in a moment of impending death, revealed the truth. The women, hearing this, were filled with indignation. Zhao Jun pressed further, "Did Lucy consent to your plans?" "Lucy? You mean Jack's girlfriend?" "She was knocked out by Jack and is unaware of everything," Fong Sitong explained. Zhao Jun asked, "When did you return?" To which Fong Sitong responded, "Last night." Zhao Jun grasped Fong Sitong's shoulders and asked, "Where is your boat hidden?" Fong Sitong suddenly burst into laughter, chuckling for quite some time before saying, "Zhao Jun, promise me one thing, and I will tell you." Zhao Jun nodded, "Speak." "After I die, bury me, and collect my ashes. When rescue arrives, bring me back. I wish to return to my roots," Fong Sitong said. The people of Huaxia hold dear the notion of returning to one's roots, and Fong Sitong was no exception. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall comply. This matter is not particularly challenging, rather quite simple." Fong Sitong expressed his gratitude, but who could have anticipated that upon receiving Zhao Jun's affirmation, he would suddenly weaken, his eyes widening as his pupils began to contract, ultimately succumbing to death. Zhao Jun reached out to check Fong Sitong's breath, assessing his pulse and heartbeat, confirming that Fong Sitong had indeed passed away. A mix of sorrow and elation washed over him. He felt joy that this scoundrel had finally met his end, yet lamented that he had not revealed Jack's whereabouts. Jack had become an exceedingly dangerous figure, his weaponry far too advanced. Chapter 78, Without Further Contemplation. Zhao Jun gently closed Fong Sitong's eyes and remarked, "The deceased must be treated with utmost respect. Let's first move him out, and once we have dealt with Jack, we shall adhere to his wishes." Yun Shuang furrowed her brows and replied, "However, we have no knowledge of Jack's whereabouts at present, which poses a significant danger." Zhao Jun scoffed, "After all we have endured, are we truly afraid of one Jack? I shall eliminate him in due time. Everyone, muster your spirits and enforce a strict state of alert." As he spoke, Zhao Jun carried Fong Sitong's lifeless body outside, and upon witnessing this, Noma rushed over to assist him. Together, they placed Fong Sitong's remains into a pit and proceeded to cover it with earth. "Sao yu mumu, Fong Sitong. Though we are adversaries, we are both of the Huaxiao lineage. I shall fulfill your requests, and upon my return to the real world, I will offer you paper money. Please bless us to navigate through this crisis." Having attended to these arrangements, Zhao Jun re-entered the cave, while Noma and Doma remained outside. The women huddled together, anxiously awaiting Zhao Jun's return. He seated himself among them and declared, "I am here to allocate personnel to confront Jack." Yun Shuang inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Zhao Jun replied, "When Jack fled, he appeared to be injured. I believe we must take the initiative. We can no longer remain passive." They arrived by boat, which is sizable and should be easy to locate. "If we search along the coastline, we are bound to find them." Yao Qiaoyun agreed, "Indeed, that makes sense." Tao Luna added, "We have indeed been rather passive, which is unfavorable. However, if we choose to strike first, what if he seizes control of this cave? This location is easy to attack, but difficult to defend. He possesses grenades. If he occupies it, reclaiming it will be quite a challenge." Zhao Jun sighed. "That is indeed a critical concern. We cannot afford to send too few to search for him, nor can we leave the cave under strength, and all must possess combat capabilities." Yun Shuang, visibly troubled, remarked, "Yes, therein lies our predicament. In terms of fighting strength, our numbers are limited, and Jack's weaponry is superior to ours. Simply increasing our numbers will not suffice. Is it truly feasible to split our forces?" After contemplating, Zhao Jun asserted, "Doma, Yao Qiaoyun, and I will venture forth to seek Jack's hiding place, while the others remain in the cave. Sister Shuang and Xiaohua, both of you should arm yourselves, along with Noma. The rest must muster their courage. It should not pose a significant issue. Then what about the three of you? Yun Shuang hesitated to finish her thought. Zhao Jun reassured her, we shall be fine, do not worry. Rather, it is you all who must be cautious. Yun Shuang interjected, as long as we can detect Jack in a timely manner, he shall not succeed. Today, he and Fong Sidong attempted a surprise attack. Yet we were able to thwart their advance. We shall be even more vigilant now. Thus, I believe there is no cause for concern. Zhao Jun nodded, very well. We must act swiftly. Everyone, rally your spirits. Once we deal with Jack, our days ahead will be far more manageable. Yao Qiaoyun gave a bitter smile and remarked, first, there was the wolf pack, then Fong Sidong, followed by Jack. Now, Jack has struck again, and each time I thought we had resolved the issues, only to find that peace eludes us once more. I wonder if this time it will truly be settled. Zhao Jun paused momentarily and replied, one can only hope. I believe we are all weary. The crises seem never-ending. Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun, and Dualma proceeded outdoors, while Noma and Su Xinxu observed the surroundings from a high platform. Su Ruoyu and Qin Xiyuan were below the platform, equipped with binoculars. Taluna, Yun Shuang, and Yang Xiaohua sat at the cave entrance, guns in hand, vigilant and unyielding. Occasionally, Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua would patrol between the platform and the cave entrance, armed and alert. As Zhao Jun and the others approached the seaside, they began to search along the coastline. The land they occupied was open and unobstructed, allowing them to move with relative ease. However, as they ventured further, they would encounter dense forests and rocky shores, where Jack could be concealed in any shadow, posing a grave threat. Yao Qiaoyun pondered aloud. When Fong Sidong was on the brink of death, he claimed that Lucy had been drugged by Jack. Do you think there is any truth to that? Zhao Jun contemplated her words and replied, in Fong Sidong's situation, it seems unnecessary for him to deceive us. Lucy would likely oppose Jack's actions, so it is entirely plausible that she was incapacitated instead of being killed outright. Yao Qiaoyun sighed. Given Jack's madness, it would not be surprising if he did commit murder. Men can be truly terrifying. Zhao Jun interjected, Hey, don't generalize. I'm a man too. Am I also to be feared? Yao Qiaoyun countered, upon reflection. You and Jack are not so different after all. At her words, Zhao Jun nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, for heaven's sake, Qiaoyun, what do you mean by that? Yao Qiaoyun chuckled, covering her mouth. There is reason behind my words. Jack desires to survive on this deserted island, and you secretly harbor similar ambitions, do you not? Jack wishes to possess all the women on this island, and deep down, you two long for everything, albeit your methods are far more refined. Jack resorts to force, which is repugnant, while you are industrious and eloquent, gaining people's consent. Am I not correct? Zhao Jun retorted. That is sheer nonsense. I have not contemplated such things. Yao Qiaoyun tilted her head and asked, are you truly not thinking of it? Zhao Jun hesitated for a moment before assertively stating, of course, I have not thought of it. I fell from an airplane onto this deserted island, solely focused on survival, food, water, storms, and more. Later, the wolf pack, various beasts, Fong Sidong, and Jack emerged, one crisis after another. I hardly had time to ponder such trivialities. Everything was for the sake of survival. Occasionally, I might think about living better, but there is nothing akin to what you suggest. I already have Sister Yuan. Beyond that, I have not considered much. I have even turned down Dualma. Why do you not believe me? Yao Qiaoyun nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head, saying, your perspective is both reasonable and unreasonable. However, this does not preclude your desire for beautiful things. Zhao Jun curled his lip and responded, feel free to think as you wish. It matters not to me. Consequently, Yao Qiaoyun resolved to abandon the topic, stating, in a moment, we shall enter the dense forest, where Jack may be concealed in any nook. We must remain vigilant and not allow ourselves a moment's carelessness. Zhao Jun replied, indeed. You should also speak with Dolma about this. Chapter 79. Jealousy. As the trio conversed, they entered the dense forest, falling silent to keenly listen for any sounds. Apart from the chirping of birds and the hum of insects, there was an eerie stillness. Zhao Jun and his companions dared not let their guard down, meticulously searching their surroundings. After approximately half an hour, Dolma suddenly tugged at Zhao Jun's sleeve and crouched behind a large tree. Zhao Jun looked at Dolma in puzzlement. Yao Qiaoyun quickly engaged in hushed conversation with Dolma, before declaring, "She has spotted something. There is a boat not far from here." Zhao Jun stood and squinted ahead, indeed spotting a sailboat, confirming that Jack had concealed the vessel here. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun remained cautious. Jack's firearm was exceedingly formidable, and he might not even be on the boat. If he lay in wait elsewhere, their reckless advance would render them mere targets. After a moment of observation, Zhao Jun noted no immediate threat and cautiously approached the direction of the sailboat. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a gunshot rang out. The shot came from the boat, and Zhao Jun quickly discerned the direction, prompting the trio to take cover behind a rock. "Zhao Jun, did you expect this?" "I've returned to kill." Jack's voice echoed menacingly. "You could have survived quite well. Why return to seek death?" "Sao Yun retorted." Jack laughed heartily. "Who has to say who will die first?" "Jack, what is the necessity of this?" Zhao Jun inquired. "Why engage in such pointless chatter? If you have the guts, come at me." Jack challenged boldly. Zhao Jun, of course, was not so foolish, yet he feared Jack might throw grenades. He cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Observing Jack facing them, firearm in hand, with the unconscious Lucy used as a human shield, it appeared Fong Sidong had not lied. Lucy had indeed been incapacitated by Jack, who now madly employed her as a shield. Zhao Jun felt a wave of pity for Lucy, burdened with such a fiancé. What sins had she committed in a past life to deserve this? However, even so, if Zhao Jun had the opportunity, he would not hesitate to fire. They were not close to Lucy and would not jeopardize their safety for someone they barely knew. As Zhao Jun scrutinized Jack, he noted the pallor of his face, indicating he had sustained injuries during the recent fierce battle at the cave entrance, though the severity remained uncertain. He withdrew his head and called out, "Jack, this is futile. Lucy has no ties to us. Rather, she is your fiancée. Using her as a hostage is nothing short of a joke." Jack's eyes widened in fury. "Who said I intended to use her as a hostage? She is merely my shield. You may shoot at will, and I'll pinpoint your locations, then obliterate you with a grenade." Zhao Jun assessed the distance and deemed it precarious. Should Jack hurl grenades their way, they would still be at risk. He gestured for Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma to retreat a few steps. Ultimately, they took cover among trees and rocks, at a safe distance to evade the threat of Jack's grenades. Yao Qiaoyun clearly discerned that Jack was holding Lucy hostage, who lay unconscious. The space was rather confined, with Zhao Jun positioned centrally, flanked closely by Dolma and Yao Qiaoyun. This proximity stirred a sense of exhilaration within Zhao Jun, uncertain of where to place his hands. He inadvertently rested them on their waists. Yao Qiaoyun noticed and shot him a glare. Embarrassed, Zhao Jun stammered, "It's too cramped. I didn't mean to." Dolma, however, appeared unperturbed by Zhao Jun's unwarranted advantage, choosing not to voice any objections. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun grew bolder, prompting Yao Qiaoyun to whisper, "Could you behave yourself? We are facing an enemy." Clearing his throat, Zhao Jun reluctantly withdrew his hands. Dolma, grinning at Zhao Jun, seemed to harbor no grievance regarding his indiscretion. Having already set her heart on him, she felt a pang of sorrow from his previous rejection, but now perceived his interest in her, which brought her delight. Yao Qiaoyun, witnessing this, felt exasperated and asked, "Zhao Jun, what shall we do now?" Zhao Jun observed Jack aboard the vessel and declared, regardless of the circumstances, "This man must be eliminated. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. Even if they depart by boat, they could very well return to strike again." "But what about Lucy?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired anxiously. Zhao Jun replied resignedly, "I fear we cannot prioritize her safety. Are we to kill Lucy as well?" Yao Qiaoyun protested, her heart pained. Zhao Jun countered, "If it comes to gunfire, who can assure her safety? Jack does not regard her life, and we bear no responsibility or obligation." Yao Qiaoyun sighed. "Lucy is a good person. Her death would be truly regrettable." Zhao Jun gazed at Lucy's alluring figure and remarked, "It is indeed somewhat regrettable." Yao Qiaoyun asserted, "Then it is better for her to perish." Zhao Jun, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean? You certainly have your eyes on her. What? Are Qin Xiyuan Dolma and Yang Xiaohua not enough for you? Do you wish for more?" Yao Qiaoyun retorted sharply. Zhao Jun tilted his head and said, "Why do I sense a hint of jealousy in your tone? Who is jealous?" Nonsense. Yao Qiaoyun pouted. Zhao Jun chuckled. Regardless, I perceive a sourness in your words. You must be jealous. Yao Qiaoyun stubbornly replied. I am not. Do not be absurd. I have no feelings for you. Zhao Jun shrugged. All right, you are not jealous. Perhaps I am overthinking. For now, let us contemplate how to breach their defenses. If Jack departs with the ship, we shall be unable to pursue him, and none can predict when he might launch a surprise attack. Thus, we must not allow him to escape. Yao Qiaoyun pursed her lips and said, It is infuriating. I had hoped they would assist us in calling for help. Yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Rescue is now out of the question. At that moment, Jack picked up a loudspeaker and proclaimed, Zhao Jun, I shall no longer indulge you. I will take my leave now, but do not expect peace, for I may return at any moment. As Jack spoke, he began to maneuver the sailboat, prompting Zhao Jun to feel a surge of urgency. He thought to himself, I cannot allow him to depart so easily. Otherwise, I shall live in perpetual anxiety. Zhao Jun, disregarding Lucy's safety, immediately fired his weapon, causing Jack to instinctively crouch to evade the bullet. At that moment, Lucy gradually regained consciousness, still bewildered by the unfolding events. She inquired with astonishment, Jack, what is happening? Where are we? Chapter 80 Negotiation. At this moment, Jack was too preoccupied to respond to Lucy, as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire towards Zhao Jun and his men with his 406 Hong Kong dollars. After expending an entire magazine, he paused to reload. Jack and his companions had ventured out fully prepared for the peril, armed with an ample supply of ammunition. Lucy inquired once more, Where are we, Jack? Still disoriented from the confusion, she felt dizzy from Jack's previous actions. At that moment, Zhao Jun shouted, Jack, if you have guts, don't flee. Let's battle it out for 300 rounds. Startled by Zhao Jun's voice, Lucy exclaimed incredulously, How do we end up back here? Jack, what does this mean? Jack replied fiercely, Forget why we returned. Zhao Jun intends to kill us. If you wish to survive, we must resist together. Lucy, perplexed, asked, Why does he want to kill us? What about Fong Sidong? Jack grimly responded, Fong Sidong has already been slain by them. They are a band of lunatics. To survive, we must fight back. Now grab a weapon. Still struggling to comprehend the situation, Lucy felt her mind clouded with confusion. Zhao Jun fired a few rounds, realizing their ineffectiveness, and ceased shooting, contemplating a charge, but wary of Jack's firepower. Yao Qiaoyun grew anxious, stating, This is wrong. If they set sail, we won't catch up. When will they return? We would be left in constant dread. Zhao Jun had voiced this concern earlier, and he understood its gravity. After a moment of silence, he suddenly called out, Jack, don't rush off just yet. While preparing, Jack responded, What do you wish to convey? Zhao Jun exclaimed, Lucy has regained consciousness? You must be severely injured. Venturing out to sea in your condition is perilous. You might perish in the ocean. In truth, Jack's injuries were not insignificant. Yet the ample supplies in their medical kit ensured he was not in immediate danger. Nevertheless, setting sail under such circumstances was indeed precarious. Lucy then noticed Jack's wounds and panicked, saying, Oh no, your injuries. Jack shook his head, I'm fine. I'm uncertain about what has transpired, but we should not be at odds with Zhao Jun. We ought to coexist peacefully. You should focus on healing before we set sail. Jack countered, That's no longer an option. Perhaps there was a chance before, but now they will undoubtedly not let me go. If we stay, I will only meet my demise at their hands. Lucy, confused, asked why. Jack insisted, Do not concern yourself with that. They will not spare me. Frustrated, Lucy grasped Jack's hand and demanded, You must explain what has happened. Otherwise, I will not leave. Jack hesitated before saying, Do you doubt me? Regardless of what has transpired, Zhao Jun is firing at us, which you have witnessed with your own eyes. Can you not trust me and instead place your faith in someone who is shooting at you? Lucy pondered this for a moment, yet she could not fathom how they had returned to this place. Jack hoisted the sail, preparing to depart, but Zhao Jun, observing from a distance, realized that it was imperative to prevent Jack from leaving. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired several shots, ripping the sail and striking the mast above, rendering their vessel powerless. Jack and Lucy's sailboat, devoid of any means of propulsion, found itself in a perilous situation. Jack yelled in frustration, wildly shooting at Zhao Jun, but the latter's well-concealed position rendered Jack's efforts futile. With only 3 grenades remaining, Jack contemplated throwing them, but reconsidered, recognizing their critical importance. Realizing their escape was impossible, Lucy implored, Jack, tell me, why are we here? Why do they wish to kill us? Speak quickly. Perhaps I can negotiate with them. Jack pressed his lips together and replied, what I have to say may anger you. Lucy, hastily responding, said, what reason do I have to be angry? I have no time for anger. Just tell me. Jack confessed, I actually decided to return with Fong Sitong. Return for what? Lucy questioned. After a moment's hesitation, Jack admitted, to take revenge on Zhao Jun and his group. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief. Revenge? Have you killed anyone? Jack shook his head. No. There should be no casualties on their side, but Fong Sitong is likely in a dire situation. Furious, Lucy exclaimed, we had already left. Why provoke trouble? Now look, they are pursuing us. What were you thinking? Jack sighed, I was simply too infuriated, so well, it's done now. We returned, and we must figure out how to handle this. Please, do not blame me any further. Say nothing more. I will speak with Zhao Jun, Lucy declared. Jack's eyes widened in alarm. What will you say to him? Negotiation. What else? Lucy retorted. After damaging the sail with several shots, Zhao Jun ceased firing and continued to monitor the boat's movements, prepared to shoot if Jack attempted to disembark. At that moment, he heard Lucy calling out, Mr. Zhao, please do not shoot. I have something to say. Zhao Jun exchanged glances with Yao Qiaoyun before asking, what do you wish to say? Lucy replied, I sincerely apologize for this situation, but I hope you can give Jack and me a chance. I promise to take Jack away from here and never return. And I will also seek assistance for you. Zhao Jun responded coldly, your words are pleasant, but do you think I would believe you? Jack has become unhinged, ambushing us. I nearly lost my life at his hands, and he attacked our hideout. Given our past experiences, we can no longer trust Jack. I assure you, Lucy insisted. Zhao Jun laughed mockingly. U.S. Shulman? How can you possibly guarantee that? I must tell you, you are incapable of ensuring your own survival. Do you understand? Lucy exclaimed. Even if it costs me my life, I will never allow Jack to return. Zhao Jun sighed and replied, it appears you remain unaware. Tell me, do you understand why Fong Sitong and Jack have returned, yet you are oblivious to the unfolding events? Lucy paused momentarily, casting a glance at Jack, and said, let us set aside these matters for now and discuss how to resolve this situation. We cannot resort to mutual destruction. Chapter 81. The death of Jack. Zhao Jun said, Lucy, I need to clarify something with you. You were in a state of unconsciousness earlier, and Jack and I have been at a standoff for a while. Are you aware of how he treated you during that time? Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Jack interjected, Lucy, don't listen to his nonsense. Lucy replied calmly, I understand. Zhao Jun continued, he used you as a shield, placing you in front of him. If we had recklessly opened fire then, it could have hit you. Moreover, Fong Sitong, before his death, told us that you were drugged by Jack and brought back here. This matter is not your fault. We can refrain from confronting you, but we cannot condone Jack's actions. Lucy's expression darkened. She had suspected this all along, but did not want to believe it. Now that Zhao Jun had spoken it aloud, she felt a profound sadness at Jack's betrayal. Jack insisted, Lucy, do not fall for Zhao Jun's scheming. Lucy replied, pursing her lips, is he truly scheming? Is this all not true? Jack responded, I swear. What he says is absolutely false. Think about it. They were shooting without regard for your safety. And as for what he claims Fong Sitong said before dying, now that Fong Sitong is dead, he can say whatever he likes. Lucy countered, then why didn't I know you had returned? I was asleep. You did drug me. Jack opened his mouth, at a loss for words, before finally saying, I am your fiancé. They are mere strangers you have known for a few days. You must believe me. You need to stand by my side. Lucy smiled bitterly. So you disregard my safety? My life means nothing to you? Jack insisted. Things are not as you perceive, Lucy. Once this is over, I will explain everything to you, but we must leave here first. Lucy stood up abruptly, declaring, I see through you. She attempted to leap from the boat, but Jack pointed a gun at her, saying, get down. Where do you think you're going? Lucy looked at Jack, saying, I no longer wish to be with you. You are a complete madman. Jack retorted, I want to allow you to leave. Are you going to seek Zhao Jun? Have you surrendered? Well, it seems you two indeed have something going on. Lucy coldly replied, I will not seek him, nor do I want to be with you. I'm going elsewhere. Jack hurriedly warned, if you dare move, I will shoot. Lucy fixed her gaze on Jack, saying, go ahead and try. Jack, with a stern expression, replied, do not force my hand, Lucy. Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun noticed Lucy standing up, yet they did not fire. They observed that Lucy seemed to be arguing with Jack. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "What are they discussing?" Zhao Jun replied, "It appears they are indeed in a heated argument. Look at Lucy's movements." Yao Qiaoyun suggested, "Could it be that they're merely putting on a show for us?" Zhao Jun forced a smile and remarked, "Who can say? Yet, we must remain cautious. After all, they are in a romantic relationship." As he spoke, a sudden gunshot rang out from Jack, who had fired into the air. Lucy, caught off guard by the unexpected action, was momentarily stunned. With a quiver in her voice, she exclaimed, "Are you truly intending to kill me?" Jack, his expression cold, retorted, "If you insist on leaving me, I will indeed kill you." In defiance, Lucy stomped her foot and declared, "If you mean to kill me, then do it." Without further thought, she leaped from the boat. Just as she took a few steps, Jack aimed his gun at her back, commanding, "Come back, or I will shoot." Lucy responded defiantly, "Then go ahead and shoot." She walked on, but the sound of another gunshot echoed, and Jack had indeed fired at her. The bullet struck her back, causing her to collapse to the ground. Zhao Jun, witnessing the scene, realized that their confrontation was merely a performance, exchanging a knowing glance with Yao Qiaoyun. The three of them immediately rushed towards the sailboat. Jack, already injured and burdened by remorse for having shot Lucy, instinctively recoiled to avoid being struck by Zhao Jun's cold gunfire. It was only when Zhao Jun and the others drew near that Jack became aware. He immediately fired several rounds, and Zhao Jun leaped onto the boat, grappling with Jack. The two struggled fiercely for control of Jack's 406 Hong Kong dollars, tumbling over one another until they fell from the vessel. In a sudden move, Jack released his grip and disengaged the safety on a grenade. Observing this, Zhao Jun swiftly slapped the grenade aside and rolled away. The explosion that followed was thunderous, damaging the sailboat severely, with its structure irreparably compromised. Jack, struck by shrapnel, bled profusely, his prior injuries exacerbated. He attempted to pull the safety pins from 2 additional grenades, but was struck in the neck by an arrow shot by Dolma. Grasping his neck, blood gushed forth as he emitted choking sounds, clearly beyond salvation. With a fierce glare fixed upon Zhao Jun, Jack extended his hands towards him, only to have them fall limp as life fled his body. Zhao Jun finally exhaled in relief, sitting down beside the scene, panting heavily. The recent events had been perilously close to costing him his life. Once assured of safety, Yao Qiaoyun approached to assess Lucy's condition. Lucy lay unconscious. A bullet wound in her back, blood flowing ceaselessly. Promptly, she boarded the ship to retrieve a medical kit, extracting bandages and hemostatic agents to tend to Lucy's injuries. After catching his breath, Zhao Jun joined her to evaluate Lucy's state. The prognosis was grim. The bullet remained lodged within her body, a dire situation indeed. "Let us staunch the bleeding and transport her back," Zhao Jun suggested. Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement and began to apply the bandages. Once Zhao Jun confirmed Jack's demise, he retrieved a shovel from the ship and, alongside Dolma, dug a grave to lay Jack to rest. Upon completion, Zhao Jun, alongside Dolma, carefully transported Lucy into the cave. The sight of Lucy's condition left everyone astounded. Subsequently, Zhao Jun, accompanied by Noma, made several trips to retrieve all the items from the sailboat, including a medical kit, a solar-powered refrigerator, a barbecue grill, various canned foods, beverages, and alcoholic drinks, not to mention the 406 Hong Kong dollars and 2 grenades. Even the broken satellite phone was salvaged and placed alongside the previously discovered radio. Finally, he secured the completely damaged sailboat on the shore, ensuring everything was in order before concluding the task. Chapter 82. The surgery on board the sailboat. There were many items that Zhao Jun had yet to examine thoroughly. Nonetheless, he had gathered them all, intending to utilize them later. At that moment, Lucy had awakened. Zhao Jun approached her side and gently inquired, "Do you feel all right?" Lucy asked, "Where's Jack?" Zhao Jun shook his head, offering no answer, yet the implication was unmistakable. Tears streamed down Lucy's face, and, after a brief pause, she suddenly exclaimed, "Who among you can perform surgery?" The gathering comprised individuals from various professions, yet curiously, there was neither a doctor nor a nurse present. Zhao Jun shook his head again and replied, "There is no one." Lucy continued, "The bullet inside me must be removed. There are anesthetics in the medical kit, but no surgical instruments. Who among you would dare to help me remove it?" This request left everyone in a state of discomfort exchanging uncertain glances. Su Xinxu remarked, "This truly requires a professional. Otherwise, it could be excessively perilous." Yang Xiaohua added, "Indeed, this is not something to be taken lightly. If it remains inside, I fear I may also meet my demise. If you handle it incorrectly, I could die as well, but I would rather take that risk. Otherwise, the pain is unbearable," Lucy stated. Zhao Jun gathered everyone to deliberate on the matter. Upon learning that it involved performing surgery on Lucy, each person shook their head in refusal, declaring it impossible. Zhao Jun insisted, "Lucy's injury is severe. If the bullet is not removed, it poses a genuine threat. We must be courageous. But what if? What if something goes wrong?" Su Xinxu questioned. With a bittersweet smile, Lucy retorted, "I am not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Yun Shuang interjected, "We lack experience in this area. How can we perform surgery to extract a bullet? What if we inadvertently cause your death?" Lucy sighed, "If you do not assist me in removing it, I am likely to die anyway, and it will be a painful death. If you undertake the surgery, perhaps it could save me, or perhaps I will perish without suffering. I would rather you take the risk and perform the surgery." Zhao Jun responded, "We have no doctors here. No one dares to attempt this." With great difficulty, Lucy grasped Zhao Jun's hand and implored, "Mr. Zhao, please save me. Perform the surgery for me. I beg you." Zhao Jun hesitated. This truly is quite a challenge. Lucy, in desperation, urged, "You must help me. Otherwise, I will not survive the night. Consider my plea to you, Mr. Zhao. You cannot. Simply watch me die." Her voice grew weaker until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Jun stood in stunned silence for a moment before asking, "What should we do?" Yun Shuang replied, "What else is there? If the bullet is not removed, we cannot achieve complete hemostasis. And though it seems the bullet has not damaged any internal organs, it has obstructed a blood vessel. You must assist her in this surgery." Zhao Jun exclaimed in distress, "How can this be possible? I have never performed surgery before." Yun Shuang remarked, "There are numerous things you have yet to do. They must be done. Do you truly intend to watch Lucy perish before our eyes?" Qin Xiyuan replied, "Even if she dies before us, we cannot be blamed, can we? From what you say, it was her boyfriend Jack who harmed her." Su Xinxu, feeling a pang of compassion, said, "It would be dreadful to let her die. If there is a chance to save her, we should attempt to do so." Qin Xiyuan, indignant, countered, "If you wish to save her, then you do it. Do you dare to perform the surgery? Moreover, we possess no experience, and our equipment is inadequate. What if she dies during the operation?" Yao Qiaoyun added, "Surgery requires substantial blood loss. If we cannot provide a transfusion during the procedure, she will ultimately succumb. It would be best to bandage her wounds to prevent further bleeding. The bullet within her may not be fatal, though her future mobility might be compromised." Zhao Jun stood up, pacing back and forth, stating, "Let's first examine what is in the medical kit." The medical kit was as large as a suitcase, filled with various medications and equipment. It contained anesthetics, saline solutions, and even blood plasma. To their surprise, it also held a surgical knife and a shadowless lamp, all of which were essential for surgery. Everyone glanced at one another, realizing that if a doctor or even a nurse were present, they might indeed be able to operate on Lucy. However, now they had the tools but lacked the skilled hands. Zhao Jun gathered the items one by one, taking a deep breath, and declared, "I will do it." Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Can you?" she asked. Zhao Jun pursed his lips and replied, "I am uncertain if I can, but I must try. We cannot simply stand by and watch her die. Who among you is afraid of blood? Come and assist me." Xu Ruoyu and Su Xinxu stepped back in fright, unwilling to participate, and Qin Xiyuan and Tao Lunan shook their heads as well. Xiaofeng had not expected them to help, so he turned his gaze towards Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, and Yang Xiaohua. Norma and Dolma had no concept of surgery, thus they could offer no assistance. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head, saying, I cannot bear to see so much blood." Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun wished to refuse, but Zhao Jun insisted, "You two cannot decline. There is no one else. Besides, you will merely assist me. You need not wield the scalpel." After some contemplation, Yun Shuang conceded, "Very well." Yang Xiaohua, with no alternative, said, "Then you must act quickly. Otherwise, it will become too perilous. Everyone else, boil water. Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence the surgery." Cao Yun commended. Thus, everyone began to bustle about. Zhao Jun turned Lucy onto her side, positioning her on a relatively flat surface. He activated the surgical lamp, took a basin, poured a small amount of hydrogen peroxide into it, and immersed the surgical knife for sterilization. Various gauzes and hemostatic clamps were also readied. Approaching Lucy, Zhao Jun took a deep breath and said, "I am about to perform this surgery. Sister Xiaohua, please assist me by handing me items and wiping my sweat." Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. All right. Zhao Jun prepared to administer the blood plasma to Lucy, then proceeded to cut open her clothing, removing the dressings that had previously been applied. Due to the bullet obstructing the blood vessel, there was a temporary absence of blood flow, and he administered an anesthetic. Zhao Jun's hands trembled slightly as he endeavored to steady himself. Gritting his teeth, he commenced the surgery. As the scalpel made its incision, blood began to surge forth. Yun Shuang hastily retrieved gauze to absorb the blood. Upon spotting the bullet, Zhao Jun seized a pair of forceps, disregarding the potential harm to Lucy, and directly grasped the bullet. Chapter 83. Awakening Zhao Jun, gripping the bullet with a pair of pliers, inhaled deeply and swiftly extracted it. Blood gushed forth, prompting him to shout, "Hemostatic forceps." Yang Xiaohua promptly handed him the forceps, and he quickly clamped the vessel. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Zhao Jun's forehead, Yang Xiaohua gently wiped his brow with gauze. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang diligently soaked the gauze in blood as Zhao Jun began to stitch the wound. Lacking experience, his suturing was not particularly adept, yet it sufficed to staunch the bleeding. After much effort, Zhao Jun placed the instruments in hydrogen peroxide, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. Lucy was receiving saline in one hand to maintain hydration, while the other was connected to a blood substitute, her breathing steady. Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua boiled the gauze in hot water, then carefully cleaned Lucy's wounds, applying antiseptic ointment before wrapping them in fresh gauze. With a sense of apprehension, Yang Xiaohua remarked, "So much blood has been lost. I wonder if she can pull through." Zhao Jun, equally resigned, replied, "We must leave it to fate. At least the bullet has been removed." Yun Shuang added, "If we can get through tonight, she should be fine." After taking a moment to rest, Zhao Jun instructed them to tidy up before he and Norma ventured out to retrieve Fong Sitong's remains. They unearthed his body and set it ablaze, finally placing the ashes in a container and burying it deep within the cave. Having promised Fong Sitong, Zhao Jun felt a sense of psychological solace in fulfilling his obligation. After all, the deceased deserve respect. Should they escape, he would return Fong Sitong's ashes to Huaxia. "Fong Sitong, I have done my utmost for you. May you watch over us and ensure our endeavors are met with success," Zhao Jun murmured. As night fell, they gathered around the campfire after their meal, while Lucy remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yang Xiaohua checked on her for a while before joining the others, saying, "Her breathing is steady. She seems to be in a stable condition." Yun Shuang noted, "We still need someone to look after her tonight." Yang Xiaohua volunteered, "I will take care of her." Yun Shuang nodded, "If you find it too challenging later on, feel free to call for me to take over." Yang Xiaohua agreed. "All right, Sister Shuang." Yao Qiaoyun inquired. Zhao Jun, with the wolf pack and the issues with Fong Sitong and Jack resolved, what shall we do next? Su Xinxu sighed. "I had hoped they could call for rescue, but now that seems impossible." Zhao Jun replied, "The boat is damaged. Escape is not an option. Even if Lucy recovers, she cannot leave alone. We must abandon thoughts of rescue and instead pray that help finds us soon. Actively seeking aid is no longer feasible." Su Xinxu sighed again. "Indeed, we have had our fair share of misfortune." Zhao Jun reassured her, "We have been fortunate in many ways, despite the trials we have faced. No one has been seriously hurt, and your injury is healing swiftly. Moving forward, let us unite our efforts to improve our circumstances." Yun Shuang remarked, "Indeed, this is the only course of action available to us at present." Zhao Jun inquired, "How is the situation with the Hulong River progressing?" Yun Shuang replied, "If all goes well, we should be able to resolve it in 6 or 7 days." Zhao Jun nodded, "Then let us proceed. The plumbing will also take 3 to 4 days, as the connections need to be constructed on site. I also intend to erect a wall in front of this cave. What do you all think?" Yao Qiaoyun responded, "That indeed sounds like a significant undertaking." Zhao Jun stated, "Even substantial projects must be undertaken. I plan to build this wall outside the Hulong River, towering over 2 meters. We can have steps allowing us to gaze outward, thereby ensuring our safety is well protected. I believe it is worth the effort." Su Ruoyu added, Since it can guarantee our safety, let us proceed with it. Zhao Jun affirmed. Once this wall is completed, we will have 3 layers of protection. Even if wild beasts approach, we need not fear. The outermost layer will be traps, followed by the wall, and then the Hulong River. Even with enemies encroaching, we shall remain untroubled. Yun Shuang commented, that indeed sounds excellent. If that is the case, let us commence. Starting tomorrow, you will continue with the Hulong River matters, while I will handle the plumbing and begin felling large trees in preparation for the wall. Once everything is completed, it should take about a month. We may all need to exert ourselves a bit, but I hope everyone can unite in effort to accomplish this task. Cao Yun edit. Su Xinxu said, a little hardship is no issue, as it is all for a better life ahead. However, I am not skilled in these matters and may not be of much help. Zhao Jun chuckled. Learn to tidy up the cave environment, practice boiling water. Beyond that, there is little else expected of you. Do not overthink it. We are all part of a whole, sharing both honors and disgrace. There are no other considerations, and no one will speak ill of you, so rest easy. Su Xinxu bit her lip. Really? Zhao Jun assured her, of course it's true. I am a captain, and my word is final. Yao Qiaoyun smiled. Sister Su, we will not speak of anything untoward. You can trust us. After a while of conversation, they prepared for sleep. Yang Xiaohua watched over Lucy during the first half of the night, with Yun Shuang taking over for the latter half. Zhao Jun, having labored throughout the day, retired early. The next morning, Zhao Jun awoke. Before rising, he heard Yun Shuang joyfully exclaim, You're awake. Exiting, he saw Yun Shuang bending over to observe Lucy, who had opened her eyes but still appeared lethargic, her gaze lacking vitality. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, Lucy smiled gratefully and asked, Did you perform the surgery on me? Zhao Jun nodded. Indeed, it was quite a challenge, but fortunately, I did not cause your demise. Lucy replied, It wouldn't matter if you had. By the way, where is Jack's body? Zhao Jun responded, We buried him right where he fell. Lucy's already pallid countenance grew even more somber as she remarked, He has brought this upon himself. He cannot blame others. Zhao Jun offered consolation, saying, Do not overthink it. Focus on your recovery. Lucy replied, I am fine. You all should attend to your own matters and need not worry about me. The ship is severely damaged and likely beyond repair. It seems you will be unable to leave for the time being. Thus, we are now a team, and you need not stand on ceremony. It is evident that you are more gravely injured, so feel free to speak up if you need anything. Do not be overly reserved. Cao Yun's Tzitzit. Chapter 84. I wish to please you. Lucy cast a grateful glance at Zhao Jun and said, Thank you. Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, replying, There is no need for such formality. I've told you, it's unnecessary. You should rest for now. We will prepare some soup for you shortly. Lucy replied, No, it's all right. I cannot eat anything at the moment. Please assist me by hanging a bottle of glucose. Zhao Jun understood that Lucy had just undergone surgery the previous day, and given the complexity of the procedure, her appetite was understandably diminished. Maintaining her nutrition through intravenous fluids would suffice for now. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. Very well. By noon, after Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua had attended to some plumbing tasks, they returned to partake in a meal. Lucy appeared to be in significantly better spirits, with Su Xinxu by her side the entire time. Upon entering the room, Zhao Jun observed Su Xinxu gently feeding Lucy water. After a few sips, Lucy declined further, prompting Su Xinxu to set aside the cup and assist her in lying back comfortably. Lucy glanced at Zhao Jun and asked, Once I recover a bit more, if possible, may I go see Jack? Zhao Jun assured her, Of course, that won't be an issue. Once you're healed, I will take you. Lucy nodded and then turned her head away, closing her eyes. It was evident that Jack's death had profoundly affected her, and the timeline for her emotional recovery remained uncertain. Zhao Jun chose not to disturb her further. Lucy did not eat during lunch, which raised some concern among the group. In the afternoon, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua returned to work on the bamboo plumbing. As they arrived at the site where they had left off, Yang Xiaohua pondered aloud, Captain, do you really think Lucy can accept living with us? After all, we are the ones who killed Jack, and her relationship with him is undeniable. Zhao Jun paused momentarily, then sighed. That is indeed a difficult question. However, I believe that with the passage of time, she will have to come to terms with it, regardless of her current feelings. Yang Xiaohua continued, I noticed her demeanor seemed off during lunch. She was rather quiet. Perhaps it's simply due to her injuries, making it hard for her to speak. Yet after mentioning her desire to see Jack, she fell into silence, which is rather concerning. Zhao Jun queried, Are you suggesting that she might seek revenge against us? Yang Xiaohua shook her head. Revenge seems unlikely, considering Jack inflicted harm upon her. She is well aware of how she returned and knows that Jack was the one who incapacitated her. It is clear that Jack brought this upon himself. It cannot be blamed on us. Surely, she must understand this. Zhao Jun acknowledged her reasoning. You make a compelling point, but what she truly thinks remains uncertain. Initially, I did not consider this matter significant, but it seems I must have a sincere conversation with her. Yang Xiaohua encouraged, then do have that conversation. As Zhao Jun secured a bamboo pole and moved forward to the next task, Yang Xiaohua followed closely behind, observing the way he diligently worked. The sight of a man so committed to his responsibilities was undeniably captivating. Captain, do you think you might have feeling for Lucy? Yang Xiaohua suddenly inquired. Zhao Jun abruptly halted his actions, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, Why do you suddenly ask this? I was merely curious, Yang Xiaohua replied. With Lucy's splendid figure and her being a foreign woman, she must surely possess a certain allure for you, right? Zhao Jun chuckled. Your little mind is filled with such nonsensical thoughts. Do you really perceive me as such a superficial individual? A graceful lady is indeed worthy of admiration. Is that not so? Yang Xiaohua retorted, Well, that is not entirely shallow, haha. Zhao Jun continued, If I told you that I haven't given it much thought, would you believe me? I don't know, she answered. Zhao Jun scrutinized Yang Xiaohua from head to toe and remarked, In truth, having you by my side is more than enough. Yang Xiaohua quickly interjected, That's not true. It is clearly Sister Yuan who is accompanying you. Cao Yun replied, You could accompany me as well. Yang Xiaohua pouted, But you still have Dolma. Zhao Jun laughed heartily. I wouldn't mind adding one more to the mix. Yang Xiaohua blushed and exclaimed, You scoundrel. Zhao Jun chuckled. Did you just realize that? I have always been a scoundrel. As he reached out to grasp Yang Xiaohua's hand, she shyly darted away. Zhao Jun feigned seriousness. What is this? Are your previous words now meaningless? Yang Xiaohua protested. Not at all. I just haven't made up my mind. Still undecided? It's been quite a while. Zhao Jun responded. Yang Xiaohua countered. Perhaps we might receive rescue at any moment. Then what I said would be irrelevant. Zhao Jun replied. So once rescue arrives, I'll no longer be needed. Is that it? Yang Xiaohua hastily clarified. That's not what I meant. I meant that if we return to society, having Sister Yuan is sufficient for you, and I wouldn't be needed, would I? Zhao Jun shrugged. Think as you will. I'm here regardless. Whether you accept it or not, it is what it is. But I will treat you well. Yang Xiaohua bit her lip and pondered. Can a man truly like several women at the same time? Zhao Jun raised his chin and declared, Of course. Have you heard of Wei Xiaobao or Duan Jingshan? They are both examples of men who cherish multiple women. But this is merely fiction and does not count, Yang Xiaohua retorted. Zhao Jun contemplated and added, What was the name of that gambling king from Macau? He has 4 wives, and they all live harmoniously. Yang Xiaohua scoffed. It seems that you men really do have your fair share of scoundrels. Deep down, Yang Xiaohua indeed harbored feelings for Zhao Jun, having confessed her affections to him. However, she struggled to accept the idea of sharing him with Qin Xiyuan, fearing that Qin Xiyuan might not be able to cope with such an arrangement. Thus, within her heart, she wrestled with her emotions, often contemplating that if they could return to society, such complications would cease to exist. Zhao Jun continued his busy endeavors while Yang Xiaohua stood by, observing for a moment before joining him in his tasks. Cao Yun inquired, What activities did you enjoy in the past? Yang Xiaohua replied, Nothing particularly special. I grew up in the countryside, mostly tending to agricultural work. My favorite pastime was probably going to the market. Zhao Jun responded, Unfortunately, we have no markets around here. Why is that? Yang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Zhao Jun chuckled. I merely wish to please you. Is that not acceptable? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiaohua replied, If you truly wish to win my favor, then... At this point, her cheeks flushed, and she found herself unable to continue. Chapter 85. My surgery went well. Zhao Jun, filled with curiosity, inquired, What is it? Please tell me. Yang Xiaohua shook her head, replying, It's nothing. Suddenly, Zhao Jun seized Yang Xiaohua's wrist and insisted, What is it? If you don't tell me, I might just have to be rude. Yang Xiaohua, slightly flustered, asked, What do you intend to do? Zhao Jun grinned mischievously, saying, It's quite simple. I want to tickle you. As he spoke, he exhaled dramatically near his mouth, causing Yang Xiaohua to panic, exclaiming, All right, I'll tell you. Just don't tickle me. Zhao Jun then released her, and urged, "Go on." Yang Xiaohua said, "If you genuinely wish to please me, then you must create something for me." Zhao Jun queried, "What is it?" Yang Xiaohua replied, "A bucket, and it must have a lid." Hosith Sao Yun asked, "What do you need that for?" "We already have enough buckets." Yang Xiaohua explained, "I want it for my room to use at night, for, relieving myself." Zhao Jun suddenly understood. Indeed, everyone was currently using a concealed bucket for such purposes at night, which was rather inconvenient. "Now that you mention it, I'll make one for each of you. It will be much more convenient. Additionally, we should construct an outdoor toilet, as it will be useful for our gardening endeavors." Sao Yun declared. Yang Xiaohua joyfully embraced Zhao Jun's head and planted a kiss on his cheek, saying, "Thank you, Captain." After kissing, she released him and dashed away. Zhao Jun chuckled, touched his cheek, and mused, "You only know this trick. Can't you kiss me on the lips?" Later that evening, as they returned, Zhao Jun approached Lucy, who still had not begun to eat and appeared quite dejected. Zhao Jun began, "Lucy, there are some things I wish to clarify with you." Lucy turned to him and asked, "What is it?" "It pertains to Jack. His death is not really our fault," Zhao Jun stated. Lucy closed her eyes and replied, "I know, I don't blame you." Zhao Jun continued, "Though you say that, I suspect there is still a knot in your heart." Lucy opened her eyes and said, "It's not quite a knot. It's just that Jack's actions are hard for me to believe and accept. I cannot fathom why he would do such a thing. To be honest, if he hadn't T-shot me, I might even suspect this was all a conspiracy of yours." Zhao Jun sighed with a bitter smile. "I assure you, there was no conspiracy at all. Everything stemmed from Jack coming to provoke us. I believe you were kept in the dark as well." Lucy replied, "I was indeed puzzled as to why I was so drowsy, sleeping so deeply. When I awoke, I found myself back here, and you were shooting at us. It felt utterly surreal, and I could hardly believe it." Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, explained, "Given the circumstances, I cannot allow Jack to leave. If he returned once, he could certainly return again. Armed, he posed a great danger to us, hence I had to fire." Lucy shook her head, saying, "What you all are doing is quite normal. I truly did not expect Jack would actually fire at me." Zhao Jun replied, "In moments of losing one's sanity, a person can indeed commit any act. Do not be too disheartened." Lucy pressed her lips together and said, "I find myself somewhat concerned." "Concerned about what?" Zhao Jun inquired. Lucy responded, "I worry that you all might not accept me because of Jack." Zhao Jun laughed, saying, "That is unfounded. You are you, and Jack is Jack. You had no part in Jack's actions, so how could we possibly reject you? In fact, we are a bit worried that you might harbor resentment towards us for having killed Jack." Lucy replied, "That is not the case. I have no issues of acceptance. My life was saved by you all, and you have cared for me so greatly. I am filled with gratitude, not ill thoughts." "Then why do you still wish to see Jack?" Zhao Jun asked. Lucy pondered for a moment before saying, "I simply want to bid farewell to Jack. Regardless of everything, I shared beautiful memories with him, and I also wish to see the ship." "What do you want to see the ship for?" Zhao Jun asked curiously. Lucy explained, "I want to see if it can be repaired. If it can be fixed, I still desire to leave this place." Sao Yun forgets et. "That ship is utterly beyond repair. The hull is gone, and even if it were to be mended, it would be quite difficult for you to traverse the sea alone. Perhaps you should not dwell on this." Lucy said, "Mr. Zhao, thank you for informing me of this, but I still wish to see the ship before making a decision. Let's discuss it once your injury is healed. I will take you there," Zhao Jun replied. Lucy closed her eyes again, falling silent. Observing this, Sao Yun exited. Just as the group digging the protective river began to arrive one by one, Yun Shuang inquired, "How is Lucy?" "She is recovering quite well. In another couple of days, she should be able to walk. My surgery was rather successful. Wouldn't you agree? I have some skill," Zhao Jun boasted. Yun Shuang smiled. "I believe it is purely due to Lucy's years of adventuring that her body is resilient. Had it been someone else, the outcome would have been dire." Zhao Jun replied earnestly, "That is certainly a contributing factor. By the way, how is the progress on the river?" "Everything is going smoothly. We have ample manpower, and Norman is quite adept at his tasks, which alleviates our burden significantly. We should be finished in about a week," Yun Shuang explained. "Once the protective river is completed and the water pipes are in place, we will begin constructing the walls and then prepare for winter," Zhao Jun declared. Yun Shuang remarked, "Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about winter?" "Not at all. Autumn here is quite brief, and by the time it arrives, it will almost be winter. The temperature fluctuations are considerable, and we cannot afford to be careless," Zhao Jun asserted. Yun Shuang nodded, understood. During dinner that evening, Yang Xiaohua served a bowl of meat soup to Lucy, placing it before her. Lucy shook her head, saying, "I have no appetite." Zhao Jun approached, and as he settled beside Lucy, Yang Xiaohua offered the broth in her hands, saying, "Have a sip, it will aid your recovery, allowing you to regain your strength more swiftly. Surely you wish to recover soon," and set out to see the ship. Upon hearing this, Lucy nodded, realizing she had not eaten anything for a day and a night, surviving solely on a glucose nutrient solution. Zhao Jun gently supported Lucy as she sat up slightly, allowing her to lean against his chest. He then scooped the soup with a spoon from behind and slowly fed it to her, encircling her with care as she began to drink. Chapter 86. You have been here for quite some time. Lucy drank more than half a bowl, and when she could no longer manage, she said, "All right, I don't wish to drink anymore." Zhao Jun understood that Lucy, being gravely injured and in a melancholic state, must have little appetite, so he set the soup aside, gently wiped her mouth, and helped her recline comfortably. Lucy smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. As night fell and the temperature dropped, everyone gathered around the fire. It's so cold at this time of evening. If it were winter, wouldn't it be even colder? Zhao Jun replied, "That is undoubtedly true. It would surely be several degrees below zero." Su Xinxu voiced her concern. In that case, sleeping in the house might still be a bit chilly. Even though there are no gaps now and we have animal pelts, the temperature is still too low. Tao Luna added, "Indeed, I already feel a bit cold." Zhao Jun chuckled. "Then let us all sleep together. That should keep us warmer." Yun Shuang interjected, "You have quite the imagination." Zhao Jun awkwardly touched his nose and clarified, "I didn't mean for you to sleep with me. You can all sleep together." Tao Luna considered this and said, "That is actually a good idea." Su Xinxu mused, "If only we could install a heater in this cave, that would be wonderful." Zhao Jun pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "I fear that is rather impractical. A heater requires metal sheets and pipes. Where we find such materials? It's simply not feasible." Su Xinxu smiled. "I was merely speaking off the cuff. It is indeed quite challenging." Suddenly, Zhao Jun recalled the base where he had actually seen pipes. But that place had been blown up, and he feared the pipes had been damaged as well, making retrieval uncertain. As he shared his thoughts, Yao Qiaoyun exclaimed, "Why did you have to blow up such a valuable location? We could have stayed there." Zhao Jun sighed. "At that moment, I had no choice. If Feng Sidong had discovered us, he might have taken refuge there, surrounded by bullets, firearms, and explosives. I had to destroy it to ensure our safety. I have already salvaged what I could, and reflecting on it now, it is indeed regrettable that there were likely more useful items." Yun Shuang suggested, "Why don't we send more people tomorrow to search the ruins? If those pipes are indeed there, we could encircle the cave and our room with them, fill them with water, and then create a stove to boil water. Wouldn't that ensure we wouldn't feel cold at all at night?" It was a splendid idea, but its feasibility remained uncertain. Zhao Jun concluded, "Let us explore tomorrow and see what we can find." That night, as everyone settled down to sleep, Zhao Jun had barely lain down when Qin Xiyuan slipped in. He embraced her, feeling the softness in his arms, and his spirits soared. Qin Xiyuan gently caressed Zhao Jun's face and murmured, Jun, I miss you." After more than an hour, Zhao Jun sat up, contemplatively retrieving a pack of cigarettes he had scavenged from Jack's boat. 2 packs and 8 boxes, ample enough to last him for a while. He extracted a cigarette, stepped outside the room, ignited it by the fire, and exhaled clouds of smoke. The cave had a ventilation opening, and the fire consistently burned, allowing the smoke to rise. So he need not worry about the women being bothered by the scent. After a few puffs, Lucy suddenly remarked, "Not bad at all." Taken aback, Zhao Jun replied somewhat sheepishly, "Did I disturb you?" "I truly apologize." Lucy, with a hint of a smile, responded, "No, it's quite normal. You needn't apologize. By the way, Mr. Zhao, could you please feed me a bit more soup?" Blushing, she admitted that she had only consumed half a bowl of meat soup over the past 2 days and was indeed a bit hungry. Zhao Jun replied, "Of course. Just a moment." He proceeded to the cooking area, where some meat soup remained from dinner, placed it by the fire to warm, and filled a bowl. Returning to Lucy, he supported her as before, allowing her to lean against his chest, and began to feed her from behind. After a few sips, Lucy exclaimed, "It truly smells wonderful." Zhao Jun chuckled. "If you think so, then eat more." Nodding, Lucy comfortably continued her meal. Halfway through, Zhao Jun suddenly realized that both of his arms were resting against her. After a moment of contemplation, he chastised himself. Given her severe injuries, what was he thinking? This was truly unbecoming behavior. He forcibly redirected his thoughts and continued to feed Lucy. She then asked, "Mr. Zhao, did you have a girlfriend before?" Zhao Yun replied, "I suppose not." Lucy smiled and said, "Then you must not be too eager to leave here, right?" Zhao Jun responded, "Not exactly. I do wish to leave. After all, there's a constant threat to life here. Even a simple illness could be fatal. It's not like the carefree life outside. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 87. Did you have plans for me all along? Lucy remarked, "I see you here, seemingly enjoying yourself." Zhao Jun understood her implication and found it difficult to counter, simply replying, "Life is of greater importance, after all." Lucy chuckled softly and said, "You all seem to be living quite well, even planning to install heating. It's almost more comfortable than outside." Zhao Jun replied, "Whether we can accomplish that remains uncertain." After taking the last bite, Zhao Jun wiped Lucy's mouth. She then said, I need to use the restroom. Could you assist me?" Zhao Yun inhaled sharply, exclaiming. Lucy explained, "I was going to call someone else, but I didn't want to disturb them. Could you do me this favor?" Zhao Jun hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lucy reassured him. "What is there to fear? I'm not afraid." Reluctantly, Zhao Jun supported Lucy as they approached a simple toilet near the cave entrance, which consisted of a wooden bucket meant for nighttime use. A small tree provided some modesty, and by day, it served as fertilizer in the vegetable garden. Zhao Jun assisted Lucy to this location, but as she struggled to lower her pants, he felt it was rather inappropriate and considered letting go. However, Lucy swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, compelling Zhao Jun to continue his support. Once Lucy managed to settle on the bucket, Zhao Jun's gaze inadvertently drifted downward. The dim light obscured much, but the sounds and the sight of her fair thighs stirred his thoughts. After Lucy finished, she requested Zhao Jun to help her with her pants. As his hand brushed against her skin, he involuntarily recoiled, as if shocked. Seeing Zhao Jun's flustered expression, Lucy laughed and asked, "Is there an electric charge on me?" Zhao Jun stammered, "No." "Why did you shrink back so quickly?" Lucy inquired. He replied, "Well, it's customary for men and women to keep a distance. I was concerned I might offend you." Lucy shook her head. "Right now, I am merely a patient, and you are the doctor performing my procedure. Why worry about such things? As long as we don't dwell on it, everything is fine." Zhao Jun protested, "But I can't help but think about it." Lucy shot him a playful glare, exclaiming, "You are absolutely ridiculous. Why say such things?" Zhao Jun countered, "You are so beautiful and have such a lovely figure. How could I not have wandering thoughts?" Lucy retorted, "Hey, I'm still a patient, you know?" Zhao Jun grinned. All right, I won't think about it anymore." Lucy urged, "Then hurry and help me get dressed. It's quite cold." With a determined heart, Zhao Jun helped her into her pants and assisted her back outside. After she settled back down, Lucy suddenly said, "Zhao Jun, you're not secretly plotting something against me, are you? Were you pleased with Jack's death?" Being a typical Westerner, Lucy spoke her mind directly, without any circumlocution, leaving Zhao Jun momentarily stunned. "Yes, Yu, that is not the case at all. It's not as you imagine," he quickly replied. Lucy sighed. "Jack has always insisted that we had an affair, which is certainly a grave misrepresentation of our relationship. However, if you truly harbor such thoughts, and have for some time, then perhaps he is not entirely mistaken." Zhao Jun explained, "That is not quite the case. You must understand that we were never involved. Yet Jack chose to exploit this situation, which is quite evident. You cannot convict me based on your assumptions." Lucy shook her head and replied, "There is no need for such anxiety. I merely spoke out of turn. Regarding Jack's demise, I have stated before that I do not hold you accountable, and indeed, you are blameless." Zhao Jun said, "I hope you genuinely do not blame us, for otherwise, it is likely that you will carry a burden in your heart, which we certainly would not wish to see. I sincerely hope you can find some peace." Zhao Jun was genuinely concerned that Lucy might struggle to reconcile her feelings, which could complicate their living arrangements and potentially become a ticking time bomb. What if Lucy sought revenge? His worries were not unfounded, yet he could not voice them to her. Lucy remarked, "I understand. I am well aware of these matters." "Mr. Zhao, do you know how long I have known Jack?" Zhao Jun shook his head in bewilderment, responding, "I truly do not know." 10 years, Lucy murmured. Zhao Jun was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, 10 years? A hint of a smile graced Lucy's face, as if she longed for the days gone by. Indeed, in 3 days, it will be a full decade. We met at a summer camp, enjoyed delightful conversations, and bonded over shared interests, which led to our relationship. Over these 10 years, we have scaled Mount Everest and traversed the Indian Ocean. We have truly shared countless experiences, Lucy recounted. Zhao Jun expressed, I deeply regret this. Lucy replied with a bittersweet smile, there is no need for such sentiments. Honestly, it is difficult for me to fathom that he would act in such a manner. If not for my personal experience, I would find it hard to believe your words. Of course, I have considered whether you might grant him another chance, perhaps allowing him to leave instead of ending his life. Yet, your reasoning is sound. Under those circumstances, you would certainly not wish to let him go, as he could return at any moment, disrupting your peace. I have contemplated whether I could persuade him to cease his opposition to you, but that seems futile. He even aimed a gun at me, having completely lost his sanity. Your actions were justified. Zhao Jun lowered his head and said, yet, you still harbor some resentment towards us, do you not? Lucy pondered for a moment before gently nodding. He is still my fiancé. Despite his many faults, I still do not wish for his death. Tears streamed down Lucy's face, and Zhao Jun asked then, can you adjust your mindset? Lucy replied, I do not know. I will try. Additionally, if possible, I would like to repair the boat and leave this place. I hope you can understand my desire. Zhao Jun said, I certainly understand you. Once you have recovered, I shall assist you in repairing the boat. Lucy gazed at Zhao Jun, her gratitude evident as she replied, thank you. But what if you are unable to walk? What if the boat remains unfixable? Cao Yun inquired. Lucy pondered for a moment before responding, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. I am uncertain of what to do. Zhao Jun remarked, well, then, be sure to rest well. This will expedite your recovery. Lucy nodded softly and then closed her eyes. Chapter 88. Completion of Hulong River upon witnessing Lucy in slumber. Zhao Jun returned to his quarters and succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua resumed their task of retrieving bamboo pipes, with plans to venture to the small military base in the afternoon to see if they could unearth some metal pipes. As they busied themselves, Yang Xiaohua suddenly inquired, what were you up to last night? Zhao Jun was taken aback and replied, what do you mean by that? Yang Xiaohua tilted her head and remarked, I know you were busy with Sister Yuan, but later you were with Lucy, feeding her and assisting her to the restroom. I am fully aware of it. Clearing his throat, Zhao Jun responded, well, she is somewhat incapacitated, and I merely lent a hand. It's nothing of significance. You mustn't overthink it. Yang Xiaohua retorted, I am not overthinking. It seems my earlier conjectures were correct. Sooner or later, you will surely be with Lucy. Hm. Cao Yun quickly objected. Do not speak such nonsense. That is simply not the case. Pouting, Yang Xiaohua declared, the facts speak for themselves. You've been behaving that way with her. Yet you claim it means nothing? Who do you think you are fooling? Zhao Jun shook his head, asserting, if you were referring to someone else, I might concede. But with Lucy, it is genuinely implausible. Besides, once her health is restored and the boat is nearly repaired, she will leave. Jack's death still weighs heavily on her heart, and that burden is not easily dismissed. Therefore, the notion of anything between us is utterly preposterous. You are merely indulging in fanciful thinking. Yang Xiaohua widened her eyes in surprise and asked, she truly intends to leave? Once her injuries have healed, it will depend on whether the boat can be adequately repaired. If all goes smoothly, she will undoubtedly set out on her own, Zhao Jun explained. Yang Xiaohua responded, that would be beneficial. If she can leave, she might even assist us in calling for rescue. Zhao Jun sighed. I share that sentiment, but to speak candidly, it is perilous for her to travel alone. I am not certain of her success, especially given the state of the boat. I believe it will be quite challenging to repair. Yang Xiaohua remarked, that is beyond our control. In the afternoon, Zhao Jun brought along several individuals to the small military base. As Zhao Jun had previously detonated explosives there, it now lay in ruins. After a diligent search, they indeed discovered some metal pipes, which they promptly collected. However, the quantity was insufficient. In the ensuing days, whenever time permitted, everyone returned to gather more. 7 days elapsed, and the bamboo pipeline was completed, allowing the community to forego the arduous task of fetching water. They can now directly access spring water for the bamboo pipes. The presence of a reservoir meant a significant alleviation of their future burdens. The construction of Hulong River was nearing completion, with only the walls left to erect. The walls could only be constructed from large trees, representing a substantial undertaking that would require approximately a month to finalize. The metal pipes collected from the military base amounted to several dozen meters. Yet this was still far from adequate for such an expansive cavern, especially considering there were 10 houses within needing heating. Fortunately, a large furnace was discovered within the military base, albeit previously battered and flattened. Zhao Jun managed to repair it sufficiently for use. He devised a clever method, positioning iron pipes near the furnace, which then connected to bamboo tubes. This arrangement proved adequate, though the bamboo pipes posed a safety risk, as they would eventually carry hot water. Thus, they were placed lower to prevent any potential burns. Zhao Jun was resolute in his task, and after 2 days of diligent work, he had installed pipes throughout the cave and various rooms. When he tested the system that evening, the warmth was indeed delightful. Everyone was filled with excitement. Observing the smiles on their faces, Zhao Jun felt immense joy. He was relieved that they would not have to endure the cold this winter. Once the furnace heated the water and directed it through the pipes, it would allow for a continuous cycle, ensuring the warm water remained so throughout the night. However, Lucy appeared less enthused, her mood somewhat subdued. Nearly 10 days of recovery had restored her to a semblance of health. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Jun inquired, "Lucy, what are your thoughts on the heating system?" With a faint smile, she replied, "It's quite good, but doesn't pertain me much. I plan to check on Jack in the boat tomorrow." Zhao Jun took a seat beside her and asked, "Do you still wish to leave?" Lucy nodded, saying yes. "This place is not my home. I still want to depart, provided the boat can be repaired." Zhao Jun responded, "Then I will take you to see it tomorrow. Are you able to manage?" Lucy affirmed, "I am nearly fully recovered." Zhao Jun said, "Great, then let us go together." Yang Xiaohua interjected, "Sister Lucy, unless absolutely necessary. I believe it would be unwise for you to travel alone. It is far too dangerous." Lucy replied, "Thank you, but I must first assess the boat before making any plans." With her decision firmly stated, others felt it unwise to argue further. Yun Shuang then said, "Zhao Jun, starting tomorrow, we could begin constructing the wall. Where do you think it should be built?" After contemplating, Zhao Jun suggested, "At least 10 meters from the entrance of the cave. I want to create a courtyard, and a vegetable garden should also be enclosed within the wall." Yao Qiaoyun added, "By the way, at night, Norman sleeps outside without any heating, yet we do need someone to guard. I think we could build a wooden cabin at some point along the wall. It would allow him to observe the surroundings while keeping him warm with a fire pit." Zhao Jun snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "That's an excellent idea. I plan to construct the wall about 2 meters high, and on top of that, build a sturdy structure, nestled against the mountainside, providing ample height to withstand storms without concern. The cave is flanked by rocky walls on both sides, approximately 50 meters wide. We will enclose this area with a wall and erect a lookout post at the edge to make Norman's stay more comfortable." Early the next morning, Zhao Jun began to devise a plan. The wall did not necessitate excessive design. 2 meters from the opening lay a 2-meter-wide protective ditch, spanned by a wooden bridge that could be raised or lowered. Subsequently, he intended to erect a wall 15 meters from the protective ditch. Within this area, measuring 50 meters by 15 meters, he envisioned a pen for antelopes and rabbits on the left, while the right would accommodate several plots for cultivating wild vegetables. In the center, he imagined a courtyard, a sunlit space for drying clothes, and planting a few flowers for decorative purposes. Chapter 89. Building the wall, Zhao Jun directed his gaze towards the rocky walls on either side, which were smooth and resilient. However, equipped with some tools from the sailboat, such as axes, hammers, and drills, they could slowly carve out a hole. If a hole could be made, they could construct a dwelling outside, allowing Norma to sleep within the cave at night, where they could also kindle a fire. Zhao Jun summoned Yao Qiaoyun and Norma to share his vision. Upon hearing it, Norma readily agreed and commenced excavating a hole 3 meters high, situated 15 meters from the protective river. Meanwhile, the others began felling trees. They had already cut down some, but it was evident that it was still insufficient. After organizing the manpower, Lucy approached Zhao Jun and inquired, "Mr. Zhao, could you take me to see that ship?" Zhao Jun glanced at Lucy and asked, "Are we going today?" "Yes, you promised me yesterday," Lucy replied. "Very well, I shall take you there right away," Zhao Jun conceded. Armed with a pistol and a katana, he addressed Yun Shuang, "Continue your work. I will return shortly." Besides cutting trees, please gather some bamboo as well. I intend to construct a two-layered wall, one of timber and the other of bamboo, while also adorning the exterior with sharpened bamboo stakes for additional protection. Oh, the electric saw we retrieved from the sailboat is functional. It just needs to be recharged when the battery depletes. In addition to the solar-powered refrigerator, the sailboat was equipped with a basic solar generator. Although its power was modest, it could easily recharge flashlights and the electric saw. Their phones, though devoid of signal, were fully charged and could serve as flashlights and cameras, as well as keep time. Initially, they had a manual hand-crank generator, but the addition of the solar generator made things even more convenient. All right, Yun Shuang agreed. Zhao Jun then led Lucy towards the shore. On the way, he recounted, "At the moment you were shot by Jack, I seized the opportunity to board the ship. However, Jack had already pulled the pin on a grenade. After a scuffle, we both fell overboard, and as I leaped to the side, the grenade detonated, killing Jack and leaving the ship in utter disarray. Fortunately, the contents inside remained mostly unharmed," Lucy remarked, "so he ultimately blew himself up." Zhao Jun nodded, "Indeed. Yet I must confess, even had he not perished in the explosion, I would have had to. I would have had to kill him. The circumstances left me no choice." Lucy replied, "I understand." Upon reaching the site where Jack had anchored, the very battleground of Zhao Jun and Jack, Lucy stood for a prolonged moment at the spot where Jack was buried, lost in her thoughts. As she swayed slightly, appearing unsteady, Zhao Jun instinctively reached out to steady her. Lucy gently pushed his hand away and said calmly, "I wish to see the ship." She approached the wreckage, examining it with great care. Ultimately, she sat despondently upon a rock, her eyes devoid of spark. "Can this ship be repaired?" Zhao Jun inquired. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of boats, aware merely of the vessel's severe damage. Lucy shook her head and sighed. "It appears that repair is impossible, alas. I fear I may be stranded here. If we were outside, we could seek a specialized boat repair service, but in this place, it has been reduced to little more than a skeleton." Zhao Jun inquired, "So, does that mean you cannot leave?" Lucy replied, bewildered, "Indeed, I am unable to depart." Zhao Jun reassured her, "Since we are here, let us find peace in our circumstances. If departure is not an option, we must not dwell on it. Let us endeavor together to make a life here. It is not such a dire situation. After all, do you not enjoy adventure? We are currently surviving in the wild, which is an adventure in itself." Lucy responded, "What else can I do? I cannot simply swim away from here." Upon returning, Zhao Jun constructed a house for Lucy, providing her a place to sleep, furnished with hay, 2 animal skins, and rabbit pelts. Whatever others possessed, Zhao Jun generously shared with Lucy. He also crafted several wooden buckets, complete with lids, for nighttime use, which greatly enhanced convenience. Additionally, he connected a section of bamboo piping to Lucy's room, ensuring warmth was not neglected. As 2 days passed, the bamboo and trees were nearly depleted, and the cave dug by Noma was nearly complete, ready for fire, awaiting the establishment of a surrounding wall before constructing an adjacent dwelling. One day, everyone busily began erecting the wall. Yang Xiaohua teamed up with Zhao Jun, smoothing the sides of the trees and leaving grooves to fit them together, subsequently raising them and securing them in the earth. Yang Xiaohua whispered, "Captain, thank you." Zhao Jun, puzzled, asked, "What do you thank me for?" "You truly took to heart what I mentioned about nighttime conveniences, making it much easier for us in the evenings," she replied, her cheeks reddening. Zhao Jun sighed. "While you find it convenient, I harbor some discontent." "What do you mean?" Yang Xiaohua stared at Zhao Jun in confusion. Zhao Jun suppressed a chuckle and remarked, "What a splendid sight it was. Regrettably, it shall be unseen henceforth." "You." Yang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Indeed, confronted with such shamelessness, she was unsure how to respond. Zhao Jun laughed heartily, saying, "All right, I was merely jesting. Do not take it so seriously. Cool me. Lend a hand." Yang Xiaohua approached to assist Zhao Jun in joining 2 trees together and securing them, then moved on to the next task. As Lucy realized she could not leave, she settled down temporarily, throwing herself into work with remarkable vigor, seemingly determined not to live in vain. It must be said, her physical prowess surpassed even that of Yun Shuang, as she excelled at labor. At that moment, Yun Shuang approached and asked, "Zhao Jun, is 1 meter below ground sufficient?" Zhao Jun replied, "We are reserving 3 meters. Burying 1 meter will leave 2 meters exposed, just right for a 2-meter wall." "What is the matter?" Yun Shuang remarked. "The storms on this island are quite fierce. I fear that we may be blown over, rendering all our efforts futile. Chapter 90. Potatoes, Zhao Jun remarked. 1 meter should suffice. Additionally, we shall incorporate a layer of bamboo, for its resilience is better suited to withstand tempests. Furthermore, I have contemplated the foundation. I will gather some stones to secure it before burying it in soil, thus ensuring its sturdiness and alleviating our concerns. Yun Shuang responded, "That is reassuring. Your preparations are commendable." Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings, noticing everyone bustling with activity. In a matter of days, the wall would be completed, significantly enhancing their safety. Life on this island was indeed splendid. As days passed, the calendar on their phones indicated that it was the 15th of August. Remarkably, nearly 2 months had elapsed since their plane crash. The incident occurred in the lunar calendar's 6th month, and now they found themselves in the 8th. Due to the lack of flour, Yang Xiaohua crafted several meat pies, genuine meat pies filled solely with meat and wild vegetables, devoid of any other ingredients. They gathered in the evening to partake in these makeshift mooncakes. Su Xinxu chuckled softly, declaring, "This marks the most modest mid-autumn festival I have ever experienced. Yet this mooncake is the most delectable I have ever savored." Yun Shuang added, "It is passable, though daily consumption of meat has become somewhat tiresome. I wonder if there are any rice or wheat on this island. Without staple foods, this diet will surely grow monotonous." Su Xinxu sighed. Even in the absence of rice and flour, potatoes and sweet potatoes could suffice as staples. Relying solely on seafood and meat, with just a smattering of wild greens, is quite challenging. Zhao Jun responded, "I have thoroughly explored the island, but there are no signs of rice or wheat. Such wild grains are scarce, so it is not surprising. I have not discovered any potatoes or sweet potatoes either." Lucy suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "By the way, I have some potatoes on my ship. Did you bring any back?" Zhao Jun shook his head. "We found no potatoes, and given the time that has passed, any that may have existed would likely have sprouted. Sprouted potatoes are inedible and toxic." Lucy replied, "If they have indeed sprouted, that could be fortuitous. We could cultivate potatoes." Hearing this, Zhao Jun slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, how did I not think of that?" However, we had already removed most of the items inside and did not come across any potatoes. Lucy suggested, "Let us inspect tomorrow." After savoring the meat-filled mooncakes, they ventured outside to gaze at the luminous moon, all succumbing to nostalgia for home. Although Lucy was unfamiliar with the Mid-Autumn Festival, after a brief explanation from Yao Qiaoyun, she sighed, "So, it is a festival of reunion." Zhao Jun chuckled, "Let's not dwell on sorrow. We are now one big family. Our gathering can be regarded as a familial reunion. When away from home, we should not be overly concerned with trivial matters. It is sufficient to make do." Yao Qiaoyun concurred, "Indeed, we can only think of it this way for now." Qin Xiyuan lifted her chin and proclaimed, "Wherever Jun is, that is my home. I am indifferent." Qin Xiyuan's words subtly convey her assertion of ownership. Zhao Jun belonged to her. During this period, Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan were seldom apart, often sharing the same bed at night, with Qin Xiyuan frequently foregoing her own room. The others, having grown accustomed to this arrangement, regarded it as a matter of course. After some time, the group retired for the night. The following morning, Lucy and Zhao Jun approached the shoreline, where Lucy rummaged about and eventually discovered several sprouting potatoes on the beach beneath the boat. With excitement, she exclaimed, "They're still alive." Zhao Jun then took the potatoes back to cultivate them. Soon, he gathered everyone to help lift the sailboat back to their courtyard. Although the boat was not large, the 10 of them exerted considerable effort to transport it successfully. Zhao Jun then removed the sail, mending and dividing it into 2 halves. One half was repurposed to create a greenhouse for the potato cultivation, while the other half was retained for future use. Although the sail did not provide the same benefits as a plastic film, it still offered a certain degree of breathability, albeit limited, while also retaining heat, making it a commendable choice. Lucy did not mind the dismantling of the sail, recognizing that the boat was no longer functional and that repurposing the sail was a practical decision. In a few days, the potatoes began to emerge, thanks to Yang Xiaohua's adeptness at gardening, resulting in a bountiful yield. Eventually, they even cultivated a few plots outside the courtyard, which would become their staple food, garnering much attention from a group. One day, they finally feasted on potatoes after an extended period without staple foods. As they savored the dish, they nearly swallowed their tongues in astonishment, never having imagined that potatoes could be so delectable. Could this become our staple food? Dao Luna inquired. Yang Xiaohua shook her head, responding, though we have an abundance of potatoes now, they're not easy to store, so we will have none during winter. Zhao Jun interjected, in a few days. Once we harvest more potatoes, we can peel and slice them to sun-dry. In winter, we can enjoy dried potatoes similar to dried radishes. Some of the thoroughly dried potatoes can even be ground into powder, which could be used to make steam buns. Su Xinxu's eyes widened with curiosity. Potato flour can be used to make buns? Zhao Jun affirmed, it's not much different from wheat flour. This way, we will have a staple food in winter, alleviating our worries. Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, yes, I can't believe I hadn't thought of that before. In truth, this was merely a makeshift solution. Using potato flour as a substitute for wheat flour had its drawbacks. However, for Zhao Jun and his companions, these drawbacks were insignificant compared to the benefits. As long as the food was not toxic, it was far superior to having nothing. With potatoes as their staple food, the group's strength seemed to increase significantly, and they worked diligently, nearing the completion of the wall. Following Zhao Jun's advice, Yang Xiaohua harvested the potatoes, peeled and sliced them, then dried a portion for consumption and ground the rest into powder. Other women joined in to assist Yang Xiaohua, as there were indeed a considerable number of potatoes to attend to. Lucy, thank you for the potatoes, Zhao Jun exclaimed. Lucy smiled and replied, I'm enjoying them myself. There is no need for thanks. Yet, I must express my gratitude, Zhao Jun sincerely stated. Many items from your ship have truly brought us great convenience. Lucy remarked, it is most gratifying to be of service. Chapter 91. The desire for recreational activities. After a span of 10 days, the construction of the wall was finally completed. The wall was crafted from 3-meter-tall trees, anchored 1 meter deep into the ground, resulting in a 2-meter-high barrier. Additionally, bamboo was used to reinforce both the front and back sides. Sharp bamboo stakes were positioned outward to create a protective perimeter, resembling the quills of a hedgehog. Simultaneously, Norma's house was constructed on the left side of the wall, nestled against the mountainside. The cave within the mountain provided warmth for cooking, and the house was fortified with timber and bamboo, rendering it resilient against typical storms. Observing the fortified enclosure adorned with a garden and vegetable patch, Zhao Jun felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The group eagerly explored their new surroundings. Captain, we're no longer fearful of storms or wild beasts, exclaimed Yang Xiaohua joyfully. Tao Luna smiled, replying, indeed, this is truly splendid. Zhao Jun remarked, everything seems to be progressing smoothly. We should be able to weather this winter comfortably. Lucy examined the wall meticulously, pushing against it with conviction, concluding it was indeed quite sturdy. Unless faced with an apocalyptic disaster, they were assured of safety within this refuge. Zhao Jun collected all their weapons, a number of spears, 2 bows primarily used by Norma and Dolma, which could be easily replaced, and 406 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle with 300 rounds, 3 rifles from wartime with 200 rounds, a shotgun with 70 rounds, a pistol with 13 rounds, Jack's leftover pistol with 50 rounds, and 2 grenades. Using leftover iron pipes from a small military base, he crafted over a dozen grenades, with approximately 5 kilograms of explosives stored securely in a dry location. Zhao Jun also possessed a sharp katana. This armament was quite formidable, and given that the island was currently devoid of wolf packs and adversaries, their daily endeavors of hunting and fishing could be entrusted to Norma and Dolma, who did not require firearms, thus conserving ammunition. After securing the weapons, Zhao Jun stepped outside to find the others engaged in conversation beneath the wall, with Norma's house nearby and the young wolf they had raised perched above. The wolf, now nearly the size of a husky, was lively and alert, barking at night to signal any disturbances, resembling a domesticated dog. Zhao Jun and the others only fed it cooked food, preventing it from developing any predatory instincts. Norma and the wolf kept watch over their safety at night. Approaching them, Zhao Jun overheard Lucy say, I believe I can still repair my boat. Though it may not sail far, it would be excellent for fishing. Zhao Jun interjected, what's the point in repairing it now that the sail is gone? Lucy's sudden proposal raised Zhao Jun's suspicions. Having previously deemed the boat irreparable, he was puzzled by her renewed insistence to fix it, making it difficult to discern her true intentions. Lucy remarked, it can certainly be repaired a little, as long as it can float. It will at least allow us to venture slightly towards the sea, which is quite beneficial for fishing and such. Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, "Our current demand for fishing is not significant, so we don't require a fishing boat. I believe it's unnecessary to invest our thoughts into this, Miss Lucy. You know full well that this vessel is no longer seaworthy. Why are you considering repairs at this moment?" Lucy replied, "Do you not trust me?" Zhao Jun shrugged. "We spent some time together. It's not about trust. I just find it a bit peculiar." Lucy said, "This boat indeed cannot be repaired adequately, at least not for long voyages. I merely feel a sense of melancholy seeing it every day. Besides, I think having a boat would allow me to row around the island occasionally, which would be quite delightful, wouldn't it?" Zhao Jun turned to her. "Really?" Lucy smiled wryly. "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? My heart truly belongs to the sea. I cherish the sensation of rowing. I have no intention of leaving, nor would I cause any harm to you. Thus, there is no need for you to be so wary of me." Yun Shuang chuckled. "We are not wary of you. We simply find it a bit odd. We don't see the necessity of acquiring a small boat. With hundreds of miles around, it's not as if there are other islands nearby. Do you think it holds any significance to row around the island in this small boat?" Lucy shook her head. "I do not seek significance. I merely desire my own form of recreation." Cao Yun inquired, "Are you saying you wish to row for leisure when you feel bored on the island?" Lucy affirmed, "Yes, one must have their own means of entertainment. I've observed you all, and you seem rather bored. You could certainly find something to occupy yourselves. Though this period is busy, once it eases up, you will come to appreciate the importance of leisure." Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "That makes some sense." Zhao Jun added, "We have such a spacious yard now. I plan to set up some swings and seesaws. Then everyone can enjoy themselves, exercise a bit, and chat." Lucy is right. One cannot be without recreational activities. We need to maintain our vitality, or else we will all become lethargic. Yao Qiaoyun asked, "Are you planning to build an amusement park?" Zhao Jun laughed. "Not quite an amusement park, but creating some equipment similar to what you find in residential areas should not be a problem and is relatively simple. When we have some free time, let's get started. I aim to complete this before winter arrives." Yang Xiaohua commented, "I thought that with this wall built, we could finally take a breather, yet it seems there is still so much to do." Zhao Jun replied, "Initially, it will indeed be quite busy. After the new year, once we have prepared everything, it should ease up. By the way, Xiaohua, you need not worry about these matters. Just focus on preparing the potatoes." Yang Xiaohua remarked, "Winter is fast approaching, and I fear the potatoes may no longer thrive. However, we have already prepared potato chips and potato flour, so enduring this winter should pose no problem. Furthermore, the potatoes in the greenhouse can be preserved, allowing us to continue planting when spring arrives. In the meantime, we will still be able to enjoy some fresh potatoes." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, saying, "These potatoes are our staple food. You must take good care of them, ensuring that no mistakes occur." Chapter 92. The feeling of love. Yang Xiaohua patted her chest and declared, "Rest assured, when it comes to people's livelihoods, I will certainly take it to heart." Her exaggerated tone elicited laughter from everyone. Subsequently, Zhao Jun enlisted Noma and Yun Shuang to assist Lucy in repairing the ship, as they were idle anyway. The others, except for Yang Xiaohua, were busy preparing to decorate the courtyard. They planned to set up parallel bars, swings, slides, and seesaws, so they could enjoy themselves in the courtyard during their leisure time. The courtyard was enclosed by a wall, featuring a large gate and several small windows that could be opened to check the outside world. Generally, the gate remained closed, only to be opened when necessary. With the wall in place, everyone felt considerably safer. They had weathered a storm without issue, and Noma's house stood firm, providing a warm and secure haven for him and Little Wolf, allowing them to observe the outside situation at any time. One day, Zhao Jun took Yang Xiaohua with him, saying they would search for wild vegetables suitable for winter, for consuming meat and pickled vegetables every day could become tiresome. As they ventured into the dense forest, Zhao Jun attempted to take Yang Xiaohua's hand. She hesitated briefly, but then relented, as they were alone and she harbored some affection for him. Even though Zhao Jun was now involved with Qin Xiyuan. "What do you mean by this, Captain?" Yang Xiaohua blushed and asked. Cao Yun replied, "You have confessed your feelings for quite some time. I ought to show some response, don't you think?" Yang Xiaohua pouted. "That is not true." Zhao Jun teased. "Does that mean everything you said before was insincere?" Yang Xiaohua retorted, "I was just saying that. What about Sister Yuan? If she finds out, she might be unhappy. Besides, there's also Dualma, who is utterly devoted to you. She even told me recently that she considers you her husband. During this time, Dualma had made good progress in learning Chinese and could communicate simply with everyone. Zhao Jun responded, Sister Yuan doesn't he know? What are you afraid of? Besides, we are merely holding hands. In this desolate wilderness, if you stumble while walking, should I not help you? As for Dualma, Haven Tea, I already turned her down. Yang Xiaohua said, even though Sister Yuan is unaware, we know the truth. Are you saying you only wish to hold my hand? In a moment of impulse, Zhao Jun embraced Yang Xiaohua and laughed. Now that you've said that, how could I not do something more for you? Yang Xiaohua paniqued. Captain, please don't. Zhao Jun leaned in and kissed her lips. Initially, she tried to evade him, but soon she succumbed to the kiss. Having never been in a romantic relationship or experienced intimacy with a man, she found herself overwhelmed by her feelings for Zhao Jun amidst the isolation of the deserted island. As Zhao Jun continued, his hands began to wander. Breathlessly, Yang Xiaohua grasped Zhao Jun's hands and said, Captain, please don't, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Cao Yun asked, puzzled. Yang Xiaohua remarked, I am not yet prepared. This is all happening too swiftly. Too swift? We have known each other for over 2 months. Zhao Jun replied, dismissively. Yang Xiaohua insisted, it is still too fast. Then give me a kiss, and I shall let you go. Zhao Jun proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Xiaohua planted a gentle kiss on Zhao Jun's forehead and inquired, is this sufficient? Zhao Jun, recognizing the moment, released her immediately. You truly are a rascal. Yang Xiaohua teased playfully. Zhao Jun laughed heartily, responding with a mischievous grin. I have always been a rascal. Did you only just discover this? Pouting slightly, Yang Xiaohua fell silent, lowering her gaze as she walked ahead. Zhao Jun hurried after her, once again taking her small hand. Gradually, Yang Xiaohua leaned closer, and they walked hand in hand, resembling a couple in love. Let us not let Sister Yuan know about this, Yang Xiaohua whispered. Cao Yun replied, if you don't speak of it, why would I? Why invite discomfort? But, Yang Xiaohua inquired curiously, but what? But in private. May I still hug and kiss you? Cao Yun ceased, winking. Yang Xiaohua responded with a barely audible Zhao Jun pretended not to hear and asked, what did you say? With a glance filled with reproach, Yang Xiaohua said, you already have Sister Yuan, yet you still flirt with me. You truly are, eh? She hesitated, the implication clear. She meant he was a cad. Zhao Jun shrugged nonchalantly. So what if I am? After all, I would never neglect a beauty like you. As long as you are willing, I don't mind being a cad. With a sigh, Yang Xiaohua contemplated her predicament. It was true. Zhao Jun acknowledged his shortcomings in this environment, yet she felt powerless, as there were no other men to consider. Surely, she wouldn't seek out Norman? Norman resembled a wild man, and even if Zhao Jun had several women, she would still choose him. One might compare to other beauties. Sister Qiaoyun and the others are the real stunners. You want to pursue them, will you? She questioned. Zhao Jun asserted, my heart isn't that expansive. Having you is enough. Yang Xiaohua was unconvinced. How could that be? Zhao Jun tightened his grip on her small hand. Why not? I am not as cad-like as you think. If we had met outside, I would have no other women. Yang Xiaohua pouted. The words come from your lips. So flattery is easy for you. Zhao Jun countered, this is not flattery. It's the truth. Regardless, discussing this now serves no purpose. Yang Xiaohua replied, at this moment, I do not demand to be your sole woman, nor do I wish to monopolize you. I lack the ability and desire to do so, and I certainly do not want Sister Yuan to harbor any resentment toward me. Therefore, we can keep this clandestine, avoiding any overt displays. Let us ensure that no one else perceives our connection, shall we? Zhao Jun nodded and said, of course, your intentions are quite clear. So, if it is just the two of us, we could embrace and share a kiss. Yang Xiaohua blushed and replied, is that all you can think about? I merely wish to experience the sensation of love before my time comes. Zhao Jun chuckled foolishly and remarked, before your time? That is still far off. Moreover, while intimacy is not essential, it certainly enhances the bond between us. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Chapter 93. A gathering on the beach. Yang Xiaohua tilted her head slightly and remarked, it seems there may be some truth to what you say. Cao Yun, on the best, replied. So you agree? In the absence of others, I can act as I please. Yang Xiaohua quickly retorted, not as you please, only permitted to kiss and embrace. Cao Yun responded, can't we take it a step further? Yang Xiaohua asserted, for now, it's not possible. Zhao Jun understood that haste would yield no results, so he refrained from pressing the matter. After all, During their journey, they occasionally embraced, exchanged kisses, and shared tender touches, though no further advances were made. Yang Xiaohua, indeed, discovered some wild vegetables that could thrive even in winter, along with some wild soybeans. She brought them back, promptly planting the winter vegetables and reserving the soybeans for spring sowing. This excursion proved fruitful, in addition to the vegetables and soybeans. The relationship between Yang Xiaohua and Zhao Jun had also progressed, as they now shared the secret of being each other's girlfriend. Zhao Jun was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune, while Qin Xiyuan sensed something amiss and inquired about his joy. Zhao Jun deftly changed the subject, saying, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just found some wild vegetables for winter and soybeans. This winter will be much more bearable, and with the soybeans, we have another staple alongside potatoes." "How could I not be happy?" Qin Xiyuan replied. "I see. I thought perhaps you were experiencing another stroke of romantic fortune." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yang Xiaohua, who, flustered, dared not meet her gaze. However, Qin Xiyuan remained uncertain and chose not to pursue the matter further. Lucy's boat had been repaired and, with everyone's assistance, had been transported to the shore. Wooden paddles were fashioned, and Lucy rowed out to a considerable distance before returning. The weather was splendid, prompting everyone to bring chilled beverages and the last of the beer from the sailboat, along with some iced coconuts, meat, freshly caught fish, and a barbecue grill for a small gathering. Zhao Jun, exhaling smoke and reveling in the moment, surveyed the lovely women surrounding him and mused, "Now that I am with Qin Xiyuan, it is only a matter of time before Yang Xiaohua follows suit. If I could, Doma would be within my grasp as well. As for the other women, I truly no longer care whether they are drawn to me or not." He took a large swig of chilled beer and lamented, "What a pity, after today, there will be no more beer to enjoy." Lucy interjected, "Aren't there still a few bottles of red wine?" Zhao Jun replied, "That too will dwindle with each sip, and besides, we must save some for the new year." Lucy, aware of the customs surrounding the new year in Huaxia, remarked, "Not only for the new year, but Christmas also calls for celebration with wine." Zhao Yun nodded, "Indeed. By the way, when is the most significant holiday for Norma and Doma?" Yao Qiaoyun responded, "I have discussed this with them previously. Based on my calculations, it appears to align with December 1st on our calendar." Zhao Jun exclaimed, "December 1st is fast approaching, now that the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed for some time. And considering that the festival itself aligns with early September in the solar calendar, we find ourselves in October. In just over a month, the new year of the Norma tribe will arrive." "Indeed, it is just over a month away," remarked Yao Qiaoyun. Zhao Jun waved his hand and declared, "Let's first celebrate the new year of the Doma tribe, followed by Lucy's, and then our own. None shall be overlooked." Tao Luna laughed and teased, "Is it your way of ensuring everyone gets their fair share?" Zhao Jun responded with a hearty chuckle, "Exactly, everyone gets their fair share." Yun Shuang shot Zhao Jun a disapproving glance and retorted, "Who said anything about fairness? Dream on." Zhao Jun grinned and said, "That's not what I meant. Honestly, I don't see myself as some kind of local emperor." Yun Shuang joked, "Local emperor? One with a harem of local beauties?" Zhao Jun replied earnestly, "Certainly not. I have Norma as my subordinate, after all." Yun Shuang playfully scolded, "Oh please, you say you don't see yourself as a local emperor, yet you treat us like a harem." Unable to hold back, Yao Qiaoyun interjected, "Sister Shuang, perhaps you should say less. With those few words, you've entangled yourself in it. Is there anyone who speaks of themselves like that?" After having consumed a bit of wine, their conversation flowed freely. Once they had feasted, Lucy anchored the boat to the shore and secured it, and everyone began to gradually move their belongings back. Tao Luna, perhaps having indulged a little too much, stumbled while carrying some leftover roasted meat, but fortunately fell on the sand, sustaining no serious harm. Zhao Jun approached to his sister, and at that moment, Tao Luna fell into his embrace. Zhao Jun instinctively wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and the sensation of holding her soft form was quite pleasant, prompting him to maintain that position. Tao Luna had long harbored feelings for Zhao Jun, the one who had saved her life, but unlike Yang Xiaohua, she had refrained from confessing, believing Zhao Jun was already with Qin Xiyuan, thus rendering her feelings unacknowledged. However, after a few drinks, emboldened by her inebriation, she said, "Captain, I truly appreciate your unwavering support during my most helpless moments." Observing that the other women were preoccupied with moving their belongings, Zhao Jun replied, "It was merely a small gesture, nothing worth mentioning. If it weren't for Sister Yuan, I would probably. Tao Luna, feeling the effects of her drink, found herself unable to voice her deeper sentiments. Zhao Jun seemed to sense her unspoken thoughts and said, "All right, I understand, Luna. You need not say more." It was evident she implied that without Qin Xiyuan, she would be with Zhao Jun, but given the current circumstances, that possibility seemed to have dissipated. So Zhao Jun took it lightly. Tao Luna looked at Zhao Jun, giggling, and remarked, "You truly are a good man. Sao Yun sight. How can I be considered a good man? It's merely that your options are so limited that I appear favorable in comparison." Zhao Jun, in a rare moment of candor, acknowledged a certain truth. Indeed, he found himself devoid of any profound sense of accomplishment. However, the prospect of winning the affections of Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, or Su Xinxu would undeniably add a touch of intrigue to his life. Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua had both shown their interest, and notably, Yang Xiaohua had yet to engage in anything substantial. Presently, Tao Luna found herself in a somewhat analogous situation. In a slightly inebriated state, she remarked, "Is that so? Do you truly undervalue yourself to such an extent?" Zhao Jun shrugged lightly and replied, "It's not so much a matter of self-deprecation. Rather, I am merely stating the facts. Now, let me assist you in returning to rest." Chapter 94. Preparations for winter. Zhao Jun assisted the inebriated Tao Luna back, as she rambled incoherently along the way, yet he paid her no mind. Upon returning to the cave, everyone tidied up, and Zhao Jun helped Tao Luna to bed before stretching languidly. Yun Shuang regarded Zhao Jun and inquired, "What did she say to you?" Zhao Jun replied, "Oh, nothing much." "Why? Are you curious about her drunken musings?" Yun Shuang shook her head. "I don't need to know. It's of no concern to me. I'm merely curious." With a playful grin, Zhao Jun remarked, "Curiosity killed the cat, so be wary of your inquisitiveness. You might find yourself entangled. As for me, I am quite indifferent and welcome all." "What do you mean?" Yun Shuang asked, puzzled. Zhao Jun chuckled mischievously. "Nothing of significance, just rest. We've all had a bit to drink. Drunken antics can be unpredictable. Aren't you afraid I might?" "Enough of that. There are too many people here for you to cause a ruckus," Yun Shuang retorted, slightly exasperated. Zhao Jun fell silent and retreated to his room. Soon after, Qin Xiyuan, with a flushed face, entered and embraced him. Given the daylight, their interaction was innocent, a gentle kiss followed by slumber. Upon awakening, the sky had darkened. Yang Xiaohua was preparing soup, adding some wild vegetables, and creating a paste from potato flour. Dinner consisted of meat soup accompanied by the potato paste. Tao Luna seemed to recall her drunken words to Zhao Jun, feeling a tinge of embarrassment and avoiding his gaze. Zhao Jun, however, was unfazed. His confidence had thickened over time. He understood that a thick skin allows one to indulge, while a thin skin leads to deprivation. If he were overly sentimental, how could he manage his harem? Yet, ruling a harem was no simple task. In his mind, he calculated. Qin Xiyuan was already his, and Yang Xiaohua could be considered half his as well. If he desired, persuading Dualma and Tao Luna seemed plausible. However, Su Xinxu, the noblewoman, Yun Shuang, the athletic enthusiast, and the refined Yao Qiaoyun appeared utterly disinterested. Pursuing them would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. As for Su Ruoyu, Zhao Jun had never contemplated her. She was still quite young and had always been regarded as a little sister. Su Xinxu had been raised in a privileged environment and, having married into wealth, appreciated Zhao Jun's care. However, when it came to choosing a partner, she found it difficult to consider someone like Zhao Jun, even now that her options were limited. Yun Shuang was cheerful and had a liberating perspective on such matters, yet her independence made her hard to sway. She certainly was not the type of woman who relied on a man for survival. Yao Qiaoyun, a lady of distinction, shared a similarly privileged upbringing as Su Xinxu and had only ever dated without consummating the relationship, which fostered her pride and led her to dismiss Zhao Jun. However, Zhao Jun contemplated that if he could successfully win over the flight attendant Qin Xiyuan, along with the enchanting brown-skinned beauty Dolma, the lovely village girl Yang Xiaohua, and the captivating Tao Luna, then his harem would indeed be established. As for Lucy, Zhao Jun had considered her as well. However, due to Jack's untimely demise, she would likely be reluctant to accept him. Yet, if he truly wished to cultivate a harem, it would be quite a challenge to maintain harmony among these women without any discord. After finishing their meal, The group gathered to discuss their future plans. Zhao Jun remarked, "As autumn has now arrived and the leaves have fallen considerably, winter is fast approaching. We must prepare for the cold season by stockpiling smoked meats and pickled vegetables to ensure a comfortable winter. Norma and Dolma, please hunt as much as you can. As for preserving seeds and cultivating fresh wild vegetables during winter, Xiaohua, I need you to focus solely on these tasks without any distractions." Yang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Understood. I will dedicate myself to this. Yao Qiaoyun conveyed Zhao Jun's instructions to Norma and Dolma, to which Dolma responded in her limited Chinese, "We understand." Zhao Yun continued, "Starting tomorrow, we will fish more extensively. Lucy will accompany me, and we shall preserve the excess catch. We cannot afford to venture out carelessly during winter. Relying solely on wild vegetables and meat will not suffice." Lucy affirmed, "Indeed, we can row deeper into the waters, allowing us to catch larger fish." I checked our spear gun. It is functional. Zhao Yun inquired, "Speargun? Is it the long object placed deep within the hole?" Realizing it was a spear gun, he recalled having mistaken it for a handgun at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it bore no resemblance to one. Unfamiliar with spear guns, he learned that they are essentially underwater javelins with significant range and lethality, ideal for catching large fish. Lucy added, "Catching a large fish is far more efficient than numerous small ones." Zhao Jun nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed tomorrow. Meanwhile, the others should collect some hay near the cave to cure the meat, fish, and vegetables. Once we complete these tasks, we will also set up some fitness equipment in the courtyard, ensuring we remain indoors throughout winter." According to Zhao Jun's estimation, winter would arrive in less than a month's time, and they needed to be adequately prepared to avoid the peril of venturing outside in the event of heavy snowfall. His concerns were indeed justified, and everyone agreed without objection. The following morning, Norma and Dolma ventured out to hunt, while Qin Xiyuan, Su Ruoyu, Taluna, and Su Xinxu gathered hay and prepared various pickled vegetables. Yang Xiaohua tended to the cultivation of wild vegetables and cared for the seeds, while Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun focused primarily on maintaining security, patrolling with rifles in hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and Lucy set out for the seaside to fish, carrying the spear gun as they boarded the boat and began to row. Zhao Jun is adept at swimming and capable of rowing, thus he harbors no concerns. As for Lucy, she has always thrived in the adventurous embrace of the sea, which renders her equally unfazed. The two ventured further and, at last, encountered a fish nearly the length of a person. This remarkable creature measured over 1.80 meters and bore a resemblance to a shark, instilling a sense of trepidation. Although Zhao Jun felt a twinge of apprehension, Lucy confidently declared, "That's a tuna. There's no need for concern." With that, Lucy aimed her spear and struck, hitting the tuna squarely. The fish thrashed for a moment before succumbing to stillness. Displaying remarkable skill, Lucy began to haul the fish aboard. Yet its size posed a considerable challenge. Zhao Jun promptly offered his assistance. Chapter 95. Rescuing an impropriety. Zhao Jun and Lucy hauled a tuna aboard, and upon seeing the magnificent fish, Zhao Jun chuckled. "This single fish indeed surpasses dozens of smaller ones. If we catch a few more, we shall have no worries for the winter. It is truly splendid." Lucy replied, "Indeed, which is why I must repair the boat. Do you now see the benefits?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhao Jun admitted, "Lucy, I must confess I had some reservations about you integrating with us, hence my earlier demeanor." Lucy responded calmly, "That is quite natural. Anyone in your position would think similarly. However, you need not worry excessively. Regardless of my inner thoughts, I harbor no intentions of vengeance. After all, your actions were merely self-defense, while Jack, well, he brought his fate upon himself, and that is beyond reproach. Besides, I cannot leave now. I can only assimilate with you all." Zhao Jun nodded, relieved. "Well then, Lucy, how shall we prepare this fish to make it delectable? You all cook far better than I do, so this question is best directed to Xiaohua." Lucy agreed. "That is indeed true. Oh look, another fish." Without hesitation, Lucy grasped her spear again and aimed for another shot. By the time the day had passed, they had successfully caught 4 sizable fish, each nearly 2 meters long. Zhao Jun declared, "All right, that is sufficient. Let us return." Lucy laughed. "You cannot possibly carry 3 by yourself, can you?" "I can manage only 1." Zhao Jun reassured her. "No worries, I shall make 2 trips." As they prepared to row back, a sudden tremor rocked the boat, nearly capsizing it. A colossal fish had collided with the vessel. Zhao Jun was taken aback and barely had time to exclaim before the great fish struck again. With a resounding crash, both Zhao Jun and Lucy were jolted into the air, and Lucy, being lighter, was thrown overboard. One of the tunas also slipped from the boat into the water. Ignoring the lost fish, Zhao Jun hastened to rescue Lucy. Their hands, slick from the fish, made grasping her difficult, and in a moment of chaos, Lucy was swept under by the tail of the great fish. Without a second thought, Zhao Jun plunged into the sea, disregarding the massive fish that had been distracted by the fallen tuna. The creature seized the opportunity and took a bite of the fish. Lucy, disoriented from the blow, began to sink deeper. Zhao Jun swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and kicked upward, soon breaking the surface with one hand clutching the boat's edge. Struggling, he clambered onto the boat first, then pulled Lucy up alongside him. She coughed up water. Though she remained conscious, she felt exceedingly unwell. At that moment, the large fish, having taken the tuna, swam away, momentarily alleviating their peril. Zhao Jun positioned Lucy flat on her back and began to perform chest compressions. After several attempts, he sensed a change. Lucy's figure was striking, and the sensation was overwhelming. Yet, he steeled himself, focusing on the urgency of the situation. Lucy expelled a few mouthfuls of water, feeling considerably better. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Jun kept his hands on her, when suddenly Lucy remarked, "Have you had your fill of touching?" Zhao Jun was taken aback. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand and touching his nose, he awkwardly stammered, I didn't mean to. It was to save you." Initially, it was indeed a rescue, but subsequently, it became rather exploitative. Lucy remained perceptive throughout, fully aware of this fact. "Why do I feel otherwise?" she remarked bluntly. Faced with the reality, Zhao Jun could not deny it, and could only reply, "Well, I truly couldn't help myself. I apologize." Lucy sighed, having always held a certain confidence in her figure. She was accustomed to the inappropriate gazes of men, and if the opportunity arose, she would inevitably be taken advantage of. Zhao Jun was a typical man, so all of this was to be expected. "Forget it. Help me sit up," Lucy said. Zhao Jun assisted her in sitting properly. As Lucy glanced around, she noticed that the giant fish had long since departed, and she breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "All right, the danger has passed. Let us return." With the oar in hand, Zhao Jun heard Lucy add, "Although your rescue was a bit clumsy, I must express my gratitude for saving my life. Without you, I fear I would have drowned." Zhao Jun replied, "That is quite normal. Anyone would have done the same. You need not dwell on it." Lucy countered, "But it requires a certain courage to act so boldly in the face of such a formidable sea creature. Not everyone would dare to plunge into the depths to save me, and you succeeded in bringing me back. Therefore, I must thank you." Cao Yun remarks, "As long as you do not hold my actions post-rescue against me, we shall be just fine. No need for thanks." Lucy retorted, "You are truly excessive. After all that has transpired, do you expect me to act as if nothing happened?" Zhao Jun cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Well, you see, it was an uncontrollable impulse. Generally, I am quite well behaved, right? You cannot keep bringing this up. It puts pressure on me. Did you not feel pressure when you acted?" Lucy shot back, unimpressed. Zhao Jun sighed. "Who asked you to be so alluring? Besides, I did not pursue anything further, did I? Are you planning to chastise me for this?" Lucy rolled her eyes at Zhao Jun and said, "Just be honest with me from now on. Given that there are already numerous women in your life, please refrain from provoking me, all right?" Zhao Jun hurriedly replied, "What numerous women? You are wrongly accusing me. There aren't that many." Lucy stated, "Some matters are understood without needing to be spoken aloud. Now let's row back. We shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. You did not save me, nor did you act inappropriately. Is that agreeable?" Zhao Jun shrugged and replied, "All right, it is settled then." Upon returning to the shore, both sat down to rest. It was a sunny day, and their damp clothes had dried. They then secured the boat in a secluded spot, concealing it with branches. Lucy carried a tuna, while Zhao Jun bore two. Thus, the two made their way back. Upon seeing such a magnificent catch, everyone expressed their astonishment. After thoroughly cleaning the fish in the reservoir, they set aside a portion for dinner that evening, while the remainder was preserved through salting. Having not yet had lunch, Lucy and Zhao Jun found that Yang Xiaohua had already prepared a meal for them. They eagerly indulged, as their hunger was palpable. In the following days, the group busily attended to various tasks, swiftly amassing a sufficient stockpile of provisions for the winter. Chapter 96. The indigenous people. After the winter food preparations were complete, Zhao Jun began constructing fitness equipment in the yard, including pull-up bars, parallel bars, swings, seesaws, and a slide. This endeavor consumed 2 weeks of their time, bringing them to the end of November. The New Year celebrations for Norma and Dolma were approaching, and everyone began making preparations. The athletic apparatus was nearly finished, and tomorrow marked the festivities for Norma and Dolma's tribe. Yang Xiaohua had even gathered some flowers to adorn the cave, embellishing the surrounding walls. Joy radiated from everyone's faces. However, at that moment, Norma's expression shifted dramatically as he muttered something in a hurried tone. Unlike Dolma, who evidently possessed a linguistic aptitude and had learned a considerable amount of Chinese, Norma had not studied the language and could only articulate a few simple words. Upon hearing him, Yao Qiaoyun's countenance changed, prompting Zhao Jun to inquire, "What is it?" Yao Qiaoyun replied, "He says someone is approaching. About 7 or 8 people." Zhao Jun felt a tightening in his chest at this revelation. He climbed to Norma's room, which had a window facing outside. Peering through his binoculars, he indeed spotted several indigenous individuals armed with spears and bows, both men and women. Counting them, he noted there were 8 in total, 3 women and 5 men, dressed in animal hides. Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang joined him to observe the scene. While Qin Xiyuan asked from below, "What is happening?" Zhao Jun instructed, "There are several indigenous people. Have Dolma come up, brace the main gate, and then retreat into the cave. Also, bring the firearms and explosives." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiyuan and the others hurriedly used wooden sticks and stones to barricade the gate, which was already closed, before returning to the cave. Yang Xiaohua, armed with a rifle and explosives, rushed to Norma's house. After setting down the weapon, Zhao Jun commanded, "You take the gun back to the cave entrance. Shuangjia, you also go inside to protect them and reassure them that everything is fine. We will handle this." Dolma soon arrived, while Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua entered the cave, guarding the entrance with their rifles. Zhao Jun questioned Norma, "Are they from your tribe? How do they find this place? What do they want?" Norma observed carefully and replied, "They are not from our tribe. They must be from the Blackstone tribe." Norma and his kin belonged to the Yunfeng tribe, and the Blackstone tribe was not far away, existing in a state of hostility. However, neither Norma nor Dolma could comprehend why they had appeared here. Zhao Jun raised his firearm, declaring, "Regardless of their reasons for being here, it does not bode well. We must prepare for battle." Norma, too, readied his bow and arrow. The 8 individuals, having spotted the wall from a distance, were evidently aware that someone was present and crept forward cautiously, just as they were about to close the distance. One of them screamed in agony. He had fallen into a trap set by Zhao Jun and his companions. The remaining 7, frightened, quickly sought refuge behind a rock. The trap is clearly marked and perilous. Once a prey falls into it, they will be impaled by the bamboo stakes within. It appears that the unfortunate individual is beyond salvation. At this moment, Zhao Jun fired his weapon, yet their assailants, concealed behind the rocks, evaded the shot. The adversaries, clearly formidable, retaliated with arrows, and several struck the exterior of the house with a swift whoosh. Yao Qiaoyun furrowed her brow and remarked, "There are still 7 left. This is exceedingly dangerous." Zhao Jun reassured her, "Do not fret. We can handle this. Remember, we possess firearms, explosives, and 2 hand grenades. They are merely armed with bows and spears, and we have the advantage of walls to keep them at bay." Yao Qiaoyun felt somewhat reassured, replying, "Indeed, it seems the fortifications were a wise decision." Zhao Jun, with a sense of pride, declared, "Of course. Just consider whose idea it was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. It is my strategy that is now proving its worth." Yao Qiaoyun cautioned, "However, we must remain vigilant against potential fire attacks." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Precisely. We must exercise utmost caution and allow no room for negligence." Reflecting on their situation, Yao Qiaoyun added, "Fortunately, we had provisions prepared in advance. We need not venture out for food, or we could find ourselves in real trouble." Internally, Zhao Jun also felt a pang of anxiety. Facing 7 indigenous individuals who appeared agile and armed with bows and spears was indeed daunting. Should they fail to eliminate them, there was a grave risk that these individuals could retreat and return with reinforcements, potentially dozens or even hundreds of natives. Even with firearms, they might struggle to withstand such an overwhelming assault. And while only 7 or 8 were visible now, who could say if more lay hidden in wait? After releasing a few arrows, the 7 adversaries ceased fire, taking cover and remaining motionless. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua approached quietly and inquired, "What is the situation?" The group was tense, eager for updates. There are 7 indigenous people, armed with spears and bows. They belong to a tribe at odds with Nomas. We do not know if more are lurking nearby, but reassure everyone that we will guard this position. They will not breach our defenses. Therefore, you need not worry. Stay within the cave and do not venture out. Cao Yun instructed. Yang Xiaohua cautiously peered outside and asked, "Did someone fall into the trap?" "Yes. They started with 8, but now only 7 remain," Zhao Jun replied. Yang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue, saying, "Doesn't this mean we have lost our chance for negotiation?" Zhao Jun responded, "They are enemies of Noma. Any hope for negotiation was never realistic. However, if we corner them, there might be room for discussion. But now is not the time to contemplate that. Please return to the cave and stay inside, for we must avoid any arrows that could inadvertently cause injury." Yang Xiaohua nodded, "Understood. I will inform everyone not to worry. Please take care." Indeed, Zhao Jun nodded as Yang Xiaohua exited the house and dashed into the cave. Occasionally, Zhao Jun peered outside with binoculars, then concealed himself behind the window, muttering, "This stalemate cannot persist. Explosives and grenades cannot be thrown that far." Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "In this predicament, I believe Norma must have a solution. I shall inquire with him." While Yao Qiaoyun conversed with Norma, Zhao Jun observed Dolma, who, having endured life and death experiences, remained unfazed. Instead, she offered reassurance, saying, "Jun, do not be afraid. I am here. I shall ensure your safety." Chapter 97. Discussion. Dorma's command of the Chinese language has become increasingly fluent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "I am a man. Why would I need your protection? It is I who must protect you." Hearing these words, Dorma's eyes sparkled with delight as she asked, "Do you acknowledge that you are my man?" Zhao Jun cleared his throat, while Yao Qiaoyun cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Norma mentioned that he has no solution for this situation unless they launch an attack. It would be best if we do not rush out. Otherwise, it could be perilous. Is it possible to engage them in conversation? Can they understand our language?" Cao Yun inquired. Yao Qiaoyun responded, "Communication is feasible, but the hostility among them runs deep, making negotiations virtually impossible. Moreover, they have lost one of their own, which undoubtedly intensifies their resentment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun asked, "Do you believe there are others behind them? Are there merely these few individuals, or could there be many more?" Norma replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. It depends on their purpose for being here. If they stumbled upon us by chance, then it is likely just these few. However, if they are fleeing in numbers or have ulterior motives, the situation becomes uncertain." After absorbing Yao Qiaoyun's translation, Zhao Jun fell into deep contemplation. Since arriving on this small island, they have consistently faced adversaries, from the wolf pack to Fong Sidong and then to Jack. The wolf pack, though numerous and cunning, ultimately lacked intelligence. Cunning and intelligence are distinctly different. Fong Sidong and Jack, being fewer in number, were not overly challenging to deal with. However, these 7 individuals posed a significant threat. Although the natives might be ignorant, they were agile and, when compared to wolves, possessed far greater cunning. This could be deemed the gravest crisis they have encountered. Should these individuals break in, the consequences would be dire. As Zhao Jun pondered, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Outside, the natives were shouting excitedly, and while Norma hesitated, he eventually responded to them. Yao Qiaoyun translated. "They inquire about our identity and why we have set traps to harm them." Norma clarified that the traps were meant for wild beasts, not specifically for them. "But as they have intruded upon our territory, we demand they leave at once." The natives shouted back, and Yao Qiaoyun sighed, "It is evident they will not relent. They insist on avenging their fallen comrade." Zhao Jun commanded, "Tell Norma to respond, urging them to vacate this island immediately and never return, or we shall take severe measures." After Norma relayed the message, a flurry of arrows came flying in response. Norma and Dorma returned fire, and Zhao Jun also discharged a few shots. However, both sides had cover and were at a distance, rendering them unable to inflict harm on one another. Yao Qiaoyun gazed at the sky with concern, stating, "Once night falls, the situation may turn dire." Having already fallen into one trap, they will be exceedingly cautious. If they manage to approach us and set a fire, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to defend ourselves. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and replied, "You are correct. Thus, we must resolve this matter swiftly. What course of action shall we pursue?" Yao Qiaoyun found herself somewhat at a loss. Zhao Jun suggested, 3 cobblers can outsmart a zhuge liang. Why not consult Noma and Dolma regarding their thoughts on matter? I will descend into the cave to inquire about their perspectives. While you deliberate, remain vigilant to each other's movements. Should anything seem amiss, call for me immediately. Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement, understood. Zhao Jun promptly exited the room and made his way into the cave, where Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang were stationed at the entrance, armed and alert. Upon Zhao Jun's arrival, they welcomed him inside, and without further ado, he detailed the current predicament. Yun Shuang questioned, "Are we to remain at an impasse?" Su Ruoyu exclaimed, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Zhao Jun asserted, "We cannot afford to wait any longer. Once night falls, our visibility of their movements will diminish. If they advance and ignite a fire, it would spell disaster." Yang Xiaohua pondered aloud, "Are we to take the initiative? Yet, such a move could place us in grave danger. Although they lack firearms, you are well aware of Noma and Dolma's remarkable archery skills. The others are no less adept, and should anyone fall victim to an arrow, it would be catastrophic. We cannot sustain any losses." Sao Yun cautioned. Su Xinxu inquired, "What about negotiating with them?" Zhao Jun replied, "Negotiation is futile. They have already lost one of their own, and they are sworn enemies of Noma and Dolma's tribe. This is evidently not a viable option." Yang Xiaohua lamented, "None of these strategies are feasible. What then shall we do?" Yun Shuang remarked, "One must risk the wolves to save the children. Even if perilous, we must take calculated risks. Otherwise, as night descends, our situation will only grow more precarious. Their archery, though precise, cannot exceed the range of our firearms." Lucy added, "I too believe we must strike. Hesitation is not an option." Zhao Jun concurred, "Very well. I shall return to speak with Noma and the others. If no viable solutions arise, we shall take the initiative. Xiaohua, Sister Shuang, when the moment comes, we will charge forth." Lucy interjected, "What about me?" Zhao Jun hesitated momentarily. He recognized her potential for combat, but felt a tinge of apprehension regarding her involvement. Lucy asserted, "I can wield a firearm, and I am unafraid." Zhao Jun handed her a pistol, saying, "Here's a gun with 7 bullets. Take it." Lucy examined the weapon, inquiring, "Is this Jack's?" Zhao Jun confirmed, "Indeed." Lucy responded, "No worries, attend to your tasks." Upon returning to the fortified room, Yao Qiaoyun conveyed, "Noma insists we must take proactive measures. We cannot remain passive." Zhao Jun affirmed, "Sister Shuang and the others also advocate for a proactive approach. Thus, you shall remain here while I summon Sister Yuan and Luna. You 3 will oversee the entire situation and keep us informed." As Su Ruoyu and Su Xinxu opened the door, Sister Shuang, Xiaohua, Noma, Dolma, and I will surge forward. "What do you think?" Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "That sounds promising. However, the individuals you send out into danger are quite at risk. If any one of them were to be struck, it could be fatal. We must exercise caution." Zhao Jun replied, "There is no alternative. Otherwise, the losses by nightfall could be even more severe. Moreover, if we act unexpectedly, given that our weaponry is significantly more advanced than theirs, we need not fear our ability to confront them." Chapter 98. A proactive strike. Yao Qiaoyun sighed and said, "Then I shall inform Norma and the others." Upon relaying the situation, Norma nodded in agreement, having no objections to taking the initiative. Zhao Jun returned to the cave to discuss the plan, while Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang readied their firearms, preparing to venture outside. Lucy inquired, "What about me? What should I do?" "I need you to stay within the walls to ensure the safety of others. I fear that if we venture out and someone rushes in, we will require your assistance," Zhao Jun replied. After considering his words, Lucy conceded and did not insist further. Consequently, everyone exited the cave. Qin Xiyuan and Tao Luna ascended to the chamber atop the walls, while Norma and Dolma descended. Lucy positioned herself in the opening beneath the house, clutching a handgun, utilizing a small gap in the wall to keep watch outside. Su Xinxu and Su Ruoyu stood ready on either side, prepared to open the large door. Zhao Jun took a deep breath and asked, "Is everyone prepared?" Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua held rifles and several bamboo tube bombs, while Zhao Jun wielded in 406 Hong Kong dollars and a grenade. Norma and Dolma strung their bows, their backs laden with spears. The group nodded in unison and with gritted teeth. Zhao Jun commanded, "Open the door." Su Xinxu and Su Ruoyu exerted all their strength to pry the door open, and Zhao Jun dashed out first, followed closely by Yun Shuang, Yang Xiaohua, Norma, and Dolma. As they exited, the door was swiftly closed behind them. Zhao Jun immediately opened fire, suppressing the enemy as he charged toward the rocky outcrop, with Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua firing alongside him. Meanwhile, Yao Qiaoyun provided covering fire from above. The 7 indigenous individuals could hardly expose themselves, firing arrows aimlessly with little accuracy. As they drew nearer, Yun Shuang and Yang Xiaohua hurled bamboo tube bombs, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent smoke billowing upwards, accompanied by the anguished cries of the natives. Leading the charge, Zhao Jun pressed forward, aware from his military experience that fear could hasten one's demise. Upon reaching the smoke, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The indigenous people, sensing the shift in momentum, hastily retreated. After expending a magazine, Zhao Jun crouched behind the rocks to reload. As the smoke began to dissipate, the others reached the rocky formation, uncertain of the situation and hesitant to advance recklessly. This particular boulder was substantial, although Zhao Jun and his comrades had cleared nearby stones. They had been unable to manage this one due to its immense size. Once the smoke cleared, Yao Qiaoyun shouted from the walls, "They've fled. They are running toward the sea." Zhao Jun and his companions then discerned that 3 of their adversaries had perished, while 4 had made a swift escape. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jun declared, "We cannot allow them to escape. Pursue." With that, Zhao Jun led his team in hot pursuit. The 4 fleeing individuals displayed remarkable speed, and by the time Zhao Jun and his group reached the shoreline, the adversaries had boarded a vessel and were rowing away, having already covered a considerable distance. However, the wind and waves of the day caused their boat to drift back somewhat. The 4 indigenous individuals began to advance toward Zhao Jun and his companions, who retaliated with arrows, resulting in one of them collapsing from a gunshot wound. Now, only 3 indigenous people remained, 2 women and 1 man. Realizing the dire situation, they attempted to flee but found no escape, ultimately abandoning their vessel and running in another direction. Zhao Jun and his group pursued them. The indigenous people's bows and spears were depleted, rendering them incapable of long-range attacks. Thus, Zhao Jun and his companions refrained from wasting ammunition and simply continued the chase. Upon reaching the dense forest, Zhao Jun halted abruptly. They could not recklessly enter, fearing an ambush. The group sought cover, and Zhao Jun declared they must not survive. With 3 of them remaining, we must devise a way to eliminate them. Otherwise, we shall never find peace. Zhao Jun's assertion was undeniably valid. The previous encounter with Fong Sidong had left them in constant trepidation. Now, facing 3 skilled survivors in the wilderness, their presence in the shadows posed an unknown threat. Yun Shuang expressed her concern, saying, "We all understand the rationale, but once they enter the forest, what can we do?" Yang Xiaohua suggested, "Shall we charge in now?" Suddenly, Norma interjected with a statement that left Yao Qiaoyun perplexed in his absence. Dolma explained, "What he means is that they are unarmed and we could attempt negotiation." Dolma's Mandarin had become quite fluent, albeit with some stumbles. Yet Zhao Jun and the others comprehended his meaning. Yun Shuang anxiously queried, "What does that imply? Is he going alone?" "Indeed," Dolma nodded. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and remarked, "Given that they are unarmed, and since there are 2 women and 1 man, let him proceed with the negotiation. If it goes well, splendid. If not, Norma should find it easy to escape alone, and we can follow behind, lying in wait, ready to act. Should they pose a threat to Norma or fail to reach an agreement, we can eliminate them. This is indeed a prudent strategy." Having reached a consensus, Norma raised his voice and called out a few phrases, then raised his hands as he stepped into the forest. Zhao Jun instructed Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang to wait, while he and Dolma silently trailed behind Norma. Norma shouted, "Though our tribes are not allied, I too am being hunted by my tribe. Thus, we should not be enemies. What transpired earlier was largely a misunderstanding. Come out. Let us converse amicably." Zhao Jun could not decipher his words, but with Dolma's intermittent translations, he grasped the essence of what was being conveyed. Shortly thereafter, a male indigenous individual emerged cautiously and approached Norma. "What is your name? Are you from the Yunfeng tribe? What brings you here?" he inquired. Norma replied, "I am from the Yunfeng tribe, However, after my unsuccessful bid for chieftainship, I fled here. My name is Norma. What is yours? And how did you come to be here? The man spoke. I am Smore of the Blackstone tribe. We originally intended to assault the Cloudwind tribe, but we lost our way and, by mere chance, found ourselves here. Noma sighed with relief and replied, in that case, we should not be adversaries. Smore scrutinized Noma from head to toe and proposed, let us duel. The victor shall command the other. What say you? Noma, undeterred by such a challenge, responded, very well. Let us proceed, but we must forego our weapons. As he spoke, Noma cast his weapon to the ground. Chapter 99. Surrender. Smo discarded his dagger, and the two immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. Zhao Jun, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and contemplated drawing his weapon, but Dolma quickly interjected, do not shoot. They are engaged in a duel. Let the victor command the defeated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun relinquished his firearm, recalling his previous duel with Norma. Should Norma emerge victorious, then all three of them would be obliged to heed his commands, which in turn meant they would be following Zhao Jun's directives. Will their tribe honor this agreement? Zhao Jun inquired. Indeed they will. Rest assured, Dolma reassured him. Zhao Jun exhaled in relief, for he observed that Norma was gaining the upper hand, seemingly destined for victory. After all, Norma aspired to be the chieftain and possessed remarkable skills. Had Zhao Jun not been a soldier and benefited from stroke of luck, he might not have matched Norma's prowess. Before long, Norma had Smo pinned to the ground, his hands clasped tightly around Smo's throat, rendering him breathless. It's done, Zhao Jun exclaimed joyfully. However, Dolma shook his head. Wait, he has yet to concede. Moments later, Smo's eyes rolled back, and he struck the ground thrice with his hands. Upon seeing this, Norma finally released his grip, and Smo collapsed, coughing violently and gasping for air. Had he delayed his plea for mercy even for a few seconds longer, he would likely have lost consciousness and succumbed to Norma's grip. Norma caught his breath, stood up, and looked down at Smo, declaring, from this moment forth, you shall obey me. Whatever I command shall be your law. You are now my slave. Smo bowed his head in submission, responding, yes, my master. Although Zhao Jun could not comprehend their words, the meaning was clear. He exchanged a glance with Dolma, who said, all right, we may proceed. As Zhao Jun and Dolma stepped outside, Smo's expression shifted dramatically, and he rose abruptly, eyeing Zhao Jun with caution. Norma interjected, he is my master. You shall heed him as well. Do you understand? Smo hesitated momentarily, but soon accepted this reality, lowering his head before Zhao Jun and bending at the waist, presenting the back of his neck as a sign of submission. Zhao Jun nodded. Very well. You shall accompany Norma from now on. And what are the other two? After Dolma translated, Smo spoke loudly, and two indigenous women approached, one named Kaya and the other Astamu, both in their 20s, with Kaya being Smo's wife. Kaya and Astamu bowed before Zhao Jun and Norma, placing the backs of their heads before them in deference. Norma muttered a few words, and after Smo's response, he unexpectedly hoisted Astamu onto his shoulder and began to walk outside. Zhao Jun, perplexed, asked, what is this about? Dolma chuckled. She is to become Brother Norma's wife. Zhao Jun nearly choked on his own saliva, incredulous at the abruptness of the situation. Mere moments ago, they were locked in a life-and-death struggle, and now they would be wed. Upon returning to the area beneath the wall, Yao Qiaoyun spotted the three indigenous individuals trailing behind, with Norma still carrying one of them, and curiously inquired, Zhao Jun, what is happening? Zhao Jun exclaimed, they have surrendered. One is a slave of Norma, and the other is his wife. Open the door, for all is well now. It was then that Yao Qiaoyun addressed Su Xinxu and the others below. Open the door. As the grand entrance swung open, everyone entered. Yao Qiaoyun engaged in conversation with Norma and the man named Simo for quite some time, finally grasping the unfolding events. Zhao Jun instructed, have Simo and his wife, Kaya, construct a house on this side of the wall, mirroring Noma's. Noma and that Astamu shall assist as well, so we can complete it swiftly and have a place to rest tonight. Prioritize building the house before digging. It should be manageable within 2 days. The rest of you, gather around. We need to hold a meeting. Noma and Simo busied themselves, while Zhao Jun's group settled in a circle. Yun Shuang voiced her concerns. Is this reliable? Are they safe? What if they do something while we sleep? Not at all, Doroma reassured. Zhao Jun replied. Noma has completely subdued him. Judging by Noma's recent behavior, It seems unlikely such an event would occur. Yun Shuang conceded that is true. Zhao Jun continued, once the house is completed, we shall have 4 individuals guarding outside during the night. Oh, how splendid. Indeed, this time no one was injured, and we have gained 3 new allies. Furthermore, we have resolved Noma's lifelong dilemma. This is truly wonderful. Yang Xiaohua remarqued. Zhao Jun agreed. Yes, it appears quite favorable. However, we must not let our guard down. This incident signifies a crucial point. Our island, though isolated, can still attract indigenous people. Previously with Noma and Doroma, and now with Simo, they came in small numbers, which is why nothing significant happened. But should a larger group arrive next time, we must be prepared. Hence, we need to set multiple traps and remain vigilant. But what if dozens or even hundreds of indigenous people come? What shall we do then? Yang Xiaohua lamented. Zhao Jun suggested, perhaps we could intimidate them. After all, we possess firearms, and our numbers are not insignificant. Starting tomorrow, everyone must practice shooting, just in case. Su Ruoyu expressed her fear. Do we all have to learn to shoot? Indeed, not only shooting, but also archery. Do not fear these skills. They may save your life in critical moments. Cao Yun inquired. Yao Qiaoyun stated, according to Simo, they lost their way and ended up here, so it is unlikely more will come. However, Zhao Jun is correct. We must be prepared for the unexpected. If someone does arrive, we needn't to worry. After all, the indigenous people lack firearms. Zhao Jun turned to Lucy and said, Lucy, starting tomorrow, you shall teach everyone how to use the guns, but conserve the ammunition, as we do not have much. Doroma, you will instruct them in archery, spear throwing, and the use of daggers. Lucy replied, understood. Doroma added, all right, I will. Zhao Jun concluded, very well, Xiaohua, please prepare a meal and make it plentiful. We now have 3 more mouths to feed. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohua rose to prepare the meal, while Su Xinxu and Tao Luna assisted her. Recently, Su Xinxu had taken it upon herself to learn various skills. Although she occasionally struggled and fell out of her depth, her progress was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Zhao Jun ventured outside to observe Norma and Smo as they constructed the house, adhering strictly to the specifications set forth by Norma. For the time being, they refrained from carving out openings, opting to erect the structure first before making any incisions. At this juncture, Yao Qiaoyun also approached. Chapter 100. The gift. Zhao Jun inquired. Will it be ready today? Norma replied. Almost. We can certainly rest tonight. Yes, please expedite the process, and also attend to the other cave promptly. The cold will soon set in, and without a fire, it will be quite difficult for them to sleep here, Zhao Jun urged. Norma nodded. Understood, master. Of course. All of this communication transpired through the translation of Yao Qiaoyun. During their midday meal, Simo and the others had never tasted such delectable food, devouring it eagerly. Doma, tomorrow marks your festival. We have made meticulous preparations. If you desire any gifts, do not hesitate to express your wishes, Zhao Jun stated. Doma comprehended Zhao Jun's words and, before Yao Qiaoyun could translate, boldly declared, I want you. Dolma's directness rendered Zhao Jun somewhat awkward, although a flicker of delight stirred within him. He felt a tinge of discomfort in front of so many witnesses. Clearing his throat, Zhao Jun said, a gift refers to something you wish for, not a person. I desire nothing else, but you. Dolma insisted. Zhao Jun chose to ignore her, and Yao Qiaoyun translated his words into the Native American language. Norma and Simo chimed in, and Yao Qiaoyun conveyed, Norma does not wish for anything specific. He simply has a wife now and hopes to acquire a scarf and a hat for her. Utilizing rabbit fur, they crafted numerous hats and scarves, indeed having an abundance. Zhao Jun, generous and unreserved, promptly presented Norma and Simo, the newcomers, with 2 pieces each of wolf and antelope hides, along with rabbit fur hats and scarves for everyone. Simo and his companions were overjoyed, acutely aware that winter was fast approaching. Their attire was somewhat inadequate, and these items could very well be life-saving. Though they were capable hunters, success was not guaranteed, and scarves were an unfamiliar luxury to them. However, while Simo and his friends received their gifts, what of Norma and Dolma? Zhao Jun fell into contemplation. Norma and Dolma had seamlessly integrated into their team, particularly Norma, who contributed significantly and was responsible for their safety at night. It was only fitting to acknowledge their efforts. After considerable reflection, Zhao Jun resolved, since that is the case, I shall search for suitable gifts to present to them both during the festival tomorrow. He turned to Dolma and remarked, since you have not specified your desires, I shall prepare something at my discretion. Whether you like it or not is beyond my concern. Dolma beamed. As long as it is a gift from you, I shall cherish it regardless. Zhao Jun fell silent, while Simo and the others burst into joy, singing and dancing. Yun Shuang and the others gradually succumbed to their infectious spirits, joining in the revelry. Sitting by the fire, Zhao Jun watched the beautiful women dance, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. In the quiet of the night, as all others lay in slumber, Zhao Jun retrieved the last remaining piece of thermal underwear and a lighter from his suitcase. He returned to his room, preparing to rest, when Qin Xiyuan stealthily entered. By the dim flicker of the firelight, she caught sight of the thermal garment, women's thermal underwear. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Jun, is this for me? Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback and shook his head, replying no. Disappointment washed over Qin Xiyuan. In truth, everyone was somewhat underdressed, but with the weather growing increasingly frigid, they were all wrapped in animal skins. This thermal underwear was not only attractive but also exceptionally warm, truly a splendid item. Who are you giving it to? She pouted, inquiring. Zhao Jun thought that everyone would find out by tomorrow anyway, so he candidly stated, it's for Dolma. Qin Xiyuan immediately embraced Zhao Jun and bestowed upon him a fervent kiss, then implored, Jun, Captain, please give this to me instead. I'm in great need of it. Dualma is essentially a wild person. She won't be accustomed to wearing such clothing, will she? After all this time together, can't you spare me a piece of thermal underwear? Zhao Jun responded, Dualma has it tough and has done a lot for us. Tomorrow marks one of the most significant days of the year for them, so I've decided to give it to her. Please, don't be jealous. It's not about jealousy. I truly need it. I really want that thermal underwear. Please just give it to me, all right? Qin Xiyuan's pleading tone put Zhao Jun in a difficult position. After pondering for a moment, he replied, how about this? I will think it over during this time, and by the new year, I'll present you with something even better. What do you think? Qin Xiyuan's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, do you have something else hidden away? In truth, Zhao Jun's suitcase did contain a few more clothing items, but only one women's down jacket. The rest were summer garments. He had already distributed the summer clothes and used the materials for the underwear for when their relatives visited. Zhao Jun had been contemplating whom to gift the down jacket to, and now, spurred by Qin Xiyuan's reminder, he felt that after all this time together, he couldn't simply disregard her. Thus, he silently nodded in agreement. Qin Xiyuan tilted her head, gazing at Zhao Jun, and asked, is that true? Sao Yun Xiaohua. Why would I deceive you? I assure you, you will be satisfied. Moreover, if I give it to you now, others might have something to say. As a New Year's gift, it should be perfect. Only then did Qin Xiyuan reluctantly glance at the thermal underwear, questioning, what are your true thoughts regarding Dualma? It seems you've also rejected her affections. Why then, would you still gift her something so fine? Zhao Jun pulled out the lighter, smiling as he replied, I mentioned it's a gift for them. I've given Simo and the others some animal skins, hats, and scarves. Dualma will receive this thermal underwear, while Norma gets this lighter. Could you at least give me a hint about what splendid gift I might receive? Qin Xiyuan inquired. Sao Yun the Malks. A down jacket would undoubtedly enhance your beauty. Qin Xiyuan pondered for a moment and replied, that sounds reasonable. What about the others? I shall contemplate their choices separately. Rest assured, no one will be overlooked. However, yours will certainly stand apart from theirs, Zhao Jun assured her. Satisfied, Qin Xiyuan embraced Zhao Jun and said, that is more like it. The night on the deserted island was frigid, yet the cave exuded warmth. In Zhao Jun's chamber, Qin Xiyuan seemed to declare to all that her bond with Zhao Jun was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 101. The tribe's new year at the break of dawn on December 1st. It marked the new year for both the Blackstone tribe and the Cloudwind tribe. The Blackstone tribe was poised to launch a surprise assault on the Cloudwind tribe today. Although Norma and Dolma belonged to the Cloudwind tribe, one was a traitor and the other a sacrificial offering, leaving them devoid of any emotional ties to their tribe, rendering their allegiance inconsequential. As for Simo, Astamu, and Koya, having become estranged from their tribe and now recognizing Norma as their leader, they found solace in the provisions provided by Zhao Jun, thus choosing to reside here contentedly. Presently, Simo and Koya were a couple, while Norma and Astamu formed another pair. Under the influence of the divine, there is no need for them to harbor any other aspirations. At noon, Yang Xiaohua prepared a sumptuous feast featuring antelope meat, rabbit soup, and roasted fish, both fresh and cured. Moreover, Zhao Jun uncorked 2 bottles of red wine and opened several coconuts. The indigenous individuals were exceedingly delighted by the lavish spread, which likely surpassed any meal they would have received in their own tribe. Furthermore, it was probable that, under normal circumstances, the 2 tribes would have been engaged in battle at that very moment. Deep within, both Norma and Simo felt a sense of relief from their harrowing past. Had they remained in their respective tribes, their fates would have been uncertain, let alone enjoying such delectable fare here. Following the meal, Zhao Jun presented Norma and Dolma with thermal underwear and lighters, wishing them a happy new year. Both Norma and Dolma were overjoyed, while Simo and his companions had already received gifts the previous night, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the evening, Yang Xiaohua reheated the leftovers from lunch and prepared a few fresh dishes, stir-frying various wild vegetables. They indulged in yet another feast, and after the meal, they gathered around the fire to warm themselves, as the night air had turned quite frigid, with cold temperatures lingering both morning and evening. Zhao Jun, smoking a cigarette, turned to Lucy and remarked, "Miss Lucy, in just over 20 days, it will be Christmas." Lucy replied, "There's no need to celebrate just for me. They have 5 people, while I am alone. It seems unnecessary to hold a celebration exclusively for me." Zhao Jun shook his head, asserting, "No, it is certainly necessary. Even if it is just one person, you are a part of our team, and everyone deserves equal recognition. We cannot overlook you simply because you are alone." Lucy expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Zhao Jun continued sincerely, "We are equally grateful to you, Lucy. Without your presence, we would not be enjoying such a good life. The supplies on your ship have provided us with immense convenience." Upon hearing Zhao Jun mention the boat, Lucy was reminded of Jack, and her expression instantly darkened. Zhao Jun noticed this, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry about Jack." Lucy shook her head and replied, "It's all right, let us not dwell on that. As for Christmas, I don't really want anything. Just a Christmas tree in this cave would suffice. Seeing a Christmas tree reminds me of the wonderful Christmases of the past. It would be a comfort. I don't need any other gifts. And even if I wanted something, many things are simply unattainable." Zhao Jun immediately responded, "That is quite simple. I'll start preparing the Christmas tree tomorrow. I promise you'll be satisfied." Lucy nodded. "Thank you." She added, "You shouldn't say thank you. It feels too formal." Zhao Jun replied. At that moment, Dolma approached Zhao Jun, already clad in thermal underwear, brimming with excitement. She hugged Zhao Jun's neck and exclaimed, thank you. This feels so comfortable." Zhao Jun, noticing the many gazes upon him, felt a bit shy and said, "Dolma, all right, this is a gift for you. Everyone has a gift, and you certainly are no exception." Dolma insisted, "I don't care. This is a gift from you, which makes it special. I have decided that you are my husband. And no matter what, you are my husband. Can I stay with you tonight?" Zhao Jun, taken aback by Dolma's candor, felt his face flush. Qin Xiyuan, witnessing this, felt extremely displeased, even somewhat angry, glaring at the two of them. Meanwhile, others like Su Xinxu, Yun Shuang, and Yao Qiaoyun appeared indifferent, while Tao Luna seemed a tad envious. Xu Ruoyu innocently watched the scene, finding it somewhat amusing, and Yang Xiaohua remained calm, observing quietly. Noma and Smo exchanged smiles, seemingly anticipating what would unfold. Zhao Jun scratched his head and said, "Dolma, please don't be impulsive. Let us talk about this later." Dolma pouted and replied, "What is wrong? I don't mind if you have several women. Why can't you be my husband?" Yun Shuang teased, "Yeah? Why do you always hesitate to accept Dolma?" Zhao Jun glanced at Qin Xiyuan. Although his relationship with her was somewhat perplexing and her intentions seemed less than pure, merely seeking a better life. After being together for so long, she was indeed Zhao Jun's woman, and he felt compelled to consider her feelings. If it were not for Qin Xiyuan, he would unreservedly accept Dolma. But now he had to ensure that Qin Xiyuan was psychologically prepared. Zhao Jun stated earnestly, "I don't understand the customs of their tribe. But I am from the great civilization of Huaxia. How could I embrace polygamy?" Su Xinxu interjected, "Isn't polygamy acceptable? In ancient Huaxia it was quite common, wasn't it? Let us not dwell on ancient times. Even in the recent past, the same holds true. It has only been a few decades, and in all honesty, this is of little consequence. After all, we find ourselves on a deserted island, devoid of other men, or at least with limited choices. She has merely chosen you." Zhao Jun glanced at Qin Xiyuan and remarked, Though I speak thus, it is not without merit. In truth, Zhao Jun felt a sense of delight upon hearing Su Xinxu utter such words. After all, he harbored no aversion to having multiple women in his life. Deep within, he yearned for such a reality, yet he felt hesitant to break through this barrier. He was acutely aware of Qin Xiyuan's feelings, and he himself felt a tinge of embarrassment. Were this barrier to be shattered, he would undoubtedly cast all caution to the wind. Yun Shuang interjected, Sister Su, by saying this, you might just drive him to ecstasy. He has likely contemplated this long before. Men, it is universally understood. Zhao Jun, am I mistaken? Dare you deny such thoughts? Chapter 102. Sprained ankle. Zhao Jun chuckled. Do not think about it. Dare not think about it, for it is non-existent. How hypocritical! Yun Shuang retorted disdainfully. Dorma continued to hold on to Zhao Jun, but Qin Xiyuan could no longer bear the sight and interjected, Dorma, let go. Understanding the relationship between Qin Xiyuan and Zhao Jun, and knowing they were not being secretive, Dorma complied and released her grip. Qin Xiyuan settled beside Zhao Jun and remarked, if he does not wish for it, do not pursue him. Qin Xiyuan was an astute woman. Although she had Zhao Jun, her intentions were merely to be endearing, hoping for better care in return, nothing more. Presently, Zhao Jun's performance in that regard was commendable, which left Qin Xiyuan content with the current state of affairs. Nevertheless, she recognized that the initiative rested with Zhao Jun. Should he desire companionship with other women, she would not object, at most expressing mild grievances. Thus, her words were not definitive. She merely suggested that if Zhao Jun was disinterested, he should not be pursued. Dorma, feeling sullen, chose to remain silent and acquiesced. Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, Simo and the others resumed their singing and dancing. The following morning, after Zhao Jun rose, he ventured outside and discovered Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun already awake, engaged in conversation while playing on the seesaw. Upon noticing Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun greeted him and inquired, Captain, what are our plans for today? Zhao Jun replied, let us minimize outdoor excursions. Nomar can go hunting, while Simo and the others continue constructing their homes. You all can enjoy yourselves here. What about you? Yao Qiaoyun asked. I intend to wander about with my gun, Zhao Jun stated. Without hesitation, Yao Qiaoyun dismounted from the seesaw and exclaimed, I shall accompany you. Zhao Jun contemplated leaving Simo and the others behind. But with Dorma now able to communicate effectively with them, he nodded in agreement. Both Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun armed themselves with guns and set out. After walking a few paces, Yao Qiaoyun queried, Zhao Jun, are we truly destined to spend our lives here? Zhao Jun paused, then replied, let us wait for rescue. I do not believe it will be a lifetime, but it may take many years. Have we not discussed this before? I'm aware we have. Yet I feel that waiting indefinitely is not a solution. Should we not take a more proactive approach? Yao Qiaoyun suggested. Zhao Jun sighed. I too desire to take initiative. But at this moment, how can one do so? There is little we can do. I understand we have a broken radio and satellite phone, but I must say, even if they are damaged, why not attempt to repair them? Yao Qiaoyun proposed. Zhao Jun responded, no one knows how to fix them. I fear that any attempts will only exacerbate the situation. This represents our last glimmer of hope, and I cannot afford any missteps. Yao Qiaoyun countered. Since they are already broken, what harm could further damage do? Let me put it this way. It may still be possible to repair things now. If one day, someone capable of fixing them arrives, success might follow. However, if we inadvertently worsen the situation, even that skilled individual might find it impossible to mend, which would be utterly disastrous. Zhao Jun explained. Yao Qiaoyun, feeling dejected, responded, that is indeed a valid point. Therefore, we must not carelessly tamper with these two items. They may serve a purpose. It is not that I refuse to repair them, but rather that I cannot afford to meddle recklessly. Zhao Jun asserted. Yao Qiaoyun, with a sense of resignation, replied, I understand. Zhao Jun glanced around, but saw nothing amiss and prepared to return. Yet Yao Qiaoyun expressed her concerns, saying, Zhao Jun, do you think that if the Blackstone tribe and the Yun Feng tribe come into conflict, some might end up here with us? What then shall we do? What can we do? We must resist, Zhao Jun replied, though he felt a twinge of worry about such a scenario. Moreover, considering that Norma, Dolma, and Smo had gradually arrived on this island, the possibility of others from those tribes coming here did not seem far-fetched. Yao Qiaoyun, with an anxious tone, asked, but what if we cannot withstand the resistance? If we cannot hold our ground, then it would be the end. Perhaps you would be safe, but I would likely perish. Zhao Jun replied. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, why will we be safe? Zhao Jun explained, it is rather simple. You are women, and your presence holds value. As for us men, Yao Qiaoyun interjected, displeased, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting they would spare us? I would rather die than endure such humiliation, Zhao Jun remarked. At that point, it would not be your decision to make. Let's not dwell on such grim topics. As Yao Qiaoyun contemplated Zhao Jun's words, she became distracted and accidentally stepped into thin air, exclaiming in pain as she twisted her ankle. Hearing her cry, Zhao Jun rushed to support her. Yao Qiaoyun grasped his arm for stability, managing to stand firm. It hurts. She winced. Zhao Jun gently helped her sit on a nearby rock, exclaiming, oh dear, it is swollen. He carefully examined her ankle, noticing the fair skin had turned red and puffy. While not severe, walking further would be quite challenging, necessitating several days of rest. Yao Qiaoyun gritted her teeth and declared, carry me back. Without hesitation, Zhao Jun lifted her onto his back, cradling her legs in his arms. Feeling their softness, Yao Qiaoyun wrapped her arms around his neck to avoid slipping, her chest naturally pressing against his back. Zhao Jun felt a flutter of excitement, and, seeking to distract himself, asked, Qiaoyun, did you really do nothing with your boyfriend in the past? Yao Qiaoyun replied, why do you ask that? Out of curiosity. In today's society, it is rather intriguing that you and your boyfriend have been together for many years, yet have not engaged in anything, Zhao Jun responded. Previously, when those women spoke of their boyfriends, Zhao Jun listened intently, harboring a desire to inquire, but unable to voice his curiosity. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, of course it's true. How could it be otherwise? We merely held hands, and he hasn't even carried me. Zhao Jun responded, so in that case, I'm even closer to you than your boyfriend? Yao Qiaoyun playfully tapped Zhao Jun on the head, saying, what are you thinking? I only needed you to carry me because of my injured foot. This hardly qualifies as an intimate gesture. Zhao Jun winced, drawing in a breath, and retorted, be gentle with your strikes. By the way, do you hit your boyfriend with such force as well? I have never struck him. Why would I do that? Yao Qiaoyun replied with a hint of pride. Chapter 103. The national princess, upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's words, Zhao Jun exclaimed in astonishment, you are neither affectionate nor quarrelsome. Is this how friends behave? It seems somewhat off, doesn't it? Yao Qiaoyun replied, must friendship necessarily involve affection or conflict? No, Zhao Jun contended, but you two do not resemble a couple. After all, the saying goes that to hit is to show affection. To scold is to express love. Your relationship bears little resemblance to that of ordinary friends. Yao Qiaoyun explained, perhaps it is due to my status that he treats me with such respect. Sao Yun inquired, I have gathered that you are seemingly a wealthy heir, yet I remain unclear about your precise identity. Yao Qiaoyun retorted, I shall not divulge that. Zhao Jun probed further, you mentioned being the vice president of a major corporation. Is it a substantial company? After a moment of silence, Yao Qiaoyun confessed, indeed, it is quite significant. Have you heard of Yun Group? Zhao Jun's realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, so you are Yao Jinglin's daughter, Yao Qiaoyun. How can I not have recognized you? I simply had not considered that angle before, and you do maintain a relatively low profile, unlike other wealthy heirs who are well known. Yao Jinglin is the richest man in Huaxia, and Yunting ranks among the top 10 companies globally, thus illustrating that Yao Qiaoyun's background is indeed extraordinary. Yet Yao Qiaoyun remained unfazed, stating, but what good does it do? Being someone's daughter does not aid me in any way. Sao Yun remarks, surely your father will come to your rescue. He must be investing a fortune in your search. In fact, I feel that our chances of salvation may very well hinge upon your father. The state would not easily abandon them. However, if no leads were found, the initial fervor would gradually wane, potentially leading to a lack of resolution. Nevertheless, Yao Jinglin would not relinquish his daughter lightly, especially since he has no son and only this one daughter, who is also the heir to Yunting Group. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, he would persist in his search. Yao Qiaoyun acknowledged, I understand your perspective, but I believe you should not harbor excessive hope. The vastness of the ocean cannot simply be navigated with wealth. Zhao Jun, unconvinced, replied, you are of national princess caliber. Your plane crash. Wait, why were you not on a private jet? Yao Qiaoyun clarified, do you think that international private jets can be summoned at will? I had urgent matters in Hawaii. Hence I opted for commercial aviation, and due to unavailability of first-class tickets, I ended up seated next to you. Zhao Jun's understanding crystallized as he exclaimed, "Ah, now I see. Qiaoyun, listen to me. You are of national princess stature, and your plane crash will undoubtedly create a significant uproar. The media will certainly pay close attention to this matter, and the search efforts will be vigorous. Moreover, Yao Jinglin will surely spare no expense or effort. As the saying goes, under great rewards, there will be brave men. Thus, our chances of rescue are quite promising." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Let us hope everything unfolds as you say. By the way, are you weary? You seem quite light, not fatigued at all." Zhao Jun smiled and responded, "Indeed." Yao Qiaoyun smiled and remarked, "In fact, I consider myself somewhat heavy, weighing over 100 pounds. Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "Not heavy at all. With your stature, how can a weight of over 100 pounds be deemed heavy? Moreover, I feel as though you've slimmed down considerably since the first time I saw you." Yao Qiaoyun responded, "In such an environment, constantly on edge and having even faced gunfire, how could one possibly gain weight? However, now that nutrition is severely imbalanced, with daily consumption of meat and fish, despite the presence of wild vegetables and potato flour, it is primarily the meat and fish that constitute our main sustenance. At this rate, after this winter, I suspect I will inevitably gain weight." Zhao Jun chuckled, "If you gain weight, so be it. What does it matter? After all, there are no outsiders here, and your boyfriend isn't around." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Actually, I've already broken up with that boyfriend." "What led to the breakup? If I were your boyfriend, I would never let that happen. Was it your decision?" Zhao Jun inquired. Yao Qiaoyun hesitated slightly before saying, "It was actually his decision." Zhao Jun exclaimed in disbelief, "How could that be? Are you pulling my leg? I assure you, perhaps the pressure of being with me was just too much for him, compounded by my insistence on not letting him vent his frustrations, which ultimately led him to propose the breakup," Yao Qiaoyun explained. Zhao Jun shook his head in astonishment. This young man truly lacks resilience. How can he act in such a manner? Yao Qiaoyun smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Since he could not withstand my trials, the breakup is no great loss to me." Zhao Jun remarked, "Qiaoyun, this plane crash has serendipitously brought us together. Otherwise, I would have never had the chance to meet you." Yao Qiaoyun nodded. "Indeed, we were originally from two different worlds, unlikely to intersect. Yet now, on this small island, you have become quite the sought-after individual, with everyone wanting to be around you." Zhao Jun hurriedly replied, "Oh, that's hardly the case." Yao Qiaoyun continued, "Qin Xiyuan, Dualma, and Tao Luna, aren't they enough? How many more do you desire? Do you wish for all of us to fawn over you?" Had Yao Qiaoyun been aware of Yang Xiaohua's situation, she would have likely been even more astonished. Zhao Jun clarified, "You might be slightly mistaken. My relationship with Sister Yuan is indeed, but I have already turned down Dualma, and there is nothing between me and Luna." Yao Qiaoyun stated, "Regardless, you are currently quite the desirable individual. Yet, as you mentioned earlier, rescue will eventually arrive, so do not dwell too much on it. It is wise to maintain certain boundaries in your endeavors. Of course, during this time, you have shown yourself to be quite amiable, not forcing us into anything. Compared to Fong Sidong and Jack, you are indeed a decent person." Zhao Jun replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Princess." "Princess? What on earth is that?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired, puzzled. Zhao Jun chuckled and remarked, "You are indeed the national princess. Although you seldom make public appearances, everyone is aware that Yao Jinglin has a daughter. People have often speculated about your appearance and reached a unanimous conclusion. Regardless of how you look, you are still a princess. Everyone yearns to pursue you, though such thoughts are mere fantasies." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Is that so? I was completely unaware." As Zhao Jun carried Yao Qiaoyun on his back, Yun Shuang observed the scene and promptly assisted Yao Qiaoyun down, ensuring she was seated comfortably before inquiring, "Qiaoyun, what is going on?" Chapter 104. The Christmas Tree. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "I accidentally sprained my ankle while on patrol, and it was Zhao Jun who helped me return. My foot is rather swollen." Yun Shuang glanced over, astonished. "Oh dear, it does look quite serious. It seems you won't be able to move for a while." Yao Qiaoyun sighed, "Indeed, it's quite unfortunate. Thankfully, Zhao Jun was here. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't have made it back." "It was merely a small effort," Zhao Jun interjected. "Besides, it's unlikely we would venture out alone. Even if someone accompanied you, they wouldn't just abandon you there." Yao Qiaoyun expressed her gratitude. "Nonetheless, I appreciate it. Carrying me such a distance was no small feat." Zhao Jun grinned. "Well, that's true. There may be no accolades, but certainly some labor involved. Qiaoyun, you should rest well. I'll go chop down a tree to serve as our Christmas tree. Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun then called upon Yang Xiaohua to accompany him outside. Although Lucy wished to join them since the Christmas tree was meant for her, she ultimately chose to remain behind to tend to Yao Qiaoyun's injuries. With a well-stocked medical kit and her knowledge of first aid, she was the most suitable candidate for the task. Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings. The Christmas tree must strike a balance between size, not too large, yet not too small. After a considerable search, he finally found a tree of appropriate dimensions. Armed with an electric saw, he began to fell the tree. This electric saw, acquired from Jack and his crew aboard their sailing vessel, was relatively compact but far more efficient than an axe, significantly speeding up the process. Before long, the tree was cut down. Zhao Jun laid on the ground and, seeing no one around, he embraced Yang Xiaohua. Although she had anticipated his behavior since he called her outside, she was still taken aback by his sudden affection, exclaiming, "Wait, don't let anyone see us." Zhao Jun chuckled. "Who would see us? You're overthinking it." He leaned in for a kiss, and despite her token resistance, Yang Xiaohua ultimately surrendered to his advances. After a moment, Zhao Jun released her, asking, "Aren't you ready yet?" Yang Xiaohua nodded, "Of course. Besides, in this environment, how could I not be?" Zhao Jun did not press her further, suggesting, "All right then, let us return." As they turned to head back, Zhao Jun once again embraced Yang Xiaohua, showering her with affection. She felt weak in his arms, breathless, yet she managed to maintain her composure and prevent him from proceeding further. Upon returning to the cave, Zhao Jun positioned the Christmas tree in the center, adorning it with tags from their clothing and even placing a flashlight underneath to illuminate it. While it appeared somewhat rudimentary in such an environment, the presence of a Christmas tree brought immense joy to Lucy, who stood gazing at it for quite some time, lost in thought. Zhao Jun stood behind her, hands on his hips, grinning. "Not too shabby, is it?" Lucy nodded and remarked, "Yes, quite good. Indeed, very good. In just over 20 days, it will be Christmas. Currently, we have no worries about food or warmth, and there are no other crises to contend with. Therefore, it is time to think about how to celebrate the holiday and bring some joy into our lives. Otherwise, bottling up our feelings may lead to problems." Zhao Jun responded. Lucy continued, "At first, I didn't grasp your intention. It seems to stem from this consideration. You are indeed correct. Mental health is a matter that deserves attention." Zhao Jun settled beside Lucy and inquired, "Lucy, what kind of Christmas gift do you desire? Feel free to share your wishes, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them if possible." Lucy chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Never mind. What I wish for is unattainable. Do tell. Perhaps it could be realized, don't you think?" "Sao Yun included." Lucy replied, "I want an engine. Can you arrange that?" "An engine? What would you need an engine for? We already have a hand-crank generator and a solar generator. An engine seems unnecessary," Zhao Jun queried, puzzled. Lucy gazed at the Christmas tree and explained, "I want the engine installed on a boat, so we could leave this place." Zhao Jun understood that most of the people here wished to depart, except for Norma and a few others. In truth, Zhao Jun also yearned to leave. Accustomed to the modern life of computers, films, and smartphones, it would be hard to forget such comforts. However, Lucy was undoubtedly the one who longed to escape the most. Even Yao Qiaoyun had come to terms with the idea of staying for 2 years, while Lucy, affected by Jack's situation and her own adventurous spirit, found it unbearable to remain on this deserted island. Zhao Jun awkwardly rubbed his nose and admitted, "That is quite difficult. It really is a tough request to fulfill." Lucy shrugged and said, "So even if I mention it, you wouldn't be able to achieve it. Perhaps I should refrain from saying anything. Choose something else." Zhao Jun suggested, "Think of something simpler." Lucy pondered for a moment and replied, "Forget it. Come on, something easy, nothing too challenging," Zhao Jun urged. Lucy stated, "Then I shall keep quiet. You think about what to give me, and ideally, surprise me. If I specify what I want, it would lose the essence of a gift." Having said this, Zhao Jun felt it inappropriate to press further. He approached the Christmas tree to make some adjustments and said, "All right, I will take some time in the coming days to think." Lucy remained silent, and after Zhao Jun had worked for a while, he began to have lunch. After the meal, he checked Yao Qiaoyun's foot injury. It appeared quite severe, but thankfully it had not affected the bone, and with a few days of rest, she would recover. Zhao Jun offered a few words of comfort to Yao Qiaoyun before stepping outside. He glanced at the hunting spoils of Noma and Dualma, which included several rabbits and a snake, while a wolf named Xiao Hui accompanied them, proudly carrying a large field mouse in its mouth. The rooms for Simo and Kia had been completely constructed. They only needed to dig a hole nearby to finalize the project. However, this excavation would take a week and required a gradual approach. Fortunately, the rooms were sheltered from the wind, and, as the weather had yet to turn entirely cold, they had an ample supply of animal skins to keep warm for the week. After a week, they would be able to light a fire for warmth. Following the hunt, Noma joined in the efforts, thereby accelerating their progress. With guards stationed on both sides, everyone felt considerably safer than before. Chapter 105. The return of the leopard's trail in the afternoon, Zhao Jun, armed with a firearm, ventured alongside Yun Shuang, tracing the bamboo water pipe as they set out to assess its condition. This was their source of drinking water, and ensuring its safety and flow was of utmost importance. Whenever they had the opportunity, they would periodically inspect the conduit. As Zhao Jun walked, his gaze flitted between the water pipe and the exquisite contours of Yun Shuang's physique. Among the women, her figure was unrivaled, with an alluring S-curve that stirred desire. Each woman possessed her own unique attributes. For instance, Dorima, of brown descent, exhibited a golden ratio in her form. Her skin, though darker, was remarkably smooth. Yun Shuang's graceful lines were a feast for the eyes. Su Xinxu, on the other hand, was voluptuous, not in a way that could be deemed excessive, but rather with a pleasing fullness that accentuated her curves. Yang Xiaohua, accustomed to laboring in the fields, bore a slight tan, yet her figure was nearly as striking as Yun Shuang's. Yao Qiaoyun moved with a subtle, ethereal grace, her proportions perfectly balanced. Qin Xiyuan, tall and fair-skinned, was a familiar silhouette to Zhao Jun. Su Ruoyu seemed still in her youthful development, yet she was a budding beauty, akin to a flower yet to bloom. Tao Luna embodied the juxtaposition of maturity and youth, a subject of Zhao Jun's long-standing admiration. In any case, these 8 enchanting women were each distinctive, differing in age, personality, and profession. Previously, Zhao Jun regarded them as goddesses, nearly unattainable, yet now he found himself with prospects. Perhaps even the opportunity to establish a harem. Of course, this was merely a theoretical possibility, contingent upon Zhao Jun's readiness to embrace it. Yun Shuang, sensing Zhao Jun's gaze, abruptly turned and glared at him, demanding, "What are you looking at?" Zhao Jun quickly averted his eyes, replying, "Nothing at all." She gently caressed the bamboo pipe, asserting, "I'm not foolish. I can tell where your eyes wander. I know precisely what men are thinking." Sao Yun Xiaoku. It is said that beautiful women are a delight to behold. Since we lack other forms of entertainment, is it wrong to admire beauty? Yun Shuang responded with a playful smile, "Of course it is. Why should you have 8 beauties to gaze upon, while we have not a single handsome man to admire?" Zhao Jun raised his chin defiantly. "Am I not handsome? You are at best a man. Handsome? That's debatable." Yun Shuang retorted. Zhao Jun stuck out his tongue and replied, "In this place, there are no other men. Among the short, I am the tallest, right? Compared to Normasmo, I am indeed the better-looking one." Yun Shuang laughed, covering her mouth. "When you compare yourself to 2 wild men, you've already lost, you know." "Oh, what does losing even mean? There is simply no one else around. Can you find another man more handsome than I?" Zhao Jun boasted. Yun Shuang shook her head and remarked, "Even if you don't have one, you are not at all compatible with handsome men. It's simply not pleasing to the eye." Zhao Jun retorted, "That's a matter of your appreciation. You can't always blame me." Yun Shuang replied, "All right, I won't jest with you any longer. It seems there is no issue with the water pipe. Let us head back." As Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang began to walk outside, Zhao Jun suddenly halted, bending down to examine the ground. "This is bad," he exclaimed. Yun Shuang asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhao Jun explained, "Last time we circumnavigated the island, we encountered a leopard and even killed one. I noticed the leopard's feces, and this is identical. Look." He pointed to a pile of droppings on the ground. The feces appeared substantial, causing Yun Shuang to glance around warily. "Where could the leopards be now?" she inquired. "They could appear at any moment." Zhao Jun replied with a hint of worry. He continued, "Judging by the quantity, it seems there are at least 3, indicating a family of leopards. If we were to cross paths with them, it could be quite perilous." Yun Shuang said anxiously, "Then we should hurry back." She had initially thought the leopards were on the other side of the island, not expecting to encounter them here. Zhao Jun added, "This island is not particularly large, so leopards could be lurking anywhere. That is quite evident. The two hurried back within the walls, finally feeling a sense of security upon seeing everyone gathered. Zhao Jun called the group together to discuss the leopard situation. Norma questioned, "We didn't notice anything while hunting?" Zhao Jun responded, "Neither did we. But I did see the leopard's droppings, and it appears there are at least 3, if not more." Dolma remarked, "So that is a family." Cao Yun nodded, "Indeed. That is my assumption as well. Regardless of whether it's 3 or more, it's undeniably dangerous. Leopards are far more terrifying than wolves. However, there is no need to panic. We managed to deal with a pack of dozens of wolves, so these few leopards, while hazardous, are not insurmountable. After all, we now have 3 additional companions. Previously, Norma and Zhao Jun had managed to slay a leopard with just the 2 of them. Now, with Simo and the others joining them, as long as they avoid being ambushed, the threat should be considerably diminished. Yang Xiaohua interjected, "But leopards are formidable creatures. 3 or 4 of them would likely pose a greater threat than a pack of wolves. With dozens of wolves, we could anticipate their movements. But leopards could strike at any moment, making them much harder to defend against." Zhao Jun reassured, "That's all right. We'll stick to our usual strategy, which is to minimize outdoor excursions. The hunting tasks have already been significantly lightened. So let Norma and Simo handle the hunting while the rest of us remain within these walls. We've also constructed ample entertainment facilities, allowing everyone to amuse themselves without the need to venture out." Su Xinxu sighed. "Indeed, there never seems to be a moment of peace. Troubles arise incessantly." Yun Shuang remarked, "In comparison to those who have perished in air disasters, we are indeed fortunate. Although we continually encounter challenges, at the very least, we are still alive. And the environment we find ourselves in is relatively safe." Zhao Jun clapped his hands and said, "There is no need for anyone to worry. As long as we remain vigilant and set traps, it would be ideal to capture the beast. However, even if we fail to do so, there is no cause for concern, as the cold weather is approaching, and fewer people will venture outside. Therefore, we need not let this situation affect our spirits or live in constant trepidation." Dolma suggested, "We could set traps using meat to catch the leopard." Chapter 106. The hunting plan. Upon hearing Dolma's suggestion, Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. You all must possess experience in capturing wild animals. Let us devise a sound strategy." Noma, Smo, Koya, Astamu, and Dolma commenced their deliberations, their conversation a flurry of unintelligible sounds to Zhao Jun and the others, save for Yao Qiaoyun, who comprehended their discourse. As their discussions drew to a close, all eyes turned towards Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma. Dolma spoke, "My proficiency in Chinese is limited, so I shall defer to Qiaoyun." Yao Qiaoyun translated, "They propose to set traps using bait, enticing the leopards to ensnare themselves. This appears to be the safest and most effective method we can conceive at present. Furthermore, if we can lay an ambush near the traps, it would be even better to eliminate them in one fell swoop." Zhao Jun inquired, "Do they have any specific ideas regarding the traps?" Yao Qiaoyun nodded, "Indeed. In their previous hunts for large game, they employed similar tactics, setting traps and using meat as bait, followed by throwing harpoons or arrows. They have successfully hunted numerous times, so this endeavor should not pose a significant challenge." Zhao Jun suggested, "In that case, let Noma lead this hunting expedition, shall we? While he may not excel in other areas, hunting is certainly his forte. Though their tribe cannot be classified as savages, they are indeed primitive natives, and hunting remains their primary means of sustenance. They take pride in their ability to hunt large wild animals, such as lions, tigers, and leopards. While they cannot guarantee absolute success, adhering to their methods significantly increases the likelihood of triumph." Noma readily agreed. Yet, apprehension lingered among the others. The task at hand was perilous. Leopards are agile and powerful, adept at climbing trees, making them formidable adversaries. Should they encounter one, the consequences could be dire. Zhao Jun declared, "In addition to the 5 natives, we require a few more individuals to assist with this endeavor. Who among you is willing to join us?" Qiaoyun and I are certainly going. As the team leader, Zhao Jun felt it was his duty to participate, while Yao Qiaoyun, serving as translator, was equally obliged to accompany them. Despite Dolma's fluency in Chinese, she was not entirely proficient, and the potential for translation errors loomed, given that she had only been learning the language for a few months. Moreover, it was essential to leave someone at the cave. Zhao Jun continued, Sister Shuang shall remain at the cave to keep a vigilant watch outside, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yun Shuang nodded very well. Qin Xiyuan and Su Xinxu were also deemed unsuitable for outdoor activities, and Xu Ruoyu was even less so. After much consideration, only Yang Xiaohua, Tao Luna, and Lucy remained. Lucy volunteered, "I will join you as well." Zhao Jun regarded Lucy with concern. "Is perilous." Lucy shook her head resolutely. "If I were afraid of danger, I would not be here. Allow me to accompany you, as I feel it is only fair to contribute. Otherwise, I cannot shake the feeling of being a mere freeloader." Zhao Jun waved his hand and said, "Please do not harbor such thoughts. It is simply unfounded, and we would never think that way." Lucy smiled broadly and replied, "Even if you do not think so, I must contribute my share. Besides, should we encounter any danger, I believe there is no one more suitable than myself present here, aside from these few locals." Zhao Jun felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Lucy's combat prowess was formidable, making her one of the few exceptional women. Perhaps only Dolma, Kaya, and Azdamu could rival her, yet they were not proficient with firearms. With a gun in hand, her assistance would be even more significant. He nodded and said, "Very well. It is settled then. Launa, you shall stay here and be ready to open the door at a moment's notice." Launa nodded in agreement. "Understood." Zhao Jun glanced at Yang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you should stay as well. We still need to prepare food and drink." Yang Xiaohua replied, "Got it." At that moment, Yun Shuang suddenly interjected, "Wait a minute. Qiaoyun has an injury on her foot. She cannot go either." Zhao Jun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Right? How could I forget? Qiaoyun cannot go." Qiaoyun appeared indifferent and said, "If I do not go, who will serve as a translator? Dolma? If there is a miscommunication, it could lead to serious consequences." Zhao Jun replied, "You still cannot go. It is too dangerous for you with that injury. We must protect those who are hurt or ill, so you should remain here." Qiaoyun sighed, "I would prefer to stay here. But this is clearly not a wise idea. Unless we all refrain from going and let Noma and the others hunt instead, whether they succeed remains uncertain. Otherwise, a translator is still essential." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment. "Well, they're not proficient with guns, so their chances of success may not be high." Qiaoyun suggested, "Either I go, or you all refrain from going and let Noma and his 5 companions venture out. If communication issues arise, it could spell trouble. Alternatively, we could wait a few days until my foot heals a bit before taking action." Zhao Jun contemplated for a long while and finally said, "Perhaps we should wait until Qiaoyun's injury improves." Qiaoyun promptly communicated this to Noma and his group, but to her surprise, Noma and Simo shook their heads repeatedly, as if indicating that waiting was not an option. As expected, Qiaoyun helplessly remarked, "Noma and the others believe that if we are to resolve this, it must be done immediately. Otherwise, these leopards may wander far away. Isn't it better if they run far away? Then we wouldn't have to worry." Yang Xiaohua interjected. Qiaoyun chuckled lightly. "It is not that simple. These leopards are unpredictable. If we do not deal with them in the coming days, they may relocate elsewhere. However, this island is not large. Who knows when they might return? Do we want to live in constant fear?" Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and said, "This indeed presents a significant problem. What should we do?" Yang Xiaohua exclaimed anxiously. Qiaoyun calmly responded, "I shall accompany you after all, Zhao Jun. You can carry me, which should not be too difficult for you, right?" Zhao Jun remarked, "It is certainly not a daunting task. However, should we encounter any peril, it would indeed be somewhat inconvenient to have you with me." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Are you suggesting that in the face of danger, you would abandon me?" Zhao Jun sat up straight and asserted, "How could that be? Even if it cost me my life, I would never forsake you." Yao Qiaoyun nodded and said, "I believe in you. Therefore, I have no worries. What are you concerned about? Let's agree on this. Since these leopards are a thorn in our side, we shall remove them." Chapter 107. Waiting for a day, Yao Qiaoyun herself had expressed this notion, and naturally, Zhao Jun refrained from further remarks. Moreover, carrying a beautiful woman on his back was hardly a misfortune, so he acquiesced. At the break of dawn the following day, Norma, Smo, Azdamu, Dolma, and Kaya were fully equipped and ready to embark on their quest. Armed with daggers, spears, and bows, they exuded an air of determination. Zhao Jun slung a pistol at his side, handed one to Yao Qiaoyun, and then hoisted her onto his back, while Lucy brandished a rifle. The group of 8 promptly set off towards a location where leopard tracks had been discovered. Upon arrival, Norma and the others immediately began their reconnaissance and proceeded to dig traps on the spot. Zhao Jun and his companions sought refuge in the embrace of a large tree, climbing up to avoid potential ambushes by leopards. To further deter any stealthy attacks, they smeared animal fat on the tree trunk, making it considerably difficult for any leopard to launch a surprise assault. Soon enough, Norma and his team completed the traps, successfully catching a rabbit, and splattered its blood around to enhance the scent of carnage. The rabbit was placed near the trap, awaiting the arrival of its elusive predator. Initially, there was a plan to bring along the wolf, Little Gray, but concerns arose that it might alarm the leopards, leading to its exclusion from the expedition. Utilizing ropes, the five climbed up the sturdy and lofty tree, which provided a secure vantage point, conveniently close to the traps, allowing them to readily fire arrows or hurl spears. Indeed, an excellent ambush site. Yet, the leopards remained unpredictable, and whether they would appear was uncertain. After waiting for quite some time, a few antelopes came into view, but since they were herbivorous, they did not approach the trap. Instead, they were frightened away by the scent of blood. Zhao Jun whispered, "Do you think the leopards will come?" "It's hard to say," replied Yao Qiaoyun. "Leopards are notoriously unpredictable and have few natural enemies. They go wherever they please. And they may have already moved far away, as Norma had indicated." Dolma added, "Indeed, we have hunted many tigers and lions in the past, but leopards are less frequently encountered. They are more agile and do not have a fixed territory. They roam freely, unlike tigers and lions, which have established domains, making them easier to target." Lucy remarked, "Wild animals are inherently difficult to catch. Patience is paramount. Impatience yields no success." Zhao Jun chuckled. "From what you all say, it seems quite challenging indeed. Alas, it appears that fortune must play its part. Perhaps they have already wandered to the other side of the island." Dolma concurred. "That is certainly a possibility, but then again, we can only wait at this moment." After an extended wait, there was still no sign or sound of leopards, apart from the occasional sighting of antelopes and rabbits. Most of the time was rather dull. To avoid the need for a restroom, they each limited their water intake, merely moistening their lips and sipping sparingly, while subsisting on freshly roasted meat rather than preserved fare. As half the day slipped by into the afternoon, Zhao Jun, growing a bit impatient, remarked, "What if we end up with nothing?" Dolma replied, "It is not uncommon to return empty-handed. Success is not guaranteed. Patience is essential. It may take several days." Zhao Jun sighed. "Several days, you say?" Zhao Jun's patience was commendable, yet spending half a day perched on a tree proved to be exceedingly dull, compounded by inadequate sustenance. Lucy suggested, "Shall we call it a day?" Zhao Jun concurred with this notion. However, upon relaying the idea to Yao Qiaoyun, she was met with disapproval from Noma and the others, who insisted they must wait another day. As the day drew to a close, darkness encroaching, they reluctantly decided to abandon their initial plans. Noma and his companions first gathered their cache, secured the rabbit, and even cleaned away any traces of blood. Zhao Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Yao Qiaoyun elucidated, "They mean to prevent the leopards from falling into this trap tonight. We aim for a complete capture, and if they become aware of the trap, they will steer clear." Zhao Jun raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly impressive. Such foresight." Upon returning, the group found themselves devoid of any success, but no one voiced their disappointment. Well aware of the challenges posed by capturing leopards, Zhao Jun set Yao Qiaoyun down, who had spent the day resting on the tree, now seated and massaging her ankle. Yun Shuang remarked, "Did we not yield any results?" Zhao Jun shrugged, stating, "Isn't that apparent? We haven't seen a single trace. We must try again tomorrow." Yun Shuang replied, "Regardless, it is a relief that everyone is safe." At that moment, Yang Xiaohua had prepared dinner, and they gathered to share the meal. After dining, they exchanged a few words before retiring for the night. Just as Zhao Jun lay down, Qin Xiyuan approached him. The two embraced, and while Zhao Jun intended to initiate something more, Qin Xiyuan grasped his wrist firmly, asserting, "Not tonight." Taken aback, Zhao Jun quickly regained his composure and asked, "Is it that time?" She nodded in affirmation. Zhao Jun then instructed Qin Xiyuan to lie down, and he sat beside her, gently placing his hands on her abdomen to massage her. Qin Xiyuan closed her eyes in comfort, reveling in the moment. After a while, she opened her eyes and inquired, "When we capture a leopard, may I have a piece of the hide?" Zhao Jun hesitated slightly, replying this, "I believe we should discuss it together. I cannot make such decisions unilaterally. The previous time they had captured a leopard, Zhao Jun had proposed a vote, and with a majority, he had claimed the hide for himself. The leopard's skin, being softer and warmer than that of an antelope or wolf, was indeed a prized possession. Qin Xiyuan pouted. Why not? You clearly possess the authority to allocate resources, so why can't you assist me with this? You refused to provide me with thermal underwear, denied me the snake skin last time, and now, even a leopard hide. Am I not your woman? Zhao Jun reassured her. You are undoubtedly my woman, and I strive to care for you. The leopard hide I possess is primarily yours, save for instances involving illness or injury. It matters not to me. You are welcome to use it. Qin Xiyuan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I refuse to accept anything less. I desire a pelt that is uniquely mine. That leopard skin of yours is intended for someone else, and especially as winter approaches, I require it. Zhao Jun sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, and replied, We have yet to even hunt a leopard. Discussing this now seems rather premature, doesn't it? Qin Xiyuan shook her head insistently, asserting, regardless of the circumstances, I demand one. It is essential that we agree on this beforehand. If we fail to catch one, so be it, but should we succeed, I must possess it. I must feel like your woman. You must promise me this unequivocally. Chapter 108. The leopard attack. Zhao Jun felt a sense of helplessness as he pondered, eventually saying, Let's discuss it after we catch something. Qin Xiyuan suddenly sat up, embracing Zhao Jun, and sweetly implored, Yun, use promise him. My request is not unreasonable. Zhao Jun, feeling quite exasperated, replied, Please don't act like that. How about this? I will seriously consider the matter and ensure you are satisfied. Will that suffice? As he spoke, he kissed Qin Xiyuan on the cheek and showered her with sweet words, managing to appease her after much effort. The following morning, everyone armed themselves with various weapons and returned to the designated location to lay in ambush once more. As before, Zhao Jun and the other 8 waited atop the trees. Just before noon, a series of howls echoed through the air, unmistakably the sound of leopards. Excitement surged among the group as they prepared themselves. Moments later, for leopards approached cautiously, but when they neared the trap, 2 of them, clearly younger, were overzealous and fell directly into the pit with a thud. With a warning from Norma, the group immediately opened fire and unleashed arrows. The leopards attempted to flee, but it was too late. Just as they believed the threat was neutralized, a leopard sprang forth from behind a tree, catching everyone off guard as it leaped high into the branches. The group tumbled from the trees in panic. In that critical moment, Zhao Jun, remembering that Yao Qiaoyun had difficulty with her foot, swiftly lifted her onto his back and ran. Meanwhile, the leopard leapt down, and Zhao Jun turned to fire a shot. One of the 4 leopards, although injured, was still determinately advancing. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Jun dashed in another direction with Yao Qiaoyun on his back. She glanced back and saw 2 leopards amidst the crowd, unsure of the situation. Zhao Jun entered the dense forest, leaping over a ravine he was somewhat familiar with. He concealed himself behind a rock, gently placing Yao Qiaoyun down while he surveyed the area ahead. What is happening? Yao Qiaoyun inquired. I believe they should have dealt with the leopards by now, especially since only 2 remain and 1 is injured. I hope no one has been harmed. How are you? Zhao Jun replied. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head. I was fortunate not to sustain any injuries when I fell, but my ankle seems to have swollen even more. Zhao Jun crouched down to take a look, reassuring her. It's nothing serious. I'll carry you back shortly. We should take a detour, just in case those 2 leopards are still alive. Yao Qiaoyun expressed her concern. That shouldn't be the case. They ought to be able to handle those 2 leopards, Zhao Jun reassured her. But what if? What if they fail to kill them? Returning now would be tantamount to courting death. Yao Qiaoyun cautioned. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and recognized the truth in his thoughts. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the island, particularly this area, and after a brief mental review, he discerned the appropriate course of action. He promptly hoisted Yao Qiaoyun onto his back and set off in another direction. Due to the need to take a detour, the journey was lengthier. After more than an hour of walking, Zhao Jun began to feel fatigued. He paused for a moment, retrieved some roasted meat and water, and shared a meal with Yao Qiaoyun. After taking a few bites and sipping water, she inquired, How much farther do we have to go? Perhaps another hour or 2. I can't help but worry about their situation, Zhao Jun replied with a hint of anxiety. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, If they are unharmed, that would be ideal. However, if something has indeed occurred, the outcome might be dire. With a sigh, Zhao Jun confessed, I truly shouldn't have run away, but if I hadn't, your safety would have been jeopardized. Yao Qiaoyun looked at him with gratitude and said, Thank you. You promised to protect my safety, and you have indeed fulfilled that promise. Even when faced with a leopard attack, you did not forget about me. Zhao Jun straightened his posture and replied, Of course. How could I not honor my promise to you? Thankfully, you are safe. Otherwise, I would carry that regret for a lifetime. Yao Qiaoyun responded, It's rare to see such thoughtfulness. By the way, Zhao Jun, if we manage to survive and await rescue, would you consider working at our company? Sao Yun Xiaohua. Does your company require technicians, particularly in networking? What was your previous role? Yao Qiaoyun inquired. Zhao Jun scratched his nose and replied, I mostly dealt with wiring. Yao Qiaoyun tilted her head slightly and said, That's not particularly necessary, but it's all right. Do you know how to drive? You could drive me around, which would also ensure my safety. A driver and bodyguard? What kind of salary could you offer for such a position? Sao Yun asks, seemingly idle, as if he were ready to start working at any moment. Yao Qiaoyun stated 10,000, with complete benefits, including 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus additional perks during holidays, with bonuses of at least 3,000. What do you think? Previously, Zhao Jun earned merely 5,000 at his job, and on this business trip, he was supposed to receive 6,000, with a meager 300 shopping card for holiday bonuses. Yao Qiaoyun's offer was indeed a substantial increase. If we truly manage to wait for rescue, I might just take you up on that offer. I just hope you won't pretend not to know me by then. Zhao Jun joked. Yao Qiaoyun replied, How could I? I'm not the kind of person who would forget kindness and burn bridges. Zhao Jun added, I just worry that your father might not allow me to work for you. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head and assured him that won't be an issue. He has never interfered with my hiring decisions. But this situation is different, Zhao Jun asserted. Yao Qiaoyun asked curiously, Why is that? Consider it. We have lived on this deserted island for so long, and I have served as your driver and bodyguard. Your father will surely suspect something between us and may not look favorably upon me. Thus he would undoubtedly oppose this arrangement, Zhao Jun explained. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, How could that be possible? My father wouldn't think that way. And we certainly cannot. The reality is one thing, but your father's thoughts are truly unpredictable. Moreover, this could incite unfounded speculation from the outside world. In any case, he will undoubtedly oppose it. If you doubt my words, why not test it when the time comes? If I am indeed correct, let us wager on something, Zhao Jun declared with unwavering conviction. Yao Qiaoyun felt uncertain in her heart, hesitating for a moment before breaking into a smile. It seems as if we are genuinely about to venture out. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. We should prioritize our safety and return first. As for everything else, we shall address it when the time is ripe. Chapter 109. Lost Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun engaged in a conversation that seemed to deepen their relationship, sharing thoughts freely. As Zhao Jun continued to lead Yao Qiaoyun on their journey, she gazed at the back of his head, contemplating. He is quite a decent person, adhering to principles and having rescued me multiple times. Yet, if it weren't for this unforeseen circumstance, our paths would never have crossed. Even so, nothing could possibly develop between us. Surely, that is absolute. We are fundamentally individuals from 2 different worlds. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun's mind was preoccupied with these reflections. As they approached the cave, he cheerfully exclaimed, Qiaoyun, we are nearly there. Safety is within reach. I hope Norma and Lucy are also unharmed. Yao Qiaoyun replied, They should be fine. I firmly believe they can turn adversity into safety. As a highly educated heiress, she epitomized exquisite perfectionism. Her willingness to take risks stemmed from a desire to eradicate danger entirely. However, once she deemed a threat unnecessary to confront, she would swiftly avoid it. This was the reason she insisted that Zhao Jun not turn back. After all, those 2 leopards posed a significant risk to Norma and the others, and if they had not truly dealt with the leopards, Zhao Jun's return would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Yao Qiaoyun was genuinely concerned for Lucy and Norma. Yet she was adamant that Zhao Jun should not retrace his steps. Zhao Jun, aware of Yao Qiaoyun's thoughts, could not assert that her reasoning was flawed. However, as the leader, he recognized that such actions were not appropriate. Still, for the sake of her safety, he made the choice to proceed as she wished. I will escort you back. If Norma and the others have not returned, I shall go in search of them. Sao Yun declared. Yao Qiaoyun paused in silence before asking, Do you think I'm selfish? Zhao Jun shook his head. No, I do not perceive you that way. However, I cannot act as you wish, though I have chosen to do so solely for your safety. I promise to protect you, but I must also ensure the safety of the others. Yao Qiaoyun expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Zhao Jun. It is nothing, merely a small effort, Zhao Jun replied. As they approached the wall, Zhao Jun called out. Open the door. No sooner had he spoken than the gate swung open, revealing that Yun Shuang had been monitoring the situation outside and had spotted the two of them. Once inside, Zhao Jun handed Yao Qiaoyun over to Yun Shuang, exclaiming, secure the gate. I will go find them. With his 406 Hong Kong dollars slung across his back, a handgun at his waist, and a katana by his side, Zhao Jun dashed toward the location where they had set the trap. Upon reaching the site, he discovered the lifeless bodies of 5 leopards. He placed the carcasses into the trap and covered them slightly. Initially worried, he now felt a sense of relief. The 5 leopards appeared to have been dealt with. And if he was not mistaken, Norma and the others must have gone in search of him and Yao Qiaoyun. Zhao Jun surveyed his surroundings and noticed numerous footprints in the direction he had just sprinted. Upon closer inspection, his heart raced as he discerned the distinct marks of a leopard's paw intertwined among the prints. Could there be another one? Zhao Jun hastily pressed onward. He pondered anxiously. Had they encountered a solitary leopard after dispatching 5 others? If that were the case, it would indeed spell danger. With his 406 Hong Kong dollars in hand, Zhao Jun pursued the trail for over 2 miles, but found no sign of his companions. He called out Norma, Lucy, Dolma. Yet, apart from the echo of his voice, there was no reply. Growing increasingly anxious, he fired a shot into the sky, hoping for a response, but silence prevailed. Logically, Lucy, armed with a firearm, should have returned fire upon hearing the gunshot. Alas, there was nothing. After advancing another 5 or 6 miles into the increasingly desolate terrain, he found himself deep within the forest. A sense of unease settled over Zhao Jun. It was illogical for them to have ventured so far. Could they have been pursued by the leopard? Following the trail of footprints, he pressed on. An hour later, he suddenly heard rustling ahead and instinctively crouched down. Straining to listen, he discerned the unmistakable sound of movement in a nearby gully. Zhao Jun raised his weapon, preparing to aim. In that moment, a shadow emerged, and Zhao Jun, filled with excitement, nearly pulled the trigger. However, he quickly realized it was a person. Squinting, he recognized Dolma, who appeared utterly disheveled, her hair unkempt and her face etched with terror. Fearing he might startle her, he called out gently, Dolma, it's me, Zhao Jun. I'm here. After reassuring her, he approached and helped her to her feet. Upon seeing him, Dolma broke down in tears, embracing him tightly. Zhao Jun's heart sank at the sight, and he asked, Dolma, please don't cry. What happened? Dolma recounted. After we killed the 2 leopards, we lost sight of you and Sister Qiaoyun. We came back to look for you, but unexpectedly, a leopard followed us and scattered us. Zhao Jun inquired anxiously, what about the others? Were they harmed? Dolma replied in distress, in our panic. We fired our weapons and shot arrows. In the chaos, I stumbled and fell, losing consciousness right here. I have no idea how they are faring now. Cao Yun, vigilant with his gun, reassured her, do not worry. They are likely safe. Let us search for them. Can you walk? With Zhao Jun's support, Dolma managed to stand, stating, I can manage. Walking is not an issue. Though her spear had been lost, she still clutched her bow and arrow, and together they stealthily advanced forward. Zhao Jun asked, Dolma, are you truly all right? Noting her limp, he could see she was injured. Dolma shook her head and responded, I'm fine, just a minor injury to my foot. I've bandaged it as best as I could. Their tribe is a primitive one, where self-bandaging and foraging for medicinal herbs in the event of an injury is quite customary. It is entirely reasonable for Dolma to possess such skills. She sustained a minor cut on her calf when she fell into a ravine, which is not severe. Zhao Jun assisted her, intending for Dolma to return home first. However, being alone would not be safe for her, and accompanying her would cause some delay. Zhao Jun spoke little, choosing instead to carry Dolma on his back, saying, I will carry you. Please remain vigilant of your surroundings. If anything seems amiss, inform me immediately. Understood? Dolma replied, all right. Her tone was imbued with delight. Chapter 110. You are my woman. Zhao Jun, disregarding everything else, continued to carry Dolma forward. After approximately half an hour, he had first borne Yao Qiaoyun and now Dolma. Though neither weighed heavily, it was still quite a burden for him. He finally set Dolma down, panting for breath. Dolma suggested, Zhao Jun, why don't you head back first? I can search for them a bit longer. My foot is fine, and I can still walk. Zhao Jun shook his head vehemently. That won't do. You are already injured, and if it becomes too difficult, I will escort you back first, and then return to look for them. Dolma replied, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You need to worry about me. We have endured far worse injuries before and managed to trek long distances, so this minor injury is hardly a concern. You must not venture further. It could be dangerous. Dolma's command of Chinese had improved remarkably, allowing for seamless communication without any issues. Zhao Jun insisted, no, the past is the past, and the present is different. I will not allow you to risk further injury while continuing this endeavor. You must heed my words. At this, Dolma's cheeks flushed as she retorted, what authority do you speak from? If you claim to be my husband, I would certainly listen to you. If not, I am free to disregard your counsel. Zhao Jun sighed in resignation. Haven't we discussed this matter before? We can address it later. You are still quite young, and we have ample time ahead of us. Dolma countered, many of my sisters have already given birth. I am not so young anymore. Besides, why is it that they succeed in their pursuits while I cannot? Am I truly so lacking? Do you think I'm unattractive or have poor features? Is it that you do not find me appealing? In truth, Dolma was of brown descent, with a sun-kissed complexion. Although not pale, she aligned with Zhao Jun's aesthetic preferences. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was undeniably commendable. Zhao Jun, however, was not one to overlook her charms. He replied helplessly, I already have Qin Xiyuan. I do not mind, she interjected. Have I not said before? When you are needed, you may seek me. When you do not require my presence, you need not concern yourself with me. If you're upset, you may strike or scold me. When you feel better, I will share in your joy. Right now, I could offer you. Dolma said this and embraced Zhao Jun. He attempted to break free but feared causing her further injury, so he relented and said, however, Xiyuan will certainly care. I do not wish for any discord between you two. We must coexist peacefully. I will endure whatever she does to me. I will not retaliate. My beloved, you must claim me now. Once we have crossed that threshold, even if Xiyuan is displeased, there will be little she can do. We can persuade her later, and perhaps she will come to accept it. Dolma's advances were remarkably straightforward and direct, stirring Zhao Jun's heart. Once the deed was done, what could Qin Xiyuan possibly do? With his hands encircling Dolma's slender waist, he licked his lips, saying this may not be appropriate. Dolma leaned in for a kiss, and Zhao Jun quickly reciprocated. Suddenly, Dolma gasped. In her excitement, Zhao Jun had inadvertently brushed against her wound. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Jun pulled back his lips from hers and said, This is not the place. You are still injured. Let us discuss this later. Dolma felt a tinge of disappointment, but accepted his words. It was certainly better than before. Zhao Jun had just displayed an abundance of affection, indicating that he still held an interest in her. Moreover, his concern for her well-being brought her immense joy. After a tender embrace and a flurry of kisses, Dolma released him. To divert his attention, Zhao Jun retrieved some jerky and water from his bag, and they began to eat and drink. Dolma had lost her provisions during her recent escape and was indeed quite hungry, devouring the food eagerly. Once they had eaten their fill, Dolma wiped her mouth and declared, Jun, from now on, you shall be my husband. If you need me, I will always be by your side. Zhao Jun, stirred by Dolma's forthrightness, replied, There is no need to rush into this matter. We can take our time. Please, refrain from speaking of it so openly. It would be rather embarrassing if others were to overhear. Dolma, puzzled, responded, What is there to be embarrassed about? This is a perfectly normal occurrence. Is that not what couples do? Besides, everyone knows about you and sister you on. At that moment, Zhao Jun, sipping water, sputtered and exclaimed, All right, let's not discuss this any further. Instead, let us continue moving forward. It would be best to find others. If we do not succeed, we must return before nightfall, as it is dangerous outside. They may have already gone back. Dolma nodded. Yes, wherever you go, I shall follow. However, if you find me to be a burden, you need not feel obligated to take me along. How could you jest in such a manner? Who perceives you as a burden? You are my woman, Zhao Jun asserted, leaning in with fervor and kissing Dolma. Dolma, exhilarated and joyful, responded passionately. It was the first time Zhao Jun had referred to her as his woman, igniting a wave of excitement within her. They savored their intimacy for a while longer before Zhao Jun lifted Dolma onto his back and continued forward. Dolma whispered into Zhao Jun's ear. Jun, you were quite clear just now. I am your woman. Zhao Jun chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. I have declared you as mine, and that shall remain unchanged, even if we have yet to consummate our bond. Dolma smiled. I have awaited this day for far too long. However, I must advise you to maintain some decorum in front of others. We cannot be too overt. I will speak with Sister Yuan to prepare her, but do not provoke her. That would not be wise. Sao Yun quotient understood. Let's proceed. Although Zhao Jun has not had any significant interactions with Dolma, their relationship has already been established. Both Dolma and he share this understanding, and there remains only a final barrier to be breached. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Jun can shatter this barrier at any moment he desires. Chapter 111. Two wounded Zhao Jun and Dolma had been walking for over half an hour when the sun began to dip below the horizon. Zhao Jun halted, saying, Let us turn back. Perhaps they have already returned. Even if they have not, we can only search for them again at dawn. Wandering about at night is far too perilous. Dolma was deeply concerned for Norma's safety, as she regarded him as an elder brother, and he had always looked after her. What if something has happened to them? Dolma inquired. Zhao Jun reassured her. With Norma's capabilities, he is unlikely to encounter any trouble even in the wilderness. He is remarkably skilled. After a moment of contemplation, Dolma conceded, Then let us return. Just as Zhao Jun was about to turn back, the sound of gunfire suddenly pierced the air. Instantly alert, he exclaimed, Gunfire! It must be them. Dolma, having heard it too, replied, It's not far off. With swift determination, Zhao Jun hastened toward the source of the gunfire, calling out, This is Zhao Jun and Dolma. Where are you? Over here, came Lucy's voice. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Jun as he rushed toward her. There, he found Lucy perched on a rock, clutching a rifle. However, as he drew near, his heart sank at the sight of her leg, where the flesh was grotesquely torn. Dolma dismounted from Zhao Jun's back, tore a strip from her clothing, and hurried to tend to Lucy's wound. In the midst of bandaging her injury, she gathered some herbs, chewed them, and applied the poultice to the gash before securing it. Lucy gritted her teeth against the pain, stifling a cry. Zhao Jun asked, How did you sustain such a severe injury? Where are the others? I got separated from them. I was attacked by two wolves, but fortunately I had my gun. Otherwise, Lucy's voice trailed off, the implication of her words hanging ominously in the air. Zhao Jun sighed. So you have no idea where Norma and the others might be? No, but they were together, so they should be fine. We managed to kill that leopard, Lucy replied. Having previously eliminated a pack of wolves, they were only confronted by one or two, which posed little threat. The leopard's presence had indeed surprised them. They had initially expected 3 or 4, but it turned out to be 6. With 5 already slain, only 1 remained. Now that they had dealt with it, the danger was significantly diminished. Dolma breathed a sigh of relief, saying, That is good to hear. Sao Yun insisted. We must hurry back. Your leg injury is quite serious and requires disinfection, possibly even stitches. Lucy replied, But I cannot walk. Do not worry. I will carry you. Sao Yun Shuotia. Lucy's physique is of a strikingly alluring nature. She stands tall, even slightly surpassing Zhao Jun in height, and carries a bit of weight that renders her heavier than both Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma. However, Zhao Jun finds her presence upon his back to be remarkably soft and comfortable, alleviating any sense of fatigue. In truth, although Lucy is tall, her weight is just under 101 pounds, which is quite manageable. Nevertheless, the burden of carrying her throughout the day takes its toll on Zhao Jun, whose stamina is ultimately finite. Furthermore, with Dolma nursing an injured leg and limping along, their pace is considerably slow. As darkness envelopes the surroundings, they realize they have a considerable distance yet to traverse, and the temperature drops, causing the trio to shiver uncontrollably. Lucy suggests, It seems we cannot return tonight. Let us find a place to rest for the night and resume our journey at dawn. At this rate, you might exhaust yourself, and we could succumb to the cold. Zhao Jun acknowledges the wisdom in her words and, upon surveying the area, spots a gap between 2 rocks. He gently sets Lucy down, entrusting Dolma with her care, while he ventures forth to ensure there are no snakes or other threats nearby. Fortunately, luck is on his side. No snakes or insects are in sight. Finding refuge from the wind, Zhao Jun gathers dry twigs, which are abundant in the dense forest. He kindles a fire at both ends, savoring the dried meat he brought along. He then arranges a comfortable resting place for Lucy and Dolma. providing them with wolf pelts and the warmth of the fire to shield them from the cold. Zhao Jun crouches against the rock, scanning the pitch-black surroundings. The absence of the moon only heightens his unease. To extend his sight, he builds another fire around the rock, not only to illuminate the area, but also to deter any lurking beasts from approaching. Holding his 406 Hong Kong dollars, Lucy suddenly inquires, "Do you think any wild animals will come by tonight?" Zhao Jun replies, "It's hard to say. We know of at least 6 deceased leopards, but we can't be certain there aren't others. Moreover, cunning wolves still roam this land, and there may be other beasts we are unaware of, tigers, lions, wild boars. Dealing with them could prove perilous, and not to mention snakes." As he speaks, Lucy's fear intensifies. Her complexion, already pale from her Caucasian heritage, seems even more ghostly beneath the flickering firelight. Though she has traversed mountains before, they were snow-capped and devoid of wildlife. Most of her adventures were at sea, where, despite the presence of sharks, encounters were often uneventful. Wild beasts, however, are a different matter entirely. They are creatures that prey upon humans. Having already been frightened by a leopard earlier that day, Lucy's anxiety grows with Zhao Jun's ominous words. Yet Zhao Jun reassures her, there is no need for excessive worry. The beasts I mentioned may not even inhabit this island. Even if they do, they fear fire. I have thoroughly scouted the island and can assure you that any other creatures would likely be sparse. Should we encounter any, our firearms will provide adequate protection. Dolma adds, this island is quite small. It cannot compare to the vast territories of our tribe, so the number of wild animals should be limited. Lucy felt a sense of relief and said, if that's the case, then I can rest easy. Zhao Jun replied, you have lost quite a bit of blood. It will be best for you to rest early. I will keep watch throughout the night. Dorima looked at Zhao Jun and suggested, Jun, why not come and sleep beside me? It's quite cold. You don't need to watch over the night. Just check in on me from time to time. After all, you have a fire burning outside, don't you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of temptation. However, glancing at Lucy made him hesitate. The prospect of being alone with Dorima, sharing a bed, stirred his thoughts, yet the current situation made such an occurrence seem improbable. It would only lead to discomfort, so he decided it might be best to refrain. Chapter 112. The necessity of relief. Zhao Jun resolutely shook his head, stating, this is far too perilous. Please endure for a while. We shall proceed tonight, and by tomorrow, we will return to the cave where it will be much warmer. Although Dorima was initially displeased, she did not exhibit her discontent. She had previously mentioned that she would accompany Zhao Jun in his thoughts, and would not press him on matters he did not wish to discuss. Lucy, sensing the underlying tension, inquired, are you two together now? Zhao Jun adjusted the animal hide draped over Dorima and casually replied, not at all. Lucy observed the pair and, covering her mouth, began to chuckle, saying, you two have been entangled for quite some time. Is there still no resolution? I heard Dorima say she has long regarded you as her husband and is seeking your affection. Dorima nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun, feeling somewhat awkward, responded with a smile. Let's take our time to consider this. Lucy remarked, in such an environment, if you are together, so be it. There's nothing wrong with that. I shall retire for the night. Perhaps reminded of Jack, her mood seemed to dampen, and Zhao Jun noticed this, reassuringly stating, rest assured, you both may sleep soundly. I will keep watch. With that, Dorima and Lucy closed their eyes, while Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, observing his surroundings, which appeared to be normal. As the night wore on, drowsiness began to creep over Zhao Jun, yet he dared not succumb to slumber, fearing that should a wild beast appear, he might not detect it in time, which could prove exceedingly dangerous. Gathering his wits, he leapt from the rock, adding dry twigs to the fire, ensuring it blazed more fiercely. As he prepared to return to the crevice, he noticed Lucy gazing at him with wide eyes. Zhao Jun softly asked, why are you still awake? It is still early. Lucy attempted to rise, and Zhao Jun quickly approached to assist her. Once seated, she remarked, my wound aches. Could you do me a favor? Curious, Zhao Jun inquired, what favor? Please remove the bandage and cleanse the grass inside, then rewrap it, Lucy requested. Dorima's method of dressing wounds, derived from their tribe shaman, bore similarities to traditional Chinese medicine, employing herbal remedies for healing. However, being a Westerner, Lucy found it difficult to accept. She perceived it as unclean, hindering her recovery. Yet, given the urgency of their situation, she refrained from voicing her concerns. especially as Dorima had already fallen asleep. Upon hearing her request, Zhao Jun did not hesitate, swiftly unbinding the bandage. Indeed, the efficacy of the herbs was apparent. Lucy's injury was visibly improving. Nevertheless, he rinsed the herbs away with water and adeptly rewrapped the wound, assuring her, "When we return tomorrow, I will procure some anti-inflammatory medication. And in a few days, you should be well on your way to recovery." Lucy replied gratefully, "Thank you, were it not for your intervention. This leg might have been permanently damaged." Her words were not exaggerated. Indeed, had Zhao Jun and the others not discovered her, there was a significant risk of infection, which could have jeopardized not only her limb, but her very life. As Zhao Jun tended to the bandaging, he remarked, "There is no need for such formality. It is merely your good fortune that your injuries are not severe. The herbal remedy from Dolma seems to be quite effective." Lucy replied, "I do not doubt Dolma's abilities. I have simply never encountered such remedies before and find them rather unclean." Zhao Jun chuckled. It is natural to harbor such thoughts, especially when one is unfamiliar with herbal medicine. Nonetheless, I can empathize. This approach is reminiscent of our traditional Chinese medicine, which many misunderstand. It proves effective, and these herbs are not used indiscriminately, but rather tailored to specific ailments. Dolma likely employs a similar methodology. Lucy nodded in agreement. "That is true, yet I still place my trust in the clarity and cleanliness of Western medicine." By this time, Zhao Jun had completed the bandaging, and Lucy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Zhao Jun, could you assist me with one more thing?" Zhao Jun, puzzled, replied, "What is it?" "Oh, come now, just speak freely. You have always been so straightforward. Why are you hesitating now?" Lucy said, "I need to use the restroom." This was not the first instance. Previously, when Lucy had been shot by Jack, it was Zhao Jun who had performed the surgery, narrowly pulling her back from the brink of death. Due to her limited mobility afterward, Zhao Jun had assisted her to the restroom, which had been quite awkward. This time, however, Lucy's condition was even more precarious. She could not walk at all and could only be carried by Zhao Jun. He hesitated momentarily, but then boldly declared, "It's just a restroom visit. It's not a big deal. We've done this before." Zhao Jun bent down and lifted Lucy in a princess carry, crossing over the fire pit and emerging outside. Yet this occasion proved more challenging than the last. Lucy was unable to stand, and Zhao Jun had to assist her much like one would child. Fortunately, Lucy's hands were still functional, allowing her to manage somewhat. After a considerable effort, they finally completed the task, and Zhao Jun carefully laid her back down. With a flushed face, Lucy said, "Please don't dwell on what just happened." In truth, Zhao Jun was still reflecting on the earlier moment. Had he possessed even a hint of ill intent, something could have transpired. Lucy's words jolted him back to reality, and he replied, "Ahem, I understand. It was merely a necessity. Let us pretend as though nothing has occurred." Lucy affirmed, "Yes, nothing happened." Zhao Jun stood and continued to gaze outside, attempting to distract himself. Lucy, perceptive as ever, observed, "Zhao Jun, you and Qin Xiyuan have been together for quite some time. Haven't you?" Zhao Jun paused, then quickly responded, "It's nothing too significant. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." Lucy chuckled, covering her mouth. "Not at all, during this long night. It's rather pleasant to listen. Many have heard as well. Perhaps they simply feel too shy to ask or comment." Zhao Jun felt increasingly flustered. "Is that so?" Lucy replied, "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Zhao Jun hesitated for a moment and said, "Very well, let us rest. Once we awaken and the dawn breaks, we shall set forth. Only upon returning to the cave shall we find true safety." Chapter 113. Initiative. Lucy asked, "Zhao Jun, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Zhao Jun, increasingly embarrassed, replied, "What do you mean?" Lucy blinked and said, "You know what I mean." Zhao Jun turned his head away and said, "Well, you're injured and need rest. You should sleep quickly. We need to set off early tomorrow, so it's important to get back soon." With a half smile, Lucy remarked, "If you're truly feeling distressed, I can assist you." Zhao Jun nearly choked, astonished. "Huh? What did you say?" "I said I can help you," Lucy replied with a playful smile. Zhao Jun stammered, feeling parched, as Lucy's directness overwhelmed him. "This isn't quite appropriate," he said hesitantly. Lucy continued, "You've helped me so much and even saved my life. It's nothing for me to help you in return." Zhao Jun quickly interjected, "No, I don't want you to do anything out of obligation. That is not what I desire. To be honest, if I were a creature driven solely by base instincts, I would have long gone after Dolma. But I'm not. Although I'm a normal man, I would never act recklessly for such matters. I hope you understand. Lucy, unconvinced, said, really? Come here. Yet Zhao Jun refused to approach her again, stating, I want tea. Lucy giggled, covering her mouth. Are you really that afraid of me? In truth, Lucy held no deep feelings for Zhao Jun. Her sentiments were limited to gratitude for his previous rescue and care. She regarded such matters lightly, having no intention of mourning Jack indefinitely. With Jack gone, she felt entitled to her own life and desires, and Zhao Jun seemed like a viable option. This openness of thought characterized her perspective. However, Zhao Jun saw things differently. He believed that the more women, the better, yet felt that emotional connection was essential for true fulfillment. Only with genuine feelings could such experiences become truly exhilarating. Thus, he was in no rush regarding Yang Xiaohua or Dolma, planning to cultivate those relationships gradually until they blossomed naturally. Zhao Jun explained, I'm not afraid of you. I just think your current state is quite unusual. Lucy looked herself over and laughed, saying, Are you suggesting that my injury is a significant issue? You could take the lead, couldn't you? Zhao Jun waved his hand. It's not just the injury. You are currently feeling gratitude towards me, which is influencing your thoughts. But is there really a distinction between gratitude and affection? If we were to engage in such acts, emotions would naturally deepen. Zhao Jun, come on, I want to forget Jack sooner. Perhaps you could help me forget him. As she spoke, Lucy shot him a flirtatious glance. Lucy's figure is alluring, with her golden hair and striking blue eyes, exuding an exotic charm that captivates Zhao Jun. Despite his growing desire, Zhao Jun remains composed, aware that any physical intimacy with Lucy at this juncture may not necessarily foster genuine emotional connection. To put it plainly, Lucy views him merely as a substitute for Jack. Firmly, Zhao Jun shakes his head, declaring, If your intention to be with me is solely to forget Jack, I must decline. With a sigh, Lucy inquires, Are you truly not coming over? To which Zhao Jun, with a sense of moral conviction, asserts, a man must stand by his words. If I say no, I mean it. Yet internally, Zhao Jun grapples with temptation, as the sight of such a fiery foreign beauty before him, enticing him, proves difficult to resist. Lucy, in a moment of whimsy, realizing Zhao Jun's reluctance, retorts, If you're not coming, then don't regret it. Sao Yun, grinning, replies, I fear you may be the one regretting it. If you truly develop feelings for me, I would never turn you away. Lucy scoffs, You have quite the imagination. Do you truly wish for 8 women to be hopelessly devoted to you, pining away for your affection? Sao Yun responds, While I don't require them to be utterly devoted, a foundation of genuine emotion is essential for a fruitful relationship. It should blossom naturally, rather than from opportunism. I am not lacking in female companionship, and I refuse to be merely a creature of base desires. My stance is for your own good. Lucy retorts, For my own good? I scarcely believe you. Enough of this. I need to sleep. With that, she closes her eyes, allowing Zhao Jun to exhale in relief. Had Lucy persisted, he feared he might lose his resolve. As the night wore on, Zhao Jun, feeling drowsy, struggled to stay awake. Suddenly, he felt warmth behind him. It was Dolma, limping over and embracing him. Turning around, they found themselves in an embrace. Jun, you should rest. I'll keep watch for the latter half of the night, Dolma suggested. Zhao Jun replied, No need. I can keep watch. You're injured and should rest. Absolutely not. You've carried us all day. It's exhausting. If you don't rest tonight, how will you manage tomorrow when you need to carry Lucy? Dolma insisted. Recognizing Lucy's severe foot injury rendered her unable to walk unassisted, thus necessitating Zhao Jun's support. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Jun countered, But your injury. My injury is minor, and keeping watch requires little movement. What could it possibly affect? Rest easy. You need your strength for tomorrow, Dolma reassured him. At last, Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, first adding dry wood to the fire before wrapping himself in a wolf pelt and drifting off to sleep. Beside him lies Lucy, deeply immersed in slumber, her long lashes fluttering gently, and her luscious lips exuding a captivating allure. Zhao Jun turns to gaze at her for a moment, reflecting upon her assertiveness. He muses to himself that he initially believed she had little chance, yet now it appears that her prospects are quite promising. However, he understands that such matters must be approached with patience. As Zhao Jun's mind wanders through these thoughts, he gradually succumbs to sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's trials, carrying Yao Qiaoyun, then Dualma, and finally Lucy. Fortunately, his physique remains resilient enough to endure. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Chapter 114. Divided early the next morning, Zhao Jun was awakened by Dolma's call. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that daylight had fully arrived, and the sun was already shining. The group gathered around, consuming the last remnants of roasted meat and water. According to their plan, they were to reach the cave in just over 2 hours, where provisions would be abundant. Lucy cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Jun, who deliberately averted his gaze. In truth, Lucy found Zhao Jun somewhat inscrutable. Given the circumstances of the previous night, it was surprising that he had refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Dolma, unaware of the events from the night before, wiped her mouth and remarked, "We must be nearing our return, right?" Zhao Jun nodded in affirmation. "We should arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Dolma continued, "But I do wish to return sooner. I used to spend much time outdoors, yet now, after becoming accustomed to the walls and the cave, I find the outside world to be perilous and frigid." Zhao Jun chuckled thus. "It is said that life is born from hardship and perishes in comfort. We cannot remain in the cave forever. We must occasionally experience the biting winds outside. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall the cave, we would have nowhere to escape." Dolma dismissed this notion, saying, "Not really. We could construct a house if the cave becomes uninhabitable." After tidying up, Zhao Jun declared, "All right, let us set off." Lucy interjected, "Zhao Jun, you must carry me today." Zhao Jun replied, "Isn't that expected? Come here." He hoisted Lucy onto his back, while Dolma followed closely behind. The trio made their way toward the cave. Lucy seemed unable to reconcile the events of the previous night. Shifting slightly against Zhao Jun's back, he felt her softness and was stirred, whispering, "Lucy, please don't move around." Unbeknownst to Dolma, who was several meters behind, Lucy's hand began to caress Zhao Jun's chest. She chuckled, "What's the matter?" Zhao Jun took a deep breath and responded, "It's nothing. Could you refrain from wriggling? I'm trying to walk here. It distracts me and makes it more arduous. At this rate, I fear we may never reach our destination." Lucy laughed playfully. "I understand the effort, but being distracted? Why would you be distracted?" Zhao Jun thought to himself, "Sister, with such a splendid figure, shifting about on my back is more than enough to distract me." He quickly added, "All right, enough teasing. Let us hurry along." Dolma, curious from behind, asked, "What are you two discussing?" Zhao Jun quickly replied, "Nothing at all, just inquiring how much longer it will take." Dolma, limping slightly, caught up and said, "We are close. No need to worry." Before Dolma could finish her sentence, they suddenly spotted several figures ahead. Zhao Jun was startled and swiftly raised his 406 Hong Kong dollars. Dolma carefully set Lucy down and drew her bow, while Lucy also readied her pistol, aiming at the shadows. As the figures emerged, they were astonished to discover 3 wild boars. The combat prowess of wild boars is not inferior to that of lions and tigers. In fact, their bodies, accustomed to rolling in mud and climbing trees, become fortified with a mixture of dirt and tree sap, rendering them as formidable as armored vehicles. They charge with reckless abandon, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to withstand their assault. Zhao Jun crouched low, raising his rifle, his gaze intensely fixed on 3 wild boars before him. Among them were 2 large ones and 1 smaller. The 2 larger boars were of such massive size that conventional rifles would likely struggle to subdue them, but fortunately, Zhao Jun wielded in 406 Hong Kong dollars. Suddenly, the 2 larger boars lunged towards him, prompting Zhao Jun to unleash a barrage of shots. One of the boars fell to the ground with a resounding thud, but the other had already barreled toward him. Zhao Jun was taken aback, contemplating the dire situation, when he heard a series of swift sounds nearby. The charging boar collapsed, gasping for breath, yet still clinging to life. Seeing this, the smaller boar charged in as well, only to be subdued and captured by 2 figures, none other than Noma and his companions. Astamu and Koya were seen carrying the corpse of a leopard. Cao Yun exclaimed joyfully, "Noma, you're all safe." Noma nodded in acknowledgement before securing the small boar and standing to converse with Dolma. It turned out that after being scattered by the leopard, they had managed to hunt it down but lost contact with Dolma in the process. They had searched the vast jungle, but to no avail. Having spent the night tending a fire, they resolved to return today, fortuitously encountering Zhao Jun and his group along the way. Dolma remarked to Zhao Jun, "Noma said it was fortunate that you provided him with a lighter. Otherwise, they might have frozen to death last night without a source of warmth." Zhao Jun chuckled. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Noma carried the small boar, while Smo, Asdamu, and Koya bore the leopard's corpse. And Zhao Jun continued to carry Lucy, with Dolma trailing behind. The group returned in grand fashion. Upon reaching the perimeter of the enclosure, they found the gate ajar, and those who remained behind expressed their anxiety, finally exhaling in relief upon seeing their safe return. Zhao Jun instructed Noma to place the small boar beside the antelope pen and then asked him and Smo to retrieve the leopard carcasses they had previously hunted for skinning, reserving the meat for sustenance and the pelts for utility. Consequently, they returned with 6 leopards and 2 wild boars. This hunting expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful. Despite the group's separation and Lucy and Dolma sustaining injuries, the outcome was still worthwhile. Though Lucy's wounds were severe, Dolma's medicinal herbs had proven effective, and now that they had returned, the application of anti-inflammatory medication would expedite her recovery. Zhao Jun, fatigued, requested Qin Xiyuan to massage him, delegating the remaining tasks to Noma and his companions. After a day of rest, Zhao Jun regained his strength, while Lucy's leg pain had lessened significantly. Dolma's minor injuries had also improved, having been exacerbated by their previous journey, but now felt considerably better. After finishing their meal, Zhao Jun tidied up the leopard skins and remarked, "Tomorrow, we shall dry these pelts in the sun and then distribute them." Qin Xiyuan cast a significant glance at Zhao Jun, implying that she wished to keep one for herself. However, Zhao Jun feigned ignorance and continued, "We are currently 13 in number, and we possess 6 leopard skins. Since one has already been accounted for, I find myself without need for one. This leaves 12 individuals vying for the remaining skins. I propose to divide the 6 leopard pelts into halves, granting each person a share. I believe this is quite fair. What does everyone think?" While the others seemed indifferent, Qin Xiyuan's displeasure was evident. Chapter 115. Fairness. Zhao Jun cleared his throat and remarked, "If no one has any objections, then let us proceed as such." Before he could finish his thought, Qin Xiyuan abruptly rose, expressing her discontent. Zhao Jun turned to her and said, "Sister Yuan, this approach is exceedingly fair. We are all part of one team, and fairness is paramount. I can give you my entire leopard skin, and you can provide me with your half." Zhao Jun's resolution was indeed equitable, and upon learning that she would receive a full leopard skin, Qin Xiyuan could no longer protest and took her seat. "Does anyone else have any opinions?" Zhao Jun inquired. Yun Shuang responded, "Your method of distribution is already quite fair. We have nothing further to discuss." Zhao Jun nodded. "Very well. Tomorrow we shall divide the leopard skin in 2, with each person receiving half. Since there are no objections, I hope we can avoid any discord arising from this matter in the future." Yao Qiaoyun commented, "What discord could arise? You initially received a whole piece based on the voting results, and now you're giving the entire skin to Qin Xiyuan while keeping half for yourself. What can anyone possibly say?" Zhao Jun grinned. "That's splendid. By the way, how are your injuries faring?" Lucy replied, "Much improved in a couple of days. I should be able to walk again." Yao Qiaoyun added, "I was fine to begin with. I merely sprained my ankle. I'm even better off," Dualma stated. Zhao Jun nodded. "As long as you are all well, that is what matters. This time has indeed brought considerable gains. 6 leopards and 2 large wild boars, along with 1 live young wild boar. Starting tomorrow, let us minimize outdoor activities. All hunting and fishing will be entrusted to Norma and S'more. Yun Shuang, you should only observe from the walls. If possible, refrain from venturing outside. Just use binoculars to look out. I plan to construct a few simple watchtowers." "Watchtowers?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired, puzzled. Zhao Jun explained, "The incidents during our hunt occurred primarily due to the absence of watchtowers. I intend to build some shelters or find a few caves so that in the event of separation, we have a place to stay and are not exposed to the elements." Yang Xiaohua interjected, "Did we not agree to reduce outdoor excursions? Winter is approaching. Is this really necessary?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "It's better to be prepared for any eventuality. It's not a difficult task. Just one person can assist me in constructing them. We can stock them with dry firewood, some water, and preserved goods. It won't take long. I won't build them too far away, yet not too close either. Once completed, I will check on them periodically. It's not overly burdensome." Yun Shuang remarked, "The captain makes a valid point. I will accompany him tomorrow." Having reached an agreement, the group chatted for a while longer before returning to their quarters for the night. As Zhao Jun lay down, Qin Xiyuan approached him. her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Qin Xiyuan was aware that Zhao Jun had been very considerate towards her. However, what she truly desired was to stand out from the rest. Although she possessed the entire pelt, it felt as though she was indistinguishable from others. Approaching, Zhao Jun waved cheerfully. Qin Xiyuan, somewhat displeased, walked over and remarked, "Humph." Zhao Jun embraced her and inquired, "What troubles you? I feel no different from them. I am your woman. What do you truly mean by this?" Qin Xiyuan retorted in anger. Zhao Jun, instead, chuckled and said, "Ah, so does this matter? Haven't you already acquired a complete pelt? Why the discontent?" Qin Xiyuan pouted and replied, "Of course I am discontent. Do I desire a leopard skin? What I seek is your unique attention towards me, yet I feel none of that." Zhao Jun gently kissed her pouting lips and countered, "All of us possess but half a pelt. You alone have the complete one. Is that not sufficiently unique? This clearly signifies special regard. If you were to give me a full one and let the others share the rest, that would be true distinction. You relinquished your portion to me while keeping half for yourself. What does that imply? You are the captain. I am a captain's wife. Shouldn't I have some privileges?" Qin Xiyuan asserted. Zhao Jun responded earnestly, "How can that be? As captain, I seek not privilege, but responsibility. As the captain's wife, you should embody this awareness as well." Qin Xiyuan turned her head away and remarked, "Only responsibility, with no privilege? What is the purpose of being captain? Without privilege, what significance does being the captain's wife hold?" Zhao Jun grew displeased and stated, "If you find it meaningless, you are free to step aside. My stance will remain unwavering." Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Qin Xiyuan felt a pang of fear. She worried that he might suddenly dismiss her, especially with so many beautiful women around, which heightened her sense of insecurity. Thus, she placed great emphasis on her uniqueness. However, Zhao Jun's words made her heart tremble. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him and asked, Jun, do you no longer want me?" In that moment, Zhao Jun felt a tinge of disdain towards Qin Xiyuan's words, for they indicated that her motives were entirely self-serving rather than rooted in affection. Nonetheless, he was well aware of this and would not abandon her, for she was, after all, his woman now. To forsake her was not in his nature. "How can I not want you? I merely feel that we are fortunate to be alive. We should not constantly seek personal privileges. If we do not unite and work together, none of us will thrive here. If everyone is consumed by self-interest, yearning for privileges, it benefits none of us. Do you understand?" Cao Yun explained. Qin Xiyuan pouted and said, but all I desire is to feel warmth from you, to sense the uniqueness of your affection towards me. Is that truly a fault? You are not in the wrong, Zhao Jun replied. Yet if I were to acquiesce to your wishes, then I would be at fault. You will always be my woman, and I would sacrifice my own interests to fulfill yours, but I cannot forsake the interests of others for your sake. It seemed that Qin Xiyuan grasped Zhao Jun's earnest intentions, and she nodded in agreement, saying very well. Chapter 116. A passionate romance, Zhao Jun earnestly declared. "You are my woman, and you shall forever remain so. Rest assured, this is something I shall never forget." Qin Xiyuan responded with a soft acknowledgement, "I understand." Zhao Jun, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "It's good that you understand, but it seems your awareness is still lacking. I must administer a fitting punishment." An hour later, Zhao Jun lounged while smoking, and Qin Xiyuan was already fast asleep. Unbeknownst to him, he discovered a latent talent in this regard, having previously never had a girlfriend. After finishing a cigarette, he rose to stoke the fire, realizing that if the water grew cold in the dead of night, it would indeed be uncomfortable. Once he added more wood, Zhao Jun settled beside the fire for another smoke. At that moment, a soft sound caught his attention, and upon turning, he saw Tao Luna. With a hint of shyness, Tao Luna asked, "Captain, are you still awake?" Zhao Jun chuckled lightly, "Just adding some fuel. It would be too cold otherwise." "What brings you up?" "Well, I couldn't quite sleep. It was a bit noisy earlier." Tao Luna admitted, her cheeks flushed. Zhao Jun felt a slight blush creep onto his face in response to her words. "Well, it's quiet now. You should try to rest." Tao Luna moved closer. Sitting beside Zhao Jun, "I'm still feeling a bit restless." Zhao Jun inquired, "What is troubling you? Is there something on your mind?" With a sigh, Tao Luna confessed, "Yes, I do have some concerns." Zhao Jun encouraged, "Whatever it is, feel free to share. It might lighten your heart. If you're facing difficulties, perhaps I can assist you." After a moment's hesitation, Tao Luna continued, "It's just that after I fell from the plane and was swept to this island by the waves, I encountered Fong Sitong. Initially, I was quite elated to meet him, as he was a living person. His behavior seemed quite normal at first, and I was even happier to learn he was a flight attendant. He hunted for us with a gun, ensuring we wouldn't T-star. Zhao Jun, aware of the trials Tao Luna had faced, sighed, but then he revealed his true nature, did he not? Indeed, after he became aggressive, I felt utterly powerless. Thinking in such dire circumstances, what could I do but accept my fate? I aimed to survive in this harsh environment, but to my dismay, he turned out to be a monster, tormenting me. Each night was a struggle for survival, and he even threatened me, claiming he would kill me if I did not comply with his demands. He could easily survive alone and would not face any legal consequences for my demise. No one would know I had been murdered. To stay alive, I had no choice but to endure. Tao Luna recounted. Zhao Jun replied. He truly overstepped his bounds. Tao Luna lamented. He left me battered and bruised. I felt I could scarcely hold on. When I encountered you all, I thought that in a larger group, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Yet, he only grew more audacious, even attempting to cast me aside. Had it not been for you that night, I fear I would have perished. Zhao Jun remarked. Anyone encountering such circumstances would act in the same manner. Tao Luna shook her head, replying, No, in such a situation, you were fighting for your own survival. Yet you still chose to save me. I'm truly grateful. You need not think so much about it. By the way, this matter has passed. Fang Sidong is deceased. What burdens your heart now? What troubles your sleep? Sao Yun inquired. Tao Luna pressed her lips together and said, I am often plagued by nightmares. Waking in terror, haunted by the shadow left by Fang Sidong. In my dreams, he is not dead. He continues to torment me. Zhao Jun pointed toward the depths of the cave, stating, Fang Sidong is irrevocably dead. I have turned him to ashes. Do not dwell on these thoughts. As the day dictates our thoughts, so do our dreams reflect them. If you cease to ponder, the nightmares shall gradually fade. Tao Luna saith, I have made every effort to quell my restless thoughts, yet it remains an insurmountable challenge. I truly do not know what to do. Regrettably, there is no psychologist here. Otherwise, I would seek their counsel. Zhao Jun, at a loss for words, hesitated before suggesting. Perhaps you could occupy yourself with tasks to divert your mind. Tao Luna spread her hands, saying, But what can I possibly do? Zhao Jun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, comforting her. You could engage in conversation with others, or assist Yang Xiaohua in tending to the vegetable garden. Any activity would suffice. Tao Luna pressed her hand against Zhao Jun's, asking, Captain, do you think of me as an unclean woman? How could that be? You are the victim. You are truly overthinking this. Not only would I not think that way, but neither would anyone else, Zhao Jun replied. Tao Luna shook her head, stating, I do not care how others perceive me. I only care about your thoughts. I would never entertain such notions. Rest assured, Zhao Jun assured her. Suddenly, Tao Luna embraced Zhao Jun, exclaiming, In truth, there is a splendid method to distract me. Zhao Jun, taken aback by her sudden gesture, stammered, What method? To engage in a passionate romance with you. Tao Luna finally summoned the courage to declare. Hearing her words, Zhao Jun felt a flutter in his heart. It was impossible to remain unaffected. Despite recently being with Qin Xiyuan and having heard similar sentiments from Yang Xiaohua, Dolma, and even Lucy, a man could hardly reject the notion of having more than one woman. A passionate romance sounded quite appealing. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun maintained his composure, saying, Luna, please take a moment to compose yourself. I am quite composed, Tao Luna insisted. This is the result of careful consideration. It took great courage for me to express this. It is not mere gratitude I feel, but genuine affection for you, and I truly wish to pursue a romantic relationship. Unless you deem me unworthy, I shall not abandon this desire. Zhao Jun said, Luna, listen to me, this matter. Before Zhao Jun could finish his sentence, Tao Luna interrupted. Is it because of Sister Yuan? I will speak to her. As long as we are mutually willing, she cannot intervene, can she? Captain, please do not reject me, all right? I truly need you. Chapter 117. Establishing the outpost, Zhao Jun whispered in Tao Luna's ear, Luna, please don't misunderstand. I'm not rejecting you. It's just that this is all quite sudden. I need some time to process. Tao Luna released her grip and replied, Sudden? Not at all. I find it quite normal. Zhao Jun responded earnestly. Your feelings stem from gratitude, and with little choice, your emotions have intensified. In truth, your need for affection, for me, is not as profound as you believe. This momentary impulse will likely lead to regret later. Tao Luna quickly interjected, "No, I will never regret this. I assure you, this is not a mere whim. I genuinely like you. Regardless of what happens in the future, I will have no regrets." Zhao Jun advised, "Luna, let us take a moment to calm ourselves. Let us revisit this matter in a few days. To be honest, this is not the right place to discuss it." Tao Luna paused, then asked, "Are you concerned about others overhearing us?" "Very well, I will heed your advice." With that, she briskly departed, feeling a touch shy. It had taken great courage for her to confess. Zhao Jun lit another cigarette before returning to embrace Qin Xiyuan for the night, swiftly putting aside everything else. The following morning, upon rising, Zhao Jun noticed Tao Luna's bashful demeanor upon seeing him. However, he acted as if nothing had transpired. After breakfast, as previously agreed, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang set out with their gear and weapons. Norma and Astamu went hunting, while Simo and Kia remained to carve out the cliffside next to their home. After walking approximately 10 miles, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang began cutting trees. Utilizing a chainsaw, they worked efficiently and soon had enough timber. Zhao Jun took a moment to rest and hydrate, while Yun Shuang organized their supplies. "Shuang Jia, let's take a break. We will need this later," he called out. Yun Shuang approached, sipping water. She wore a tank top that, though slightly tattered from prolonged use, was impeccably clean, exposing her arms and belly, which was quite delightful to behold. She shot Zhao Jun a sidelong glance and asked, "What are you staring at?" Zhao Yun clinked, "Just admiring beauty." Yun Shuang rolled her eyes. "Don't even think about it. It won't work." Zhao Jun quickly defended himself. "That's not fair. I was merely looking. There was no intention to flirt." Yun Shuang took another sip of water, remarking, "It's for the best. You certainly have no shortage of admirers. First Yang Xiaohua, then Dorima, and now Tao Luna. Not to mention Qin Xiyuan. My, you seem to be living quite the charmed life." Zhao Jun realized that Yun Shuang had likely overheard his conversation with Tao Luna and sighed helplessly. "Are you some sort of eavesdropper? You heard my whispers with Yang Xiaohua and what Tao Luna said as well." "Unintentionally, I overheard Xiaohua mention that there are many individuals she wishes to hear from, particularly Tao Luna, though they are simply too shy to voice their thoughts." "Do you believe everyone has succumbed to slumber? With the commotion caused by you and Qin Xiyuan, even if we desired rest, sleep would elude us," Yun Shuang remarked. Zhao Jun rubbed his nose, feeling awkward as he replied, "We didn't really say much back then." Yun Shuang continued, "True, you said little and did nothing. Yet Tao Luna has once again fallen for you." Zhao Jun, with a grimace, responded, "Well, I cannot be blamed for that. My charm is undeniable. What can I do?" "Charm? It seems more a matter of limited choices, making you appear more alluring than you truly are. Did you ever have so many women flocking around you before?" Yun Shuang scoffed. Among those women, the most independent were undoubtedly Duolima and Yun Shuang herself. While Duolima had firmly decided that Zhao Jun was her husband and refrained from commenting, Yun Shuang was unabashedly scathing. Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, scratched his head and said, "Sister Shuang, have I wronged you in any way? It feels rather unkind to expose my shortcomings so openly." Yun Shuang retorted, "I am merely stating facts, not exposing you. Regardless, it is no longer my concern. You may proceed as you wish." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Jun opted to stand and get to work. In the span of half a day, he constructed a modest yet sturdy shelter nestled within the woods to shield against the wind. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang sat down to enjoy some roasted meat and water. Observing the shelter, Yun Shuang inquired, "How many more do we need to build?" Zhao Jun replied, "Including the shelters and caves, we must construct at least 10. Yun Shuang remarked, "That will take several days. Let us aim to finish before Christmas. And we still need to stockpile food, firewood, and water. After all, I intend to build several refuges. This incident has served as a wake-up call for us." Zhao Jun stated. Yun Shuang acknowledged, "Many of your ideas are indeed sound. For instance, the previous construction of a wall, while laborious, was essential. Without it, Simo and his group might have invaded. If they had gained the upper hand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although I believe you have been overly anxious this time, I will still join you in this endeavor." Zhao Jun smiled. "It is reassuring that you understand. Everything I do is for our collective safety." In the following days, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang diligently built lookout posts and discovered several caves. Over the course of 10 days, they unearthed 3 caves and completed 6 lookout posts. all stocked with cured meats, water, and firewood. One evening, Yun Shuang approached Zhao Jun and said, "I will not accompany you on the last trip. I need a rest tomorrow." Zhao Jun did not question her need for rest, but simply replied, "All right, understood. How about this, Xiaohua? You can join me tomorrow." Yang Xiaohua responded, "Sure, no problem." Having made arrangements, the next morning, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua set out with tools and weapons, embarking on a journey to a location approximately 50 miles away, which took them half a day to reach. Zhao Jun soon became engrossed in his tasks, with Yang Xiaohua diligently assisting him. After spending half a day in their endeavors, darkness enveloped the sky, yet their dwelling was finally complete. Zhao Jun hung the cured meat he had brought earlier in a high place and filled a bucket with water, securing its lid. Having gathered dry firewood, they found themselves unable to return. Zhao Jun led Yang Xiaohua to a small cave they had discovered earlier, where the air was dry and the space measured approximately 20 square meters. With rocks framing the entrance, Zhao Jun kindled a fire, and together with Yang Xiaohua, they savored the taste of roasted jerky. Chapter 118. The second woman, Yang Xiaohua, wrapped in half a leopard skin, sat by the fire, sipping water. Zhao Jun, armed with a gun, had completed his patrol outside and returned. The flickering light illuminated Yang Xiaohua, making her appear exceptionally radiant. Zhao Jun, with a playful smile, approached and embraced her. Initially hesitant, she gradually succumbed to his affection, while the howling wind outside contrasted with the warmth of their secluded haven. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Zhao Jun declared, "You are now my woman." Yang Xiaohua pursed her lips and replied, "But you already have Sister Yuan. What am I to you? You are my second woman. Both of you are mine. I shall not harm either of you. I promise to take good care of you both." Zhao Jun assured her. Yang Xiaohua responded, "I'm okay with it, as I had mentally prepared myself, knowing your relationship with Sister Yuan. What concerns me is whether she will be upset. That is not what I desire." Zhao Jun reassured her, "I will have a good conversation with her. Do not worry." "No, please, don't mention it just yet. Our relationship must remain a secret for now. Do not tell anyone," Yang Xiaohua implored. Zhao Jun, puzzled, asked, "Why? What are you afraid of? You are my woman. How could I allow any ambiguity in our relationship? I simply don't want you to tell anyone, at least not for the time being," she insisted. Zhao Jun harbored a desire to clarify matters and help Qin Xiyuan accept reality, especially as he prepared for a potential encounter with Dolma. But Yang Xiaohua was resolute in her refusal. "When can we speak of it then?" Zhao Jun inquired. "Everyone knows about your relationship with Sister Yuan. If you were to announce our connection now, they would perceive me as the mistress, and I truly do not want that. Please, just grant me a little time," she explained. Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, acquiesced. "All right, I won't say anything." He gently kissed Yang Xiaohua's forehead and said, "Xiaohua, I am your first man, and I will never let you down." She smiled and replied, "As long as you know, that's enough. You weren't being very considerate just now." Zhao Jun retorted, "Such a stunning beauty. Should I merely admire you as an artwork?" Yang Xiaohua blushed and said, "I am not that beautiful. They're all far more attractive than I." Zhao Jun tenderly caressed her back, asserting, "No, you are truly beautiful. I speak from the heart. Your figure and appearance are not inferior to theirs. Previously, you simply lacked the confidence to express yourself and did not know how to adorn your beauty. You appeared somewhat self-effacing and hid in the shadows, which is why no one noticed you." Yang Xiaohua felt a surge of sweetness from his compliments and asked, "Is what you say truly sincere? Why would I deceive you? Given our current situation, it would serve no purpose. In fact, in this environment, you are even more captivating because you can cook and handle various tasks." Zhao Jun replied earnestly. With a joyful heart, Yang Xiaohua leaned in and kissed Zhao Jun on the cheek, exclaiming, "Do you really believe that? You are misleading me, are you?" Zhao Jun solemnly declared, "Of course. It is not just me. Others share the same sentiment. Each day, we partake of the meals you prepare and the vegetables you cultivate. In our hearts, we are profoundly grateful to you. Without your contributions, how would we have access to such exquisite fare? Not to mention the potato noodles and even the soap pods for bathing, which you discovered for us. Without you, we would be utterly lost in their usage. Truly, you must not harbor feelings of inferiority. Embrace your confidence. This place holds opportunities for you, and many of us rely on the endeavors you undertake. Now that you are my partner, I urge you to shed any timidity and live authentically." Yang Xiaohua responded with a radiant smile, "I have never experienced love, so I'm unsure if what you speak are mere sweet nothings." Some say that a man's words are deceptive, yet I find joy in your words. Even if you were to deceive me, I would willingly accept it. Zhao Jun gently clasped Yang Xiaohua's delicate hand, which, though beautiful, bore signs of labor. Feeling a pang of sympathy as he remarked, "Xiaohua, look at your hands. You have worked so hard." Yang Xiaohua shook her head. "Not at all. I have grown accustomed to all of this. Moreover, what you said earlier was quite uplifting, as it affirms my usefulness. I relish this feeling." Zhao Jun embraced Yang Xiaohua, asking, "Do you enjoy being with me?" She replied with a soft affirming, "Of course I do." "Thank you." Zhao Jun queried. "What do you thank me for?" Yang Xiaohua recounted, "When the plane crashed, I believed my fate was sealed. Upon landing on this small island, I thought my life would dwindle away. I never anticipated meeting you. Not only have I managed to survive, but I have also found love. Although this love is not solely mine to cherish, I am immensely content." Zhao Jun kissed Yang Xiaohua, expressing, "I am grateful for your understanding." She continued, "You are the only man here. You have shown remarkable restraint. Over these past months, you have consistently rebuffed the overt advances of Sister Yuan and Dualma. I understand your position, but I hope you keep this matter from Sister Yuan for now, as I fear it may upset her." Cao Yun caressed Yang Xiaohua's face gently. "Your understanding is most appreciated. As for our relationship, I will heed your wishes. Let's keep it a secret from everyone, engaging in a discreet romance. Will that suffice? Provided you do not feel wronged?" Chapter 119. The villain Yang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I do not feel wronged." Zhao Jun suddenly laughed, and Yang Xiaohua curiously inquired, "What is so amusing?" Zhao Jun replied, "I was reminded of a saying that struck me as both humorous and somewhat insightful." Yang Xiaohua asked, "What saying?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "As the adage goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is inferior to a secret affair. Is that why you prefer to engage with me in secrecy?" Yang Xiaohua playfully punched Zhao Jun's chest, exclaiming, "You naughty rascal." Zhao Jun seized Yang Xiaohua's hand and bestowed a deep kiss upon her. However, he refrained from proceeding further, mindful of her inexperience and her capacity to handle such intimacy. The two embraced beneath a leopard skin, gradually succumbing to slumber. Of course, Zhao Jun dared not sleep too soundly. In the latter half of the night, he arose to patrol the cave entrance and was fortunate to find no imminent danger. The following morning, Yang Xiaohua remained in a deep sleep, exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Zhao Jun chose not to rouse her, but instead reheated some jerky and prepared warm water before gently shaking her awake, saying, "Xiaohua, rise and shine. The sun is warming your backside." Yang Xiaohua opened her eyes, murmuring, "I am so sleepy. Let me rest a little longer." Zhao Jun chuckled softly and began to massage her shoulders. After a while, Yang Xiaohua felt somewhat revitalized and sat up. Zhao Jun brought her the warm jerky and water, and after rinsing her mouth, she began to eat. Once satiated, she reclined once more, saying, "Captain, let's rest a bit longer. I am truly exhausted." Zhao Jun replied, "Very well, we shall return at noon, for there is little to attend to." He then leaned closer to Yang Xiaohua, who widened her eyes and said, "Captain, hold on. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Jun responded, "Since we are not leaving until noon, shall we not indulge a little more?" Feeling genuinely fatigued, Yang Xiaohua suggested, "Let us return first. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I do not feel secure here." "All right," Zhao Jun declared, "then this afternoon, I shall carry you back." With a hint of possessiveness, Zhao Jun made his intentions clear, and Yang Xiaohua, being inexperienced, did not refuse. They engaged in playful antics until noon, consumed a light meal, and rested a little longer. After packing their belongings, Zhao Jun hoisted Yang Xiaohua onto his back, and they began their journey home. Although Yang Xiaohua had initially intended to walk on her own, her exhaustion compelled her to quietly rest against Zhao Jun's back. Gazing at the nape of his neck while reflecting on the events of the previous night and that morning, her heart filled with sweetness. "Cao Yun, do you think if Sister Yuan knew about our relationship, she would be very angry?" Yang Xiaohua asked. Zhao Jun replied, "Perhaps, but it is of little consequence. We are already together, and what is done is done. What can she do? Moreover, she should have some forewarning, as I am bound to have more than one woman." Yang Xiaohua inquired, "How many women do you intend to have?" "9, perhaps. Astamu and Koya, after all, are involved with men, so they do not count. However, there is still Yao Qiaoyun, Yun Shuang, Doma, Su Xinxu, Su Ruoyu, Tao Luna, and Lucy, 7 in total. Adding Qin Xiyuan, who is already included, and Yang Xiaohua herself. It amounts to 9. By this reckoning, Zhao Jun has one more than Wei Xiaobao. Among them are individuals from Huaxia, America, and even indigenous backgrounds, representing both Eastern and Western cultures. Yet, Zhao Jun shook his head and remarked, I do not harbor such grand ambitions. With you and Sister Yuan, I am entirely content. Dolma, you will eventually belong to me, right? By the way, Sister Luna confessed her feelings to you that one night, which also counts. That makes 4. Yang Xiaohua calculated. Zhao Jun felt a bit awkward. The notion of counting his women or potential women felt rather peculiar. Thus, he responded, it isn't that exaggerated. Yang Xiaohua replied, do you think I would feel jealous? Not all. In fact, I would welcome someone to help share the burden. You are truly remarkable. Zhao Jun cleared his throat and said, Xiaohua, do not overthink it. Although I am somewhat restless, my affection for you is genuine, and I would never treat my women poorly. Regardless of how many women I have, I will always treat you well. A person's experiences are ultimately limited. I do not believe you can manage all of them. However, I see how considerate you are towards those who are not your women, so I'm not worried about that. My only concern is that Sister Yuan might feel jealous or unhappy, and even direct her displeasure towards me. Yang Xiaohua interjected, if Zhao Jun were to take all these women, indeed only Dolma and I would remain unperturbed. Dolma, being from her traditional tribe, can adapt to such circumstances, while I have come to terms with it, instinctively believing that I could never monopolize Zhao Jun reassured her. That will never happen. I will ensure such a situation does not arise. I pride myself on being fair and just. No one should target anyone else. Yang Xiaohua felt reassured that is true. You indeed are quite fair and just. Feeling sweet inside, Yang Xiaohua pecked Zhao Jun on the neck. He warned, do not tease me. Otherwise, you shall discover the consequences. Yang Xiaohua glanced around and said, isn't that a bit exaggerated? You want to spare me here, will you? Zhao Jun burst into laughter. Exaggerated? There are no others here, why not? So, be on your best behavior. Thinking of Zhao Jun's boldness made Yang Xiaohua somewhat apprehensive. She replied, please do not act recklessly. I'm a bit tired. Fear not. There will be opportunities in the future, Zhao Jun said with a mischievous smile. Yang Xiaohua playfully chided. You only know how to frighten me. You are truly a rascal. Humph. I shall ignore you. Big bad wolf. Chapter 120. Gifts Yang Xiaohua fignet indifferent of Zhao Jun. Yet her heart was unwilling to part. In the fervor of romance, even a brief moment of silence felt unbearable, and soon they were laughing and conversing once more. Zhao Jun carried Yang Xiaohua on his back, occasionally teasing her with playful touches that sent her into fits of giggles. As dusk approached, they finally made their way home, where Qin Xiyuan awaited them, her expression shifting slightly upon seeing Zhao Jun with Yang Xiaohua on his back. Once Zhao Jun set Yang Xiaohua down, Qin Xiyuan noted that her feet were unscathed, which only deepened her displeasure. Why are you back so late? She inquired. It took longer than expected. The last outpost is quite a distance away, Zhao Jun explained. Is that so? Qin Xiyuan replied, skepticism evident on her face. Upon returning, Yang Xiaohua busied herself with dinner while Zhao Jun tended to the fire, assuring her it's absolutely true. It's nearly 50 miles. Do you think I deceive you? Qin Xiyuan remained silent after that. They gathered around for dinner, engaging in conversation. Zhao Jun spoke proudly of the outpost, saying, now we have walls, the Huadong River, and the outpost. Even if unexpected events arise, we need not worry. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, while everything else makes sense, I truly cannot fathom the purpose of this outpost. Zhao Jun replied, let us hope it remains unused. You see, Xiaohua and I were unable to return this time. But thanks to the prior establishment of the outpost, we were not anxious at all and slept soundly. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, we have ample food and drink now. Occasional hunting and fishing will suffice. There is really no need to venture so far. That touches upon unforeseen circumstances. In essence, the outpost serves as a backup. If it is ever needed, it could be a lifesaver, Zhao Jun asserted. He then shared the locations of the outposts, which both Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang could corroborate, as they had assisted Zhao Jun in its construction. Tao Luna chuckled, I believe it will not be necessary for me. I intend to stay here this winter and go nowhere. Zhao Jun agreed. Indeed, from tomorrow, Norma, you should reduce your outings. Game is already scarce. Occasional hunts nearby will suffice, and perhaps some fishing now and then. We need not worry about food at this point. Norma nodded after hearing Yao Qiaoyun's translation. Zhao Jun added, in just a few days, it will be Christmas. Let us celebrate it well. Lucy, lost in thought while gazing at the Christmas tree, snapped back to reality at Zhao Jun's words. If you aren't accustomed to celebrating Christmas, there's really no need to do so just for my sake. She said, of course we will celebrate. Even if you're the only one, you are part of us. It is a significant holiday for you. And we shall honor it, Zhao Jun replied. Lucy smiled broadly. Thank you so much. Zhao Jun concluded, it's only a few days away. We must make preparations. Lucy shook her head and replied, it's sufficient to have this Christmas tree. I am already content and do not require any special preparations for me. Leave this matter to us. You need not concern yourself. Enjoy your Christmas, Zhao Jun said with a cheerful smile. That night, as they were about to sleep, Norma and the others went out. Zhao Jun had barely settled down when Qin Xiyuan approached him. Sitting beside Zhao Jun, she whispered, is there truly nothing going on between you and Xiaohua? Zhao Jun responded, what could there possibly be? Qin Xiyuan tilted her head and continued, I can sense that when you return this time, her gaze upon you was different from before. Since Zhao Jun had promised Yang Xiaohua, he would not divulge anything and replied, there's really nothing. You are overthinking it. Qin Xiyuan looked at him askance and inquired, are you certain there is nothing? Why would I deceive you? Zhao Jun averted his gaze elsewhere. Qin Xiyuan bit her lip and said, I shall take your word for it for now. Lying beside Zhao Jun, she asked, are you not feeling well today? Zhao Jun had to say, people can sometimes feel a bit drained. Come on, stop questioning me like an interrogator. I am already tired. Can't you be a little gentler? Qin Xiyuan replied in a soft and delicate voice. I am merely concerned for you. Here, allow me to give you a massage. Her feeble hands began to knead Zhao Jun's shoulders, and he closed his eyes, relishing the moment. Jun, I want to celebrate Christmas too, Qin Xiyuan suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Jun opened his eyes and replied, when Lucy celebrates, we are all celebrating. What is there to discuss? Qin Xiyuan insisted, I want a Christmas gift. Zhao Jun asked, what kind of Christmas gift do you desire? Just decide for me, she replied. Zhao Jun sighed, this is truly a headache. I haven't even figured out Lucy's Christmas gift yet, and now you want one too? If you receive a gift, others must also have one, right? Celebrating the new year requires gifts, and I cannot sell anything. It would be simple if we were outside, but we are on a deserted island. Pouting, Qin Xiyuan declared, I don't care. I want a gift. You figure it out. Zhao Jun scratched his head and relented. All right, I will find a way. Qin Xiyuan beamed with joy, hugging Zhao Jun's head and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. However, Zhao Jun appeared somewhat troubled. Acquiring these gifts was indeed a challenge. The following day, upon opening his eyes, Zhao Jun remained in bed, contemplating the matter of the gifts. Lucy's Christmas present could not disappoint, and, similarly, Qin Xiyuan's must not be overlooked. Zhao Jun had always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice. Since Lucy and Qin Xiyuan required gifts, it was essential that no one else was left out. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua peeked in and called, Captain, it's time to eat. Only then did Zhao Jun rise. Everyone was already awake, and breakfast consisted of meat soup and potato flour. After a few bites, Zhao Jun lost his appetite and set it aside. Yun Shuang remarked, now that everything has been taken care of, what shall we do next? The outpost has been established, and S'more's house has been entirely completed. Provisions are ample, and it appears that there is indeed little to occupy their time. Currently, they find themselves devoid of tasks, leading to a sense of ennui. Chapter 121. Fate is preordained. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and suggested, let us stroll nearby, explore a bit, and patrol while we are at it. We can simply enjoy ourselves in the courtyard. Yun Shuang replied, indeed, that is the only option we have. Lucy had nearly recovered from her injuries, able to walk albeit with a slight limp. After inquiring about her condition, Zhao Jun decided to embark on the patrol, with Yang Xiaohua volunteering to accompany him. They did not venture far, merely wandering around the vicinity of the cave. Captain, has Sister Yuan sensed anything? Yang Xiaohua timidly inquired. Zhao Jun, peering through his binoculars, casually remarked, she asked a question, but seems to be mere suspicion without concrete evidence. I did not confirm anything, so she dropped the subject. Yang Xiaohua expressed her concern, yet she has begun to harbor doubts. Zhao Jun set down the binoculars and reassured her. It is merely a suspicion. Besides, she will inevitably come to understand our relationship. It's not detrimental for her to prepare herself psychologically. Captain, I am quite worried. Yang Xiaohua confessed. Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, what is there to worry about with me around? After all, I am not her personal possession. Considering you were initially a couple, I believe she still holds some authority in this matter, Yang Xiaohua remarked. Zhao Jun wrapped his arm around her waist, smiling, no. In this regard, I shall have the final say. I respect her, just as I respect you. However, if she cannot come to terms with it and chooses to be upset, that is beyond my control. I will gradually help her accept the reality. Yang Xiaohua kissed Zhao Jun on the chin, but recoiled slightly due to his stubble, which was somewhat prickly. Zhao Jun seized the moment, and they shared a kiss. After their passionate embrace, Yang Xiaohua playfully chided, how annoying. You could at least shave. Previously, Zhao Jun had used a dagger he crafted himself along with soapberry to shave. However, with the arrival of Jack and others, he had access to razors and had been using them regularly. Today, he had neglected to shave, hence the prickliness. Zhao Jun chuckled. This is what it means to embody masculinity. Should I be as smooth-faced as you all? Yang Xiaohua retorted, it's not that, but it is uncomfortable. Huh. I shall ensure to shave properly next time, Zhao Jun promised. They indulged in each other's warmth for a while, before Zhao Jun finally released Yang Xiaohua, suggesting, shall we indulge in a little more here? Yang Xiaohua felt a mix of fear and anticipation, stammering, no. That might not be appropriate. What are you afraid of? Zhao Jun teased, moving closer to her. Yang Xiaohua pressed her hands against his chest, protesting, no. It's dirty and cold. I refuse. Upon reflection, Zhao Jun agreed that it was indeed still morning, and the weather was rather chilly, not to mention the surroundings were somewhat unclean, making it impractical for such activities. Very well, I shall spare you for now. Let us patrol around and then head to the lookout post to attend to our matters properly, Zhao Jun decided. Yang Xiaohua, having just begun to explore such experiences, remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the unspoken agreement. Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua surveyed their surroundings. The sun had ascended high in the sky, and the temperature had risen slightly. Zhao Jun, with a mischievous grin, suggested, what do you think now? Shall we head to the outpost? Yang Xiaohua retorted, I must ask, what is your insistence on establishing this outpost for? Was it merely a guise for a rendezvous? You truly are incorrigible. They say a man must be a bit wicked for a woman to love him. If I were to behave too properly, it would indeed be rather dull. Wouldn't you agree? Come on. As Zhao Jun moved to embrace her, Yang Xiaohua deftly sidestepped, saying, even if your reasoning holds water, now is not the moment. We have yet to complete our patrol. Cao Yun, intrigued, inquired, we've already made a full circuit. Is there anywhere we've overlooked? Yang Xiaohua replied, of course. We have yet to inspect the seaside. Zhao Jun shook his head dismissively. What could be so captivating by the sea? Is someone expected to arrive? Let us not bother. A moment of springtime romance is worth 1,000 gold coins. Let's first take a look at the beach. Yet, Yang Xiaohua remained resolute. In truth, she was quite eager for Zhao Jun's affection, but deep within, she felt it inappropriate and was merely stalling for time. Zhao Jun, who abhorred coercing women, decided to acquiesce to Yang Xiaohua's insistence. Grasping her hand, he led her toward the sea. I'm following your lead, but remember, there will come a time when you must heed my words, he said. Yang Xiaohua chuckled. All right, I'll listen to you. Upon reaching the seaside, they strolled along the sandy shore, hand in hand, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. A genuine air of romance enveloped them, and as they exchanged smiles, a sweet warmth blossomed in Yang Xiaohua's heart, mirrored in Zhao Jun's feelings. Zhao Jun, I never anticipated that in this place and at this moment, I could experience love. I once thought I would perish here, far removed from anything resembling affection. Yang Xiaohua mused dreamily. Cao Yun responded, Xiaohua, you must always remain joyful and confident. As I've told you before, here you are the true queen. Only a woman who possesses the strength of independence is truly beautiful. Yang Xiaohua expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your affirmation. I am profoundly appreciative. Zhao Jun, I grew up in a rural setting, laboring on the farm, and I've had little education, merely finishing middle school. I have always felt quite introverted, believing I am inferior to others. Yet, your perception of me is different. It's not just a feeling, it's a reality. Among these women, the ones with stronger independence are you, Lucy, and Yun Shuang. However, Lucy excels in daring ventures, and Yun Shuang possesses physical prowess from her training. But when it comes to cooking and gardening, who could possibly surpass you? Zhao Jun remarked. Yang Xiaohua remarked, after graduating from junior high school, I also ventured into the workforce. However, due to my introverted nature and feelings of inadequacy, I scarcely spoke, and no one paid me any mind. Years passed in this manner, and though there were moments when someone professed their affection for me, I felt no inclination towards them and instinctively distanced myself. Later, my aunt arranged for me to work abroad. I thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to broaden my horizons, but little did I expect. Zhao Jun gently clasped Yang Xiaohua's hand, applying a reassuring pressure, and said, Fate is indeed predetermined by the heavens. The fact that we have not perished must have a purpose. Look at us. We have met and can lead a fulfilling life together. Therefore, you must cast aside your insecurities. We are all equals. Chapter 122. A great enemy. Yang Xiaohua nodded and remarked, You are correct. However, I still wish to avoid any discord with Sister Yuan. Zhao Jun sighed and replied, It will not be the case. She will ultimately have to accept your presence, so do not worry. I hope so, Yang Xiaohua murmured. Zhao Jun casually gazed into the depths of the sea and suddenly spotted several dark shapes, which took him by surprise. He hastily retrieved his binoculars and focused on the shadows. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Jun's complexion turned pale, evidently astonished. Yang Xiaohua, puzzled, inquired, What is it? What happened? Zhao Jun handed the binoculars to Yang Xiaohua, who, upon looking through them, also turned ashen and exclaimed, This is bad. It turned out that those dark shapes were several wooden boats, each manned by individuals clad in animal skins, clearly indigenous people. It was uncertain whether they were from the nomadic or the Smo tribes, or perhaps an entirely different tribe altogether. There were 3 boats in total, each carrying 7 or 8 individuals, amounting to over 20 people. Should they harbor hostile intentions, even with their firearms, Zhao Jun and his companions might find them formidable adversaries. Though they were still distant, visible only due to the waves and the manual paddling, it would take half a day for them to reach the island. But after that half day, they would inevitably arrive. Zhao Jun pursed his lips and said, Let us hurry and discuss our course of action with them. Without further delay, he and Yang Xiaohua rushed back. Upon returning to the cave, Zhao Jun gathered everyone together and relayed the situation, leading to a collective change in their expressions. Zhao Jun contemplated the scenario. Let us first assume these individuals belong to the nomadic or Smo tribes. While Smo might lean towards them, Nomad is a traitor to their tribe, making an alliance unlikely. However, Smo is a lost member of the tribe and could potentially return. Hence, it would be most prudent to send Nomad to the shoreline to assess the situation and report their movements promptly. Sao Yun promptly instructed Nomad. You go to the beach and observe when those individuals will arrive. Qiaoyun, Duolma, please exert yourselves to relay information back to us in a timely manner. Understood, replied Yao Qiaoyun. Nomad immediately proceeded to the shore, while Yao Qiaoyun and Duolma remained for further discussion with the others, deciding to wait before heading to the beach. As Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua had indicated that the others would require half a day to reach the island. Yun Shuang remarked, Over 20 individuals. This is dire. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and stated, Regardless of their affiliation, this situation is indeed troubling. Su Xinxu interjected, Do we know which tribe they belong to? Zhao Jun replied, No, but whether they are from Smo's Haishi tribe or Nomad's Fengyan tribe, both are exceedingly unfavorable for us. Smo, if these are indeed your people, what choices would you make? Yao Qiaoyun conveyed Zhao Jun's words, and Simo hesitated for a moment before responding, I heed Norma's commands. Whatever Norma instructs me to do, I shall do. Yao Qiaoyun relayed Simo's statement to Zhao Jun, who, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of skepticism towards them. However, he refrained from expressing his doubts, and simply instructed, You 3 should lie in ambush by the boulder outside the wall. Simo then directed Kaya and Astamu to leave first, arming themselves for the ambush, while he chose to remain behind for the time being. Zhao Jun added, Simo, you should also go. If anything arises, Dolma will communicate with you. Simo nodded and proceeded outside. With Simo's departure, Zhao Jun felt a sense of security among his group and said, Qiaoyun, you should stay here. Let Dolma relay the messages alone. Simo still respects Norma and Dolma, so he should pose no threat to her. Yang Xiaohua inquired curiously, Could they truly be a danger to us? Zhao Jun replied, I fear that they might be affiliated with the Blackstone tribe, which raises the possibility of Simo and the others returning to their own people. Yun Shuang concurred, Such concerns are indeed valid, but could they really harm Dolma? Currently, Dolma is akin to Norma's younger sister, and Simo is Norma's servant. It seems unlikely they would act against her. However, Yao Qiaoyun's intentions remain uncertain, Zhao Jun reasoned. Dolma affirmed, "You are correct. They would not dare to harm me." Their primary concern was that if they were indeed from the Blackstone tribe, Simo might betray them. If they were from the Fengyan tribe, there would be no such apprehension, for Dolma was an outcast and a sacrifice to her tribe, while Norma had betrayed his people. Thus, they could not harbor any loyalty towards their clan. Once those individuals reach the shore, call Norma back to ascertain their identities. If they belong to the Blackstone tribe, let Simo and his companions remain outside while we stay within the walls. If they are not from the Blackstone tribe, allow Simo and the others to enter. With the fortifications of the wall and our firepower, I am confident we can withstand any assault, Zhao Jun analyzed. Yao Qiaoyun furrowed her brow and remarked, "If they are from the Blackstone tribe, leaving Simo and his companions outside would mean losing 3 combatants, which would only serve to push them towards the enemy." Zhao Jun sighed, "I worry they might defect. Without this precaution, it could be perilous. We have no other choice." Dolma interjected, "In truth, they are unlikely to betray us. Asdamu is now the wife of Brother Norma, and Simo is Brother Norma's servant. They would not act against us. For doing so would invite the wrath of the sea god. Their tribe shares our beliefs, and once they have become slaves, they are bound not to act against their master for 2 years unless they issue a challenge afterward." Zhao Jun queried, "So, based on your reasoning, should we allow them to enter and unite against the external threat?" Yao Qiaoyun affirmed, "Indeed, let them in. Ultimately, we must treat them as our own and not drive them towards the enemy. Indeed, it is only through our united efforts that we stand a chance of repelling these adversaries. However, even if we succeed in driving them back, should they summon reinforcements, we will inevitably find ourselves in dire straits," Yun Shuang remarked. Zhao Jun felt a heaviness in his heart, acutely aware that Yun Shuang's words were devoid of any fallacy. This was a profoundly pragmatic concern. Yet, the prospect of annihilating them entirely posed its own formidable challenges. He replied, "Let us exert our utmost. Ideally, we would eradicate them completely, but if we are unable to achieve their total destruction." Chapter 123. The Art of Deception. If we cannot eradicate them entirely, Zhao Jun dared not contemplate the consequences. What mischief might these indigenous people not engage in? Let us defer that thought. If we manage to annihilate them, all will be well. However, should we merely repel them, we may have to retreat deeper into the island to conceal ourselves, which could also ensure our survival, Zhao Jun said reluctantly. Yun Shuang pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps we could devise a strategy to instill fear in them, preventing them from setting foot on the shore." Zhao Jun, taken aback, remarked, "That is an excellent idea, yet it seems rather challenging. Do you possess any concrete plans?" I believe that regardless of their tribal affiliations, be it the Nomar or the Smo tribes, they are undoubtedly steeped in superstition. Why not exploit this aspect to our advantage? Zhao Jun, enlightened, responded, "Indeed, we could engage in some theatrics. Perhaps we can frighten them and ensure they avoid this island henceforth." This is truly a splendid notion. Yun Shuang continued, "They revere the sea god. We could create an illusion that this is the dwelling place of the sea god. Would they dare to offend such a deity?" Su Xinxu chimed in, "What a marvelous plan, but how shall we execute it?" Zhao Jun inquired of Dolma, "What does your sea king resemble?" Dolma replied, "There is no fixed likeness. Are you truly intending to impersonate the sea king? That would be highly disrespectful." Zhao Jun reassured her, "It is of no concern. We will take on this role independently of you. While he may wield great power, he holds no sway over us, the people of Huaxia." Dolma's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that really so?" "Of course. We have our deities, and you have yours. Our gods govern us, while yours govern you. There is no interference, so you need not worry," Zhao Jun asserted confidently. Surprisingly, Dolma accepted Zhao Jun's reasoning, nodding in agreement. "That is true. However, we may not be of much assistance. You will have to figure it out. As for the Sea King's appearance, we lack any detailed description." Zhao Jun contemplated briefly and proposed, "This is manageable. I shall portray the Sea King. Does anyone have a mobile phone with a recording function? It would be ideal if the speaker is loud." Tao Luna responded, "My phone speaker is decent, and the recording function works well." Zhao Jun nodded. "Then we shall use yours. Have Nomar return to speak on our behalf while I masquerade as the Sea King draped in snake skin. With a sense of purpose, Zhao Jun took Tao Luna's phone and strode towards the shore. To be cautious, he instructed everyone to remain within the confines of the walls. And the Smo were also sent back. Zhao Jun, accompanied by Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma, arrived at the beach, where several boats were drawing near, their outlines becoming discernible. In just over an hour, they would likely be landing. Upon sharing his thoughts, Nomar hesitated. This having me impersonate the Sea King to speak seems rather inappropriate. Zhao Jun remarked, disguising as the Sea King is essential to prevent internal strife. Thus, it is a commendable act. You need not harbor any psychological burdens. Trust me. Zhao Jun's expression was grave, and Norma recognized this seriousness. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Yao Qiaoyun voiced her concern. Will they believe us? Zhao Jun replied, whether they believe or not, we must attempt it. Have no fear. I have also prepared grenades and bamboo explosives, ensuring that even if they are skeptical, we can retreat swiftly. Yao Qiaoyun questioned, can we truly escape? For the safety of everyone, taking risks is worthwhile, Zhao Jun asserted. Having reached a consensus, Yao Qiaoyun refrained from further objections. Zhao Jun and his companions began their preparations, placing a stone by the shore. Norma concealed himself behind it with branches for cover, while Zhao Jun buried bamboo explosives in the vicinity. Dressed in snake skin and with his head shrouded, Zhao Jun stood atop the rock, awaiting the arrival of the three ships. The others retreated to the safety of the walls, vigilant for any developments outside. Should Zhao Jun and Norma fail, they would need to run back for a timely escape. In Norma's chamber, Yao Qiaoyun and the others peered through binoculars, their faces etched with anxiety. Yang Xiaohua timidly inquired, will we succeed? Qin Xiyuan sighed. Success is uncertain. It is beyond our control. What if we fail? Yang Xiaohua worriedly asked. Yun Shuang replied, if we do not succeed, we must hold our ground. However, they number over 20. Our chances may be grim. Yao Qiaoyun shook her rifle, stating, even if the odds are against us, our weaponry is superior to theirs, so we might still defend our position. Hence, there is no need for excessive worry. We will know the outcome only through confrontation. Yun Shuang concurred, indeed, we must not succumb to fear. As they spoke, they began inspecting their weapons. Though firearms were scarce, each possessed a bow and arrow, while Simo and his group wielded bows and spears as well. With these arms, coupled with some traps outside, confronting over 20 indigenous people might not be insurmountable. However, annihilating them entirely would be a formidable task, prompting Zhao Jun to take the risk of scaring them away, ensuring they would not return. This was the wisest choice, for if even one escaped, the next encounter could be far worse than a mere 20 adversaries. That would herald true calamity. Lucy pondered, if they fail, can they return? They had prepared explosives, and Zhao Jun possessed grenades and in 406 Hong Kong dollars, alongside Norma's bow and spear. If they ran swiftly, they could likely make it back here, although the risk of being struck by arrows remained. We must be ready to open the door at any moment, Yao Qiaoyun calmly stated. Qin Xiyuan affirmed. They will surely be fine. They are absolutely fine. Yun Shuang sighed, speaking uncertainly. Let's hope so. Alas, may they succeed. Otherwise, we shall truly have to abandon this place. Living in the dense forest will be far less comfortable. Yang Xiaohua inquired, must we retreat should we fail? Regardless of who those indigenous people may be, once we engage in combat, even if we manage to repel them, they will undoubtedly call for reinforcements. At that point, with 100 or 200 of them, we shall not be able to hold our ground here. Yun Shuang replied. Chapter 124. Repelling the enemy. Yang Xiaohua's countenance changed, and she remarked, that makes sense. Yao Qiaoyun, peering through her binoculars into the distance, urged, let us maintain silence. Su Jie and Ruoyu, you are poised below, ready to open the door at any moment. Su Xinxu and Su Ruoyu stood at either side of the grand entrance, awaiting the signal to swing it open, allowing Zhao Jun and Norma to return. However, whether the two would indeed make it back was uncertain. Yun Shuang cautioned, everyone, remain vigilant. Be mindful not to fire recklessly. Ensure you do not strike Zhao Jun or Norma. On this side of the wall, they stood alert, as if facing a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun had also readied himself. As the three vessels drew near, they became aware of his presence. Zhao Jun stood upon the rocks, clad in snakeskin. The intruders harbored doubts, but nonetheless disembarked, remaining aboard their ships while shouting at Zhao Jun. "Who are you?" Zhao Jun could not comprehend their words, yet Norma understood. He spoke into his mobile device below, proclaiming, "I am the Sea King. Upon seeing me, you should kneel. Why do you disturb my tranquility?" Upon hearing Norma's declaration, a shadow of doubt crossed the faces of the men as they were half convinced. To their eyes, though Zhao Jun's lips remained still, it was evidently he who spoke, and in an indigenous tongue, no less. His serpent-like attire lent an air of authenticity to his claim of being the Sea King. Norma's voice, amplified through the phone speaker, resonated powerfully, instilling a hint of fear. The leader of the intruders furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you truly the Sea King?" "Indeed," Norma replied. Zhao Jun, standing on the rocks, felt a twinge of trepidation, genuinely fearing they might unleash arrows upon him. Yet, the combination of Norma's voice and his own imposing figure seemed to intimidate them, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Despite encountering the Sea King, uncertainty lingered in their hearts regarding the truth of his identity. The leader curiously remarked, "Isn't the Sea King said to dwell beneath the waves? How could he be here?" Norma coldly retorted, "The entire ocean belongs to me. I reside beneath the sea when I wish, and upon the island when I desire. Do you dare question my whereabouts? Must I report to you where I dwell?" The leader quickly responded, "I would not presume to doubt you, but if you are indeed the Sea King, you must be aware of which tribe we belong to, correct?" This leader was not to be trifled with. He esteemed the Sea King, yet remained skeptical of this encounter's authenticity. His inquiry was, in fact, a test. Fortunately, Norma had already discerned that these individuals hailed from the Yun Shuang tribe, his own kin. With unwavering confidence, Norma coldly stated, "It appears that the conflict between your Yun Shuang tribe and the Haishi tribe is quite fierce." The leader gasped in astonishment, inwardly speculating. How does he know of this desolate place? Perhaps he truly is the Sea King. Without hesitation, the leader knelt before him, exclaiming, "Please, Sea King, intercede on our behalf. The Blackstone tribe has been exceedingly oppressive, invading our lands and plunging us into chaos, forcing us to flee from our island. We have scattered, and now we are lost to one another." Upon hearing this, Norma felt a secret satisfaction. He harbored no affection for the Cloudwind tribe, only resentment, and he relished their misfortunes. "You wretches, killing each other. I have long since lost all faith in you. Depart at once," Norma declared. The leader hesitated, ordered everyone to kneel, and implored, "O Sea King, wise and benevolent, please take our plight to heart. We acknowledge our wrongs." Norma replied, "This is my sanctuary. You have disturbed my peace. Leave immediately. I have no desire for idle conversation with you." Sensing Norma's unfriendly tone, Zhao Jun, aware that his words had gone unheeded, raised his hand and pointed to a nearby bamboo bomb, firing a shot that struck true. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook, startling the indigenous people. Norma reiterated, "Do not further provoke our ire." The leader, taken aback by the Sea King's fury, quickly responded, "Please, Sea King, spare your wrath. We shall depart at once." But what?" Norma inquired. The leader continued, "We have journeyed far and have little food left. We beseech you to allow us a brief respite here until morning before we leave." Norma insisted, "You must leave now. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The leader, with a mournful expression, pleaded, "I implore you, Sea King, if you cast us away, we are likely to perish at sea. Please, at night, my steed will appear, and it is a man-eater. Remaining here will only heighten your peril. So it is in your best interest to depart swiftly." Norma warned. Realizing there was no other option, the leader conceded, "Very well, we shall leave this place." He commanded his people to board their ships. After gazing at the island for a moment and casting lingering glances at Zhao Jun, who portrayed the Sea King, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go." The three vessels gradually set sail, while Zhao Jun remained motionless, fearful they might detect any signs of deception. Only when the ships had dwindled to mere specks did he exhale in relief and sit upon a rock, exclaiming, "They have indeed been deceived. They are gone." Although Zhao Jun could not comprehend the words, he understood the sentiment. He nodded, gesturing for Norma to remain vigilant for any signs of their return while he returned to the cave. Upon seeing Zhao Jun approach leisurely without Norma in sight, Yao Qiaoyun felt reassured by his calm demeanor, suggesting that their plan had succeeded. She exchanged glances of joy with Su Xinxu and Xu Ruoyu as they opened the door. Once Zhao Jun entered, the door was swiftly closed behind him. "It is done," Zhao Jun announced. "They have departed, albeit begrudgingly. I left Norma behind to ensure they do not turn back." Yang Xiaohua clasped her hands together and said, "May the Bodhisattva bless us." Zhao Jun chuckled. "This time it is not the blessings of a Bodhisattva, but rather the favor of the Sea King. I wonder if this Sea King is related to the superheroes we see in the movies." Yang Xiaohua remarked. Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "Who knows? But that is of little consequence now. As long as they do not turn back, we are safe." Yun Shuang inquired, "But will they turn back?" Cao Yun sighed. "Who can tell? It depends on how much faith they possess. Come, let us make our way to the seaside." Chapter 125. Awaiting Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Why are we going to the seaside? What purpose does it serve?" Norm had deceived them, and to be honest, I could not comprehend a word of what he said. The specifics eluded me, so I thought it prudent to hear him out first. Zhao Jun responded, "It is imperative that we have sufficient numbers at the seaside. Thus, I have decided we should convene there to deliberate on this matter." Upon arriving at the shore, the three dark figures had not yet completely vanished. Yun Shuang, peering through her binoculars, remarked, "They are still moving further away." Lacking binoculars, they could not discern the conditions along the shore. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Zhao Jun and the others concealed themselves behind the rocks. Norm recounted his earlier conversation with those individuals, and after Yao Qiaoyun translated it, Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and said, "This is troubling. They are likely to take risks and return." "What leads you to that conclusion?" Yao Qiaoyun asked, perplexed. Zhao Jun explained, "According to their accounts, they were attacked by the Black Stone tribe and have nowhere else to turn. Clearly, they are at a dead end. With no other islands nearby, their desperation could very well compel them to come back. Although they were frightened this time, the instinct for survival may drive them to return." Lucy concurred, "Indeed, this is evident. Then, can we negotiate with them?" Yang Xiaohua suggested. Zhao Jun shook his head. "Clearly, that is not feasible. Norm is their traitor. Dolma serves as their sacrificial offering, and Simo is their enemy. We are outsiders. How could they possibly engage in negotiations with us? Even if they did, the outcome would not be favorable." Yang Xiaohua, in a state of urgency, asked, "What should we do? Should we retreat into the dense forest?" After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Jun replied, "They may not dare to return. It would be a grave mistake to abandon our stronghold. If they do come back and seize our cave, our survival on this deserted island would be exceedingly difficult. They would undoubtedly clear the island, and we would be hard-pressed to escape our misfortune. This won't do, and that won't do either. What on earth are we to do?" Yang Xiaohua exclaimed anxiously. Qin Xiyuan echoed her concern. "Yes, what should we do?" Tao Luna reassured them. "The captain must have a plan. Let us remain calm." All eyes turned to Zhao Jun, who understood the weight of the responsibility resting upon him. He deliberated carefully, considering Norm's conversation with those individuals, and ultimately reached a decision. Zhao Jun clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and declared, "Since we have employed the Sea King strategy, let us continue along this path. If they truly return, we shall persist in our charade as the Sea King, and this time, we must be thoroughly prepared to make them believe that the Sea King indeed resides on this island." Yun Shuang inquired, "How can we make them believe even more?" Zhao Jun responded, "Firstly, we come well prepared this time, affording us ample time to create an atmosphere that enhances the realism of our ruse. Secondly, since they belong to the Yun Feng tribe, they should presume that Dolma has already been taken by the Sea King, correct? Thus, Dolma might also make an appearance. Thirdly, have they not reached a dead end? We could prepare some provisions for them to satisfy their needs, thereby ensuring they recognize us as the true Sea Kings." Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Are you suggesting we provide them with food?" Zhao Jun nodded affirmatively, saying precisely. Furthermore, regarding the Blackstone tribe, Norma's response was rather inadequate. It did not reflect the words one would expect from a Sea King and requires considerable refinement. Dolma felt a twinge of fear, unable to confront her former tribespeople. She shrank back, saying, "I can't. Perhaps we should avoid this." Zhao Jun reassured her, "You need not speak. Merely standing there will suffice. Do not worry. I will handle everything." Dolma timidly responded, "What if I appear frightened and they notice?" Zhao Jun replied, "Dolma, you are an exceptionally brave young woman. Frankly, this situation is not daunting at all. Do not fear. I, along with Brother Norma, will be right here." having trusted Zhao Jun from the outset. Dolma found her confidence bolstered by the presence of Brother Norma. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely nodded, stating, "All right, I will follow your lead." Zhao Jun then retrieved a flashlight, the previously arranged bamboo explosives, and his mobile phone. He selected an energetic piece of music to play at the appropriate moment. The voice of the Sea King would, of course, still belong to Norma. Zhao Jun donned his snake skin once more, and with all preparations complete, they waited throughout the night, yet heard no stirring from the sea. Initially, everyone presumed they would not return. As dawn broke, the cold left them somewhat stiff, and they contemplated retreating to the cave. With the sun rising above the horizon, Zhao Jun rallied their spirits, declaring, "Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, Dolma, Yang Xiaohua, Norma, you shall remain. The rest may return to rest after a night in the cold." The others, without hesitation, departed. Zhao Jun added, "If they do return, Yun Shuang, relay the information back. The rest of you stay, adhering to our plan." The food had been placed in a secluded area of the forest to be revealed by Yang Xiaohua's pull, though she needed to ensure that no one detected her actions. Dolma would also need to make an appearance, while Yao Qiaoyun would remain concealed with Norma beneath the rocks, allowing Zhao Jun to discern their exchanges for better adaptability. The flashlight and mobile phone would also prove useful in due course. They waited throughout the morning, but observed no signs of activity. During this time, CMO and the others brought them some food and water. As they ate and conversed, Yang Xiaohua remarked, "They may not return. Perhaps we frightened them yesterday." It was certain they had been startled, yet not entirely deterred. If they truly had nowhere else to go, they would undoubtedly return. They should wait a bit longer, Zhao Jun stated. However, continuing to wait like this is hardly a solution, Yun Shuang interjected. Zhao Jun remarked, "Trust me, our patience will be rewarded." He has always been averse to leaving dangers unaddressed. If a solution is attainable, he believes that enduring a little hardship is worthwhile. Even if they were to wait in vain, a sense of tranquility would prevail. For returning without resolution would only lead to a state of constant anxiety, an exceedingly distressing sensation. Zhao Jun continued, "I kindly ask everyone to exercise a bit more patience and refrain from haste." Chapter 126. Neither leaving nor landing. As the conversation unfolded, Yao Qiaoyun suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Several dark shapes emerged along the shoreline. Zhao Jun took a glance through his binoculars and confirmed that they were indeed the 3 vessels from yesterday. They had arrived, but it appeared they would still require half a day to reach the shore, by which time the sun would be nearly setting. It seemed they truly were at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not have returned at such an hour. "Shuangjia, please head back and inform everyone," Zhao Jun instructed. Yun Shuang nodded and departed. Zhao Jun gazed at the 3 dark figures, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There is no need for panic. If we could deceive them once, we can certainly do so again. This time, I shall ensure they will not dare return." Initially, Zhao Jun had instructed everyone to take their positions, but as the 3 ships drew closer, they inexplicably halted, remaining still until the sun set without any further action. Even Zhao Jun began to feel uneasy and queried, could they be planning to land at night? Yang Xiaohua expressed her concern, "If they come ashore at night, we will be in a dire situation." Zhao Jun patted his 406 Hong Kong dollars and declared, "If they land at night, we will have no choice but to fight." He promptly ordered all those capable of combat from the cave to emerge. Only Yun Shuang, Su Xinxu, Qin Xiyuan, and Xu Ruoyu remained at the wall, with even Tao Luna joining them. CMO and the others were also armed with bows and arrows, ready for battle. However, despite their vigilant readiness, the enemy did not land as anticipated. The night passed uneventfully, and with the dawn of the next day, the 3 vessels remained distant, having spent the night afloat. Zhao Jun had anxiously endured the night, only to find that nothing had transpired. Yet, since they had reached this point, it was evident they would not easily abandon their endeavor. What puzzled Zhao Jun was that even with the break of day, they remained motionless. Through his binoculars, he observed them fishing, seemingly preparing to stay for an extended period. "What shall we do now?" Yang Xiaohua inquired, anxious and concerned. Zhao Jun pondered the situation. He had not anticipated that these individuals would choose to anchor in such proximity. If they did not land, how could they engage in subterfuge? Fortunately, they were at a considerable distance, and without binoculars, they could not discern the inner workings of the island. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Jun stated, Regardless, we must wait. We must wait for them to come ashore. And what if they never do? Yang Xiaohua asked. Zhao Jun replied, they will eventually have to land, or leave this place. They cannot remain on the ships indefinitely. Clearly, they have nowhere else to go, which is why they chose to anchor here. If the situation becomes unfavorable, they can always come ashore. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, so they could come ashore at any moment? Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, took a puff, pondered for a moment, and remarked, they could arrive at any time. Yao Qiaoyun frowned and replied, during the day, it's manageable, but if they come at night, we want to have time to prepare, and that could be perilous. Zhao Jun exhaled a smoke ring, acknowledging, indeed, this poses a significant issue. I shall retire for the night. We may need to keep watch later. His suggestion to rest surprised everyone, but upon reflection, they realized there were no better alternatives. Monitoring by day and guarding by night was their only recourse. Zhao Jun actually went to sleep. He had not rested well for 2 nights. When he finally awoke in the afternoon, he made his way to the shore, where Yao Qiaoyun and the others were still on guard. He suggested, you should all return and rest. Come back tonight to preempt their landing. If they do come ashore at night, we will have to confront them. As he spoke, he picked up binoculars and gazed at the 3 boats. They had consumed some fish, which provided them with water, allowing them to survive for the time being. However, it was evident that they would eventually have to venture onto the island. Zhao Jun contemplated this and decided to gather more water. In the following days, those individuals remained at a distance, seemingly fearful of incurring the wrath of the Sea King. Yet survival compelled them to stay. Zhao Jun devised a plan. Once they set foot on the island, he would provide them with ample food and water, then urge them to depart in search of another locale. This, he reasoned, could be viewed as the Sea King's benevolence, and they might indeed leave. Yet their refusal to approach the shore posed a significant dilemma for Zhao Jun, who could only monitor them day and night. He divided his personnel into 2 shifts, one to rest during the day and the other to stand guard at night. 3 days passed without any movement from the 20 or so members of the Fengyan tribe. After another day of slumber, as dusk approached, Zhao Jun returned to the shore, concealing himself behind rocks to observe the situation. Over these 3 days, exposure to the elements had taken its toll. 2 individuals had perished and been cast into the sea, a sight Zhao Jun and his companions had witnessed. Setting aside the binoculars with a sigh, Zhao Jun remarked, this situation is quite dire. They may begin to question our identity as the Sea King. Logically, considering their experiences, how could the Sea King remain indifferent? Even if they believe we are the Sea King, they would inevitably come to inquire. Yao Qiaoyun furrowed her brow and asked, so they might soon attempt to land? Zhao Jun replied, that is a distinct possibility. We must remain vigilant. I understand the strain this places on everyone, but such hardship is necessary, for our lives are at stake. Dorma interjected, but if they can't endure any longer, might they leave? Zhao Jun responded, it is uncertain. Ideally, they would refrain from landing. However, should they do so, we will face 2 options: to fight, eliminate some of them, and allow a portion to escape. If that occurs, we would truly be in a precarious position. Perhaps we should continue to deceive them into believing that this is the domain of the Sea King, providing them with ample food and water, thus ensuring they depart completely and never return. Zhao Jun remarked. Yao Qiaoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied, hope is a beautiful thing, but whether it can be realized remains uncertain. Moreover, if they were to land on the island under the cover of night, we would be utterly unprepared. At that point, we would have no choice but to engage in combat, and it's likely that some would manage to escape, potentially bringing even more adversaries to assault us. The entire island would then be rendered perilous. Yang Xiaohua sighed. Why do the indigenous people always come here while our rescue remains elusive? It truly is unfortunate. Zhao Jun responded. They stumbled upon this place by chance. Sigh, let's keep a watchful eye. Chapter 127. A complete departure as dawn broke the following day. Zhao Jun sighed and remarked, it appears they are still unprepared to come ashore. I shall return to rest for a while. Before Zhao Jun could finish his words, Yao Qiaoyun interjected, wait a moment, there seems to be some activity. Zhao Jun swiftly took the binoculars and, upon gazing through them, confirmed that the 3 vessels were indeed moving, making their way towards them. Hurry and prepare yourselves, follow my earlier instructions, and act swiftly. At this rate, they will reach us in 2 to 3 hours. We must make haste, Zhao Jun urged. Everyone immediately sprang into action, with Zhao Jun, cloaked in snakeskin, standing resolutely upon the rock, while Yao Qiaoyun and Norma concealed themselves beneath the stone, and Yang Xiaohua found refuge within the dense foliage. The others returned to the perimeter, while Dolma and Smo lay in ambush along the path leading to the cave. After more than 2 hours, the figures aboard the 3 vessels became discernible, and it was evident that they had spotted Zhao Jun. Their presence seemed to instill a sense of trepidation among them. Most still believed Zhao Jun to be the Sea King, yet they were left with no alternative but to return to the island. Summer Peak felt a gnawing anxiety regarding their return after lingering at a distance for several days. He sensed that trouble loomed on the horizon. However, with no other choice, he decided to press on, taking each step as it came. Upon landing, the group knelt at a distance, and the leader implored, "Sea King, we are truly at our wits' end. We beseech you to show mercy and grant us refuge." Norma responded from below, "You disregarded my counsel and persistently disturbed my tranquility. What punishment do you deserve for this?" The leader's face contorted with difficulty as he replied, "We have no other recourse. We are utterly without a place to go. The Sea King has always sheltered us. Why then do you cast us away this time? We implore you to consider our long-standing devotion, as our ancestors have worshipped you for generations, and grant us a chance to survive. We have already lost 3 lives. If this continues, none of us may endure." Norma replied, "My refusal to allow your return is not without reason. Your destiny does not reside here, but elsewhere. Do not let a small setback prevent you from seeking a new home, as it may ultimately harm you." The leader hesitated for a moment before asking, "Might I inquire? Esteemed Sea King, where should we seek our new abode?" "Travel southward, and you shall surely find it," Norma instructed. The leader pondered this, then expressed concern. "But we possess only these 3 vessels and nothing else. We lack even fresh water and can only rely on the moisture found in fish. Survival at sea seems implausible, and we may never reach this so-called new home." Norma assured him, "I can provide you with food and water, even an additional vessel. But you must depart from here immediately." The leader's countenance brightened. "Is that truly the case?" Norma replied, "Would I jest about such a matter? All of this was previously agreed upon, methodically executed." Below, Yao Qiaoyun whispered, gesturing. Zhao Jun immediately raised his hand, while Norma simultaneously declared. The maiden, Dolma, emerged from the dense forest, and her appearance further convinced the leader that Zhao Jun was indeed the Sea King. For he recognized Dolma, and was aware that she was originally destined for sacrifice to the Sea King. Now that Dolma was by the Sea King's side, was this not a perfectly reasonable occurrence? His previous doubts had now transformed into unwavering belief. Dolma pretended to raise her hands dramatically, and upon seeing this, Yang Xiaohua swiftly pulled her hands apart, revealing a ship, the very vessel that had been repaired for Lucy. The ship was laden with provisions and water, prompting the leader to rush over and inspect it. Upon discovering the supplies, he beamed with joy and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sea King. Thank you, Sea King. I knew the Sea King possessed great powers and would not neglect us." Norma instructed, "Take the food and this ship, head south without looking back. A new homeland awaits you ahead." The leader nodded fervently, saying, Yes, we shall leave at once." He led everyone onto the ship, leaving a few individuals to navigate Lucy's vessel as they swiftly departed from the area. Zhao Jun had instructed Norma and Yao Qiaoyun to activate the music on their phones and turn on their flashlights. On board, the group beheld Zhao Jun draped in serpent skin, radiant with holy light, accompanied by peculiar music, while Dolma also approached him, kneeling on the ship and repeatedly bowing her head. Norma utilized a loudspeaker to shout, "Do not look back, proceed southward, and do not return." As the ship gradually distanced itself, Zhao Jun finally exhaled in relief. Yet he waited until they had become mere specks in the distance before sitting on a rock and murmuring, "I'm utterly exhausted, truly." Yao Qiaoyun surveyed them through binoculars, remarking, "They should not return, right? They must have complete faith now." Dolma also felt her legs weaken, saying, "That scared me to death." Zhao Jun took a sip of water and stated, "They will not come back, but what about the Blackstone tribe?" Upon uttering these words, the group's spirits immediately dampened. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, "Let's return for now." Zhao Jun, feeling helpless about the situation, led everyone back within the walls, while Norma remained behind to monitor the movements of the others. Zhao Jun gathered everyone around the campfire, We have indeed escaped from the jaws of death. I initially contemplated establishing a lookout by the sea, but that is evidently unfeasible, as we cannot allow the island's indigenous people to discover our presence. Thus, it is best to refrain from such actions. However, without a lookout, should a similar incident occur again, we would be unable to respond in a timely manner, which poses great danger, Zhao Jun expressed, visibly troubled. Lucy inquired, "Did I give them my ship?" Zhao Yun replied, "We have nothing of significance to offer, and perhaps this is the only way to earn their trust." Lucy shook her head and replied, "It's of no consequence. That vessel is hardly suitable for a couple of individuals embarking on a lengthy voyage, and lacking an engine, it serves little purpose. If one truly wishes to fish, constructing a canoe would suffice, a task that the dolmas could easily undertake." "It is of no matter," Zhao Jun remarked. "As long as you feel indifferent, that is sufficient. I had thought it was merely a lingering thought of Jack's. It has nothing to do with him, and there is no need to mention him." Lucy appeared somewhat displeased. Zhao Jun, feeling awkward, responded, all right, I shall refrain from mentioning him." Chapter 128. Contemplating gifts, Zhao Jun felt a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose and subsequently remarked, under normal circumstances, these individuals would certainly not return. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that members of the Yun Feng tribe, scattered elsewhere, might still come here. Moreover, judging by the movements of Simo and his companions, it is plausible that individuals from the Haishi tribe may also appear in this vicinity. Yun Shuang inquired, "So, shall we devise a method to deter them from landing on the island?" Zhao Jun rose to his feet and began pacing back and forth, stating, "This notion is commendable, yet it is fundamentally unfeasible. We lack the capability for such measures." Yun Shuang pressed on, "Do you possess a better alternative?" Zhao Jun proposed, "Let's create a scarecrow, enveloped in snake skin. Perhaps this could intimidate the indigenous people. As for whether it can reach the necessary timing, that remains to fate. Although we cannot establish a watchtower, we can still arrange something beneath that stone. It may prove useful later. Furthermore, we could construct one in the distance, equipped with a telescope to observe the coastline. This way, they would be unable to approach the watchtower unnoticed, serving as a means of surveillance when time permits." Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement. "This plan is quite effective." Zhao Jun concluded, "Then let us proceed as I have suggested. Beyond that, we must leave the rest to fate. Perhaps the situation will not be as dire, for the arrival of visitors on this island is not a frequent occurrence." Having reached a consensus, Zhao Jun constructed a concealed watchtower on a high point between the shore and the surrounding wall. From this vantage, even if one reached the beach, the watchtower would remain unseen. If spotted, it would merely be mistaken for trees. The watchtower was equipped with a telescope, allowing anyone who arrived to survey the coastline. Within a day, the task was completed, and there was no need to remain at the watchtower at night, as visibility was severely limited. Numerous bonfires were lit outside the wall, enabling Norma and Simo to detect any developments promptly. After dinner, Zhao Jun stretched and remarked, "Tonight, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. These past few days have been restless due to the presence of over 20 members of the Yun Feng tribe. But now that they have been successfully deceived, he could finally rest peacefully." Reclining on his bed, Zhao Jun reflected on the events of the past few days and felt a sense of relief. He also recalled that Christmas was just over a week away. It was time to celebrate the holiday properly and allow everyone to relax. Zhao Jun mused, "I promised to give them gifts, but what should I bestow upon them?" In that moment, he found himself at a loss for ideas, particularly concerning Lucy and Qin Xiyuan. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Xiyuan was Zhao Jun's woman, and since she desired a gift, he felt compelled not to disappoint her. Moreover, he could not neglect the other women, such as Yang Xiaohua, who was also his partner. After contemplating thoroughly, he still found himself without inspiration, until a sudden thought struck him: wood carving. Zhao Jun's skills in wood carving were quite commendable. He had learned from his grandfather during his childhood, which was how he was able to craft items like wooden bathtubs. The wooden carvings here may seem somewhat superfluous, yet crafting items, such as cups or tea canisters, presents a delightful option. They could also be fashioned into vases for displaying flowers. Given that everyone now has their own homes, a touch of decoration is indeed necessary. Zhao Jun pondered this and concluded that a wooden carving would be the most fitting gift at the moment, as he had little else to offer. While he was lost in thought, Qin Xiyuan approached him, resting her head gently against his chest and softly remarked, Jun, this incident was rather frightening. Zhao Jun tenderly stroked Qin Xiyuan's silky hair, reassuring her, it's all right. In the end, it turned out to be less perilous than we feared. I want a gun, Qin Xiyuan stated. During the distribution of firearms, she had hesitated due to her timid nature, leading to her not receiving one. As everyone else learned to shoot and use bows, she could only rely on her bow and a dagger for self-defense. At this moment, she felt that possessing a firearm would provide a sense of safety. Currently, there were only 2 rifles, 3 handguns, and 1 406 Hong Kong dollars. Zhao Jun had taken 1 406 Hong Kong dollars and a handgun, while Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang each held a rifle, and Yang Xiaohua possessed the remaining handgun. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun retrieved his shotgun and handed it to Qin Xiyuan, saying, take this gun. The ammunition is limited, so don't fire it recklessly. Use it only when necessary. Qin Xiyuan nodded, don't worry. It's merely for peace of mind. I would prefer not to use it at all. That's good to hear. Zhao Jun leaned in to kiss Qin Xiyuan, but she shook her head, replying, perhaps not. Surprised, Cao Yun inquired. What's wrong? Qin Xiyuan blinked and said, that time of the month has arrived. Today isn't suitable. Reluctantly, Zhao Jun released her, understanding that if they could not engage, it would be best to refrain from further temptation, as it would only lead to discomfort for himself. All right then, let us discuss it later, he conceded. Yet, Qin Xiyuan did not depart. Instead, she remained nestled against Zhao Jun's chest, saying, in a few days, it will be Christmas. Have you thought about what gift you will prepare for me? Zhao Jun replied, I'm still considering it. Rest assured, I will not forget you. Qin Xiyuan smiled. That's reassuring. I do worry that you might forget, which would be quite embarrassing. Fear not. I would never disappoint you. You are my woman, Zhao Jun declared. What kind of gift is it? Qin Xiyuan inquired. Zhao Jun answered, I assure you it will be something you will find satisfactory. Qin Xiyuan beamed, wonderful. I shall eagerly await it. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Xiyuan eventually took her leave. Zhao Jun then rose to stoke the fire of the heater, simultaneously indulging in a cigarette. With only a few packs of jacks remaining, he cherished each one, aware that once they were gone, there would be no more to smoke. As he savored the moment, enveloped in clouds of smoke, Tao Luna timidly approached, whispering, Captain. Zhao Jun snapped back to reality, smiling as he responded, Luna, still unable to sleep? Tao Luna nadith. Zhao Jun remarked, in truth, there is no need for you to ponder so deeply. The past is behind us. Tao Luna replied, for the past few days, I have been in a state of constant anxiety, uncertain whether those indigenous people might launch an attack against us. If they were to do so, we might have to abandon this place, which has become exceedingly comfortable. I would find it quite difficult to leave. Moreover, should we fall into the hands of those indigenous people, I fear our situation will be far from favorable. Consequently, I had resolved not to dwell on these thoughts. Yet they have resurfaced, leaving me unable to sleep. Tao Luna expressed the concerns that weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 129. Christmas. Zhao Jun comforted. Isn't everything fine now? You need not worry about these matters. Tao Luna pressed her lips together and replied, about what I mentioned last time. Let's discuss it later. Your current state isn't the best, so your thoughts are rather simplistic. You'll realize later that you were a bit impulsive. Cao Yun responded. Yet before he could finish, Tao Luna shook her head and insisted no. This isn't a fleeting whim. I genuinely wish to be with you and restart my life. Or else, I shall never find my way out. Zhao Jun remarked, shall we talk about this after the new year? Tao Luna nadid. Alright. Let's discuss it after the new year. With that, she returned to her slumber, while Zhao Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, he did not mind. After all, isn't it better with more women? However, it was evident that the timing was not right, and their conversation was likely overheard by many, which could lead to complications. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Jun too decided to retire for the night. The following morning, he chopped down a tree and brought it to the lookout on the mountain, gazing at the sea while he began to carve. Lacking professional carving tools made the task laborious. During this time, Yang Xiaohua came to deliver meals, and Zhao Jun set up a telescope on a makeshift stand for better observation. While Yang Xiaohua brought food, she also engaged in many intimate gestures with Zhao Jun. And with Qin Xiyuan having her period, Zhao Jun was quite invigorated. Over the course of 3 days, he successfully completed his carvings, keeping this endeavor a secret from everyone except Yang Xiaohua, who was somewhat aware. Zhao Jun crafted a unique piece for each person. For Norma, Astamu, Simo, and Kaya. He sculpted cups adorned with intricate patterns, both aesthetically pleasing and practical for drinking. For Qin Xiyuan, he carved 2 swans that formed a heart shape, perfect for flower arrangements. Truly exquisite. Lucy received a ship, also suitable for displaying flowers, while Yang Xiaohua was gifted a wooden bowl. For Tao Luna, he sculpted a rooster according to her zodiac sign, and for Su Xinxu, a model of a small villa. Yao Qiaoyun received a model of a luxury car, while Su Ruoyu also got a cup. Dualma was given a basin, and Yun Shuang received a model of a treadmill that, albeit miniature, appeared lifelike. As December 24th arrived, marking Christmas Eve, Zhao Jun returned with these creations and placed them deep within the cave. The flashlight inside the Christmas tree illuminated the space, while festive melodies from his phone filled the air, and everyone radiated joy. Yang Xiaohua prepared roasted meat, stewed dishes, wild vegetables, and potato flour, and gathered some wild fruits. Zhao Jun opened 2 bottles of red wine, and everyone poured themselves a little, as they dined and toasted to each other. Astamu and the others began to sing and dance merrily. As Zhao Jun sensed that the moment was opportune, he presented the gifts he had prepared, distributing 1 to each person. The exquisite nature of these items brought joy to everyone, and Lucy, in particular, felt a surge of gratitude. Her gaze towards Zhao Jun reflecting a newfound appreciation for his thoughtfulness. Upon receiving their gifts, everyone hurriedly placed them in their respective rooms before returning to engage in conversation. However, Qin Xiyuan cradled the swan shaped like a heart in her arms, its symbolism of love eliciting her evident excitement. Having exhausted all other options, I could only rely on my modest skills to create something for everyone. Hoping it would be well received, Zhao Jun remarked. The crowd unanimously expressed their affection for the gifts, elevating the festive spirit of Christmas to its zenith. Lucy commented, "It's truly heartfelt." Zhao Jun smiled and replied, "It's somewhat rough around the edges. I shall strive to improve next time." "It's already quite exquisite," Qin Xiyuan chimed in cheerfully. Qin Xiyuan. Qin Xiyuan gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, "At least you possess a semblance of conscience, recognizing the love between us. This heart shape is simply beautiful." Zhao Jun reciprocated with a kiss and responded, "As long as you acknowledge my conscience, that is what matters. I shall procure something even better for you come the new year." Qin Xiyuan beamed, indeed. The group was aware that the primary focus of Christmas was to celebrate with Lucy, prompting them to engage her in conversation. In such an environment, chatting became a delightful means of alleviation, and Lucy, having moved past the troubles with Jack, found herself increasingly cheerful amidst the warmth of the holiday spirit and the enthusiasm of those around her. Zhao Jun stepped outside, where the cold air greeted him. He sought a breath of fresh air. Though the cave was warm, the air was not particularly pleasant. The courtyard was adorned with bonfires, and, surprisingly, the moon was absent from the night sky. He looked up, contemplating the ominous signs of an impending storm. "It seems a tempest approaches," Yun Shuang remarked suddenly from behind him. Turning to her, Zhao Jun replied, "Indeed, but it's of little concern. We are quite safe here." Yun Shuang continued, "It's fortunate. If we were to lose this cave, facing a storm would be considerably less comfortable." Zhao Jun gazed at the protective river, declaring, "Had you not led everyone to excavate this protective river, a more significant storm could have rendered our cave less secure." Yun Shuang smiled. "That was your vision as well." Zhao Jun produced a cigarette, lighting it as he inquired, "Sister Shuang, what might winter be like here? Do you have any knowledge?" Shaking her head, she replied, "How would I know? However, I've heard from Dolma that winter temperatures plummet, the winds are fierce, and snow is likely to fall." Seated by one of the bonfires, Zhao Jun warmed himself and said, "I'm not particularly worried about that. Our food supplies are ample. It's just that water may become scarce indeed. The bamboo water pipes will surely freeze, halting the flow. We may have to fetch water manually again, but that's an unavoidable circumstance," Yun Shuang remarked. As Yun Shuang spoke, she approached Zhao Jun's side and suddenly remarked, "Thank you for your gift. It brings back so many memories." Zhao Jun replied with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. I figured you must have spent quite some time in the gym, so it would appeal to you." Yun Shuang sighed nostalgically and said, "Indeed, I truly miss my days at the gym. There were so many handsome men and beautiful women, all engaged in exercise, fitness, and delightful conversations. The atmosphere was delightful, meeting a muscular gentleman for a meal or a movie, and then, hey, you know what I mean? Those days were genuinely blissful." Zhao Jun responded. Hearing you say that makes me feel a tinge of regret. Oh, regret about what? What is there to regret? Yun Shuang inquired. Puzzled. Chapter 130. Weaving grass ropes, Zhao Jun chuckled and remarked, with such eloquence, had I frequented the gym more often, perhaps I could have wooed a few lovely ladies? Yun Shuang, covering her mouth in amusement, replied, perhaps, but what? Zhao Jun inquired with curiosity. Yun Shuang continued, it's not as easy as it sounds. At the very least, one must be handsome and in good shape. Ideally, a bit of wealth wouldn't hurt either. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Zhao Jun sighed. It seems I fall short on all counts. Seated by the fire in the courtyard, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang engaged in conversation when Yao Qiaoyun emerged. Noticing the absence of moonlight, is another storm brewing? She questioned. The clouds during the day do suggest it. After this storm, it will likely grow colder, Zhao Jun responded. Snow might even be a possibility, Yao Qiaoyun added. If it snows, it will indeed be frigid. We were just discussing how, if it's cold every day, we will have to fetch water, Zhao Jun remarked. Yao Qiaoyun replied, if it snows, the roads will surely be slippery, making it quite inconvenient to fetch water, right? Zhao Jun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, exactly. Thus, we should repair the path leading to the spring. Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened. Repair the road? That is an enormous undertaking. We lack the resources for such a task. How can we possibly manage? Before Xiaoyun could respond, Yun Shuang interjected, Xiaoyun. I believe you're being somewhat idealistic. Even if we were to repair the road, it would still be treacherous. Merely fixing it won't suffice. Rather than focusing on that, I think it would be more prudent to prepare some dry grass to lay down, which would yield a better outcome. Zhao Jun pondered this seriously and replied, that makes sense. Let us prepare more dry grass during this time. And perhaps weave some ropes to tie along the sides of the road for support, reducing the risk of slipping. Yun Shuang nodded. Yes, that seems more feasible. We should start preparations tomorrow. After chatting for a while longer, feeling the cold was unbearable, the trio retreated into the cave. They played until late into the night before each returned to their respective sleeping quarters. The following morning, upon waking, Zhao Jun glanced outside. Greeted by ominous dark clouds that threatened heavy rain, he urged Noma and the others to hasten their hunting efforts, while instructing Yun Shuang and the others to reinforce the animal pens and gather food for the animals. He himself took to stripping bark from trees and collecting dry grass alongside Yang Xiaohua. By midday, torrential rain poured down. Fortunately, Noma and his companions had good fortune, having hunted an antelope and 2 rabbits. The animal pens were fortified and waterproofed, now housing an elderly female antelope, a young male and female, the latter having recently given birth to 2 healthy fawns, with ample milk available. The rabbit population had proliferated to over a dozen, as they breed rapidly, and the wild boar was now nearly fully grown. The little gray wolf had taken to sleeping in the cave, or Noma's room, akin to a small dog, serving as a pet. Of course, it could accompany them during hunts, and its diet consisted of leftover soup, meat, and bones from their meals. Zhao Jun and his companions gathered a considerable amount of hay and some tree bark for the purpose of crafting grass ropes. The rain intensified, yet fortunately, everyone had taken refuge in the cave. However, Norma, Smo, and their 3 companions chose to remain outside, allowing them to observe the conditions beyond. After all, their room had a side where they could kindle a fire, and as long as it did not leak, it remained quite warm. The others sheltered within the cave, closing the door against the relentless sound of the rain and the howling wind. What should have been midday felt more like midnight. The outside world was cloaked in darkness, and the heavy downpour evoked a sense of isolation among them, reminding them of their solitude on this remote island. Gathered around the fire, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua wove the grass ropes. Zhao Jun remarked, once this rain subsides, we must gather more firewood. After drying it outside, we can store it deep within the cave, for it will be essential when winter snow arrives. Qin Xiyuan expressed her confusion, but the hay we have is sufficient. We can dry it and continue using it, right? Is it really necessary to gather more? Zhao Jun shook his head and explained. The hay we collect next will not serve as bedding, but rather as a path covering, and we will require a substantial amount. Less will not suffice. Path covering? Qin Xiyuan was even more puzzled. Zhao Jun continued. Indeed, with the cold weather, the water in the bamboo pipes may freeze, potentially causing the pipes to burst. Consequently, we might need to resume fetching water. If the path becomes icy or snow-covered, traversing it will be perilous, making water collection all the more challenging. Thus, we must prepare hay to lay on the ground to prevent slips. The ropes we are weaving now are intended to be tied along the sides of the path to assist with balance and prevent slipping. Is it really that difficult? Qin Xiyuan inquired. Zhao Jun smiled wryly. It is unavoidable. We must think ahead, or we will find ourselves ill-equipped and helpless when the time comes. If all else fails, we can drink snow or rainwater, Qin Xiyuan suggested. Zhao Jun responded, if spring water is accessible, we should prioritize that. Rainwater and melted snow can be consumed, but they are rife with bacteria and lack palatability. Of course, if we reach a point of desperation, we may have no choice but to resort to them. However, until then, we must elevate our living standards and not seek short-term comforts. I just feel you all are enduring hardships, Qin Xiyuan remarked. Sao Yun clinked. What we do benefits everyone. It hardly qualifies as hardship. Qin Xiyuan then approached Zhao Jun and, in front of everyone, planted a kiss on him. Zhao Jun, accustomed to Qin Xiyuan's public displays of affection, smiled and continued weaving the ropes without a care. When will this rain cease? Su Xinxu asked with concern. Zhao Jun replied, at most, 3 days, at the very least one. Since their arrival on the island, they had encountered storms that rarely lasted longer than 3 days, making Zhao Jun's assessment quite reasonable. Fortunately, we have ample food and water, so there is no cause for worry, Su Xinxu added. Tao Luna sat beside Zhao Jun, attempting to weave grass ropes. As she was not familiar with the technique, Zhao Jun took the time to instruct her. The process of crafting the ropes proved to be quite simple, and before long, Tao Luna had mastered the art. With a joyful exclamation, she remarked, it's so easy. I had thought it would be quite challenging. Yang Xiaohua chimed in, indeed, once you get the hang of it, nothing is insurmountable. At that moment, Su Xinxu and Su Ruoyu also joined the group engaged in the art of grass rope weaving. Chapter 131. An unprecedented storm. Zhao Jun observed everyone weaving grass ropes and couldn't help but smile, remarking, if we all work together, we should complete this task in just 2 or 3 days. Given that we have nowhere to go during this storm, let us dedicate ourselves to this endeavor. Over the next 3 days, the group diligently crafted grass ropes. With an ample supply of food and sufficient water, and even the possibility of collecting rainwater, their spirits remained relatively untroubled. However, the relentless storm continued unabated. After 3 days, Norma and her companions could no longer endure the outdoors and took refuge in the cave, sleeping beside the warmth of the fire each night. On the 4th morning, the storm showed no signs of abating. The protective river was nearly overflowing. Cloud Frost observed this with growing anxiety. As they gathered for breakfast, the sounds of wind and rain outside cast a pall over their faces. Such prolonged storms were rare in recent months, especially given that winter had arrived, bringing increasingly frigid temperatures. Fortunately, they had prepared heating. Otherwise, even with a fire, enduring the chill within the cave would have been arduous. Su Ruoyu voiced her fears, saying, if this continues, could the entire island be submerged? Sao Yun Li Shuotia. That is impossible. The island's elevation is quite high, and our location is also elevated. It is highly unlikely that the seawater could reach us, let alone submerge the entire island. Cloud Frost concurred. Indeed, such a scenario will not occur, so there is no need for concern. Lucy added, based on my observations, there are no signs of flooding on this island, making such an event improbable. It would be quite unlucky for us to experience this upon our arrival. The odds are minimal. Su Xinxu interjected, yet if this continues, it may become problematic. Zhao Jun comforted her. There is no need to worry. We are quite safe in this cave. We can remain at ease. Let the rain fall. It is unlikely to last a week or even a month. Su Xinxu sighed. I hope this rain subsides soon. If it continues like this, I won't be able to sleep soundly at night, feeling anxious. Dorma remarked. The weather on the island is indeed unpredictable, but experiencing several days of heavy rain in winter is quite rare. Let's hope for clearer skies soon. Sunny weather is preferable. Su Xinxu nodded, yes, it is truly frightening. Dorma continued. However, it is worth noting that severe weather rarely brings unforeseen incidents to the island. Most troubles arise from those venturing outside. We are quite safe within this cave, as long as we refrain from going out. Yang Xiaohua added, indeed, we need not venture out. We are secure here, with food and shelter. As long as the water does not flood in, we are safe. Cloud Frost stood at the entrance, gazing out through the window, and remarked, if this rain continues, The drainage capacity of our protective river may not keep up. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, his heart trembled, prompting him to hurry to the door for a glimpse outside. There, he observed that the protective river had nearly reached its brim. Although a foot remained, it seemed inevitable that it would soon overflow, potentially flooding the cavern. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, "This indeed poses a dilemma. I must venture out to assess the situation at the other end. Isn't it exceedingly perilous to go out now?" Su Ruoyu expressed her concern. Zhao Jun reassured her with a smile. "Not at all. I only intend to inspect the exit point without straying beyond these walls. That still sounds hazardous. If you were to slip and fall into the protective river, you could be swept away." Yang Xiaohua interjected. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment, troubled by her words. The rain was relentless, and even with a flashlight, visibility was severely compromised. Falling would not be a trivial matter. However, the thought of not checking the water outlet weighed heavily on his mind. He glanced at the grass ropes nearby and had a sudden inspiration, saying, "I could tie a rope around my waist. You all can hold the other end. And that way I won't fall. Is that really necessary?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired. Zhao Jun nodded firmly. "Yes, it is essential. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly tonight." Given Zhao Jun's insistence, the others felt compelled to agree. Indeed, a thorough inspection would provide greater peace of mind. Thus, they all nodded in unison. Zhao Jun secured one end of the rope around his waist, and Qin Xiyuan commented, "I wonder how sturdy that rope is. Sao Yun Xiaoqiaoyun hastashuot is quite robust." With the others gripping the other end of the rope, Zhao Jun inhaled deeply, grasped a shovel left by Jack, opened the door, and stepped outside. The wind howled fiercely, and the rain poured down like a deluge, nearly blinding him as he groped his way to the edge of the protective river, then made his way towards the outlet. Upon reaching the area, he discovered several pieces of timber obstructing the water's flow. Despite his efforts with the shovel, he could not dislodge them. After a few futile attempts, Zhao Jun slipped and nearly fell into the water, forcing him to retreat back into the cavern. Soaked to the skin and shivering from the cold, he crouched by the fire. "Are you all right?" Tao Luna asked with concern. Zhao Jun shook his head. "I'm fine, but the water outlet is blocked by some wood, impeding the flow. I try to move it, but I need assistance." As soon as his words fell, all eyes turned to Norma. It seemed that almost every task was either undertaken by Zhao Jun or Norma. It was clear that if Zhao Jun required help, especially with hazardous matters, Norma was his reliable companion. Zhao Jun recognized that Norma was his only viable option. Although Smo might be able to help, Zhao Jun was not entirely confident in him. He asked Yao Qiaoyun to translate for Norma, who nodded in response, saying, "No problem." With ropes secured around their waists, Zhao Jun and Norma stepped out together. With the assistance of Norma, the few logs were swiftly cleared away, causing the water to surge and flow more freely. Zhao Jun let out a sigh of relief, ready to make his way back, when his foot slipped, sending him tumbling towards the river surface. Norma, agile and quick, grasped Zhao Jun's arm just in time, preventing him from falling into the water. Norma helped Zhao Jun into the cave, and Zhao Jun gave a thumbs up to Norma, exclaiming, "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have met my end." Although Zhao Jun was tied up, the swift current posed a significant risk. Even if he managed to hold on, being drenched and choking on a few mouthfuls of water would be entirely expected. Chapter 132. The lockbox. Upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's translation, Norma smiled shyly and waved his hands repeatedly, stating, "You are my master. It is only fitting that I save you." Yao Qiaoyun conveyed Norma's sentiment, prompting Zhao Jun to grin broadly and declare, "Regardless, I have noted that you have saved my life." He then called out to Xiaohua, "Boil some water. Both Norma and I desperately need a bath. We are freezing." Xiaohua immediately began to heat the water. Once it was ready, the others retreated to their respective rooms, while Kaya and Azdamu briefly sought refuge in Zhao Jun's chamber. Norma took his bath first, followed by Zhao Jun. After Zhao Jun finished, he sat by the fire to warm himself, and it was then that Azdamu and Kaya emerged to join him, as they planned to spend the night there. Meanwhile, Xiaohua completed the meal, and Yun Shuang peered outside, noting that the rain had yet to cease. She remarked, "If this continues into another night, it will indeed be catastrophic." Zhao Jun replied, "Everyone should remain vigilant tonight, just in case. If the rain persists, we cannot predict what might happen. Caution is warranted." Zhao Jun hardly slept that night, but thankfully by dawn, the rain finally ceased, allowing him to exhale in relief. He opened the door to find the sun shining brightly. Su Ruoyu joyfully dashed outside, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Finally, the skies have cleared." Everyone emerged to bask in the sunlight, and Xiaohua called them to eat as she finished preparing the meal. They brought the food outside, enjoying their meal in the warmth of the sun. After taking a few bites, Zhao Jun opened the large gate, only to be greeted by a scene of devastation. Numerous traps had been destroyed, yet the walls remained intact, and both Noma's and Simo's houses stood unharmed. "I shall visit the lookout post," Zhao Jun announced. "Given the recent storm, it is unlikely any vessels would approach. Is it not?" Yun Shuang questioned. Zhao Jun shook his head. "That is uncertain. The storm may have washed ashore some debris." "I will accompany you," Xiaohua declared. "Very well." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. The two set off, with Zhao Jun wielding a gun and a katana, and Xiaohua following closely behind. Upon reaching the lookout post they had established on the hillside, they found it had been washed away by the torrential rain. Zhao Jun used binoculars to scan the sea, and suddenly spotted a suitcase. He handed the binoculars to Xiaohua, who gasped, "Wow! Indeed, something has washed ashore. Let us hurry and investigate." They arrived at the shoreline, retrieving the suitcase only to discover it was a locked box. After transporting it back to the lookout post, they attempted to open it for a while, but to no avail. Zhao Jun then made some repairs to the lookout, and by noon, they moved the box indoors where he used his katana to force it open. With a resounding pop, the box sprang open, revealing an assortment of women's undergarments. Zhao Jun picked up a piece, bewildered by the sheer number, which amounted to around a dozen sets of varying sizes. He laid the damp garments on the window ledge of the lookout. Xiaohua chuckled, "How delightful! I was just lamenting my lack of undergarments to change into." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Please do not mention this to everyone just yet." Yang Xiaohua, perplexed, inquired why not. Such a wonderful thing would surely delight them. Zhao Jun replied, "I am well aware of that, but I believe it is better to keep it under wraps for now. Everyone has grown accustomed to their worn and tattered attire. I wish to present them with a surprise when the new year arrives. What do you think?" After contemplating, Yang Xiaohua conceded, "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." Zhao Jun clarified, "It is not my intention to conceal anything. I merely wish to offer them a delightful surprise. These items are of no use to me. They are meant for you all." Yang Xiaohua nodded, acknowledging, "Eat understand." Zhao Jun smirked. "How fortuitous that as the new year approaches, I find myself in need of gifts. This year's festivities will surely be a success. The Christmas gifts must have required considerable thought as well. This time, however, you have it easy. While these undergarments may not suit everyone perfectly, a minor alteration will suffice, and they are certainly an improvement over what is currently worn." Yang Xiaohua responded, "Which set do you desire? You may choose first. I will simply provide it to you later." Zhao Jun replied, "No, I will wait until they have made their selections before deciding. It is no trouble." Zhao Jun did not press the matter further. After returning home for lunch, he came back in the afternoon, collected the undergarments, and stored them securely in a locked box. That evening, everyone gathered around the fire, enjoying roasted meat and sipping broth, creating a cozy atmosphere. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, and Lucy approached him, requesting one as well. He handed her a cigarette and curiously asked, "You smoke too? I've never seen you do so before." Lucy replied, "I don't usually smoke. I merely indulge occasionally to relieve stress." Zhao Jun lit her cigarette, and Lucy took a puff, coughing slightly. Zhao Jun remarked, "If you're not accustomed to smoking, it would be better to refrain. It seems somewhat wasteful." Lucy tilted her head at Zhao Jun, teasing, "What? Are you lamenting the loss of a cigarette? It's not a matter of lament. Smoking is detrimental to one's health." Zhao Yun replied. Lucy chuckled, "Yet you smoke, despite knowing it harms your health?" "I am addicted, alas, but fortunately I have only a few packs left. Once they are finished, I shall be free of this habit." Zhao Jun expressed with resignation. Lucy took another drag and said, "While there are many comforts here, it is undeniably less convenient than life outside." Zhao Jun inquired, "What troubles you? Have you not accepted life here? Why this sudden lamentation?" Lucy shrugged. "My undergarments are worn out, and they are quite uncomfortable. When has anyone ever gone so long without changing their undergarments?" Zhao Jun felt a tug at his heartstrings as he recalled the locked box at the outpost, responding, "Such circumstances are unavoidable. In truth, I have long since stopped wearing undergarments." Lucy replied, "You are a man. We are women, so of course it is different." Indeed, this predicament is one that everyone shares. However, Lucy, as a Western woman, expresses her thoughts more openly, articulating sentiments that resonate deeply with all. After discussing the challenges faced by women for a while, she extinguished her cigarette and moved to another area. Yun Shuang then spoke in the past. People did not possess such an abundance of machinery, yet they still managed to wear clothing. If only we could resolve the issue of fabric, how wonderful that would be. This is truly not a simple task. Zhao Jun replied with a sense of resignation. Yao Qiaoyun added, indeed, silk is relatively easy to produce, but we lack silkworms. If we had them, it would be quite straightforward. Chapter 133. A second proposal after dinner. Yang Xiaohua proceeded to wash the dishes. When it comes to fabric, it indeed poses a challenge. However, should we manage to locate flax, crafting outer garments would not be an insurmountable task. Nevertheless, flax is not an immediate necessity. Its coarse texture renders it unsuitable for undergarments, restricting its use to outerwear, which could also be adequately replaced by animal hides. Currently, everyone is clad in animal skins, resembling primitive tribes. It would be prudent to abandon impractical notions, Su Xinxu remarked with resignation. Zhao Jun stated, if we cannot expect rescue anytime soon and must reside here for a few years, these ideas are not merely fanciful. They are urgent. After all, we can fabricate ropes, and consequently, we can produce fabric. However, he acknowledged a valid point. Without flax, the production of fabric would not be straightforward. Su Xinxu sighed and replied, indeed. Dorma interjected. In truth, if we genuinely wish to create clothing, it is not entirely impossible. We have had garments in the past. When Dorma first arrived, she was not clothed. Yet Normar and Smo possessed clothing that, although somewhat rudimentary, was far superior to animal hides. Zhao Jun inquired, how did you manufacture your fabric? Are you aware? In this desolate wilderness, producing fabric requires not only materials but also equipment and processes. Dorma explained, we utilize plants, wash them, and then employ a device that I can construct. Zhao Jun exclaimed in delight, that is splendid. You must create it tomorrow. Dorma responded, the device is simple and not difficult to make, but I have yet to discover that particular plant on this island. Of course, I have not explored the island extensively, so perhaps I have simply overlooked it. I shall venture out to search for it. Zhao Jun nodded. Yes, I shall accompany you in the search. Let us not construct the device just yet. We should first seek the plant, for if it is not found, the device would be rendered useless. Agreed, Dorma readily affirmed. Zhao Jun continued, I observed the clothing worn by Normar and the others. The plant you mentioned is likely flax. While flax fabric may not suffice for undergarments, it is entirely suitable for outerwear. The group conversed for a while longer, ultimately deciding that at dawn the following day, Zhao Jun and Dorma would set out to search for flax, after which they retired for the night. When Zhao Jun opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. Yun Shuang was practicing yoga, and after a brief period of observation, the others gradually began to rise. During winter, people tend to be sluggish in the morning, especially without the obligations of work, resulting in a later start to the day. Everyone ventured out to freshen up and tend to the waste buckets. Once their tasks were completed, Yang Xiaohua began preparing breakfast. The fare was rather monotonous, consisting predominantly of meat or fish. With winter's arrival, while vegetables were scarce, and potato flour, when compared to rice and wheat flour, was significantly inferior. The group partook in a rather monotonous breakfast when Su Xinxu sighed. It seems I long for something sweet. Sweet treats are typically favored by girls, such as ice cream, cakes, and chocolate. However, on this small island, no beets or sugarcane have been discovered, rendering the desire for sweets nearly impossible to fulfill. There is not even a hint of sweetness to be found, save for a slight sweetness in goat's milk. Yun Shuang interjected, excessive consumption of sweets is detrimental to health, yet they are undeniably essential. If we continue this way, we will ultimately suffer from nutritional imbalances, leading to a decrease in our immune resilience. In our current environment, falling ill could result in serious consequences. Zhao Jun remarked, I will devise a solution. During the summer, coconuts contain some sugar. We shall also explore any other available fruits. Many wild berries are edible. Su Xinxu took a bite of potato flour and lamented, at this moment, I could truly crave a spoonful of granulated sugar, let alone other sweet delicacies. Alas, I mustn't dwell on it. The reminiscences evoked by Su Xinxu's words stirred the group's memories of delightful moments, such as enjoying birthday cakes and chocolates, which typically occur during blissful times, thus heightening their yearning for sweets. After breakfast, Zhao Jun accompanied Dualma in search of flax. The essentials of clothing, food, and shelter prioritized their immediate concerns. While animal hides could serve as a substitute for fabric, having actual cloth would undoubtedly be preferable. The pair wandered for quite some time without locating the plant Dualma had mentioned, leaving her somewhat disheartened. At midday, they stumbled upon a lookout post and decided to rest inside. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they sat at the entrance basking in the sun, a cozy pleasure during winter. Zhao Jun squinted, nearly succumbing to slumber. Dualma initially rested her head on Zhao Jun's shoulder. He paid little mind at first, but soon she wrapped her arms around his neck. Only then did Zhao Jun open his eyes, smiling as he asked, "Dualma, are you tired? Perhaps you should take a nap. I will call you when it's time, as we may not find what we seek." Dualma shook her head, gazing at Zhao Jun with tender affection, and replied, "I am not tired." Zhao Jun, in turn, placed his hand on Dualma's slender waist, saying, "Well, then please let go." Dualma tightened her embrace, declaring, "No, if you do not agree to my request today, I shall not release you. What is it you wish me to agree to?" Zhao Jun inquired, already having an inkling of her intentions. Dualma responded, "Become my husband. Be my man. Today, you shall not dismiss me." Historically, Dualma had been relatively restrained, although she had previously professed her love in front of others. Following Zhao Jun's rejection, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. However, now that they had the rare opportunity for solitude, she was determined not to let it slip away. Dualma's supple form enveloped Zhao Jun, rendering any attempt to escape futile, and he found himself not particularly inclined to break free. With his hand resting on her delicate waist, he gently pushed, yet to no avail, and then said, "Dualma, please listen to me." Dualma gazed at Zhao Jun and said, "All right, then you speak." The two were now entwined, with Dualma astride Zhao Jun, their faces almost touching, creating an intimate atmosphere that made Zhao Jun feel somewhat overwhelmed. Zhao Yun replied, "I comprehend your feelings and understand that such customs exist within your tribe. When one finds someone appealing, they do not let them slip away. However, I'm already involved with Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua. I do not mind." Dualma interjected, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she continued, "Yang Xiaohua? You are with her. She, too, is involved with you?" Zhao Jun nodded and said, "Yes, but please do not speak of this to others." Chapter 134. The assertive woman Dualma shook her head and said, "Why should I share this with anyone else? I do not care. Even if you were to have all the women, including Sister Yuan and Sister Xiaohua, it would not concern me." Zhao Jun paused for a moment before replying, "Even if you're indifferent, I must consider their feelings. As my women, I cannot allow them to suffer, nor do I wish for you to endure any distress." Dualma responded, "Since you can be with Sister Xiaohua without others knowing, why can't we too?" Zhao Jun smiled wryly. "You must be unable to keep secrets, I suppose?" Dualma quickly replied, "As long as you don't ask me to reveal anything, I certainly want tea. It's not something to be disclosed. It is just. You will likely display it, and they will notice." Zhao Jun said, "Dualma, you can't hide the fact that a man has multiple women. What is so strange about that? Why should it be concealed? Our tribe's men have many wives. Our chieftain has more than a dozen." With Dualma perched upon him, her springy form made it somewhat challenging for him to bear. He gently lifted her from his lap and set her aside, saying, "Dualma, please calm down and listen to me. The society we inhabit differs greatly from your tribe. We practice monogamy, meaning a man can only marry one wife. Marrying multiple wives is illegal and punishable by law." Dualma dismissively replied, "So what? We are not in your society. We are on a deserted island. Additionally, this distance from our tribe means we can follow our own customs. Sister Qiaoyun taught me a saying, 'When in Rome, do as the Romans do.' Besides, who would punish you? How would they punish you? Why worry about that? No one is watching you. It's not merely about punishment. It's about deeply ingrained beliefs. We all believe that monogamy is the only reasonable arrangement. A man who is indecisive is to be condemned." Zhao Jun asserted. Dualma furrowed her brow and replied, "What does it matter if we are all willing? Why should there be condemnation? Moreover, even if there were, we would simply live our own lives. Why concern ourselves with it? If it comes to that, you could just take all those women. Let us see who would dare to say anything." Dualma's perspective was one Zhao Jun had indeed contemplated. With Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua already within reach, Dualma seemed to be just before him, and if he wished, Tao Luna was not an insurmountable challenge either. As for Yao Qiaoyun, Yun Shuang, and Su Xinxu. They appeared somewhat difficult, yet time was on Zhao Jun's side, and he had ample opportunity to persuade them, which also included Lucy. As for Su Ruoyu, it would be better to wait until she was older. If Zhao Jun were resolute gradually, they all seemed to be within his grasp, especially since they had few alternatives. However, despite his thoughts, he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Apart from Dorma, these women hailed from a civilized society. Would they truly accept such a reality? Zhao Jun remarked, "Dorma, you're overthinking this. I dare not entertain such thoughts." Naturally, Zhao Jun would never concede, to which Dorma replied, "You speak of monogamy, yet you maintain relationships with both Sister Yuan and Sister Xiaohua. Thus, I believe your stance is rather indifferent." Zhao Jun was taken aback by Dorma, the young woman from the tribe, who, having studied Chinese for less than half a year, was surprisingly eloquent, to the point where he found himself nearly at a loss for words. "I must also consider their feelings. These matters cannot simply unfold as I wish," Zhao Jun explained. After a moment of contemplation, Dorma suggested, "Then this is simple. As you mentioned before, just don't inform them. First, I do not wish to see you wronged. Second, you cannot hide the truth forever. Eventually, it will manifest, and everyone will come to know." Cao Yun Inta. Dorma tilted her head, gazing at Zhao Jun, and said, "If Sister Xiaohua can keep it a secret, so can I. I do not feel wronged. In fact, it is quite delightful." Zhao Jun rubbed his forehead and said, "Can we perhaps discuss this later?" Dorma, bewildered, asked, "Why postpone? Are you stalling? Why the delay?" Cao Yun replied, "I am not stalling. I simply do not know how to navigate these matters. I can only take it one step at a time." Before he could finish, Dorma interrupted, "You say you fear I might be wronged, yet to me, your public rejection feels like the real injustice. No, I refuse to accept this. I insist that you be my man. You are my husband." With that declaration, Dorma suddenly tackled Zhao Jun to the ground. After a considerable time, Zhao Jun embraced Dorma and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Dorma smiled and declared, "From this moment onward, you are my man, my husband. No one can change that." Zhao Jun gently caressed Dorma's curly hair, finding its texture quite unique, and responded, "Indeed, no one can alter this. From now on, I shall ensure you face no grievances. But regarding our relationship, I understand. I won't disclose it to anyone. Is that satisfactory?" Dorma interjected. However, Zhao Jun shook his head and said, "If you wish to share, then do so. After all, Dorma is oblivious to the nuances of secrecy. If I prevent her from speaking, others will surely perceive it. Given this, I might as well embrace the situation. As for Sister Qin Xiyuan, she will have to know eventually. I have resolved to have a candid conversation with her tonight. If she can accept it, then splendid. If not, there is little I can do." Dorma's delight grew upon hearing this. She had always felt that if she and Zhao Jun were to be together while concealing it from others, it would be an immense injustice. How could one have a husband yet hide such a truth? Really? But, once you find it difficult to explain to Sister Yuan and Sister Xiaohua? Dorma inquired curiously. Zhao Jun reassured her, "No worries. I will handle that side of things. They will not react adversely." "And what about the others?" Dorma pressed. "Do you no longer care about their opinions?" Dorma inquired. "But do you claim to care, yet it holds no significance to you?" Chapter 135. Unbearable acceptance. Zhao Jun remarked, "There's no point in concealing it. The truth will eventually come to light. Whether it matters or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we are together now. You are my woman." Dorama beamed with joy and replied, "Yes. That is what you said." Zhao Jun gently kissed Dorama on the cheek and affirmed, "Indeed, it is what I said." The two shared a tender moment before finally rising to dress. Dorama's heart swelled with sweetness. She had finally attained her desire. After resting for a while, the pair resumed their quest for flax. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the winter season, or perhaps due to its absence on the island, they returned empty-handed. Upon arriving at the cave, Dorama and Zhao Jun exhibited a profound affection for one another. Onlookers found it slightly peculiar, but recalled Dorama's previous forthrightness, thus mentally preparing themselves. Yang Xiaohua observed the scene, but harbored no significant thoughts. She had already come to terms with such matters. However, Qin Xiyuan's countenance fell, her displeasure evident. Zhao Jun noticed this, and, seeing Yang Xiaohua busy preparing dinner, whispered a few words to Dorama, who nodded in understanding. He then approached Qin Xiyuan, speaking softly, "Sister Yuan, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Qin Xiyuan huffed, reluctant to speak in front of so many, and followed Zhao Jun outside the cave. Once in the courtyard, Zhao Jun confessed, Sister Yuan, Dorama and I, we are together now. Qin Xiyuan retorted through clenched teeth, what have I done wrong? Haven tea, I serve you well? Are you so quick to abandon me? To forsake me after starting this? Zhao Jun hurriedly replied, Sister Yuan, you are misunderstanding me greatly. I have no intention of forsaking you. Qin Xiyuan coldly shot back, then why are you with Dorama? How admirable of you to be so fickle, to seek novelty and disdain the old. Zhao Jun felt a wave of embarrassment as he glanced at the cave entrance. Realizing the women were secretly watching, and even Norma and others were observing from their quarters. Feeling somewhat helpless, he said, Sister Yuan, I never claimed I want to part ways with you. Qin Xiyuan paused for a moment, then asked, what do you mean by that? Zhao Jun explained, what I mean is, although I am with Dorama now, my feelings for you remain unchanged. Such words, indicative of a cad, would have previously been unutterable for Zhao Jun. Yet now he voiced them plainly, driving Qin Xiyuan to the brink of frustration. Are you suggesting that I accept Dorama? That two women should serve one man? You must be joking. Qin Xiyuan seethed. Zhao Jun spread his hands in resignation, saying, I genuinely wish it were feasible. It is beyond my control to refuse Dorama. Yet, my heart will not alter. Do you not find it utterly embarrassing to speak such words? Qin Xiyuan scoffed. How could you utter such despicable phrases? Zhao Jun lowered his head in silence for a moment before speaking. I truly apologize, Sister Yuan. If you find it utterly unacceptable, then our relationship. Qin Xiyuan widened her eyes and exclaimed, what? Do you wish to abandon me? Zhao Jun waved his hand, saying, that is not my intention. Then what do you mean? Qin Xiyuan felt a twinge of sadness, concern, and anger. This reaction was, in fact, anticipated by Zhao Jun. Although Qin Xiyuan initially drew close to him for her own survival, they had been together for several months now. It was impossible for her to harbor no feelings at all. After all, time often breeds affection, and there is truth in that saying. Even Zhao Jun had developed feelings for Qin Xiyuan, which is why he paid such close attention to her emotions. However, now that the situation had unfolded, he had to face it head on. What I mean is, given the circumstances, if you truly cannot accept it, I shall refrain from bothering you any longer. Cao Yun's tzitzit. Qin Xiyuan forced a bitter smile. Are you discussing a breakup with me? Zhao Jun replied, I do not wish for that. But I understand your feelings and thoughts, so I will not be surprised by any decision you make. Feeling utterly exhausted, Qin Xiyuan waved her hand and said, I need some time alone. Sister Yuan. Zhao Jun began. Please, allow me some solitude to reflect. Just give me a moment, Qin Xiyuan insisted. Originally, she was a flight attendant, quite accomplished in various aspects. Had it not been for these unforeseen circumstances, securing a wealthy partner would not have been difficult. Now, in this environment, being with Zhao Jun, she felt a sense of grievance deep within her heart. She had not anticipated that this man would express an interest in another woman. Instinctively, Qin Xiyuan wanted to break up with Zhao Jun, but what then? Would she be able to find another man? Would she have to settle for someone like Norma or Smo, both of whom were already married? Moreover, how could she possibly consider someone of such low standing? Qin Xiyuan was indeed deeply conflicted. Observing her pain, Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words and decided to grant her the space she needed. Upon returning to the cave, Yun Shuang scoffed and remarked, So your true colors have emerged? I thought you were genuinely not promiscuous, yet you couldn't hold out for even a few days. Men are all the same. They're nothing but trouble. Zhao Jun sat by the fire, silent and contemplative. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, Everyone is somewhat prepared for your involvement with Dolma, but I fear Qin Xiyuan may not be able to handle it. You must keep a close watch on her and prevent her from making any foolish decisions. Dolma asked, Foolish decisions? What kind of foolishness? Zhao Jun replied, Dolma, please refrain from speaking for now. Dolma pouted and said, If you don't want to talk, then I won tea. After all, you are my man now. Yao Qiaoyun added, Zhao Jun, we are all Chinese and have lived in a civilized society. Don't you think your actions have crossed the line? Zhao Jun, troubled, lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before saying, I'm aware that I have acted excessively, yet here we are. What can I possibly do? I have exerted enough effort to endure this situation, wishing not to harm anyone. However, consider this. How many ordinary men can remain indifferent in the face of such temptation, especially in this environment? Su Xinxu replied, Indeed, few men can withstand such temptation, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that you have already caused harm to Qin Xiyuan. Do you understand? I do, Zhao Jun responded earnestly. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to persuade her. The decision ultimately rests with her. Chapter 136 Persuasion, Yao Qiaoyun remarked. Initially, I regarded Qin Xiyuan's affections towards you with disdain. However, your current actions are truly excessive. Zhao Jun glanced outside the cave. Noting the chill in the air, Qin Xiyuan sat on a swing, silently wiping away her tears, her portrayal indeed evoking a sense of pity. Zhao Jun flicked the ash from his cigarette and inquired, "What do you suggest I should do?" Yao Qiaoyun rolled her eyes and replied, "How can we possibly know how to rectify the mess you created?" Zhao Jun sighed, "Never mind, everyone disperse. I crave a moment of solitude." Yao Qiaoyun scoffed, "I see this as mere evasion on your part. Given that Sister Yuan is in distress, it is best I refrain from speaking with her. The optimal course of action is to allow her some time to calm down." Zhao Jun conceded with a sense of helplessness. Yao Qiaoyun sighed and exited to console Qin Xiyuan. Meanwhile, Dualma approached Zhao Jun and whispered, "Is Sister Yuan unable to accept this? Should I speak with her?" Zhao Jun quickly interjected, "No, do not interfere. She currently finds your presence irksome. Engaging her now will only exacerbate her agitation. Allow her to be alone, and refrain from being overly familiar with me, as that will only provoke her further." Dualma acquiesced with reluctance. "Very well then." The others gradually departed to encourage Qin Xiyuan to see things in a different light, while Dualma sought out her elder brother, Noma, who felt a sense of joy in having found his own place. Inside the cave, only Zhao Jun and the cooking Yang Xiaohua remained. After a moment of silence, Yang Xiaohua questioned, "So, you have revealed your hand?" Zhao Jun was taken aback. He shared a connection with Yang Xiaohua, yet she had insisted on keeping it discreet. If Qin Xiyuan were to discover this at this moment, it would likely deepen her sorrow and anger. Zhao Jun replied, "Dualma's secret is bound to surface. Yang Xiaohua statet. Thus, it is best I refrain from meddling in this matter. You all can create your turmoil, but do not involve me in it." Zhao Jun responded, "I would welcome that. Please do not complicate matters further. The situation with Qin Xiyuan and Dualma has already given me a headache. Adding you into the mix would indeed lead to an explosion." Yang Xiaohua chuckled, "Then I shall remain silent. However, you must earnestly counsel Sister Yuan. She appears quite distressed." Zhao Jun, in resignation, noted she will have to confront it eventually. Learning of this now might be preferable. Otherwise, discovering it later could inflict even greater pain. Yang Xiaohua widened her eyes and asked, "Why would later be more painful?" Zhao Jun explained, "In the future, it may not only be Dualma. Your situation might also become public. I do not fear your ridicule, as there could be other women involved. The longer time passes, the deeper the bond between Sister Yuan and myself will grow, and thus the wounds will naturally be more profound." Yang Xiaohua pondered for a moment before nodding. "That does make sense. I shall speak with her properly later." Zhao Jun sighed. "Indeed, but tread carefully with your words. Do not let her discern your intentions. If she realizes that you share a similar understanding, it would only deepen her sorrow." Yang Xiaohua cast a playful glance at Zhao Jun and remarked, "You can't seem to control yourself, yet now you are worried about this." Zhao Jun shrugged and replied, "What can I do? How many men can resist such temptations? I certainly cannot." Just then, Tao Luna entered and said, "Oh dear, Sister Yuan is crying so heartbreakingly. We tried to console her, but it was futile. Captain, why not step out and say a few words?" Zhao Jun sighed. "It's best if I don't go out right now. She is quite upset, and it would only provoke her further. I'll wait a while before I go." Yang Xiaohua set aside her work and said, "Sister Luna, please lend a hand here. I will go out and check." Tao Luna immediately went to assist with the cooking, while Yang Xiaohua stepped outside. Zhao Jun felt overwhelmed and uncertain about how to proceed. Although he had once believed he held the upper hand with several women in his life, deciding matters alone without others' interference, including the women themselves, it was a different story when emotions ran high. Seeing Qin Xiyuan weep bitterly, he felt a pang of sympathy. Noticing everyone outside, Tao Luna timidly spoke. "Captain, I now understand why you've been delaying matters between us." Zhao Jun forced a smile and replied, "I am not delaying, but you are correct. It is indeed quite complicated." Tao Luna continued, "Fortunately, it's not me but Dolma. Otherwise, Sister Yuan might direct her ire towards me." Cao Yun asks, "Are you suggesting that Sister Yuan would target Dolma?" She is upset and likely to utter some nonsensical remarks. Do not take them to heart, Tao Luna advised. Zhao Jun inquired, what has she said? Tao Luna hesitated, and Zhao Jun urged, what did she say? Please tell me, so I can be prepared. What if Sister Yuan truly loses her composure and does something reckless? Finally, Tao Luna revealed. She said Sister Yuan threatened to tear apart Dolma's face. As the third party, Zhao Jun shook his head. She must have been speaking in anger. Tao Luna agreed. I believe so. It's likely just words spoken in a fit of rage. Zhao Jun sighed. Nevertheless, I do need to have a serious conversation with her. If necessary, I might let her hit me. Perhaps that would alleviate her distress. Tao Luna replied, yes, say what you must. But it's best to wait a while until she calms down. Zhao Jun nodded. Let us wait until after dinner to discuss it. Eventually, Qin Xiyuan was persuaded to return inside, as the temperature outside was quite low. She ignored Zhao Jun and went straight to her room, shutting the door behind her. During dinner, Qin Xiyuan did not emerge, leaving everyone helpless. After the meal, Zhao Jun took a bowl of meat soup and approached her door, knocking gently as he called. Sister Yuan, have something to eat. Receiving no response, he knocked again and said, Sister Yuan, regardless of the situation, please eat first, and then we can have a proper talk. How does that sound? Qin Xiyuan remained silent, her head buried in the animal hide as she lay on the bed, still sobbing. Zhao Jun pushed the door open and placed the meat soup aside, calling out, Sister Yuan, Sister Yuan. Startled, Qin Xiyuan sat up abruptly and exclaimed, what do you want? You scoundrel. Qin Xiyuan, with her inherent pride, felt deeply wronged by her association with Zhao Jun. To her dismay, she discovered that he had taken another woman and expected her to remain indifferent to such matters. How could she possibly endure this? Qin Xiyuan found it exceedingly challenging to accept the entirety of the situation. Chapter 137. A choice to make it present. Qin Xiyuan was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Anger, sorrow, and confusion intertwined within her. In truth, she found herself unable to distance from Zhao Jun, yet the bitterness she felt was insurmountable. Cao Yun confessed. I acknowledge that I am indeed a scoundrel, and I apologize. However, you must not neglect your health by refusing to eat. Let's converse calmly about this matter. With reddened, swollen eyes, it was evident that Qin Xiyuan had wept for an extended period. Zhao Jun had previously mused that Qin Xiyuan had chosen to be with him merely for survival, believing that their bond was not deeply rooted. Thus, he had anticipated that she would only express her displeasure, never expecting her to be so profoundly affected. In reality, as time passed, Qin Xiyuan's feelings for Zhao Jun had evolved beyond mere utilitarianism. She had developed genuine affection, especially as Zhao Jun exhibited a particularly assertive demeanor, which only intensified her love for him. Naturally, the thought of another vying for his affection caused her heartache. You've already acted. What more is there to discuss? If you truly cared for my feelings, you would not have done such a thing. Even if you had to, at the very least, you should have informed me in advance. Qin Xiyuan choked out. Zhao Jun inquired, would it have made a difference had I told you beforehand? Would you have agreed? Would you have been less angry? I certainly would not have acquiesced. Qin Xiyuan retorted. Zhao Jun sighed, and therein lies the crux of the matter. Regardless of my words, you would inevitably be upset. The outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, such events are inherently unpredictable. I should have foreseen it. I should not have allowed Dualma to approach you alone on multiple occasions. Zhao Jun, Qin Xiyuan interjected. The situation has transpired. You have acknowledged your mistakes. Is that not enough? How do you intend to rectify your wrongs? Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by her question. Though he recognized his errors, he had never contemplated how to make amends, thinking instead that he might as well embrace the chaos. Yet, he refrained from uttering harsh words. If he were truly callous, he could have told her to either remain with him or depart. I promise to treat you well from now on, Zhao Jun declared. Qin Xiyuan probed. What do you mean by treating me well? Does it entail being with me while also engaging with Dualma? Do you believe I could accept such a reality? Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, replied, the situation is as it stands. You are my woman, and I should not allow you to suffer. Yet Dualma is also my woman. Ultimately, you are contemplating the notion of sharing a husband between two women, are you not? Zhao Jun, you are truly excessive. This is an affront to my dignity. Qin Xiyuan exclaimed in fury. Zhao Jun sighed, momentarily at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he suggested, please, have something to eat. Qin Xiyuan shook her head defiantly. I will not. Your body belongs to you alone, not to anyone else. You must care for yourself. Cao Yun Qin Xiyuan remarked. What does my health have to do with you? Since you no longer love me, it would be better if I were dead. Cao Yun non tu implays Qin Xiyuan. Yet she resolutely rejected him, stating, if you wish to embrace someone, go to Dualma. Do not hold me. Cao Yun softly implored, sister. Do not call me Sister Yuan. Qin Xiyuan retorted angrily. Zhao Jun replied, be obedient. Qin Xiyuan glared at him and said, if you do not listen, why should I? Zhao Jun urged, let me explain. Get out. Qin Xiyuan covered her ears. Observing this, Zhao Jun sighed deeply and had no choice but to leave. The other women, noticing Zhao Jun's dejected demeanor, understood that the conversation had not gone well. Yun Shuang approached him, patting his shoulder, and said, you couldn't control yourself. Now you realize the gravity of the situation, don't you? Cao Yun helplessly replied. But it has already happened. What can I do? Yun Shuang, with a faint smile, asked, have you thought about how to resolve this matter? Zhao Jun shook his head. No. Sitting by the fire, Yun Shuang advised, you must take good care of Yuan. She is the first woman who has been with you. If you cannot even look after her, you are truly not a man. Zhao Jun smiled bitterly. Sister Shuang, do you have any good ideas? Yun Shuang replied, I have no solutions. Matters like this must rely on you alone. However, one must understand that in life, sacrifices must be made. Zhao Jun paused for a moment, saying, indeed, it is quite clear, you must relinquish one. Between Dualma and Qin Xiyuan, you must choose. The notion of both women sharing one man is an illusion. It is simply impossible. While Dualma may accept it, Qin Xiyuan cannot. Dualma immediately protested, no. Why must it be a choice? I have made myself clear. You may come to terms with it, but Qin Xiyuan cannot. This is truly unfeasible. Zhao Jun, I advise you to think carefully. Such a beautiful situation requires a realistic approach. Yun Shuang added. Yao Qiaoyun concurred. Yes, Zhao Jun, one must understand the principle of gain and loss. Wanting to have it all is quite improbable. Zhao Jun slumped down, despondently stating, I will think it over. Dualma, slightly panicked, quickly asked, Jun, you will not abandon me, will you? Zhao Jun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat disheartened. This reality was entirely different from his expectations. In novels, women typically harmoniously coexisted in such circumstances. How had it come to this with just two? He shook his head, internally lamenting. These novels are truly misleading. This is nothing like the stories. What is the underlying issue? Do not worry, it will not happen, Zhao Jun assured Dualma. Dualma smiled. As long as you do not abandon me, everything can be negotiated. Zhao Jun, troubled, pulled out a cigarette and began to smoke. Lucy, witnessing this, hesitated to speak but ultimately chose to remain silent. Zhao Jun quietly tended to the fire for a while. Given Qin Xiyuan's emotional state, Dualma refrained from displaying too much affection and retired to bed early, leaving only Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun. Yao Qiaoyun reached out to stir the flames and said, Zhao Jun, there is something I must tell you. Zhao Jun, feeling troubled and curious about what Yao Qiaoyun wished to discuss, inquired, what is it? Please speak plainly. Yao Qiaoyun glanced towards Dualma's room, as if harboring some reservations, which only deepened Zhao Jun's curiosity. Chapter 138. Uninvited guest Zhao Jun urged, what on earth is happening? Today, Qin Xiyuan mentioned wanting to confront Dualma. Although it's likely that Qin Xiyuan lacks the capability, you must take this seriously. Moreover, Norma informed me that if Qin Xiyuan indeed takes action against Dualma, he will retaliate. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jun was taken aback. This was no trivial matter and could be deemed quite grave. Whether it was Qin Xiyuan's intention to confront Dualma or Norma's vow of revenge, the implications were significant. Zhao Jun exclaimed, this is unacceptable. Indeed, if you fail to handle this properly, it could lead to dire consequences. Yao Qiaoyun asserted. Cao Yun nodded. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Yao Qiaoyun continued, knowing is not enough. You must contemplate a solution. Cao Yun replied, you understand. Yao Qiaoyun, somewhat irately, remarked, you possess the skill to seduce women, but lack the ability to resolve conflicts? If that is the case, refrain from frivolous entanglements in the future. Zhao Jun offered a wry smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration. What was this all about? After Yao Qiaoyun finished speaking, she departed from the fire and went to sleep. Zhao Jun added some dry wood to the heating, smoked a couple of cigarettes, and pondered how to address this issue. At that moment, Lucy emerged, sitting beside Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun glanced at Lucy and sighed. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lucy replied, I can actually empathize with your predicament. Zhao Jun expressed his gratitude. I genuinely appreciate your understanding. They failed to see my perspective. In the presence of a beauty like Dualma, who is so forward, I believe any man would find it difficult to refuse. Furthermore, even in so-called civilized societies, it is not uncommon for a man to have multiple lovers. It is hardly an anomaly, Lucy stated. Your words serve as a form of consolation. Zhao Jun shook his head. Consider it consolation, but it is also the truth. You must acknowledge that given the current circumstances, it is indeed challenging to navigate. I suspect you would be reluctant to part with any of them, correct? Cao Yun shocked, murmuring, However, I must clarify, if you can persuade them to coexist amicably, that would be the ideal scenario. Yet if that proves impossible, it will be prudent for you to make some choices, Lucy suggested, reflecting the attitudes of Yun Shuang and the others, all urging Zhao Jun to make a selection. Zhao Jun remained silent, quietly tending to the fire. Lucy added, ultimately, the decision rests with you. With that, Lucy departed, leaving Zhao Jun momentarily lost in thought before he too retired for the night. The following morning, Zhao Jun resolved to seek out Qin Xiyuan. It was imperative that they engage in an open and honest discussion before the situation escalated further. Just then, Norma suddenly shouted, a warning cry that startled Zhao Jun, prompting him to rush outside. Dualma and Yao Qiaoyun were already there. Zhao Jun hurried into Norma's room, discovering that several armed individuals were outside. Zhao Jun urgently called out, everyone, prepare yourselves. Grab your weapons and get ready to fight. At this moment, one of the individuals inquired, is there anyone here? In response, Lucy replied, yes, who are you? The man shouted back, we are merely passing through. Who are you? Lucy, with a hint of caution, insisted, you should first disclose who you are. After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, we are simply travelers. Lucy peered out, observing that there were 4 of them, each wielding remarkably sophisticated weapons, with grenades strapped to their waists, which hardly suggested they were mere tourists. After hearing Lucy's words, Zhao Jun asked, how many of you are there? 5, with 1 on the boat. We 4 came to take a look. It appears you have quite a few traps here. The man responded. Zhao Jun explained, we have no choice. This is for protection against wild beasts. After conversing for a while, the 4 individuals displayed a friendly demeanor, even allowing one of them to stow away his weapon, presumably returning it to the boat. It remained unclear how large their vessel was. Su Xinxu, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, are we saved? We still do not know who they truly are, Lucy remarked. Yun Shuang suggested, they want to come in. Should we let them? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Jun decided, let them in. Since they have already relinquished their weapons, it is likely there is little danger. We shall remain cautious. The 3 individuals entered, and after a round of introductions, it was revealed that they were Americans, 1 black man named Howard and 2 white men, 1 tall, named DeLong, and a shorter one named Williams. The trio was greatly impressed by the layout of the walls and the interior, taking a tour before settling down. Zhao Jun, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, do you possess any means of contacting the outside world? How large is your boat? How many people can it accommodate? Williams replied, there is no signal here. We have phones, but they are inoperative. As for the boat, it is not very large, but it can hold 10 people. Lucy inquired eagerly, can you take some of us away from here? Howard responded, no problem, but we do not wish to leave just yet. We need a rest for a while. Zhao Jun asked, how long do you need to rest? Howard replied, at least a month. A month? Zhao Jun was taken aback. Howard continued, well, just as he was about to elaborate, Williams interjected sternly, Howard. Immediately, Howard fell silent. Zhao Jun sensed an underlying tension but could not pinpoint the source. After some contemplation, he asked, where will you be staying during this month? DeLong said, we can stay on the boat. We won't disturb you. Lucy curiously probed, why do you need to rest here for a month? DeLong chuckled as we mentioned, we are tourists. Upon discovering this place, it is only natural for us to explore it. To one's surprise, there are indeed others here. Your fortune seems rather favorable. Having survived a plane crash unscathed, and even mingling harmoniously with the indigenous people, it is quite intriguing. Zhao Jun shook his head and remarked, if luck were truly on our side, we would not have encountered a plane crash in the first place. It appears that you possess considerable capability. This cave is quite remarkable, and the walls are impressive as well. Initially, we were also perplexed as to how such structures could exist, Howard added. After a brief conversation among the three, they departed from the enclosure. As soon as they left, everyone promptly gathered together, and Qin Xiyuan joined them, as this was indeed a rather extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 139. Doubtful Identities. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, the identities of these individuals are exceedingly suspicious. They are likely not mere tourists. What kind of traveler behaves like this? Moreover, they seem to have unspoken intentions, and the notion of resting here for an entire month feels increasingly unsettling. Zhao Jun responded, it appears you share the same sentiment. Indeed, this is extraordinarily peculiar. Yun Shuang asserted, we must ascertain their true identities. Indeed, these individuals are highly suspect. In my opinion, they are probably. Lucy hesitated. Zhao Jun inquired, what do you suspect them to be? Based on their equipment and weaponry, coupled with their conversations, it is highly probable they are pirates, Lucy declared. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and Yang Xiaohua let out a sharp gasp, exclaiming, pirates? The term pirate was distant to them. Though they had heard of it, their only frame of reference was through movies and television dramas, leaving them with no real understanding of genuine pirates. Zhao Yun questioned, what leads you to believe they are pirates? Lucy explained, their weapons are extraordinarily sophisticated, far beyond what typical travelers could acquire. Furthermore, their gazes are notably fierce. I have encountered pirates before, and I recognize that kind of look. Additionally, if they were indeed travelers, they would not lack satellite phones. Yet they only use mobile phones for communication, which is highly suspect. Most critically, why would they choose to rest here for an entire month? Perhaps they are evading capture. Or maybe. Zhao Jun pressed, maybe what? Lucy replied, perhaps they have committed serious crimes and are hiding here. Upon hearing this, the women shuddered. Although their understanding of pirates was vague, the impression they held was unequivocally that of outlaws. If they were indeed pirates who had committed grave offenses, one could only imagine the potential for violence and arson. The presence of such individuals on the island, armed with superior weaponry, posed a significant threat. Lucy continued, as for the nature of their crimes, it could encompass anything: murder, arson, kidnapping. These are all within reason. Particularly kidnappings, which are a primary source of income for pirates. So it is conceivable that they may have hostages aboard their vessel. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and asked, Lucy, do you genuinely believe all this? Lucy shrugged. This is merely speculation. The specifics remain unknown to me. They may not be pirates at all, and even if they are, it does not guarantee they will act maliciously. Regardless, we must exercise caution and ideally clarify their identities. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before stating, then let us refrain from venturing outside until we have unraveled this matter. Yang Xiaohua questioned, how can we clarify this? Zhao Jun paced back and forth, declaring, I have decided to inspect their ship. Xiaohua, prepare some food and water. I shall bring it as a token of goodwill. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan, momentarily setting aside her cold war with Zhao Jun, voiced her concern. That is far too dangerous. Zhao Jun cast a glance at Qin Xiyuan, feeling a sense of comfort within. He spoke softly. It's all right. They don't seem to harbor any ill intentions for now. Moreover, they are unaware of our true capabilities. However, we possess firearms and bows, which they must recognize to some extent. Thus, they may exercise caution. Yao Qiaoyun sighed. I shall accompany you. Your grasp of English is insufficient, and I must serve as your translator. Although Zhao Jun had initially wished to embark on this venture alone, he found it difficult to refute her, for indeed, his command of English was limited. In truth, Lucy appeared more fitting for the task, yet she was evidently aware of the perils posed by pirates and dared not speak up. Of course, Yao Qiaoyun was not devoid of fear. In that fleeting moment, she had contemplated the situation thoroughly. If these individuals were not pirates, that would be ideal. However, if they indeed were, she might find a means of salvation. Yao Qiaoyun could assert her identity as their hostage. Her father would undoubtedly pay a substantial sum to these pirates, thus fulfilling their demands and ensuring her safety. Zhao Yun, oblivious to this line of thought, simply remarked, this journey may prove perilous. Yao Qiaoyun nodded in agreement. I understand. Even if it is dangerous, it is a journey worth taking. The identities of these individuals are questionable, and residing on this small island for a month without clarity would leave us in perpetual unrest. Zhao Jun sighed. That is indeed true. Let us set forth. Shuang Jia Remain within the confines of the wall and do not venture out. Should Qiaoyun and I fail to return, no one is permitted to enter. Yun Shuang nodded, understood. Zhao Jun approached Qin Xiyuan once more and said, Sister Yuan, I sincerely apologize regarding the matter of you, but my feelings for you shall remain unchanged. I hope you can comprehend my position. In truth, Qin Xiyuan had not yet moved past that hurdle, replying, We shall discuss it upon your return. Zhao Jun feigned concern. What if I do not return? Qin Xiyuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, You dare? Our issues remain unresolved. Dare not to return and see what happens. Sao Yun Xiaohua, I shall certainly return. Have no fear. His courage to proceed stemmed primarily from the fact that these individuals had shown no overt hostility, and they were oblivious to their actual strength. Logically speaking, it was unlikely they would suddenly turn violent. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun stepped beyond the wall. Zhao Jun deliberately chose not to carry any weapons, knowing they would likely be confiscated regardless. Both he and Yao Qiaoyun held provisions and fresh water. As they neared the shoreline, Howard jogged over and inquired, What are you doing? Yao Qiaoyun displayed the items in her hands, stating, We come in a spirit of goodwill, bearing food and fresh water. I understand you may not be in need, yet this is a token of our sincerity. Howard gestured for them to place the items on the ground, saying, You may leave them here. Thank you. Zhao Jun gazed upon their vessel, resembling a fishing boat, somewhat dilapidated, yet evidently equipped with a functioning engine. It was not particularly large, but it could comfortably accommodate a dozen passengers. A few individuals aboard were armed, seemingly engaged in a patrol, evoking the image of pirates. You have entered our domain. Shall you not extend an invitation for us to board and take a look? Sao Yun inquired. Howard, however, hesitated and replied, Well, at that moment, Williams approached, scrutinizing Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun with evident wariness etched across his face. Chapter 140. Return visit. Williams inquired with Howard about the situation, to which Howard responded. Williams nodded and remarked, We appreciate your kindness, but there is no need to board the vessel. It is currently under repair, and access is quite inconvenient. We shall return to visit you at a later date. Zhao Jun interjected, It has been quite some time since we last saw a ship. We merely wish to take a glimpse. Williams shook his head and replied, It is best to refrain from that. Should an accident occur, it would be most unfortunate. Seeing their insistence, Zhao Jun chose not to press further, sensing that they were concealing something from him. Well then, we shall take our leave, said Yao Qiaoyun. Williams offered no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun turned away, having only caught a glimpse of the ship's exterior, remaining oblivious to the circumstances within. Upon returning behind the walls, Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun recounted the encounter, prompting Yun Shuang to furrow her brow and remark, It sounds rather ominous. Lucy concurred, Indeed, it seems as though there are secrets aboard that ship. Zhao Jun paced thoughtfully before stating, It appears they harbor no ill intentions. We should not provoke them. Should we uncover their secrets, they may react with anger, and we cannot predict their actions. Yao Qiaoyun agreed, I share your sentiments. For now, we need not concern ourselves with their identities. As long as they do not trouble us, we shall refrain from disturbing them. Zhao Jun continued, Indeed, winter has arrived, allowing us to remain indoors and avoid contact with them. If they depart, and we ascertain that they pose no threat, those who wish to accompany them may do so. If no one chooses to leave, they could assist us in calling for help. Yao Qiaoyun cautioned, However, we must be vigilant. They appear to be all men. This revelation was significant. Regardless of whether they were pirates or travelers, their prolonged time at sea as men would likely provoke an intense interest in women, which could escalate into a perilous desire. Even Jack, despite having Lucy, succumbed to the allure of women, leading to his current predicament. These men, having drifted at sea for an extended period and encountering but 3 men amidst a group of women, could they truly resist temptation? This was a grave matter, prompting gasps from all present as they sensed impending danger. Lucy asserted, We must take this matter seriously. Everyone should keep themselves well covered and refrain from revealing any feminine traits. We must minimize our outings. Zhao Jun agreed. Yes, they may still approach us. It is best to conceal any feminine allure. As for outdoor activities, let Norman, Smo, and myself handle hunting. The other women must remain within the walls. Everyone seemed to believe there was nothing amiss. After all, everything was done for their safety. Yang Xiaohua remarked. You mentioned they would return for a visit. Shouldn't we prepare ourselves? Zhao Jun replied. There's not much to prepare. Just bundle up a bit more. And as for the food and drink when they arrive, let us not overdo it. Also, let us refrain from turning on the heating for now, lest they become too comfortable and entertain thoughts of seizing what we have. Yang Xiaohua nodded in understanding. As they conversed, a warning signal was issued by Norma. Zhao Jun hurried to the room, where he found Williams and Darren standing outside, grinning broadly with a package in tow. Darren stated, "We are truly grateful for the kindness you have shown us. So we came specifically to express our gratitude and brought some gifts in return." Zhao Jun smiled. When we are away from home, encountering friends is a blessing. There is no need for such formality. He promptly descended to open the main door, allowing Darren and Williams to enter. They bore no weapons, appearing genuinely sincere. Upon entering the cave, they placed the package on the ground and opened it, revealing 2 bottles of red wine, several packs of cigarettes, and some cakes. The women's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cakes, having not indulged in sweets for quite some time. Moreover, Darren produced a box of chocolates from his pocket, saying, "You haven't had these in ages, have you? There are dozens here. Each of you can have a few." Darren laid everything out on the ground, and Zhao Jun graciously gathered them up, handing the items to Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang for safekeeping. Zhao Jun bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so very much." Darren waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such courtesy. It is merely a matter of reciprocity." William surveyed the cave and remarked, "I didn't take a good look last time, but this place is truly splendid. It's well ventilated, sheltered from the rain, and quite warm." Zhao Jun shook his head. "It's not perfect. It does get quite cold at night." Williams pulled out a cigar and lit it, while Darren offered Zhao Jun one as well. Zhao Jun accepted without hesitation, and the 3 of them indulged in the smoke. Having never smoked a cigar before, Zhao Jun inhaled deeply, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Lucy leaned in and whispered to him, "Don't inhale. Just let it sit in your mouth before exhaling, or you'll feel faint after just a few puffs." Embarrassed, Zhao Jun rubbed his nose and replied, "I know it's just been a while since I smoked, so I was a bit careless." Darren inquired, "You've been living here for several months, haven't you?" Zhao Jun nodded. "Yes, it has been several months, though I wouldn't call it living. It's merely survival, just getting by." Williams glanced at the outer walls, as well as the bows, spears, and even firearms stored in the corners of the cave, and remarked, "It seems you are managing quite well, at least in terms of safety. Everyone has animal skins, which makes these bows and spears quite normal. But where did you acquire those firearms?" Lucy interjected, "The guns are from my supplies. During our maritime adventures, we brought along quite a stock of weapons. Even if we do not speak of weapons from wartime, they serve to intimidate the adversary, implying that our firepower is formidable and that any ill intentions should be abandoned." DeLong's gaze roamed over the women, who were tightly wrapped in layers, yet beauty remains undeniable, and he could not help but lick his lips in appreciation. Observing this, Zhao Jun remarked, "As you traverse the seas, why have you not equipped yourselves with satellite phones? The signal is inherently poor at sea. Relying solely on mobile phones seems rather impractical, does it not?" Chapter 141. Mutual probing. Williams remarked, "Well, we haven't brought any satellite phones." With this simple statement, he offered no explanation for their absence. Zhao Jun increasingly sensed something amiss. However, they appeared to be well-intentioned at present, so he could only respond, "What a pity. I wonder if, after your departure, you might be able to call for rescue on our behalf, or perhaps take a few of us with you." DeLong nodded repeatedly, affirming, "It is indeed possible to take a few people away." Yet, Williams shook his head, stating, "That might be somewhat inconvenient." "Oh." Zhao Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated a promise from one and a refusal from the other. In truth, this seemed like a trivial matter, one that typically would not be declined. Even if it were, one would generally provide an explanation, rather than the current scenario of one agreeing and the other refusing. Zhao Jun's suspicions regarding their identities only deepened. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Is there something inconvenient? We wouldn't be a burden, merely accompanying the 2 of you." DeLong smiled and replied, "We harbor doubts concerning your identities, and I have no qualms in admitting that. I worry there may be complications later." Yao Qiaoyun countered, "We hardly seem like villains, do we?" DeLong responded, "You do not appear to be bad people, but one cannot discern a person's character merely from their visage. Who knows what might transpire? Furthermore, are you truly comfortable accompanying us? Aren't you afraid we might be the villains?" Yao Qiaoyun smiled. "You don't seem like villains." That remains to be seen, DeLong chuckled. Yao Qiaoyun gazed intently into DeLong's eyes, asserting, villains do not declare themselves as such. DeLong shrugged, remarking, the world is full of uncertainties. Yao Qiaoyun inquired cautiously, will you be resting here for a month? Has the ship broken down? Williams, with an air of mystery, replied, that is classified information. However, if you choose to think so, it is not without merit. Regardless, we shall depart in a month. As for your request to take a few of you with us, I cannot acquiesce, but I can certainly assist in calling for rescue. Zhao Jun turned his head, asking, is that true? Williams nodded, saying, of course, I have no reason to deceive you. Zhao Jun grinned broadly. Indeed, there is no need for deception. After consuming some roasted meat and sipping water, Williams and DeLong took their leave. Zhao Jun instructed Yang Xiaohua to distribute the cakes and chocolates, giving each person 2 pieces of cake and 3 chocolates. While the remaining bottles of red wine were left in their previous location, the cigarettes, of course, belonged to Zhao Jun. As everyone savored the cakes and chocolates, joy filled the air. The sweetness delighted their palates, uplifting their spirits. Qin Xiyuan found her mood greatly improved, influenced both by the arrival of this group and the indulgence in sweets. Research indicates that sugary treats can indeed enhance one's mood. Thus, although she remained overshadowed by the events between Zhao Jun and Dolma, her spirits were considerably brighter. Although Yao Qiaoyun indulged in sweet delicacies, she diligently replayed the recent conversation in her mind and remarked solemnly, it appears their identities are indeed quite extraordinary. They are most likely pirates. Cao Yun inquired, what leads you to that conclusion? She responded, their so-called month of rest on this small island is, in fact, purposeful. They are keen to avoid unnecessary complications, thus treating us with a semblance of courtesy and refraining from resorting to violence. I observed their demeanor and noted that DeLong seemed intent on taking a few individuals along with him, particularly because they were women, which piqued his interest. However, Williams displayed a greater composure. He is aware that their secret must not be divulged. As for his offer to summon help for us, his sidelong glance and the slight tremor in his right cheek lead me to conclude he was merely being perfunctory. Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback and asked, how do you discern these things, Qiaoyun? She replied, it is quite simple. I have studied psychology and possess some knowledge in this domain, which allows me to perceive such nuances. Furthermore, during my university years, I engaged in business discussions, where the ability to read others is paramount. Cao Yun remarks, so your extensive dialogue with him was merely a test. Indeed, yet they are evidently seasoned players. Thus, the flaws they exhibited were minimal, primarily mere acts of pretense. Yao Qiaoyun elaborated. Zhao Jun sighed. If that is the case, our situation may indeed become quite challenging. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head, stating as it stands, I see no ill intent from them. Perhaps their current inability to divert their focus accounts for their apparent honesty. Our immediate responsibility is to remain vigilant. Yet we must not provoke them. Let us observe for now. Zhao Jun agreed. You are correct. Our best course of action is to avoid unnecessary entanglements. They are by the shore, while we are within the confines of the wall. Regardless of whether they are truly pirates or what may lie aboard their vessel, we can only hope they will depart peacefully after a month. This was merely a hopeful wish. If they truly are pirates, matters may not resolve so easily. Suddenly, the cake and chocolate in their mouths seemed less sweet. If they are indeed pirates, what could possibly be aboard their ship? Could it be hostages? Yang Xiaohua could not help but inquire. Zhao Jun shrugged. Who can say? It is best that we remain ignorant. Should we uncover their secrets, they are unlikely to let us go easily. Yun Shuang interjected, enough of this idle speculation. Let Norma keep an eye on the situation outside, while we refrain from venturing out. As they spoke, the group dispersed. Zhao Jun sat absently by the fire, his mind troubled. These individuals by the shore resembled a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in their potential to explode at any moment. The others seemed to deliberately make space for Qin Xiyuan. Retreating hastily, and Duolama, intending to converse with Zhao Jun, was also pulled away by Yun Shuang. In the cave, only Qin Xiyuan and Zhao Jun remained, seated across from each other. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiyuan approached and settled beside Zhao Jun, quietly observing him, her words lingering unspoken. Sensing her presence, Zhao Jun returned to the moment and remarked, Sister Yuan. Qin Xiyuan retorted, do not assume that I have forgiven you. Cao Yun replied, acknowledge my mistakes. However, what is done is done. There is no need for you to remain angry. If you still harbor resentment, then feel free to strike me. Qin Xiyuan sighed and said, So, you intend to remain with Dualma, correct? Acknowledging your faults, yet refusing to amend them. Is that your stance? Chapter 142. Holding a man in the palm of one's hand, Zhao Jun scratched his head and said, Sister Yuan. Enough. You need not say more. I understand your meaning, and it is quite evident. 2 women serving 1 man, is it not? Qin Xiyuan spoke candidly. Zhao Jun cleared his throat and replied, Regardless, my feelings for you shall remain unchanged. You have already acknowledged another woman, yet you still utter such words to me. Do you not find this both laughable and hypocritical? Qin Xiyuan retorted. Zhao Jun glanced outside the cave, where the women were eavesdropping with keen interest. Sister Yuan, from now on, my treatment of you will be no different than before. I shall respond to your needs at night, and I will ensure that all other areas requiring my care remain unaffected, Zhao Jun stated earnestly. Qin Xiyuan sighed and said, I have contemplated this as well. Other men in such situations might behave even more outrageously than you. However, this does not mean I can forgive you or accept this circumstance. You must be more mindful of your actions around me. At the very least, refrain from overly affectionate gestures in my presence. Zhao Jun felt a surge of joy in his heart, though he concealed it and remarked, So, does this imply your tacit approval? One could only say it is resigned acceptance. Qin Xiyuan responded coldly. Cao Yun replied, You understand. But I still hope that you and Dualma do not develop too great a rift. It would place me in a difficult position. Are you referring to my earlier exclamation about scratching Dualma's face? That was merely a moment of anger. It will not come to pass. I'm not so cruel, Qin Xiyuan asserted. Zhao Jun breathed a sigh of relief and said, That is good to hear. In any case, we must strive for harmonious coexistence. Qin Xiyuan shook her head, yet your desire for harmony is evidently unrealistic. I shall simply minimize my interactions and conversations with her. That is not something to be forced. Cao Yun replied. Qin Xiyuan stood up and said, Moreover, I have been feeling rather down these past few days, so please do not disturb me. I wish for some solitude. Understood, Cao Yun quickly replied. As Qin Xiyuan exited the cave, Zhao Jun exhaled deeply, relieved that this matter had been temporarily settled. However, the group by the seaside remained a pressing concern, and he began to consult with Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun about their next steps. Meanwhile, Qin Xiyuan seized an opportunity to enter the greenhouse, where she found Yang Xiaohua busily engaged in her tasks. Qin Xiyuan sat nearby, observing her. Yang Xiaohua felt a bit flustered, fearing that Qin Xiyuan might have learned of her connection with Zhao Jun suddenly. Qin Xiyuan said, Xiaohua, after the plane crash. We were the first to meet, were we not? Yang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, we encountered each other first, and then we met Zhao Jun and Sister Qiaoyun. Then we can consider ourselves fated. At that time, we even addressed each other as sisters, Qin Xiyuan remarked. Yang Xiaohua quickly replied, Not just then. You are still my sister now. Qin Xiyuan nodded. Do you truly regard me as your sister? Of course. Yang Xiaohua responded. You have always been my sister. When I first arrived on this small island, feeling isolated and helpless, I believed I was on the brink of death. Had I not encountered you, I doubt I would have mustered the courage to survive. From that moment onward, we have been inseparable, and your care for me has left an indelible mark on my heart. Qin Xiyuan cradled her chin in one hand and remarked, Xiaohua, as your elder sister, allow me to speak some heartfelt words. Please do not feel too much pressure. Just let me finish, all right? Yang Xiaohua replied, All right, sister, please go ahead. Qin Xiyuan continued. In truth, it is quite arduous for us women to survive on this desolate island. What do you think is the key to our survival and the quality of life we have managed to cultivate? Yang Xiaohua pondered briefly and responded, It's because of Zhao Jun, isn't it? Qin Xiyuan affirmed, Certainly, there are other factors, but Zhao Jun's presence is indeed indispensable. His practical skills are exceptional, and he considers matters thoroughly, ensuring that no one is left behind. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Xiaohua nodded, sighing, Absolutely. Qin Xiyuan then asked, What are your thoughts on such a man? Yang Xiaohua replied, He is quite a good person. If only he were not involved with Dualma, I would genuinely be happy for you, sister. Qin Xiyuan sighed and said, We have 8 or 9 women, yet only he is our man. He is susceptible to temptation, but it is not entirely his fault. Yang Xiaohua chuckled, Sister Yuan, it would be wonderful if you could come to terms with this. Qin Xiyuan stated, But what if I cannot? Moreover, I have a thought. Why don't you pursue Zhao Jun as well? Yang Xiaohua was taken aback by this statement, instinctively believing that Qin Xiyuan was aware of her feelings and was merely testing her. However, Qin Xiyuan pressed on, let us as sisters strive to secure Zhao Jun firmly. It may be difficult for me alone, but together, we can certainly achieve it. Yang Xiaohua hesitated, saying this may not be appropriate, sister, are you serious? Qin Xiyuan replied earnestly, I am indeed serious. Zhao Jun will not easily relent, and other women will certainly not agree. If he were to pursue someone else, it would be far better for the two of us to confront him together than for me to face him alone. Besides, if we both give him a good run for his money, along with Dualma, he will have little energy left to seek other women. Yang Xiaohua looked conflicted and said, I don't know how I can face you after this. Qin Xiyuan responded, it's all for survival. Better to compromise with other women than to let them have an advantage over you. We are sisters after all. In these extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. You've seen palace dramas, haven't you? If we join forces to keep the man firmly in our grasp, what is there to be ashamed of? Yang Xiaohua, still bewildered, said, Isn't this something only found in television dramas? Those women are particularly wicked. Shouldn't we refrain from emulating them? Qin Xiyuan raised her hand to her forehead, expressing her exasperation. I do not intend for you to harm anyone. I merely wish to keep Zhao Jun close at hand. I am merely using a metaphor. It is not to be interpreted as being akin to them. Yang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and replied, well, if what you say is true, I still feel somewhat embarrassed. Are we both women of captains? Furthermore, we must cooperate. It feels rather peculiar to me. Qin Xiyuan inquired, let me ask you this. If we were to remain here indefinitely, living in this manner, would you truly never desire a man? In truth, Yang Xiaohua had already been involved with Zhao Jun, and as she processed Qin Xiyuan's words in her mind, she eventually nodded and said, then I shall heed your counsel. Sister Yuan. Chapter 143. United women. Upon hearing Yang Xiaohua's words, Qin Xiyuan chuckled and remarked, now that's more like it, my dear sister. Let us agree that I will create opportunities for you and Zhao Jun to spend time alone together, and you must seize the moment. However, what I share with you today must remain a secret from Zhao Jun. Otherwise, he may perceive your intentions as ulterior, which would be unfortunate. Yang Xiaohua nodded vigorously, exclaiming, all right, I understand, and I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. With a smile, Qin Xiyuan stepped outside, contemplating, if it weren't for the fierce competition, I would hardly bother sharing Zhao Jun with you. Yet, it seems I have no choice now. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohua patted her chest, reflecting, just when I was unsure how to bring this up with Sister Yuan, it has now become a mission of sorts for me. At least I can navigate this peacefully with her, avoiding any potential conflicts. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jun, he was engrossed in discussions with Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun regarding the matters concerning the individuals by the seaside. However, their identities remained a matter of speculation, and thus, no superior solutions could be devised. They could only proceed cautiously. Fortunately, we are armed with firearms, bows, and spears, and they have noticed this. Despite the majority being women, our numbers still exceed theirs, and with the presence of indigenous individuals like Norma and Smo, the likelihood of them turning against us seems rather minimal, Yun Shuang commented. Yao Qiaoyun added, moreover, it appears they harbor some secrets aboard their vessel. As long as we do not provoke them, they seem unlikely to act rashly. Zhao Jun replied, that is indeed the best course of action, yet we must remain vigilant. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan entered, stating, these people undoubtedly pose a threat, but for now, it seems that avoiding them should not lead to any danger. Sister Qiaoyun. Sister Shuang, I apologize for the interruption. I have some matters to discuss with Zhao Jun. I hope you do not mind me borrowing him for a while. Yun Shuang immediately stood up, smiling, why would we mind? Zhao Jun is yours by right. Speak to him freely, and we shall step aside. Yao Qiaoyun followed Yun Shuang out of the cave, and Qin Xiyuan seated herself beside Zhao Jun, saying, Jun, I wish to have a word with Dolma. Zhao Jun was taken aback. Feel free to speak to me. She is merely an indigenous person, although she now understands our language. There are many things she simply does not grasp. Do you think I intend to argue with her? No, I merely wish to have a conversation, nothing more. I harbor no desire to reprimand or strike her. Besides, given the current circumstances, is it not acceptable for me to engage with her amicably and foster a good relationship? Qin Xiyuan asserted. Zhao Jun replied, you just mentioned that it was unlike you to associate with her. What was said then is irrelevant now. I have changed my mind. Is that not permissible? Qin Xiyuan playfully retorted. Zhao Jun observed that Qin Xiyuan appeared to be less perturbed, and thus he ventured, very well. I shall allow you to meet within Norma's residence, with my presence. Is that agreeable? Qin Xiyuan shook her head, responding, of course not. That is a private conversation among women. Zhao Jun, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Are you truly certain there will be no conflict between you? Qin Xiyuan replied, How could there be? I would not seek to make a fool of myself, and besides, I could never match her strength. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun conceded, All right then, we shall remain outside. Should anything arise, simply call for me. He promptly stood and conveyed this arrangement to Dolma, who appeared somewhat taken aback, asking, What does she wish to discuss with me? Zhao Jun shrugged, I cannot say, but it seems she is not here to confront you. Dolma, somewhat timid, remarked, I wonder what she will say to me. Do you think she might scold me? Zhao Jun reassured her, It seems unlikely. I will be nearby. Just summon me if needed. With that, Dolma acquiesced. Inside the room, Dolma hesitated to meet Qin Xiyuan's gaze, while Qin Xiyuan appraised her, exclaiming, I failed to notice before. But you are truly quite beautiful, with exquisite features and a remarkably proportioned figure. The darker complexion of the brown-skinned woman often rendered her less conspicuous, yet upon closer inspection, Qin Xiyuan recognized Dolma as a true beauty, her skin delicately refined and her figure strikingly appealing. Dolma, feeling bashful, replied, No, it is you who is truly beautiful. Sister Yuan. Qin Xiyuan gestured for Dolma to sit closer. After a moment's hesitation, Dolma complied. Qin Xiyuan then asked, What is it like being with Zhao Jun? Dolma responded, It's all right, I suppose. Qin Xiyuan laughed gently, Do not be anxious. I merely wish to converse and share thoughts. Dolma continued, I understand that this situation has upset you, but I have chosen him as my husband, and I will fight for him. It is our tribe's custom. So even if he is with you, I shall remain steadfast. However, I must admit, this may have caused you pain, and for that, I apologize. Qin Xiyuan waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for apologies. My purpose in seeking you today is not to elicit an apology. It is unnecessary, and you need not apologize to anyone. Dolma pressed her lips together, saying, Thank you, Sister Yuan. There is no need for thanks. I wish to ask you a question, and I would appreciate your honesty, Qin Xiyuan stated. Dolma nodded, Go ahead. Qin Xiyuan inquired, I am aware that the men in your tribe have many women, but do you consider this to be a good thing? Dolma replied, I do not see it as particularly good, yet neither do I find it inherently bad. Qin Xiyuan remarked, Sister, you are still quite young. A man's vitality is limited. With multiple women, he cannot maintain the same level of devotion or care as before. Do you not understand? Dolma shook her head, I do not understand. How many women do you think Zhao Jun should have? Dolma pondered for a moment and remarked, Ultimately, it depends on his own choices. I shouldn't harbor any other thoughts. Qin Xiyuan waved her hand dismissively and said, Sister, listen to me. A man should not have too many women. Otherwise, he becomes distracted, his affections wane, and his health deteriorates, leading to gradual emaciation, a weakened immune system, and increased susceptibility to illness. Dolma, however, chuckled and replied, That's not true. Our former chieftain had 10 wives, and he was in excellent health. Chapter 144. No going to the beach. Qin Xiyuan found herself momentarily speechless in the face of Dolma's remarks, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally saying, So, you don't mind that he has several women? Dolma replied, I don't mind. I cannot control it. Qin Xiyuan hesitated, wanted to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refraining. She had initially intended to join forces with Yang Xiaohua to persuade Zhao Jun to cease his pursuit of other women. However, it seemed that Dolma was indifferent to such matters. Knowing that Zhao Jun would inevitably inquire about Dolma, Qin Xiyuan suggested, Let us put this aside for now. You are aware of the schedule, right? Dolma nodded. From now on, you will accompany him on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, while I will be with him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Do you have any objections? Qin Xiyuan inquired. Dolma shook her head. None at all. I will follow your lead. Qin Xiyuan added, I hope we can coexist harmoniously moving forward. Let us leave it at that. With that, Qin Xiyuan departed from the room. Zhao Jun, feeling somewhat uneasy below, greeted her as she emerged and swiftly climbed up. Dolma relayed Qin Xiyuan's words to Zhao Jun, who exhaled in relief upon learning the nature of their discussion. The arrangement was acceptable to him as long as they did not stir any discord. The day passed uneventfully, and that evening, Zhao Jun lay in bed, aware that it was Tuesday. According to Qin Xiyuan's arrangement, Dolma would be accompanying him tonight. Zhao Jun felt awkward about initiating anything with Dolma, and the night passed quietly. The next morning, a sudden gunshot outside startled everyone. Zhao Jun rushed out to find Norma peering outside, seemingly unperturbed. It turned out that the gunfire was from hunters, which was a common occurrence as they too needed sustenance. Zhao Jun instructed Norma and Simo to remain vigilant. Shortly thereafter, DeLong arrived, bearing a rabbit as a gift. As the door swung open, DeLong entered and placed the rabbit on the ground, courteously stating, "We hunted this morning, and I sincerely apologize if we disturbed you." Zhao Jun replied, "Not at all. Feel free to hunt. Just exercise a bit of caution." DeLong chuckled, "Rest assured." Zhao Jun invited DeLong to share breakfast, and as DeLong savored the potato and meat dish, he exclaimed, "Delicious." While enjoying the meal, DeLong's gaze wandered towards the women present. Though he had minimal interactions, having conversed only with 3 individuals, Howard, Williams, and DeLong, he noted their distinct personalities. Howard appeared to be the most straightforward, often speaking without guile, which perhaps accounted for his limited dialogue and the lack of opportunity to inquire further. Williams, on the other hand, was evidently the most cunning, his words meticulously calculated. DeLong seemed to strike a balance, not as forthright as Howard, but more open than Williams. However, DeLong displayed a keen interest in the women, which might serve as a valuable avenue for gleaning further insights. Zhao Jun remarked, "Mr. DeLong, our situation on this desolate island has indeed been quite arduous. Although we have experienced a stroke of good fortune, it remains a deserted isle, incomparable to the vibrant society outside. Many among us yearn to depart from here as soon as possible. While you have promised to arrange for our rescue, some of us hope to leave with you sooner, perhaps within a month. Is that feasible?" DeLong chuckled. "While it is not entirely impossible, we find ourselves in a rather inconvenient position." Cao Yun insisted, "We would not be a burden. We merely seek to fill an available space for a few of us." DeLong shook his head. "Inconvenience is still inconvenience. Let us not dwell on this matter. We will arrange for your rescue." Reluctantly, Zhao Jun acquiesced, changing the subject. "You seem quite jovial traveling here." DeLong replied with a smile, "It is not solely for leisure." "Ah, let us refrain from such discussions. One must wonder, after these months. You must long for life beyond this island." Cao Yun nodded, "Certainly. It is exceedingly dull here, though we are fortunate to have sustenance to survive." Yun Shuang interjected, "Mr. DeLong, you must have been at sea for several months now?" DeLong responded, "No, we were on land until a month ago. It was a sudden necessity that brought us to the sea." Yun Shuang laughed. "Then it should not feel too burdensome, given the brevity of your time at sea. Although it has indeed been over 20 days, it can be quite monotonous. Thankfully, I have previously spent a year at sea, so this is not entirely unfamiliar. Moreover, we were fortunate enough to encounter you, especially surrounded by such lovely company. It is a rare delight." DeLong, licking his lips, said, "Indeed." Yun Shuang, with a gleam in her eye, approached DeLong. "Since you have expressed such sentiments, surely accommodating a few of us is reasonable?" DeLong, still licking his lips, replied, "From my personal perspective, taking a few individuals is certainly possible. However, we must consult our leader. Without their consent, I cannot make such a decision." Yun Shuang immediately distanced herself from DeLong, saying, "How unfortunate." DeLong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite regrettable." Zhao Jun inquired, "From where did you embark?" DeLong produced a cigarette, lighting it as he replied, "That is classified information." Zhao Jun increasingly suspected that these individuals were likely pirates, yet he found it imprudent to confront them. After all, it was best to avoid conflict, and, as they posed no immediate threat, Zhao Jun and his companions chose to remain silent. "You will be residing here for a month, then? We shall be neighbors. I hope we can foster a cordial relationship." Cao Yun invited. DeLong nodded, "Certainly, I shall visit often. Your meat soup is delightful. However, I must decline your invitation aboard our ship, as we have certain issues that cannot be resolved immediately." Zhao Jun recognized this as a pretext, but chose not to confront it, saying, "Understood, I comprehend." DeLong wiped his mouth, savoring the lingering taste of the meat, and remarked, "By the way, it would be prudent for you not to venture to the seaside for the time being. Should you require any fishing, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall assist you in the endeavor." Zhao Jun replied, "This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? How can we impose upon you?" DeLong waved his hand dismissively. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is settled then. This is also the intention of our leader. In any case, refrain from going to the seaside. We have established a perimeter around the boat, and should there be any unfortunate accidents, it would be quite regrettable." Cao Yun acknowledged. "Ah, you see. Very well then. We shall refrain from going. It may cause you some inconvenience." "Not at all, not at all," DeLong responded. After exchanging a few more words, DeLong took his leave, and once he departed, everyone gathered around. Chapter 145. The enigmatic allure of beauty, Yao Qiaoyun remarked. "Why are we forbidden to upload anything or visit the seaside? What secrets does this vessel conceal?" Zhao Jun responded, "It does indeed seem rather suspicious." Yun Shuang added, "I approached him earlier, which was somewhat reckless of me. I shouldn't have. Yet I truly wish to gauge his intentions." Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Alas, these individuals have instilled a sense of unease among us. People naturally harbor an inexplicable fear of the unknown, and it appears that we are all experiencing a similar sentiment." He took a drag from his cigarette and shook his head in resignation. As night fell and Zhao Jun prepared to retire, a figure suddenly slipped into the room. Initially, he assumed it was Qin Xiyuan, but upon glancing up, he was surprised to find it was Yang Xiaohua. Startled, Zhao Jun thought to himself that Qin Xiyuan had only recently begrudgingly accepted Dualma. If she were to discover his association with Yang Xiaohua, it would surely lead to chaos. "Did I not tell you to keep this from Sister Yuan for the time being? Surely you agree?" Zhao Jun whispered urgently. Yang Xiaohua replied, "She knows I'm here." Zhao Jun was taken aback and inquired, "Who knows? What is happening?" "Sister Yuan is aware," Yang Xiaohua stated. Zhao Jun sat up abruptly and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xiaohua explained, "She sent me here." Zhao Jun's mind raced, contemplating Qin Xiyuan's intentions. Did she send Yang Xiaohua to trap them further, thus gaining more leverage? That didn't seem right. Yang Xiaohua shyly continued, "Honestly, I didn't want to come in, but Sister Yuan insisted it was all right, so I had no choice." Zhao Jun pressed, "Did she explain why she wanted you to come in?" Yang Xiaohua replied, "She said, to create an opportunity for us to be alone together." Zhao Jun turned to Yang Xiaohua, asking, "Does she know about us?" Yang Xiaohua shook her head, clarifying, "She doesn't know, but she wants me to be with you," she said. Zhao Jun inquired, "What did she say?" Yang Xiaohua, initially advised by Qin Xiyuan to avoid full disclosure, found little need for concealment given her existing relationship with Zhao Jun. She said that rather than allowing you to fool around with other women, it would be better to include me as well, and with Dualma, that would give you 3 women, leaving you with no time to seek others. Yang Xiaohua stated candidly. Zhao Jun had harbored lingering doubts about Qin Xiyuan's motives and felt uncertain about how to proceed. However, upon hearing Yang Xiaohua's words, a light bulb went off in his mind. So that was it. He exhaled in relief. He was not particularly afraid of the situation, but rather concerned about Qin Xiyuan's potential for causing a ruckus. He had thought he would not be intimidated by her, believing he held the reins. Yet faced with the reality, he realized it would be unwise to upset her. Zhao Jun wished to ensure that his beloved was happy and not feeling wronged. Even if Qin Xiyuan may have had ulterior motives in the past, she is undoubtedly his woman, and unless she were to commit an act intolerable to Zhao Jun, he would not deny this truth. Yang Xiaohua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being brought here by Qin Xiyuan, especially in this space where several others were present, made her uneasy. After all, when Qin Xiyuan and Zhao Jun had engaged in their nighttime activities, it was quite audible to everyone. She felt awkward about initiating anything with Zhao Jun. Although Zhao Jun had relaxed somewhat, he too felt a sense of awkwardness. It was rather bizarre for Qin Xiyuan to send a woman over. "How about we just refrain from doing anything tonight? It feels a bit uncomfortable," Zhao Jun suggested. Yang Xiaohua nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "I feel the same. It truly is quite awkward, and it wouldn't be good for others to overhear either. It would make things difficult for Sister Yuan," she added. "She wants he come to check, so you can just say everything was taken care of since it has already happened." Zhao Jun replied, "Oh, can it really be done that way?" Zhao Jun chuckled, "Yes, it can. Now let us sleep." As Zhao Jun held Yang Xiaohua close, they simply lay together without further actions. However, with such intimacy, Yang Xiaohua felt both shy and prone to overthinking, and she found it impossible to fall asleep. Suddenly, she whispered, "Captain, from now on, just the 3 of us. Please don't seek anyone else." all right? Zhao Jun replied, I cannot promise that. Yang Xiaohua widened her eyes, exclaiming, are you not satisfied? If Qin Xiyuan were to inquire, Zhao Jun might disingenuously tell a lie. But before Yang Xiaohua, he had no intention of being dishonest, feeling it unnecessary. It's not that I am unsatisfied. Truthfully, with any one of you three as my girlfriend, I would be completely content, devoted wholeheartedly. Yet here, my satisfaction is unlikely, and it's not merely about my fulfillment. To be frank, the more women there are, the more invigorated a man becomes. It's instinctual. Previously, societal constraints may have kept things in check, but in this environment, even if I wish to refrain, some might still throw themselves at me. If that day ever comes, I would find it impossible to refuse. Sao Yun articulated. This rather absurd reasoning was something that both Yang Xiaohua and Dualma could accept without offense. Dualma, having grown up in a patriarchal tribe where men had multiple wives, found it all quite normal, while Yang Xiaohua had come to terms with it completely. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiaohua remarked, these words must not reach Sister Yuan, or else she will become upset. Zhao Jun nodded, thus, you must not tell her. All right, I won't say a word, Yang Xiaohua affirmed. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, even Zhao Jun's patience had its limits. Captain, if you keep this up, I might not be able to resist, Yang Xiaohua confessed. Zhao Jun, not wanting to make her feel uncomfortable, held back from advancing further. The two remained entwined for quite some time, before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Yang Xiaohua hurriedly ventured outside, while Qin Xiyuan pulled her aside and inquired, why was there not a single sound last night? Chapter 146. The fallen girl Yang Xiaohua, feeling shy, glanced around before saying, let us keep our voices down. I don't want everyone to hear us so. Qin Xiyuan, filled with skepticism, replied, but it's impossible to be completely silent, don't you think? You must have an extraordinary capacity for restraint. How could you not make a sound? In a fluster, Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, I cover my mouth. I couldn't bear to make a noise. A sense of unease washed over Qin Xiyuan as she inquired, you didn't tell him the whole truth, did you? Yang Xiaohua shook her head, stating, I merely mentioned that I was looking for a boyfriend. I didn't say it was you who sent me. He seemed a bit incredulous, but I never revealed anything further. Qin Xiyuan, though still slightly doubtful, decided to let it go, thinking perhaps Yang Xiaohua was merely shy. Yang Xiaohua hurried off to prepare dinner. At that moment, a warning call came from outside, prompting Zhao Jun to rush out. Upon entering the room, he found a disheveled woman babbling incoherently. Yao Qiaoyun approached, and, upon hearing her, exclaimed, oh, are you Korean? The woman nodded vigorously, speaking in broken Mandarin. Are you Huaxia people? Please save me. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jun opened the door, and the woman swiftly entered. Appearing to be in her 20s, with a face etched in terror and visible signs of injury. Despite her disheveled state, her innate beauty could not be concealed. Her large, expressive eyes darted about, seemingly alive yet filled with fear. While her physique remained obscured, the moment she wrapped herself in clothing, her graceful form became evident, with fair, shapely thighs on display. Zhao Ju inquired, what happened? The woman trembled as she replied, I was kidnapped. You must help me. Instantly, Zhao Jun understood that she had escaped from her captors, who were supposed to keep her aboard a vessel, though the reason for her escape remained unclear. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun, who had been observing from above the wall, declared in a low voice, they are coming. Yun Shuang, grasping the gravity of the situation, asked anxiously, what should we do? This predicament was indeed troublesome. If they handed the woman over to her captors, perhaps everything would return to normal. However, if the captors discovered they had sheltered her and offered protection, a fierce confrontation would be inevitable. Was it worth risking everyone's safety for a stranger? Zhao Jun, gazing into the woman's bright eyes, made a resolute decision. Qiaoyun, quickly take her to the hiding spot in Simo's room. Make sure she remains discreet. Though Yao Qiaoyun felt uneasy, she acquiesced to Zhao Jun's command, leading the woman to Simo's room and concealing her in the fireplace, covering her with firewood for added concealment. Two armed individuals, Williams and Darren, approached, fully equipped with grenades and submachine guns. They opened the door and began scanning their surroundings. With a beaming smile, Williams inquired, have you seen a woman? Zhao Jun, perplexed, responded, a woman? What woman? We have quite a few here. Williams shook his head, clarifying, No, I certainly do not refer to any of you. Let me put it this way. During our voyage, aside from the 6 of us, there is a young girl, the daughter of our leader. She suffers from delusions of persecution, believing that everyone is out to harm her. This morning, she ran off the ship, and we are currently searching for her. Zhao Jun remarked, I haven't seen anyone come this way. Perhaps she has wandered into the dense forest. DeLong scanned the surroundings, ventured into a cave, and emerged shaking his head. Williams furrowed his brow, stating, this is troublesome. Although this island is not vast, it is certainly not small. Finding one person may prove quite challenging. Indeed, it would be arduous. She could be anywhere, and she might encounter danger, Zhao Jun added. Williams squinted, asking, are you absolutely certain you haven't seen her? Sao Yun shrugged, replying, no. Williams continued, Mr. Zhao, though we are not intimately acquainted, we have established a reasonable rapport, haven't we? Of course. Sao Yun nodded. Williams raised his chin, declaring, however, should you choose to withhold information regarding this matter, our amicable relationship will be jeopardized. Zhao Jun, feeling a twinge of displeasure, retorted, we have not seen any girl. Are you threatening me? Williams waved his hand dismissively, stating, I'm not threatening you. I merely assert a fact. Our leader holds his daughter in high regard, and her condition is quite serious. She requires medication daily. I hope that if you happen to see her, you will inform us. Zhao Jun replied, if we see her, we will certainly return her to you. But we have not seen her. Williams pointed toward the small houses on either side, suggesting, shall we investigate inside? Certainly. Sao Yun responded nonchalantly. Williams and DeLong entered separate rooms. Williams examined Norma's quarters while DeLong ventured into Smog's. Norma's room yielded nothing of interest, and, similarly, DeLong found no clues beneath the bed in Smog's room. As he noticed a hole and was about to inspect it closely, Yun Shuang unexpectedly placed her hand on DeLong's shoulder. DeLong, having displayed quite the roguish demeanor, found himself in a predicament, prompting Yun Shuang to employ her charm. Mr. DeLong, once we locate that girl, could you speak to your leader on our behalf? We have 2 individuals wishing to leave with you, to stay with your leader's daughter and provide her with care. What do you think? Yun Shuang said softly. DeLong, his heart aflame, chuckled. That's something our leader might not readily agree to. Yun Shuang spoke in a delicate tone. Do tell me. Isn't it rather lonely and tedious for you to leave here in a month, embarking on a voyage at sea? I could assist in alleviating your solitude. This was an unabashed temptation, and DeLong felt a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting about the cave. All right, I shall share my thoughts. By the way, what is your name? He inquired. Yun Shuang replied, my name is Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang. I shall remember that. He chuckled softly. DeLong initially intended to make a move, yet Yun Shuang deftly evaded him, adding, there are others present. Chapter 147. Indeed, they are pirates. DeLong chuckled softly and said, all right, I will find a way to contact you later so we can have a good exchange. Yun Shuang patted DeLong on the shoulder and replied, sounds good. DeLong, smiling, departed and soon encountered Williams. Both returned empty-handed. Williams remarked, since there's nothing here, we must venture into the dense forest. Remember, if you happen to uncover any trace of her, we hope you will inform us promptly. Sao Yu nodded, understood. As DeLong and Williams exited, Williams inquired, DeLong, did you find anything over there? DeLong shook his head. No, there's nothing to report. It seems that young lady is not here. Williams frowned in confusion. Where could she possibly have gone? DeLong replied, anywhere really. However, since she is not here, we cannot afford to waste more time. We should hasten our search, or else the boss will become furious. Williams agreed. Let us be off. I hope we find her soon. If the boss gets angry, none of us will be able to bear it. Once DeLong and Williams were confirmed to have moved far away, Zhao Jun signaled for Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun to assist the girl out and bring her into the cave. The girl continuously expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Thank you. If I had been captured by them again, I surely would not have survived. Yang Xiaohua offered her some broth and roasted meat, which the girl devoured ravenously. Clearly famished. After she had satisfied her hunger, Zhao Jun finally asked, who are you? How did you end up in their clutches? Yang Xiaohua responded, I am Korean and have learned some Chinese since we're neighboring countries. I was originally traveling in Australia when I encountered pirates who kidnapped me and brought me here. By the way, where exactly is this place? To which Zhao Jun replied, we are not entirely certain either. He briefly recounted their experiences. The girl appeared stunned for a moment before saying, they kidnapped me and bound me, but since they are after money, they haven't harmed me so far. Oh, by the way, my name is Park Yuna, and my father is the president of Goryeo Star Entertainment Company. Park Yuna, aren't you a big star? Exclaimed Su Xinxu excitedly. Park Yuna replied, I am indeed an actress. I have released albums and starred in television dramas. But I would say I'm a big star yet. Zhao Jun, who was not particularly fond of television dramas and had little knowledge of the entertainment industry, especially regarding Goryeo, had no familiarity with Park Yuna. Su Xinxu, a woman of refinement, typically spent her leisure time indulging in Goryeo dramas, thus recognizing Park Yuna. But in her current disheveled state, she initially failed to recognize her. Su Xinxu smiled. I really enjoyed your recent drama, though I haven't finished it yet. Alas, I haven't seen the ending, but the romance in it is truly beautiful. As Park Yuna was about to speak, Zhao Jun interjected. Let's not discuss this for now, Mississippi Park Yuna. You have been abducted. What do they demand? Is it money? Indeed, they intend to extort more by making themselves untraceable to my father and the police, opting for a month of disappearance to inflate their ransom, believing this strategy affords them security. I gleaned this information through eavesdropping, Park Yuna explained. Zhao Jun responded, so that is the case. No wonder they plan to linger here for a month. It appears this is their scheme, Park Yuna continued. Initially, I presumed their motives were monetary. Hence, I believe they would refrain from harming me for the time being, remaining obediently confined to the cabin. At first, they made no moves, yet eventually, some could not resist the temptation to violate me. Although they were repeatedly halted, their leader evidently wished to avoid complications. Nonetheless, with such men glaring at me, I felt quite terrified. This morning, I noticed a lapse in their vigilance, seizing the opportunity to escape. Fortunately, I encountered you. Otherwise, I would have either been recaptured or met my demise on this desolate island. I was wholly unaware of this being an island. I thought I was still on the mainland, running in hopes of encountering someone, perhaps even the police. Yet, as you have explained, this is indeed a remote isle. Zhao Jun nodded. This is indeed an uninhabited island. Apart from us and these pirates, there is no one else. Park Yuna pleaded fervently, you must rescue me. Please help me. Zhao Jun assured, since we have allowed you in, we shall not turn a blind eye. He rose to his feet, deciding that Park Yuna should share accommodations with Qin Xiyuan in the innermost room. Qin Xiyuan expressed no objections and nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun then instructed Yang Xiaohua to boil water for Park Yuna to bathe, stepping outside himself to avoid any suspicions. Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun followed him out, with Yao Qiaoyun remarking, harboring her is not a prudent decision. Zhao Jun countered, she has been kidnapped by pirates. Ideally, we should remain uninvolved. Yet, since she has sought refuge with us, how can we ignore her plight? Yun Shuang warned, this predicament places us in peril. Zhao Jun sighed, what else can we do? Shall we simply hand her over? Do you truly believe that by surrendering her, the pirates would trust us? They will undoubtedly suspect Park Yuna has divulged everything to us, and might resort to silencing her. Yao Qiaoyun lamented, we should never have allowed her entry in the first place. Yet she is already here, Zhao Jun replied. Yun Shuang asserted, to hand her over now would be akin to pushing her into the flames. That is clearly unacceptable. Yao Qiaoyun concurred, indeed, none of us can bear that thought. For now, we must conceal her, ensuring that those men remain unaware of her presence inside. We must instruct everyone to maintain strict confidentiality. A month is a long time to hide a living person, and if they search the dense forest, they will inevitably find their way here, Yun Shuang noted. Zhao Jun encouraged, let us all remain calm and composed. Moreover, we can now ascertain that those individuals are indeed pirates. This can be considered a minor triumph. At this moment, Lucy stepped forward and inquired, do you believe what Williams and the others have stated, or do you think that Park Yuna is telling the truth? Zhao Jun replied, I had my doubts initially, but since Su Jie is acquainted with her, it is evident that Park Yuna's account holds validity. If she were merely an actress, how could she possibly be here? This is indisputable. Chapter 148. The pirate leader Lucy suddenly realized, exclaiming, I had not considered that. You are indeed correct. At that moment, with the arrival of Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua, everyone gathered. Zhao Jun urged them to keep this secret, ensuring that no one by the seaside was aware that Park Yuna was among them. Yao Qiaoyun also emphasized the importance of discretion to CMO and Nuama. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, and Su Xinxu remarked, she just washed her face. I saw clearly that she is indeed Park Yuna, a very renowned actress from Korea? Zhao Jun asserted, regardless of her identity. Since she has been kidnapped by pirates, we must rescue her. We cannot allow her to fall back into their clutches. Yao Qiaoyun agreed, saying, indeed, this matter is settled. She then exchanged a few more words with Yang Xiaohua and Qin Xiyuan, and they reached a consensus to hide Park Yuna here, ensuring that the pirates would not locate her. Although there was considerable risk involved, no one could bear to abandon her, a living soul. Su Xinxu even produced a television drama, saved on her phone, showcasing Park Yuna's performance, further confirming the authenticity of her identity. With this revelation, the urgency to rescue her intensified, and they all largely agreed on the course of action. However, it was evident that the pirates would not easily relent, and even in the absence of evidence that Park Yuna was with them, they might retaliate out of embarrassment for their failed endeavor. Zhao Jun constructed a shelter deep within the cave, camouflaging it with firewood, hay, and other miscellaneous items. At night, Park Yuna could share the space with Qin Xiyuan, but to avert any sudden visits from the pirates, they needed to be well prepared. Zhao Jun had thoughtfully devised that if Park Yuna needed to hide, it would not be in the main shelter, but rather through a secret door leading to another chamber, which would appear to be merely a storage room. After Park Yuna finished her bath, Zhao Jun was struck by her radiant presence. The essence of a superstar was unmistakable. Though he couldn't discern if she had undergone cosmetic surgery, a common secret among Korean actresses. During lunch, they all sat together, sharing food and drink, filled with curiosity and sympathy for Park Yuna's plight. Having endured fear and deprivation, she had certainly faced great hardships. Although she was not yet entirely safe, her spirits had lifted considerably. Su Xinxu inquired about her previous acting career, eventually stating, "You have truly encountered few setbacks in your life, enjoying abundant resources in your craft. Especially with your father being the head of Xinhua Film Group. It is truly unfortunate that you now find yourself in such circumstances. You must be terrified." Park Yuna replied with a bittersweet smile, "I have played roles involving kidnappings before, but looking back, I realize how superficial my portrayals were." Su Xinxu shook her head and remarked, "Although many claim that your rise to fame is solely due to your father's influence, I beg to differ. How many second-generation stars fail to achieve success? Ultimately, it is your own dedication and beauty that truly matter." Park Yuna sighed, "That may hold little significance. Had it not been for your support, I cannot fathom what my fate would have been." Zhao Jun interjected, "Your fate remains uncertain, for none of us are truly safe. Those pirates are desperate men. If they cannot find you swiftly, they will undoubtedly suspect us. Even if we maintain a facade of normalcy, their failure to locate you may incite their wrath, leading them to harm us, or, to prevent their mission from being fruitless, scrutinize our identities and make us hostages." Park Yuna, feeling embarrassed, said, "I truly apologize for the trouble I have caused you all." Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively. "You need not feel that way. If we were solely concerned with our own safety, we would not have allowed you to enter. Our primary focus now must be on how to conceal you effectively. We cannot allow them to find you. As for everything else, we can only proceed step by step." Park Yuna sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Yun Shuang then inquired, "Yuna, I have long wished to ask you this, but have not found the courage. Do you believe these individuals are capable of murder? They have kidnapped you, and while some may harbor ill intentions, they have not yet harmed you. They are indeed capable of murder. My manager was killed by them." Park Yuna recalled her manager's fate, clenching her fist involuntarily. Tao Luna widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "They killed in front of you?" Park Yuna nodded. "Yes, they are desperate men, truly capable of anything. If they find me, they might very well execute their threats." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before stating, "Pirates are inherently desperate, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Thus, we must remain vigilant." Just as they spoke, a knock echoed from outside. Zhao Jun instructed Park Yuna to hide within the concealed door of the storage room before proceeding to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found Howard and Williams standing beside a middle-aged man with curly hair and a prominent nose, exhibiting both Western and slight Asian features. The man scrutinized Zhao Jun and inquired, "Why did it take so long to open the door?" "We were dining inside and did not hear," Zhao Jun explained. Williams introduced, "This is our leader, Chamberlain. Sir, this is Mr. Zhao Jun. They're survivors of the plane crash." Chamberlain, fluent in Mandarin, said, You are indeed fortunate. Shall you not invite us in for a moment? Please, come in, Zhao Jun replied, stepping aside to allow Chamberlain to enter. Chamberlain entered the cave, inquiring about the surroundings, engaging in casual conversation. It turned out that he indeed possessed Chinese heritage, being of mixed descent, which seemed to draw the group closer together. Chamberlain asked, "There are 12 of you, correct?" Zhao Jun nodded in affirmation. Chamberlain then pointed to the unwashed dishes, remarking, "But why are there 13 sets of utensils?" Yang Xiaohua responded swiftly, "One is for my soup." Chamberlain's gaze fixed upon Yang Xiaohua, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Chapter 149. Yet to turn hostile under the piercing gaze of Chamberlain, Yang Xiaohua felt a twinge of anxiety, her eyes darting elsewhere. Suddenly, Chamberlain broke into laughter, proclaiming, "Mr. Zhao, you are indeed quite fortunate. It appears that the majority here are women. Every man must envy your position." Zhao Jun replied with a smile, "In comparison to this, I actually long for my previous life." Chamberlain nodded thoughtfully. It is quite normal to feel that way, as one becomes accustomed to the comforts of civilized society. "Mr. Zhao, you are aware that my daughter is missing, correct?" Zhao Jun nodded. "Yes, I heard Mr. Williams mention it this morning." With a sigh, Chamberlain lamented, "My daughter is not in good mental health, and I cannot bear to think of how she might survive alone on this desolate island. If anything were to happen to her, my life would lose all meaning, for she is my only child." Zhao Jun responded earnestly, "That is indeed a great tragedy. Would you like us to assist in the search?" Chamberlain replied, "No need for that. We are already looking for her. It would be unwise for you to join in, as you might inadvertently cause harm." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a stirring of doubt. The mention of inadvertent harm in a quest for a missing person seemed ominous. However, he maintained his composure and said, "Then we shall limit our outings for now. I sincerely hope you find your daughter soon." Chamberlain remarked, "Thank you for your kind wishes. I hope so too." However, as he spoke, he advanced deeper into the cave, causing a palpable tension among the others. Qiaoyun, remaining impassive, followed closely and inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss, Mr. Chamberlain?" Chamberlain continued, "We have already searched the dense forest without any sign of my daughter, which leaves me wondering if she could possibly be here with you." Qiaoyun qiaokud, "How could she be with us? If she were, I would have certainly informed you. The forest is vast. You must not have searched thoroughly. But she cannot have strayed too far." Chamberlain countered, standing in the storage room. Turning to face Zhao Jun, "May I take a look around this room?" Zhao Jun calmly nodded, "Of course, Mr. Chamberlain, please feel free." Chamberlain pushed the door open, surveying the disorganized items within. The clutter seemed to provide ample hiding spots, and he meticulously examined the area, even sifting through the hay, but found nothing of significance. Zhao Jun smiled and teased, "Do you suspect that we are harboring someone here, Mr. Chamberlain?" Chamberlain did not deny it, saying, "In fact, that possibility is not insignificant." Zhao Jun replied, "Mr. Chamberlain, I believe you are being overly cautious. We would never shelter someone of unknown origins, and even if we were to discover her, you are her father. We would have no reason not to return her to you." Chamberlain, seated upon the hay, retrieved a cigarette and prepared to light it, only to be halted by Zhao Jun, who cautioned, "Mr. Chamberlain, smoking is prohibited here. Should a fire ignite, the consequences would be dire." Chamberlain looked up at Zhao Jun with an icy demeanor and retorted, "What if I insist on smoking?" Zhao Jun could only respond, "In that case, please exercise caution." Chamberlain chuckled softly, saying, "In truth, I rather wish to set fire to this place. That way, even if my daughter is concealed, she would inevitably emerge. However, I recognize that I cannot act on such impulses. I genuinely believe you do not harbor my daughter, as there is no incentive for you to do so. Nevertheless, let me be unequivocally clear. Should you indeed be concealing her, I shall not be merciful." Chamberlain, a notorious pirate and ruthless individual, exuded an aura of menace. And even Zhao Jun felt a shiver of trepidation. Striving to maintain a natural smile, Zhao Jun replied, "We are merely survivors of a plane crash, striving for survival. There is no need to invite trouble. We have no reason to shelter someone with mental instability, especially not your daughter, who rightfully belongs with you. Would you not agree, Mr. Chamberlain? We are not troublemakers. We sincerely wish for you to find your daughter swiftly, which would be a source of joy for all." Chamberlain fixed Zhao Jun with a penetrating gaze, stating, "Remember your words. Should we find her outside, it would indeed be a cause for celebration." However, if we discover she is here and you have concealed this fact from us, rest assured, we will not be easily dealt with. Zhao Jun could only respond with a stiffened resolve. Naturally, we would not act in such a manner. As Chamberlain exited, he finally lit his cigarette, having left a sliver of restraint. Given his temperament, if he truly wished to unleash chaos, any hidden individuals would be exposed. Yet, it was evident that he was not prepared to resort to such extremes. Doing so would irreparably sever ties, regardless of whether Park Yun-ah was present. Park Yun-ah represented a significant investment for them, the result of meticulous planning, and with success nearly within grasp, an unforeseen complication had arisen, inciting frustration. However, he was a man of considerable cunning, retaining his composure, since there was no concrete evidence linking Park Yun-ah to this location. Confronting Zhao Jun and his group did not seem a prudent course of action. Although Zhao Jun and his companions appeared somewhat outmatched in weaponry, they were nonetheless armed with guns, bows, and arrows, alongside the support of local tribesmen. The walls surrounding them were not mere decoration, and Zhao Jun had intentionally allowed Chamberlain to glimpse their grenades. In a direct confrontation, even if they emerged victorious, losses were inevitable. Chamberlain, a desperate outlaw, would not recklessly gamble on uncertain outcomes. Their primary objective remained financial gain. With Park Yun-ah missing, their motives were not particularly sinister. Even in death, they would pursue their extortionate goals. Zhang Bojun was solely concerned that Park Yun-ah might escape here, potentially revealing their identities to Zhao Jun, which could lead to endless troubles. Upon returning to the ship with Williams, they were a total of 6 individuals, well armed with an abundance of firearms and grenades, fully equipped, though few in number. Their extraordinary combat prowess rendered them a formidable force not to be underestimated, particularly in the presence of Zhao Jun and his entourage. Zhang Bojun ordered his men to continue the search, determined to locate Park Yun-ah. Simultaneously, they kept a watchful eye on Zhao Jun and his group, confined to observing from a distance, unable to infiltrate. Chapter 150. Reality for Zhang Bolin. Whether Park Yun-ah was alive or dead was of little consequence. The priority was to locate her, even if it meant merely discovering her remains. The most daunting thought was the current state of uncertainty, where she had seemingly vanished without a trace. After Zhang Luan and the others departed, the heavy gates of the enclosure were shut. After a while, Park Yun-ah emerged and once more expressed her gratitude to Zhao Jun. She had indeed overheard the conversation between Zhao Jun and Zhang Bolin. Cao Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, there is no alternative but to endure. Since they refuse to let us leave, we shall remain here. It is my hope that, in their inability to find you, they will assume you have perished at sea and abandoned their search. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles could be endless. Furthermore, we must be cautious with our dining implements." The term dining implements referred to half a coconut shell, of which there were many, though only used during meals. Zhang Boluan had already begun to harbor suspicions regarding this, which illustrated his meticulous nature. To prevent Zhang Boluan from potentially setting fire to the storage room in the future, Zhao Jun carved a small hole in the wall behind the secret door, allowing Park Yun-ah to hide within. Even if a fire were to ignite outside, it would not reach her. Zhao Jun was always thoughtful and prepared for every eventuality. By nightfall, the task was completed. During dinner, Qin Xiyuan suddenly asked, "Will Yun-ah still be sleeping with me tonight?" Cao Yun replied, "We cannot construct a new dwelling at this time. Doing so would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the pirates. Moreover, there is no heating elsewhere, and you're situated deep within a cave. If the pirates were to seek an excuse to enter in the dead of night, Yun-ah could swiftly retreat to the storage room. Therefore, it is best for you both to share the space for now. Please bear with it for a while. Once they leave, we can build Yun-ah her own room, and she will no longer need to squeeze in with you." Qin Xiyuan said, "I have no objections. I just wonder if Yun-ah will be comfortable." Park Yun-ah quickly interjected, "I am grateful to have a place to sleep. I cannot think of anything else. I certainly do not have any concerns about comfort." Yun Shuang inquired, "Yun-ah, what do you think they will do if they cannot find you?" Park Yun-ah fell silent for a moment before responding, "Based on what I overheard during their discussions, along with some threats directed at me, my existence, whether alive or dead, will not hinder their attempts to extort my father. He is easily rattled and will not be able to think clearly. Naturally, it is preferable for me to remain alive, as it would induce further panic in my father. Even if I were to die, he would still be compelled to comply with their demands. Zhao Jun stated, so if they ultimately fail to locate you, it is possible they might leave and continue extorting your father without necessarily needing you. Park Yun nodded. Indeed, their strategy is that my survival is advantageous. However, if I were to die, it would not matter much. It is merely that Zhang Boluan's leader is quite meticulous and believes it is better for me to remain alive, hence the orders not to cause any disturbances. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette at the campfire and remarked, if that is indeed the case, we need not panic excessively. However, I must emphasize to everyone that our identities must remain concealed from those pirates. Let them believe we are merely ordinary civilians. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Su Xinxu and Yao Qiaoyun, both of whom hailed from affluent backgrounds. If the pirates were to discover their wealth, they might not hesitate to abduct them. Yao Qiaoyun replied, understood. Su Xinxu, slightly recoiling, inquired, are you suggesting that they might kidnap us? Lucy interjected. These pirates evidently thrive on abduction, so such a scenario is quite plausible. However, if they perceive us as common folk, we should be safe. The moment they recognize the presence of individuals with distinguished backgrounds among us, danger looms. Zhao Jun affirmed, indeed, that is my concern as well. Sister Shuang, I am aware that you have employed certain tactics regarding DeLong for various reasons, but please refrain from doing so in the future. We must minimize any interactions with them. Should any issues arise, leave everything to me. I will handle negotiations. Naturally, everyone had no objections to this. Park Yun also added, moreover, their weaponry is exceptionally formidable. During my abduction, my manager was killed by them, and even the police responded with several speedboats, yet they were all swiftly dealt with. This vessel is likely modified as well, boasting extraordinary speed and remarkable stability. Zhao Jun scratched his head and remarked, these individuals are not to be trifled with. We must remain vigilant. That night, as per their prior arrangement, Dolma accompanied Zhao Jun. This time, Zhao Jun did not hold back, and their passionate entanglement inevitably disturbed the others. Although Park Yun and Qin Xiyuan were deep within the cave, they could still hear the sounds. Qin Xiyuan sat at the edge of her bed, feeling exasperated, murmuring, this is infuriating. Park Yun, noticing her distress, felt puzzled. Although Zhao Jun and Dolma's actions made her slightly uncomfortable, she understood that romantic entanglements were a natural occurrence. Curiously, she asked Sister Yuan, what troubles you? Qin Xiyuan, in resignation, replied, I must tell you, Zhao Jun was initially with me, yet he has now become involved with another woman. Park Yun responded, that is indeed inappropriate. But under these circumstances, what can be done? Qin Xiyuan sighed, yes, thus I must accept this reality. Sigh. Park Yun then asked, so how many women does Zhao Jun have now? Including me, 3, Qin Xiyuan answered. Park Yun whispered, by that count, it isn't particularly excessive. You should try to be more accepting. After all, such situations exist even in our so-called civilized society. That's just how men are. The actresses in the South Korean film industry often find themselves in a lamentable predicament as the culture of unspoken rules proliferates. However, Park Yun, due to her distinguished background, her father being a high-ranking executive at a major food corporation, has fortunately managed to evade such inequities, though she remains no stranger to the harsh realities of the industry. Jin Xiaoyan sighed and remarked, what difference does it make if I don't adopt a more lenient perspective? I cannot escape this place. You have all been here for several months. Has no assistance arrived? I seem to recall hearing about your plane crash. Rescue operations were underway. Yet it appears that, after a few months, interest waned and no one cared any longer. Park Yun replied. Chapter 151. The banquet. Qin Xiyuan sighed helplessly. They have been unable to locate us, yet we are right here. The vastness of the ocean is truly overwhelming. I wonder if rescue will ever arrive. Park Yun replied. They will surely find us. It just may take some time. Qin Xiyuan lamented. That time seems unbearably long. After approximately an hour, the commotion from Zhao Jun and Dolma's side gradually subsided. Park Yun chuckled. That is indeed quite a lengthy wait. Qin Xiyuan teased. What's the matter? Do you wish to give it a try? Certainly not. He already has so many women, and you are among them. I shall not add to the chaos. Park Yun quickly retorted. Thus, one by one, they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Williams arrived, inviting Zhao Jun and the others aboard the ship as guests. Zhao Jun expressed the need to confer with the group, prompting Williams to depart. As they gathered in a circle, They were perplexed by the pirates' sudden invitation to board, uncertain of their true intentions, whether it was a feast or a trap. Should we accept the invitation? Yun Shuang succinctly posed the essential question. If it were indeed a trap, the danger would be immense. However, declining might arouse their suspicions, transforming a benign situation into a precarious one. After some contemplation, Zhao Jun declared, I shall go alone. Qin Xiyuan expressed concern. Is it wise for you to venture alone? What if something goes awry? We would have no time to react. I will go alone, so that if unforeseen circumstances arise, you all will be able to respond swiftly against them. If too many of us go, we could all fall into their snare. This may not necessarily be a perilous situation. Perhaps they are merely testing us, and we must remain composed, Zhao Jun reasoned. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, I, along with Noma, shall accompany you, though we will remain on the outside. Zhao Jun countered, that would be exceedingly dangerous. If they harbor ill intentions, you too would be at risk. Yao Qiaoyun replied, yet your solitary journey is fraught with danger as well. Shaking his head, Zhao Jun insisted, going alone is actually the safest option. Given their cautious nature, they are unlikely to harm me if I am the only one present. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, do you believe they might turn hostile? If so, should we not all abstain from going? I don't anticipate hostility. It is likely just a test. Nevertheless, it is wise to prepare for the worst while avoiding actions that might provoke them. Thus, I have resolved to go alone. You must remain vigilant. If all goes well, that would be ideal, but should they harbor ill intentions, you will be able to react promptly. Cao Yun explained. Yao Qiaoyun, anxious, remarked, you are our pillar of strength. If anything happens to you, we would be left leaderless, and the situation could spiral out of control. Zhao Jun sighed. There is no other option. It is inappropriate for anyone else to go. Upon reflection, Yao Qiaoyun indeed recognized the validity of this reasoning. Others might not be capable of confronting those pirates. Even if they managed to cope, they could inadvertently reveal vulnerabilities regarding the matter of Pu Yun. Zhao Jun, after a brief moment of organization, set forth alone towards the seaside, earnestly instructing everyone that in the event of his absence, none were permitted to venture out. A sense of trepidation enveloped Zhao Jun, for he was about to encounter a band of desperate rogues. Upon reaching the shore, he was greeted by Howard and DeLong. DeLong glanced behind Zhao Jun and jested. Has Mr. Zhao come alone? It is too cold for them to join me at the seaside, so I have come alone. I trust you do not mind? Cao Yun responded. DeLong chuckled. Not at all. It is simply a gathering of men drinking and chatting, which can be rather dull. A few ladies would certainly enliven the atmosphere, but since they are unable to attend, it matters not. Our leader is primarily eager to converse with you. With a smile, Zhao Jun boarded the vessel, where he noticed Williams and a bearded man brandishing firearms, regarding him intently. In a gesture of goodwill, Zhao Jun refrained from bearing arms. Yet a hint of apprehension stirred within him upon witnessing the scene. Williams introduced, this is Davis, one of our brethren. Zhao Jun greeted the bearded Davis, and, while traversing the deck, entered the cabin. Inside, a table adorned with an abundance of food awaited, appearing remarkably sumptuous. Chamberlain and another man with a distinctive mustache were seated there. Chamberlain smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, please take a seat. Zhao Jun nodded in acknowledgement and sat down. Chamberlain continued, this gentleman is my partner, Russell. Russell, this is Zhao Jun, a remarkably fortunate and capable individual. Zhao Jun replied with a smile. I cannot claim to be highly skilled. I merely consider myself fortunate. Regardless of skill or luck, it is no small feat to thrive comfortably in such circumstances. Russell chimed in, indeed. Chamberlain raised his goblet and proclaimed, to Mr. Zhao cheers. Zhao Jun lifted his glass, clinking it with Chamberlain's, taking a modest sip. Chamberlain remarked, I initially came here to enjoy a respite, yet my daughter has gone missing. Zhao Jun inquired, still not found? Chamberlain nodded. Indeed, she remains lost. What do you think she might be? Under such conditions and temperatures, her survival seems nearly impossible. It is quite peculiar. If she had perished outside, we ought to have discovered her remains, yet there is nothing. Feigning sympathy, Zhao Jun responded, Mr. Chamberlain, if she truly met her demise outdoors, it is conceivable that she may have been consumed by wild beasts. Chamberlain narrowed his eyes, asking, consumed by beasts? Zhao Jun continued, this island harbors wildlife, wolves, leopards, and others we have encountered. If she were to encounter such creatures, it is entirely plausible that her remains would be obliterated. My condolences, Mr. Chamberlain. Zhang Bojun appeared to harbor little sorrow, merely a hint of doubt, as he remarked. Even if a person were devoured by a beast, there would at least be traces of blood, yet there are none whatsoever. I firmly believe she has not fallen victim to such a creature. Zhao Jun responded. The dense forest is indeed vast. It is quite normal not to find someone immediately. Suddenly, Russell interjected. We sense that there is something amiss. It is highly probable she is with you. Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback and replied, Mr. Russell, surely you jest. If she were truly with us, we would inform you. It is impossible for us to conceal her. Chapter 152. We must conduct a thorough search, Russell remarked. Mr. Zhao, that girl exhibits signs of paranoia. Perhaps her words have led you to believe that we intend to harm her, which is why you have hidden her away. Cao Yun replied calmly. That is not the case. We have not even seen her. How can we know anything about her alleged paranoia? We are entirely unaware of her appearance. If you had not mentioned that she is Mr. Chamberlain's daughter, we would even know whether she is male or female. What do you mean by insisting that we are hiding her? Chamberlain chuckled and said, No, we did not assert that you are certainly hiding her. We merely harbor suspicions. After all, this island is not particularly large, and with such a living person, who is neither seen alive nor found dead, it is indeed rather peculiar. Zhao Jun responded coldly. You have visited our cave multiple times. We have not said much, as finding her is paramount, and we understand your actions. However, your persistent suspicions are not only unhelpful in your search, but also diminish our goodwill towards you. Russell stated, We are merely tourists here, and you find yourself stranded. Any goodwill is inconsequential. Zhao Jun fixed his gaze on Russell and asked, What do you mean, Mr. Russell? Russell replied, My meaning is quite clear. There is no need for us to curry favor with one another. Zhao Jun smirked and said, Indeed, you are correct. There is no need for us to flatter each other. We are trapped here, while you are free to come and go. In a month, you shall depart. But we cannot be certain of our own timelines. Your weaponry is impressively advanced, yet we are certainly not defenseless. Chamberlain interjected, All right. Why must we discuss such matters? Are we on the verge of war? Russell scoffed. If they truly have hidden that girl, then war is inevitable. Chamberlain shook his head and waved his hand. It is premature to speak thus. I believe Mr. Zhao and his companions truly have not encountered my daughter, correct, Mr. Zhao? Indeed, we have not. Mr. Russell's baseless accusations are disheartening, Zhao Jun said, steeling himself. Russell nonchalantly replied, You are indeed the most suspicious individuals at present. We cannot help but harbor doubts about you. Of course, if you are innocent, that would be best. However, should we discover that you are indeed concealing that girl, we would be quite close to conflict. Zhao Jun stood up and declared, First and foremost, we have not seen the girl you speak of. Secondly, if you intend to seize this opportunity to unjustly accuse us or even to attack, we will not back down. The tactics employed by the nation of Fusang against Huaxia were merely a pretext. Zhao Jun's reference may elude Russell, but Chamberlain, with his half-Huaxia heritage, was well aware. Chamberlain smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, likening me to Fusang is rather unflattering. I take great exception to it. Zhao Jun hastily remarked, I did not intend to offend. However, Mr. Russell's words are rather irksome. I find myself quite displeased. Given that there is no trust between us, I see no reason to remain here any longer. As Zhao Jun spoke, he attempted to leave, yet was restrained by Chamberlain, who firmly returned him to his seat. Chamberlain's strength was considerable, rendering Zhao Jun powerless to resist. Initially inclined to peruse the matter further, Zhao Jun noticed Chamberlain's beaming smile, which seemed devoid of malice. Whether genuine or feigned, he chose not to retaliate against the smiling face. Moreover, Zhao Jun had no desire to sever ties completely unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Jun stated, Conversations must be founded on mutual trust. Without it, there is no point in continuing our dialogue. Chamberlain nodded in agreement, saying, You are correct. Russell is simply anxious, which is inappropriate. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. He raised his glass once more, prompting Zhao Jun to partake in another drink. Sitting opposite Zhao Jun, Chamberlain smiled and remarked, Now that the situation has unfolded, and with the individual untraceable, we must certainly devise a solution. Zhao Jun responded, This matter originally had no bearing on me. However, since fate has brought us together, we may assist you in the search. We previously expressed our willingness to help, yet you mentioned concerns about potential mishaps. Thus we refrained from joining the search. Chamberlain replied, We will search the dense forest, but it is not necessarily beneficial to have too many people involved. What I mean is, we wish to conduct a thorough search of your area. Zhao Jun expressed his dissatisfaction. Ultimately, you still do not trust us. Chamberlain shook his head. It is not a matter of distrust. I would prefer to place my trust in you. However, with so many individuals present and the vastness of the area, who is to say someone has not hidden her away? You understand my reasoning, do you not? Zhao Jun inquired. Do you insist on entering for inspection? Chamberlain replied. A comprehensive examination is required. No area should be overlooked. Zhao Jun realized that refusal would lead to suspicion, yet compliance would leave Park Yun and nowhere to hide, inevitably leading to disaster, as these individuals would undoubtedly resort to silencing her. Cao Yun cautioned. You would not genuinely use this as an excuse to launch an assault against us, would you? Chamberlain reassured him. I comprehend your concerns, but we truly have no such intention. Moreover, we can limit the search to just 2 individuals. The rest shall remain aboard the ship. These 2 will possess the authority to inspect any location. Surely, you do not believe that 2 individuals could overpower you? Zhao Jun remained somewhat hesitant, prompting Russell to interject. If you genuinely have no one concealed, why fear a thorough search? Zhao Jun rolled his eyes and retorted. You initially declared an intention to attack us. Should we not harbor suspicions regarding this matter? Chamberlain nodded in understanding. I see your point, yet my suggestion is still a sound approach, is it not? Zhao Jun stood up once more and said, Certainly, but our group consists predominantly of women, and it may not be entirely convenient for many of them. I must inform them first. As Zhao Jun spoke, he began to leave, yet Chamberlain once again detained him, saying, Hold on, let us first partake in this meal, and then you may return to discuss it with them, if that is agreeable. With no other choice, Zhao Jun complied and sat down to dine with the 2 of them. Chapter 153. The test at this moment, while Zhao Jun was engaged in negotiations. Williams and Darren had arrived at the perimeter, seeking to gain entry from Yao Qiaoyun and her companions. Upon seeing the 2 men, Yao Qiaoyun was resolute, declaring, We shall wait for Zhao Jun's return. I will not open the door without him. Williams insisted. Zhao Jun has fully confessed. Hand over the girl at once. Zhao Jun is in our custody, and if you surrender the girl, we will release him. This proclamation left everyone stunned. Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua gasped, only to be restrained by Yun Shuang, who whispered, Do not fall for their tricks. Yao Qiaoyun, a seasoned figure in the business world, maintained her composure and replied, What girl are you referring to? We do not comprehend your words. Williams raised his voice. Zhao Jun has divulged everything. If you release that girl, Zhao Jun will return. Otherwise, Yao Qiaoyun remained unflappable. Do not play games with me. We do not understand what you mean by girl. You are crossing a line. Have you detained Zhao Jun against his will? Williams chuckled menacingly. At this point, there is no need for pretense. Hand her over, or Zhao Jun may find himself in peril. Furious, Yao Qiaoyun retorted, Who knows what you're talking about? Release Zhao Jun immediately, or we shall not be so accommodating. With a sly grin, Williams responded, Oh, you won't be accommodating? What does that entail? We have no intention of harming Zhao Jun. It is merely a matter of a trade. Besides, that girl is not connected to you. Would you rather protect her than ensure Zhao Jun's safety? Moreover, she is the daughter of our leader. We would never harm her. She merely suffers from paranoia. Why go to such lengths? Yao Qiaoyun shook her head defiantly. I do not grasp your meaning. We know nothing of any girl. Determined, Yao Qiaoyun steadfastly denied the existence of any girl, saying no more. Williams and Darren exchanged glances. Have you truly never seen this girl? Darren inquired. Of course not. You are utterly nonsensical. Where is Zhao Jun? Bring him back at once. Yao Qiaoyun demanded. Williams chuckled. So this is merely a misunderstanding? Zhao Jun is perfectly fine, enjoying drinks with our leader. Open the door and let us in. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head firmly. Until we see Zhao Jun, we shall not open the door. Darren interjected. We mean no harm. Those words were merely a misunderstanding. At this juncture, Yao Qiaoyun surmised that Darren and Williams were indeed testing them, attempting to extract the truth through this ruse. Yet, Yao Qiaoyun held her ground, successfully passing their trial. At this moment, Yao Qiaoyun certainly could not open the door. Not to mention that Park Yuna was inside. Even if she were not, she could not open the door in the absence of Zhao Jun, which was something Zhao Jun had persistently advised after leaving. No one knew what actions they might take upon entering. Yao Qiaoyun stated, Even if you harbor no ill intentions, I will not open the door until Zhao Jun returns. DeLong replied, we have no ulterior motives for entering. We merely wish to converse with you. Yao Qiaoyun coldly responded, spare me your words. Zhao Jun is outside, and according to what you just said, he may still be held against his will by you. Huh, at this moment. Who knows what you might do if I let you in? Please leave. Let Zhao Jun return quickly. Once he is back, we shall decide whether to allow you inside or not. DeLong hesitated, smiled faintly, and finally said, very well, we shall take our leave. Williams and DeLong left in silence, their objectives clearly unfulfilled, leaving them somewhat discontented. Once they had distanced themselves, Qin Xiyuan anxiously exclaimed, have they truly taken Zhao Jun captive? And has Zhao Jun revealed anything about Park Yuna? Yun Shuang shook her head, saying impossible. You're too anxious. Xiaoyan handled the situation well just now. They have no evidence against us. They cannot possibly admit to anything. Qin Xiyuan pondered carefully and nodded right. We absolutely cannot disclose that information, but Zhao Jun won't be in any danger, will he? I doubt it will amount to anything serious. These two merely attempted to deceive us and have returned empty-handed. It seems they have not completely severed ties with us yet. We shall wait here. No one is to open the door unless Zhao Jun returns. Yao Qiaoyun asserted. Yang Xiaohua interjected. What if they refuse to let Zhao Jun come back? Lucy added, these individuals are akin to pirates, unpredictable in their actions. If they truly do not allow Zhao Jun to return, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Su Xinxu sighed, indeed, what are we to do now? However, Yao Qiaoyun remained remarkably composed, stating, there is no need to panic. We are armed with guns, bows, and spears. These weapons are not mere decorations, and everyone knows how to use them. Moreover, Norma and Smo are quite formidable. If it comes to a confrontation, we have this wall as a barrier. It will not be easy for them to breach. Yun Shuang reassured, yes, we only need to await news from Zhao Jun, currently unable to contact Zhao Jun. Yun Shuang and the others were also in a state of anxious anticipation. In truth, Zhao Jun was equally restless, detained by Chamberlain and Russell. Unaware of the circumstances beyond the wall, Zhao Jun had consumed a fair amount of alcohol when Howard entered, whispering a few words into Chamberlain's ear before departing. Chamberlain then stood up and said, Russell, please keep Mr. Zhao company while I step out for a moment. As Zhao Jun sliced into a steak, he watched Chamberlain exit and remarked, Mr. Russell, your invitation for me today was not solely for drinking, was it? Of course. It was also to test whether he possessed any knowledge regarding Chamberlain's daughter, but indeed, it proved difficult to discern anything. Russell spoke candidly. Zhao Jun spread his hands and said, I am at a loss as to how to convince you. Russell proposed, let us enter with 2 individuals and conduct a thorough search of your premises. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. That is acceptable, but I must first inform those inside. Russell smirked. You may inform them, but we have also decided that the timing of our entry will be unpredictable. Perhaps in the morning, possibly at noon, or even in the dead of night. In the dead of night? Zhao Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 154. Excuse Russell inquired, what? These individuals are not overly demanding. They have allowed Zhao Jun to return first. However, if the timing remains uncertain, it could pose a problem, as we must devise a means to conceal Park Yuna. In truth, Zhao Jun had not yet decided on a suitable hiding place. Under such circumstances, it was indeed challenging for them. At midnight, everyone will be asleep, which may complicate matters, Zhao Jun remarked. Russell shrugged. The situation is exceptional, thus there is little we can do. Whether you agree or not, you must comply. Zhao Jun felt a wave of displeasure and regarded Russell in silence. After Zhang Bo Lun exited, he encountered Williams and Darren, to whom he recounted the earlier events. Furrowing his brow as he spoke, could it be that they genuinely remain unaware? Darren nodded. It seems so. However, Williams shook his head. That is uncertain. Perhaps the woman possesses a strong mental fortitude? Zhang Bo Lun replied. Indeed, that is a possibility. Boss, should we return Zhao Jun to them? Darren queried. Zhang Bo Lun affirmed. Yes, we shall return him. Meanwhile, we are negotiating with him and preparing to search at any moment. Causing such a commotion and then returning Zhao Jun might displease them, hindering our search, Williams observed. His statement held merit. They had initially used Zhao Jun's abduction as a pretext to lure Yun Shuang to open the door, yet she ultimately refrained. And should Zhao Jun return and learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Zhang Bo Lun chuckled coldly. Isn't that even better? I was just pondering how to assault them. Should they refuse, we will attack. What does a wall matter? A few grenades will suffice. Williams cautioned. They are numerous and armed. I have assessed their weaponry. It is hardly formidable. Most firearms are outdated, and their bows and arrows are mere antiquities. Can they truly contend with our submachine guns? Jean Bolun scoffed. Pirates are renowned for their valor. Williams exclaimed eagerly. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be splendid. We have been stifled for days, engaging them with pleasantries. It is exceedingly tedious. They have many women. If we were to acquire a few, our month would be far less dull. Zhang Bowen retorted coldly. At this juncture, do not dwell on women. We must swiftly devise a plan to locate Park Yuna. Our objective cannot be so easily forfeited. This expedition cannot be in vain. Darren interjected, Boss, they are all survivors of a plane crash. Do you think any of them might come from affluent families? Many wealthy individuals in Huaxia conduct business with our associates. We have yet to seize this opportunity. Could this not be our chance? Zhang Bo Luan considered. I have contemplated this matter, yet our primary focus remains on Park Yuna. As for the rest, we shall address that once we capture them. If any of them possess considerable standing, they shall remain. If not, we shall entertain ourselves and dispose of them at sea upon our departure. The pirates can indeed be described as ruthless, and they are currently contemplating how to deal with Yun Shuang and the women like Yao Qiaoyun. DeLong remarked, Boss, do you think that the wretched Park Yuna is within the walls? Chamberlain shook his head, stating, It is difficult to ascertain. However, the fact that there is no sight of her, alive or dead, raises the possibility. Regardless of her presence, our objective remains to capture Zhao Jun and his companions. The plan is set. We will send 2 of our men to infiltrate at midnight and search the premises. If they find her, they will extract her. If not, we shall place timed explosives in strategic locations, ready for a full-scale assault. Of course, should we find her, we can still opt to plant explosives. Williams interjected, so, irrespective of her presence, we will attack them? Chamberlain nodded affirmatively. Exactly. DeLong inquired. What if Zhao Jun refuses to open the door upon his return? Chamberlain responded coldly. Then we shall take grenades and submachine guns and confront them directly. Chamberlain's strategy was meticulous. In truth, Zhao Jun's earlier concerns were quite valid. This band of brigands indeed sought to seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Jun and his companions entirely. No matter Zhao Jun's choices or whether they locate anyone, their actions would proceed. Furthermore, the bandits were eager to ascertain the identities of Zhao Jun and his associates. Those from affluent backgrounds who could pay would become hostages, while those from less fortunate circumstances would simply be discarded into the sea. The notion of leaving empty-handed was foreign to these pirates, who fully embodied their unscrupulous nature. Zhao Jun was conversing with Russell when Chamberlain returned and took a seat opposite him. After finishing a piece of steak, Zhao Jun said, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and inform them about your intention to search. Chamberlain smiled. Why not have a little more? We have Italian pasta. Zhao Jun realized it had been quite some time since he had indulged in pasta, so he began to eat again. Chamberlain inquired, Mr. Zhao, have you agreed to our proposal? Zhao Jun sighed. Your ability to enter at any time truly poses a dilemma. Chamberlain chuckled. Your premises are spacious, and there are many of you. If we were to inform you of our timing, you might have already concealed your people. Our request is quite reasonable. It may cause you some inconvenience, but I assure you, such searches will occur no more than twice. Zhao Jun, feeling helpless, replied, Do I have a better choice? Chamberlain remarked, It seems Mr. Zhao has acquiesced. Splendid. Finish your pasta, and then you may leave. Zhao Jun devoured his meal and soon finished, wiping his mouth and stating, I am done. Russell added, Mr. Zhao, we hope we do not find that girl among you. Otherwise, our discussions may become quite challenging. If you know her whereabouts, it would be best to surrender her now, allowing us to overlook past grievances and maintain face for all parties involved. Zhao Jun shook his head, expressing his confusion. I remain utterly perplexed. I have never laid eyes on the young girl you mentioned. How could I possibly hand her over to you? Russell replied coldly. I hope you are speaking the truth. Zhao Jun nodded at Zhang Buin and proceeded to the deck, where he observed others brandishing firearms and moving about restlessly. He disembarked, glancing back every few steps as he approached the wall. Upon reaching the base of the wall, Yun Shuang noticed him from a distance and, seeing that no one followed, opened the gate. Chapter 155, Concealment. Upon entering, the door closed behind Zhao Jun. At that moment, Yun Shuang noticed that Williams and Darren, wrapped in blankets and armed, were seated nearby, smoking. Zhao Jun immediately declared, Norma and Smo are keeping watch here. Everyone else gather around. They all encircled the fire pit within the cave, their gazes fixed on Zhao Jun. He continued, we must swiftly find a place to see where Park Yun-ah might be hiding. Startled, Park Yun-ah inquired, what is happening? Yao Qiaoyun echoed, indeed, what has transpired? Isn't there a safe place to conceal ourselves? Zhao Jun replied, that location may no longer be secure. They are planning to send 2 individuals to search at any moment. Yun Shuang interjected, did you agree to let them search? Zhao Jun offered a wry smile. Under the circumstances, if I had refused, they would have been convinced that people were present here. I had no choice. Park Yun-ah remarked, I believe the secret door is still relatively safe, albeit a bit chilly inside. Zhao Jun asked, if you were to remain inside for 3 days, do you think you could manage? Everything would be contained within. Park Yun-ah hesitated. Though a star and an actress, she had grown up accustomed to comfort. As her father was a CEO at a major entertainment group, the thought of enduring such confinement and attending to her needs in a cramped space was indeed daunting. Zhao Jun suggested, we could let you out periodically, once every 8 hours. What do you think? We will provide you with several rabbit skins, a leopard skin, and an antelope skin. It should suffice to keep you warm. Park Yun-ah questioned, is that absolutely necessary? We should place some items atop the secret door to deter suspicion during their search, Zhao Jun advised. With a determined expression, Park Yun-ah replied, I'm willing to do so, even if it means being confined for 12 hours at a time. I can endure it for as long as 30 days if necessary. The thought of survival made such sacrifices seem trivial, though the reality of the situation was undeniably challenging. We will supply you with water and food. Once this ordeal passes, you will be free. You will just need to endure for a few days, Zhao Jun reassured her. Park Yun-ah offered a rueful smile, for the sake of survival. This is indeed a small price to pay. Zhao Jun promptly prepared some jerky and a bucket of water, placing them inside the secret door, along with an empty bucket for her needs, ensuring that the space, though limited, allowed for some comfort. The air will circulate here, so it should remain tolerable. However, to be safe, we must keep noise to a minimum, as it may alert the 2 who are monitoring, Zhao Jun cautioned. Park Yun-ah asked, do I have to go in now? Zhao Jun nodded yes. With no other recourse, Park Yun-ah retreated inside, stating, let me out for fresh air every 12 hours. Zhao Jun assured her, do not worry, I will close the door now. Park Yun-ah nodded as Zhao Jun closed the hidden door, scattering a handful of sand upon it before placing dry twigs on top. After layering a few bundles of dry vegetables, he added some hay, sprinkling sand with each layer to obscure fresh imprints, creating the illusion of long-standing clutter. Outside, various other items were piled high, filling the storage room to the brim. Zhao Jun clapped his hands together, shutting the door firmly, and advised everyone, you must all act as normally as possible. Do not glance this way too frequently, especially when someone comes to search. This situation is exceedingly grave. If they discover her, none of us will survive. Qin Xiyuan expressed her concerns. Is it truly that serious? Indeed, this is no jest. They are ruthless bandits who kill without hesitation. If they fail to find her, we may be fortunate, but if they do, it is certain we will meet our end. Zhao Jun replied sternly. Qin Xiyuan stuck out her tongue in fear, exclaiming, how terrifying. Yun Shuang tugged at Zhao Jun's sleeve, and he looked at her curiously. Come here for a moment. I need to speak with Qiaoyun, she said. Zhao Jun nodded and instructed the others. Carry on with your tasks, as usual, and maintain a natural demeanor. Zhao Jun followed Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun outside, while the others busied themselves. Zhao Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired, what is it? This matter concerns us both, Yun Shuang began. We believe that whether they find Park Yun-ah or not, it could be extremely detrimental to us. Yao Qiaoyun added, yes, we suspect they may be using this as an excuse. When you boarded the ship, they sent someone to test us, attempting to lure us into opening the door by claiming you were under their control and demanding we hand over Yun-ah. At that moment, we remained calm and firmly insisted we had not seen any little girl. Zhao Jun sought further details about that encounter, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth. You present a valid point. Although only 2 of them entered, the unpredictability of their timing poses a threat. Furthermore, the walls are vulnerable. 2 grenades could easily create a significant breach. Given the disparity in our weaponry, if they truly intended to assault us, we would have little chance of defense, likely resulting in a one-sided massacre. Indeed, Yun Shuang concurred. This is precisely our concern. Moreover, even if they do not resort to killing, falling into the clutches of these pirates would surely not bode well for us. Should any identities be compromised, it could easily escalate into a hostage situation. Yao Qiaoyun remarked. What Yao Qiaoyun implied was her own precarious position. Her identity was notably unique, even more so than Su Xinxu's. And if the pirates were to uncover it, her fate would mirror that of Park Yuna, relegated to a hostage, a mere tool for ransom. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before stating, if we do not allow them entry, we may be met with a direct assault. If we are attacked outright, do you think we can withstand it? Yun Shuang questioned. Zhao Jun reflected for a moment. Given their weaponry, this wall truly seemed inadequate. A few grenades could easily dismantle it. Furthermore, it appeared that they possessed a considerable stock of grenades, with nearly every individual carrying several. Being pirates by nature, it was entirely plausible that they might even have their own arsenal, making the presence of explosives unsurprising. Thus far, no rocket launchers have been observed, but should they exist, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility, leaving them with no means of defense. Preparation Zhao Yun site. I fear we may not be able to withstand them at all. Yao Qiaoyun replied anxiously. What should we do then? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved her. Zhao Jun responded calmly. Do not rush. In truth, whether we save her or not, they would likely proceed with their plans regardless. Thus, you need not blame her for this predicament. Yao Qiaoyun, usually composed and contemplative, felt the gravity of the situation weigh heavily upon her, leading to her agitation. Deep down, however, she understood the pirates' true intentions. They were indeed searching for Park Yune, but they would exploit this pretense. Their primary objective was likely to launch an attack against them. I am aware, yet I cannot help but feel a sense of urgency and unease, Yao Qiaoyun confessed. Zhao Jun urged her, Qiaoyun, you must remain calm. Among us, only you and Sister Shuang can bear the weight of this responsibility. Yao Qiaoyun nodded, affirming, I understand. Zhao Jun continued, if they insist on entering to search, let them. You and Sister Shuang should retreat to the elevated quarters of Norma and Simo, armed with guns and ammunition. I will ignite bonfires inside and outside the walls, illuminating the night, so that even if they attempt mischief, they will have little opportunity. Yun Shuang interjected, but what if they suddenly turn hostile inside? How shall we respond? Your task is to prevent those outside from attacking us. As for the two intruders, I, along with Yang Xiaohua and Lucy, will keep a vigilant watch over them. Should they show any signs of trouble, we will restrain them. Remember, if they do launch an assault, you must hold your ground for a while. If the situation deteriorates, retreat. We have two hostages and the narrow entrance of the cave, allowing us to defend for a considerable time. Zhao Jun instructed. Yao Qiaoyun remarked. But this leaves us with no retreat. Zhao Jun shook his head. This is unavoidable. We have no alternatives. Yun Shuang conceded. Indeed, we find ourselves with no escape. It seems our luck has run thin, encountering pirates. Those reckless rogues who live on the edge are not to be trifled with. Yao Qiaoyun pleaded, Sister Shuang, I ask one thing of you. Yun Shuang inquired, what is it? If we reach a point of no return, and capture seems inevitable, shoot me, please. In my life. If it comes to that, Yao Qiaoyun implored. Zhao Jun was taken aback by her words, but quickly grasped her intent. She wished to avoid falling into the hands of the pirates, knowing well the unknown horrors they might inflict. Yun Shuang was momentarily stunned, but clearly understood Yao Qiaoyun's sentiment and nodded. Very well. Rest assured, I shall comply. Yao Qiaoyun expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Zhao Yun insashiktel. We have not yet reached such dire straits. Perhaps they will fail to locate her and abandon their pursuit. As long as we live, we can defeat them. Yun Shuang questioned, do you truly believe we can triumph over them? Zhao Jun pursed his lips and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we must make an effort. We cannot simply resign ourselves to fate. Moreover, we do possess explosives. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, our explosives must be utilized judiciously, I presume? The bamboo tube explosives are indeed significantly less potent. If not employed wisely, they may prove to be of little consequence. Zhao Jun responded, I shall ponder this matter thoroughly. Since we are preparing for battle, it is imperative to inform everyone. Yun Shuang's private conversation with me was partly to avoid inciting panic. Thus, the manner in which we communicate this is crucial. Zhao Jun assembled everyone and stated, "Though I do not wish to alarm you, our situation may be perilous. However, there is no need for undue concern. They number only 6, while we are twice their number. If we unite in our efforts, we shall encounter no significant issues." Yang Xiaohua asked, "Are they planning to attack us?" To which Zhao Jun replied, "That remains uncertain, but we must take precautions. Therefore, I urge everyone to remain vigilant." Qin Xiyuan queried, "If they do strike, is it because of Park Yun? Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, "From my interactions with them on the ship, coupled with their attempts to deceive you, and various corroborating factors, I have discerned a troubling possibility. They may use this as a pretext to assault us." Zhao Jun articulated this for 2 reasons. To diminish Park Yun's influence on the situation, lest some harbor discontent towards her, and to heighten the group's alertness. Qin Xiyuan asked, "Can we ascertain that they will indeed attack us?" Zhao Jun replied, "I am not entirely certain, but there are indications suggesting such. We cannot afford to be negligent." Lucy then inquired, "What are your plans?" Zhao Jun reiterated the strategy he had previously discussed with Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun. Lucy responded, "They are all desperate individuals. Pursuing this course will surely lead to our demise." Zhao Jun countered, "Lucy, do you possess a better alternative?" She replied, "I have no superior plan, but I am acutely aware that this approach is untenable." Once a self-reliant woman, Lucy had become increasingly reticent and less inclined to strategize since encountering the pirates, an incongruity with her usual character. Deep within, she harbored an intense fear of these marauders, perceiving them as formidable adversaries that one could not afford to confront, which rendered her seemingly timid. Zhao Jun observed, "Lucy, I suspect your fear is influencing your demeanor. This is not your true self." Lucy shrugged and remarked, "You need only look at their weaponry. They are undaunted by death, and should we engage them, I truly have little hope for our survival." Zhao Jun lamented, "I recognize the substantial risk involved, yet we have no other recourse. Does anyone have any thoughts? Let's brainstorm together. In such an environment, what recourse is there when confronted by bandits?" Ultimately, one must resort to Zhao Jun's methods. He began to strategically position the bamboo tube explosives around the courtyard, placing a considerable number of them. However, their efficacy remains uncertain. After all, these explosives pale in comparison to grenades, of which they possess only 2. Zhao Jun felt a tinge of frustration, yet he could not allow his emotions to surface. Chapter 157. Taking the initiative after Zhao Jun meticulously arranged the bamboo tube explosives, he found himself lost in thought, staring at the surrounding walls. A timid voice broke the silence. "Captain, do you think we can escape this perilous situation?" Turning to see, it was Su Ruoyu, a girl known for her timid disposition. Zhao Jun almost forgot about her presence. "Fear not. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety," Zhao Jun reassured her. "But what if you—" Su Ruoyu's words trailed off, but her meaning was clear. "What if something happened to you?" Zhao Jun couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, replying, "If it comes to that, I would have no choice but to forge ahead for your sake." Confused, Su Ruoyu asked, "Forge ahead? To where?" "To the road of the underworld. Sao Yun Yistil." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoyu smiled. Her spirits lifted considerably. "Captain, you still find time to joke." With a serious demeanor, Zhao Jun stated, "During this time, we must eat and drink well. When the moment arrives, we'll confront it head-on. Fear solves nothing. From the plane crash to encounters with wolves and leopards, and the challenges posed by Fong Sitong and Jack, surviving thus far has been a victory. What more is there to fear? Captain, you speak wisely, yet I cannot shake this anxiety. I've heard that falling into the hands of pirates is a fate worse than death. Su Zui Goen Fet, Ruoyu, we've endured so much together. Do you trust me?" Sao Yun asked. "Su Zui not that, Ao Set Stili." "Of course, I trust you implicitly. Rest assured, we will look after you. Just focus on your own safety when the time comes." "Leave the rest to us," Zhao Jun said. Su Ruoyu pressed her lips together and replied, "I understand." Zhao Jun nodded at her before returning to his tasks. After a while, Su Ruoyu retreated into the cave, feeling the chill of the outside air. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua approached to lend assistance. Sao Yun smiled at her, and she inquired, "Captain, do you think we can weather this storm? I feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, and my heart is unsettled. It feels like this time we are doomed. Do not entertain such thoughts. Fortune favors the brave." Since fate spared us during the plane crash, it will not allow us to perish at the hands of pirates. Sao Yun is certain. That may not be certain. Yang Xiaohua replied. Once Zhao Jun secured the explosives, he dug additional traps, relocating some of the fitness equipment to enhance their defenses. After Zhao Jun completed all these tasks, he sat down to rest, took a puff from a cigarette, and said, Xiaohua, I comprehend your sentiments. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Furthermore, do not succumb to despair. One must possess confidence in all endeavors. Otherwise, before the enemy even strikes, one may falter. Those pirates are merely human, not malevolent spirits. They can indeed be dealt with. Bullets can pierce them, arrows can strike them, and explosives can obliterate them. They, too, are mortal. Besides, they are merely 6 in number, while we are numerous. Moreover, do you think Norma and Simo are mere bystanders? Your mindset must be forthright. Do not harbor thoughts of despondency, nor allow such sentiments to spread among you. Do you understand? Yang Xiaohua, having listened to Zhao Jun's lengthy discourse, nodded and replied, understood. I shall prepare a meal. I am somewhat famished. Zhao Jun responded, very well. Yang Xiaohua then proceeded to cook. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Jun was about to head to Norma's room to assess the situation outside when Yao Qiaoyun followed him up. Norma was currently monitoring the situation across from Simo, while Williams and Durong were nearby, indulging in food and smoking cigars. Yao Qiaoyun gazed through the binoculars for a while and inquired, Zhao Jun, do you truly believe they will attack us? What are our chances of success? How confident should we be? Zhao Jun pondered briefly and replied, perhaps a 30% chance. Yao Qiaoyun lowered the binoculars and remarked, in the realm of commerce, there is a saying, the best defense is a good offense. Only by taking the initiative can we firmly grasp control of the situation. Otherwise, we shall remain perpetually on the back foot. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean? Yao Qiaoyun nodded, saying, my meaning is quite clear. If we can take the initiative, it is indeed the better choice. Sao Yun guessed, saying, but the risk is exceedingly high. Yao Qiaoyun replied, I am aware of the substantial risk. However, it is unavoidable. Their weaponry is significantly superior to ours. And although they are fewer in number, our side predominantly consists of women. If we continue like this, we shall find ourselves in a dire predicament. Zhao Jun queried, if we were to take the initiative, what would you estimate our chances to be? Yao Qiaoyun responded, that depends on our approach. If we were to confront them head-on, our chances would dwindle to a mere 10%. However, if we employ strategy, it could be a 50-50 chance. Zhao Jun asked, what kind of strategy? The beauty trap. Yao Qiaoyun declared. Zhao Jun inhaled sharply and said, that is far too perilous. We could end up losing both the lady and our troops. Yao Qiaoyun shrugged and said, even so, we must take the risk. Zhao Jun contemplated for a considerable time before finally stating, let us summon Sister Shuang, Duolma, and Yang Xiaohua. Also, request Lucy to join us. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. Yao Qiaoyun, Yun Shuang, Yang Xiaohua, Lucy, and Dolma can be regarded as formidable women. In contrast, Qin Xiyuan, Su Xinxu, Xu Ruoyu, and Tao Luna are barely capable of safeguarding themselves, rendering them unreliable for any substantial support. As for Simo, Norma, and Asdam, along with Kaya, they possess considerable combat prowess. However, it suffices to have Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma relay the arrangements. Before long, the 5 women, Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang among them, entered the room, gathering around Zhao Jun. Surrounded by such enchanting beauties, Zhao Jun couldn't help but muse. Were it not for these chaotic circumstances, how delightful it would be to engage with each of them individually. Yet, the harshness of reality prevailed, leaving Zhao Jun little time to entertain such thoughts. He ultimately steeled himself and conveyed Yao Qiaoyun's intentions. Chapter 158 Discussion. As soon as the proposal was voiced, the room erupted in a flurry of discussion. The plan, albeit highly perilous, was indeed intriguing. The allure of a beauty trap was undeniable. Yet, who would undertake this audacious venture? Who would be willing to embrace such risks? Yun Shuang cast a glance at DeLong, who was not far outside, and boldly declared, let me go. Yun Shuang had exchanged glances with DeLong on multiple occasions, including a moment when she had distracted him to save Park Yuna. It was clear that DeLong was captivated by her, even suggesting a rendezvous in the future. This presented a potential breakthrough. However, considering the adversary was a band of pirates, Yun Shuang felt a twinge of apprehension about stepping into the fray. If there are alternative options or better strategies available, I believe it would be wise to avoid this risk, Zhao Jun cautioned. Yun Shuang replied, we currently lack superior alternatives. This is the most viable plan we have. Moreover, I have had prior interactions with DeLong. My involvement would at least prevent them from feeling taken aback. Otherwise, their suspicions could complicate matters further. Zhao Jun remarked, in that case, your safety is at stake. If we choose this strategy, someone must take the risk. Yao Qiaoyun urged, please, share your plan. Yun Shuang elaborated, I will step outside to converse with DeLong, attempting to lure him to a secluded spot, where I can subdue him when he is unawares. As for the rest of you, you must find a way to bring Williams in and secure him. This would effectively reduce their numbers by 2, and we could utilize their firearms and grenades, leaving the enemy with only 4. Then we could devise a method to board their vessel and eliminate them. Zhao Jun cautioned, it sounds simpler in theory than in practice. What if you are unable to overpower DeLong? Wouldn't that lead to a precarious situation? Yun Shuang smiled. When dealing with men, one cannot rely solely on conventional methods. I possess my own means to render him helpless. However, Williams appears rather vigilant and may prove challenging. Zhao Jun responded, he is but one man. If it comes to a confrontation, it shouldn't be insurmountable, especially since relations have not yet soured. Then we must strategize on how to board the ship, Yun Shuang stated. Zhao Jun suggested, what if we use the pretext of having captured Park Yuna to gain access to the ship, and then subdue the remaining 4? What do you think? Yang Xiaohua gasped. Are you suggesting we offer Park Yuna to the pirates? Only as a ruse, Zhao Jun clarified. Dorma interjected, you all must be mad. This plan is utterly outrageous and dangerously reckless. Lucy echoed, indeed, those pirates are merciless, quick to draw their weapons at the slightest provocation. I fear this plan will not succeed. Zhao Jun countered, without venturing into the tiger's den. How can one expect to capture a cub? Yao Qiaoyun added, this method, though perilous, does present a significant chance of success. Moreover, one can ponder, if we succeed, we shall even have a vessel to escape this island. The gamble, no matter how perilous, seems worth attempting. Yang Xiaohua remarked, is this truly wise? Yun Shuang responded, regardless, I shall take the lead. I am unafraid and find it quite promising. As for the subsequent steps, it falls to you to deliberate carefully. Zhao Jun interjected, let us release Park Yuna, so we can convene and discuss this matter thoroughly. Zhao Jun promptly descended with the women, gathering everyone together, even freeing Park Yuna. Upon witnessing Zhao Jun open the door, Park Yuna expressed her surprise. Has it been 12 hours? Zhao Jun shook his head, not yet. We have conceived a plan that requires your cooperation, hence your release. They all ascended to Simo's chamber, cramming inside, while Norma continued to monitor the external circumstances. Park Yuna felt a tinge of fear in this setting, and Yang Xiaohua offered her comfort. Zhao Jun unveiled their plan, leaving everyone dumbfounded, and Park Yuna, terrified, shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming this is impossible. I cannot return to the ship. Zhao Jun insisted, Yuna, your presence will lower their guard, thereby enhancing our chances of success. Park Yuna, with a sorrowful countenance, replied, this is far too dangerous. Why must we take such risks? I could simply hide. After 2 thorough searches, they would likely depart. Why confront them directly, setting aside the risk of being discovered again? Even if they fail to find you, they would not relent easily, surely capturing us all for individual interrogations, keeping those of use as hostages while disposing of the useless. In the end, you would still fall into their hands. Thus, we might as well take the chance. Cao Yun listened. Park Yuna protested, but I will be terrified. I fear I might reveal a flaw. Fear is precisely the point. You need not act, merely exhibit natural fear. This will prevent them from becoming suspicious, allowing us to strike when they least expect it. Should we succeed, our safety is assured, and we could even utilize their vessel to return. Does this not warrant the risk? Zhao Jun urged. Park Yuna inquired, and if we fail? To which Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words. Success would render everything manageable, yet failure would spell utter ruin, with the potential of injury or even death looming. The mention of failure would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the group. Nonetheless, it was a reality they must confront. Zhao Jun analyzed, we must clarify one thing. If we do not proceed, we will cede the initiative to them, and it is highly probable that we will be eradicated. Conversely, should we act, success would yield favorable outcomes, while failure would equally lead to our demise. We must all reflect upon the gravity of these stakes. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, by taking the initiative, we harbor a glimmer of hope for victory. However, if we choose to remain passive, our prospects become exceedingly bleak. They would never anticipate our proactive approach. Indeed, this represents a genuine opportunity. It is merely a matter of whether we possess the courage to seize it. The notion of proactive engagement was posited by Yao Qiaoyun. After years of navigating the business realm, recognizes the inherent risks and rewards of such an approach. Suddenly, Lucy sighed and confessed, in truth, I harbor a considerable fear of these pirates. I genuinely do not wish to confront them directly. I. Chapter 159. Temptation. Zhao Jun smiled and said, Lucy, feel free to express yourself without any reservations. Lucy took a deep breath and replied, initially, I thought that if we could just endure this period, they might eventually give up when they fail to find us. However, upon reflection, it is clear that these pirates will not easily let us go, making that notion quite unreliable. Therefore, I believe that taking the initiative could be a wise choice. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid unnecessary risks. However, if we choose not to take risks now, the future may prove to be even more perilous. We can only take a bold leap. Yao Qiaoyun interjected, Yuna, we understand your concerns, but this is unavoidable. Please, do your best to join us in this endeavor. Of course, if you truly do not wish to participate, we will not force you. However, without you, our chances of success may diminish, and if we fail, we will be unable to protect you. You must consider this carefully. Yao Qiaoyun's words were articulated with a certain finesse, subtly laced with an underlying threat, while outwardly appearing to respect Park Yun's autonomy. Park Yun was not a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Jun and the others' plan. After further discussion on the details, Yun Shuang announced that she was ready to take action. She straightened her attire, opened the door, and stepped outside towards Williams and Darren. Upon seeing Yun Shuang emerge, Williams and Darren initially grew cautious, but their vigilance waned when they realized she was merely a solitary woman. Williams remarked, this girl is quite impressive. Darren recalled their previous conversation and chuckled, I had a few words with her earlier. I even suggested we should meet again. Do you think she might be interested in me? Williams squinted, inquiring, is that for real? Of course, but she certainly has her own intentions, wanting to leave with us. I won't be agreeing to that. Let's have some fun first. Darren replied with a grin. Though Williams was typically astute and harbored some doubts about Yun Shuang's motives, Darren's words eased his concerns, and he said, well, you're quite fortunate. But let us not forget our duties. We are here to ensure they don't wander off. If this girl is out, we must inform the boss. Darren quickly countered. She's alone. There is no need to be overly anxious. Let us see what she has to say before making any decisions. Do you really want to ruin my chances? Just don't go overboard. Remember our responsibilities. Williams cautioned. Darren straightened his collar and chuckled. How could I? It's just a bit of fun. It won't delay anything. Williams shrugged, expressing hope that you could handle it. Just then, Yun Shuang approached, smiling as she nodded at Darren. Darren felt a surge of excitement and said, Hello, Miss Yun. Hello, Mr. Darren. Yun Shuang replied with a smile. Darren licked his lips and asked, Why are you out here alone? Have you forgotten our agreement? Yun Shuang inquired. Darren quickly responded, Of course not. However, it's not very convenient right now. Yun Shuang glanced at Williams and remarked, What's inconvenient? I know a place. Follow me. Darren hesitated, saying, Go with you? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yun Shuang replied, You must have seen a few houses in the woods, right? We won't go far. What are you worried about? Darren was tempted to follow Yun Shuang. Yet he recalled Chamberlain's stern warnings and felt apprehensive, especially with Williams present. Yun Shuang then turned to Williams, saying, I wonder if Mr. Williams can permit us to take a moment together. Williams replied, Darren, think carefully. I can't make this decision for you. If the boss finds out, you might face serious consequences. Yun Shuang interjected, Can't you just keep quiet? Mr. Williams, please grant us this small favor. It will only take an hour. If you agree, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Despite his own desires, Williams's restraint was evident as he shook his head firmly. I don't need that. If you want to go, then go, but be quick. I want to tell the boss. But if he comes looking and doesn't find you, I will speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Darren began to waver. He too feared Chamberlain, whose methods were notoriously brutal. Disobedient subordinates faced harsh penalties, such as being beaten or even bound and thrown into the sea until they were nearly drowning, only to be pulled back at the last moment. Yun Shuang gently nudged Darren, asking, "So what will it be? Are you going or not?" With a determined bite of his lip, Darren declared, "I'll go, of course. Just keep an eye here. I'll be right back." Williams urged, "Then make it quick." Together, Darren and Yun Shuang ventured into the woods, while Williams watched Yun Shuang's figure fade away, thinking to himself, "This girl is quite something." After walking for a while, Darren grew restless, attempting to reach out to Yun Shuang, who deftly evaded him, laughing. "What's your rush? We can talk once we arrive." "Honestly," Darren chuckled, "it's been ages since I've been with a woman." Yun Shuang cautioned, "Let me be clear. You must take me with you when you leave." Darren dismissively replied, All right, I'll take you with me." Yun Shuang insisted, "You must keep your word. I'm practically going insane here. I truly want to leave. If you do take me, you can do whatever you wish." DeLong, feeling a twinge of excitement, chuckled, "Come on, let us be on our way." As Yun Shuang and DeLong made their way towards the outpost, the gate of the surrounding wall swung open once more. Zhao Jun opposed Williams. Williams, on high alert, raised his weapon and aimed it at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun calmly stated, "Mr. Williams, there's no need to be alarmed. I merely seek a cigarette from you." Williams replied curtly, "You should return. I have no desire to converse with you. Until you are thoroughly searched, we are adversaries." Zhao Yun responded, "That's rather dull of you. I harbor no ill will." Chapter 160. The temptation of wealth. "Stop, right there," Williams commanded, his voice firm. Zhao Jun had no choice but to halt, gazing at Williams as he implored, "Brother, may I have a cigarette? It's not too much to ask. While we conduct our search, I promise to return the favor with a smoke. Just let me go back for now." Williams appeared exceedingly vigilant, showing no inclination for negotiation. Zhao Jun smiled and continued, "Brother, don't be so unyielding. You've sent Darren away, yet now you wish to approach me. What exactly are you scheming?" Williams responded directly, suspicion clouding his judgment. Zhao Jun understood that if he could not allay Williams' doubts, not only would he be unable to draw near him, but Williams might also promptly report back to Chamberlain. Should Chamberlain learn of this situation, disaster would be inevitable. Zhao Jun hastily added, "Brother, please hear me out. I harbor no ill intentions. I bear no weapons either. It's just that after spending so long on this desolate island, devoid of cigarettes and alcohol, I can't help but envy you enjoying your red wine and cigars. Have some pity on me, would you? When I visited your ship and savored the red wine, steak, and cigars, it was truly a delightful experience. I assure you, I mean no harm." Williams remained cautious, asserting, "Even so, I've decided not to give you anything, so you might as well not approach. It would be futile." "Brother," Zhao Jun pleaded, "I'll take out some money from my pocket. Please don't shoot." "What money?" Williams asked, somewhat taken aback. Zhao Jun cautiously withdrew a stack of cash, which he had previously discovered in a suitcase. He had been keeping it hidden, hoping to use it if he ever had the chance to leave. "This is several tens of thousands of dollars," Zhao Jun explained. "I'm willing to trade this for supplies. Money is of no use to me here, so I would rather exchange it for something valuable. Here, I have $20,000. $20,000 is no small sum," Williams mused, his skepticism rising. "Is it real or fake?" Zhao Jun unbuttoned his jacket and said, "I carry no weapons. Please allow me to come a bit closer so we can converse properly, shall we?" Williams thought to himself, "This fellow appears frail and unarmed. I still have my gun. What harm could he do?" "Then come over," Williams permitted. Zhao Jun approached slowly, extending the money towards Williams. Grasping the cash, Williams weighed it in his hands, recognizing the heft of American dollars. Satisfied that it was indeed not less than 20,000, he nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Well done, my friend." Williams produced a cigar, offering it to Zhao Jun, and poured him a glass of red wine. Savoring the cigar and sipping the wine, Zhao Jun exclaimed, "This is simply delightful." Seeing his enjoyment, Williams chuckled, "It seems you've been enduring quite a tough life." With a sigh, Zhao Jun lamented, "Don't even mention it. Brother, it's been hard. If there were any chance, I would truly wish to leave this place with you." Williams shook his head, replying, "We've discussed this before. It's not feasible. However, we will assist you in calling for rescue." William maintained a stoic demeanor, his mind teeming with intricate schemes, articulating his thoughts with precision. Zhao Jun expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate that. William urged, drink swiftly, then return and refrain from wandering about. Zhao Jun retorted, why the haste? I am merely enjoying a drink in your presence. William explained, our leader's daughter remains unaccounted for. I hope you can comprehend that his actions stem from a place of deep paternal concern. Cao Yun replied, you understand. Yet my drinking in front of you should not pose an issue, right? I have no ill intentions. William proceeded to secure the sum of over $20,000, stating, while there is no immediate concern, it would not bode well if our leader were to witness this. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement, but added, however. William pressed, what is it? Zhao Jun continued, this $2,000 merely affords me a drink and a cigar. It seems rather disproportionate, does it not? Even if currency here holds little value, such a meager exchange feels unjust. William shrugged, handing Zhao Jun the remaining half bottle of red wine along with 3 cigars, saying, this will suffice. You must return quickly. Our leader's sight would complicate matters. Zhao Jun, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, this hardly seems sufficient. William, growing impatient, insisted, this is all there is. Depart at once, or I shall not be courteous. Reluctantly, Zhao Jun turned to leave but paused after a few steps, saying, brother, let us negotiate. I shall provide you with something else in exchange for additional cigars and wine from the ship. What do you think? William inquired, what is it? Present it to me for inspection. Zhao Jun responded, I fear I cannot bring it. You will need a backpack to carry it out. William, intrigued, asked, what are you referring to? Zhao Jun replied, to be frank, I have discovered a remarkable treasure, a gold ingot weighing several dozens of pounds, hidden within a cave on the island. William questioned, why was this not previously noted? Zhao Jun grinned, I had concealed it, as my own strength is inadequate to transport it alone. However, you certainly possess the capability. Join me in retrieving the ingot, and it shall be yours. If you're willing, I would appreciate some red wine and cigars in return. William, skeptical, remarked, such a large ingot? Surely you jest. Zhao Jun patted his chest, asserting, brother, I seek merely to barter. Why would I deceive you? My intentions are sincere. The gold ingot lies within. Accompany me, and you shall ascertain its authenticity. William hesitated. I shall not enter. Zhao Jun implored, a gold ingot of such weight. Brother, will you truly let it slip away? William shook his head. If you intend to deceive me, venturing inside alone will be tantamount to courting disaster. Zhao Jun remarked, I merely wish to exchange items with you. Why would I seek to confront you? You are overthinking the situation. Williams replied, it is prudent to exercise caution. If you were to take any untoward actions, I would find myself regretting it too late. As the saying goes in Huaxia, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I certainly do not wish to find myself in such a predicament. Williams exhibited an excessive degree of caution, refusing to accompany Zhao Jun inside. Zhao Jun felt a twinge of anxiety, silently reflecting, this fellow truly maintains his composure. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 161. The death of Williams. Seeing that Zhao Jun remained silent and did not move, Williams urged, hurry up and go inside. Williams harbored his own intentions. If the gold bar was indeed real, it would be unrealistic for him to hoard it all to himself, considering its substantial size. After all, they were planning to deal with Zhao Jun and his companions, so, in the end, they would all benefit from it. If it turned out to be a fake, then venturing in would be tantamount to courting death. Williams pressed, move quickly, or I shall not be polite. He raised his gun menacingly to intimidate Zhao Jun. With no other option, Zhao Jun replied, it seems you do not trust me. How about I bring out that gold bar for you to see? Upon hearing this, Williams hesitated. Zhao Jun continued, it's not difficult at all, although it is quite large and heavy. We can help you carry it out, and then you can hide it well. When the time comes, just pack in a backpack and conceal it somewhere on your boat. Once you return, that hefty gold bar will belong entirely to you. Williams felt tempted. A gold bar weighing several tens of pounds was no trifling matter. Cao Yun placed on. Even if it gets discovered later, what does it matter? But if it doesn't, you will have struck it rich. What is your true intention behind this? Williams inquired. Zhao Jun replied, I want to trade it for red wine and cigars. I have already put forth $20,000. Do you still not believe me? Williams stated, your $20,000 is impressive, but it does not prove you possess such a large gold bar. Moreover, we can assist you in calling for rescue, allowing you to leave. Would it not be better for you to take the gold bar with you? Zhao Jun sighed. Calling for rescue is a matter of chance. To be frank, you probably lack absolute confidence in securing our rescue, right? Furthermore, do you believe they would allow me to leave with such a large gold bar? It would be wiser to exchange it for something practical now. Williams fixed his gaze on Zhao Jun and asked, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Zhao Jun replied, "If I deceive you, you will know when we bring it out. Since you refuse to enter with me, I will have to help you bring it out." Williams glanced at the gun in his hand and said, "Then bring it over, but do not attempt any tricks. This gun is not merely for show." Zhao Jun quickly assured, "Of course, what tricks could I possibly have?" "Then move swiftly," Williams commanded. Immediately, Zhao Jun dashed into the courtyard. Upon entering, he instructed Yao Qiaoyun, "Have Noma find a large stone and cover it with a canvas." Yao Qiaoyun, unaware of Zhao Jun's intentions, complied with his orders. Zhao Yun explained, "I just deceived Williams into believing there is a gold bar weighing several tens of pounds inside. Soon, we will feign carrying it out and seize the opportunity to subdue him." Yao Qiaoyun's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Isn't that too risky?" Zhao Yun remarks, "There is no other way, Qiaoyun. You and Nuama will pretend to lift that large stone while I distract his attention. You carry the gun, and if you sense something amiss, act immediately. Nuama, conceal a dagger as well." Xiao Yun replied, "Must it truly come to this?" Zhao Jun, with a sense of resignation, responded, "I too wish for a foolproof plan, but that is evidently implausible. This might be our sole opportunity. Williams is exceedingly cautious and difficult to deceive." At that moment, the stone had been located and covered with a canvas. Zhao Jun instructed, "You and Nuama lift it." Reluctantly, Xiao Yun assisted Nuama in hoisting the massive stone. Zhao Jun addressed everyone. "Those inside must remain vigilant. Gunfire may erupt at any moment. The main door could open at any time, but if we fail, you must secure it tightly and defend it resolutely." Yang Xiaohua urged, "You must succeed. Otherwise, we are left to face the pirates alone." Zhao Jun remained silent as the door swung wide open. Soon, Xiao Yun and Nuama emerged with the stone, while Zhao Jun jogged closer to Williams, saying, "Mr. Williams, here we come. This is quite a laborious task for us, but your strength surpasses ours. You should be able to manage it alone when the time comes." Williams intended to have them unveil the canvas first to ascertain whether it indeed contained gold. Yet he refrained from voicing this due to Zhao Jun's delay. Zhao Jun continued, "Mr. Williams, do not forget to bring me red wine and cigars. Naturally, if there are other items, that would be even better." At this moment, Xiao Yun and Nuama were approaching Williams, who fixated his gaze on the canvas with a glint of greed in his eyes, stating, "Uncover the canvas." Though Williams felt a surge of excitement at the sight of something so large, he contemplated the potential worth if it indeed was gold. Xiao Yun placed a hand on the canvas and suddenly looked up. "Zhao Jun, such a large gold nugget. Are we certain we want to give it to him? It seems too wasteful. Could we not exchange it for something more?" Zhao Jun sighed. "On this deserted island, gold and money hold little value. It is fortunate if we can barter for something at all, so let us not be overly demanding." Williams urged, "Hurry, unveil it." Xiao Yun replied, "All right, I shall uncover it now." With that, she swiftly pulled back the canvas and attempted to drape it over Williams's head. At that moment, Williams appeared extremely tense and seemed to sense something was amiss, preparing to draw his weapon. Zhao Jun quickly crouched and swept his leg, tripping Williams. "Don't move," Williams shouted, while Xiao Yun trained her pistol on him. Williams hesitated, momentarily stunned. Nuama then lunged forward, brandishing a dagger that swiftly plunged into Williams's abdomen with a sickening sound. With a piercing scream, Williams was swiftly silenced by Zhao Jun, who quickly covered his mouth and disarmed him. Norma, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity, offered Williams no chance for resistance, plunging a dagger into his chest with relentless precision, delivering dozens of fatal blows before finally ceasing. Williams lay lifeless beyond recovery. Zhao Jun instructed Norma to relocate Williams' corpse beyond the walls, allowing Yao Qiaoyun to retrieve the weapon. Meanwhile, he remained behind to obscure the bloodstains before entering the enclosure, securing the gate and vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Chapter 162. Boarding. Zhao Jun instructed Norma to strip Williams of all his clothing and incinerate it on the spot, ultimately scattering the ashes into the Garden Cave River, allowing them to drift away with the current. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Jun took a deep breath. The previous moments had been perilous, and a slight misstep could have resulted in a hail of gunfire. Williams was armed with a submachine gun, accompanied by over 200 rounds of ammunition and 5 grenades. Zhao Jun secured the weapons and stored them in Norma's dwelling, wary of a potential enemy assault. He pondered the fate of Sister Shuang with some concern. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang led Durong into his sentry-s abode. Durong, already brimming with impatience, lunged forward to kiss Yun Shuang. However, she swiftly halted him by pressing against his chest, playfully declaring, "Hold on, let me make you comfortable first." As she began to remove Durong's trousers, she suddenly seized his firearm when his pants were halfway down. Durong, taken aback, momentarily forgot his predicament and stumbled forward, falling to the ground. In an instant, Yun Shuang stood on his back, aiming the gun at the back of his head. Durong dared not move, resorting to furious curses. "You little vixen, how dare you deceive me? I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Yun Shuang retorted with a cold laugh. "Perhaps you should contemplate your own situation. How can I face such a fate? The one destined for such an end is you." Despite being a pirate, a man accustomed to bloodshed, Durong showed no signs of retreat. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the idle chatter." Yun Shuang smirked. "You desire death. Yet I have no intention of granting you that wish." She twisted Durong's hands behind him, binding them, and commanded him to rise, leading him towards the cave, his trousers still in disarray. This endeavor consumed considerable time, and only after Zhao Jun and the others had dealt with Williams's body did Yun Shuang return. However, the time spent was worthwhile, for it ensured that Durong had no chance of escape. Yao Qiaoyun, having spotted Yun Shuang and her captive, promptly opened the door. Yun Shuang escorted Durong inside and secured the door behind them. Throughout the journey, Durong continued to vent his anger, shouting, "Just kill me. If I escape, I'll make sure none of you survive." Zhao Jun silenced him with a cloth, blindfolded him, and bound his limbs securely before tossing him into the antelope enclosure, ordering Simo to keep a vigilant watch. Once all was accomplished, Zhao Jun turned to Yun Shuang and said, "Sister Shuang, you have worked hard." Yun Shuang inquired curiously, "What about Williams?" Yang Xiaohua replied, "He has been killed by Norma. His body was burned and cast into the Garden Cave River." Yun Shuang remarked, "I was somewhat worried on my return, but now we have dealt with 2. That leaves 4 pirates remaining." Durong was similarly armed with a submachine gun, over 300 rounds of ammunition, and 6 grenades. Thus, Zhao Jun and his companions were armed with 2 submachine guns, 500 rounds of ammunition, 2 handguns, one with 9 rounds and the other with 33 rounds, 2 rifles with a total of 147 bullets, and 406 Hong Kong dollars with 88 rounds, 13 grenades, 22 bamboo tubes of explosives, a number of spears and bows, several daggers, and a katana. Their firepower could be deemed formidable. However, they were about to confront pirates, necessitating an even distribution of their armament. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "Now, while they remain unaware of the mishap involving DeLong and Williams, we must take action." This endeavor was a boarding operation, and it required the inclusion of Park Yun-hee. Park Yun-hee was exceedingly fearful, but after Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun offered her some comfort, she felt slightly reassured. Zhao Jun presented her with a handgun, securing it at her waist, and then tied her hands with a slipknot, allowing her to free herself in case of an emergency to wield the firearm for self-defense. Zhao Jun entrusted the 2 submachine guns to Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang, while the rifles were given to Tao Luna and Yang Xiaohua. The remaining handgun was assigned to Lucy. Zhao Jun himself took hold of the 406 Hong Kong dollars, while Norma, Doma, and Astamu carried bows and spears. Simo remained within the enclosure, guarding DeLong, Kia, and Qin Xiyuan, while Su Xinxu stayed behind to observe the external situation. If Zhao Jun and his team failed and needed to retreat, they would be able to open the door in a timely manner. Xu Ruoyu, initially eager to join, was also retained by Zhao Jun due to the inherent dangers of the mission. Armed with a gun, Zhao Jun playfully aimed it at Park Yun-hee as the group exited the premises, to avoid arousing suspicion from Chamberlain and his associates as they approached the seaside. Zhao Jun instructed Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang to remain at the intersection, using binoculars to monitor the shoreline. He congealed Tao Luna, Yang Xiaohua, and Lucy within the dense foliage near the coast, while Norma, Dolma, and Astamu advanced a few steps, pausing once they were within the pirates' line of sight. These individuals waited for Zhao Jun and Park Yun-hee to board the ship before gradually drawing closer, ultimately taking cover behind a large rock by the shore. This had all been meticulously planned, However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the strategy bore imperfections, yet they had no superior alternative but to take this perilous gamble. Zhao Jun, gun in hand, directed it towards Park Yun-hee as they made their way to the shoreline. Shortly thereafter, Russell aboard the ship spotted them, filled with both surprise and joy, and promptly called the others. Chamberlain, Howard, Davis, and Russell on the deck beheld Park Yun-hee, and Zhao Jun. Chamberlain squinted, puzzled. Where are Williams and DeLong? Russell chuckled. Forget about them. We finally found Park Yun-hee. Huh, this trip hasn't been in vain. Chamberlain cautioned. Zhao Jun's got a gun. We must remain vigilant. Upon hearing Zhang Bo-luan's words, everyone promptly armed themselves. Zhao Jun and Park Yun approached the side of the boat, with Zhao Jun exclaiming, Mr. Zhang Bo-luan, I have found your daughter and brought her to you. The four of them disembarked together, and Zhang Bo-luan chuckled. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, my daughter, why did you run away? I feared you had encountered some misfortune. You must have suffered these past few days. Park Yun retorted. You are not my father at all. Zhang Bo-luan then addressed Zhao Jun, saying, My daughter's mental state is not well, but there is no need to bind her or point a gun at her. Please, lower your weapon. Zhao Jun shook his head, stating, I cannot lower my weapon just yet, for you have not spoken the truth. Chapter 163. Negotiations aboard the ship. Russell exclaimed in anger. What do you mean by that? Zhao Jun retorted with a cold smile. Mr. Chamberlain, to claim she is your daughter may not be entirely accurate. Chamberlain replied in a deep voice, Zhao Jun. Now that she has been found, regardless of her identity, hand her over to me. Do not bring catastrophe upon yourself, for you may find it too late to regret it. Zhao Jun responded, If I hand her over to you now, will you truly spare us? Chamberlain took a deep breath and said, I assure you, if you surrender her to us, we will not harm you. We might even leave at once. Oh, is that so? Zhao Jun expressed his skepticism. Chamberlain insisted, There is no need for me to deceive you. At present, you are alone, while we are four, armed with superior weaponry. It would be wise for you to refrain from opposing us. Zhao Jun replied, I certainly do not wish to be your enemy, but I also desire to preserve my life. I do not intend to meet my end here. Russell interjected impatiently, You insolent brat, are you courting death? Cao Yun's titit. I merely wish to survive. If I hand her over to you, it is solely for the sake of my own life. What do you truly want? Chamberlain inquired. What are your demands? Zhao Jun declared, You must agree to 2 conditions before I relinquish her. Speak. Chamberlain suppressed his growing ire. Zhao Jun continued, First, you must provide me with some food that I require. Chamberlain glanced sideways and replied, That is simple enough. What is the second condition? You must leave this place immediately. Cao Yun insisted. Russell scoffed, One absurd joke. We will remain here for as long as we desire, and we will not be threatened by you. Cao Yun won't. If you refuse my demands, then I shall perish alongside this girl. I am well prepared. With that, Zhao Jun produced a grenade, causing Chamberlain's expression to shift. They had gone to great lengths for the sake of Park Yun-ah, hoping to extort a significant sum. If Yun-ah were to die, they would have to devise another plan. However, her life was right before them. Allowing her to die would create complications. After all, the difficulty of extortion would differ vastly between a living and a deceased individual. Chamberlain narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you not afraid of dying? Indeed, I fear death immensely. How could one not fear it? Yet, one cannot let fear prevent them from fighting. A struggle may yield a chance for survival. Without a fight, all is lost. Cao Yun isotit. Chamberlain spoke gravely. What of Williams and Darren? Zhao Jun replied, I know not where they are. I merely found this girl and came here. Any others? Chamberlain's suspicions grew. Zhao Jun suggested, This conversation is rather taxing. Shall we move to the cabin for a more thorough discussion? Chamberlain took a deep breath to calm his emotions, pondering that this young man was alone now. If he entered the cabin, it would be akin to inviting danger upon himself. Why not proceed as he suggested? With a cold smile, Chamberlain replied, Then let us converse aboard the ship. Zhao Jun seized Park Yun and boarded the ship. Upon entering the cabin, Chamberlain and Russell followed suit, while Howard stood at the entrance, observing the situation inside, and Davis kept a watchful eye on the surroundings of the vessel. Chamberlain spoke, Zhao Jun, release her and hand her over to us. We can provide you with an abundance of provisions, everything you could possibly need. As for our immediate departure, that too is negotiable. In truth, Zhao Jun was acutely aware that allowing them to leave was an impossibility. Even if they consented, their assurances would be insincere. His intention was merely to buy time, hoping others would gradually approach and mount an assault on these pirates. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. Zhao Jun was reluctant, yet he felt he had no other choice. Russell remarked, "This outcome would be mutually beneficial. We acquire the girl, and you preserve your life. Why must we resort to a fight to the death?" Zhao Jun replied, "I certainly wish to avoid a mutual destruction." "You're correct. Thus, we should engage in a fruitful dialogue, satisfactory for both parties, ensuring everyone benefits." Chamberlain responded, "Zhao Jun, your demands are not unreasonable. If we agree to them, it is not an issue. However, you must recognize that even if we promise to leave immediately, you may find it hard to trust us." Zhao Jun stated, "Therefore, we must negotiate thoroughly and transparently. If we resort to violence, it would likely yield no benefit for either side. Casualties are undesirable for all, would you not agree?" Chamberlain nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is no need for this to escalate." "You're pirates?" Zhao Jun dropped the bombshell. Chamberlain and Russell exchanged glances before finally nodding in affirmation. Zhao Jun understood that a confrontation was unavoidable, which prompted his inquiry. Once they had revealed their identities, it was unmistakable that they would never permit him to leave unscathed. With a sigh, Zhao Jun remarked, "It seems this matter is unlikely to resolve amicably." "Chamberlain, you are not the girl's father, are you?" Chamberlain replied, "Given we have reached this point, there is no need for further concealment. It is pointless. Indeed, I am not her father. She is our hostage. Thus, even if you were to kill her, it would not threaten us in any meaningful way." Cao Yun scoffed. "It is not so simple. Since you have taken her captive, it is clear you seek ransom. If you desire money, you must ensure she remains alive. If she dies, how could you possibly collect?" Russell interjected, "We have already contacted her father and even provided him with a video. Thus, whether she lives or dies, we will still obtain our payment. Her fate bears little significance for us." Zhao Jun shook his head. "However, if she lives, it would undoubtedly assist your endeavors." "Would you not agree with my assertion?" Chamberlain responded, "Even if you are correct, your threats do not hold much weight. Should she perish, we can still retrieve our funds, albeit with greater difficulty, but such challenges are inconsequential to us." Zhao Jun remarked, "That is indeed the case." In that moment, Davis's voice echoed from outside. "They are approaching." Russell, incensed, drew his pistol and aimed it at Zhao Jun. However, Zhao Jun remained remarkably composed, responding, "What is there to panic about? I am aboard the ship. They would not dare to act recklessly. My actions are merely to bolster our negotiating position." Chamberlain spoke in a low voice, "You should not underestimate our resolve. I am fully prepared to pull the trigger and eliminate you all." Chapter 164. Buying time, Zhao Jun nonchalantly declared, "I currently possess 2 grenades and a substantial quantity of explosives. If you choose to fire, we shall perish together. Even if you manage to evade the blast, this ship is doomed, and your escape will be impossible. It is a matter of whether you dare to proceed." These pirates, being desperate men, would fight recklessly, displaying a ruthless ferocity. Zhao Jun, in this moment, was even more resolute and merciless, leaving no avenue for retreat, which undoubtedly struck fear into the hearts of the pirates. Zhang Buoluan and Russell exchanged glances, feeling a deep sense of frustration. They had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by someone they had long considered inferior. Zhao Jun had previously seemed unremarkable, yet now he exhibited a fierce determination. In truth, Zhao Jun was driven to this desperation by circumstance. He had no alternatives left. Had he possessed other options, he would not have resorted to such perilous tactics. Moreover, recent events had imparted wisdom upon him. He understood the adage that one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. Now, with the presence of his talisman, Park Yuna, he felt a semblance of security, although Zhang Buoluan's concern for her well-being was minimal. The safety of the ship and his own survival were paramount. Zhang Buoluan could not allow Zhao Jun to detonate the explosives, nor could he permit him to destroy the vessel. Initially, Zhang Buoluan had intended to plant timed explosives while searching the perimeter, planning to launch an assault on Zhao Jun and his group. He had never anticipated being outplayed by them. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Buoluan remarked, "Well done, you have quite the audacity." Zhao Jun offered a wry smile, responding, "I am merely acting out of necessity. My sole desire is to survive. To live, one must often confront death head-on." "What a dramatic notion. Have you been reading too many martial arts novels?" Zhang Buoluan retorted impatiently. Sao Yun shrugged. Perhaps. Russell, with wide eyes, asked, "What do you want from us?" Zhao Jun replied, "I am negotiating with you." Russell responded, "All right, we agree to your terms. No more words. We will provide you with food, some daily necessities, and we will depart immediately. How does that sound? Just leave Park Yunnan with us." Zhao Jun mused. That sounds quite appealing, but as Mr. Zhang Buoluan has clearly stated, even if you promise to leave at once, I find it difficult to believe you. This is indeed a valid point. I truly struggle to trust you. You may speak sweetly, but then turn around and use grenades against us, which we cannot withstand. Russell's eyes widened. So what do you propose? I am uncertain of the way forward. Yet my request is quite simple. Provide us with additional grenades. Furthermore, do you have any rocket launchers? If so, leave those with us as well, and then we shall not fear your return, Zhao Jun stated. Russell immediately countered. You are utterly delusional if you think we would leave you with weapons. Do you truly believe we are fools? That is absolutely out of the question. You should abandon that hope. Zhao Jun shrugged and said, I harbor no ill will. In truth, we are living quite well here and genuinely wish to keep the peace. If you choose to leave, then so be it. Our request for weapons is merely for self-defense. Once you depart, do not return. We have no intention of pursuing you to engage in conflict, do we? Chamberlain replied, We too require our weapons for self-preservation. Since you are aware of our purpose, surely you understand that we cannot relinquish our arms? Thus, your demand is truly quite rude. Sao Yun responded. The current situation is such that you claim to have secured your people and intend to leave, yet even you find it hard to believe, do you not? How can we trust you? Our request for some weapons is merely to prevent you from returning to attack us. It is a reasonable request. Russell interjected angrily, reasonable indeed. Chamberlain asserted, You claim this is reasonable, yet it is exceedingly unreasonable. We cannot possibly part with our weapons. Zhao Jun sighed. So, is there nothing to discuss? Shall we simply perish here? Chamberlain fixed his gaze on Zhao Jun, staring intently for a long moment before saying, You, my young friend, are quite intriguing. I find myself appreciating you. Zhao Jun chuckled. What? Do you wish to recruit me? I must admit, I'm tempted to consider it, as it would save me from becoming your enemy. Chamberlain paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, pondering for a moment before asking, If I were to truly invite you to join us, would you accept? Zhao Jun replied, I am actually quite content here, living comfortably with several women, enjoying ample food and drink. Joining your ranks may not offer me the same level of comfort. Chamberlain narrowed his eyes and said, You are an interesting fellow. While this place has its merits, is it not the vibrant world outside that we should aspire to? Bring your women along, and let us work together. You, I, and Russell, the three of us, along with our subordinates and your women, can occasionally pull off a heist. With the money we earn, we can settle down in some country. Wouldn't that be splendid? When funds run low, we can simply execute another job. There may be some risk involved, but I see you possess a fair amount of courage. Surely, this risk is insignificant to you? Zhao Jun feigned deep contemplation before finally saying, However, I have 4 women. Is it feasible to bring all 4 along? Moreover, if your group were to mistreat my women, I would be unable to protect them. This is unacceptable. I must ensure their safety. Truly, you are quite the character to have 4 women. Impressive. Rest assured, if you decide to join us, you will be the leader. Aside from Russell and myself, everyone else will heed your command. You will be our partner, and together we shall manage the group, Chamberlain declared. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhao Jun replied, That is indeed something to consider. Chamberlain smiled and said, In that case, let us regard ourselves as comrades. Now, please set down the explosives and grenades you're holding. Zhao Jun shook his head. That I cannot do just yet. Chamberlain's expression soured. What exactly do you intend to do? If I were to truly relinquish these, who could fathom what you might do to me? Those words just spoken. Do you think I would place my trust in them? Even if I were to believe, at the very least, I require some form of assurance. Sao Yun declared. Chamberlain inquired, What sort of assurance do you seek? I demand weapons, a rocket launcher, grenades, explosives. I desire it all. Sao Yun asserted. Chapter 165. The battle. Zhao Jun added, Moreover, bring a few people along. I will decide who comes. In truth, Zhao Jun was merely creating a ruckus, aiming to allow those outside to encircle the ship. Davis, stationed outside, announced they have reached the rocks. Zhang Buoluan felt a sinking sensation, realizing that the rock was perilously close to the vessel, and he was vexed that Zhao Jun could toy with him in such a manner. Zhang Luan proposed. How about this? You leave Park Yun behind, and we will permit you to take a rocket launcher, 10 grenades, and 3 packs of explosives. Then you can disembark, and we shall set sail immediately. Zhao Jun inquired, is that true? You wouldn't give us unusable items, would you? They are all functional. We can demonstrate their use to you right now by firing them into the sea. Zhang Luan replied. Zhao Jun snapped his fingers and said, all right, let's step outside to see. He escorted Park Yun to the deck, where Howard produced a rocket launcher and fired it at the sea, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent a towering column of water skyward. Approaching the ship's edge, Zhao Jun exclaimed, what tremendous power! Suddenly, Zhao Yun executed a swift maneuver, dragging Park Yun overboard, and they plunged into the water. Park Yun whose bindings were merely a slipknot, easily freed herself upon immersion. As they descended beneath the ship, Zhang Bolin, infuriated, ordered gunfire towards the sea, while Yun Shuang and her companions also began to shoot. Armed with submachine guns, rifles, and handguns, they unleashed a fierce barrage, compelling Zhang Luan and his men to crouch for cover, momentarily neglecting Zhao Jun and Park Yun in the water. Emerging briefly at the ship's edge for air, Zhao Jun and Park Yun remained concealed, as the ship's narrow bottom rendered them invisible from above, coupled with the suppressive fire from the opposite side, catching Zhang Luan's group off guard. Soon, however, Zhang Luan regained his composure and shouted to Howard, fire rockets at them. Howard immediately began loading ammunition. Meanwhile, after calming Park Yun, Zhao Jun swam slightly ahead and tossed 2 grenades onto the ship's deck. One of the grenades struck Howard, who, in the moment of chaos, just as he was about to fire the rocket launcher, inadvertently pulled the trigger, resulting in a deafening explosion that blasted one side of the ship. In the ensuing turmoil, Norma was the first to charge forth, firing several arrows and hurling grenades as he approached the vessel. Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun followed suit, brandishing their weapons. With Howard dead and Davis hit multiple times, Zhang Luan and Russell, recognizing the dire situation, hastily threw several smoke bombs and grenades before leaping into the sea to make their escape. Once the smoke cleared, Zhang Luan and Russell had already vanished into the dense forest. Norma, having boarded the ship and witnessing their flight, contemplated pursuing them but was stopped by Yao Qiaoyun, who cautioned, chasing them now is far too perilous. Let us search the ship, gather supplies, and remain behind the walls without venturing out. Fear not. Zhao Jun and Park Yun had already made it ashore. It was evident that Park Yun was greatly shaken by the recent events. Everyone began to search the vessel, removing all the provisions and supplies within. The ship had sustained considerable damage and was likely beyond repair. With little time to spare, they retreated to their hideout. Upon their return, they discovered Along had perished within the confines of the wall. He had attempted to escape, leaving Simo with no choice but to eliminate him. Zhao Jun instructed Simo to cremate Along, while Park Yun huddled by the fire, shivering from the cold and fear. Sao Yun Li Shu Te, sing. It is all right now. The danger has passed. Only Chamberlain and Russell remain, and we shall devise a plan to deal with them. Zhao Jun continued his inspection and found 3 submachine guns, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, a damaged rocket launcher that was unusable, 3 rockets, and several timed explosives. Additionally, they were climbing ropes, a Swiss Army knife, a shovel, and several flashlights. As for food, they had steaks, canned meats, and some flour. Snacks included various breads and chocolates, along with several cases of red wine, half a box of cigars, and some cigarettes. After organizing the supplies, Zhao Jun sat on the ground, savoring a cigar. This time, they had achieved a resounding victory, albeit with a lingering concern that Chamberlain and Russell had not been entirely dealt with. Zhao Jun was also damp and felt the chill. Warming himself by the fire while Yang Xiaohua and Yun Shuang continued to tidy up, they had gathered ample provisions, more than sufficient to enhance their living conditions for the time being. Qin Xiyuan approached Zhao Jun and inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "I'm fortunate to be unscathed." After disposing of DeLong's body, Norma and Simo remained vigilant in their quarters, monitoring the outside with unwavering focus. Su Xinxu expressed her concern, stating, "I heard that 2 individuals managed to escape, both armed. We may not be able to venture outside." These 2 were evidently far more perilous than Fong Sidong and Jack. They were ruthless and agile, equipped with superior weaponry. Their presence on the island was akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Zhao Jun affirmed, indeed, during this period, no one is permitted to enter or exit recklessly. We have sufficient food and drink to sustain us. We must ensure everyone's safety. Once Yun Shuang and the others finished organizing their belongings, Yao Qiaoyun remarked, clearly, these two pose a significant threat, and their weaponry is exceptionally advanced. We may face considerable difficulty in confronting them. There will always be a solution, Zhao Jun assured. Yang Xiaohua then offered, I'll prepare lunch. Everyone must be hungry after all this. With noon approaching, the group felt the pangs of hunger after the intense ordeal. Sao Yun suggested, let us make today's lunch a feast. We can utilize our spoils for a grand meal. Yang Xiaohua agreed, and after a little over an hour, the chill had subsided, and the meal was ready. She had grilled steaks and prepared meat soup, and they all began to eat and drink. With a few bites, everyone felt significantly better, their spirits lifting in the warmth of camaraderie. The recent events were indeed perilous. However, it was not merely Zhao Jun and Park Yun who faced a danger. Once Park Yun regained her composure, she expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you all for opposing these pirates on my behalf. Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, stating, in truth, they harbored no good intentions upon discovering us. Your predicament was merely a pretext. There is no need for your thanks. Park Yun replied, regardless, it is a fact that you all risked your lives to save me. And should we have the opportunity to return, I will certainly express my gratitude properly. Yun Shuang, savoring her steak, interjected, sure, when that time comes, you ought to reward us handsomely. Chapter 166. Repairing the ship to send away the plague, God. Park Yun, covering her mouth with a smile, remarked, if you need money. I don't have much, but my father does possess some wealth. I could ask him to provide you with 500,000 each. How does that sound? 500,000 Korean won? That seems rather meager. Yun Shuang exaggeratedly exclaimed. No, I meant 500,000 US dollars. Park Yun, it quickly clarified. Yun Shuang nodded. Now that sounds more reasonable. It shows some sincerity. Through this exchange, it was evident that Yun Shuang's true intention was not monetary gain, but rather to deepen her relationship with Park Yun, which she successfully achieved. Park Yun's spirits lifted considerably, and the two shared smiles as they savored their steaks, indulging in a hearty meal. By the way, although we have achieved a preliminary victory, we still need to devise a plan to deal with Zhang Buluan and Russell. Otherwise, remaining here indefinitely is not a viable option. Does anyone have any good ideas? Zhao Jun inquired. Yun Shuang responded, the houses and outposts you constructed, which you haven't utilized, have inadvertently provided them with a hiding place. I initially hoped they would freeze to death outside in this harsh winter, but now they can take refuge in the structures and caves you built, completely unconcerned about freezing. Zhao Jun chuckled wryly. I didn't foresee this outcome. I'm not blaming you, Yun Shuang replied. I'm simply stating a fact. They are armed, and there is still food left in the outpost, so for the time being, they won't face immediate issues. They will likely remain compliant for a while. But being outside remains perilous. Once their food runs out, hunting in the dead of winter is challenging, and they may resort to attacking us. Sao you noted, you understand? Which complicates matters. Yao Qiaoyun asked, can the ship be repaired? Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Their vessel seems difficult to repair. Why? Are you hoping to fix it for them to leave, or do you want them to depart? This ship is small, and aside from Lucy, none of us have experience at sea. Even Lucy's sailing skills on a sailboat cannot be compared to this vessel. If it can be repaired, we could allow these two to leave, which would ease our concerns, Yao Qiaoyun suggested. Zhao Jun sighed. While that sounds feasible, it likely isn't that simple. Furthermore, if they manage to leave by ship, no one can guarantee they won't seek revenge. If they return, recruiting more men, acquiring a larger vessel, and better weapons to attack us and seize this place, it would be an ideal location for them to regroup. Yao Qiaoyun conceded, that's true. If they escape, they might very well do just that. Zhao Jun's eyes brightened as he said, well, we can't let them leave. We could use this as bait. Bait? Yao Qiaoyun asked, puzzled. Zhao Jun explained, it's quite simple. You could leave them some information stating that, for safety's sake, we are willing to assist them in repairing the ship so they can depart. After all, isn't there a time bomb here? We can place a time bomb on the ship and then allow them to board. When the moment comes, it will detonate, leaving no trace of them. Yao Qiaoyun nodded and remarked, this plan is rather clever, but but will they fall for it? Zhao Jun replied, whether they do or not, we must give it a try. After all, it won't cost us much. But what if the ship isn't repaired properly? Yang Xiaohua inquiret. Zhao Jun blinked and said, we shall merely perform cosmetic repairs. From a distance, they won't discern the quality of the work. Moreover, I doubt they would dare to board and inspect it thoroughly. Even if they do, it will likely be a cursory glance, not enough to alarm us. Our task is simply to inform them that the repairs are complete and entice them aboard, where we shall eliminate them. Lucy interjected, they are undoubtedly eager to leave this place. If they learn that the ship is ready, there is a high probability they will take the bait. Zhao Jun affirmed, indeed, let us proceed with this plan. Qiaoyun, you remain behind to craft a sign explaining the situation, stating that we have repaired their vessel. Let us see how they respond. Yao Qiaoyun picked up a wooden plank and inscribed several signs with charcoal, preparing to place them prominently in the dense forest the following day, hoping for a reply from Chamberlain and Russell. Upon completing her work, she set the signs aside and remarked, whether they will respond is uncertain. They are undoubtedly being extremely cautious at this moment. Zhao Jun sighed, this is a desperate measure. For the watchtowers and caves I constructed are easily defensible, yet challenging to assault. While we are aware they're likely to be in one of those locations, attacking them directly would be far too perilous. Yun Shuang smiled wryly. What was initially intended for our own use has now become a tool for our adversaries. Zhao Jun remained silent, taking a puff from his cigar. Qin Xiyuan said, regardless, everyone is safe for now. Although those two pirates pose a threat, it is unnecessary for us to live in constant fear. We should minimize our outings, and even when we do venture out, we will be in numbers. Dolma added, my elder brother and his companions will also maintain strict vigilance to better monitor the surroundings, especially at night. Zhao Jun worked through the night, crafting torches, each soaked in ship's kerosene. These torches would last nearly the entire night. When lit outside, combined with a bonfire, they illuminated a radius of 100 or 200 meters, leaving Chamberlain and Russell with no opportunity to approach. That evening, as Zhao Jun lay down to rest, he was pleasantly surprised when Yang Xiaohua and Qin Xiyuan approached him together. He had anticipated enjoying their company, but was taken aback when Qin Xiyuan earnestly stated, Jun, Xiaohua and I have come to request a bit more of the snacks. Today has been a resounding success, and the spoils are plentiful. I have my eye on several items, so I've come with Xiaohua to claim some. Yang Xiaohua had been reluctant to join, but could not resist Qin Xiyuan's persuasion. Zhao Jun found himself in a difficult position, saying, this may not be appropriate. We must distribute the snacks in a fair, just, and transparent manner. Qin Xiyuan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, given the bond we share, is it too much to ask for a little consideration? Zhao Jun replied with a shrug, in truth, everyone has their own needs and faces challenges. It is best not to make exceptions. Haven't I been good enough to you all? Surely, it shouldn't always hinge on material things, right? What do you think, Xiaohua? Chapter 167. Distrust. Yang Xiaohua hesitated momentarily before expressing, I believe the captain has a valid point. I see no issue with it. Qin Xiyuan shot a glare at Yang Xiaohua, leaving her no choice but to add, however, I think that even if we were to receive a little more, it wouldn't matter much, as we are your women. Thus, receiving your care should not provoke any discontent from others. It was evident that these words were instigated by Qin Xiyuan, Sao Yun into Shikdal. Although they might be hesitant to voice their opinions, they certainly harbor discomfort. Qin Xiyuan retorted, why should you concern yourself with their thoughts and actions? Can you not consider us for a moment? Do not make us feel that being your women renders us indistinguishable from others. We are your women, after all. Do you wish for us to feel otherwise? It is not a matter of extraordinary preferential treatment, merely a slight increase in snacks. Can that not be permissible? Your stance makes it seem as if you lack compassion, neglecting even your own women. What sense does that make? To a certain extent, Qin Xiyuan's argument held merit. Zhao Jun pondered briefly before responding. All right, I shall allocate you a bit more in snacks, but let me clarify that it will not be excessive. Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua exchanged playful smiles and gave him a kiss on each cheek. Zhao Jun embraced them, one in each arm, and cheerfully queried, are you happy now? Content. So might I request a little joy in return? At that moment, Qin Xiyuan evaded him, stating, tonight, let Xiaohua keep you company. Zhao Jun felt a twinge of disappointment, replying, why not all together? The following morning, armed with weapons, Zhao Jun, accompanied by Yao Qiaoyun and Nuoma, ventured into the dense forest, placing the inscribed signs in conspicuous locations. Concerned about a potential ambush from Chamberlain and Russell, the trio hastily completed their task and returned. By midday, they set out once more, only to discover one of the signs left by Chamberlain, suggesting a desire for negotiation with Zhao Jun. Upon inquiring about the location and terms of the discussion, they engaged in communication, ultimately agreeing to meet in a secluded valley flanked by rocks, where traversing to the opposite side would require time, thus minimizing the likelihood of sudden hostility. Zhao Jun brought along Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, Nuoma, and Dualma, while others remained stationed behind the walls. They arrived at the western edge of the valley as Chamberlain and Russell awaited on the eastern side. Russell stood vigilant, while Chamberlain engaged in dialogue with Zhao Jun. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun's companions remained alert for any signs of treachery. Chamberlain proclaimed loudly, "Zhao Jun, you have truly impressed me. I must admit that I was rather careless before." Zhao Jun replied, "We too have been compelled by circumstance, fighting for survival, Mr. Chamberlain. Now that we find ourselves in this stalemate, it is uncomfortable for you, and we too are on edge. Hence, we propose that you repair your vessel and depart from this place." "What say you?" Chamberlain scoffed. "Do you really think we can be so easily deceived? The ship has suffered significant damage, and the likelihood of it being repaired is already quite low. Even if it were repaired, you currently possess a ticking time bomb. Installing a timed explosive on the ship and then luring us aboard to depart would surely lead to our demise." Chamberlain and Russell had spent decades as pirates, possessing a wealth of experience, particularly in the art of deception. Now, Zhao Jun's attempts to trick them had been unmasked. Taken aback, Zhao Jun responded, "So, you no longer trust us?" Chamberlain retorted, "What would make you believe we could trust you? Moreover, if we were to request entry into your hideout, would you place your trust in us?" Zhao Jun replied, "Precisely because of our mutual distrust, we are contemplating how to ensure your departure. Repairing the ship and allowing you to leave is, in fact, the best option. These are entirely different matters." Chamberlain countered, "But why just mentioned? Could it not happen? Are you truly so benevolent?" Zhao Jun insisted, "We are not acting out of kindness. Your departure is advantageous for us." Chamberlain laughed heartily. "Your words are indeed sweet. Yet who would believe them? I certainly cannot trust you. You have deceived me once before and even brandished a gun at Park Uni. How cunning you are! A seasoned hawk, yet you've been pecked by an eagle. What a fate! But to ensnare me a second time? Such a notion is utterly fanciful." At a loss for words, Zhao Jun paused for a moment before saying, "Then, how do you propose we resolve this? Surely you would not wish to remain outside indefinitely, would you? Is it not cold? And given that it is winter, hunting will prove difficult. How will you survive? We can repair the ship, provide you with ample supplies, and then set you free. Is that not a fair solution?" Chamberlain replied, "I have made myself clear. It is exceedingly difficult for us to trust you. You could tamper with the ship. We cannot risk being left without burial. I suggest we coexist peacefully. Let Russell and me enter your walls and share survival on this desolate island." Zhao Jun countered, "Setting aside whether you harbor ill intentions, even if we were to allow you entry, would you truly feel at ease?" Chamberlain stated, "If you disagree, then there is nothing more to discuss." Zhao Jun inquired, "Do you really wish to endure life here without food? What actions might you resort to then?" Chamberlain pondered for a moment, then said, "You must leave us provisions at regular intervals, placing them in plain sight. Otherwise, if we find ourselves starving, we may resort to desperate measures. I assure you, although you have confiscated many of our weapons, we still possess a considerable number of grenades, and our ammunition is plentiful. If it comes to it, we will fight to the bitter end. After all, we have nothing to lose. Even in death, we shall take a few down with us. The choice is yours." Chapter 168. The bait Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Bolun's words, but eventually acquiesced, saying, "Very well, we shall leave some provisions for you." This negotiation was evidently a dismal failure, as Zhao Jun even conceded to their unreasonable demand to reserve food for them. On the journey back, no one spoke of it. However, once they returned within the walls, Yun Shuang expressed her displeasure. "What is the meaning of this? We still have to leave them food? Are you deceiving them?" Zhao Jun shook his head, insisting, "I am genuinely not deceiving them. I will indeed leave them provisions." Yun Shuang, perplexed, questioned, "Isn't this merely inviting trouble upon ourselves?" With a mysterious smile, Zhao Jun replied, By leaving them food, we can set up an ambush. We might even tamper with the provisions. Yun Shuang's eyes lit up with understanding. That could work. Zhao Jun continued, of course, during the first couple of times, they will likely be suspicious. So we shall refrain from any underhanded tactics initially. By the third or fourth delivery, when their guard is down, we can spring the trap and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, at last, we have conceived a more reliable strategy. In the following 10 days, Zhao Jun and his group delivered food to Zhang Luan twice, accompanied by a few bottles of wine. Initially, Zhang Luan and Russell were cautious. But as time passed without incident, they relaxed, believing Zhao Jun genuinely sought to avoid conflict. As for the ship repairs, there was no necessity to pursue that course. Venturing out remained perilously risky, and it was unwise to take such a chance. One day, Zhao Jun was in his room, enjoying a tender moment with Dorima, when Park Yuna arrived, stating she had something to discuss. Zhao Jun, unable to refuse, straightened his attire and stepped outside. What is it, Yuna? Zhao Jun inquired. Park Yuna replied, I've been contemplating whether we can repair the ship and leave this place. It was natural for her to entertain such thoughts, given her discomfort in their current circumstances. Zhao Jun responded, I have considered it as well, but attempting to repair the ship now is exceedingly perilous. What if Zhang Luan and Russell decide to attack us? Furthermore, there is no guarantee we could even execute the repair successfully, even if we manage to fix it. Venturing out to sea poses its own dangers. A fierce storm could easily consume us. Therefore, departing via that ship is genuinely not a prudent idea. Park Yuna persisted. Can't we at least try? It's truly unbearable here. I long to return. Everyone yearns to return home. Yet it is imperative that any return is executed safely. Do you not agree? Every person here has fought hard to survive until today. It would be tragic if any misfortune befell us because of that ship, Zhao Jun asserted. Lucy chimed in, indeed, Yun, it would be best not to dwell on such matters. Instead, focus on living well here and patiently await rescue. I believe that one day, salvation will surely come. Zhao Jun added, moreover, your father is not an ordinary man. He will not abandon you. Zhao Jun contemplated that even if the professional rescue team ultimately abandoned the search, as long as there were Yao Qiaoyun and the formidable Park Yuna, their private rescue team would still be their best hope. Park Yuna lamented, I truly feel a bit weary of this place. It is insufferably dull, and there are those two perilous individuals lurking outside, leaving me in a constant state of anxiety. Zhao Jun reassured her, you'll grow accustomed to it. As for Chamberlain and Russell, fret not. In a few days, I shall devise a plan to deal with them. Are you preparing for an ambush? Yun Shuang inquired. Sao you nodded, indeed. We have delivered food twice. And while their vigilance will not completely wane, it will certainly diminish compared to before. We must seize this opportunity to lay in wait and eliminate them. Yun Shuang cautioned. But they are armed. Zhao Jun replied. I am fully aware of their weaponry. However, we will be in ambush, which significantly increases our chances of success. Moreover, this risk is warranted, for only then can we resolve this matter entirely and ensure our safety, allowing us to live peacefully on this island. Yao Qiaoyun asked, what is your plan? Zhao Jun explained, it is quite simple, akin to how we previously lured the leopard. We shall place food at a specific location while we conceal ourselves elsewhere. They are far more cunning than leopards. Dolma expressed concern. Last time, our attempt to hunt the leopard nearly resulted in disaster. Zhao Jun reassured her, there is no need for alarm. At that time, we were unaware of the leopard's numbers, leading to our miscalculation. This situation is entirely different, for while they are indeed smarter and appear more formidable with their weapons, they are merely two individuals. We can manage them, and eliminating even one is a step forward. Lucy queried, then which of us will lay an ambush? Sao Yun replied, to prevent Chamberlain and Russell from exploiting any gaps in our defenses, we must remain cautious. Thus, I, Norma, Yao Qiaoyun, Astamu, and Yang Xiaohua shall venture out, while the others must remain within the walls. Only 5 of you? Lucy expressed her unease. Zhao Jun stated, 5 is sufficient. Our weaponry has been upgraded, and we have discovered 2 crossbows. Norma and Astamu can wield them, and Qiaoyun is proficient with a submachine gun. Furthermore, we possess grenades. We are certainly not at a disadvantage. Naturally, Chamberlain and Russell are desperate men, which makes them formidable when cornered. but it is imperative to maintain a strong presence within the walls. In truth, the only individuals within the walls capable of combat are Lucy, Yun Shuang, Simo, Dolma, and Kaya. The rest lack any real fighting ability and could even be a liability. Yun Shuang warned, "Please be extremely careful. If things go awry, do not engage them directly." Zhao Jun assured her, "I am well aware of the situation. However, this matter will take place 3 days later, and we can still discuss certain details in the meantime." With a sense of resignation, Park Yuna remarked, "So, is it impossible for the ship repairs to take place?" "It is not impossible," Zhao Jun patiently explained, "but we must first address Chamberlain and Russell, and then we shall see if we can restore that vessel." Chapter 169. Surrendering? After some contemplation, Park Yun-ae concluded that this was indeed the only way to ensure their safety and to proceed with the ship repairs. She reluctantly nodded and said, "Very well. I wish you great success." At that moment, Su Xinxu, who had been basking in the sun outside, suddenly rushed in and exclaimed, "The weather is changing. The entire sky is tinged with yellow. It seems snow is on its way." Everyone stepped outside to see that the skies had indeed turned overcast, with a faint yellow glow that hinted at an impending snowfall. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, "If it really snows, it may hinder our plan to leave food for an ambush 3 days from now." "Why is that?" Lucy inquired. Zhao Jun explained, "With snow falling, it will be difficult to conceal the traces of our ambush, making it easier for them to discover us." Lucy, feeling anxious, asked, "What should we do then?" "No need to panic. It may not necessarily snow. Besides, there are ways to cope with snow." Cao Yun replied calmly. By noon, snowflakes indeed began to fall, and soon it turned into a heavy snowstorm. Fortunately, the cave was warm with a fire burning. Norma and Smo's room was well insulated, and with the fire nearby, it was not overly cold. Moreover, Smo had Koya, and Norma had Astamu. Together, with the warmth of the fire and various animal skins, they were comfortable enough. Initially, Zhao Jun had considered allowing Norma and the others to enter the cave since it was snowing, but that was evidently no longer feasible, as there were still the dangerous figures of Chamberlain and Russell outside, necessitating vigilance and defense. Gazing at the falling snow, Zhao Jun found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting, "It has truly snowed. If it weren't for Chamberlain and Russell, we could be living here in comfort. How delightful that would be." Having prepared in advance, they not only had ample cured meats and fish, but had also scavenged numerous canned steaks and other provisions from the pirate ship. Zhao Jun had already distributed some snacks among the group, ensuring that Qin Xiyuan, Dolma, and Yang Xiaohua received a few extra chocolates and bread, which he openly acknowledged. While some other women expressed dissatisfaction, others showed understanding. As they munched on snacks, warmed by the fire, and gazed out at the snow, they fell into deep contemplation. If a plane crash were to occur at this moment, they might all freeze to death. Thus, they considered themselves fortunate. Had you not constructed those watchtowers, they might not have survived this winter, Yun Shuang remarked. Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, "I did indeed build the watchtowers to provide them with certain conveniences. However, even without them, they would have found the cave. There are several caves that I did not dig. They existed naturally. If I could find them, so could they, and they would have survived just the same. So, there is no need to dwell on this matter." Yun Shuang replied, "I am not dwelling on it, nor am I blaming you. I merely find it a bit regrettable." Zhao Jun fell into a moment of contemplation and remarked, "It is indeed a pity. Yet I must assert that we are far from being at the end of our resources. We are safe, with no concerns about food or clothing. And there is no need for excessive worry. Not only do we possess canned steak and preserved fish and meat, but we also have greenhouse vegetables and rabbits. However, if this snow continues to fall, we may have to resort to fetching water," Yun Shuang interjected. Zhao Jun replied, "Then let us endure a little hardship. We shall drink the melted snow, for once boiled, it poses no issue." Yao Qiaoyun sighed, "It seems we have no other choice." As they spoke, a fresh layer of snow blanketed the outside world, rendering it a vast expanse of white. Zhao Jun and Dualma, cloaked in animal skins, made their way to Norma's quarters. Norma and Astamu were huddled by the fire, partaking of bread, while occasionally surveying the outside conditions. The snowfall made it easy for Chamberlain and Russell to be spotted if they attempted to approach, and in a certain light, the snow was a blessing. Meanwhile, the little gray wolf lay nearby, nipping at the bread Norma had shared, now consuming anything in sight, resembling a puppy in many ways, albeit much fiercer. Zhao Jun first glanced outside before inquiring with Norma about any discoveries. Norma shook his head. No findings, everything appears normal. What as for lunch? Upon hearing Dualma's translation, Zhao Jun chuckled. Xiaohua is preparing a meal. In this frigid winter, a hot soup is essential. Today we shall enjoy a wild vegetable and antelope soup. In truth, such fare had become monotonous, and some were growing weary of it. Yet there was no alternative. They had to make do with what they had, especially with the heavy snowfall outside, making hot soup a delightful choice. Additionally, Zhao Jun offered Norma and Simo each a bowl of whiskey, a slightly stronger spirit that was quite comforting, though they were cautioned to drink responsibly to avoid inebriation, lest they become unaware of their surroundings. Zhao Jun also visited Simo momentarily before returning to the cave, where the snow continued to fall heavily and the temperatures plummeted. As he warmed himself by the fire, he said, "In 3 days, we must deliver food to them. Does anyone have any good ideas?" Just as Yun Shuang was about to speak, Norma and Simo simultaneously issued a warning. Startled, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang rushed outside to Simo's room, where they found a figure standing in the snow, clad in scant attire and trembling, none other than Russell. Simo had already drawn his bow, ready to shoot. Russell cried out, "Mr. Zhao, I surrender. I submit to you. I can no longer endure this. Please grant me a chance at life. I beg you." Zhao Jun responded coldly. "Do you think I would believe you?" Russell exclaimed, "I truly surrender. I can lead you to Chamberlain. What he has done is utterly outrageous, denying me food and clothing and seizing all my weapons. Mr. Zhao, I can help you eliminate him. Just provide me with something to eat." Zhao Jun was on the verge of ordering Simo to eliminate Russell when Yun Shuang leisurely remarked, "Do you not perceive him as an excellent point of leverage?" Zhao Jun, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by a point of leverage? We aim to eliminate both of them. Now, one claims to come and surrender. Regardless of whether his intentions are genuine or not, we can accept him initially, bind him securely, and ponder how much chaos a single individual could truly incite. We can utilize this person as a means to confront the other. If his surrender is authentic, it would be advantageous. Even if it is feigned, we need not fear." Yun Shuang articulated. Chapter 170. Walking into a trap, Zhao Jun momentarily paused, inquiring, "Why are you unafraid, even if it is false?" Yun Shuang replied, "Even if it is a ruse. Have we not already captured one? What do you do alone? Once he enters, we can search him and bind him. He will be powerless, and we can use him as bait." Upon reflection, Zhao Jun acknowledged the logic in her words and proclaimed loudly, "You must strip completely and come and bear. Only then will we permit your entry." Russell lamented, "How can this be? Wouldn't I freeze to death? Quickly now, disrobe and approach us. We shall allow you in. There is fire here, and we will provide you with clothing." Zhao Yun insisted. Russell shouted, "You are insulting me." Zhao Jun replied sternly, "If you agree, comply immediately. Otherwise, our discussion is over, and you may leave." Faced with no better options, Russell gritted his teeth and acquiesced, shedding his garments and approaching the door in a state of undress. Zhao Jun personally opened the door, and, as Russell stepped inside, he was struck on the back of the head with the butt of a gun, rendering him unconscious. Norman then dressed Russell in some clothes haphazardly, wrapped him in animal hides, and secured him tightly before dragging him into the cave. Approximately half an hour later, Russell regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "I followed your instructions. Why are you treating me this way? How can you do this? And why am I bound?" Zhao Jun replied coldly, "We must bind you. You are a potential threat. No one knows what schemes you and Chamberlain are concocting. Speak, what are your intentions?" Russell responded, "Chamberlain has gone too far. I can no longer endure him, which is why I sought to surrender to you. I have severed all ties with him. How could there possibly be any conspiracy? You are overthinking." Zhao Jun scoffed. "I am not overthinking. You are the clearest about your own intentions." Russell protested, "I truly harbor no schemes. I merely wish to survive. Survival is paramount. He has made my existence unbearable, leaving me no choice but to seek you out. Yet, you treat me this way." Zhao Yun retorted, "Do not feel aggrieved. Our actions are justified. Just moments ago, you were our mortal enemy, and now you suddenly appear claiming to ally with us against Chamberlain. Do you expect me to trust you? Regardless of what transpired between you two, since you have come to my side, I shall guard against you fiercely, ensuring you have no opportunity to betray us." After a moment of silence, Russell lamented, Chamberlain has completely lost his sanity. He has always been a tyrant, but now he is even more extreme, confiscating all my weapons and clothing. I am cold and hungry. I feel utterly unsafe. He has consumed nearly all the food. Indifferent to my plight. Had I not sought you, I would surely have perished. By the way, could you perhaps provide me with some food? Zhao Jun untied one of Russell's hands and offered him a piece of roasted meat. Russell devoured it ravenously, clearly famished, choking several times until Zhao Jun handed him water to help him swallow. You cannot imagine the food you left behind. He shared only a meager portion with me. He is genuinely selfish. I resorted to seeking your assistance out of sheer desperation. I am willing to join you in confronting Chamberlain. I have no ulterior motives, only a desire for warmth and sustenance. That is all I ask for, Russell declared. After Russell finished eating, Zhao Jun bound him once more. Russell pleaded, Mr. Zhao, please do not treat me this way. I have genuinely surrendered. Allow me to demonstrate my loyalty. How do you intend to demonstrate that to me? Cao Yun inquired. By dealing with Chamberlain. Russell hastily replied. Zhao Jun, intrigued, asked, and how do you propose to do that? Please elaborate. I will lead you to him, and I can even take it upon myself to kill him, Russell asserted. Zhao Jun shook his head. Do you truly believe we would allow you to do such a thing, let alone arm you? That is preposterous. Russell earnestly insisted, I am not jesting. I speak the truth. You must trust me. Zhao Jun retorted. You must provide me with a compelling reason to trust you. After a moment's contemplation, Russell proposed, if you provide me with a weapon, I will kill Chamberlain to prove my loyalty to you. Do you take us for children? In this situation, do you truly think I would arm you? Enough of this nonsense. Remain here and behave. Zhao Jun stepped forward, covering Russell's mouth, ears, and eyes, then secured him beside the entrance. Initially intending to place him in the antelope pen, Zhao Jun reconsidered due to the snow falling outside. Leaving him there might lead to his freezing to death. In truth, Zhao Jun did not particularly care whether Russell lived or died, but having subdued him, it was prudent to ensure his survival for the time being. At that moment, Yun Shuang and the others arrived. Upon seeing Russell bound like a rice dumpling, Yun Shuang inquired, how did the conversation go? He asked us for weapons, claiming he would take us to find Chamberlain and kill him. Is he jesting? Would we engage in such a reckless act? Zhao Jun replied, exasperated. Yun Shuang concurred. It does indeed sound like a joke. We certainly cannot entertain such an idea. Zhao Jun mused. You suggested he might prove useful. How so? Yun Shuang responded. We should cease providing food to Chamberlain. Zhao Jun considered this and stated, now that only Chamberlain remains, if he becomes desperate and hungry enough to seek us out, we need not fear him. If he does not approach us, he may well freeze outside. This plan is indeed quite sound. Yun Shuang remarked, should Chamberlain truly decide to confront us, it is certain he would be utterly famished, and such a state would undoubtedly diminish his combat prowess. Consequently, we shall secure Russell outside. This will serve as both a warning to Chamberlain and a means to erode his fighting spirit. Zhao Jun replied, indeed, that sounds rather reasonable. Yun Shuang continued, now, we are left with only Chamberlain. We possess ample time and resources to contend with him. However, there lies one pressing issue. Zhao Jun inquired, what issue? Yun Shuang responded, they are not fools, so why would they allow Russell to come, thereby sacrificing their own combat effectiveness? Chapter 171. How many women do you desire? Zhao Jun remarked, this is indeed quite perplexing. We certainly cannot trust Russell. We could either eliminate him or capture him, but could they be scheming something? However, it appears that Russell is not capable of any tricks. Yao Qiaoyun responded, he came here in the nude. Could it be that he has something concealed within him? Zhao Jun was taken aback and said, could it be? Is there a bomb or poison hidden inside him? Yao Qiaoyun replied, it is truly difficult to contemplate and even harder to conceive. Besides, Russell seems to have little influence on us. Yun Shuang interjected, I feel that the situation is not as simple as it appears. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, let us analyze this. If we had not allowed Russell to enter and had simply shot him, what would the outcome have been? Cao Yun admitted, I really cannot fathom it. It seems like it would have been a senseless death. Could they truly have turned against each other? Yet, to be honest, they have no valid reason to do so, Yao Qiaoyun noted. Yun Shuang proposed, let us consider the opposite scenario. If we allow him to enter but bind him, restricting his movements, what could Russell possibly offer Chamberlain? This left everyone perplexed. Suddenly, Lucy spoke up. So, their gamble is that we neither kill nor bind him? That seems rather bizarre. Zhao Jun conceded. I must admit, this possibility does exist. Gamblers will take risks for even a 1 in a million chance. Yang Xiaohua questioned. Surely they cannot be that foolish? Zhao Jun replied, it is not foolishness. It is a gamble. Qiaoyun should understand this well. In business, one often takes risks. For instance, investing 1 million with a chance to earn 2 million, though there is also the risk of loss, is something everyone considers. However, if there's a possibility of earning 10 million, even if the odds are slim, many will still take the plunge. Yao Qiaoyun acknowledged. Indeed, following Zhao Jun's reasoning, this possibility remains. If we were to genuinely believe Russell, their gains could be substantial, even turning the tide in their favor. They are at a disadvantage, lacking in both weaponry and numbers, not to mention their geographical position is extremely unfavorable. Thus, this risk must have been a conclusion reached after thorough discussion between the two. Yun Shuang suggested, then let us simply eliminate him. Disposing of his body outside would serve as a deterrent to Chamberlain. Zhao Jun shook his head. While we must indeed eliminate him, there's no need to rush. Let him live a few more days. In 3 days, we will withhold food from Chamberlain and observe what choice he makes. Initially, Zhao Jun intended to ambush Chamberlain, but now seemed improbable due to the snowfall, which would obscure any traces of an ambush. They would need to devise an alternative strategy. As evening descended, aside from providing Russell with food and drink, he was consistently bound, with his mouth, ears, and eyes sealed, rendering him unable to see, hear, or speak. After dinner, the group engaged in light conversation before retiring for the night. Zhao Jun, however, remained by the fire, motionless, until Tao Luna approached and sat beside him. Zhao Jun glanced toward the door, where Russell was restrained, and asked, Why aren't you asleep yet? Tao Luna replied, I find it difficult to sleep. It's not cold. How can you be unable to sleep? Sao Yun quistent, posset. It's merely a matter of having something on my mind, she explained. Zhao Jun retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and said, Is it because the new year is approaching, and you miss home? Tao Luna first nodded, then shook her head, saying, Missing home is just part of it. It's not the entirety. Often, I ponder what would happen if we cannot escape and are forced to live here for a lifetime. Zhao Jun chuckled. Once we deal with Chamberlain, even living here for eternity wouldn't be so bad. Tao Luna inquired, Are you suggesting that all of us women must marry you? Although Zhao Jun privately entertained such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them and merely replied, I never claimed such a thing. Tao Luna laughed. You are the only man here, and we are so many women. What do you expect us to do? Should we choose between Norma and Smo, or should we let Russell live? Zhao Jun assured her, Rescue will arrive eventually. Tao Luna sighed. I once thought about how things might be between us and share my concerns with you. At that time, you did not agree. Now, it seems you already have 3 women. I fear my chances have dwindled. Am I destined to live in solitude for the rest of my life? Half jokingly and half seriously, Zhao Jun responded, Not at all. I wouldn't mind having one more. Tao Luna covered her mouth and laughed. Are you truly that capable? Absolutely. I'm indeed formidable. Zhao Jun declared confidently. Tao Luna chuckled, but soon added, Yet, I fear that Yuan Jia might not be pleased. Can you appease her? Of course. Why wouldn't I be able to? You need not worry. Sao Yun replied. Previously, Tao Luna had expressed similar sentiments, but Zhao Jun had brushed them off, feeling somewhat shy at the time. Now, with 3 women openly acknowledged, he felt liberated and spoke more frivolously. Tao Luna was not angered and asked, Are you really that impressive? You'll find out if you try. Zhao Jun encouraged. I wouldn't dare, she replied hastily. If I did, Yuan Jia would surely slay me. Zhao Jun, with a smirk, reassured her, It's fine, she won tea. While they conversed, their voices, though intentionally lowered, were overheard by Qin Xiyuan, who, unable to contain her annoyance, stepped out. Tao Luna, who had been enjoying her banter with Zhao Jun, fell silent upon seeing Qin Xiyuan approach with a frosty demeanor. Qin Xiyuan settled between Zhao Jun and Tao Luna, remarking, Were you two discussing so late at night instead of sleeping? Tao Luna remarked, It's nothing, just unable to sleep. Thought I might engage in casual conversation. Qin Xiyuan replied, It's getting late. You ought to rest. Quickly, Tao Luna responded, All right, then I shall retire for the night. She hurriedly departed, leaving Qin Xiyuan gazing at Zhao Jun, her eyes filled with a lingering melancholy. After a moment, she said, 3. It's already 3. What more do you desire? Zhao Jun, scratching his nose, felt a hint of embarrassment as he replied, All right, I was merely jesting. I fear it is not mere jesting, but rather your true sentiments, is it not? Am I not familiar with you? Qin Xiyuan retorted. Chapter 172. Just how impressive are you? Upon witnessing Qin Xiyuan's renewed anger, Zhao Jun opted for silence, rising to his feet and effortlessly lifting her into his arms, striding into the house. After a considerable time, Zhao Jun emerged from the room, first inspecting the bindings on Russell to ensure they were secure, then checking the heating and observing the foot of snow outside, before returning to the warmth of the fire to relax with a cigarette. Lucy approached, seating herself across from Zhao Jun, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Feeling somewhat abashed under her gaze, Zhao Jun inquired, What's on your mind? With a playful smile, Lucy replied, I suddenly find myself curious about just how impressive you truly are. She playfully flicked at the flames, warning, with 3 women involved, be wary of greed leading to downfall. Don't say I didn't caution you. If you continue like this, trouble is bound to arise. Zhao Jun, slightly taken aback, responded, What kind of trouble could arise? Oh, quite a bit, she elaborated. Jealousy, for instance, or concerns regarding your health. I advise you to know when to be satisfied. You've already acquired quite enough, and pursuing more could lead to complications. In truth, Zhao Jun was undeniably fortunate, surrounded by beautiful women, a dream he had long harbored, now realized in this unexpected reality. Yet, internally, he felt an insatiable yearning. What man would ever complain about having more women, especially with such an abundance of beauty surrounding him? Thoughts of Yun Shuang and the alluring Lucy crossed his mind. Are you concerned about my well-being? Sao Yun Yistil. I assure you, my health is robust. At least for the next few years, I foresee no issues. Lucy chuckled, and what the years that follow? You can't genuinely believe you'll remain unscathed. Taking a sip of hot water, Zhao Jun replied, Are you worried my health might falter in a few years? It's wise to cherish the present, lest you find yourself powerless later, filled with regret. Lucy burst into laughter. Now that is quite the sophistry. Sao Yun insisted, imcivis. You should take me at my word. After sharing a few more exchanges, Park Yun-a approached, unable to sleep and seeking warmth by the fire. She had not overheard the earlier conversation between Lucy and Zhao Jun. Noticing Yun-a's arrival, Lucy moderated her demeanor. Yun-a, was acting in television enjoyable for you? Sao Yun asked. Park Yun-a replied, On the surface, it appears delightful, yet it is quite demanding. Fortunately, my resources are favorable, making it considerably easier than for the average actor. Zhao Jun concurred. Indeed, the most arduous roles in a drama often fall to the extras and stunt performers, particularly the stunt doubles. Yes, the stunt doubles endure the most hardship, Park Yun-a acknowledged. Should we manage to leave this place, could you arrange a role for me? Zhao Jun suggested, attempting to spark conversation and alleviate the awkwardness of silence. Park Yun-a smiled, Certainly. If we do escape, I'll persuade my father to invest in a drama featuring just us. How delightful that would be, though I can't guarantee the ratings will be impressive. Zhao Jun remarked, Let us adapt our story, presenting it as based on true events. It will serve as an enticing hook. We should elaborate on our encounter with the pirates and refine the narrative further. If we engage skilled screenwriters and action directors, the audience will surely be substantial. Moreover, there is you, a prominent star in the industry. Park Yun-a shook her head and replied, I cannot truly consider myself a sensation. Although my resources are ample, when it comes to fame, I still lag behind those top-tier celebrities. Zhao Jun reassured her, That is inconsequential. If we manage to return alive, you will undoubtedly emerge as the most celebrated star, for your experiences will embellish your reputation, propelling you to the ranks of first-tier celebrities. Though Park Yun-a had a supportive father, it did not guarantee her rise to stardom. She currently occupied a second-tier status. Nonetheless, the news of her kidnapping was bound to create a significant stir. Surviving this ordeal and ascending to first-tier celebrity status could be a matter of moments. Zhao Jun did not voice this thought, yet Park Yun had contemplated it herself, nodding in agreement. Perhaps, but the prerequisite is surviving. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Lucy interjected, Once we deal with Chamberlain, we shall see if we can repair that ship. I hope the engine is intact. Everything else can be managed. Chapter 173. Filtering snow water, Zhao Jun sighed. Even if the engine is in perfect condition, the ship's hull may not be adequately repaired. Even if it is, venturing out to sea with this vessel remains perilous. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not place our hopes entirely on this ship. Lucy replied, if all goes well, we could still attempt it come spring. Having experienced maritime adventures before, she and Jack had once aspired to traverse the Pacific Ocean in a sailboat. This current vessel, she believed, was in far better condition. Zhao Jun continued, I do not wish to dampen your spirits. But even if everything goes smoothly and both the hull and engine are functioning flawlessly, what about the fuel? It might not be sufficient. Thus, this plan is rather impractical. Park Yuna widened her eyes and said, if they dare to set sail and reach this place, they must have brought enough fuel. Indeed, they likely brought ample supplies. Zhao Jun acknowledged, but first, that intense battle may have depleted a significant amount. Secondly, we are unaware of the route they took. They may have traveled unnecessarily far. What they possess may not be enough for us. Do you understand? Park Yuna paused for a moment and conceded that does make sense. Lucy interjected, you need not worry about the route. I can discern it. Since you are confident in your abilities, very well, Zhao Jun acquiesced. We shall see whether this endeavor proves feasible. However, the most pressing matter is to deal with Chamberlain first. Lucy glanced at the bound Russell and said, Russell is now firmly in our grasp, completely under control. Only Chamberlain remains, and he is certainly easier to handle alone. That may be true, Zhao Jun replied, but Chamberlain is quite cunning, so we must remain vigilant. The trio conversed for a while longer before retiring for the night. Zhao Jun returned to his room. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Qin Xiyuan, smiled and gently embraced her, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhao Jun heard Dolma's voice calling from outside. Jun, wake up. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the exquisite visage of Qin Xiyuan. He smiled softly and planted a kiss on her cheek before rising and opening the door to inquire, Dolma, what is the matter? Dolma replied, today, Sister Xiaohua is preparing breakfast, but we've discovered the water pipes are frozen. Should we fetch water or drink the snow water directly? I suggested we drink the snow water, but everyone insists that if we can fetch water, it is preferable to drink spring water. We must have clean water if we encounter any issues. It could lead to major complications. This matter was not trivial. Drinking snow water was not inherently problematic, yet given their current circumstances, if someone were to fall ill from it, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Although Lucy's medical kit contained some medications for diarrhea that they had found aboard the pirate ship, they lacked a doctor. Nobody wished to fall ill. Dolma and her companions were indifferent, having previously consumed less than clean water in their tribe, but the other women were understandably cautious. Originally, this should have been spoken by Yang Xiaohua, but feeling somewhat embarrassed knowing that Qin Xiyuan was in Zhao Jun's room, she had Dolma call Zhao Jun instead. Zhao Jun rubbed his eyes and replied, please wait a moment. He closed the door, donned his clothes, and simultaneously roused Qin Xiyuan. Subsequently, Zhao Jun emerged first and made his way to the kitchen, where Yang Xiaohua was preparing the ingredients, but there was no water available. Zhao Jun inquired, is there absolutely no water left? In truth, it had frozen the previous day. There was only a little left in the water tank, but the foot-washing water from last night had been sourced from spring water, hence, it was now depleted. Yang Xiaohua explained. Zhao Jun remarked, in situations like this in the future, foot-washing water can be sourced from melted snow or even water from the Hudong River. Spring water should be reserved for drinking. Yang Xiaohua, feeling embarrassed, replied, I've never encountered this situation before. I didn't think it through at the time. I apologize. Zhao Jun shook his head, saying, I'm not trying to blame you. I merely want you to pay more attention in the future. It's not a big deal. Even if we hadn't washed our feet yesterday, we would still find ourselves without spring water today. Yang Xiaohua asked, so what should we do? Zhao Jun responded, let me think of a solution. This morning, you can prepare some goat milk to tide us over for now. Yang Xiaohua nodded, all right, I understand. Zhao Jun donned his rabbit fur hat and scarf, then opened the door, instantly feeling the biting cold, with snow still falling. He carefully crossed the bridge and made his way to Norma's room, where Yao Qiaoyun followed behind. Upon entering Norma's room, they found him just waking up. While Astamu was still asleep, Norma was stoking the fire and gazing outside. The world beyond was blanketed in white, devoid of anything else. Yao Qiaoyun informed Norma that breakfast would soon be ready. Norma nodded, waking Astamu, and the two descended to wash up. The snow continued to fall. The cold was indeed piercing. Zhao Jun sighed and asked, Qiaoyun, Do you think we should fetch water today or not? Yao Qiaoyun replied. With the snow falling so heavily and with Zhang Bulan lurking somewhere, I believe it's not a prudent choice to go out for water at this moment. Zhao Jun suggested. Then shall we drink snow water? Yao Qiaoyun countered. Snow water is certainly not clean, but if boiled, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. I think we can manage with snow water. We also have goat milk, some beverages from the pirate ship, and some bottled water available. We should aim to avoid drinking snow water or at least limit our intake. Given our numbers, fetching water once or twice one tea suffice. And considering the danger posed by Zhang Bulan, it simply doesn't add up. Zhao Jun sighed. Indeed, in light of the danger, it's not worth the risk. We shall endure for a few days. Yao Qiaoyun suggested. We could have Xiaohua filter the snow water first, and then boil it. Even if there are bacteria, they won't survive at boiling point, so it should be manageable. Sao Yun inquired, feed the tea. How we do that? Yao Qiaoyun explained, using 2 layers of cloth, with charcoal placed in between, and then filtering some fine sand. Wouldn't that just make it dirtier? Sao Yun remarks. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head and replied, no, it will only become cleaner. I will assist Xiaohua with this task, so you need not worry. Sao Yun responded, all right, your expertise surpasses mine. So I trust your judgment. If this truly proves effective, we shall not have to fret about water for a while, thereby avoiding the risks associated with fetching it. Yao Qiaoyun said, very well, I shall get to work. Chapter 174. Russell's escape. As Yao Qiaoyun spoke, she departed, and Zhao Jun gazed outside for a moment before returning to the cave. The meal was ready, consisting of roasted meat and warm goat's milk. Dolma shared some with Noma and Smo before returning to sit by the fire and began to eat. After the meal, Yang Xiaohua and Yao Qiaoyun busied themselves filtering snowmelt, while Zhao Jun untied Russell, offering him some food and drink. Russell exclaimed, I need to use the restroom. Zhao Jun cautioned, do not attempt any tricks. Russell replied earnestly, brother, what tricks could I possibly play? I genuinely need to relieve myself. I haven't been able to all night. Wouldn't you feel the same? Reluctantly, Sao Yun lifted Russell, releasing his hands, and led him outside. Russell declared, I need to go number 2. Zhao Jun had no choice but to guide him to the vegetable patch. Russell lowered his trousers and began his business. Zhao Jun averted his gaze slightly, yet kept his eyes trained on Russell, ready to act should anything seem amiss. Fortunately, Russell did not attempt any deceit. Once he finished, Zhao Jun prepared to escort him back to the cave, intending to bind him again. However, Russell slipped and fell, and before Zhao Jun could react to assist him, Russell rolled and plunged into the Hulong River. Zhao Jun's reflexes were sharp. He immediately fired at the river, seemingly hitting his target as a splash of red appeared. Yet Russell's whereabouts remained elusive as he swam downstream. Initially, Zhao Jun contemplated pursuing him, but a sudden realization flooded him with cold sweat. He quickly summoned Noma, and together, they braved the snowstorm to construct a shelter at the river's exit, lighting a fire to keep vigil. Zhao Jun then returned to the cave, retrieved some prepared bamboo, sharpened it, and fashioned it into a net to place at the exit. The others watched Zhao Jun with confusion, unable to inquire about Russell due to their preoccupation. Subsequently, Zhao Jun modified the large shelter, enclosing it, adding straw, and even installing bamboo pipes for heating. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already afternoon. He finally took a moment to catch his breath, having missed lunch in his flurry of activity, and sat down to eat a few bites. Zhao Jun instructed Smo and Koya to remain in their quarters, observing the situation beyond the walls while directing Noma and Astamu to move to the warm shelter, ensuring they kept a close watch on the exit. Noma acknowledged his understanding, and Zhao Jun took a moment to survey the perimeter of the courtyard before returning to the cave. It was at this juncture that Yao Qiaoyun inquired. The fact that Russell escaped was unexpected, but what were you so busy with? Zhao Jun explained, if Russell could escape through here, then he could also infiltrate back in the same manner. Should he and Chamberlain enter through the river's exit, we would be in dire straits. Enlightenment dawned on Yao Qiaoyun as she replied, now I see. Your considerations are indeed thorough. I recently walked around the yard and confirmed that there was indeed no other entrance aside from this exit. Thus, while Simo and the others watched the outer wall, Norma and her group focused on the exit, and there seemed to be no cause for alarm, Zhao Jun remarked. Yun Shuang responded, it's no wonder your reaction was so intense. However, given the frigid winter, they likely wouldn't think to enter from here, would they? Zhao Jun replied, to be honest, I still feel quite uneasy. They may not have considered this possibility early on. Although it is winter, we cannot dismiss any potential threats. We must exercise caution and not let our guard down, for our negligence could prove fatal. Being cautious is always prudent. From now on, we shall cut off their food supply. If they manage to find food, so be it. However, if they cannot, they will undoubtedly resort to desperate measures to enter. During this period, everyone must remain vigilant. Oh, how is the matter of drinking snow melt progressing? Yao Qiaoyun replied, it has been filtered and boiled. The taste is not particularly pleasant, but it is absolutely hygienic and will not upset our stomachs. Zhao Jun nodded. Indeed, we must ensure the water reaches a full boil. At 100 degrees Celsius, it must attain that temperature. Yao Qiaoyun assured him, understood. I will pay close attention to this matter. Yang Xiaohua also chimed in, got it. After a long day of exertion, Zhao Jun felt quite fatigued and decided to retire early. When Dolma came to keep him company, he lacked the energy for any further activities and could only hold her as he drifted off to sleep. 3 days passed in this manner, with an unyielding silence enveloping the outside world. The snowfall had finally ceased, yet it had accumulated to a depth of 3 feet. Indeed, it was no small amount. On this particular day, Zhao Jun, alongside Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma, approached Simo's room. As they gazed outside, he caught sight of a fleeting figure that resembled Chamberlain. Without hesitation, Zhao Jun fired his weapon, and Simo loosed an arrow. The figure dropped a wooden plank and hurriedly departed. Zhao Jun, using binoculars, observed intently and pondered. What did this be? Is it a means of communication? Previously, they had conveyed messages by inscribing words on wooden boards. Now, it appeared that Chamberlain had taken the risk of approaching, clearly driven by a dire shortage of food, perhaps seeking sustenance. Zhao Jun instructed Simo and Yao Qiaoyun to keep watch while he and Dolma, armed and cautious, opened the door to retrieve the plank. Upon bringing it back, nothing untoward occurred. Indeed, the plank bore a request for food. Once Simo and Norma were present, Zhao Jun gathered everyone around the fire to deliberate on how to address this situation. Yun Shuang remarked, it seems he is truly starving, which is why he resorted to such measures. We could let him go hungry for a few more days. He might not survive. Cao Yun replied, but what if they find food? Yun Shuang inquired, what do you mean by that? We cannot continue living in such trepidation. We must devise a plan to eliminate them. Russell sustained injuries during his escape last time. We do not know how severe they were, so we shall assume he is not dead, Zhao Jun stated. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, this snowy day may not be conducive for an ambush. Furthermore, he has designated a specific location. Should we proceed, we risk falling into his trap. Zhao Jun slapped his forehead and replied, indeed, that is a valid point. However, if we do not personally eliminate them, even if they were to perish outside, we would remain in a state of anxiety, uncertain of their fate. This is an untenable situation, Yao Qiaoyun asserted. Thus, we must deliberate this matter thoroughly. We cannot act recklessly. Chapter 175, Excessive Demands, Yang Xiaohua remarked, in truth, if we were to mobilize a substantial number of people to search for them, it is not certain that we would be unable to overpower them. They are few in number, and Russell, regardless of his fate, would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Without any means of medical treatment, their condition is bound to worsen. Zhao Jun replied, however, if any of our people were to be shot, it would not be a trivial matter. It is no small feat for us to survive in these times. I wish for no unforeseen accidents to befall anyone. If all else fails, we might consider accepting them. What do you think? Lucy suggested with a sudden idea. Zhao Jun frowned. You are aware that they are pirates. Even if we were to accept them, they would certainly not remain docile. We must not allow ourselves to be annihilated. Lucy countered, we can negotiate with them, offer them food, and even construct a small shelter outside for them to reside in, provided they surrender all their weapons to us. This way, they would live under our watchful eyes, granting us absolute control. We need not fear their actions, and should we fail to uphold our end of the bargain and eliminate them, it would be all the more convenient. Zhao Jun widened his eyes and said, your strategy is quite ruthless. It remains to be seen whether they will agree. Without food, they will have no choice but to acquiesce, whether they wish to or not. I believe negotiations are feasible, Lucy asserted. Yao Qiaoyun added, it is worth a try. Zhao Jun contemplated the proposal, finding it somewhat outrageous yet not entirely implausible. After all, it would not pose any detriment to them, regardless of their response. If they refused, they would find themselves in a stalemate, unlikely to endure for long. Conversely, if they consented, their fates would remain in Zhao Jun's hands. Zhao Jun nodded. Very well, let us proceed with the negotiations. Without delay, Zhao Jun and the others inscribed their intentions on a wooden sign and placed it in a conspicuous location. The following day, they received a response. Chamberlain agreed to negotiate, indicating that he was indeed out of options. In the afternoon, as arranged, Zhao Jun, Yao Qiaoyun, Norma, and Yang Xiaohua arrived at the ravine where they had previously met. With heavy snow blanketing the area, they had no concerns about ambushes. Zhao Jun called out, "Chamberlain, are you there?" Chamberlain replied, "I am here. You propose that we construct a house outside the walls for us to eat and live in. Is that correct?" Zhao Yun affirmed, "Indeed. To be candid, this arrangement allows us to keep a constant watch over you, ensuring your safety while providing you with food, water, and warmth, thus preventing starvation and freezing. This is the best option. You must consider it carefully." After a moment of silence, Chamberlain responded, "If we heed your advice and proceed with this, who can guarantee that you will not suddenly turn against us and eliminate us?" Zhao Jun acknowledged his concerns, saying, "I understand your apprehension, yet I can offer you no guarantees. It is solely a matter of whether you trust me. I truly wish to end this stalemate." Chamberlain inquired, "What other demands do you have?" Zhao Jun smiled broadly. "It is quite simple. You must surrender your weapons." Zhang Bojun exclaimed, "This is impossible. If we surrender our weapons, we would be at your mercy. Can we truly entrust our lives to you?" Zhao Jun replied, "You find yourselves devoid of any negotiating power. Comply with our demands. Furthermore, once this day is over, we shall no longer engage in discussions with you. It will be a matter of endurance to see who can outlast whom. This is your sole opportunity." Evidently, Zhang Bojun was contemplating the situation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "I can relinquish 1 submachine gun, 100 rounds of ammunition, and 3 grenades, but I must retain the rest." "And how much remains with you?" Zhao Yun inquired. "I still possess 1 submachine gun, 50 rounds of ammunition, and 2 grenades. We must maintain a degree of self-defense." Zhang Bojun asserted, "This is not unreasonable." Zhao Jun responded, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We will return to construct a shelter for you, and you will place your weapons at the entrance while we monitor you throughout. The shelter will contain provisions for your sustenance. We will oversee your daily needs, and every night, I require that you light bonfires around the dwelling." Zhang Bojun retorted, "Are your demands excessive? We have already made considerable concessions. We are also making sacrifices. Otherwise, we could sever your food supply and leave you to fend for yourselves, which would be far more perilous for us, wouldn't it? If you harbor distrust towards us, we cannot extend our trust to you either. Ultimately, this arrangement ensures mutual security." Zhao Yun stated. Zhang Bojun sighed in resignation. "To remain under your surveillance while surrendering our weapons, is that truly a basis for trust?" Zhao Yun replied, "That depends on whether you are willing to take a gamble." With determination, Zhang Bojun declared, "I accept the gamble. However, I have one additional request." "Speak," Zhao Yun responded. "I require some anti-inflammatory medication, along with bandages and amoxicillin." Zhang Jun agreed, "Certainly. No problem." Zhang Bojun called out, "Then proceed to build the shelter we shall come by this afternoon." Upon their return, Zhao Jun and his companions, having previously gathered ample hay, firewood, and large logs before the snowfall, worked together to construct a rudimentary shelter. It was equipped for warmth and protection from the elements, and provisions along with medicine were placed inside before they retreated behind the walls. As the sun began to set, Zhang Bojun assisted Russell in approaching. He first placed Russell inside the shelter before returning alone to deposit the agreed-upon weapons at the entrance and then departed. Russell, having suffered severe injuries and a cold from exposure, was on the brink of death, compelling Zhang Bojun to concede to Zhao Jun's unreasonable demands out of desperation. Once this matter was settled, Zhao Jun requested that Simo maintain constant surveillance of Zhang Bojun and the others, and then convened a meeting with the others to decide their subsequent course of action. This matter was proposed by Lucy, who expressed her conviction with great resolve, stating, "Naturally, we should take advantage of their limited weaponry and eliminate them." Yang Xiaohua interjected, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? To simply kill them? After all, we promised to coexist peacefully." Lucy retorted, "While that may be the case, can you truly believe it yourself?" Setting aside other considerations, Would you dare venture outside if they were released? They remain exceedingly perilous. How can we allow them to reside here? Absolutely not. Chapter 176. Surveillance. Zhao Jun remarked, "Indeed, we harbor mutual distrust, and continuing in this manner is untenable. If we truly wish to avoid losing our credibility, we should capture them alive and construct a prison to confine them. However, establishing such a prison may prove difficult, and even then, the constant anxiety of their confinement would weigh heavily upon us. It is far more prudent to monitor them as we currently do. Ultimately, the most effective solution is to eliminate them entirely. Human nature is treacherous, and Zhang Luan and his crew are pirates by nature, unlikely to remain compliant." Yun Shuang interjected, "That said, even if we resort to violence, we may not achieve significant results. They may be poorly armed, yet they still possess weapons. Should we suffer casualties, the endeavor could turn counterproductive. Thus, our current approach may not be entirely unwise. At least they remain within our line of sight." Zhao Jun inquired, "Qiaoyun, what is your perspective?" Yao Qiaoyun replied, "As the saying goes, a moonless night is perfect for murder. Moreover, Zhang Luan likely conceals some weaponry. Furthermore, understanding both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. If we do not ascertain the full extent of his armament, we may find ourselves in great peril. I propose we observe them quietly for several days. After all, they are under our watchful gaze. We should remain vigilant during this period. Don't you agree?" Zhao Jun nodded. "You make a valid point." Lucy added, "I still believe we should resolve this matter swiftly. The uncertainty is quite unsettling." Zhao Jun reassured her, "Fear not, for both Simo and I will take turns monitoring them. Norma will continue to oversee the water outlet. Rest assured, no unexpected incidents will arise." That evening, during dinner, Zhao Jun addressed Simo, "Simo, you take the latter half of the night, and I shall take the first half. I will wake you before I retire, so you can have your dinner and then rest." Simo nodded in agreement, understood. After dinner, Zhao Jun approached Norma's dwelling, which was temporarily vacant as Norma was stationed with Astisum at the water outlet. He kindled a fire and glanced outside. Zhang Luan was surprisingly compliant, having kindled a circle of bonfires outside. This way, should Zhang Luan emerge, he would be readily visible. As Zhao Jun puffed on a cigarette, he was approached by Dolma, who embraced him from behind and gently said, "Jun, I have come to keep you company tonight." Cao Yun gazed outside, savoring the warmth Dolma brought, and chuckled, "Very well, but we must wait a moment. It is still quite chilly, despite the fire being lit. It would require some time to warm the entire house." Dolma began to lay out leopard and antelope skins. Dolma queried, "Can we truly ensure our safety in this manner? These individuals are rather intimidating." Zhao Jun replied, "Thus, we must exercise strict vigilance. We cannot afford to relax our guard." Dolma conceded all right. As they spoke, Park Yun-ah and Yao Qiaoyun approached. The night had fallen, and Park Yun-ah appeared somewhat frightened, hiding behind the window to peer outside. Cao Yun inquired, "What brings you here?" Yun-ah found herself unable to sleep and expressed a desire to come and take a look. Yao Qiaoyun explained, "What is there to see? It's not as if we're going to kill them. I understand Yuna's intense hatred for these pirates, but we must exercise caution. Thankfully, we are currently monitoring them, so there's no real danger, as long as we avoid venturing out alone." Yao Qiaoyun continued, "Yuna merely wishes to see. She feels a lingering sense of unease." Park Yuna remarked, "In truth, it isn't too alarming. At this rate, they seem incapable of action." Zhao Jun replied, "Indeed, for the sake of survival, a bit of compromise is not unreasonable. After all, we are all human. To resort to murder seems rather inappropriate." Park Yuna shook her head, stating, "What I mean is that this situation is acceptable, but if an opportunity arises, we must not let them escape. They are capable of killing without a moment's hesitation." Her manager had fallen victim to these pirates, having been taken hostage, which fueled her deep animosity towards them, longing for their demise. Zhao Jun understood Park Yuna's sentiments and said, "I comprehend, yet we must prioritize everyone's safety. Thus, this is merely a temporary measure." Gazing outside, Park Yuna murmured, "It's not that I wish for their deaths. Rather, only by eliminating them can we repair the ship and return home sooner." It became evident that Park Yuna had been yearning for a return, a sentiment that was understandable. No one wished to dwell on this desolate island. Even Zhao Jun, who seemed quite comfortable here with 3 beautiful women, occasionally reminisced about society. The sudden departure from the information age surely left him nostalgic. Thus, Zhao Jun did not intend to extinguish Park Yuna's spirit. He simply said, "Yuna, you should return and rest early. I am here, so there is no need to worry." Park Yuna nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she sat by the fire and inquired, "Will it be cold here at night?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "It should be all right. We have the fire and animal skins." Yao Qiaoyun added with a teasing smile, "Androma, right?" Zhao Jun did not deny it. Laughing, "It is indeed quite cold alone. 2 people make it much better, and of course, 3 or 4 would be even more splendid." Yao Qiaoyun blushed and retorted, "Pa, you have quite the imagination." Cao Yun, unabashed, replied, "What is wrong with that? Am I mistaken? I still have Sister Yuan and Xiaohua, after all." Yao Qiaoyun countered, "If you truly had that capability, you wouldn't have made such a mess before. Do you really think you could have all 3 of them accompany you?" Zhao Jun smirked, "Not yet." "Then why speak so confidently?" Yao Qiaoyun scoffed. After conversing for a while longer, Yao Qiaoyun and Park Yuna finally took their leave. Zhao Jun gazed out at the scene outside when Dualma embraced him from behind. Coming back to his senses, the 2 shared a kiss. Their playful entanglement lasted over an hour before it came to a close. Zhao Jun, now smoking a cigarette, noticed that Dualma had fallen asleep. He watched her for a moment and, glancing at the time, realized it was still early. Left with no choice but to sit idly, Dualma eventually awakened from her slumber. Upon noticing Zhao Jun lost in thought, she approached him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "Aren't you tired? How about I keep watch for a while? And you take a nap? I'll wake you later." Zhao Jun gently brushed his fingers against her nose and replied with a smile, "Aren't you weary? Perhaps you should rest instead." Chapter 177. Taking turns to watch, Dolma remarked, "I felt a bit fatigued earlier, but after a brief slumber, I am much rejuvenated." Zhao Jun gently caressed Dolma's flowing hair and replied, "The 2 individuals outside are exceedingly perilous. Now that we have managed to keep them under surveillance, we must remain vigilant and not allow any negligence." "I understand. Are you not concerned for my safety?" Dolma inquired. Zhao Jun smiled and assured her, "Of course I trust you, but I wish to spare you from undue hardship." Dolma found comfort in Zhao Jun's words, and after a tender moment, she succumbed to sleep. As Zhao Jun gazed at Dolma in her serene slumber, he too felt a profound sense of tranquility. However, the situation was far from pleasant for Chamberlain and Russell. After consuming medication, Russell drifted into a hazy sleep, while Chamberlain remained alert, gun in hand, peering into the darkness outside. In the late hours of the night, Russell awoke and glanced at Chamberlain, asking, "How goes it?" Chamberlain replied, "All is quiet. It seems they have no immediate intentions to strike." Russell shook his head. "It is only a matter of time before they act. They will not let us escape, especially after the incident I caused. In hindsight, we should never have done that. It was far too reckless and has irrevocably shattered their trust in us." Chamberlain responded, "At that moment, we had no better alternatives. We truly should not be residing here. They could assault us at any moment," Russell asserted. Chamberlain sighed. "We cannot hunt for prey, and there is no food. In this bitter winter, what are we to do? Besides, you are grievously injured and ill. Had we not acted thus, you would have perished, and in a few days I would follow suit." Russell grimaced. "At this rate, we may meet our end tonight. If not tonight, then surely by tomorrow night." Chamberlain chambered around at his gun, declaring, "Even in death, I shall take a few with me. If they remain passive and do not act, what are your plans?" Russell inquired. Chamberlain replied, "What plans could I possibly have? Tomorrow, I shall see if I can venture out. The location you mentioned is certainly inaccessible, especially since it involves entering the water. In this frigid weather, that would be tantamount to seeking death." Russell retorted, "Yet I have survived thus far, have I not? If you were to attempt it, your fate may not be any different." Chamberlain conceded, "That is true. I was left with no choice at that time. Regardless, even if we were to cross over, I fear we would be left without any fighting spirit. The cold would render us frozen and incapable of combat." Chamberlain urged, "You should rest now. I will keep watch." Russell asked, "Should we switch watches in the latter half of the night?" "Not necessary. I will sleep in the morning. Just keep an eye out for now. And you should rest well," Chamberlain instructed. Thus, Russell ceased further discussion and returned to slumber, while Chamberlain remained vigilant, gun in hand, never allowing himself a moment's respite. The following morning, Zhao Jun was still fast asleep when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He sneezed, awakening to find Yun Shuang playfully poking his nose with a leaf. Zhao Jun groaned as he sat up and asked, "Is there something you need? What could it possibly be? If it were anything serious, I would have slapped you awake instead of amusing myself," Yun Shuang replied. Only then did Zhao Jun fully rouse himself, sitting up to inquire, "What about Dualma? She got up long ago. Aren't you going to have breakfast? I know you stayed up late last night, keeping watch for half the night while now Dualma is asleep, so I'm taking over the watch," Yun Shuang explained. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Jun asked, "Is there any activity?" "They haven't moved at all. They haven't come out," Yun Shuang responded. "Sao Yun Xiaohua. They must be afraid of us, hesitant to act. Besides, they're currently at their most vigilant, so we should refrain from taking action," Yun Shuang remarked. This whole situation was Lucy's whimsical idea. Who would have thought it would actually work? Now that it has, we find ourselves at a loss on how to proceed. Zhao Jun shrugged, saying, "We'll just keep watch. A little effort on our part is all that's needed. Here, have some breakfast." It was then that Zhao Jun noticed a bowl of meat soup beside him, and he began to eat. After finishing, he instinctively reached for a cigarette. Yun Shuang glanced over and said, "Smoking is bad for your health. Whether it's good or bad, I only have a few left. Once they're gone, that's it." Sao Yun replied nonchalantly. Yun Shuang remarked, "You seem quite comfortable now, surrounded by 3 women, smoking, sipping meat soup, and occasionally enjoying a drink while everyone listens to you. You've become the emperor of this deserted island." Sao Yun left, "Emperor. That is a bit exaggerated. If I were an emperor, I would have claimed all of you." Yun Shuang scoffed. "Well, you certainly have grand aspirations." Zhao Jun said, "What can I say? With all of you being such beauties, I can't help but have thoughts." Deciding to change the subject, Yun Shuang continued, "Although the snow has passed, Normar and the others mentioned that within a few days, we might face an even fiercer storm." Zhao Jun responded with a no, asking, "How do they know?" "They live nearby, so their weather is quite similar to ours." This snowfall lasted several days. Yet the sun remains dim, indicating the possibility of more snow. Based on their past experiences, the next snowfall will be even more substantial. Of course, once this blizzard passes, winter will be more than halfway over, leading to lighter snows. In just over 2 months, summer will arrive, and spring will be almost non-existent. The heat will come swiftly. Yun Shuang elaborated. Zhao Jun frowned, saying, "I believe spring is short, but can they really predict the next snowfall? That is just their experience." "What? Don't you believe it?" Yun Shuang asked. Zhao Jun shook his head. "Why would I not believe it? It is merely a curiosity. When shall the next snowfall grace us?" "In just a couple of days," Yun Shuang remarked. Zhao Jun responded, "Fear not, for our provisions are ample, and water is plentiful. The immediate concern lies in tending to these 2 individuals. You should retire for the night." "I shall take charge here," Yun Shuang insisted. Indeed, Zhao Jun had not rested well, feeling out of sorts in this place. So he descended back into the cave and lay down, surrendering to a deep and rejuvenating slumber. When Zhao Jun awoke, it was time for lunch, and he carried food to Norma's chamber. Chapter 178. Daisy Shuang was still gazing outside when Zhao Jun said, "Sister Shuang, it's time to eat." He handed her the food, and after taking a few bites, she remarked, Zhang Bol had a brief outing, wandering around, but he did not approach the wall, nor did he reveal his intentions. Zhao Jun inquired, "What about now?" Yun Shuang replied, "He has returned to the house. What do you think he was doing earlier? You could use the binoculars. His path should still be visible." The snow had yet to melt, and thus the traces of Zhang Bol's earlier footsteps were clearly discernible. Upon inspection, it was evident he merely circled about, leaving one perplexed about his purpose. Sao Yun asked, "Is that all?" "Yes," Yun Shuang confirmed. "He just took a round and then went back inside, without any further actions." Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and said, "All right, understood. Let us continue observing. This afternoon, let Xiao Yun take over." "You should rest," Yun Shuang replied. "It's nothing. She can take over tomorrow. I'm fine for today. It's not tiring." Zhao Jun did not insist, and after watching with Yun Shuang for a while, he returned to the cave. Just as he was about to enter his room for a cigarette, Yang Xiaohua followed him in and whispered, "Captain, the new year is approaching. I'm wondering if the underwear you left at that outpost is still there. Should we retrieve it? Otherwise, we won't have it back in time for the festivities." Zhao Jun contemplated and said, "It's not a good time to go out now. Besides, we still have half a month until the new year. We could discuss it then." Yang Xiaohua remarked, "You want to surprise everyone, but if we can't retrieve the items now, that surprise will be lost." Zhao Jun chuckled. I'll find a way. By the way, what delicious dishes do you plan to prepare for the new year? Yang Xiaohua replied. We still have some steak left. Each person can have a piece. I'll make some wild vegetable soup, and then there will be barbecued meat. I have a few bottles of red wine, and some drinks prepared for the celebration. The staples will be bread and potato flour. It will be quite sumptuous. Zhao Jun nodded. All right, you handle it. Prepare a few more dishes so everyone can enjoy the new year and not feel too homesick. Seeing no one around, Yang Xiaohua stepped forward to embrace Zhao Jun, saying, Okay, Captain, don't worry. Zhao Jun kissed her and then stepped outside, where many were basking in the sun. He lit a cigarette and settled in a warm spot, contemplating how to deal with Zhang Bol and Russell, as these two posed a genuine threat. Park Yun strolled over and sat beside Zhao Jun. He gazed at her stunning visage, momentarily entranced. Though she claimed her entrance into the entertainment industry was due to her father's influence, granting her abundant opportunities. Achieving stardom as a second-tier celebrity certainly required exceptional personal attributes. She was beautiful, with an admirable figure. Although she had not reached meteoric fame, she was quite well known within the Asian sphere. And given time and the right opportunities, ascending to first-tier stardom was merely a matter of time. Park Yun noticed that Zhao Jun was gazing at her, and instead of feeling anger, she smiled radiantly and asked, Zhao Jun, I've heard many people refer to you as the captain. Are you indeed their leader? Zhao Yun replied. This was a decision we made previously for the sake of our survival. We thought it necessary to have a leader to facilitate our endeavors, which is why I was appointed as captain. In other words, does that mean you have the final say here? Park Yun inquired. Zhao Yun chuckled. I wouldn't put it that way. Many matters require collective discussion. I certainly cannot be the sole decision-maker, as that could lead to complications. After all, I am not a perfect individual and cannot consider every aspect of an issue. If you wish to repair the ship and leave, would the others agree? Park Yun asked. I believe it would be best for everyone to discuss this together, Zhao Jun responded. Park Yun moved a little closer to Zhao Jun and said, If you have no objections and agree with this matter, I imagine they wouldn't oppose it either, would they? Zhao Jun replied, I still think this is a discussion worth having, but making a decision is quite complex. It will be prudent for us to wait until the ship is repaired before making any plans. Discussing it now would be premature. The key factor is whether the ship can be repaired adequately before we can make a decision. So, you mean we must wait until the ship is fixed before you decide whether to leave? Park Yun asked. It's not solely my decision. Everyone's opinions are crucial. I cannot be the one to make unilateral choices, Zhao Jun stated. Park Yun leaned even closer to Zhao Jun, nearly touching, and sweetly said, Captain, I understand that asking you to abandon this safe haven is difficult, and the decision to repair the ship and venture out is indeed dangerous. But do you truly believe you can wait for rescue? I genuinely have my doubts. Don't you feel the same? Zhao Jun's breath quickened as he faced Park Yun at such a close distance, feeling an impulse rise within him. He swallowed hard and replied, We have been here for several months, and through the efforts of everyone, this place has undergone significant transformation. It is now remarkably secure. Living here for years is not an issue. At this juncture, asking us to risk venturing out to sea feels ill-timed. I understand your feelings, but I must also take responsibility for everyone and cannot place them in jeopardy. However, if everyone decides they wish to leave at that time, I cannot simply dismiss their wishes. Therefore, what I should do is focus on resolving Chamberlain's matters first. Then we can begin repairing the ship. As for whether we can depart, it will depend on how well the ship is repaired, whether we have sufficient fuel, and, most importantly, the opinions of everyone involved. This is not a decision I can make alone. Park Yun grasped Zhao Jun's arm, her voice soft, but I want to leave. Can't you agree to that? Or is my opinion insignificant? Zhao Jun felt Park Yun's softness. This girl, no doubt an actress, left him momentarily speechless. Zhao Jun remarked, Yun, your opinion is undoubtedly significant, yet, if you consent to accompany me on a voyage, I assure you, aboard the vessel, you may indulge in whatever pursuits you desire. I speak with utmost sincerity. Park Yun whispered into Zhao Jun's ear. Upon hearing her words, he was nearly overwhelmed, feeling a rush of blood to his face. Her proposition was irresistibly enticing. Moreover, as an actress, Park Yun adeptly conveyed her intentions through her gaze and expressions, leaving Zhao Jun in a state of bewilderment, almost compelling him to acquiesce without hesitation. Chapter 179. departure proposal. Although Zhao Jun harbored an inclination towards such matters and contemplated the affairs of the harem, he would not allow such trivialities to cloud his judgment. Despite already having 3 women in his life, he remained impervious to the influences of Qin Xiyuan, and certainly the same applied to Park Yuna. With a decisive shake of his head, Zhao Jun declared, "I dislike this sensation." Park Yuna, taken aback, inquired, "What sensation?" "This transactional feeling. I find it quite unpleasant." "Allow me to be candid. Yuna, should you wish to engage in a transaction over this matter, I would not be inclined to agree, for it strips away the joy of such experiences. I would rather abstain." Sao Yun is sortit. Originally, Park Yun intended to use this as bait to secure Zhao Jun's agreement. Being an actress, such maneuvers were not particularly challenging for her. However, Zhao Jun's rejection left her momentarily embarrassed, and she walked away with a hint of disappointment. Zhao Jun, feeling a pang of regret, mused silently. If only she were not playing games with me, but rather sincere in her intentions. With a wry smile, he prepared to catch a brief rest when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Without turning, he recognized it was Lucy, whose loud footfalls made her presence unmistakable. Lucy, a forthright individual, squeezed herself beside Zhao Jun. He looked at her and asked, "What troubles you?" Lucy replied, "When do you plan to take action?" Well aware of the peril posed by pirates, she was, after Park Yuna, the most eager to resolve the issues with Chamberlain and Russell. Her fear of pirates had previously rendered her reticent, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. However, she had come to realize that the only solution was to eradicate these threats, prompting her to adopt a more aggressive stance. Sao Yun responded, "Let's observe for a few more days. It is not prudent to act just yet, as they are currently on high alert. I fear that any rash movement could lead to casualties, which would be unwise. We must devise a foolproof strategy. For now, do not worry too much. Our safety is assured, as they are under our surveillance. Should anything unusual occur, we will act." Lucy lamented, "The mere thought of pirates lurking nearby keeps me from sleeping soundly at night. I wish we could resolve this swiftly." Zhao Jun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. We are monitoring the situation closely, and there will be no issues. We will confront them in due time, but at this moment, we must remain composed and cautious. Acting impulsively will only expose us to unnecessary dangers, which is not a wise course of action. Understand?" Lucy nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand." Zhao Jun tightened his embrace slightly and asked, "Lucy, may I pose a question to you?" Unperturbed by Zhao Jun's arm around her shoulder, Lucy replied, "What is it? Please go ahead. Do you believe that after we deal with these 2 pirates, we will be able to return home after repairing the ship?" Sao Yun inquired. Lucy pondered for a moment and remarked, "This possibility is not entirely devoid of merit. It merely carries considerable risk. The perils of venturing out to sea are numerous, and should an incident occur, it could spell doom for us all." Zhao Jun inquired, "Are you afraid?" Lucy laughed. "Afraid? How could I be? If I were fearful, I would never have traversed the strait in the past. I simply believe this matter does not concern just 1 or 2 individuals, but rather involves all of us. I cannot unilaterally decide whether we should take the risk. We must discuss it collectively." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. This is undoubtedly the optimal approach. Such decisions cannot rest on a single person's shoulders." Lucy continued, "When the time comes, we can hold a vote. If the ship is indeed repaired, I shall cast my vote in favor." Sao Yun asks, "Do you wish to leave here quickly?" Lucy shrugged and replied, "Of course. Do you not wish the same?" Zhao Jun responded, "It's not that I don't want to leave. I simply believe we must ensure our safety before departing. Without absolute certainty, it is wiser to remain here and await rescue. Even if help takes time to arrive, we will be safer here. Venturing out to sea introduces too many uncertainties. One misstep could lead to disaster, and by then, it would be too late for regrets." "You have a valid point," Lucy conceded. "Thus, we shall vote when the time comes. Or perhaps we could divide ourselves into 2 groups. One half remains here while the other departs first. What do you think?" Zhao Jun shook his head. "That would lead to division, which is not a favorable strategy. It is better for us to remain united. Having too many people isn't necessarily advantageous. Splitting into 2 groups may satisfy all. I believe that Yu Song and Yao Qiaoyun might join us, and with a few more, we could leave," Lucy suggested. Zhao Jun expressed his discontent. "Had you all agreed upon this?" "I did discuss this matter with Yu Song, though nothing was finalized. I intended to speak with others. Hence, I sought your opinion. If you truly wish to stay, then remain. Those who wish to leave may do so, and there would be no interference. Which could be quite agreeable, Lucy stated. Zhao Jun then realized that both Park Yuna and Lucy had approached him regarding this issue, because they had already conferred about it. He remarked, perhaps you have a point. However, splitting our group could diminish our cohesion. Furthermore, should you fail to depart successfully, it might lead to complications among us. Have you considered this? Lucy replied, we number over a dozen. Even if half stay and half leave, what difference does it make? Cao Yun sighed. Have you consulted the others? We intend to ask. Everyone will have the freedom to choose without being coerced. What harm is there in inquiring? Lucy responded. Cao Yun argued. Would it not be wiser to wait until the ship is repaired before making such decisions? Is it truly necessary to rush? At this point, we are still far from a resolution. It would be prudent to wait a while longer, don't you think? What difference does it make? It doesn't affect anything, Lucy casually remarked. Zhao Jun, who had originally draped his arm around Lucy's shoulders, now seemed devoid of enthusiasm. He replied sullenly, fine. I cannot dictate what you choose to do. Just ensure that you do not disrupt the cohesion of our team. Everyone is striving for survival. How could we possibly fall apart? You're overthinking this a bit, Lucy said, tilting her head slightly. Chapter 180. To stay or to leave. Zhao Jun naturally released his grip and remarked, if that is the case, then it would indeed be for the best. Lucy responded with a smile. Well, I shall be on my way then. Her cheerful departure indicated that she was likely inquiring about this matter from others. Much like Park Yuna, who was also eager to leave this place swiftly. Zhao Jun could not detain them, and thus allowed them to go, taking a moment to contemplate before returning to rest. Zhao Jun slept soundly until evening, and after dining, he instructed Smo to retire early, as he would take the first half of the night to keep watch. Upon arriving at Norma's room and settling in, he soon heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua, and a sense of unease crept into his mind, thinking, you do not stay with me yet always come together at night to tease me. Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua took their seats, and Qin Xiyuan directly stated, Jun, today Lucy and Yun sought us out for a conversation regarding the repairs of the ship and our potential departure. They inquired about our thoughts. Zhao Jun had anticipated this and asked, what did you tell them? We did not provide them with an answer, Qin Xiyuan replied. We simply mentioned that we would consider it further. What do you think? My thoughts are quite straightforward, Zhao Jun articulated. First, we must deal with Zhongbo Luan and Russell, then repair the vessel. Only then shall we assess the situation. Frankly, setting sail in our current state is exceedingly perilous. I do not deem it a wise course of action. However, I shall not oppose Park Yuna and Lucy's proposal. Ultimately, it is for you to decide. What are your sentiments? Qin Xiyuan confessed, I have yet to arrive at a definitive conclusion and am uncertain about the best course of action. While it is indeed safe here, it can be somewhat tedious. Yet, I believe that living in discomfort is preferable to dying. We are not merely scraping by, after all. If we were to depart by ship, it is not only small, but also significantly damaged. If something were to go awry, falling into the sea would mean certain death. I find that notion rather dubious. Perhaps we should wait and see. Zhao Jun turned to Yang Xiaohua and inquired, what is your perspective? Yang Xiaohua replied, I will follow Sister Yuan and you. Being here is quite agreeable. I previously lived in the countryside, and this place is not much different, with the added conveniences of a refrigerator and a generator. I feel somewhat useful here and take pride in that. Furthermore, we may not remain here for eternity. Perhaps rescue will arrive at any moment. Why take such risks? Zhao Jun asked. So your stance is that you prefer not to leave? Qin Xiyuan answered. We shall see when the time comes. Yang Xiaohua added, yes, if you choose not to leave, then I shall stay as well. However, if you decide to depart, I will accompany you. It seems I will follow your lead regardless. Zhao Jun then inquired about the opinions of others, to which Qin Xiyuan responded. Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun seem to be intrigued, yet they have not articulated their specific thoughts, only suggesting to wait and observe. As for the others, we remain unaware. Zhao Jun inquired, if Lucy and Park Yuna were to take a few individuals with them, would you consider that acceptable? Presently, our situation seems quite satisfactory. If some do choose to leave, it is certain that Thomas and the others will remain. Together, we can continue to live harmoniously here. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Xiaohua replied, indeed, that holds some merit. So, shall we leave it to them? Zhao Jun responded, I suppose that makes sense. But are you concerned about something, Captain? I worry that if a portion of our group departs, those who remain might blame me for not providing them with the opportunity to leave. Conversely, if something were to befall those who leave, they may hold me accountable for not dissuading them. This situation is rather complex. Zhao Jun expressed his inner thoughts. Yang Xiaohua retorted, we are all adults here. We must take responsibility for our choices. This is not solely your decision. So why should you bear the blame? Zhao Jun sighed. When you call me captain, do you think it's merely for fun? Yang Xiaohua suggested, let us resolve this through a vote. Those who wish to leave may do so, and those who prefer to stay can remain. Neither group should hold you responsible. It is essential to clarify this. Furthermore, Sister Yuan, have you decided whether to stay or go? Yang Xiaohua's intentions were quite clear. She wished to remain. However, Qin Xiyuan still felt uncertain and preferred to wait and see. She stated, I lean towards staying, but I will assess the situation once the boat is repaired and see who chooses to leave. Cao Yun affirmed, I will not coerce anyone to stay or compel anyone to leave. Ultimately, it is a matter of choice. Let us postpone this discussion until that day arrives. For now, I must focus my thoughts on eliminating Chamberlain and Russell. Qin Xiyuan queried, are they not outside? Shall we not launch a direct assault? A few grenades should suffice to eliminate them, should it not? Zhao Jun chuckled wryly. It is not so simple. Should our attack fail, their retaliation could prove quite formidable. Who knows how many weapons they truly possess? Although some have been surrendered, we cannot guarantee that they lack additional arms. We must clarify this before proceeding. Qin Xiyuan inquired, how shall we ascertain that? Zhao Jun pondered briefly before responding. There will naturally be a way. At that moment, Chamberlain's voice rang out, Mr. Zhao, are you there? Zhao Jun observed that Chamberlain bore no weapons, his hands raised, standing by the fire in an innocuous manner. Zhao Jun replied, I am here. What can I do for you? Could you possibly provide some more anti-inflammatory medication? Russell is running a bit of a fever, Chamberlain requested. Cao Yun replied, certainly, but you may collect it only tomorrow during the day. I will leave the fever reducer at the entrance. You may come to retrieve it without bringing anything else. However, if we discover you attempting anything else, we will not hesitate to respond with force. Chamberlain remarked, Mr. Zhao, we are all striving for survival. I would not engage in any foolishness. Do not be deceitful, just pull the trigger. Zhao Jun responded, that will not happen, rest assured. If we truly intended to kill you, we would not have waited until now. You would have long since met your demise. Chamberlain chuckled and replied, that is indeed a valid point. As he spoke, he retreated to the room, where Russell was vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Russell inquired, did you agree? Chamberlain retorted, somewhat exasperated, can't you hear? Why do you even ask? Chapter 181. Fearless Russell chuckled, so, are you planning to place the grenade beneath their walls tomorrow? Is that feasible? Chamberlain replied, one must always attempt to know the outcome. Russell, with rare caution, advised, you must be careful. Chamberlain, with boisterous confidence, responded, you were willing to take such immense risks by entering the walls before. Although it ended in failure, it was a life-threatening endeavor. If you dared to do that, what does it matter if I remain outside the walls? I merely gambled and, regrettably, lost. It nearly cost me my life. It was a desperate measure. The risk you face tomorrow may be no less than mine back then. Approaching the walls, you could easily be shot, leaving only me. Russell expressed his concern, I worry about that. Chamberlain, in a serious tone, countered, after years of traversing the land, living on the edge, have we not faced countless perils? Besides, in the worst-case scenario, death is but a triviality. We have taken the lives of many. If we were to perish, we would still be ahead. There would be no loss. Would you not agree? Russell nodded. That is indeed true. We have faced danger before, yet have always emerged unscathed. Ultimately, it is our willingness to take risks that leads to success. I gambled with my life before and failed, but now you too are prepared to take that leap. When I think about it, there's truly nothing to fear. If we are unafraid of death, who could possibly harm us? Russell and Chamberlain had been companions since their teenage years, having forged a strong bond. This small team was a product of their collective efforts, fostering a sense of unity among them. They bore no suspicion towards one another, being outlaws carrying the weight of several lives on their shoulders, thus rendering them indifferent to their own fates. Having navigated through numerous perils together, they were confident that they would face no harm this time. If we can escape the pursuit of dozens of special forces, can we truly be thwarted by a mere Chinese lad, a few women, and some savages? That remains to be seen, Chamberlain asserted. Russell inquired if all goes smoothly. What shall we do next? Is there something I need to do? Chamberlain replied, no. During this time, you should continue to feign illness and remain out of sight. After I place the grenade, I will mark the spot. I have already identified a route to avoid the fire near the walls tonight. I will quietly position myself beneath the wall, and your role will be to cover me at all times. I will signal you to fire at the grenade, while simultaneously providing cover. Meanwhile, I will blast a hole in the wall and launch a rocket inside. At that moment, chaos will ensue, and our opportunity will arise. Russell hesitated. That sounds excellent, but the issue is, can I truly hit that grenade? Chamberlain assured him, I believe you can do it. I have great faith in your marksmanship. Russell expressed his concerns, saying, what if? However, Chamberlain interrupted him, declaring, first and foremost, there is no what if. Secondly, even if there were, I would not hold you accountable. You should proceed with confidence. At worst, it would merely lead to death. I made it quite clear earlier. We do not fear death. What does death even signify? Would you not agree? Encouraged by Chamberlain's words, Russell replied, indeed. At worst, it is merely a matter of dying. What does it matter? Chamberlain, to have encountered you is undoubtedly the greatest fortune of my life. Together, we have accomplished much and experienced thrilling days. This is the life I desire. Moreover, having a brother like you, who is willing to face danger alongside me, truly leaves me without regrets. If we can weather this crisis, we shall continue to gather our followers and embark on grand endeavors. Chamberlain responded with a smile, very well. Let us agree that once this crisis passes, we shall pursue our grand ambitions. Russell added, furthermore, within these walls, there truly are a number of beautiful women. We could keep a couple for ourselves. Chamberlain remarked, we must certainly keep Lim Yun, and there are two others whose backgrounds seem exceptional. They likely possess some value. If circumstances permit, we should retain those too. This time, I will not stand in your way. Enjoy yourself, and once you have had your fill, we can extort their families for more money. Russell inquired, which two? Chamberlain furrowed his brow in thought and replied, one has the surname Su, and the other is Yao. If I recall correctly, having kidnapped many individuals before, Chamberlain had a keen eye for discerning their true worth. He immediately recognized the unusual status of Su Xinxu and Yao Qiaoyun, and indeed, they had caught his attention. Russell questioned, are you certain? Chamberlain nodded, asserting, I cannot speak to other matters, but I am certain about this. A family's lineage cannot be concealed. Let me tell you, while many things can be hidden, even appearances, some truths are immediately apparent to me. Russell conceded, that is true. You possess an admirable discernment. Let's eliminate the others, keeping these three women for ourselves. After we've had our fun, we could demand money from their families, and whether we release them afterward will depend on our whims. Chamberlain grinned mischievously. Precisely, whether we choose to release them will indeed rest upon our moods. Sleep well tonight. I shall keep watch. Tomorrow we will proceed according to plan. If I should perish or fail, then our venture will likely come to an end. Are you afraid? Russell replied, Chamberlain, do you think I am one to fear? Chamberlain shrugged. That is truly difficult to ascertain. Truthfully, I am also feeling a bit anxious. Russell sighed. So all those words were for naught. It turns out we are both afraid of death. Chamberlain narrowed his eyes, replying, no. It is precisely due to our fear of death that we cannot afford to fail. Success will illuminate our path ahead. The wealth from Park Yun is ample enough for us to stage a resurgence. And with the addition of Yao and Su, our prosperity will be further assured. This is sufficient for us to continue on our journey toward success. However, should we falter, the worst outcome would merely be death. If we were to consider it strictly, we have already perished 5 years ago. Everything since has been a gain. You must believe that we will undoubtedly succeed. Approaching our endeavors with a resolve as steadfast as death may yield unforeseen results. Russell extended his hand and said, Chamberlain, let us persevere. Chamberlain placed his hand upon Russell's and replied, let us all strive together. Rest well and gather your strength. Indeed, Russell nodded in agreement. Chapter 182. About to become a father? Zhao Jun was unaware of their secret scheme and simply asked, who will accompany me tonight? Yang Xiaohua, heiress, flushed, replied. Yuan Ye. Yes, please wake me up tomorrow morning. I still need to deliver medicine to them. In the latter half of the night, it will be Simo, and I will be asleep. Zhao Jun responded. Qin Xiyuan nodded. All right, I understand. Yang Xiaohua inquired. If he approaches the wall, will he act recklessly? Zhao Jun replied. It's hard to say. That's why I must keep a close watch. Qin Xiyuan suggested. Why not shoot him regardless of his movements? Eliminate one threat first. After all, he is already injured and sick, making him easier to deal with. Zhao Jun pondered seriously before saying, I will consider it. Don't just consider it. You must act. Qin Xiyuan insisted. Zhao Jun affirmed. All right, I want to let him off easily. Yang Xiaohua then stated, I'll head back to sleep now. Sao Yun Xiaohua. Why not stay? We could share warmth tonight. Yang Xiaohua quickly shook her head. No, I prefer to sleep at home. Qin Xiyuan chimed in, dream on. I'd rather have her accompany you than join you. Zhao Jun sighed. I was only joking. After Yang Xiaohua departed, Qin Xiyuan hugged Zhao Jun, saying, You little rascal. You never listen to me, always insisting on fairness and justice. However, from today onwards, you must give me special attention. Zhao Jun replied with a smile. Oh? Why is that? Qin Xiyuan stated. Isn't it obvious? I am your woman. Is that reason not sufficiently compelling? Besides, my situation is unlike anyone else's. Sao Yun acknowledged. The reasoning is sound, but I'm the captain and shouldn't be overly indulgent. I will be more attentive moving forward. I have always cared for you. Qin Xiyuan playfully slapped Zhao Jun's shoulder, saying, What do you know? That hardly counts as care. Besides, I am not alone anymore. Even if you neglect me, you must care for your child, right? Zhao Jun momentarily processed this, stunned, before exclaiming, What did you say? What child? What do you mean? Qin Xiyuan, playfully reproaching him, replied, I am pregnant with your child. Do you understand now? Zhao Jun felt as if his mind had gone blank, his breath quickening as he asked, You're pregnant? Is this true? Qin Xiyuan blushed, affirming, Could I possibly be joking? It's absolutely true. It's probably only been a month or two. Zhao Jun leaned down, placing his ear against Qin Xiyuan's belly, exclaiming, I have a child? I'm going to be a father. Qin Xiyuan playfully hit him again. Keep your voice down. It would be embarrassing if others overheard. In truth, Zhao Jun and Qin Xiyuan had never taken any precautions. So this outcome was entirely natural and perhaps even overdue. Zhao Jun chuckled foolishly. What is there to be embarrassed about? I will certainly take care of you from now on. Even in caring for you, they would have little to say. It is only natural. Qin Xiyuan remarked. Do not listen to them. In just a month or two, what could they possibly discern? After all, you promised to take care of me. Haven't I always been looking after you? Sao Yun replied tearfully. He had never anticipated that he would soon become a father, albeit under such circumstances. Yet Zhao Jun was too preoccupied to dwell on that. Qin Xiyuan inquired, Jun, do you think we should share this news with them? Indeed, we must announce it. From now on, not only will I care for you, but they will also look after you. Therefore, I shall declare this matter first thing in the morning. Zhao Jun asserted. Qin Xiyuan chuckled. I still feel a bit embarrassed. Zhao Jun responded. What is there to be embarrassed about? It is simply how things are meant to be. This is not something shameful. Moreover, we are welcoming a new life. It is a tremendous joy. Why not share it? All right then. Qin Xiyuan conceded. Ha! I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. Sao Yun exclaimed, planting a kiss on Qin Xiyuan's lips. She laughed in return, saying, Look at your silly face. Zhao Jun remarked, This is wonderful. I never imagined I would become a father so soon. In truth, I'm not quite prepared for this, my dear wife. Gently, Zhao Jun laid Qin Xiyuan down, to which she responded, Darling, what name shall we give the child? We do not yet know if it is a boy or a girl. We can wait until we find out to name the child, Zhao Jun suggested. Qin Xiyuan insisted. Let's decide now. We should be ready with names for both genders. Otherwise, if we hastily choose a name later, it may not be suitable. Well, let me think for a moment. This sudden question has caught me off guard, Zhao Jun admitted. He truly had no preparations in mind, and even if he did, he was at a loss for suitable names, as his knowledge was rather ordinary, making it quite challenging for him to come up with names on the spot. Qin Xiyuan said, All right then, but you must carefully think of some beautiful names for me. Sao Yun promised, Certainly. You can count on me. Qin Xiyuan continued. Will you listen to me from now on? Of course. Now that we are two, how could I not? Zhao Jun laughed. Qin Xiyuan replied proudly. That is more like it. You are beginning to act like a father. Zhao Jun leaned down to kiss Qin Xiyuan again, and she reciprocated. Looking at Zhao Jun, Qin Xiyuan commented, You really are like a young calf. Zhao Jun stood up to smoke while keeping an eye on the outside, saying, "Hee, you should rest early. I will come and keep you company soon and hold you. Remember to wake me up in the morning." Qin Xiyuan nodded lightly before closing her eyes to sleep. Zhao Jun gazed outside, observing the situation until the late hours of the night. Only then did he approach to call for Simo, requesting him to take over the watch. Zhao Jun then returned to Qin Xiyuan's side, wrapping his arms around her from behind, one hand resting gently on her abdomen. He pondered to himself, "I never anticipated that I would become a father so soon. I had not adequately cared for Sister Yuan before, but from now on, I shall treat her with utmost care. This environment has led to her pregnancy, and I feel somewhat guilty for that. Furthermore, it is only natural to tend to a pregnant woman. There is little room for criticism. After all, who dares to speak against my care for my own child? If they have something to say, let them bear a child themselves." Chapter 183. A joyous occasion early the next morning. Zhao Jun was awakened by Qin Xiyuan's gentle call. Upon rising, he first attended to Qin Xiyuan, helping her out of bed and carefully guiding her into the cave. He then ascended once more to Norma's room, armed with medicine and a firearm, while Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun also arrived, weapons in hand. Yun Shuang inquired, "Should we fire upon his arrival? Should we eliminate him?" Zhao Jun reflected on this and replied, "I have been pondering the same question. I believe this presents an opportunity. Regardless of his intentions, we should fire. It might be, perhaps, a more effective approach. Though it may lack martial ethics, we must prioritize our objectives." Yun Shuang nodded in agreement, "Indeed, if it means eliminating them. What need have we for martial ethics?" Yao Qiaoyun silently acquiesced to their plan. Zhao Jun then gazed at the house and stated, "By the way, I have an announcement." Curiously, Yao Qiaoyun asked, "What is it?" Clearing his throat, Zhao Jun proclaimed, "I'm going to be a father." Both Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang were taken aback, astonished by the unexpected news. Yet, upon reflection, they acknowledged that such an event was bound to occur eventually. "Who is the mother?" Yun Shuang queried. "Cao Yun responded. Sister Yuan." Yun Shuang chuckled. "She has been with you the longest. It took quite a while for her to conceive, which is admittedly rather slow. This, however, is somewhat expected." Yao Qiaoyun then asked, "Are you certain? How long has it been?" Zhao Jun replied, "Only a month or two. I ask that you both take good care of her." Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "This is indeed good news. Caring for a pregnant woman is a responsibility we should embrace." Zhao Jun expressed his gratitude. "Then I thank you both in advance." Yun Shuang mused, "I wonder when Xiaohua and Dualma will have their joyous occasion." "Come now. Don't mock me, Shuang Jia," Zhao Jun retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yun Shuang clarified, "I'm not mocking you. I speak sincerely. Given our current circumstances, having a pregnant woman among us poses significant challenges. Please do not create further complications for us." Scratching his head, Zhao Jun replied, "I will do my best." Yun Shuang shot him an exasperated look. "Look at how pleased you are. You're quite happy now, aren't you? Sao Yun Xiaohua socialite. Though I wouldn't say I'm overly joyful, I still feel a bit dazed and unprepared, and I feel I owe Sister Yuan a wedding." Yao Qiaoyun queried, "What? You wish to hold a wedding? What about Dualma and Yang Xiaohua? Should they have one too?" Zhao Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Shuang interjected, "However, if you truly wish to hold a wedding, it is not unreasonable. After all, she is carrying your child. You ought to give her a rightful status. Don't you think?" Zhao Jun nodded. "Indeed, that is my thought as well." Yun Shuang proposed, "So let us postpone this affair until we have dealt with the two pirates. How does that sound?" Cao Yun smiled. "Excellent. But what do you both think we should do?" "This is rather simple," Yun Shuang remarked. "A simple ceremony to honor heaven and earth will suffice. As for the rest, given this environment, organizing something grand may be unrealistic. The most important thing is to give Qin Xiyuan a proper status. There is nothing wrong with that." Yao Qiaoyun interjected, "However, you must think this through. If you proceed with this matter, ensure that it does not upset Dolma and Xiaohua." Zhao Jun reassured, "I will communicate with them properly." Yao Qiaoyun replied, "Yes, be clear and amicable. This is inherently a good thing. We must avoid any discord, lest some rejoice while others lament." Yun Shuang added, "Indeed. However, it is straightforward to prevent Dolma from overthinking. Yet, it is considerably challenging to ensure Xiaohua remains untroubled. Although Yang Xiaohua claims indifference, human nature is inherently selfish when it comes to love. She undoubtedly harbors her own thoughts. Dolma, on the other hand, truly does not mind how many women Zhao Jun has." Zhao Jun responded earnestly, "I understand. Rest assured. Yun Shuang mused. I never imagined we would soon welcome the birth of a child. The addition to our ranks is indeed an unexpected joy. Yao Qiaoyun sighed. In this environment, the arrival of a child may not necessarily be a blessing. Yun Shuang countered, no matter what, we cannot remain here for a lifetime, can we? When we eventually return, the child will reintegrate into society. Yao Qiaoyun replied, let us hope for that. By the way, regarding our return, have I mentioned the proposals from Park Yuna and Lucy? What are your thoughts? Zhao Jun suddenly recalled. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, let's discuss that later. We must first wait for this winter to pass. Besides, the matter of those pirates remains unresolved, and we are uncertain if the ship can be repaired. Zhao Jun inquired, what if the pirates are dealt with, and the ship can be fixed? Yao Qiaoyun admitted, honestly, I am growing somewhat impatient. I truly wish to leave this place as soon as possible. I have considered that if everything proceeds smoothly, departing early may not be such a bad idea. Cao Yun responded, even if we are uncertain whether the ship can be repaired, or if we have enough fuel, the unpredictability of venturing out to sea is immense and perilous. Should any unforeseen incidents occur en route, it could spell disaster for us all. Yao Qiaoyun asked Cao Yun, do you truly wish for your child to spend their entire life here? Zhao Jun shook his head, of course not. I cannot allow my child to remain here for a lifetime. Yao Qiaoyun asserted, then that is settled. From now on, you must think of the child as future and how to hasten our departure from this place. Cao Yun counseled, yet, I cannot jeopardize the child's safety merely to leave here. Is it not too dangerous to depart with a child? Yao Qiaoyun conceded that is a valid point. We shall discuss it further when the time comes. Yun Shuang, however, spoke with unwavering conviction. Whether or not I board this ship, I believe that rescue will eventually arrive. Having survived here for so long, there is no need to take such a significant risk. Yao Qiaoyun said, to be honest, the rescue may not be able to find us after all. Her tone was notably despondent, indicating that she had little hope left. Cao Yun replied, I still believe that the rescue will locate us. For one, your father will certainly not give up. He has the resources to continue searching for you. Yao Qiaoyun responded, one must confront reality. There are countless missing persons in the world, and many have invested substantial human and material resources in search efforts. Yet they ultimately yield nothing. Such occurrences are far too common. Chapter 184. Lower your weapons, Zhao Jun said. We must not lose our confidence. Just as Yao Qiaoyun was about to speak, she suddenly spotted an individual emerging from the house outside. It was Zhang Bolun, and she immediately became vigilant. Zhao Jun noticed this too and raised his weapon. Zhang Bolun raised his hands and called out, Mr. Zhao, are you there? He was below and could not see the situation inside the Norma house, hence his inquiry. Zhao Jun exchanged glances with Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun before replying, yes, I'm here. Come closer. I will give you the medicine. Zhang Bolun's voice rang out. Are you sure you won't suddenly shoot when I approach? Not at all. We had previously agreed upon this, and I shall not break my word. Cao Yun final nonchalance. Zhang Bolun responded, in that case, I feel reassured. I will walk over slowly, making no sudden movements. I hope you can see clearly and, according to our agreement, refrain from harming me. We pose no threat to you and are even in need of your medicine and food. So please, have compassion for us, will you? Upon hearing Zhang Bolun's soft-spoken words, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of doubt. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, something feels off. I sense he has ulterior motives. Yun Shuang concurred indeed. Where there is an anomaly, there is treachery. This Zhang Bolun is undoubtedly scheming. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Jun said in a low voice, regardless of his schemes, we shall take him down at the first opportunity, leaving him no chance. Yun Shuang whispered, that is true. We must not show mercy. At that moment, Zhang Bolun began to move cautiously toward them, albeit slowly, seemingly fearful of slipping and intent on not provoking a strong reaction from Zhao Jun. He was acutely aware that every action he took would draw Zhao Jun's scrutiny. Halfway through his approach, he suddenly halted and said, Mr. Zhao, could you please throw the medicine over? I'm still rather hesitant to come close to the wall. Zhao Jun responded with a smile. I told you. As long as you do not make any sudden moves, I will not harm you. Zhang Bolun shook his head upon reflection. I realize that approaching the wall may make you uneasy, and I too feel apprehensive. How about this? I will remain where I am, and you can throw the medicine to me. This way, we can all feel secure. What do you think? Zhao Jun murmured. Why has he suddenly changed his mind? He might suspect we will shoot him down immediately. Yun Shuang whispered. What shall we do now? Should we shoot? Zhao Jun gauged the distance and replied, I'm afraid we cannot be entirely certain. We must strike true. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, Are we to give up then? Yun Shuang suggested, Perhaps we should hold our position for now and seek another opportunity later. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jun called out, Mr. Zhang Bolin, are you distrustful of us? Zhang Bolin replied, To be candid, Mr. Zhao, I do have some reservations, and I suspect that you would not be comfortable with my approach, would you? Zhao Jun remarked, I have faith in Mr. Chamberlain. If I did not, we would not find ourselves in this predicament, nor would you be residing outside, let alone receiving food and medicine. Would you not agree? Chamberlain replied, A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. I believe it is prudent to avert unnecessary troubles and to refrain from any extreme reactions that may arise. Mr. Zhao, I hope you can comprehend my perspective. Zhao Jun conceded, Very well. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall not press you further. I will now toss the medicine over. He hurled the package of medicine, albeit not too far, ensuring that Chamberlain would need to approach to retrieve it. Zhao Jun had already aimed his gun at Chamberlain, and Yao Qiaoyun whispered, Shall we take action? Sao Yun déclare, Ishel fille. Noticing the medicine was still somewhat distant and that it was closer to the wall, Chamberlain hesitated. His initial intention was to approach the wall, but now he found himself second-guessing. He wanted to step forward, but dared not do so. Abandoning the effort at this moment would undoubtedly raise Zhao Jun's suspicions. With a wry smile, Chamberlain said, Could you please put the gun away? Yao Qiaoyun responded in surprise. Can he see us? The design of this window prevents much visibility from the outside. He is merely speculating. Zhao Jun asserted confidently, I am certain he cannot see. Yun Shuang then shouted, We are not aiming a gun at you. It is you who is indulging in fanciful thoughts. Do you want the medicine or not? Why all this hesitance? Chamberlain smiled broadly. I am quite sensitive to firearms. I've already perceived their presence. Thus, let us abandon pretense and engage with sincerity. Yun Shuang retorted, Mr. Chamberlain, do you suspect us? Chamberlain replied helplessly, Isn't it only natural? Do you not harbor doubts about me? Sao Yun Inta Mr. Chamberlain. Come and collect the medicine. I shall not fire. Chamberlain cautiously advanced 2 steps, but then halted, fixing his gaze on the window. Mr. Zhao, would you kindly put the gun away? Zhao Jun paused, pondering, could he truly see? He responded, I'm not aiming a gun at you. Chamberlain shrugged, You are. Zhao Jun, taken aback, hesitated but maintained, I am not pointing a gun at you. Chamberlain glared at the window, scoffing, Do not play games with me. I am well aware of everything. Zhao Jun cast a sidelong glance at Chamberlain and lowered his weapon, stating, I have now put it away. You may have, but the others have yet to do so, Chamberlain countered. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, looking at Chamberlain and softly urged, You should also put yours away. Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun exchanged a glance, reluctantly sheathing their weapons. Zhao Jun proclaimed loudly, Very well, if you still harbor doubts about our intentions, perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from handling the medicine, lest we tamper with it. Zhang Bolin swiftly dashed to the package of medicine, seized it, and turned to flee, exclaiming, Rest assured, I fear your firearms, yet I trust you would not stoop to meddling with the medicine. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I am profoundly grateful. Zhao Jun replied, Take care to run slowly. The ground is quite slippery. Already at the doorway, Zhang Bolin responded boisterously, Thank you for your concern. Then it is settled. May our collaboration be a fruitful one. Chapter 185. Changing perspectives upon observing Chamberlain entering the room. Zhao Jun felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He sighed and lamented, What a pity. Yun Shuang interjected, Are we to simply let this matter rest? Allow them to recover and devise a strategy against us? Zhao Jun shook his head. We cannot just dismiss this. However, he is indeed quite astute to have discerned that we were aiming our firearms at him. How did he come to this realization? Yao Qiaoyun pondered for a moment, glancing at the gun in her hand, and suggested perhaps it was a reflection that tipped him off. Zhao Jun inquired, What do you all think we should do? This situation is untenable. Yao Qiaoyun responded, In the event of an actual confrontation, they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and armament. Even if they manage to launch a rocket at us, we could withstand it. My concern lies in the possibility that we might not eliminate them in one fell swoop and could end up with some of our own injured, which would be far too costly. In such an environment, any injury could lead to a high mortality rate. Yun Shuang proposed, What if we establish fire coverage to deny them any opportunity? Zhao Jun replied, the crux of the issue lies in our ignorance of their actual weaponry. What if they possess rocket launchers or similar arms? Yun Shuang narrowed her eyes and said, that would necessitate even greater caution. If they indeed have rocket launchers, they could strike at any moment. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and finally declared, gather everyone. I'm calling a meeting. Yun Shuang affirmed, very well. I shall summon them. Zhao Jun paused and added, wait a moment. Have Norma stay back to keep watch here while we convene at the water outlet. Yun Shuang hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped the implications. If Chamberlain and his group truly possessed rocket launchers, a surprise assault during their meeting could result in catastrophic losses for them. Zhao Jun's foresight was commendable. Chamberlain entered the room with medicine in hand, placing it aside, while Russell remained concealed, aiming a rocket launcher toward the wall. Upon seeing Chamberlain return, he questioned, what prompted this sudden change of heart? They were aiming guns at me, clearly prepared to fire at any moment. I cannot approach them. The instant I get close, they would surely fire indiscriminately, likely killing me first, making it easier for them to handle you, a wounded patient. Hence, I alter my course of action, Chamberlain explained. Russell asked, are we resigned to our fate? Chamberlain shook his head, certainly not. I have already mapped out a route. Under the cover of night, I intend to position grenades and await the right moment to act. Catching them off guard, Russell responded, do you truly believe they would spare us? Chamberlain retorted, let us consider the situation from their perspective. If you were in their place, would you grant us mercy? Russell remarked, of course not, but they're not us. Hence, their notions may not necessarily align with ours. To be frank, our identities differ significantly from theirs. They have a multitude of women, so if they were to exhibit any semblance of compassion, it would not be entirely unexpected. Chamberlain shook his head and replied, let me be unequivocal. This is impossible. For the sake of survival, they are capable of anything. Do not ascribe to them notions of compassion. Do not forget the circumstances you faced when you previously surrendered. Russell sighed. That is indeed true. I nearly lost my life before. Although they spared me for the time being, their intentions are unmistakably clear. They aim to eliminate me. It sent a shiver down my spine just to think about it. Chamberlain stated, tonight, in the latter part of the night, I shall stealthily approach the wall, place the grenades, and mark the location. We will then discuss when to commence our action. It is best not to carry out our plans within this house. You must find a position near the wall, and when they're most negligent, you will fire upon the grenades, followed by a barrage from the rocket launcher. I will seize the opportunity to rush in and unleash a hail of gunfire. We shall secure victory in one fell swoop. Russell questioned, why not strike tonight? Chamberlain replied, right now, they are on high alert. Acting at this moment would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, they possess rocket launchers as well. Without a different location, we could very well meet our demise. Russell conceded, that is a valid point. But where can we find such a place? They have been monitoring us closely, and I have had no opportunity to scout for a suitable location. Chamberlain chuckled, worry not. Do you think I was merely wandering aimlessly before? I have already identified a spot, although it is somewhat distant. Your marksmanship will need to be at its zenith, but I have faith in your abilities. Russell inquired, how far? Chamberlain responded, approximately 400 meters from the wall. Russell's eyes widened momentarily as he exclaimed, 400 meters. That distance is indeed quite considerable. Chamberlain explained, there is no alternative. If it were any closer, they would surely detect us, and we would accomplish nothing. Your weapon has an effective range of 800 meters, so 400 should pose no issue, correct? Though excessive distance may affect accuracy. I cannot guarantee a perfect shot. I will do my utmost. Russell retorted, do not merely try. You must succeed, for otherwise, we shall meet our end. Russell lamented, do not place too much pressure on me. Chamberlain, with a hint of exasperation, replied, I understand the weight of your burden, but what choice do we have? Besides, from a distance, you will ultimately be safer. I will be positioned beneath the wall. If something goes awry, it is I who will perish first. You will remain safe. And should we fail, it is but my life at stake. You can find a way to survive. Once winter passes, you need not rely solely on their provisions to endure. Would you not agree? Russell, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, though such words are spoken. How am I to endure this winter alone? If I cannot survive this winter, what hope is there for living on my own? It would be far better for us to endure together, awaiting the arrival of spring, for our chances of survival would indeed be greater. Chamberlain shook his head in response. I fear we may not live to see that time. I have contemplated this matter, and I believe they will certainly take action in the coming days. Only by acting before them can we hope for a chance at victory. Otherwise, we stand no chance whatsoever. Russell sighed. We have both been figures of significance. Yet here we find ourselves cornered by a handful of individuals from Huaxia. Chapter 186. Male chauvinism, Zhang Bachan lamented. There's nothing we can do. They arrived first. Had we reached here ahead of them, they would have been our subordinates. Alas! Moreover, that Zhao Jun is indeed formidable, forcing us into this predicament. From 6, only we 2 remain. This grudge must be avenged. Russell replied, All right, I will heed your guidance. Please inform me of our destination and the way to get there. Zhang Bachan approached the entrance, gesturing to a large stone in the distance. There, what do you think? After scrutinizing the area, Russell remarked, That place appears perilous. It's easy to be detected. You are a professional marksman. I have faith in your ability to overcome the challenges, Zhang Bachan assured him. Russell, realizing the lack of alternatives, nodded in acceptance of this reality. Yet, he remained perplexed about how to traverse without being spotted by those on the other side of the wall. He inquired, How shall I manage to get across? Zhang Bachan responded, Tonight, wrap yourself tightly. I will guide you. Russell countered, We need to maintain the bonfires as per their demands. Stepping outside would surely reveal us. There are areas where the bonfire's light does not reach. I have already assessed them. Rest assured, I will first navigate to the wall to place the explosives. You take your weapon and rocket launcher, and we will proceed behind that stone. Conceal yourself, and I will return. When night falls, you shall commence your operation. I will remain on this side of the wall. Simply follow the plan. Zhang Bachan instructed. Russell expressed concern. What if you are not where you said you would be? What if I accidentally hit you with my rocket launcher? I will certainly be there, and you shall fire to the left. I will be positioned on the right. Zhang Bachan reassured him. Very well, I hope our plan unfolds smoothly. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences. Russell remarked. Zhang Bachan grinned. In any case, death awaits us. Let us take the plunge. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun summoned everyone to the wooden cabin at the water outlet. Smo and Norman continued to surveil the exterior, and a sudden call for a meeting piqued everyone's curiosity. Su Xinxu inquired, Captain, is there something urgent at hand? Zhao Jun affirmed, Indeed, there are pressing matters, too, in fact. The first is that Sister Yuan is expecting. I am to become a father. I hope everyone will take good care of her. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into discussion, astonished by the news. Park Yun-A exclaimed, A baby? In such conditions, childbirth is incredibly inconvenient. We must prioritize leaving this place. This matter can be addressed later. Furthermore, I wish to give Sister Yuan a rightful status and hold a wedding ceremony. I hope everyone will offer their suggestions and advice. Cao Yun edit. Qin Xiyuan blushed slightly, while the others continued to chatter excitedly. Zhao Jun waited for a while until they had finished their discussion before he spoke. This matter can wait for a moment. I have an urgent issue at hand, which is the 2 pirates outside. Within the next couple of days, we must resolve this situation. Only then can we proceed with the wedding and the ship repairs, and only then can we consider leaving or staying. Otherwise, all our efforts would be in vain. Lucy inquired, Do you have a plan? Zhao Jun replied, First and foremost, we must ascertain their weaponry. Therefore, we need someone to visit their abode under the pretense of delivering food and observe closely. Isn't that rather perilous? Yang Xiaohua asked. Cao Yun nodded, Indeed. It is exceedingly dangerous. However, I believe they would not dare to harm anyone we send, unless they are utterly confident or have indeed discovered our secrets. They would resort to deadly measures. Yang Xiaohua remarked, Since we are probing into their secrets, isn't danger unavoidable? Zhao Jun, resting his chin on his hand, conceded. That is a valid point. Yun Shuang interjected, Moreover, who would be suitable for this task? Zhao Jun pondered seriously for a moment, then shook his head. After much consideration, it appears we truly lack a suitable candidate. After all, Noma and Smo are not fit for such a complex endeavor. I fear they would struggle to complete the task, and, as for the others, none seem appropriate, leaving only myself. You are also unsuitable. You have previously ventured alone to confront them, so they would undoubtedly be highly wary of you. There is a possibility that in their desperation, they would resort to extreme measures, even to the point of self-destruction, to eliminate you. Yun Shuang cautioned. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, genuinely at a loss. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, Perhaps I could go. Zhao Jun quickly responded, That is out of the question. It is far too dangerous for you. And, as a woman, should they take any drastic actions, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to defend yourself. This simply cannot be allowed. Yet Yao Qiaoyun resolutely stated, without entering the tiger's den, how can one capture the tiger's cub? I am the best candidate. Their guard will not be as high, and if they lower their vigilance, it will be easier to uncover their secrets. Moreover, with you armed with rocket launchers and assault rifles, they would certainly have their reservations. Hence, it must be me who goes. Zhao Jun asked, aren't you afraid? Yao Qiaoyun replied, I am. However, this matter must be resolved, and someone must undertake this task. None of you are suitable. It must be me. Yun Shuang suggested. Let's deliberate further. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head, considering the incident today with Chamberlain gathering medicine. It is evident that they harbor ulterior motives. We cannot afford to delay. We must act swiftly, or they may seize the initiative, which would not bode well. Zhao Jun acknowledged, that is true, but as a woman, I cannot allow you to take such great risks. Yao Qiaoyun raised her chin defiantly and said, are you implying that you look down upon women? Zhao Jun quickly clarified, that is not my intention. It is merely that as a man, how can I allow a woman to face such dangers? You are exhibiting blatant male chauvinism. Yao Qiaoyun retorted. Zhao Jun lowered his head and said, even if it is a manifestation of male chauvinism, I cannot bear to see you take risks. Yao Qiaoyun replied, your reluctance is your concern. Besides, I have no ties to you. What is there for you to feel reluctant about? I have matters to attend to. Qin Xiyuan, I am neither Yang Xiaohua nor Dualma. So please refrain from expressing your reluctance here. The decisions I make are mine to bear responsibility for. Is that understood? Chapter 187. Have you thought it through? As Yao Qiaoyun had already expressed her views, Zhao Jun found it inappropriate to say more. Thus he inquired, have you thought it through? Yao Qiaoyun shrugged. Do you have a better candidate or a superior plan? Zhao Jun replied, not at the moment, but it would be prudent for us to deliberate further. Perhaps we could devise a more effective strategy. Yao Qiaoyun nodded. All right, let us all share our perspectives. In truth, the group had no alternative solutions. Although Yao Qiaoyun hailed from a wealthy family and had been raised in comfort, her penchant for adventure, combined with years of experience in the business realm, rendered her fearless in such circumstances. After a period of discussion, Zhao Jun asked, Qiaoyun, are you certain about this? Yao Qiaoyun replied, if I hadn't considered it thoroughly, I would not have voiced my thoughts. Since I have spoken, I shall act upon them. Zhao Jun cautioned, you must exercise utmost caution. Yao Qiaoyun affirmed, indeed I shall. Yang Xiaohua interjected, Qiaoyun, you absolutely must not encounter any misfortune. Yao Qiaoyun, appearing quite at ease, responded, I am about to venture into the lion's den. Can't you wish me some good fortune? Yang Xiaohua hastily assured, yes, Qiaoyun will surely be safe, absolutely. Yun Shuang remarked, I will accompany you, though I shall remain outside to provide support. How's that sound? Yao Qiaoyun replied, that works well. I wish to inspect the area beneath the wall for any potential issues, and I cannot manage it alone. Yang Xiaohua added, then I shall accompany you, Qiaoyun. Yao Qiaoyun looked at Yang Xiaohua and asked, aren't you afraid? Yang Xiaohua boldly stated, if you are not afraid, then what is there for me to fear? Besides, we have Sister Shuang with us. Yun Shuang affirmed, that is settled then. Qiaoyun, you will proceed. I will be outside to assist you, and Xiaohua, you shall thoroughly inspect the area beneath the wall for any irregularities. Understood? Yang Xiaohua nodded, yes. I understand. Cao Yun remarks, it seems I have little role to play here. Yao Qiaoyun responded, you are not entirely without responsibility. You must place the rocket launcher in a conspicuous location, aimed at their residence to instill fear. Moreover, if I am indeed taken captive, you must not hesitate to open fire. Zhao Jun was taken aback. Are you certain? Wouldn't that mean? In such circumstances, we must be resolute. My safety depends on it. If we are timid, it will only exacerbate the danger. Trust me on this. I am certain. Yao Qiaoyun asserted decisively. Zhao Jun replied, I still believe it is inappropriate for you to handle this matter. Logically, it would be more suitable for me. It's not that I underestimate your capabilities. I simply do not wish for you to take such perilous risks. Yao Qiaoyun countered, adventure is not solely the domain of men. What you can do, I can certainly do as well, and I will excel at it. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Zhao Jun could only respond, I will certainly cooperate with you. You should not venture out lightly. After all, they harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, and they might resort to violence. Yao Qiaoyun cautioned. Zhao Jun replied, understood. Su Xinxu inquired, when shall we commence our actions? Yao Qiaoyun declared, at dawn tomorrow. Zhao Jun affirmed, very well, let us rest well today. Tomorrow may prove to be quite tense. We must not allow ourselves any slack. The group deliberated on a few more details before dispersing. Zhao Jun and Yao Qiaoyun proceeded to Norma's room, gazing out of the window. Yao Qiaoyun felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Zhao Jun noticed her unease and suggested, Qiaoyun, perhaps you should refrain from going tomorrow. If any issues arise, it could become difficult to manage. Yao Qiaoyun countered, then who would be suitable to go? Is an option to not go? Zhao Jun found himself in a predicament, saying, if it truly comes to that, I shall go myself. I believe they would hesitate to act against me. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head, stating, previously, you led Park Yuna and nearly eradicated them all alone. If you appear before them alone again, what would stop them from tearing you apart? Zhao Jun expressed his concern. The issue now is that I fear they may harm you. Yao Qiaoyun replied, hence, I have arranged for you to provide cover outside, aiming a rocket launcher at the house. This is to instill caution in them, deterring any reckless behavior. Zhao Jun conceded. All right. Yao Qiaoyun continued, ultimately, it matters not who goes. I am not insisting on going. However, you cannot go, and I do not trust anyone else. I have often taken matters into my own hands, but never with such peril. Zhao Jun sighed. I appreciate your efforts. I should be responsible for your safety. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head. I'm not someone to whom you owe such responsibility. You need only focus on your own safety. I am merely attending to my own affairs, and my actions are not for anyone else, but to ensure my own survival. You need not burden yourself with such theatrics. Zhao Jun felt a flush rise to his cheeks at Yao Qiaoyun's words, and, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, all right, I understand. Yao Qiaoyun picked up a pair of binoculars to survey the room and surroundings, suddenly asking, I see the bonfire. It seems rather distant. Could it be a blind spot? Will we be unable to monitor it at night? Moreover, as the night progresses, the fire will surely diminish. Will the blind spot not expand then? Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, acknowledging indeed. I had not considered that aspect before. Yao Qiaoyun asserted, to eliminate such a scenario, first, they must add more fuel to the bonfire. Secondly, it is imperative to maintain it through the latter part of the night. You must notify them at once. Zhao Jun replied, I will inform them. He then called out to the house, Chamberlain, Russell, come out. I have something to discuss with you. After a short while, Chamberlain emerged from the house, inquiring loudly, what is it? You must increase the number of bonfires, and it is imperative that you tend to them throughout the latter half of the night. Cao Yun proclaimed. However, at that moment, Zhang Buluan feigned a lack of understanding, exclaiming, what did you say? I cannot hear you. Zhao Jun called out several more times, yet Zhang Buluan continued to shake his head, indicating that he could not discern the words due to the considerable distance. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, just inform them that tomorrow we will send someone to deliver food. Consequently, Zhao Jun relayed this message as instructed. Chapter 188. A temporary replacement. Zhang Buchuan comprehended the situation clearly this time and signaled an affirmative gesture, indicating his understanding. Zhao Jun realized that further discourse regarding the campfire was futile and decided to temporarily cease the discussion. Let's exercise caution tonight. Tomorrow, when we deliver provisions and gather intelligence, I shall broach this matter with them, Yao Qiaoyun suggested. Cao Yun replied, indeed, it is imperative that we clarify this issue with them. By the way, should you discover anything tomorrow, refrain from voicing it immediately. Instead, return and let us deliberate before proceeding. Do not provoke them, lest they act out of desperation. Yao Qiaoyun nodded, I understand. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to incite their wrath. Suddenly, Zhao Jun recalled something and said, Qiaoyun, I believe it would be best if you did not go. Yao Qiaoyun, puzzled, responded, but hasn't it been made abundantly clear? I'm going tomorrow. Zhao Jun countered, what if they take you hostage? Yao Qiaoyun replied, did we not agree? You will aim the rocket launcher at the house, and, if I am taken hostage, you shall fire. Zhao Jun shook his head, that is far too perilous. Is it truly worth the risk? Yao Qiaoyun smiled. How could you deem it unworthy? Recall, when you ventured onto their boat alone, was that not worth it? Zhao Jun asserted, that was undoubtedly worthwhile, for the outcome was favorable. We nearly annihilated them. Moreover, we were in a dire situation then, and not acting could have led to our demise. However, your excursion tomorrow is merely to assess the situation, which hardly constitutes a crisis. We need not proceed with such recklessness. Yao Qiaoyun inquired. Then who do you believe is suitable to go? Zhao Jun pondered seriously, but could not think of anyone else. Finally, he remarked, if absolutely necessary, I shall go again. This matter has been discussed ad nauseum. Your presence would only provoke them further. They could resort to any action. You are the least suitable candidate. Yao Qiaoyun contended. Zhao Jun sighed. If you were indeed taken hostage, it would be merely that. How could we possibly open fire? Yet, if we refrain from doing so, what they harm you? These words genuinely unsettled Yao Qiaoyun. She paused before asking, then what do you suggest we do? Zhao Jun stated firmly, do not go. I shall go instead. Yao Qiaoyun scrutinized Zhao Jun and queried, would you rather risk yourself than allow me to face danger? Indeed, did you not claim that I am overly patriarchal? Sao Yun Ritoltit. Yao Qiaoyun shook her head. However, your patriarchal tendencies do not apply to me. I am not your subordinate, and there is no need for such behavior. Zhao Jun asserted, yet I am your captain. You are my team member, and it is my duty to ensure your safety. Yao Qiaoyun acknowledged, I recognize your sense of responsibility. You have indeed performed admirably on this deserted island. Zhao Jun spoke with a hint of pride, saying, well, it's good that you understand. Therefore, I shall go tomorrow. In case any issues arise, I can respond and confront them. You will be able to come to my aid. If it were you, it would be difficult to contend with both of them. Yao Qiaoyun replied, but what if they wish to perish together with you? After all, you must be the person they distrust and despise the most at this moment. Zhao Jun responded, I am aware. Yet even if they harbor hatred towards me, it is unlikely they would seek mutual destruction. If they were truly inclined towards that, they would not be residing in this house. They undoubtedly wish to survive, and in their desire for survival, they must engage with us cautiously rather than recklessly. Yao Qiaoyun said, all right then, discuss it with the others. I will coordinate with Yun Shuang outside to support you. Let Lucy and the others remain here, guarding with the rocket launcher. Zhao Jun prepared to convene another meeting. After hearing Zhao Jun's words, Zhang Buluan returned to his room, his face clouded with worry. Russell inquired, what troubles you? We are preparing to launch an attack tomorrow night, but during the day, they're sending someone under the pretense of delivering supplies. Most likely, it is a ruse to probe our defenses. This complicates matters, Zhang Buluan explained. Russell remarked, does that mean our plan is disrupted? Who is coming? Zhang Buluan replied, I do not know. They did not specify. Who do you think is most likely? Russell rested his chin on his hand and said, I suspect it is Zhao Jun. Do you believe he would dare to come? Zhang Buluan replied, I think he has no qualms about it. He has the audacity to come aboard our ship, disturbing our peace. This alone indicates he is not easily intimidated. Moreover, upon reflection, there seem to be no other candidates. The others are all women, and it would be inappropriate for them to come. The other two men are natives, incapable of infiltrating our defenses. Therefore, it must be Zhao Jun. What if a particularly brave woman were to come? Zhang Buluan speculated. Russell responded, if a woman were to arrive, it would be simple. We could capture her for greater leverage or use her to assault the walls. Zhang Buluan nodded, I share your thoughts. But what if it is Zhao Jun? He is not easy to deal with. If he truly comes, he would have devised numerous contingency plans, making our task quite challenging. Zhang Buluan paced back and forth, saying, indeed, it is troublesome. Shall we cancel tonight's operation entirely? Russell inquired. Zhang Buluan replied, no. However, you must not leave. I will place grenades along the walls and ensure the rocket launcher is hidden well. They seem to have noticed the fire is somewhat sparse, which could create a blind spot, so I must have more fires. I will feign distance, pretending to hear poorly, thus allowing me to deceive them. Whatever we need to do, we must prepare today. Russell asked, so when they arrive tomorrow, what shall we do? If it were someone else, we would take them hostage. But if it's Zhao Jun? Russell, do you dare to join me in eliminating this Zhao Jun? Then we shall launch a fierce attack. Zhang Buluan declared vehemently. Russell replied, why would I hesitate? But how do we proceed with the assault? Zhang Buluan explained, I will prepare grenades tonight and conceal the rocket launcher outside. Once Zhao Jun arrives, we will ambush him, eliminate him, and then you will step out and commence the attack with the rocket launcher, demolishing the wall. After a moment of hesitation, Russell inquired, Zhang Buluan, what do you estimate the success rate of this plan to be? Chapter 189. Altering plans, Chamberlain remarked, not too high, perhaps around 20%. Russell pursed his lips and inquired, "Is there a way to enhance the success rate? This seems rather low, doesn't it? It might lead us to our demise." Chamberlain responded, "And what of death? At least we would have taken Zhao Jun down with us. That would be a consolation." Though he spoke thus, Russell interjected, "If we can avoid death, it would be preferable." Chamberlain proposed, "Then let us capture Zhao Jun and assess the situation for a strong offensive." "What do you think?" Russell replied, "Indeed, this strategy would provide us with leverage for negotiation, and the success rate would be somewhat improved." "I concur." Chamberlain's eyes glimmered with ferocity as he declared, "Then let us commence our preparations." Unbeknownst to Zhao Jun and his companions, the true intentions of Chamberlain and Russell were veiled in secrecy, leaving Zhao Jun and the others feeling perilously vulnerable. They discussed the possibility of a change in personnel. Qin Xiyuan urgently interjected, "Jun, this is far too dangerous. I cannot allow you to go. You're no longer alone. You have me and the child to consider. Even if you do not think of yourself, think of the baby." Zhao Jun reassured her, "Sister Yuan, it will be fine. I will not encounter any danger. I am merely delivering food and assessing the situation." Qin Xiyuan insisted, "I cannot bear the thought of our child being born without a father." Zhao Jun embraced Qin Xiyuan and promised, "I assure you, I will return." With concern etched on her face, Qin Xiyuan cautioned, "You must not let anything happen to you." After comforting her, Zhao Jun made necessary arrangements. Yang Xiaohua surveyed the perimeter, while Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun stood guard with their weapons between the walls and Chamberlain's residence. Lucy was stationed in Norma's room with a rocket launcher, and Taluna held another in Simo's room, while the rest were armed and prepared to respond at a moment's notice. Once everything was in order, Zhao Jun decided to rest, for he would need to keep watch that night. At dawn the next day, they proceeded with their plan. As Zhao Jun stood at the door, he called out, "Mr. Chamberlain." Chamberlain opened the door to find Yun Shuang and Yao Qiaoyun on high alert, with the two rocket launchers prominently displayed, causing a tremor of apprehension within him. Zhao Jun, bearing food, smiled and asked, "May I come in?" Chamberlain allowed him entry, and Zhao Jun glanced around, saying, "Are you all managing well here?" Chamberlain replied, "It's tolerable, though it remains somewhat chilly." Zhao Jun encouraged, "Just endure a little longer. The weather will warm up soon." Russell interjected, "Zhao Jun, you have quite the audacity to come here alone." Though Zhao Jun carried a gun, it was merely slung over his shoulder as he retorted, "What is there to fear? I trust you will not act foolishly." Russell clenched his fist and replied, "That remains to be seen. You've slain so many of our men and caused much suffering for me and Chamberlain. I nearly perished at your hands. Do you not fear the consequences?" Zhao Jun wandered around and said, "Fear? What is there to be afraid of? Do you not wish to survive? I am the one who brings you sustenance. Moreover, take a good look outside. I am well prepared. If you dare to take any action, this place might very well be reduced to rubble, and we three shall meet our demise. Do you truly wish for that?" Russell was about to take action, but was stopped by Chamberlain, who signaled to Russell to alter their plan. Although Russell felt discontent, he refrained from acting further. Zhao Jun continued, "If you have any needs, feel free to voice them. If it is within my power, I shall certainly assist you. I wish to establish a harmonious relationship with you, to safely endure this winter. Whether you choose to repair your vessel and depart, or stay with us while awaiting rescue, there is no need for us to be at each other's throats. Would you not agree?" Russell inquired, "Can we truly coexist peacefully?" Zhao Jun responded, "Why not? On this deserted island, we are all survivors, enduring the same hardships. Why must we turn against one another?" Chamberlain questioned, "Mr. Zhao, are you sincere in your intentions?" Zhao Jun shrugged, "Of course. Do you not desire this as well?" Chamberlain smiled and said, "Indeed, but seems rather unbelievable." Zhao Jun replied, "What is so unbelievable about it? We are all striving to live. Do we truly harbor deep-seated animosities against one another? Surely, it cannot be to that extent. You have killed several of our brothers." Russell scoffed. Zhao Jun said, "Wasn't that situation a result of circumstances? It cannot be entirely blamed on me, can it? I hope for your understanding." Russell stated, "Fine, even if we understand, who can guarantee that you will not turn against us? We are currently the weaker party. Yet, have we not been getting along well these past few days?" "We have done nothing," Cao Yun replied. Chamberlain remarked, "All right. After all, we do not possess your numbers or weaponry. If we could truly coexist in peace, it would be most desirable for us." Zhao Jun nodded, "That is good to hear. By the way, starting tonight, you must increase your firewood. I will inform you where to add it shortly, and you must also replenish it with dry wood in the later hours. Why is that? Chamberlain asked, feigning ignorance. Zhao Jun explained, it is simple. This will create blind spots. Chamberlain observed, it seems you still do not trust us. This is mutual. Besides, ensuring your peace of mind does no harm, Zhao Jun replied. Chamberlain said, all right, I agree. Zhao Jun smiled, that is more like it. Now, I shall take my leave. I will mark a few locations for your firewood outside. You must replenish it. Chamberlain looked outside from the doorway and asked, will your 2 rocket launchers fire at us tonight? Will we not be obliterated? Zhao Jun assured, how could that be? If we intended to do so, we would have acted long ago, would we not? Zhang Bulun lamented, the disparity in strength is indeed quite pronounced. Our concerns are entirely justified. Zhao Jun replied, do not worry, it will be fine. Zhao Jun then stepped outside and marked several locations, indicating that Zhang Bulun should light a few fires in those spots during the night. Subsequently, Zhao Jun, along with Yun Shuang, Yao Qiaoyun, and Yang Xiaohua, entered the walled enclosure. Yang Xiaohua was clutching several grenades, which Zhang Bulun had placed beneath the wall the previous night. Upon noticing this, Zhao Jun exclaimed in anger, they have indeed exploited the blind spots to approach the wall. Chapter 190. Evening Assault. Yun Shuang's expression changed dramatically as she remarked, that is truly perilous. Had we not discovered this sooner, they might have acted tonight. We must take measures immediately. Zhao Jun inhaled deeply and declared, inform everyone to prepare for battle. These 2 must be eliminated. The word spread rapidly among the group, and anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. Yet, uncertainty loomed. How should they proceed? Should they resort to bombardment or launch an assault? The prospect of casualties weighed heavily on everyone's minds. No one wished to face death. And even injuries were a daunting thought. After all, once injured, survival was uncertain. Lucy had narrowly escaped severe injury, previously due to her years of wilderness survival, which had fortified her physique. For others, the outcome would likely be fatal. What is the situation? Are we really going to engage them? Su Xinxu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Park Yuna echoed her confusion, saying, Guarantee we told not to fight? They are ready to act. If we do not strike first, we may very well be annihilated. Thankfully, we discovered their intentions. Zhao Jun revealed the situation regarding the grenades. Upon hearing this, fear gripped the group, leaving them at a loss for what to do next. Zhao Jun reassured them, do not panic. We have the advantage of timing, location, and support. Once we deal with those 2, we will be safe and can look forward to a prosperous new year. Thus, the group began their preparations, each person checking and polishing their firearms, crossbows, and arrows. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Jun responded, we will commence with a rocket launcher bombardment, followed by suppressive fire. Then we will close the distance and toss grenades. After that, we can assess whether they're truly incapacitated. I suspect there will be nothing left of them. Yao Qiaoyun cautioned, your plan is sound, yet fraught with uncertainty. What if they manage to escape? Zhao Jun sighed. What alternative do we have? Should we charge in with guns blazing? The risks are far too great, and no one can afford the consequences. This is the only viable course of action, firepower suppression. Yun Shuang interjected. Did you see any weapons in their dwelling? The only visible weapons were a submachine gun, several rounds of ammunition, and 2 grenades. However, this was clearly intended for US to find. I am convinced they have more concealed weapons. Therefore, we cannot afford to be complacent, Zhao Jun replied. Yang Xiaohua asked, Captain, when shall we take action? Zhao Jun pondered, do you think it is better to act at night or during the day? Though they remain unseen in the night, we too are blind to their presence. Thus, the absence of sight does not guarantee any fortuitous outcomes. In daylight, however, we might ascertain whether they have fled. This could prove to be a prudent choice. Yet, the risks escalate during the day when both parties are visible to one another. Should an incident occur, such as our initial and subsequent bombardments failing to eliminate them, they may retaliate. Yao Qiaoyun remarked. Zhao Jun paced back and forth, deep in thought, and suggested, let us strike in the late afternoon. Having made this decision, Zhao Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such resolutions are not easily forged, and once made, one must commit wholeheartedly to the undertaking, preparing for action. Zhao Jun instructed everyone to inspect their weapons while he made his way to Norma's room, peering through binoculars at the house. At that moment, Yun Shuang approached and inquired, do you think they might act preemptively? Zhao Jun paused, perplexed, and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiaohua discovered a grenade, likely intended for their operation that night. Now that the grenade is in our possession, and considering you just infiltrated their ranks, if they are sufficiently vigilant, they will most likely deduce our intentions. If they launch a surprise attack, what are our chances of success? Yun Shuang posited. Zhao Jun replied, "That is indeed difficult to ascertain. It hinges on their armament. If they possess rocket launchers, we could be in grave danger, potentially facing casualties." Yun Shuang continued, "Having scouted their dwelling, do you believe they would conceal other weapons within?" Zhao Jun asserted, "I can confidently say that their weapons are not within the house, but rather stored elsewhere, likely at a considerable distance. If that is the case, we must remain adaptable. When they reveal themselves, we must act swiftly, denying them the opportunity to retrieve their weapons. Waiting idly for the designated time is not a strategy. We must seize the initiative and not squander precious time," Yun Shuang declared. Zhao Jun nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Sister Shuang, you are entirely correct. I will immediately notify everyone to launch the attack as per our predetermined signal, without waiting for evening." Yun Shuang then went to inform the others, while Zhao Jun focused intently on the house, contemplating the imminent danger. It was imperative to eliminate these two individuals completely, otherwise, there would be no peace on this desolate island. Lucy stood ready with the rocket launcher, poised to act at a moment's notice, mirroring Zhao Jun's readiness as the situation became increasingly tense. Others, armed and prepared to charge, awaited the signal, which necessitated waiting for Zhao Jun and his team to fire the rocket launcher first. As the tension mounted, Yang Xiaohua approached Zhao Jun, asking, "Captain, everyone is prepared. When shall we commence? This stalemate is causing great anxiety, and we are uncertain how to proceed." Zhao Jun remained silent for a moment before responding. "We shall wait for the signal. Do not feel anxious, for our chances of success remain substantial. Remember, excessive tension may lead to unnecessary losses," Yang Xiaohua remarked. "While the reasoning is clear to all, it is easier said than done to remain calm. It seems only Dolma and Noma, the indigenous people, are not overly perturbed. The rest of us are nearly breathless with anxiety." Zhao Jun offered reassurance. "Once we deal with these two individuals, our lives will return to tranquility. Whether we repair our ship and set sail or choose to settle here, we will have the freedom to act as we wish. Although these two pirates are formidable adversaries, we currently hold the advantage, so there is no need for unfounded worries." As they spoke, snowflakes began to fall outside, a heavy snowfall indeed, confirming Dolma and Noma's prediction of a return to a fierce winter storm. Chapter 191. Calculated maneuvers on the other side. Russell was perplexed. After Zhao Jun entered the enclosure, he inquired, "What is going on? Why did you suddenly change your mind? There are two women armed with submachine guns, one on each side, and two rocket launchers pointed at us. If we had proceeded as planned, we would have been dead by now," Chamberlain exclaimed. Russell sighed. "Do we not agree? Fearlessness is essential for this endeavor." Chamberlain shrugged and replied, "While that may be true, we cannot afford to perish without cause. We must alter our strategy." "What is your current plan, then?" Russell asked. Chamberlain, gun in hand, gazed towards the wall and stated, "If all else fails, we shall launch a direct assault." Russell retorted, "Why didn't we apprehend Zhao Jun first during the assault? At the very least, we should have secured a hostage. This reckless attack could lead us to our demise." He felt a sense of helplessness. Chamberlain grimaced. The decision was made in haste. "Now that we are inside, if they unleash the rocket launchers, we will be doomed." Russell recoiled, quickly responding, "That doesn't make sense. If they truly intend to obliterate us, wouldn't this be the prime opportunity?" Chamberlain contemplated this and realized it was indeed plausible. Thus, he and Russell, cloaked in animal hides, opened the hidden door at the back of the house and stepped outside. The cold air was biting, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "Damn it, it's freezing out here," Russell cursed. "Chamberlain, we can't continue like this. We'll either die from fright or freeze to death. Can we just go back inside?" Chamberlain raised his hands in exasperation. "They could attack at any moment. The rocket launchers are on the other side. We need to find a way to secure them." After a long moment of contemplation, Chamberlain finally said, "Tonight, we shall strike. Will we even make it until nightfall?" Russell lamented. Chamberlain acknowledged the truth in this, finally suggesting, "What do you propose we do then?" Russell, curling up in frustration, exclaimed, "Damn it, we should act now. We might catch them off guard and gain an unexpected advantage. I believe that we must strike first to avoid dire consequences. Enough of this. I'm fed up. If I must die, so be it. I cannot endure this suffocating tension any longer. Chamberlain cautioned. They have rocket launchers on either side of the wall, sufficient to obliterate us, and they possess more submachine guns than we do. Should we act recklessly, we may find ourselves without a grave. Planning. Had we adhered to our original plan, Zhao Jun might have already been dealt with. Your indecisiveness is becoming excessive. Russell replied impatiently. Chamberlain remarked, considering more options is imperative. We are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, weaponry, and terrain. Bravery alone cannot compensate for that. These individuals have already taken the lives of 4 of our comrades. Their combat prowess is quite formidable, far from being a mere rabble. Their execution is remarkably effective. While we may not fear death, we cannot afford to perish without reason. If survival is possible, who would willingly choose death? A resounding victory is our aspiration, is it not? We have grand ambitions for the future. We cannot afford to fall here. Russell conceded. All right then, I will defer to your judgment. What do you propose? They are currently unaware of our presence outside, which presents an opportunity. Soon, we shall devise a method to acquire that rocket launcher and sniper rifle. You will fire at the location I indicate, where there are grenades. After the explosion, we will use the rocket launcher to eliminate one side, whichever side it may be. We must neutralize one rocket launcher first. As for the other, you will inevitably expose our position, drawing their attention. I can wield a submachine gun and attempt to rush in. If I get close enough, I can throw a grenade. Whether we succeed will ultimately depend on fortune. Chamberlain explained. Russell inquired, so I must act swiftly and then relocate? Precisely. Otherwise, they will annihilate you. You will shoot at the designated point. Then immediately employ the rocket launcher to dismantle one of their outposts. Afterward, you must relocate as quickly as possible. When you see me charging forward, you can cover me or join in my assault. A 1T impose. Judge the situation for yourself, Chamberlain instructed. Russell hesitated. What are the odds of our success in this operation? Chamberlain replied, if you execute my plan, the odds are 50-50, with one of their rocket launchers destroyed. A breach will appear in the wall. Once I enter, our chances of success will significantly increase. However, if you fail, our prospects diminish. Ultimately, the crux lies with you. Russell expressed his concerns. I fear I might not succeed. Chamberlain reassured him. If you fail, it is of little consequence to me. The danger rests with me. You simply need to relocate swiftly once exposed. Generally, this poses no significant risk. Russell retorted, if you die and I survive, what will I do then? Freeze or starve? Choose one. You may not necessarily perish. You might survive. Moreover, my risk-taking is my own concern. Whether I live or die should not weigh heavily on you, Chamberlain countered. Russell sighed. We are like grasshoppers on the same string. Your demise offers me no advantage, only detriment. I cannot simply stand by. When the time comes, I will assess the situation to cover you or charge alongside you. We must take a gamble. It's essential. Chamberlain nodded slightly. You understand my point. I have reiterated that we must stand united. Since an agreement has been reached, we must devise a means to procure the concealed rocket launcher and sniper rifle. That is of utmost importance. At that moment, a flurry of snowflakes descended from the heavens. Russell gazed upward and inquired, it has begun to snow. Do you believe this is advantageous or detrimental for us? Chamberlain pondered in silence for a moment before responding. Whether it is beneficial or harmful depends on how we choose to utilize it. How shall we utilize it? Russell pressed. Chamberlain replied with a smile. It is quite simple. We currently lack an excuse to venture outside, for this room is stocked with ample firewood, preventing us from using it as a reason to retrieve our weapons. However, with the snow now falling, we can use the search for hay as our pretext. Thus, it can indeed be deemed a blessing. Chapter 192. The feather-like snow. Russell nodded. Acknowledging, indeed, that serves as an excellent excuse. Chamberlain wrapped himself in the fur cloak and remarked, you stay here while I speak with them. Due to the snowfall, our hay has become damp, and we must seek some more. Otherwise, we shall suffer from the cold tonight. Russell inquired, what if they refuse? Chamberlain replied, if they refuse, we shall devise another plan. He opened the hidden door, returned to the room, and emerged anew. Zhao Jun and his companions were surveilling the house, and upon seeing Chamberlain, they grew tense. Chamberlain called out, Mr. Zhao, it has begun to snow, and our hay is wet. We need to find some more, so we must leave this room. A little warmth from the fire will suffice. Zhao Jun decisively vetiktidlis. Chamberlain insisted, it is far too cold, and our hay is insufficient. We must acquire more, or we risk freezing. Although it snowed today, the temperature had not dropped significantly. Do not overthink it, you 1T freeze to death. Stay put, and if you need anything, we shall provide it. I have hay, and will give it to you tomorrow. Zhao Yun shouts it back. Chamberlain questioned, is it truly impossible for us to find a little hay ourselves? Zhao Jun scoffed, indeed, it is not possible. Chamberlain opened his mouth to argue further, but realized it was futile. So he conceded, very well. Then we shall have to endure. Chamberlain returned to the room and opened the hidden door, where Russell was already shivering from the cold. I heard them. It seems they do not agree. Russell exclaimed vehemently. Chamberlain acknowledged, yes, they indeed refuse. We must find an alternative. Russell remarked, the weapon is hidden rather far. During broad daylight, it is certainly unfeasible. Chamberlain caught the falling snowflakes and declared, then we shall wait for nightfall. This heavy snow presents us with a genuine opportunity. Russell, somewhat perplexed, asked how so. Chamberlain explained, once the snow falls, our fire will be extinguished and they cannot hold us accountable. It would not be our intention. Thus, we have a chance to infiltrate. Do you not see this as an opportunity? Russell expressed his concerns. I fear it may not be that simple. With the snow, it will be brighter, and they might spot us anywhere we go. Chamberlain reassured him, we shall move slowly, and besides, this fur cloak is white. They do not possess night vision equipment, so they will not detect us. Russell queried, are you certain? Chamberlain replied, we shall only know for sure when darkness descends. Russell shivered, suggesting it is so cold. Perhaps we should return to the room. Chamberlain shook his head. No, I will open this hidden door and start fire. You stay here while I observe their movements inside. We cannot afford to be entirely compromised. Russell understood that entering the room would be even riskier, and he could not voice further objections, so he reluctantly agreed. Zhao Jun observed Zhang Bo, Lin, returning to the room, furrowing his brow as he remarked, it seems they are rather anxious and eager to take action, but I have thwarted their intentions. Yun Shuang inquired, what leads you to this conclusion? The search for hay is evidently a mere pretext. Their weapons must be concealed somewhere. Should they acquire their arms, a forceful assault is imminent, Zhao Jun articulated. Yun Shuang responded, perhaps. However, having denied them now, do they possess any alternative strategies? They might wait until nightfall to stealthily reach their cache of weapons and launch a surprise attack. Zhao Yun speculated. Yun Shuang countered, if that is the case, it would actually be advantageous for us. We could commence our assault at dusk. Shall we begin now? Zhao Jun shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. I suspect they may not be in the house at this moment. Did you discover a hidden door? Yun Shuang asked in astonishment. Zhao Yun explained. The atmosphere was rather tense at that time, and I did not examine thoroughly, thus I did not notice it. But if it were you, would you not create a concealed entrance at the rear of the house? Yun Shuang meticulously scrutinized the dwelling and replied, I would indeed. For the sensation of being watched is rather unsettling. Zhao Jun remarked precisely. We detonated the house, but did not eliminate them, leaving us with endless troubles. Yun Shuang felt a profound sense of helplessness, stating, if that is truly the case, then do we have no chance left? Zhao Yun sotet inu. A sudden strike at dusk still presents us with significant opportunities. This snowfall serves as our advantage. Yun Shuang queried, how does it become an opportunity? I fail to see it. Zhao Jun elucidated, the so-called opportunity is merely a notion. Our chance is also theirs. Ultimately, it hinges on our performance in the moment. When brave souls meet on a narrow path, the courageous prevail. We have been overly cautious lately, which has caused us to miss many opportunities. We must not hesitate any longer today. The snow fell heavily, accumulating into a thick layer in less than an hour. By midday, as Zhao Jun ate, he continued to observe the house, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Yang Xiaohua delivered the meal, saying, Captain, the atmosphere among the team is quite tense, and we are uncertain if this matter will yield a favorable outcome. Zhao Jun replied, reassure them. We must not falter. Yang Xiaohua noted, everyone claims that this enemy is far more perilous than those encountered previously. What difference does it make? In the earlier skirmish upon boarding, everyone performed admirably and should maintain that spirit. We have lost 4 pirates, leaving only 2. What is there to fear? Go and convey to everyone that they must have confidence. Zhao Yun sotet. Yang Xiaohua nodded and departed. Zhao Jun reached out to gather some snow, commenting, "What a heavy snowfall." Dolma and the others were indeed correct. It has turned out to be a significant snowstorm, even more substantial than the last. Beside him, Yun Shuang remarked, "It seems these natives possess quite a wealth of experience." Zhao Jun inquired, "By the way, what are Norma and the others' thoughts on this operation?" Yun Shuang replied, "Norma follows your lead, and Simo adheres to Norma's guidance. Naturally, they have no independent opinions and will simply align with you." Zhao Jun responded, "Their experience is more extensive. I believe it would be prudent to summon them and consider their insights. Please fetch them, and do bring along Yao Qiaoyun and Dualma as well." Chapter 193. Chamberlain severely injured Yun Shuang descended to summon assistance, and soon thereafter, Smo, Noma, Koya, and Astamu arrived. Yao Qiaoyun and Dolma also joined them, their expressions filled with curiosity as they regarded Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun remarked, "It is now midday, and according to our plan, we are to prepare for an offensive against them by evening. However, I would like to hear the opinions of Smo and Noma regarding this matter. Please translate my words for them." Yao Qiaoyun dutifully conveyed Zhao Jun's statement to Smo and Noma. After a moment of contemplation, Noma responded, "There is no question regarding the attack. With the snow falling, it can indeed be utilized to our advantage, although they may exploit it as well. Snow can be beneficial in pursuit, yet it may also hinder our charge due to slippery footing, which we must be cautious about. I'm aware of the plan. First, bombard them, then charge, followed by the use of grenades, and finally, indiscriminate fire from rifles and bows. This could lead to their demise. However, the greatest flaw in this strategy is if they're not inside the house, while our focus remains solely on that structure. This poses a significant risk. Of course, if they are indeed within, the likelihood of our success increases dramatically." Smo added, "Even if they manage to escape, we can swiftly pursue them by following their tracks in the snow." Upon hearing Yao Qiaoyun's translation, Zhao Jun rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a considerable time before stating, "What if they have constructed a secret exit from the rear of the house, unbeknownst to us? That possibility is quite substantial. How should we alter our strategy?" Smo suggested, "In that case, we should encircle them, flanking from both sides. With frontal cover, they can only attend to 2 individuals, leaving them with no choice but to surrender." Zhao Jun replied, "That is an excellent idea, Smo. You will lead Koya and Yang Xiaohua in a flanking maneuver from the left, while Noma will take Astamu and Yun Shuang to encircle from the right. The rest will engage in a frontal assault. Lucy and I will launch the rocket launchers from the left and right, aiming to eliminate them on the spot. However, if we do not succeed in killing them immediately, we must refrain from pursuing hastily, as evening operations can be perilous. This is a crucial consideration. We cannot act recklessly. Should pursuit be necessary, I will lead the charge." With the plan established, they awaited the appointed time, remaining vigilant throughout. Meanwhile, Chamberlain and Russell sensed impending danger and contemplated action for the night. Russell endured the frigid conditions outside, reluctant to enter the house. As dusk approached, Zhao Jun issued a command, and Lucy, alongside him, unleashed the rocket launchers, resulting in a deafening explosion that obliterated the house. Simultaneously, the gates of the surrounding walls swung open, and Noma and Smo, each leading their respective groups, charged toward the house, while Zhao Jun spearheaded the frontal assault. Upon approaching, they detonated another grenade, suppressing with submachine guns and bows. After several rounds of assault, if anyone were inside the house, they would surely have perished. In truth, during the bombardment, Chamberlain was indeed inside, while Russell was outside, nearly frozen to death. When the house came under attack, he became acutely aware of his peril. Hastily rolling and crawling to escape, Russell took refuge behind a boulder, seizing a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher, neglecting any counterattack, for Chamberlain was most likely dead, leaving him with no option for retaliation. With weapons in hand, Russell fled in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and his companions arrived at the devastated house, where they found Chamberlain, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, yet Russell was nowhere to be seen. Ultimately, they spotted footprints behind the house. Zhao Jun stamped his foot, exclaiming, "This is bad. Russell has escaped." Yun Shuang inquired, "Shall we pursue him?" Zhao Jun, observing the footprints under the dimming sky, recognized the considerable risk involved in a chase. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let him be for now. He may not survive out there alone." Chamberlain appeared on the brink of death. Zhao Jun marked a boundary with a large boulder, setting numerous bonfires before returning to Chamberlain's side. Blood continuously flowed from Chamberlain's mouth as Zhao Jun sat beside him, sighing. I never anticipated we would find ourselves in this predicament. You pirates, unfortunate to encounter us. Chamberlain gasped. Kill me. Zhao Jun replied with a smirk. Whether I kill you or not, you are destined to die. If I leave you here, you will freeze to death, and given your severe injuries. Even if we wished to save you, it would be futile. Tell me, where would Russell run to now? Chamberlain weakly shook his head. Our original plan was never to retreat. We only contemplated how to attack and seize your position. We had no fallback. Zhao Jun pressed further. Truly no means of retreat? Chamberlain asserted, of course. Our only hope was to breach the walls and take your place, allowing us to survive on this desolate island. You preempted us, and I have no retort. Grant me a swift end. But Zhao Jun merely shook his head, stating, your survival depends on your own resilience. Zhao Jun and Norma extricated Chamberlain from the rubble, discovering that his legs were shattered and a massive wound marred his chest, from which blood flowed profusely. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun carried him within the walls, placing him inside a house near the exit. Chamberlain, perplexed, asked, what do you intend to do? Zhao Jun replied, we shall see if you can survive. If you do, I shall refrain from killing you, for the time being. Chamberlain, bewildered by Zhao Jun's intentions, lacked the energy to ponder further and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Jun instructed Norma to keep a close watch on Chamberlain before returning to the cave. Yao Qiaoyun curiously asked, why not kill him? What purpose does it serve to keep him alive? He is unlikely to survive, even if he does pull through. He will merely exist as a shell of his former self. Utilizing him to bait Russell would indeed be a clever strategy. Yet I fear he will meet his demise tonight. Let's grant him some semblance of peace in his final moments, Zhao Jun remarked. Park Yun replied, he is the most ruthless among us. This is truly not a wise course of action. It would be best to eliminate him now, lest we encounter unforeseen complications as time drags on. Chapter 194. The death of Chamberlain Zhao Jun stated with certainty, rest assured, I would never jest with the safety of everyone. Moreover, it is paramount that I ascertain from Chamberlain what armaments Russell possesses. This matter was indeed of considerable significance, and thus the group chose not to dwell further on it. As night descended, Zhao Jun instructed Norma to guard the house by the water outlet during the first half of the night, while Smo would take over for the second half. Regarding the situation outside the walls, Zhao Jun assigned Yun Shuang to keep watch in the latter part of the night, while he personally monitored the earlier hours. Zhao Jun approached Norma's quarters, contemplating how to deal with Russell outside. When Dolma arrived, he decided to let her stand guard for a while before heading to Chamberlain's side, where he seated himself beside him, observing closely. After a while, noticing that Chamberlain showed no signs of awakening, Zhao Jun fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it abruptly onto Chamberlain's face, startling him awake. As Chamberlain regained consciousness, he felt the sharp pain from his wounds and involuntarily gasped. Zhao Jun inquired, you're still alive? Speak. What weapons does Russell possess? Chamberlain, his mind clouded by pain, murmured, a sniper rifle, 30 rounds of ammunition, a rocket launcher, and 5 shells. Zhao Jun inhaled sharply. The sniper rifle's long range posed a grave threat if aimed accurately. The thought of the rocket launcher, armed with shells, sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Jun pressed further. Is everything you say true? Chamberlain replied, of course it is. Just give me some painkillers. Morphine would suffice. Or in my life? The agony was becoming unbearable for him. Zhao Jun assured him, if you speak the truth, I shall provide you with morphine. Chamberlain insisted, I am truthful, not a word of falsehood. Zhao Jun responded, very well. I shall fetch you the morphine. Rising, he entered the cave, locating the morphine and syringe in the medical kit, then returned to Chamberlain's side, displaying the morphine. Do you see this? It is morphine, which can alleviate much of your suffering. Chamberlain replied, I see it. Please, administer it to me. Zhao Jun pressed, where's Russell now? Chamberlain answered, I truly do not know his whereabouts. He must be in one of the houses or caves we previously discovered. We did not deliberate on where to hide after our escape. We approached this matter with a mindset of survival. Zhao Jun queried, is that truly the case? I will not administer the morphine if it is not. Chamberlain hurriedly asserted, I speak only the truth. In such an environment, hunting is arduous, and without food, One could certainly perish, especially in this biting cold. I cannot endure this any longer. Please, grant me the morphine, I implore you. Zhao Jun, however, was not in a hurry and remarked, so, is the weapon in Russell's possession truly real? Indeed, it is real. Moreover, he possesses 3 grenades. He carries a small pistol with approximately a dozen bullets. That is all the weaponry he has. There are absolutely no others. Zhang Buoluan replied. Zhao Jun lowered his head in contemplation. Zhang Buoluan continued. Mr. Zhao, at this moment, there is no reason for me to deceive you. I merely desire a peaceful departure. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in your words. Zhao Jun responded. He administered morphine to Zhang Buoluan, who sighed deeply, feeling significantly better. He closed his eyes and fell into a tranquil silence. At that moment, Park Yuna approached, standing at the doorway and gazing at Zhang Buoluan. She harbored intense resentment towards him, for her manager, akin to a sister to her, had tragically perished at Zhang Buoluan's hands. With a fierce glare, Park Yuna seethed. Why has he not been killed yet? Zhao Jun replied. He is unlikely to survive the night. His injuries are particularly severe. What if he does not die? Park Yuna countered. Do not be deceived by his current state of incapacitation. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. This risk cannot be taken. Zhao Jun rose and walked to the doorway, pulling Park Yuna aside. Once they were away, he stated, the primary reason I have spared his life is to ascertain certain details regarding Russell, which I have now acquired. But how can you be certain he is not deceiving you? What he claims may not necessarily be the truth. Park Yuna argued. Zhao Jun replied, in his grave condition, under the duress of pain and the allure of morphine, he should, in theory, be speaking truthfully. Furthermore, the weaponry he mentioned does indeed fall within the realm of possibility. I believe his words to be genuine. In that case, should we not eliminate him now? Park Yuna suggested. Zhao Jun glanced back at the house and remarked, look, it seems he will not survive the night. If he dies tonight, we shall be free of this concern. What if he does not die? Park Yuna inquired. I understand your feelings, but should he survive, we could use him as bait to lure Russell. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to take his life. Zhao Jun explained. Park Yuna's eyes widened as she asked, do you truly believe Russell would risk his own safety to rescue him? That is clearly implausible. Zhao Jun replied. One cannot assert such absolutes. While I am inclined to think Russell will not come to his aid, if we create an illusion of safety, there's a possibility that Russell might fall for it. Given the severity of his injuries, he is unlikely to survive until then. Is he? Park Yuna stated. That is a highly probable outcome. Zhao Jun acknowledged with a nod. Consequently, Park Yuna refrained from further discussion. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhao Jun went to check on Zhang Buoluan's condition, only to discover that he had ceased to breathe. Zhao Jun bent down and observed for a while, then checked his pulse, only to discover that it had ceased and the heart no longer beat. It seemed he had ultimately succumbed, passing away just like that. Zhao Jun exhaled a sigh of relief and announced the matter. Chamberlain had spent several years as a pirate, and his demise here could be deemed a fitting consequence. Zhao Jun instructed Norma and Smo to cremate the body and subsequently inter the ashes. Seated in Norma's abode, Zhao Jun inhaled a cigarette, contemplating the situation regarding Russell. Russell had managed to escape, and the weaponry he possessed was quite concerning. He found it imperative to seriously consider this matter, as Russell currently posed a significant threat. Chapter 195. The long road ahead. As Zhao Jun was lost in thought, Lucy approached him without hesitation. She casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, lit it, and began to exhale clouds of smoke. Zhao Jun glanced at Lucy and remarked, thinking of repairing the ship? That will have to wait until the snow ceases. And we must first deal with Russell. Lucy shook her head. The ship repairs are certainly not urgent. We should indeed wait for the weather to warm up a bit. Moreover, Russell is still lurking outside, and, as you mentioned, he possesses a rocket launcher and a sniper rifle. The threat he poses is quite considerable. Until he is dealt with, there is little peace to be found. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Jun sighed. Indeed, since our arrival on this desolate island, we have been beset by an array of troubles, which is truly disheartening. Lucy replied, that is why so many of us yearn to leave here, even if it entails great risk. Zhao Jun suggested, let us postpone this matter until the weather improves and we have resolved the situation with Russell. Speaking further serves little purpose, as no one can predict what circumstances we will face then. Lucy settled beside Zhao Jun, their proximity igniting a sense of tension within him. Her figure was undeniably alluring, and Zhao Jun had long contemplated the possibilities, yet had never found the opportunity. During their last encounter, when he had tentatively embraced her waist, she had not objected, but it was evident that she had ulterior motives, which dampened his interest somewhat. "Miss Lucy, what brings this on?" Zhao Jun inquired. Lucy gazed at him intently and asked, "Zhao Jun, what do you think of me?" He nodded, responding, "You are quite beautiful." "Is that so? Then why have you never shown me any kindness?" She countered. With a chuckle, Zhao Jun replied, "I was unaware of your feelings. I assumed you were still upset over Jack." Lucy shook her head. "Jack has even harmed me. There is no reason for me to be angry with you over him. That would be completely unnecessary. But you, having rendered me single, don't you think you owe me a compensation?" Zhao Jun was taken aback. "Compensation? How will one go about that?" Lucy tilted her head, saying, "It's quite simple. You should offer yourself to me. Wouldn't that be agreeable?" Zhao Jun's heart raced at the implication. It was unmistakably clear she was inviting him to make a bold move. However, such a transgression was one that most men would not shy away from. Not one to be overly principled, Zhao Jun unabashedly wrapped his arms around Lucy's waist and grinned. "Very well." In an instant, Lucy's crimson lips captured Zhao Jun's, and they found themselves locked in a passionate kiss. Just as Zhao Jun's breath quickened, a sudden noise from outside interrupted them. Lucy hastily disengaged from him, straightening her attire, while Zhao Jun composed himself and turned to glance out the window. At that moment, Qin Xiyuan approached, noticing the two of them inside. Something felt amiss, though she couldn't quite place it. Naturally, she walked over and embraced Zhao Jun from behind. Her voice soft as she asked, "Jun, what are you up to? Russell is still outside, and I feel a bit uneasy. Please refrain from wandering around. Be cautious for the sake of the child within you," Zhao Jun remarked. Qin Xiyuan chuckled. "It's all right. Occasional movement is beneficial for the fetus." Cao Yun insisted. "You should go down. This place is quite perilous. Russell is armed with a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher and could attack us at any moment. Your safety lies within the cave. Hurry down, and I will seek you out later tonight." Qin Xiyuan nodded, responding, "All right." She cast a glance at Lucy before descending. As soon as she left, Lucy leaned closer to Zhao Jun, playfully chastising, "You naughty man, truly indulging in both worlds. Even at this moment, with a child on the way, you still can't behave." Zhao Jun replied earnestly, "I must take good care of Sister Yuan and the child." Lucy retorted, "Taking good care of her while flirting with me?" Zhao Jun countered, "Isn't it simply because you are so enchanting?" He suddenly pinned Lucy beneath him, but at that moment, Yang Xiaohua rushed in, gasping at the sight. Zhao Jun quickly stood up, pulling Yang Xiaohua inside. She covered her mouth in surprise and stammered, "When did this happen?" Zhao Jun sighed. "Wasn't it just a moment ago? Did you come here intentionally? Did Sister Yuan send you to keep an eye on me?" Yang Xiaohua nodded, "Indeed." Qin Xiyuan had asked her to come. Zhao Jun said, "Then please wait for her. We have nothing going on. She is pregnant now and shouldn't be upset, understand?" Yang Xiaohua opened her mouth. "Well, all right, I'll just say you two have nothing to do with each other." Zhao Jun kissed her lightly on the lips, saying, "Good girl, now you're being obedient." Yang Xiaohua dashed out, but with the interruption from Qin Xiyuan and her, Lucy suddenly lost interest, stating, "Let's call it day." Zhao Jun seized Lucy's wrist, imploring, "Don't go. You've ignited my passion. How can you just leave?" Lucy laughed. "With so many women around you, do you truly care about just me? Go find Qin Xiyuan or Yang Xiaohua, or even Doma." Zhao Jun argued. "But we are in the same room now, not with others." He was still very much inclined to savor the presence of this captivating foreign woman. Lucy shook her head. "Focus on keeping watch outside, and stop letting your imagination run wild. There is plenty of time ahead. No need to rush." Zhao Jun scratched his head. "So, does that mean tonight is off?" Lucy chuckled. "Are you so eager? You still need to accompany Qin Xiyuan tonight. Best to rest here and avoid any further daydreaming." With that, Lucy descended, leaving Zhao Jun feeling a twinge of disappointment. The flame within him had been kindled, only for her to walk away. Zhao Jun had no choice but to sit down, stoke the fire, and peer through the telescope, hoping to catch a glimpse of Russell's whereabouts. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the landscape in a vast expanse of white, offering a clear view for some distance. Yet Russell remained elusive. Whether he could survive out there was uncertain, and the absence of both sight and sound left everyone apprehensive. The following day, Zhao Jun, accompanied by Yang Xiaohua, Nuama, Yao Qiaoyun, and Lucy, ventured outside to erect a few shelters and prepare a fire pit, allowing them to observe the surroundings more clearly at night. The snow had accumulated to nearly 2 feet and showed no signs of abating, though it had lessened in intensity. They dedicated an entire day to completing these tasks. Chapter 196. After exiting that evening, Zhao Jun gazed out from Norma's abode, accompanied by Dolma. Sitting by the fire, Dolma turned her gaze upon Zhao Jun and inquired, "Jun, you mentioned wanting to host a wedding for Sister Yuan. When will it take place?" Zhao Jun replied, "Let us wait a while longer. I wish to resolve matters with Russell before I can focus on this." Dolma continued, "Jun, I'm not vying for anything. After your wedding with Sister Yuan, might you also arrange one for me? I desire a wedding as well, following the customs of our tribe, if you please." Zhao Jun paused momentarily before responding. "That is certainly feasible. What are the traditions of your tribe? I will speak with Brother Norma. He will handle the arrangements. But you must promise me, no turning back." Dolma affirmed, "I promise. I shall not retract my words." Zhao Jun smiled and said, "I would never backtrack. Besides, how could I? We are already together. This is merely a rite. I certainly wish to fulfill your desire, as long as you do not mind that I have already held a ceremony with Sister Yuan." Dolma shook her head. "I do not mind at all. This was to be expected. Why should I be concerned? Your kindness is all that matters." Embracing Dolma, Zhao Jun remarked, "Dolma, once we return to civilized society, it may." Dolma's demeanor shifted, her anxiety palpable as she pressed. "It may what?" Zhao Jun continued, "We may have to part ways." "Why? I will accompany you. Do you intend to abandon me?" Dolma exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Zhao Jun explained, "You are not accustomed to civilized society. There are matters you may not fully grasp. Out there, we adhere to monogamy, and for you to accompany me, it complicates things." Dolma retorted, "I do not care about the circumstances outside. I have decided to stay with you. Am I not allowed to choose my own path? Moreover, if you leave me here, what fate awaits me? I am destined to be a sacrifice for the tribe, unable to survive. The current state of our tribe is uncertain. Do you intend to leave me here to perish? You cannot do that." Zhao Jun assured her, "I could never leave you here to await death. However, when you arrive in civilized society, you will need to adapt and learn. Perhaps then you will understand the situation and may even choose not to remain with me." Dolma pouted and declared, "I do not care how others perceive our relationship. I only know that I wish to be with you for a lifetime. You're my husband. If society does not permit you to have multiple wives, then I shall remain hidden, and you can visit me occasionally. No one will know of our bond." Zhao Jun kissed Dolma's neck, saying, "Would that not be too much of a sacrifice for you?" Dolma responded, "I do not feel it is a sacrifice. I find it quite agreeable. If you were to abandon me, then I would feel wronged." "Jun, you must promise me. You cannot forsake me." Cao Yun replied, "I would never abandon you." Dolma said, "Tell me about the world outside." Zhao Jun then began to recount the wonders of the external realm, which filled Dolma with a sense of longing. She finally exclaimed, "How delightful! I never imagined there were so many delicious foods and entertaining activities outside. If I ever have the opportunity, you must take me to explore." Zhao Jun replied with a smile, "Of course, I will take you to amusement parks, to watch movies, and to various entertainment venues, so you can broaden your horizons." Dolma joyfully remarked, "You are so kind to me." Zhao Jun responded, "However, if we were to leave here, I wonder if your identity could remain valid in China. We shall do our best, but as you should know, in our culture, bigamy is considered a crime and is punishable by imprisonment." Dolma's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "Really? Is it that serious? Is it true?" Zhao Jun chuckled, "Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Well, if we keep our relationship private, that should suffice, right?" Dolma said, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Zhao Jun laughed. "In truth, I am not as noble as you think. You need not make such significant sacrifices for me." Dolma replied, "But this isn't really a sacrifice. You have already rejected me. It is I who insisted on being with you. Since I have resolved to be with you, I must bear all consequences. Just don't forget me. If you do, I truly cannot endure it." Zhao Jun playfully touched her and laughed. "How could I ever forget you?" Dolma felt a ticklish sensation and murmured, "You are so naughty." Zhao Jun teased back, "I can be even naughtier." After some time, Dolma had fallen asleep, her face graced with a contented smile. Cao Yun gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought. This girl could indeed make a fine wife. She was not jealous and was obedient, Where could one find another like her? Yet, Zhao Jun knew he could not abandon Qin Xiyuan, especially since she had already borne a child. This thought led him to suddenly consider another dilemma. What if both Dolma and Yang Xiaohua became pregnant? What then? Zhao Jun lit a cigarette, pondering the troubling situation. If they could live here for a decade or more, he might not worry, living in the moment. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed they might only have 3 to 5 years at most, and even next year, they could potentially leave by boat. In such a short time, if either of them were to conceive, who would truly be his wife? Qin Xiyuan, Yang Xiaohua, Dolma, or even Lucy, with whom he had almost become intimate? Zhao Jun felt increasingly burdened by this predicament. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another, sighing deeply. Well, there's no use in overthinking things now. We shall take it one step at a time, he mused. After all, it remained uncertain whether they could even leave this place. If they stayed for 5 or 6 years, there might be even more women involved. Zhao Jun rose to his feet and gazed out of the window. Outside, numerous sheds dotted the landscape, each illuminated by flickering bonfires, allowing for a far-reaching view. Snowflakes continued to drift from the sky, albeit smaller in size. They nonetheless persisted in their descent. This snowfall, indeed, extended longer than the previous one. Chapter 197. The noblewoman early the next morning. Zhao Jun awoke to find that Dolma had already vanished without a trace. She was always diligent, rising early to attend her tasks. Descending from his room, Zhao Jun observed Yang Xiaohua and Dolma preparing breakfast, while others gathered nearby, engaged in hushed conversation. Zhao Jun greeted them. Good morning, everyone. Yun Shuang turned to glance at Zhao Jun and replied, You arrived just in time. We were just discussing when we should head out to repair the ship. Zhao Jun shook his head, stating, Now is not the time for such discussions. The snow continues to fall, and the weather remains frigid. It is impractical to venture to the seaside for repairs. Moreover, Russell is still out there. Let us not forget, if he were to fire a cold shot from afar, it would place us in a precarious situation. Not to mention, he could very well bombard us with a rocket launcher, leading to catastrophic casualties that we cannot afford. Lucy interjected, That Russell is already injured and ill. I believe he is likely to succumb to the cold or starvation. Even if he survives, he will hardly possess the strength to trouble us further. Zhao Jun responded, We must adhere to the principle that we should witness the living and the dead. We cannot entrust our lives to mere luck. Furthermore, how do we hope to endure in such frigid conditions? Park Yuna suggested, Let us heed Dolma's wisdom. The winters here are particularly brief. In about a month, the weather will warm. If we agree now to prepare adequately, we can commence repairs once the weather permits. This way, we will not squander time. After the snow ceases, we can first assess the ship's condition and determine what repairs are necessary. Does this not seem prudent? Zhao Jun surveyed the group, inquiring, What is everyone's consensus? Yao Qiaoyun remarked, There are those willing to embark and those hesitant. However, regardless of willingness, we all agree to first ascertain whether the ship can be repaired. There is no harm in that. Zhao Jun replied, Since you have all reached a consensus, I shall not oppose your decision. Let us first evaluate the extent of the ship's damage and prepare for repairs. Once the weather warms and we have dealt with Russell, we will commence our work. After the repairs are completed, we can deliberate on whether to depart. What do you all think? With that, the group had no further objections and acquiesced. Zhao Jun proceeded to wash up, at which point Su Xinxu approached and stood beside him, seemingly hesitant to speak. Noticing her uncertainty, Zhao Jun encouraged Sister Su, Feel free to share whatever is on your mind. It is perfectly all right. Su Xinxu replied, Captain, do you truly believe we can utilize this ship to leave this place? This was a difficult question to answer, as it was uncertain whether the ship could indeed be repaired. Even if it were, would there be sufficient fuel? We lack experience in navigating a large vessel, and Lucy's expertise lies with sailing ships, with only 2 individuals aboard. Can we truly manage with over a dozen of us on this ship? I believe leaving is certainly possible. However, successfully returning to land remains a much more daunting proposition. Cao Yun enliced. Su Xinxu acknowledged, It is indeed somewhat perilous. Nevertheless, everyone has grown weary of remaining here, should an opportunity arise to leave. I suspect the majority would be willing to take that risk. Zhao Jun remarked, Sister Su, you have lived a rather stable life. Do you truly wish to take this risk? Su Xinxu replied, I was initially hesitant, yet many have suggested that such a course of action is worthwhile. Alas, I find myself in a bit of a quandary. From a young age, Su Xinxu enjoyed a life of privilege, and her subsequent marriage was favorable. She had never truly endured hardship. Unlike Yao Qiaoyun, who had at least engaged in business, she had never ventured into any endeavors. Recently, Su Xinxu appeared to have lost a bit of weight, with her voluptuous figure exuding an allure that incited an impulse to embrace her. Zhao Jun harbored certain fantasies about her. Her opulence and grace made her the object of desire for men like him. However, Zhao Jun had never found the opportunity to approach this noble lady, relegating his musings to mere thoughts. Zhao Jun said, "I must emphasize that others cannot provide you with any advice. It ultimately hinges on your own thoughts. Do not let external opinions sway you, for this matter pertains to your very existence." Leaning against the railing, Su Xinxu's captivating charm stirred Zhao Jun's emotions. With a sigh, she parted her crimson lips, saying, "To be honest, I am uncertain about what to do. I genuinely wish to leave this place. I find it quite uncomfortable here. I believe I should heed your counsel, as my survival here is reliant on your care." Zhao Jun responded, "We are a team, and as fellow compatriots, these matters are trivial and ought to be addressed. Thus, you must ultimately make your own decisions rather than merely following my lead." Su Xinxu replied, "Please share your thoughts. I am eager to hear your perspective." Zhao Jun stated, "In my view, I have no desire to leave by boat. After all, we are still alive and can govern our own fates. Once we depart by ship, we will be at the mercy of fate." Su Xinxu inquired, "Do you mean you do not wish to leave?" Zhao Jun confirmed, "Indeed, my inclination is to remain. While this may seem complacent, one must prioritize survival before contemplating anything else. If we cannot endure, all thoughts become futile. I believe rescue will eventually arrive. Perhaps later than we hope, but I am willing to wait." Su Xinxu fell silent for a moment before expressing, "This is truly a dilemma." Zhao Jun chuckled, "In truth, you need not worry so much. Perhaps the ship is beyond repair. Overthinking now may prove futile. Let us wait a month to assess the progress of repairs before making any plans. Ultimately, we will need to vote on our course of action. Those who wish to depart may do so, while those who wish to stay can remain. For now, let us not dwell on this matter." Reluctantly, Su Xinxu replied, "Very well, we shall discuss it then." Zhao Jun finished his morning ablutions and gazed at the departing figure of Su Xinxu, contemplating, truly exquisite, a ripened beauty, possessing a unique charm. And she undeniably exudes an air of nobility. After returning to the cave to partake in breakfast, Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "After deliberation, everyone has expressed a desire to send a few individuals to closely examine the condition of that ship. Zhao Jun, what are your thoughts?" Zhao Jun replied, "Shall we venture there now? It seems somewhat perilous. We still do not know the whereabouts of Russell. Perhaps we should allow him to endure a few days of hunger. Even if he does not perish from starvation, he will surely be rendered too weak to act." Chapter 198. The ship repair plan. Yun Shuang remarked, "I believe it is preferable to wait a bit longer. Besides, the snow has yet to cease. We can discuss this matter once the snowfall has subsided." With this consensus, the group settled down somewhat. Yet the yearning to repair the ship and depart lingered in their hearts. That evening, Tao Luna sought out Zhao Jun. Having just finished his meal, Zhao Jun was in Norma's room, indulging in a cigarette. Upon seeing Tao Luna approach, he directly inquired, "Are you here to discuss the ship repair and departure as well?" Tao Luna nodded and replied, "Indeed." She took a seat beside Zhao Jun, who gazed upon her exquisite visage and smiled, asking, "Do you think it would be better to leave or to stay?" "I am uncertain," she confessed. "What I do know is that venturing out to sea impulsively is perilous, and I am not inclined to take such risks. However, if an opportunity to return to society arises, I would be reluctant to forego it. Hence, I find myself quite conflicted regarding this matter." Zhao Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully and responded, "I comprehend the sentiments of everyone involved. Nevertheless, this is not a trivial issue, and it should not rest upon the shoulders of a single individual. Let us wait until the snow ceases, then assess the condition of the ship. Once the weather warms, we shall attempt some repairs. If successful, we can delve deeper into this discussion. If not, we need not complicate matters further." At that moment, Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua approached. Qin Xiyuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Jun, concerned that he might engage with another woman, thus jeopardizing any potential connection with Lucy, which had already been thwarted. Tao Luna, harboring feelings for Zhao Jun, became aware of Qin Xiyuan's apprehension about her relationship with him. prompting her to accompany Yang Xiaohua over. Zhao Jun gestured for them to sit, then moved behind Qin Xiyuan, embracing her gently and resting a hand on her abdomen, softly asking, "Sister Xin, how have you been feeling lately?" "Quite well, quite stable," she replied. Zhao Jun cautioned softly, "With the snow making the road slippery, you should minimize your outings." Qin Xiyuan smiled. "It's all right, Xiaohua supports me. Besides, I cannot remain indoors every day. I must venture outside occasionally for the sake of the child." Zhao Jun nodded. "That is true, but I must insist, it's best for you to stay within the cave and not venture out, as it is exceedingly slippery. Any mishap would be quite troublesome." "Understood, Jun," Qin Xiyuan replied sweetly. Yang Xiaohua had grown accustomed to the affection displayed between Qin Xiyuan and Zhao Jun, finding it acceptable. However, Tao Luna felt a touch of awkwardness, and after a brief pause, she declared, "I think I shall return to the cave now." Qin Xiyuan reassured her, "Feel free to speak." "Did our arrival interrupt your conversation?" Tao Luna hastily responded, "Not at all. We had finished discussing the ship repair and departure. It is indeed a challenging situation to plan for. According to the captain's perspective, we should wait until the ship is repaired before making further decisions. I also believe that is the better course of action." Qin Xiyuan nodded and remarked, "That's true. However, for the sake of our child, Jun, it would be best for us to return to society sooner rather than later. Growing up in such an environment is not conducive for the child." Tao Luna gazed at Qin Xiyuan's belly and added, "Indeed, what does it matter if we reside here for a lifetime? We must not compromise the child's well-being. Growing up in this place would not benefit them in any way." Qin Xiyuan agreed, "Yes, that is precisely what I have been contemplating. Yet, venturing out to sea with this vessel is exceedingly perilous. We cannot place our child in such a dangerous situation." Zhao Jun interjected, "Qin Xiyuan, it is truly impossible to guarantee safety in this endeavor. We cannot predict what may occur. The sea is fraught with uncertainties, storms, formidable marine creatures, pirates, and so forth. Encountering any of these could spell disaster for us. Moreover, the issue of fuel cannot be overlooked. None of us possess the requisite experience. Lucy's knowledge does not apply here. If we take a wrong turn, the fuel that seemed ample may turn insufficient, leaving us adrift. This matter is far from simple. We must deliberate thoroughly." Qin Xiyuan responded. "Then, let us discuss it further when the time comes." Yang Xiaohua remarked, "We have no idea when this snow will cease." The snow had accumulated to a depth of 3 feet, making any venture outside extremely challenging. Additionally, the uncertain fate of Russell weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Zhao Jun was not particularly invested in the notion of repairing the ship. His current mindset was to leave this place, but only under conditions of absolute safety. If safety could not be assured, he would prefer to remain. His greater concern was Russell, yet the women, since Chamberlain's demise, had grown complacent regarding the dangers he posed, believing he alone could not stir significant trouble. However, the threat of a sniper rifle and rocket launcher was not to be taken lightly, and Zhao Jun could not afford to disregard it. "This winter is proving to be quite arduous," Zhao Jun murmured. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhao Jun discovered that the snowfall had ceased, yet the accumulation had reached a staggering 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Even with melting, it would take a considerable time to dissipate. As Zhao Jun stepped into the snow, Lucy and Park Yuna sought him out, eager to investigate the state of the ship. Zhao Jun found it difficult to refuse, so he armed himself with weapons and binoculars, leading Lucy, Park Yuna, Norma, Yao Qiaoyun, and Yang Xiaohua to the shore. Upon inspecting the vessel, they found the damage to be extensive, and repairing it would likely prove challenging. After a thorough examination, Zhao Jun, feeling anxious, urged everyone to leave the area. On their way back, Zhao Jun and Yang Xiaohua made a special trip to retrieve the lingerie they had stored in the supply outpost. With the new year approaching, Zhao Jun began contemplating what gifts to prepare for them. As soon as everyone returned, they gathered together, engaging in animated discussions about the ship repairs. Lucy remarked, "This vessel is indeed salvageable. It merely requires time. Once the weather warms, we shall commence our work." Yune, equally exhilarated, chimed in, "Absolutely. It can be restored, and once it is, we can finally depart from this place." Observing their enthusiasm, Zhao Jun refrained from contradicting them, simply stating, "Well then, let us wait for the weather to improve and attempt the repairs." Chapter 199. The dispersal of hearts. This time, no trace of Russell was found, which while providing Zhao Jun a momentary relief, also left him with a lingering sense of unease, for he remained oblivious to Russell's fate, leaving his heart unsettled. Yang Xiaohua, with a hint of cheerfulness, exclaimed, "There's still time to repair the ship. However, we have an important matter at hand." Su Xinxu inquired curiously, "What is it?" "What important matter? In just a week, it's the new year. Today marks the little new year," Yang Xiaohua replied. During this period, everyone had been enveloped in a state of heightened tension. Either they were concerned for Russell or preoccupied with thoughts of repairing the ship to leave. Thus, they had almost forgotten about the upcoming celebrations. Yang Xiaohua's reminder brought back the festive spirit to their minds. Lucy interjected, "I understand how significant the Spring Festival is for all of you. I'm immensely grateful for your help during Christmas, and we must make grand preparations for the Spring Festival as well." Yang Xiaohua then asked, "What shall we eat on this little new year?" China is vast, and the culinary differences between the North and South are considerable. Various regions have distinct traditional foods for the little new year. Some places indulge in purely vegetarian dishes, while others feast on abundant meats, some prepare dumplings, and others enjoy sweet rice balls. Therefore, Yang Xiaohua posed a question. After some discussion, they decided to attempt making dumplings with potato starch wrappers filled with antelope meat and wild vegetables. Unlike wheat flour, potato starch lacks the same level of stickiness, making the dumpling-making process quite challenging. Furthermore, they could not prepare boiled dumplings, only steamed ones. Previously, they had constructed a steamer for fish, and now it would serve for steaming potato starch dumplings. Making dumplings with potato starch indeed proved to be difficult. Fortunately, Yang Xiaohua had some knowledge of the process, beginning with mixing the starch with hot water. After some effort, she successfully prepared the wrappers, and it was time to make the filling. In contrast to the wrappers, the filling was much simpler to prepare. As they gathered around to make dumplings, Lucy and Dolma, who had never tasted dumplings or seen them being made, watched with intrigue. Park Yuna, being Korean, had eaten dumplings before, though the potato starch variety was a novel experience for everyone present. Curiously observing the bustling activity, Lucy asked, "Will this actually taste good?" "Regrettably, we lack wheat flour. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a delicacy. Although we haven't tried this before, it should not disappoint." "Just wait and see," Zhao Jun replied. Dolma chimed in, "It's just a meal. Why complicate things so much? When will we finally eat?" Yang Xiaohua reassured her. "You'll be able to eat soon. Don't be so impatient. If we manage to make these well, we can have dumplings for the new year, and I will prepare several different fillings." Xu Ruoyu remarked, "I never imagined I would celebrate the new year here. Previously, I always returned home with my family, joyfully making dumplings, watching the Spring Festival Gala, playing cards, and visiting neighbors. This time, our experience is truly unique." Tao Luna nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is fortunate that you are all here. It adds a semblance of liveliness. Without a few companions, it would be dreadfully desolate and utterly devoid of meaning." Su Xinxu interjected, "Do you think that by celebrating the new year here, the rescue teams might seize this opportunity to completely abandon their search for us?" Yao Qiaoyun replied, "There's a significant possibility of that. To be honest, we have waited for so long, and the rescue has yet to arrive. They must be feeling disheartened and lacking in confidence." Zhao Jun reassured, "There's no need to worry. Private rescue teams are still an option." He was alluding to the wealthy families of Yao Qiaoyun and Su Xinxu, who would surely organize private rescue efforts. Yao Qiaoyun sighed, "Even if they do exist, what good will it do if they cannot find us? Some matters cannot be resolved merely by determination. Cao Yun comforted her. As long as we do not give up the search, there remains a glimmer of hope. You should not relinquish your faith at this moment. We must remain resolute that help will arrive." Yao Qiaoyun responded, "I was initially quite steadfast, but with the passage of time, my confidence has waned. Let us not dwell on such futility during this festive season. When we make dumplings, refrain from speaking. We wouldn't want to inadvertently spit into the filling." Yang Xiaohua retorted, "Who makes dumplings in silence? The essence of dumpling making during the new year is for the family to gather, converse, and share stories. We rarely have the time to sit together, except during the new year." Yao Qiaoyun cast a glance at Yang Xiaohua and said, "The main reason is that I wish to avoid such discussions now. Speaking of rescue will not hasten its arrival and will only add to our worries." Cao Yun interjected, "I firmly believe that help will eventually come. It merely requires patience. 1 year, 2 years. They will surely find us." Yao Qiaoyun scoffed, "And what Malaysia Airlines? How many years has it been? Have they found anything?" Perhaps some of those individuals are living on a remote island, yet remain unrescued because they are simply untraceable. They may be waiting endlessly, only to perish without receiving assistance. Not every survivor possesses our fortune. Our survival is a result of remarkably favorable circumstances. Yun Shuang remarked. That may be the case, yet regardless of the situation, we are still alive. The fate of those others, whether they live or die, is known only to them. Yao Qiaoyun sighed. Thus, whether we live or perish, the outside world remains oblivious. Only we are aware of our own condition. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment, rose to his feet, and said to Yao Qiaoyun, Qiaoyun, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Yao Qiaoyun brushed off the potato flour from her hands and followed Zhao Jun outside. He did not stray far, remaining in the courtyard, and stated directly, Qiaoyun, you have been rather dejected lately, and that is not good. Yao Qiaoyun shrugged. I merely expressed my thoughts. I had no other intentions. Your father will surely search for you. After all, you are his only daughter and quite affluent. It is only natural that he will persist in his search. Why do you seem to have a hint of resignation? Zhao Jun remarked. Yao Qiaoyun replied. I too believe he will continue his search, yet persistence does not guarantee success. A fact you must acknowledge. Currently, the morale of the group is rather low. Your words will only heighten our anxieties, which is detrimental to our team. Zhao Jun responded. We are all adults here, including Xiaoyu. Please do not exaggerate the impact of my words. Chapter 200. The minor New Year. Zhao Jun felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that the shift in Yao Qiaoyun's attitude was driven by certain circumstances. After months of waiting in vain and encountering numerous challenges, she had grown somewhat disheartened. Thus, she took the prospect of repairing the ship and setting sail with utmost seriousness. She believed that rather than remaining passive, it would be more prudent to take the initiative. Zhao Jun remarked, the fact that Noma and the others managed to drift here, coupled with the emergence of pirates, suggests that the discovery of this island is not as insurmountable as we once imagined. We could be rescued at any moment. Having resided here for several months, does it truly matter if we linger a few more months? A few months? It might even take years. Have you considered the possibility of waiting 10 years? 20 years? Now that Qin Xiyuan is pregnant and will soon have a child, you can no longer indulge in the tranquility of this place. You must think about the future of your child. Yao Qiaoyun asserted. Zhao Jun lowered his head and replied, but I cannot take the child out to sea. That would be far too precarious, too uncertain. Ah, Qiaoyun, I understand that your previous life pales in comparison to your current existence, and you wish to leave as swiftly as possible. However, we cannot disregard our safety. This is a very real concern that cannot be avoided. Yao Qiaoyun declared, I cannot speak for your thoughts, but I know that given the opportunity, I will set sail. I can no longer wait. With that, Yao Qiaoyun turned and retreated into the cave. Zhao Jun stood there, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he lit a cigarette and took a draw. At that moment, Yun Shuang emerged, noticing Zhao Jun's furrowed brow. She could not help but chuckle as she approached him, asking, What troubles you? Did you fail in your pursuit of Qiaoyun? Zhao Jun turned to her and said, Do not jest. It's the matter of repairing the ship and setting sail. Moreover, Qiaoyun's mood is rather unstable at present. She constantly feels that rescue is unlikely. This situation cannot continue indefinitely. Yun Shuang joined him, stating, Her concerns are not without merit. Currently, there are indeed no signs of rescue, and waiting indefinitely will surely incite anxiety. Zhao Jun responded, Yet we cannot resort to desperate measures. She has been influenced by Yuner and Lucy. In truth, she should be the least worried about rescue. Her father is quite wealthy. How could he possibly abandon her? While I can understand her concerns, they are ultimately unfounded. Yun Shuang remarked, Presently, we find ourselves divided into two factions. One that is resolutely determined to repair the ship and depart, and another that prefers to wait or is too fearful to leave. The primary reason we have survived thus far and thrived is our unity. If this issue breeds discord, it would indeed spell disaster. Zhao Jun concluded, It should not be taken so gravely. It is entirely natural for some to wish to leave while others express concern. As long as we maintain mutual understanding, there should be no significant problems. What we must fear is if conflicting opinions lead to confrontation. That would be truly unfortunate. Yun Shuang nodded and remarked, It seems your inclination is rather conservative, preferring to assess the situation as it unfolds, and leaning towards remaining here to await rescue. However, it appears that Qin Xiyuan wishes to depart. In the past, it might have been tolerable, but now that she carries your child, you must deliberate carefully. The risks of venturing out to sea are considerable. If there is no absolute certainty, I would never allow the child to face such peril. As for this matter, let's first see through the new year. Today marks the little new year, and in 7 days, we will celebrate the Spring Festival, Zhao Jun stated. Yun Shuang replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated that we would spend a Spring Festival here. A year has passed just like that." Zhao Jun inquired, "Do you miss home?" "Of course, how could I not? Previously, after work, I would go to the gym, admire the muscular men, and flirt with handsome guys. What a delightful time it was. Unlike now, where I am utterly bored," Yun Shuang lamented. Zhao Jun, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Did you frequently go out with them?" "Not frequently, I suppose. When I was in a good mood and had nothing else to do, I would indulge a bit. It was nothing serious," Yun Shuang responded nonchalantly. "Sao Yun Qiaoyun. Then what type of men did you typically pursue?" Yun Shuang articulated, "I favored those who were handsome, affluent, and well-built." Zhao Jun remarked, "Then I suppose someone like me would not qualify." Yun Shuang appraised Zhao Jun from head to toe and replied, "I do not mean to belittle you, but someone like you would not have caught my eye in the past. Your appearance is quite ordinary, your physique average, and I doubt you possess substantial wealth, correct? Thus, you would hardly pique my interest." Zhao Jun, undeterred, probed, "What about now? Do I stand a chance?" Yun Shuang tilted her head and responded, "You still have no chance, as I am currently uninterested in such matters." "What are you interested in then?" Sao Yun inquired. Yun Shuang stated, "I'm solely focused on how to resolve the issue with Russell, and then to enjoy the new year. Once the festivities conclude and the weather warms, I intend to repair the ship." Zhao Jun felt a twinge of disappointment and asked, "So you're also interested in repairing the ship and setting sail? Do you wish to leave here quickly?" Yun Shuang shook her head, "Not exactly. While it is indeed my desire to leave here sooner, I hold reservations about repairing the ship and venturing out to sea. The ship can be mended, and we may sail, but we must not stray too far. We must be able to return at any moment. That is essential. If we were to set out boldly in search of land, it would be quite precarious, and I find that notion unreliable." Zhao Jun replied, "So, your suggestion is that once the ship is repaired, we can use it to fish or even sightsee, provided we do not venture too far? With a bit of luck, we might discover other islands or perhaps encounter other vessels. All of this is feasible, but we must remain cautious and be prepared to return at any time. What do you think?" Yun Shuang nodded. "That sounds promising. We shall discuss further when the time comes." The two returned to the cave, joining others in making dumplings, filled with laughter and chatter. In the evening, they steamed the dumplings, and Lucy, Dolma, and Norma relished the meal, finding it delightful. The others also agreed that although these dumplings differed from those outside, they possessed a unique charm. This small celebration had come to an end, and the group, in high spirits, set aside their other concerns for the time being. Taluna, having consumed a dozen dumplings, patted her belly and remarked with a smile, "We have food and drink, and we are warm. Why should we constantly think about leaving this place? Isn't living well enough?" Zhao Jun replied, "Nana, let's not discuss that matter for now. We can revisit it later. You should also get some rest." Chapter 201. The Imminent Disruption. Tao Luna remarked, "In truth, you do not wish for this matter to fracture our unity. We were once united in purpose, yet now, due to this issue, there's an air of anxiety among us, which is quite unfortunate." Park Yuna expressed her discontent, saying, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am the one causing division among you all?" Tao Luna shook her head, clarifying, "I have not said that. That is not my intention." Park Yuna continued, "I'm not the only one eager to leave this place. I do not force others to accompany me. Furthermore, repairing the ship requires collective effort. How could I possibly induce discord among our thoughts?" Tao Luna replied, "It would be best if that were true." Lucy interjected, "Your accusation is unwarranted. None of us wish to remain here, and I believe you feel the same, do you not?" Sao Yun insashiktel or lights. "Let us set this matter aside for now. The weather is still chilly, and Russell's fate remains uncertain. The new year has yet to be celebrated. Let's speak of these matters after the festivities." Zhao Jun opted for peace, recognizing that further disputes would serve no purpose, particularly since Russell was still unaccounted for. Therefore, Norma and Astamu continued to monitor the water outlet, leading Zhao Jun to retreat to Norma's former quarters. Today, Yang Xiaohua accompanied Zhao Jun, while Qin Xiyuan, perhaps due to her pregnancy, felt fatigued and retired early. As Yang Xiaohua warmed herself by the fire, Zhao Jun complimented her. "Xiaohua, your culinary skills are admirable. Everyone enjoyed the dumplings immensely today. We should make even more during the new year." Yang Xiaohua responded, "I have often contemplated this at home, experimenting with egg dumplings, crystal dumplings, and glutinous rice dumplings. I never anticipated that potato starch dumplings would yield such delightful results." Zhao Jun approached Yang Xiaohua, embracing her, and declared, "Tonight, I shall reward you generously." Yang Xiaohua blushed, stammering, "No more. Please don't." Zhao Jun teased, "Why not? If others overhear, it matters not." Yang Xiaohua shyly replied, "I still feel a bit embarrassed." Zhao Jun paid little mind to her reservations, and soon, Yang Xiaohua became lost in the moment. After a while, as Zhao Jun lay beside her, he remarked, "Xiaohua, you still hold back." Yang Xiaohua replied, "What if others hear? I even suspect there may be eavesdroppers outside." Zhao Jun chuckled. "When we were in the cave, Dolma and Sister Yuan were unconcerned with such matters. Yang Xiaohua Goentret. They are different, and I am my own person. I am not like them. By the way, Xiaohua, should we ever escape, how shall we navigate our relationship?" Zhao Jun suddenly inquired. Yang Xiaohua paused, then answered, "What else could we do? We would part ways. You and Sister Yuan are meant for each other. However, I wonder if Dolma would be willing to leave you. She likely would not part so easily." Zhao Jun replied, "You need not worry about Dolma. Focus solely on yourself. Would you truly be willing to end things with me? If I cannot bear to part, what can be done?" The conversation unfolded as Yang Xiaohua expressed her apprehension about their relationship, fearing that they might never be able to part ways. "If we can go out, then there is nothing to lament," she reasoned, adding that if she were to feel any reluctance, it would not matter since they would not remain together. "Sister Yuan is already expecting your child," she remarked with a hint of resignation. Zhao Jun, with a mischievous grin, teased Xiaohua. "What if you were to find yourself in a similar situation?" Yang Xiaohua pressed her lips together and said, "I feel it is only a matter of time." "What would you do then?" Cao Yun inquired. She sighed, "I suppose I would leave it to fate. What choice do I have? I could never bring myself to depart from you." Zhao Jun whispered in her ear, "I apologize for the burden, Xiaohua." Suddenly, she laughed, "Everything here is my choice. There is no need for pity. But on another note, with the new year approaching, have you prepared those undergarments?" Zhao Jun replied, "There are various sizes, and perhaps not everyone will find them suitable. However, as long as they are warm and comfortable, I am sure everyone will appreciate them. You'll be able to surprise them. I eagerly anticipate their reactions." He added, "Oh, and do take special care of Sister Yuan. She is not the same as before and requires extra attention. I am well aware of that, so do not worry." Zhao Jun reassured her. He had a down jacket he had been saving for the new year as a surprise for Qin Xiyuan. Having promised her a satisfactory gift even before her pregnancy became known. Yang Xiaohua mused, "Sometimes I think Sister Yuan is quite fortunate. In such challenging circumstances, she can still become a mother. It must be a woman's dream." Zhao Jun responded, "You cannot be serious. Do you genuinely wish to be a mother? It's not about wanting it, but rather in such difficult times, finding someone to trust for life and bearing a child with them brings immense happiness. Of course, you must be careful not to provoke her. Women in her condition can be quite fragile," Yang Xiaohua cautioned, her tone slightly repetitive. Zhao Jun playfully tapped her nose. "Are you so worried about me upsetting Sister Yuan? Do you really think I am that easily provoked?" "Indeed, we all share that concern," Yang Xiaohua replied. "For instance, if Sister Yuan feels compelled to leave for the sake of the child, what will you do? We have been discussing this, and believe it might lead to a fallout between you two. It could turn chaotic." Sitting upright, Zhao Jun exclaimed, "How could that happen?" "It will. Everyone thinks so. Sister Yuan seems determined to leave, while you appear reluctant. This creates a conflict," Yang Xiaohua concluded. Zhao Jun was indeed troubled by this matter. Yet he did not delve too deeply into it, nor did he perceive it as a significant issue, believing that she would manage to resolve it in due time. However, after Yang Xiaohua's remarks, Zhao Jun found himself plagued by doubt. Given Qin Xiyuan's temperament, once she had made up her mind, it would likely be quite challenging to alter her stance. Furthermore, with her current pregnancy, her disposition might become even more obstinate, which could lead to considerable complications in the future. Chapter 202. Pursuit. Zhao Jun suggested, it's best to retire early for the night. He then embraced Yang Xiaohua and drifted into slumber. At dawn the following day, Zhao Jun was roused by the alerting sound of Simo. Upon awakening, he rushed to the window and observed Russell's distant silhouette sprinting away. He raised his firearm, but the distance rendered him unable to aim accurately, compelling him to abandon the attempt. Yang Xiaohua had already risen to prepare breakfast, and as Zhao Jun watched Russell vanish, a sense of disappointment washed over him. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun and Yun Shuang approached. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "What happened? Was it Russell? Where did he go?" Zhao Jun nodded and replied, "Yes, it was Russell. It seems he was overwhelmed. Fortunately, Simo detected him in time. Otherwise, we shudder to think of the consequences." Yao Qiaoyun proposed, "Shall we take this opportunity to track his footprints?" Zhao Jun responded, "While that is indeed a good idea, it is rather perilous." Yao Qiaoyun retorted, "We have binoculars to spot him from a distance. What is there to fear? Moreover, this is a rare opportunity that we cannot afford to miss." After some contemplation, Zhao Jun remarked, "However, it would be wise to limit our numbers. 2 people would be ideal. Too many would only increase the risk of being detected by Russell. We should attempt a covert pursuit with just 2 of us." Yao Qiaoyun asked, "Who do you intend to take with you?" Initially, Zhao Jun considered suggesting Yao Qiaoyun herself, but reconsidered, saying Lucy or Sister Shuang would be suitable. Yao Qiaoyun replied, "You should consult them regarding this." Indeed, while Yao Qiaoyun demonstrated courage and attention to detail, the true combat prowess lay with Lucy and Yun Shuang. Having Yao Qiaoyun along would enhance their observational capacity. Yet in a confrontation, Lucy and Yun Shuang would serve as far more effective allies. Hence, Zhao Jun's change of heart. Lucy, however, harbored a certain fear of pirates, while Yun Shuang volunteered, eager to accompany Zhao Jun in pursuit of Russell. Thus, Zhao Jun equipped himself with 406 Hong Kong dollars and a handgun, along with 2 spears, a backpack laden with provisions, and 2 grenades at his waist. Yun Shuang carried a submachine gun, a dagger, a grenade, and had slung a bow with several arrows over her back, and then they set off. Both Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang donned heavy attire, cloaked in furs, with scarves and hats made from rabbit pelts, presenting themselves from afar like 2 wild creatures. Upon reaching the footprints, they cautiously followed the trail, moving deliberately to avoid any ambush by Russell along the way. Yun Shuang remarked, "How could he have appeared here? Isn't this exceedingly dangerous?" Cao Yun replied, "Perhaps he was driven by hunger. This bodes well for us." Yun Shuang cautioned, "That may be so, yet we must remain vigilant against any surprise attacks." Zhao Jun, peering through the binoculars at the prince ahead, chuckled, "Naturally, which is why we must proceed with caution and not rush." The 2 individuals walked at a leisurely pace, hindered by the considerable weight of their belongings and the ever-present concern of a potential ambush from Russell. They could only proceed with caution, ensuring they were aware of Russell's movements before continuing their pursuit. After traversing the landscape for half a day, they found footprints that persisted, yet Russell's shadow remained elusive. Eventually, Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang entered a cave, a makeshift outpost established earlier by Zhao Jun. The provisions and water within had been depleted, evidently consumed by Chamberlain and Russell. With Chamberlain now deceased, only Russell remained. Zhao Jun instructed Yun Shuang to enter first while he stayed outside to set up several rudimentary traps before returning. Yun Shuang had already ignited a fire. As they gathered around the flickering flames, indulging in roasted meat, Yun Shuang inquired, "How long shall we pursue?" Zhao Jun replied, "We certainly cannot chase into the night. We must continue for another hour or 2 this afternoon before returning, as the outside world is perilously dangerous." Yun Shuang expressed her doubts. "I feel that even an hour or 2 may not suffice. Our pace is dreadfully slow." Zhao Jun responded, "This is the only course we can take. We have no other options. We must avoid recklessness. Should he turn the tables on us, it would be a grave injustice. Our foremost priority is to ensure our own safety before contemplating the capture of Russell." The location proved advantageous, with stones providing cover and a vantage point to observe the surroundings. After finishing her meal, as she warmed herself by the fire, Yun Shuang remarked, "I truly do not wish to continue. It is far too cold." Zhao Jun suggested, "Let us adopt a more relaxed approach. We will pursue if we can, and if not, we shall let it be. A brief rest will not harm us." Wiping her mouth, Yun Shuang agreed, "Very well, let's take a moment to rest. Exercising immediately after a meal is unwise." Zhao Jun stoked the fire, saying, Sister Shuang, I will make the fire burn brighter. Let's rest for an hour or two before resuming our journey. Yun Shuang chuckled. Isn't this a rather laid-back attitude? Russell poses a significant threat to us. Shall we simply allow him to escape? Zhao Jun sighed. This isn't merely about threat. Even if we hasten our pursuit, there is no guarantee we will catch up, and the risk of counterattack remains. A more tranquil approach may serve us better. Yun Shuang noted, this is quite different from your previous manner of operation. In the past, if you perceived a threat, you would act decisively without hesitation. Now, your perspective seems altered. Zhao Jun shrugged. In my solitary days, death was merely death. But now, with impending fatherhood, I must consider matters more deeply. I cannot allow my child to enter the world without a father. Yun Shuang probed, by the way, besides Qin Xiyuan, have Dolma and Yang Xiaohua become pregnant? Zhao Jun shook his head. I have not heard of that. Yun Shuang remarked, considering your current approach, it seems inevitable that it will happen soon. I am not placing blame, merely acknowledging that if it were to occur, it would indeed be a burden for us. Zhao Jun inquired, a burden? Consider this. Although we are relatively comfortable now, we are still surrounded by peril and danger, as the environment remains quite harsh. The arrival of a child is one matter, but should several come all at once, it would indeed present a significant challenge, Yun Shuang remarked. Cao Yun scoffed. I believe you are merely envious. Envious? What could I possibly be envious of? Yun Shuang retorted indignantly. Zhao Jun smirked. You are envious that others are becoming mothers while you are not. Yun Shuang dismissed him with a scoff. Nonsense. I have no such thoughts. You are overthinking it. Chapter 203. Ambush. Zhao Jun stated seriously. Sister Shuang, you are indeed correct. I will be more attentive in the future. Yun Shuang shot him a glance, replying, but I fear mere attention may not suffice. Moreover, to my knowledge, Kaya is also a child. Zhao Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? Really? CMO is already quite elated. I heard it from Dolma, so it must be accurate. She is already 4 or 5 months along, and her pregnancy will soon be evident, Yun Shuang explained. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jun remarked, I truly did not foresee this. Well, it is certainly good news. I wonder about Astamu. For Astamu, it is likely only a matter of time. She has been with Noma for a while now, Yun Shuang responded. Zhao Jun added, so it seems we are about to welcome more members to our group. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Yun Shuang countered. I have mentioned before that while it is a joyful event, it also brings complications. When there are more children, the burden will truly become overwhelming. Zhao Jun replied, regardless, we are at least a dozen strong. Even with a few more children, we should be able to manage, right? Raising a child is not as simple as you might think. Moreover, if they fall ill, it could become quite troublesome. We lack vaccines and proper medical care. It is truly daunting. We don't even have a professional doctor. Childbirth will be a challenge, Yun Shuang lamented. Zhao Jun asserted, while you voice these concerns now, the situation has already unfolded. We must adopt an optimistic outlook. Yun Shuang shook her head. I cannot be optimistic. I can only hope that Noma and Dolma possess relevant experience. Their tribe will also face childbirth, and their medical conditions are not much better than ours. In fact, they might even be worse. Zhao Jun said, once we return, I shall inquire with them. Yun Shuang extended her hand to warm by the fire. Yes, that would be wise. By the way, a child's skin is quite delicate, and we must devise a method to wrap the baby. Our supply of soft cloth is dwindling, and animal hides are not suitable. Zhao Jun responded with difficulty. We have exhausted our previous supply of undergarments. Yun Shuang insisted, you must find a solution. Time is of the essence. Although it is said to be months away, it will arrive swiftly. Additionally, regarding the ship repairs and setting sail, despite the merriment, I find it rather unreliable. It will likely come to nothing. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiments. He recalled the New Year gifts he had prepared for everyone, which included undergarments and warm clothing of excellent quality, ideal for wrapping infants. Thus, his New Year gifts would consist solely of undergarments, leaving the warm clothing absent. This situation felt somewhat ambiguous. While Qin Xiyuan, Dolma, and Yang Xiaohua might not mind, how would the other women react to such gifts? Zhao Jun could not help but chuckle at the thought. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his concerns and resolved to redistribute the gifts that evening, adapting the warm clothing for the infants. Indeed, a child's skin is particularly tender and requires proper protection. Zhao Jun gazed at Yun Shuang before him. Due to years of dedicated practice and a fondness for yoga, her figure boasted exquisite lines. Even though she was bundled up tightly at the moment, her elegance could not be concealed, no matter where she chose to sit. Noticing Zhao Jun's lingering gaze, Yun Shuang playfully scolded, "What are you staring at?" Zhao Jun snapped back to reality and replied, "I'm admiring the beauty." Yun Shuang scoffed, "You already have enough women. Don't be greedy. Be careful not to overindulge." Zhao Jun chuckled, "I have a hearty appetite, so I won't burst." Yun Shuang shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Anyone can boast." Zhao Jun, adopting a serious tone, said, "Sister Shuang, even if you only listen closely at night, you would realize how remarkable I am." Yun Shuang rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. Enough of that. Let us prepare. We must continue our pursuit of Russell. Cao Yun is pundit. There is nothing to prepare. We'll just head out with our weapons." Yun Shuang added, "While we may be pursuing a peaceful approach, it's best to deal with Russell swiftly. Otherwise, leaving him out there makes us vulnerable. You mentioned he has a rocket launcher and a sniper rifle. If he decides to strike, that could be catastrophic." Zhao Jun acknowledged, "I understand. That is why we're pursuing him." After resting for a moment, they resumed their journey, following the footprints for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Jun spotted through his binoculars that the tracks had vanished about 500 meters ahead. He quickly halted, pulling Yun Shuang down behind a rock, whispering he might be nearby. The footprints disappeared just ahead. Yun Shuang grew tense, gripping her submachine gun and crouching low. Zhao Jun cautiously lay behind a rock, peering out, scanning the area with his binoculars, but found nothing. The abundance of rocks and trees provided ample hiding spots. Furrowing his brow, he quietly suggested, "Sister Shuang, cover me while I move in a bit closer." Yun Shuang exclaimed, "Isn't that too dangerous?" Cao Yun replied, "It is dangerous, but without taking this risk, it will be challenging to handle Russell. This is an opportunity." Yun Shuang reminded him, "Don't forget, you're about to become a father. You said you didn't want to take unnecessary risks." Zhao Jun sighed, "That is true. But if we let this opportunity slip away, it would be a shame. I'll be careful. Just keep an eye out for me. Nothing will happen." Yun Shuang cautiously peered out, scanning with her binoculars, and said, "He could be hiding anywhere. This is truly perilous. Are you sure you can manage?" Although Zhao Jun had served in the military, it was during peacetime and he had never faced actual combat. The thought of confronting someone entrenched, armed, and dangerous filled him with trepidation. A single misstep could prove fatal. Russell, a pirate with extensive combat experience, had clashed with both police and military forces in a confrontation. Zhao Jun had little hope of prevailing. Moreover, Russell's current weaponry, consisting of a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher, boasted formidable power and precision. Zhao Jun hesitated and said, "Then, what can we do?" Yun Shuang replied, "Did you not mention that he must be unable to endure his hunger? Why don't we fire a few shots, toss a couple of grenades, and then leave this place to his fate? After all, this winter will last for at least another month. He is unlikely to survive it." Zhao Jun sighed. "If we proceed this way, our pursuit will have been in vain. All this effort spent chasing him would amount to nothing. This is hardly a viable solution." Chapter 204. Yun Shuang's injury. Yun Shuang lamented, "What can we do? I actually think this is quite good. At least it is safe." Zhao Jun contemplated the situation and concluded that this was indeed the best course of action. If it was too perilous to advance, he nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun and Yun Shuang fired several shots into the distance, and Zhao Jun also tossed a grenade. Following the explosion, they observed the surroundings for a while, finding no signs of danger. After waiting a moment, they began to retrace their steps. However, just a few paces in, a sudden gunshot rang out, and Yun Shuang cried out, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Jun was taken aback, swiftly turning to fire in the direction of the gunfire. Yun Shuang had been shot in the waist, blood gushing forth, and cold sweat pouring down her face. While firing his weapon, Zhao Jun hurriedly dragged Yun Shuang to a concealed spot, using his scarf to staunch the bleeding from her waist. With anger, Zhao Jun cursed. "Damn it!" Yun Shuang gritted her teeth, asking, "Where is he? I didn't see him." "Be quiet. Let me check first. I'll be back to rescue you shortly." Zhao Jun replied, crouching behind a rock. He spotted a shadow darting about 800 meters away, clearly that of Russell. Zhao Jun fired several rounds, but the unfavorable terrain and distance rendered him unable to hit his target, watching helplessly as Russell vanished from sight. Frustrated and concerned for Yun Shuang's injury, Zhao Jun could not pursue further and turned back to her. Seeing her face pale, He scooped her up and hurried back. Upon reaching the cave where they had previously rested, he set Yun Shuang down and lit a fire, finally having the chance to assess her condition. Yun Shuang had been shot in the waist. Fortunately, the bullet had passed through, not remaining embedded, and had narrowly missed her internal organs. Zhao Jun applied pressure to the wound and secured it tightly, temporarily stanching the flow of blood. Having lost considerable blood, Yun Shuang had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Jun gently adjusted her position to make her more comfortable, then sat behind a rock, gazing outside with a fierce resolve. I really let my guard down. I never expected that after we ceased our pursuit, he would still fire. If something were to happen to Sister Shuang, I could truly never forgive myself. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhao Jun rose and stepped outside the cave, lighting several more fires before returning to find that Yun Shuang had awakened. She appeared exceedingly weak, on the brink of another fainting spell. Trembling, she murmured, "I'm so cold." Zhao Jun quickly ignited 2 more fires and moved closer to her, cradling her in his arms, offering reassurance, "You will be all right. We will spend the night here, and first thing in the morning, we'll return. There are medicines back there. Just hold on." Yun Shuang whispered, "I'm really so thirsty." Zhao Jun promptly produced some water, offering her a few sips. After drinking, she felt slightly better and inquired, "What about Russell? Did he escape?" "Yes, he got away. I had to save you. I couldn't leave you alone, or your body temperature would plummet, making it nearly impossible to revive you," Zhao Jun explained. "How despicable," Yun Shuang retorted. Zhao Jun remarked, "Do not worry. I shall capture him and bring him to your side, allowing you to exact your revenge personally." Yun Shuang sighed, "But what about my injury? Have you treated my wound?" Zhao Jun shook his head. "Not yet. We shall attend to it upon our return. I merely applied a tourniquet. It will be too late by then. My wound must not become infected. Please find a way to heat some water so I can cleanse it." "Infection would be disastrous," Yun Shuang insisted. Zhao Jun gently laid Yun Shuang down and began to search the cave. To his surprise, he discovered a piece of metal, a fragment from the previous aircraft. He bent the metal and heated some water. Zhao Jun carefully unfastened Yun Shuang's garment, momentarily disregarding modesty, as his sole focus was on her well-being, despite the captivating scene before him. Observing that her wound had ceased to bleed, he began to cleanse it once the water cooled slightly, prompting Yun Shuang to gasp in pain. "Bear with it," Zhao Jun urged. She nodded, gritting her teeth as he completed the cleansing. From his pocket, he retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication, crushed it, and applied it to the wound before rebandaging it. Yun Shuang exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "That truly hurts." Zhao Jun inquired, "Do you feel any better? Would you like something to eat?" "I desire water," Yun Shuang replied. Having lost considerable blood, she had little appetite, so Zhao Jun offered her a few sips. Yun Shuang smiled wryly. "Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have perished." Zhao Jun shook his head. "Do not say that. I feel immense guilt. Had I not brought you along, you would not have been injured. Witnessing your severe injury truly pains me. Your guilt I can understand, but what do you lament? I am not your woman," Yun Shuang retorted. Cao Yun replied, "How could I not feel sorrow for a beauty such as yourself? Now, Sister Shuang, rest well. You need to recuperate while I remain vigilant against Russell. In case he attempts to return, will he come back?" Yun Shuang asked. Zhao Jun shook his head. Under normal circumstances, he would not, but I must be prepared, ensuring he has no opportunity to exploit. Yun Shuang nodded. Having lost too much blood and feeling exhausted, she closed her eyes. Zhao Jun ate a few bites of roasted meat, drank some water, and kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. After a brief slumber, Yun Shuang awoke to find Zhao Jun attentively adding firewood, warming her heart somewhat. "Captain, please hold me. I feel a bit cold." Yun Shuang spoke. Without hesitation, Zhao Jun moved to her side and embraced her. She nestled against his thigh, finding comfort in the position. Yet, Zhao Jun noticed blood seeping through the bandage at her waist, causing him some concern as the medical conditions here were deplorably inadequate. "Cao Yun, how do you plan to get me back tomorrow?" Yun Shuang inquired. "In your current state, you cannot walk. Carrying you is not feasible, so I will have to hold you," Zhao Jun responded. Yun Shuang remarked, "You may find it quite arduous embracing someone with both arms. It could be rather exhausting, especially since there remains half a day's journey ahead. When I say half a day, that is under normal circumstances. Carrying another person would likely extend that to at least 7 or 8 hours." Zhao Jun responded, "I could fetch a rope to secure you to my side. That way, It would conserve some strength. Yun Shuang suggested. Would it not be wiser to leave me here and summon assistance? Surely, that would hasten our progress. Chapter 205. Pursued in turn, Zhao Jun exclaimed, "This cannot be. I absolutely cannot leave you here alone." Yun Shuang replied, "I'm mainly concerned about how weary you must be. What does weariness matter? This is a matter of your life." Zhao Jun asserted. Yun Shuang felt a warmth in her heart and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Jun had already prepared a rope, binding Yun Shuang to himself before lifting her into his arms. As she gazed into Zhao Jun's eyes, a hint of shyness washed over her. Zhao Jun began to make his way back, taking intermittent breaks along the journey. After 4 hours, they entered a guard post to rest. While resting, Zhao Jun sat by a flickering fire, with Yun Shuang perched upon his lap. Suddenly, Yun Shuang chuckled. "Earlier, I remarked that this guard post served no purpose. But it seems I was mistaken. Without it, I fear we would not have made it through the night." Zhao Jun replied, "Had it not been for these structures, we might not have traveled so far, and you would not have sustained such severe injuries." Yun Shuang smiled and said, "Are my injuries truly that severe? I cannot see them myself." Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and responded, "In truth, it is not as bad as it seems. Fortunately, the bullet struck your side at a distance, merely grazing your waist. It could have been far worse. The penetrating wound did not damage your internal organs. In some instances, a penetrating wound can be fortunate, as in your case, where it is rather lucky. However, it appears quite serious, as you have lost a significant amount of blood, which continues to seep. You require more specialized treatment and bandaging, but I lack the means at this moment. From your expression, it seems my condition is not promising?" Yun Shuang inquired. Zhao Jun shook his head. "It's truly manageable. Your priority now is to rest. However, we must continue for several more hours. My thoughts are solely on returning swiftly." Yun Shuang remarked, "You are the one enduring the hardship. I have done little. Are you not exhausted?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "How could I be weary carrying such a beautiful lady?" He loosened the rope that bound Yun Shuang to him, then stood to stretch his limbs. Yun Shuang lay there, utterly feeble. Even in her injured state, her graceful form was captivating. Zhao Jun stole a few glances as he stood by the door and asked, "Sister Shuang, do you truly feel all right?" "I feel pain, but beyond that, I have no other sensations," Yun Shuang replied. Zhao Jun exhaled with relief. "That is good to hear. Soon, we shall return and properly tend to you, cleansing the wound with hydrogen peroxide and bandaging it well. This will hasten your recovery." Before he could finish, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead. Zhao Jun immediately raised his gun and, using his binoculars, identified it as Russell. Russell, too, was brandishing a rocket launcher, preparing to fire. A chill ran down Zhao Jun's spine, and he quickly fired his weapon. Russell rolled to the ground, narrowly evading the shot. Zhao Jun, without a moment's hesitation, turned and scooped up Yun Shuang, dashing towards the back door. Just a few strides later, a thunderous explosion shattered the outpost into ruins. Initially oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Yun Shuang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Jun sought refuge behind a rock and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You rescued me just in time," Yun Shuang replied. Zhao Jun seethed. That Russell truly has no fear of death. He dares to pursue us. Yun Shuang asked, "How long would it take you to return alone?" "About an hour and a half," Zhao Jun responded. "And if you carry me?" She pressed. 3 to 4 hours, perhaps." He answered, "I have a submachine gun. Leave that grenade with me, and you should go fetch reinforcements. I can hold my ground." Yun Shuang insisted. Zhao Jun shook his head vehemently. "That's impossible. He wields a rocket launcher and grenades. You cannot withstand him for long. I cannot abandon you. Are you brave enough to confront him? His marksmanship and weaponry are formidable. There's no guarantee you could best him." "It puts us both in peril," Yun Shuang cautioned. Zhao Jun replied solemnly, "Then let us perish together. At least we would have company on the road to the afterlife. Otherwise, it would be a lonely journey." Yun Shuang felt a pang of emotion, saying, "I am not someone significant to you. There is no need for such sacrifice." Zhao Jun secured Yun Shuang to himself, making it easier to run, yet it heightened the danger in the event of an attack. "What constitutes necessity is for me to decide, not you," he asserted. Yun Shuang stared at him, murmuring, "Do you truly wish to die alongside me?" "Not at all. We may not die, you know. I swear I will bring you back." Zhao Yun declared resolutely. With that, he positioned Yun Shuang's arms around his neck and bent low, sprinting forward. The sound of gunfire echoed, narrowly missing them. Zhao Jun fired back a few shots and sprinted several hundred meters into a thicket, where evading Russell became less challenging. Without pausing, Zhao Jun continued for several miles before halting to rest. Yun Shuang wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested, "Perhaps you should let me down. I can try to walk on my own." Zhao Jun shook his head. "No. If you move too much, your wound could worsen. Stay put. With me here, you need not fear. I promise to bring you back alive." "But," Yun Shuang began. "No more but. In just a few more miles, there is another outpost where we can rest. We'll rally our strength and return before nightfall." Zhao Jun said with determination as he struggled to rise and continued deeper into the woods. Yun Shuang felt deeply touched, saying, "You need not go to such lengths." Zhao Jun glanced down at her and replied, "If I deem it necessary, then it is indeed necessary." Yun Shuang gently pressed her lips together and said, "Thank you. Save your gratitude until we return. We still cannot ascertain whether Russell will pursue us," Zhao Jun replied. As he spoke, Zhao Jun approached a watchtower and swiftly entered. He carefully released Yun Shuang, ensuring her comfort, and then ventured outside to set up several traps around the vicinity before returning. Upon his return, Zhao Jun was taken aback by the sight of Yun Shuang. His complexion paled in alarm. Blood was profusely gushing from her wound, and she had lapsed into unconsciousness, her eyes firmly shut. Chapter 206. Life and Death. Zhao Jun felt a wave of panic wash over him as he hurried to Yun Shuang's side. In his haste to travel, he had not noticed her condition, and she too had been oblivious to the severity of her injuries. Her wounds had reopened, and blood flowed freely. He quickly kindled a fire and tended to her wounds once more, ultimately cradling Yun Shuang in his arms, using his body heat to provide her warmth. Yun Shuang was icy to the touch, a clear indication of her excessive blood loss, her complexion unnaturally pale. Zhao Jun bit his lip, feeling a sense of helplessness. They were in a perilous situation outdoors, yet Yun Shuang's condition precluded any possibility of movement. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Yun Shuang murmured, "Water, water." Zhao Jun fetched a few sips of water for her, and only then did she open her eyes to find him watching her with deep concern. "Why don't you head back and fetch help?" she suggested weakly. Zhao Jun tightened his embrace around her. "Do not utter such words. I will never abandon you. Do we not agree? If we must perish, let be together." Yun Shuang chuckled softly. "If you hold me like this and we both die, do you think others would spin a tragic love story around us?" Zhao Jun nodded. "Certainly. Isn't there a pair of skeletons embraced in the Pompeii ruins? So many have speculated they were a couple who died together during the apocalypse, only to find out later they were two men. Isn't that absurd?" Yun Shuang grinned. "Just because they were both men doesn't mean they weren't a couple. Same-sex relationships do exist, you know." Zhao Jun conceded that is true. "However, if we were to perish in such a manner, outsiders would surely assume we were lovers. It's uncertain how many years would pass before anyone discovers the truth." Yun Shuang replied, "Actually, it might not matter. I may die, but you won't." Zhao Jun shook his head firmly. "You will not die. I promise." Yun Shuang gazed at him, her fingers brushing against his face. "Zhao Jun, although we refer to you as Captain I must confess that I actually do not hold you in high regard." Zhao Jun understood her sentiment all too well, so he brushed it aside. "I know. Just rest and conserve your strength. I still need to get you back." Yun Shuang continued, "I think you are merely a mediocre man with some military experience and decent combat skills, and quite the lecher, associating with 3 women. That aside, are you not secretly hoping to gather all women to your side? To establish a harem?" Zhao Jun responded, "You are all beautiful, and given our circumstances, is it so wrong to indulge in such fantasies?" Yun Shuang offered a bittersweet smile. "Well, you are indeed fortunate. In the outside world, you wouldn't dare to even dream of such things. Here, however, you might actually realize your desires." Zhao Jun sighed. "All right, I will be more reserved in the future. You should speak less." Yun Shuang closed her eyes and said, "Today I discovered that in your embrace, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. You are quite a decent person. I hope you can fulfill your wishes in the future, though I may not have that opportunity." Cao Yun replied, "No, you still have a chance." "No, it's not that you have a chance. You must give me a chance. Please, you must survive." A faint smile graced Yun Shuang's lips as she replied, "I will try my best." Unbeknownst to her, Yun Shuang drifted into slumber. Zhao Jun felt an immense weight upon his heart, yet he could not afford to worry. He constantly gazed outside, fearing that Russell might catch up to them. As dusk descended, Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before stepping outside, lighting several fires to widen his field of vision. He then carried Yun Shuang outside, unwilling to remain in the house due to its perilous nature. He made his way to the back of the house, where 2 rocks provided some warmth. Using snow, he fashioned a makeshift shelter and dug a small hole, ensuring they could retain some heat within, at least enough to stave off the cold. Zhao Jun held Yun Shuang tightly, draped in 2 half-leopard skins, and with a snow shelter, they could endure the night. He had also carved a few small holes in the snow hut to monitor the outside situation. Zhao Jun dared not sleep the entire night. Yun Shuang began to develop a fever, slipping into unconsciousness and mumbling incoherently. With only anti-inflammatory medicine on hand, he administered a small dose to her. In the latter half of the night, Yun Shuang suddenly awoke. Concerned for Russell and for Yun Shuang's condition, Zhao Jun had not slept. Seeing her open her eyes, he quickly inquired, "Sister Shuang, how do you feel?" Yun Shuang gently shook her head. "My wound hurts so much my head is spinning. I feel so cold." Cold? Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback. She was clearly feverish yet felt cold, which signaled a troubling development. Pain from the wound and dizziness were expected, but feeling cold was not. After a brief pause, he reassured her, "I am holding you, so do not worry. But I still feel so cold, so cold." Yun Shuang lamented. Zhao Jun contemplated for a moment, then removed his jacket and unfastened her clothing, their skin pressing closely together, while he wrapped them in additional clothes and animal skins. Though their bodies were in close contact, Zhao Jun harbored no other thoughts. His sole desire was to provide Yun Shuang with comfort, to alleviate her suffering. Yun Shuang indeed felt a bit better, her eyes half closed as she gazed at Zhao Jun, a burgeoning affection swelling within her heart. However, before this sentiment could deepen, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Zhao Jun continued to call out, "Sister Shuang, Shuang Shuang. You'll be fine. I brought you out, and I will ensure you return alive. You'll be fine. You'll be fine." Yet, Yun Shuang's condition appeared increasingly grave. Her breathing became labored, and she remained unconscious. Zhao Jun even began to fear that Yun Shuang might not survive the night. Fortunately, throughout the night, Russell, perhaps concerned about unseen ambushes, did not pursue them, allowing for a peaceful night. Yun Shuang faced life and death challenges in the latter half of the night, and, as dawn approached, the fever finally began to subside slightly. Zhao Jun remained in close proximity, their skin touching throughout the night. Initially filled with worry, he gradually experienced other reactions, yet he firmly suppressed them. Eventually, Zhao Jun too drifted into slumber. When Yun Shuang awakened, daylight had fully arrived. She felt herself pressed tightly against Zhao Jun's chest, their bodies in close contact, while outside, they were enveloped in clothing and animal hides. This realization caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chapter 207. Finally back in Shuang, overwhelmed by shyness, fidgeted slightly, which roused Zhao Jun from his slumber. Upon seeing Yun Shuang awake, his face brightened with joy as he inquired, "You're awake? How do you feel?" Yun Shuang replied softly, "I feel much better." You. It dawned on Zhao Jun that both of them were devoid of clothing, their bodies closely entwined, creating an undeniably intimate atmosphere. He promptly sat up, his gaze falling upon Yun Shuang's figure, causing him to blush and hastily turn his head away. He intended to hand her some clothes, but unexpectedly touched something soft, prompting Yun Shuang to exclaim softly. Zhao Jun's face flushed crimson, as if he had been jolted by electricity, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Yun Shuang playfully chided, "What are you doing? Hurry and hand me my clothes. Do you wish to freeze me to death?" Only then did Zhao Jun turn back, his eyes lingering on Yun Shuang's form, and he involuntarily licked his lips before passing her the garments. However, as she attempted to dress, she found her arms lacking strength and requested, "Please help me put on." In this predicament, Zhao Jun set aside his reservations and assisted Yun Shuang in donning her clothing. Despite his intentions to avoid contact, it proved difficult, and he inevitably brushed against many inappropriate places. Once clothed, Yun Shuang wrapped herself in a fur pelt and remarked, "The clothes are so cold. Hold me a little longer." Zhao Jun complied, embracing her once more. When Yun Shuang turned to face him, laughter erupted from her lips as she teased, You already have 3 women and are about to become a father. Why are you still so bashful? You behave like a teenager. Zhao Jun replied. Your injuries are quite serious. I shouldn't be harboring any thoughts. However, you are undeniably enchanting, so I cannot be blamed. Yun Shuang sighed. You truly are a paragon of virtue. I was initially a bit embarrassed, but since you are so principled, it matters not. I need to relieve myself. Can you assist me? Zhao Jun donned his clothing, then carried Yun Shuang out of the snow hut to a secluded spot, where he helped her with this delicate matter, akin to aiding a child. Afterward, they returned to the warmth of the snow hut, where he held her close once more. Feeling the warmth that Zhao Jun provided, Yun Shuang remarked, Did I nearly perish yesterday? It was indeed a close call, but your resilience is remarkable. You endured it all. It seems that those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Cao Yun replied. Yun Shuang expressed her gratitude. I owe my survival to your steadfast presence. Without you, I would surely have met my end. Zhao Jun responded earnestly. How could I ever abandon you? Yun Shuang smiled. How shall I repay you? Shall I offer myself? Zhao Jun jested. Do not tease me. I might take you seriously. Yun Shuang retorted. What if I claimed I was not jesting? I speak only the truth. Zhao Jun responded. If that is the case, I would be most fortunate, and I shall not be modest. However, let us defer such matters until you have fully recovered. Yun Shuang questioned. Are you so readily accepting? Do you not consider the feelings of Yuan Jia, Doma, and Yang Xiaohua? Zhao Jun remarked. With a beauty as remarkable as you, how could I possibly hesitate to offer myself entirely? Surely, you must agree, Sister Shuang. You are entirely oblivious to your own allure. Yun Shuang shot Zhao Jun a sidelong glance and retorted, Are you merely a flatterer? Do you think I am unaware? Did you deceive Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua in the same manner? Zhao Jun exaggeratedly proclaimed, By heaven's honesty, I have not deceived them. Yun Shuang chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and said, All right, I shall cease my teasing. What is the situation outside? Has Russell not pursued us? Must we return today? Zhao Jun shook his head. It appears that Russell has not followed us, but one can never be certain. Perhaps he is lurking in some hidden corner. We ought to remain cautious. As for returning, I certainly wish to escort you back, but your injury, it would be troublesome if it worsens during our journey. Yun Shuang inquired, How long do you estimate it will take us to arrive? Approximately 3 hours, Zhao Jun calculated. Yun Shuang responded, Then let us be on our way, just as before. I will keep watch over our surroundings while you hasten your pace. We cannot move too quickly, lest you're wounded. Zhao Jun expressed his concern. Yun Shuang insisted, Once we reach the cave, there will be medicine. Our immediate priority is to return swiftly. Everything else can be discussed later. Cao Yun cautioned, You must take care of your health. You truly frightened me last night. Yun Shuang replied, But I managed to endure, did I not? Besides, as you said, surviving great adversity must lead to greater fortune. Thus, Zhao Jun fell silent, consuming a little food, while Yun Shuang, due to the severity of her injury, had little appetite and only sipped some water before they set forth. Along the way, Yun Shuang scanned the surroundings, while Zhao Jun walked swiftly, striving to maintain a steady pace to avoid excessive strain. After more than 2 hours, Zhao Jun's face lit up with joy as they neared their destination. Only a mere 10 minutes away. Suddenly, Yun Shuang let out a muffled groan. Concerned for her condition, Zhao Jun immediately halted and asked, What is it? My wound. It seems to have reopened slightly, Yun Shuang replied. Zhao Jun quickly knelt down, allowing Yun Shuang to rest her head on his thigh, and reassured her, Do not be afraid, we are almost there. Observing Zhao Jun's anxious demeanor, Yun Shuang couldn't help but smile and said, Zhao Jun, do you truly care for me this much? Of course, now that we have come this far, I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Cao Yun is sortit. Yun Shuang urged, Forget the wound. We must hasten our return. There is medicine in the cave. No, your injury is a penetrating wound with severe bleeding. You have already lost a significant amount of blood. You cannot afford to lose any more, or it could endanger your life. Zhao Jun insisted, pressing his hand over Yun Shuang's wound. Yun Shuang gasped in pain and then said, Zhao Jun, I will hold my wound. You carry me back. We must return quickly. This place is perilous, and without medicine, I cannot receive proper treatment. Zhao Jun contemplated this for a moment and indeed found it to be so. He placed Yun Shuang's hand upon her own wound and instructed, Bear with it. Press firmly. Rising to his feet, Zhao Jun continued on his journey. Upon nearing the vicinity of the wall, Yao Qiaoyun, who was in Nuoma's room, spotted them and promptly opened the grand door. Zhao Jun dashed inside, and the door was shut once more. "Hurry, bring the medical kit," he shouted. "Sister Shuang has sustained severe injuries." Yao Qiaoyun responded swiftly, dragging the medical kit over, while Yang Xiaohua had already prepared a bed for Yun Shuang, who was then laid upon it. Chapter 208. Revenge. Zhao Jun commenced administering first aid, with Lucy promptly assisting him. Soon, they had cleaned, treated, and bandaged Lucy's wounds, allowing Zhao Jun to exhale in relief as he slumped to the ground. Yao Qiaoyun inquired, "Did you encounter Russell? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Qin Xiyuan added, "We thought something dreadful had occurred when you didn't return last night. We were truly frantic with worry." Zhao Jun replied, "Indeed, we did come across Russell. Sister Shuang's injuries are quite grave, which is why we could not return that evening." At that moment, Yun Shuang was asleep, seemingly out of danger. Zhao Jun proceeded to administer N4 and blood plasma, settling beside her to sip warm water. "Xiaohua, please prepare some broth. Sister Shuang needs to recuperate," Zhao Jun instructed. Yang Xiaohua complied and busied herself with the task. Since broths and preserved meats were unsuitable, she requested Norman to procure a rabbit, skin it, and prepare it for stew. While Zhao Jun sat beside Yun Shuang, he recounted the events that transpired. Yao Qiaoyun seethed. "Russell's audacity is truly astounding. How dare he retaliate against you? Moreover, his weaponry poses a significant threat to us." Zhao Jun nodded, acknowledging this certainly caught us off guard. Though in hindsight, we might have anticipated it. When cornered, even a desperate dog will bite. A frightened rabbit may lash out as well. Yao Qiaoyun questioned, "Are you suggesting we should afford him some freedom? Let him be?" Zhao Jun scoffed. "Perhaps I harbored a flicker of that notion before, but now I am resolute in my desire to swiftly encircle and eliminate him." Lucy interjected, "But we must not act impulsively." Zhao Jun assured her, "I would never be reckless. However, subduing Russell must be prioritized. There is no room for debate. We must eradicate this threat." Su Ruoyu timidly voiced, "Isn't that too perilous?" Zhao Jun responded, "If we do not eliminate this individual, the danger will only escalate. Who knows when he might bombard us with a rocket launcher? If that occurs, we would be utterly doomed. Even if we manage to kill Russell, we will inevitably suffer casualties." Taluna asked, "What plans do you propose?" Sao Yun declared, "I intend to send out additional personnel to encircle him. We must ensure Russell is dealt with before the New Year's Eve." Su Xinxu proved, "But what if he attacks from a distance with artillery or sniping?" Zhao Jun replied, "Even in such a scenario, we must take that risk. If he were to launch a surprise attack on our 2 sleeping quarters one night, it would be far more perilous. To permanently eliminate this threat, we must proceed with the encirclement. Let today pass, but we shall set out tomorrow, resolving this matter within 3 days. Then we can celebrate the new year in peace." Yao Qiaoyun conceded, "Though it is undeniably risky, it seems we have no other option but to attempt it." Zhao Jun asserted, "This is not merely an attempt. We must possess the conviction that we will eliminate Russell. However, this journey carries a certain degree of peril. You should deliberate amongst yourselves first. Those willing to remain and those inclined to accompany me in the pursuit of Russell. We shall set off tomorrow as agreed. You confer among yourselves while Nomis and I construct 2 additional houses." "Construct houses?" Yao Qiaoyun inquired, astonished. Zhao Jun replied, "We ought to build a couple of shorter structures. The buildings on either side of the previous wall are too conspicuous and susceptible to bombardment." Yao Qiaoyun suddenly comprehended and remarked, "That makes sense. I plan to erect an inconspicuous house adjacent and in the middle, with a skylight to observe the surroundings. Thus, even if bombardment occurs, it is likely to impact the visible houses, while these 2 concealed ones will remain safe." Zhao Jun explained. Zhao Jun was a man of action. He promptly summoned Simo and Nomis to commence construction. Fortunately, the timber prepared earlier sufficed, eliminating the need for further logging. Within half a day's time, 2 houses, situated a mere dozen meters apart, were erected, complete with skylights for constant surveillance of the external environment. After the completion of the work, Zhao Jun instructed everyone to tidy up and clean, while he retreated to the cave for some rest. At that moment, Yun Shuang had awakened, her complexion slightly restored. Upon seeing Zhao Jun enter, she inquired, "Will you pursue Russell again tomorrow?" Zhao Jun nodded, Yes, there is no need for you to worry. This time, we plan to take more individuals with us to ensure Russell is dealt with, thus avenging you. Yun Shuang shook her head. There is no need for revenge. Let us all simply have a peaceful new year. Zhao Jun replied, our actions are indeed aimed at ensuring a joyful new year, not solely for revenge. We must eliminate future threats. Otherwise, the danger remains. Who knows when he might use a rocket launcher against us? Yun Shuang cautioned, then you must be careful. Please don't let anything happen. Zhao Jun affirmed, since we have decided to go out, we shall exercise utmost caution. You focus on recuperating at home. The new year is just a few days away, and we all wish to celebrate together. Yun Shuang smiled. I'm already content to be alive. Everything else seems inconsequential. Zhao Jun countered, no, we all must not only survive but thrive. When we eventually reintegrate into society, our experiences will be our badge of honor. Yun Shuang remarked, whether it is a badge of honor or not, I shall certainly remember you. Zhao Jun placed his hand on Yun Shuang's forehead to check her temperature and casually asked, remember me? What do you remember? Yun Shuang replied, I remember your unwavering presence during my most perilous moments. You too were in danger. Had it been someone else, they might have fled to seek rescue. And had that occurred, I might have perished outside. Zhao Jun declared, I would never abandon you. Yun Shuang gazed at Zhao Jun, her eyes reflecting a hint of affection, and said, it is precisely because you did not abandon me that I am profoundly grateful. Sao Yun Ishut, Tomorrow, I will have Sister Su care for you, and there will be others remaining for your defense. Tonight, we may need to discuss those who will venture out. If given the choice, I would prefer that you remain indoors, Yun Shuang remarked. Such perilous undertakings, how could I possibly stay back? Sao Yun retorted confidently, hast assured. We shall emerge unscathed. His weaponry is formidable, yet ours is no less impressive. Whatever he possesses, we too possess, and our numbers exceed his. What is there to fear? With a sigh, Yun Shuang responded, weapons are indiscriminate, and moreover, he wields a rocket launcher. Should he resort to bombardment, the outcome becomes truly uncertain. Chapter 209. Search Zhao Jun offered some comforting words to Yun Shuang as the sky darkened. Yang Xiaohua and Tao Luna had prepared a meal, and everyone gathered to eat and drink. After Su Xinxu finished her meal, she began to serve Yun Shuang some fresh rabbit soup. At that moment, Zhao Jun inquired, how did your discussions go? Are those individuals willing to venture out? Given the inherent dangers of going outside, Zhao Jun refrained from assigning roles, allowing them to deliberate and select a few individuals for the task, while others remained behind for defense. Yao Qiaoyun spoke up, I, along with Norma, Dolma, and Simo, are willing to go out. Zhao Jun replied, Astam is currently not in a position to venture out. Simo should stay to care for her and assist with defense. Qiaoyun, have you truly made up your mind about going? Yao Qiaoyun affirmed with a nod, absolutely. Zhao Jun contemplated the situation. If Yao Qiaoyun, Norma, and Yao Qiaoyun all went outside, they would need to leave behind several capable individuals for protection. Simo alone would not suffice. So Yang Xiaohua and Lucy would have to remain, considering that Pu Yuner, Qin Xiyuan, Su Xinxu, and Su Ruoyu lack combat skills. As for Tao Luna, Zhao Jun pondered and asked, Luna, what is your decision? After a moment's hesitation, Tao Luna replied, to be honest, I haven't quite decided. Zhao Jun then said, in that case, you should stay behind. Lucy, you too. Xiaohua. Yang Xiaohua interjected, I am willing to go out. Zhao Jun added, Dolma, you should also stay. Simo does not understand Huaxiao language, and you will need to act as a translator. Although Dolma had intended to join the expedition, she reluctantly agreed to Zhao Jun's decision. Thus, the group consisting of Zhao Jun, Yang Xiaohua, Yao Qiaoyun, Norma, and Kaya prepared to venture out. After surveying the situation, Zhao Jun felt it was sufficient and declared, the rest will stay behind. It will just be the 5 of us heading out. Yun Shuang questioned, isn't that a bit too few? I think it will be better to include Lucy. Zhao Jun responded, we need personnel at home as well. 5 of us will suffice. We do not require a larger group. Enough? Yun Shuang asked. Lucy echoed, yes, is it truly sufficient? Zhao Jun assured, it is enough. We do not need too many people. Equip yourselves with weapons and remain vigilant. We shall surely return victorious. After much discussion, Yao Qiaoyun armed herself with a handgun, a submachine gun, and 2 grenades. Zhao Jun carried a handgun and 406 Hong Kong dollars and a katana, along with 3 grenades. Yang Xiaohua wielded a submachine gun, a grenade, and a dagger, while Norma carried a bow and arrows, 2 long spears, 2 rocket launchers, and a rocket launcher. Kaya was similarly equipped with a bow, spears, daggers, and other essentials. With their weapons prepared, Zhao Jun packed food and water into a leather pouch for Kaya to carry, while he readied additional provisions to stow in his backpack. Zhao Jun remarked, "Everyone, please retire early tonight. We shall set out tomorrow." In the evening, Simo and Lucy will keep watch outside, while Luna, Yuan's sister Su, will oversee the water outlet. It is imperative that we remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Xiaoyu and Yuner, please look after Sister Shuang. The group nodded in agreement. And after settling down for the night, Qin Xiyuan approached, lying beside Zhao Jun. She looked at him with a sorrowful expression and said, "Do you truly have to proceed with this?" Zhao Jun replied, "We have already discussed and agreed upon this. I cannot back out now. But it is far too dangerous. I do not want you to take such risks. You are about to become a father. How can you disregard your own safety?" Qin Xiyuan protested. Zhao Jun embraced her, saying, "It is not as dire as you think. You are overreacting. We are many, and the danger is minimal." Qin Xiyuan countered, "Yun Shuang has sustained grave injuries. What if it were you who got hurt? Wouldn't that be exceedingly perilous? You could very well perish out there. This is not mere alarmism. It is a genuine possibility." Zhao Jun responded, "I understand your concerns, but if we do not resolve this issue with Russell, we may never find peace. If he dares to retaliate now, he will certainly escalate his attacks in the future, and then the casualties could be far greater." Qin Xiyuan insisted, "As the captain, you do not need to put yourself in harm's way. Your family needs your protection as well. You could send someone else." Zhao Jun shook his head. "How could I hide here while sending others out? I must lead this mission myself. Otherwise, I am unworthy of the title of captain." Qin Xiyuan pouted, "But I am genuinely worried about you." Zhao Jun smiled. "When I return, we shall celebrate the new year properly. I am fortunate and resilient. Nothing will happen to me. I promise I will come back alive, all right? Moreover, I have something wonderful for you when the new year arrives." Curious, Qin Xiyuan inquired, "What is this wonderful thing?" Zhao Jun chuckled, "I assure you, it will delight you. Do not worry, I would never deceive you." He then kissed Qin Xiyuan, and as they had matters to attend to the next day, coupled with the possibility of her pregnancy causing fatigue, they fell asleep in each other's embrace. The following morning, Zhao Jun awoke to find Yao Qiaoyun and the others already prepared, their belongings packed. He instructed everyone to double-check their gear before they set off. The 5 traveled at a moderate pace, covering a distance neither too far nor too close. They began by searching nearby outposts for any signs of Russell, but found none. By midday, they reached a vantage point, using binoculars to scan the surroundings. They sat down to rest, enjoying some food and lighting a fire. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "This approach may not yield results. What if we cannot find him?" Zhao Jun replied, "Even if we do not find him, we must continue searching. We cannot afford to let him slip away so easily. The hunting conditions are poor at present, and his food supply is scarce. He is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. We must seize this opportunity to locate him and eliminate the threat. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen, and we may not even have a proper celebration this year." Yang Xiaohua remarked, "But what if we encounter unforeseen trouble? This year may very well be bleak for us as well." Zhao Jun shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "You have a knack for pessimism." Yao Qiaoyun interjected, "She isn't merely being pessimistic. Aimlessly searching like this is unlikely to yield any results." Zhao Jun responded, "Our search is not aimless. We will comb through the various houses and caves at the outpost. He must be hiding in one of them, and we will surely flush him out." Chapter 210. New Year. Yao Qiaoyun remarked, "I fear that we may not be able to conduct a thorough search in just one day." Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it will require 2 to 3 days, and he is likely to be on the move, which adds to our difficulties." Yao Qiaoyun expressed her concern. "I am merely worried that our efforts will be in vain." Zhao Jun countered, "Even if we fail to locate him, it cannot be deemed a waste of time. Our pursuit will exert considerable pressure on him. He will be reluctant to light a fire, and hunting will become increasingly challenging for him. Even if we do not find him, we can certainly instill fear." Yao Qiaoyun was unconvinced, saying, "It is not so simple to frighten him into submission. Your words are somewhat exaggerated. He is a reckless pirate, a figure of menace. Otherwise he would not dare to retaliate while being pursued. I urge you not to underestimate the complexity of our situation. Our adversary is exceedingly formidable." Cao Yun replied, I would never underestimate Russell. His survival until now speaks to his capabilities. His previous feigned surrender was audacious enough. But the fact that he seized a delicate opportunity to escape is truly impressive. I find myself almost admiring him. Yao Qiaoyun nodded. It is good that you recognize this. After a brief rest, the group resumed their search for Russell. Despite a day of searching, they found only evidence of recent occupancy in a few rooms, with no sign of Russell. That evening, Zhao Jun and Norma set traps outside, built a fire, and used several stones to block the cave entrance, while the five took refuge inside. After enjoying roasted meat, they deliberated on their next steps. We have no idea where Russell might be hiding. If we continue this way, it may prove fruitless. Yang Xiaohua said anxiously. Yao Qiaoyun suggested, we should devise a plan. This island is vast. While the likelihood of him being in the outpost is high, it is not certain. Zhao Jun added more firewood, stating, there is no immediate solution. I believe any attempt to lure him out will be futile. Yao Qiaoyun pursed her lips, feeling equally helpless. After 3 days of relentless searching, Zhao Jun and his companions returned empty-handed. Upon their safe return, the group sighed in relief, yet disappointment lingered upon learning that Russell remained unfound. Lucy smiled. It is a relief that everyone is safe. Zhao Jun advised, all right, let us remain vigilant. In just 2 days the new year will arrive, and we should all celebrate it well. Yun Shuang's condition had significantly improved. With assistance, she was able to walk, having survived the most perilous phase. Seeing Zhao Jun return, she smiled radiantly. Zhao Jun had begun preparing New Year gifts in his room, which included undergarments, while he decided to keep the thermal clothing for the children and retrieved a down jacket. Soon, the eve of the new year arrived, and everyone was bustling about. Embodying a spirit of prosperity, though the shadow of Russell loomed, they remained on high alert. Yang Xiaohua, Su Xinxu, and Tao Luna had been industriously preparing since dawn. The New Year's Eve feast was exceedingly lavish, featuring potato dumplings, fresh rabbit meat, marinated antelope, wild vegetables, preserved fish, steak, and some canned goods. Wine, both red and beer, was also available, all procured from the pirate ship and saved for this occasion. In the evening, everyone indulged in a hearty meal, and Zhao Jun took the opportunity to distribute gifts, which brought much joy to the gathering. However, a hint of awkwardness lingered, as aside from Yang Xiaohua, Dualma, and Qin Xiyuan, the other women had not shared any intimate relations with him, making the gift of lingerie somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Jun also presented a down jacket to Qin Xiyuan, shielding the moment from prying eyes. No one objected, considering her pregnancy. Thus, the new year was celebrated harmoniously. Later that evening, Zhao Jun returned to his room, accompanied by Qin Xiyuan. Clad in the down jacket, she was overjoyed, embracing Zhao Jun and showering him with kisses. You promised me something wonderful, and you certainly did not disappoint. But did you really need to wait until now to give it to me? I've been freezing for quite a while, she teased. Zhao Jun chuckled. It wasn't even that cold. After all, you're the only one adorned with a full leopard skin, which is quite warm. Yet I do regret not giving it to you sooner, as you look absolutely stunning in it. Really? Does it look good? It fits you perfectly, Qin Xiyuan exclaimed. Here, I have some thermal underwear for you as well. Choose one to wear, but you can only take one, as the rest are for the baby. Sao Yun edit. All right, she replied, selecting a set of underwear before embracing him again. Hee hee, this new year is quite delightful. I even have new clothes to wear. Zhao Jun affirmed, I promised you a surprise, and I certainly would not let you down. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun called from outside, Captain, don't sleep just yet. Everyone is staying up past midnight tonight. Come out and chat for a while. Feeling tired, Qin Xiyuan decided to sleep first. Zhao Jun kissed her and stepped outside, where Norma and Koya were by the water's edge, while Smo and Azdamu were in the newly constructed building beneath the wall, along with the others. Zhao Jun took a seat, and Park Yuna remarked, now that the new year has begun, winter will soon pass. It is time for us to discuss the repairs for the ship. Zhao Jun responded, the weather is still chilly, and we do not even know if Russell is alive or dead. I believe we should wait a little longer. Even if we discuss it now, we cannot act immediately. Park Yuna countered, while I acknowledge the current objective factors, I believe that if we wish to leave this place, we must prioritize this matter. We need a comprehensive plan rather than postponing everything until later. I sense that you're not fully invested in this issue. It feels somewhat dismissive. Zhao Jun replied earnestly, I'm not being dismissive. The ship cannot simply be repaired at will. I must consider everyone's safety, don't you think? I understand your desire to depart from this place swiftly, yet one must exercise caution and avoid hasty actions. Lucy remarked, in truth. Most people are eager to leave as soon as possible. Zhao Jun replied, I comprehend, but could we perhaps wait for the weather to warm a little? Is it possible to resolve the matter concerning Russell first? How can we repair the ship in such frigid conditions? What if we are attacked while addressing Russell's situation? Even an ambush during our journey is a grave concern. Please do not rush. It will take at least another month. Chapter 211. If we can go out, Lucy inquired. What about this month? Zhao Jun replied. It will take a month for the weather to warm up, and during this month, we must strive to deal with Russell. Only then can we peacefully repair the ship, and we can discuss matters further at that time. Park Yun said, All right, let us revisit this conversation then. Sao Yun Xiaohua. Since it's the new year, let us discuss other topics. Yang Xiaohua suggested, Why don't we each share our most unforgettable New Year experiences? I'll go first. If that is all right? The group had no objections and readily agreed, having indulged in a few drinks, which made their conversations more animated. Yang Xiaohua begun. The happiest New Year I remember was during my childhood. The topic of memorable New Year celebrations never grows old, and everyone chimed in, creating a jovial atmosphere. They were all quite cheerful, having received gifts. Their old undergarments had been tattered, so receiving new ones truly lifted their spirits. As the night progressed, conversations began to dwindle. With no other entertainment available, a sense of boredom seeped in. In a more typical setting, one might watch the Spring Festival Gala on television, chat, or play cards. But here, the environment did not permit such activities. Zhao Jun, reclining with a cigarette, remarked, We're celebrating the new year here. Let us hope that in the coming year, all our wishes come true. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. The group exchanged greetings and blessings. At that moment, Yang Xiaohua said, Are you all hungry? I'll steam some dumplings for everyone. She added, Potato powder dumplings are fine, but we can't have boiled dumplings. They must be steamed, or else they fall apart, and then they wouldn't be dumplings anymore. As Yang Xiaohua went to prepare the dumplings, Park Yun, feeling quite tired, yawned and said, I want to eat. It's not good to eat late at night. I'm heading to bed. Su Xinxu echoed, I want to eat either. I need to lose weight. Even at this hour, you're still worried about losing weight? Who are you trying to impress? Yun Shuang laughed from her spot by the fire. Su Xinxu shot a glance at Yun Shuang and replied, You've been injured recently, so I want to mention it. But before your injury, you were even more concerned about body management than I am. How can you criticize me? Yun Shuang responded, That was merely a habit. It doesn't relate to what you're saying. Su Xinxu countered, Then I'm just following my own habit. Is that not permissible? Yun Shuang replied, Of course it is. I was only joking. Su Xinxu and Park Yun then headed off to bed. It was already past 1 in the morning, and everyone was quite exhausted. However, eating dumplings remained a custom, so they decided to wait a little longer since Yang Xiaohua had already begun steaming them. Suddenly, Xu Ruoyu asked if he could go outside. What would be the first thing you do? Yun Shuang, who had just closed her eyes to rest, opened them upon hearing the question and replied, The first thing I would do is go to the gym and meet some handsome guys. I truly miss that atmosphere. How about you? Xu Ruoyu chuckled. I plan to return to school and spend several days in the library. I want to go anywhere else. I'll simply linger there, even if it means napping on the tables. Zhao Junkie inquired, The library? What is so entertaining about that? Why would you reminisce about such a place? The atmosphere there is tranquil, unmatched by any other locale, and I genuinely wish to indulge in more reading. Lucy smiled. I am entirely different. I will head to a nightclub or a bar and revel in a wild time. Zhao Jun added, I will spend a few days in internet CAF. Sigh. After such a long time, my guild must have disbanded. Su Ruoyu teased Zhao Jun. You are quite the internet addict. Zhao Jun admitted, You're not wrong. I indeed was addicted, capable of gaming for 20 hours straight. However, after joining the military and starting work, I no longer have that luxury. Yun Shuang remarked, One of you is going to a bar, the other to an internet CAF. Compared to Xiaoyu, you both are far inferior, not even matching my gym visits. At least I can get fit. Oh, come on, Shuangjia. You've made your intention for the gym abundantly clear. It's to meet handsome men. Lucy chimed in. Zhao Jun turned to Yao Qiaoyun, asking, What about you, Qiaoyun? Yao Qiaoyun replied, I simply wish to return to the company to grasp what has transpired recently and what decisions need to be made. This period of absence has greatly impacted me. Zhao Jun gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're truly inspiring. Even in these circumstances, You're still thinking about work. Yao Qiaoyun clarified, it's not merely work. It's my career. Yang Xiaohua declared, if I could go out, the first thing I would do is enjoy a proper meal of dumplings. Let us all have dumplings first. She brought over a plate of dumplings, and they began to eat. Zhao Jun remarked, what do you mean by proper dumplings? What we're eating right now are dumplings, real dumplings. Xiaohua's dumplings. Yang Xiaohua laughed. The dumplings I make are even tastier. Zhao Jun responded, if we manage to get out, you must make us some dumplings. Yang Xiaohua continued, honestly, if I could go out, I would dine at a restaurant. Truly savoring a meal. Although our current food is good, it does get rather monotonous. I want tofu, mushrooms, and green beans. There's just so much I want to eat. Zhao Jun agreed. That makes perfect sense. Tao Luna expressed, I want to go to the cinema to watch movies. The latest blockbusters, romantic films, action flicks, and sci-fi adventures. I could binge watch for days and nights. Zhao Jun teased. Are you punishing yourself? Tao Luna replied, no. I genuinely want to watch them. Don't you all wish to see them? After the movies, I'll catch up on the latest dramas. It seems you are quite the film enthusiast. Yun Shuang remarked. With curiosity, Yun Shuang asked Dualma what she would like to do outside. Dualma, looking confused, responded, I've never been to any of the places you mentioned. Perhaps each of you could take me to experience them? How about that? Zhao Jun snapped his fingers and remarked, it must be wonderful. If you join us on our outing, we shall undoubtedly take you on various adventures, allowing you to acclimate to society sooner. Dolma replied, in truth, I do not particularly wish to integrate into your society. However, if you are present, that suffices. Zhao Jun responded, that is uncertain. Perhaps, as you become more integrated into society, your perspective may also evolve. Chapter 212. The return gift. Dorma promptly declared, that shall not be the case. I have determined that you are my husband, and I shall hold this belief for all eternity, regardless of what may transpire. Unless you choose to abandon me. Zhao Jun replied, what utter nonsense. How could I ever forsake you? Dorma continued, yet your society is quite peculiar, only permitting one wife. This truly seems unfair to men. At that moment, Yao Qiaoyun and the others, who were enjoying dumplings, nearly choked upon hearing this. Yao Qiaoyun could not help but exclaim, that is the essence of fairness. If there were several wives, would that not be unjust to women? Dorma retorted, is it fair that women cannot be with the men they desire? Yao Qiaoyun insisted, that is not the case. Monogamy is the most equitable arrangement. Dorma shook her head, I do not share that sentiment. Yao Qiaoyun pondered for a moment, realizing that persuading Dorma to accept this notion would be a formidable task. The environment in which Dorma had been raised had long embraced such beliefs, and instilling a change in her would not be a swift endeavor. Thus, she chose to remain silent. After they finished the dumplings and sipped a little red wine, they retired for the night. Lucy and Dorma went outside to keep watch while Zhao Jun lay in his room, where Qin Xiyuan had already fallen asleep. He had no desire to disturb her. Contemplating his thoughts, Zhao Jun stepped outside, intending to better care for Yun Shuang, who was resting outside under Yang Xiaohua's watchful eye, as the cave remained comfortably warm. Yun Shuang had already drifted into slumber, while Yang Xiaohua soon followed suit. Zhao Jun lit a cigarette. It was past 2 in the morning, and sleep eluded him. The words spoken by Park Yuna that night revealed that some among them were eager to repair the boat and set sail, a notion Zhao Jun deeply opposed, yet felt powerless to contest. He mused, could it be that we will truly split into 2 factions, one departing while the other remains? Sister Yuan wishes to leave, and she is with child. How am I to persuade her? At that moment, Lucy approached, extending her hand. Zhao Jun hesitated for a moment before realizing she sought a cigarette, which he promptly offered. Lucy lit it and began to smoke. Lucy rarely smoked, occasionally asking Zhao Jun for a single cigarette, perhaps a few throughout the month. The sight of her red lips exhaling smoke was undeniably alluring, prompting Zhao Jun to recall the last time they nearly crossed a boundary, only to be interrupted by Qin Xiyuan and Yang Xiaohua, stirring something within him. Lucy glanced at Zhao Jun and inquired, what is the matter? Have you yet to decide whether to stay or go? Zhao Jun sighed. Let us discuss that once the boat is repaired. Broaching the topic now seems rather ill-timed. Lucy remarked, you are currently living in leisure, so it is only natural that you do not wish to depart. Zhao Jun understood that his reluctance to leave was not entirely based on that fact. His primary concern was the sense of insecurity he felt, while other reasons paled in comparison. He replied, if I were to claim that it is not due to this, you would not believe me. If you choose to think this way, I am powerless to change your mind. Jun, come here. Lucy suddenly stood up and returned to her room. Zhao Jun felt a stir in his heart and quickly got up, making his way to the door of Lucy's room. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. In an instant, Lucy embraced Zhao Jun and shut the door behind them. Lucy inquired, "Is there any protection?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "None." Lucy then said, "Then perhaps we should refrain from this. I certainly do not wish to become pregnant in such an environment." Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation as Lucy forcefully pushed him out. Standing at the door, he was left in a daze, wondering what this was all about. Was it truly over? What did this enchanting Lucy mean? She had flirted with him multiple times, but ultimately nothing came to fruition. Zhao Jun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Confused and weary, Zhao Jun fell asleep. When he awakened the following day, it was nearly noon. Everyone had stayed up late the previous night. Some were indulging in sleep, while others appeared lethargic. Zhao Jun approached the window of the house previously occupied by Norma, but saw nothing unusual. At that moment, Taluna approached and greeted him, "Captain, Happy New Year." Zhao Jun replied with a smile, "Happy New Year." Taluna blushed and said, "The underwear you gave me yesterday fits perfectly. I truly appreciate it. I was running out of undergarments, so this gift came at the most opportune time." Cao Yun responded, "Everyone received a share. You need not thank me specifically." Taluna insisted, "But I genuinely benefited. Others are others, and I am me. Your kindness towards me will be remembered. I had intended to return the favor, but I truly do not know what to gift you, as I possess nothing." Cao Yun yistil. "Then why not gift yourself to me?" Taoluna's face flushed as she replied, "How rude." Observing her reaction, Zhao Jun realized she was not truly upset and added, "For a beauty like you, there's no need to offer your entire self. A kiss would suffice as the best return gift." Taoluna shyly responded that might not be appropriate. "You need not feel anxious. I was merely jesting. This matter is truly inconsequential, so do not dwell on it." Zhao Jun said as he peered outside with binoculars. Suddenly, he felt a soft embrace, leaving him momentarily stunned. Taluna had wrapped her arms around him from behind. "You claim it was a joke, but I have taken it seriously. Captain, do not move," she declared.